2 centuries ago, the sudden emergence of ferocious beasts heralded an era of chaos. Humanity, after enduring 200 years of struggle, has finally managed to reconstruct urban life. The beasts have also begun to be tamed, ushering in an age where every individual can harness the powers of these creatures, a period now known as the Age of Beast Tamers. Born into this era, Tietao has become a beast breeder. He possesses a unique ability concerning consumption. Whenever he ingests a ferocious beast, he has the potential to acquire a fragment of its abilities, provided he consumes enough and the beasts are sufficiently formidable. Even divine beasts will ultimately find themselves on his plate, transformed into a dish. This remarkable ability has propelled him further along the path of breeding beasts, guiding him toward an unconventional route of beast taming. Chapter 1. Tietao, can you sharpen my gun? 200 years ago, humanity re-established urban centers, and the once rampant ferocious beasts have now come under control. No one knows the origin of these beasts. Their appearance led to the destruction of numerous cities. To this day, a substantial portion of the world remains dominated by these beasts. Yet humanity has been fortunate. 130 years ago, humans successfully learned to ride these beasts, marking the birth of the first generation of tamers. This event unfurled the curtain on the age of beast tamers, and with the aid of these creatures, the ferocious beasts were swiftly subdued, allowing humans to gradually reclaim lost territories and re-establish cities. After the cities were erected, scientists, through continuous study of the tamers, discovered methods for the evolution of beasts, giving rise to a new profession, beast breeder. This development also opened the door to the possibility of divine-level beasts, leading the current era to be dubbed the Age of Divine Pets. As the school bell rang, signaling the end of history class, the homeroom teacher prepared to make an announcement. "I'll take 2 minutes to discuss something important." An O student dared to utter a sound. They all knew what the homeroom teacher was about to say. "This afternoon, we will hold the beast contract ceremony. You may either bring your own ferocious beast for the contract or choose one from the school's provided beasts. After the ceremony, there will be a preliminary exam for the rank of junior beast breeder. So those who signed up, do not forget." Class dismissed. With that, the teacher exited the classroom and the atmosphere erupted into lively chatter. Tietao, a member of this class, faced the afternoon's dual challenges of forming a contract with a ferocious beast and taking the preliminary exam for junior beast breeder, yet he displayed no signs of anxiety. "Tietao, aren't you nervous?" inquired a somewhat plump and short boy, his face adorned with freckles. "Wang Feng, why should I be nervous?" Tietao responded, perplexed. A beast breeder has to remember countless material names and their uses, which can easily fill a dozen books. "Do you think you can remember all that? Moreover, there's a practical exam. Being calm would be unusual," Wang Feng articulated, counting on his fingers. "Tietao is different from you. Little fatty, he will undoubtedly remember everything you mentioned. And as for the practical exam, there's no need for concern," retorted a tall, lanky boy named Lu Ming. "Wang Feng, don't say such things. While I'm not as clever as Tietao, I'm not too far behind," Wang Feng replied indignantly. "Not too far behind? Tietao consistently scores 50 points above the second place. If he underperforms, it's considered an anomaly. What rank do you usually achieve?" "I won't discuss this further," Wang Feng sulked. In truth, Wang Feng's grades were commendable, placing him well within the school's ranks. However, Taitao's extraordinary abilities overshadowed him, a fact that stemmed from Taitao's unique skill. He had once revealed this special ability to his parents, but unfortunately, they dismissed it as mere fantasy. From that moment on, he understood that even if he spoke of his gift, no one would believe him. When he consumed ferocious beasts, he could acquire their abilities, and over the years, he had primarily feasted on the oceanic creature known as the little octopus. This beast was relatively easy to catch and boasted a delightful flavor. Tietao favored it for its high cost-to-benefit ratio, occasionally spending money to indulge in a meal. After devouring this octopus, he gained its innate talent: 9 brains and 3 hearts. Fortunately, he did not take on the octopus's appearance. These extra brains and hearts remained hidden, yet their impact was significant. This gift was indeed remarkable. Possessing 3 hearts enhanced his physical capabilities more than twofold compared to his peers, while 9 brains multiplied his learning efficiency several times over. His 9 brains functioned in shifts, allowing him to absorb knowledge at 3 times the rate of others, regardless of how dense the material was. "Tietao, could you help me sharpen my skills before the beast breeder exam this afternoon?" I have little hope of passing. I just need to avoid failing spectacularly. If I succeed, they'll treat you to some roasted ferocious beef, Lu Ming asked, somewhat sheepishly. Deal, Tietao readily agreed without hesitation. The entire school was aware of Tietao's fondness for beast meat, yet his family's circumstances were modest, making such indulgences rare. Over the past 3 years, through tutoring others, he had savored a considerable amount of beast meat, primarily grilled octopus. With one class remaining before lunch, they had a lesson on beast taming, which posed no challenge for Lu Ming, who aspired to become a beast tamer. However, his family insisted he pursue the path of a beast breeder, leaving him with no choice but to comply. The two openly skipped the class. Tietao had always enjoyed a degree of leniency from teachers, as students with such excellent grades could do as they pleased. After all, good grades afforded them that privilege. Tietao and Lu Ming ascended to the rooftop, where Tietao quickly drafted a set of exam questions for the beast breeder test. Here are the questions I predict will be on the beast breeder exam. If you memorize these, passing should be a breeze, Tietao informed Lu Ming. Wow, that's impressive. I thought the questions for the beast breeder exam were generated by people in prison. Did you steal them? Lu Ming asked, bewildered. Stop with the nonsense. If I'd stolen them, I'd be in trouble. Just memorize the answers. I fear you won't have enough time, Tietao replied brusquely. All right. You're incredible, Tietao. I'm on it. Lu Ming fell silent, reciting the answers with the fervor of a monk from a classic tale. As the lunch bell rang once more, signaling the midday break, Tietao pulled out a loaf of bread and began to munch, while Lu Ming, engrossed in his studies, felt his eyes growing red. Tietao, could you possibly eat somewhere else? It's significantly hindering my study progress. I am famished. I expend a considerable amount of energy daily and require timely replenishment, Irontide mumbled through a mouthful of bread. During the midday respite, the joyous moments swiftly elapsed, heralded by the resounding bell. All the senior students of the school congregated upon the playground, with the principal standing before the podium, microphone in hand, prepared to address the assembly. Dear students, after 3 years of diligent effort, you have finally reached the graduation ceremony at Beast Tamer High. Today marks the occasion for your graduation rites and the Beast contract, Irontide quietly remarked from below. Standing beside him, Lu Ming nudged Irontide and gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, not a word out of place. Irontide motioned for calmness. What type of wild beast do you intend to contract? He inquired curiously of Lu Ming. Coming from a well-to-do family, Lu Ming's choice of wild beast would undoubtedly be exceptional. That I plan to contract a Terra tortoise, he declared. You mean a soil turtle? Irontide exclaimed in astonishment. It is called a Terra tortoise. Soil turtle sounds rather unappealing. This one possesses a trace of the divine-level wild beast Xuanwu's bloodline, which was no easy feat to acquire. What kind of wild beast are you considering contracting? As the top student in the school, you would surely have first pick, Lu Ming suggested. I have yet to decide. The options provided by the school are all relatively similar. I will simply seek one with a stronger bloodline and comparable potential. It is unrealistic to expect the school to present any extraordinary specimens, Irontide replied with composure. Chapter 2. Pray tell, what manner of entity is the white talent? Tietao is preparing to pursue a degree in beast mastery at the prestigious Beast Taming University after graduation. The landscape of higher education has transformed dramatically in recent centuries. Aspirants to university now have but 2 paths to tread, either to become a beast tamer or, possessing a commendable soul talent, to forge a contract with a formidable wild beast. Ultimately, all must pass cultural examinations to gain admission. Each individual is afforded but a solitary opportunity each year to apply. Upon selecting a university, candidates must undergo assessments at that institution to ascertain their eligibility for the cultural examinations. And only those who meet the academic standards shall be granted admission. Tietao is acutely aware that his soul talent is unlikely to be exceptional. He seldom engages in soul cultivation. Aspiring beast tamers place paramount importance on the cultivation of their souls, often dedicating themselves to it without respite. Many wild beasts evoke a peculiar temptation within him. The more extraordinary their potential and the rarer their lineage, the stronger his impulse to consume them. Frequently, wild beasts encountered on the streets avert their gaze from him, hastily fleeing with their human companions. This phenomenon is linked to a peculiar aura he has only recently learned to control over the past 2 years. Forming a contract with a wild beast is not overly complex. One merely needs to imprint their soul's essence into the beast's mind to complete the bond. Correspondingly, a soul mark will also be left within the contractor's own essence. The number of beasts one can command varies from person to person, gradually increasing with age until reaching a threshold. The age of 18 marks a pivotal juncture, being the optimal time for forging contracts with wild beasts, coinciding with the age at which most individuals can accommodate their first soul imprint. This afternoon, the first order of business is the soul assessment, designed to ensure that no individual possesses an insufficiently developed soul. This evaluation also serves, to a certain degree, as a predictive measure of a person's future soul strength. Underpinned by big data, these predictions tend to be quite accurate. Tietao harbors no lofty expectations for this assessment. Achieving a normal level suffices. Should he desire a more formidable soul strength, he need only consume the flesh of powerful wild beasts. During his 3 years at the Beast Tamer Academy, the course on soul contracts is a principal subject, one with which Tietao is intimately familiar, presenting no significant challenges. After what seemed an interminable preamble by the principal, he finally announced, "We shall now commence the soul assessments." The evaluations proceed class by class, with Tietao's class, Class 9, being the final one to undergo the assessment. The process commenced, and the class leader of Class 1, the universally acknowledged school beauty Tang Yanran, was the first to approach the stage for her soul assessment. She placed her hand upon the transparent crystal sphere atop the podium, and a profound silence enveloped the audience. The sphere began to radiate light, emanating a resplendent red hue, which soon transitioned to orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and ultimately, a hint of purple. This talent is truly unparalleled. Arguably the finest beast taming talent the Academy has witnessed in many years. The purple hue signifies a top-tier talent, and such an aptitude has been exceedingly rare for over a century, indicating that Tang Yanran is now capable of contracting 3 wild beasts. The audience remained hushed, silent in astonishment. "Congratulations, Tang Yanran. I am pleased to announce that you have secured a direct admission to the Capital Beast Taming University. Let us all give her a round of applause," the principal declared with a smile. The applause erupted, particularly from Class 1, whose enthusiasm reached a crescendo. Tang Yanran bowed gracefully to the principal before swiftly returning to her class, sparking a flurry of whispers among the students. "Silence. The next candidate," the principal commanded sternly. With the first purple talent established, subsequent assessments seemed less noteworthy. No one could rival Tang Yanran's prowess. Soon, it was Class 9's turn. However, Class 9 harbors its own legend, Tietao himself. In written examinations, there is no one who surpasses him. He is a veritable academic prodigy. Before long, the plump Wang Feng ascended the stage, achieving an orange talent, which is commendable. In just 2 or 3 years, he could easily contract a second wild beast, marking a respectable aptitude. "Well done, little fatty," Lu Ming remarked. "Mediocre at best," Wang Feng replied nonchalantly. "Look at Tang Yanran, and then look at yourself," Lu Ming retorted, rolling his eyes. Lu Ming, why aren't you up there? What are you waiting for?" The homeroom teacher called out. Coming. Lu Ming hastily ran to the stage, placing his hands on the crystal sphere. He ultimately registered a yellow talent, which is quite commendable, surpassing Wang Feng's score. As he stepped down, Lu Ming jabbed Wang Feng playfully in the stomach, saying, "I'm still the stronger one." Strong or not, the wind caresses the mountain ridge. "The earthy turtle is truly suited for you," Wang Feng muttered, dismissing Lu Ming's remarks. At last, the moment arrived for the most anticipated student of Class 9, Tietao, to take the stage. He placed his hands upon the crystal sphere, silently repeating, "Red, red, red." Alas, fate often diverges from desire. The colors within the sphere began to shift, swiftly surpassing red, then orange, yellow, and only slowing as it approached purple. Suddenly, the purple glow vanished, replaced by a blinding white light. This outcome far exceeded the principal's expectations. The standard 7-color soul assessment crystal seems insufficient. The atmosphere in the auditorium thickened with an eerie silence. Not a soul dared to speak, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. Only a few individuals exhibited expressions of astonishment. Wang Feng, understanding the implications of the white light, whispered to Lu Ming, "What is Tang Yanran compared to this? Who knows, in the future, she might have to lend Tietao her undergarments." Lu Ming, not lacking in insight, recognized the significance of this moment. "Good heavens, I never anticipated this. I ought to pen a book titled How My Classmate Became So Incredible," he exclaimed, grinning foolishly. Tang Yanran, well aware of her own talents, knew that her abilities could rank among the best in the nation. She had never envisioned losing not only in academics, but also in beast-taming aptitude. A sense of discontent brewed within her. This incident marked the first time she felt genuine interest in another person. Subjects like cultural studies and beast cultivation had never occupied her thoughts, for her aspirations lay solely with becoming a beastmaster. She had devoted most of her efforts to spiritual training, neglecting other areas of study. Despite this, she had never ranked outside the top 10 in exams, perpetually overshadowed by Tietao, leaving her at a loss for words. She recognized that Tietao rarely engaged in spiritual training, yet today, his beast-taming talent eclipsed hers, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. As Tietao turned and descended from the stage, returning to the ranks, Lu Ming leaned in and whispered, "Taigo, teach me how to become an academic prodigy, how to become the champion of the school. There's nothing to it. One simply feasts on wild beast flesh." Tietao replied pragmatically. He surmised that his current prowess was largely attributable to the abilities he had accumulated from years of consuming wild beast meat. He spoke nothing but the truth, yet tragically, no one chose to believe him. "Speak properly, Tao Gu," Lu Ming persisted, undeterred. Indeed, he had consumed wild beast meat. Tao's response was graciously afforded due to the meal of roasted wild bull he had treated him to after the junior beast taming examination. Otherwise, he would not have repeated himself for anyone else. Chapter 3. Selection of Beast Companions. The words of Tietao were met with skepticism from the two of them, and even if others had heard, disbelief would have prevailed. However, the revelation of Tao's extraordinary talent for beast taming astonished the entire school, surpassing even Tang Yanran. The presence of such an exceptional individual in their midst was unfathomable. It was likely that the following day, he would grace the headlines. Shocking. A student from the top-tier Beast Taming Academy becomes the school's champion. The principal, using the same criteria as for Tang Yanran, documented his assessment results and congratulated Tietao on his remarkable talent. He then announced the commencement of the final stage, the beast contract. Students wishing to utilize the school's wild beasts lined up, and Tietao was among them. The school offered a considerable selection of beasts, yet selecting one with superior bloodlines and growth potential proved to be quite challenging. Nonetheless, for Tietao, it was a trivial matter. He merely needed to rely on his sense of smell. The stronger the allure of the scent, the better the wild beast. His homeroom teacher patted him on the back. "Tietao, you need not choose from the school's wild beasts. Your beast will be arranged by the school." "Understood, teacher." Tietao silently stepped out of the line and followed his homeroom teacher to a storage room within the school. This storage room was one of the 7 legendary tales of the top-tier Beast Taming Academy. It was said to harbor a divine-level wild beast egg, but the lock was exceptionally secure, allowing entry only for those with beast companions. Such a mysterious locale had become one of the Academy's great legends. Today, Tietao was fortunate enough to enter. The storage room had not seen visitors for a long time, and dust enveloped everything. He was immediately coated in a layer of gray dust. Unfazed by the dust, the homeroom teacher retrieved a box from the back of the storage room. Brushing off the surface dust, he produced a key and unlocked the box, revealing 6 neatly arranged wild beast eggs. These are the wild beast eggs collected by our academy over the years, all acquired by past principals from auctions. The quality of these eggs surpasses those found outside. Choose one to take with you. Are you truly giving this to me? The principal has already given permission. Choose one. Tietao leaned closer, inhaling the scents emanating from the wild beast eggs. His homeroom teacher observed with curiosity, having never witnessed such a method of evaluating the quality of a wild beast egg. The aroma from the eggs gradually permeated his senses, and after inspecting each, Tietao selected the egg with the most appealing fragrance, stirring within him an impulsive desire to transform it into a fried egg. His mental energy extended toward the wild beast egg in his grasp, and the life within quivered in stillness. The contract's mark swiftly imprinted itself upon the soul of the life within the egg, and simultaneously, his own soul bore the same insignia. As the contract was established, cracks began to form on the eggshell. The wild beast was on the verge of hatching, and the homeroom teacher was intrigued to discover what would emerge. With a resounding thud, a fragment of the eggshell was forcefully ejected, creating a hole in the storage room door. The force took the breath away from Tao's homeroom teacher. Having just hatched, it was already so formidable, and his anticipation grew. Once the first piece was dislodged, the eggshell rapidly peeled away, revealing a small piglet with sharp teeth, standing quietly in Tao's embrace. Tietao involuntarily swallowed hard, while the piglet trembled violently, frozen in place. "What is this?" the homeroom teacher inquired, attempting to identify the species of the small pig. "An arid plains boar. The specific bloodline and talent will need to be tested to ascertain," Tietao responded, quite satisfied with his new beast companion. After all, if he ever found himself in dire straits, wouldn't this provide sustenance? At least, that was his thought. Tietao and his homeroom teacher returned to the playground, where they found Wang Feng still deliberating on which wild beast to contract. "Do you need help choosing?" Tietao asked, cradling the piglet. "I have a few options. Please offer your insight," Wang Feng replied. "Certainly. The forest giant ape, the midnight spirit cat, or the giant leaf caterpillar. Which do you think is best?" "If it were me, I would choose none of those. I would select the caterpillar on the giant leaf. Only this caterpillar evokes a craving within me." "Are you certain? Do you not know that every caterpillar harbors a dream of becoming a dragon?" Tietao countered. Have you played too many games? Have you ever seen a caterpillar evolve into a dragon? Wang Feng retorted. You must trust the judgment of the school's top student. Take a gamble. And you might just transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Seemingly resolved, Wang Feng approached the giant leaf and began the soul contract imprinting. Soon, he returned with a caterpillar in hand. Some onlookers sighed in relief, noting that Wang Feng did not contract the giant leaf, instead opting for the caterpillar. Wang Feng and Tietao walked toward their class area, where they spotted Lu Ming boasting to others about his large wild turtle. What is there to brag about with a mere land turtle? Wang Feng scoffed. You, chubby fellow, what does it matter if you contracted a caterpillar? Lu Ming jeered at Wang Feng. You do not understand. Every caterpillar has a dream of becoming a dragon, does it not? Wang Feng's caterpillar nodded in agreement with this sentiment. Yes, 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 your caterpillar has dreams of becoming a dragon, but for now, it remains a caterpillar, Lu Ming remarked. Glancing toward Wang Feng's midsection. Lu Ming, I will not rest until we settle this. Wang Feng declared. How about a duel? Tietao suggested, still holding the piglet. Tietao, why did you contract a pig? This contract is splendid. If it dies in its youth, it shall become roasted suckling pig. If it meets its demise in its prime, it will provide me with 4 hams, a large piece of ribs, and a generous portion of pork belly. Oh, and 2 pig ears as well. The piglet trembled in his arms. You are truly ruthless. You have it all planned out, Lu Ming exclaimed, dumbfounded. The entire time, this pig was merely to satisfy Taitao's appetite, and Lu Ming could only wish that this pig would live a long life. He looked at the pig with pity. The pig's eyes moistened. Finally, someone understood it. However, it was utterly unanticipated that Lu Ming's next words would infuriate it. Tietao, when it meets its end, remember to call me. I have long craved wild beast pork. The pig fixed its gaze on Lu Ming, vowing to remember this individual. It would ensure that he would pay a price, and as for Tietao, he felt powerless. After all, how could one contend with such a gluttonous master? Truly, the life of a pig was bleak. As long as you do not perish in battle, you are safe. But if you do meet your end, we shall maximize your utility. Tietao reassured the little pig, stroking its back. The pig ignited with hope. As long as it survived, it would be fine. How could it avoid death? The pig pondered, nibbling on its foreleg. Chapter 4, Beast Tamer Examination. The moments of idle chatter passed swiftly, and the Beast Tamer examination was about to commence. For Tietao, this examination posed not an ounce of difficulty, as he was well versed in the content of the materials. As they entered the examination hall, the invigilating teacher at the podium announced, the examination duration is 3 hours, consisting of 10 sheets of paper. Students, once you receive the paper, please commence answering promptly. The written examination for beast tamers is divided into 3 distinct sections. The first section pertains to the identification of wild beasts, which essentially comprises straightforward questions, regardless of their thoroughness in studying beast taming. Students are likely to be acquainted with the names of these wild creatures to a significant extent. The second section features short answer questions, which represent the crucial and challenging aspect of the exam. Here, not only must candidates understand the various evolutionary methods of wild beasts, but they must also identify the most suitable approach that meets specific criteria. Each wild beast possesses numerous evolutionary pathways, and finding the correct one is no simple task. Few possess the remarkable ability of Tietao, who can memorize all the evolutionary routes of these creatures. The third section focuses on innovation, which is arguably the most demanding part. Candidates are required to devise a new evolutionary route for a wild beast based on the prompt, and subsequently implement this method practically. As long as they succeed in the end, they will have passed the examination as a junior beast tamer. The questions Tietao had predicted for Lu Ming primarily centered around the second section, and he had also foreseen several innovative prompts. After the papers were distributed, and more than half an hour had elapsed, Tietao, who was in the same examination hall as Lu Ming, suddenly heard an exclamation of disbelief. What is wrong with that student? The invigilator inquired. It's nothing, teacher. I just wanted to express my astonishment, Lu Ming muttered, lowering his head. These are far from the predicted questions. It feels as if Tietao had somehow acquired the exam papers in advance, as I have encountered 7 or 8 of these questions before. Despite Lu Ming's last-minute cramming, which allowed him to retain only a limited amount of information, it still positioned him favorably for an excellent score. An hour and a half later, Tietao submitted his paper. Strangely, the invigilator said nothing and simply collected the exam sheets. The invigilator, accustomed to Tietao's style, knew that if he did not submit early, it would not be Tietao. In the eyes of the invigilator, the questions for this junior beast tamer examination seemed rather easy. As the invigilator perused Tietao's answers, his expression began to shift. Some of the questions were indeed challenging, and he was unaware of the answers. With 50 minutes remaining in the examination, Lu Ming finally completed his paper, promptly submitted it, and exited the classroom. At the entrance, Tietao, who had been amusing himself with a pig, spotted Lu Ming. How did it go? Much better than expected. You truly are impressive. How did you manage to predict these questions? I reviewed nearly 50 years of Beast Tamer examination papers. I have a good grasp of potential questions, Tietao replied nonchalantly. Lu Ming gaped, giving Tietao a thumbs up, rendered speechless. I'll treat you to dinner, grilled wild beef. Tietao's eyes sparkled instantaneously. Grilled wild beef isn't cheap. At least not something he could typically afford. In a wild beef barbecue restaurant at the school entrance, Lu Ming poured Tietao a drink. Raising his glass, he said, "This toast is for the champion of our school." Lu Ming downed his drink in one go. Tietao awkwardly followed suit, feeling embarrassed by the title of school champion. Plates of wild beef began to arrive. "Tietao, dig in," Lu Ming urged, placing a piece of beef on the clay grill to roast. Tietao sniffed the beef on the plate. "This doesn't smell right. This isn't wild beef. This meat doesn't stir any desire within me. Excuse me. Could you come here?" Tietao called to the owner. The owner approached promptly. "Would you like to order more?" "This beef isn't wild beef," Tietao stated firmly. "Don't speak nonsense. This is fresh wild beef that arrived today. How could it not be? Just look at the fine fibers of this meat. It's clearly not from a wild beast. This is farm-raised beef," Tietao asserted seriously. "Ordinary beef offers him no benefit, no matter how much he consumes. It seems we have a discerning customer here. Although this is farm-raised beef, its flavor is certainly not inferior to wild beef," the owner replied. "I came here for wild beef. Serving me this kind of beef is pointless," Tietao said to the owner. "It's not that I refuse to serve you wild beef. It's just that there is currently a shortage of supplies," the owner explained helplessly. "How can there be no supplies?" Tietao inquired. "It's a long story, you see. The wilderness has erupted into chaos again. The wild beasts have fled, resulting in a complete lack of stock. The resurgence of chaos in the wilderness was indeed troubling news. It signified that wild beasts would soon launch attacks on the city, though the scale of the impending attacks remained uncertain. Fortunately, this batch of beast tamers had only just contracted their wild beasts and were not yet required to defend against them. In 2 years, they would inevitably venture into the wilderness to confront these creatures. In that case, let this meal be on me. When wild beef becomes available, please come back for a proper feast," the owner declared before turning away. Within the campus, much information remained uncirculated. The chaos in the wilderness would not settle in just a year or two. It was a prolonged process, lasting at least 5 or 6 years, and potentially extending to 12 or 13. The only way to evade confronting wild beasts was to become a beast tamer. Otherwise, anyone with a tamed beast would be compelled to fend off the wild creatures. If they were to hold class reunions, it remained uncertain how many would still be alive. The school bell rang, signaling the conclusion of the beast tamer examination. In 1 hour, they were to commence the practical examination, granting them some time. Lacking wild beef, their meal was consumed quickly. With half an hour remaining until the practical exam, the two returned to the playground, awaiting the commencement of the practical assessment. "This doesn't count. I shall treat you again when wild beef is available," Lu Ming stated. "I hope there will be another opportunity," Tietao replied. With the assistance of beast tamers, the speed at which the examiners graded the papers was remarkable. Within an hour, all papers had been evaluated. In fact, the written examination results were already posted around the campus, and unsurprisingly, Tietao had retained the top position. Those who failed the written exam were swiftly eliminated, leaving only a handful of candidates from the 100 who could pass the practical assessment. Lu Ming was utterly astonished to discover that he had qualified, although he ranked 48th. He was still eligible to become a junior beast tamer, provided he passed the practical exam. This revelation left Lu Ming in a state of disbelief, a result he had never anticipated. "Unbelievable. You, Lu Ming, actually managed to pass the written examination for junior beast tamers," Wang Feng remarked from behind Lu Ming. "Why? Can't I, Lu Ming, do it? As long as Tietao is around, this trivial beast tamer examination is a mere formality," Lu Ming tossed his hair defiantly. "Did you attend Tietao's tutoring sessions for beast tamers?" Wang Feng queried. Lu Ming waved his hand proudly, stating, "He gave me some predicted questions." Chapter 5, Practical Assessment. "Goodness. You actually had Tietao predict questions for you. Spill it. What price did you pay?" Wang Feng interrogated, gripping Lu Ming's neck. "Grilled wild beef. I promised to treat him," Lu Ming replied after breaking free from Wang Feng's grasp. "What a hefty price. Wild beef is notoriously expensive. As long as I don't make any mistakes in the practical exam, I'll have passed," Lu Ming asserted. "Had I known, I would have asked Tietao for help as well," Wang Feng lamented. Once again, the school bell rang, signaling the start of the practical examination. Candidates ranked 1 to 10. "Please proceed to the laboratory building for the practical exam," the school's announcement echoed. Tietao was among the first batch to enter the laboratory building, eagerly anticipating this practical examination that he had awaited for so long. In the usual practice sessions at school, the reagents utilized are mere virtual concoctions, rendering it impossible to conduct experiments using wild beasts, thus depriving the experience of many wondrous transformations. This limitation often left Tietao feeling rather disenchanted, as the exercises in theory bore little resemblance to the hands-on applications. The situation with wild beasts necessitated a distinct approach to reagent preparation, with both the quantity and composition requiring meticulous recalibration. For his examination, Tietao was tasked with the special evolution of a snow wolf, a method he had previously articulated in his written test. Now, he merely needed to replicate his own technique. The uncertainty of unforeseen complications loomed over him. Transforming a snow wolf into a fire wolf implied altering its very species, a feat laden with challenges. He had prepared an array of materials: the heart of the fire wolf demon, essence of fiery vine, pulverized blazing stones, and the core of molten rock. 3 sets of these ingredients were meticulously arranged before him. To commence, he began diagnosing the snow wolf to ascertain its constitution for optimal dosage selection. The snow wolf, amiably compliant, resembled a loyal husky eager to please. After a thorough examination, Tietao was relieved to find the creature robust, allowing him to proceed with his plan. Selecting the most suitable heart from the 3 demon hearts, he curiously bit into another. "What are you doing, student?" inquired the supervising instructor. "Nothing, sir, just tasting it." "I've never had it before," Tietao replied candidly, blood staining his mouth as he chewed on the demon heart. A pool of yellow liquid began to expand around the snow wolf, causing it to urinate in fright. Tietao took another bite of the heart and shot a glare at the snow wolf, which promptly retracted its urine, enduring considerable discomfort. His preparation began in earnest. As the essence of the fiery vine dissolved the pulverized blazing stones, which he poured into the chosen fire wolf heart for nurturing, the heart pulsated violently, flames beginning to flicker forth. He seized the snow wolf by the ear and hoisted it onto the operating table, where it remained still, paralyzed by trepidation. "If you perish during this transformation, I shall have no choice but to resort to a dog meat hot pot," he jested, patting the creature on the head. The snow wolf seemed to comprehend and nodded fervently. A syringe of anesthetic was administered, and 10 minutes later, the snow wolf's tongue hung limply. Still uneasy, Tietao fitted the snow wolf with a large protective cover, and upon seeing the creature unresponsive, he prepared to commence the operation. With a swift incision, he laid open the snow wolf's abdomen. Although he had virtually simulated similar scenarios, the transition to actual practice induced a slight tremor. Failure means dog meat hot pot. Success remains to be seen, he mused, quickly regaining his composure to continue. With deft precision, he excised the snow wolf's heart and swiftly sutured the fire wolf heart onto the creature's cardiovascular system. The forces of ice and fire clashed within, one half of the snow wolf remaining frigid while the other blazed with heat. The surgical blade resumed its work as Tietao sliced open the ice crystal sac, extracting the frozen core and replacing it with the fiery core. He then set down the knife, beginning to stitch the wounds, first the ice crystal sac, then the body itself. The source of icy power waned as the flames commenced their dominance, enhancing the fire wolf's strength. Strands of the snow wolf's pristine white fur began to take on a blood-red hue. Tietao patiently awaited the transformation, occasionally indulging in bites of the demon heart. Consuming the fire wolf heart was a delightful experience. Despite being raw, the warmth it provided was akin to a soothing hot bath. The speed of the transformation accelerated, and soon the snow wolf's fur was entirely crimson. Having polished off one demon heart, Tietao's mouth was stained with blood, evoking a rather sinister appearance. As the anesthetic's effects wore off, the snow wolf retracted its tongue. Fortuitously, the creature's willpower remained steadfast. Otherwise, such a significant operation could have cost it dearly. The snow wolf wobbled upright on the operating table as flames erupted from its body, engulfing it in a radiant crimson blaze. The wounds healed rapidly amidst the inferno, singed threads cascading down. The transformed snow wolf, now a fire wolf, sensed an observing gaze upon it. Turning to confront the source of the scrutiny, it met the bloodied visage of a human, who regarded it as if it were a dish on a platter. The snow wolf's bravado dissipated instantly, the crimson flames retracting as it tucked its tail and exposed its belly, whimpering at Tietao. Splendid, it appears you've survived. Perhaps I shall forego the dog meat hot pot," Tietao remarked. "Excuse me, examiner, does this count as a success? Student, perhaps you should wipe your mouth first. We need to conduct an examination on the wolf," the proctor suggested in a conciliatory tone. "Certainly, sir," Tietao responded, promptly biting into another demon heart. As the instructor entered with the testing equipment, he witnessed Tietao indulging once more. "Is it tasty?" the teacher inquired. "Quite enjoyable. Would you care to try?" Tietao offered, extending the heart towards the instructor. The overwhelming metallic tang assaulted the instructor's senses, prompting him to decline. "I think I'll pass," he said, redirecting his focus to the now submissive snow wolf. The testing apparatus began scanning the evolved snow wolf, announcing, "Species, crimson blood fire wolf." Commencing analysis. A needle punctured the unsuspecting creature, eliciting a howl as flames erupted from its form. Blood was drawn and transferred into the device, which subsequently retracted the needle. Beeping sounds resonated from the machine as it finalized the analysis, producing a printed report. The proctor glanced at the document, finding no irregularities, and addressed Tietao. "Congratulations. You have passed the practical assessment." Chapter 6, Results Announcement. The examiner handed over the report, while Tietao washed the blood from his hands and received the findings. Crimson Blood Demon Wolf. Beast Level, 9th Rank. Beast Potential, 7th Rank. Bloodline, Pure Fire Demon Wolf Bloodline. Beast Attribute, Fire. Beast Status, Healthy. Although the evolved Crimson Blood Demon Wolf retained the same level, its species had transformed, and its potential had increased without health issues arising. The objective of this specialized evolution had been accomplished, albeit through an extreme method that proved to be the most resource efficient. Tietao returned the report to the examiner, seized the partially bitten fire wolf heart, and exited the laboratory. As he stepped outside, his bloodied visage startled all present. "What on earth happened, Tao? Why are you covered in blood?" Lu Ming exclaimed, astonished. "You don't understand. Look at what Tietao is holding. That's a demon heart. He must have failed the practical," Wang Feng lamented. "Are you saying Tao failed his practical exam?" Lu Ming's voice escalated in disbelief, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Is it true our school's top dog failed the practical? Look at him, covered in blood. It's highly probable," murmured the crowd. A cacophony of speculation filling the air. Lu Ming could hardly fathom the reaction of his peers. As Iron Tide gnawed on the heart of the demon, he made his way to the spot where Lu Ming and the others were gathered. "Brother Tide, are you all right?" Lu Ming, overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his voice trembling involuntarily. "I'm fine. Care for a bite?" "It's quite delectable," Iron Tide offered, presenting the demon heart before Lu Ming. "I think I'll pass. I can't handle it," Lu Ming replied, rushing to the side of a nearby tree to begin retching. "I take it you've passed?" Wang Feng inquired, suppressing his own disgust. "I did." Seeing the two remaining demon hearts seemed wasteful, so I indulged. "Honestly, Wang Feng, it's rather tasty," Iron Tide stated with utmost seriousness. "I'll pass for now. I'm due to enter the experimental building shortly. Any wisdom to share?" Iron Tide bit into the demon heart, chewing thoughtfully as he reminisced. Practical application is entirely different from virtual operation. Mindset is paramount. At that moment, the announcement echoed through the air. "Contestants ranked 11 to 20, please proceed to the experimental building." "Wish me luck," Wang Feng said as he made his way toward the entrance. "Steady now, we can prevail," Iron Tide mumbled with his mouth full of demon heart. Lu Ming returned, having recovered from his earlier bout of nausea, only to witness Iron Tide finishing the last bite. He promptly dashed back to the tree to vomit once more. After regaining his composure, Lu Ming approached Iron Tide, who was eyeing him with bloodied lips, stirring Lu Ming's stomach once again. After a great effort, Lu Ming managed to quell the turmoil within him and asked, "Where's Wang Feng?" "He went for the practical assessment," Iron Tide replied. "Could you wash up?" "You're covered in blood," Lu Ming frowned. "All right then," Iron Tide conceded, heading toward the washroom in their dorm. Iron Tide stood before the mirror, scrubbing the crimson stains from his face, then filled his hands with water. He felt the temperature of the water rising. After 7 or 8 minutes, steam began to rise, indicating it would soon boil. Switching to another handful of water, he focused his mental control, ensuring this batch remained at its original temperature. It appeared he had mastered the fire wolf's ability, albeit a rather trivial one. In the wild, however, it could prove useful for starting a fire. "If I consumed that blood demon wolf, might I not also produce flames from my palms?" Iron Tide pondered. Meanwhile, the imprisoned blood demon wolf shuddered inexplicably. Having gained control over his newfound power, he returned to the courtyard. "Does it really take that long just to wash your face?" Lu Ming inquired, puzzled. "No worries. I just conducted an experiment and returned," Iron Tide replied earnestly. "With that much time, you still need to study. You truly are the top student of our school," Lu Ming remarked, giving a thumbs up. Not long after Iron Tide's return, the second wave of contestants emerged. The announcement resonated. Students ranked 21 to 30. Please head to the experimental building. Wang Feng exited with a look of disappointment. "This doesn't bode well. They're coming out too quickly," Lu Ming observed. "What happened?" Iron Tide asked Wang Feng. "Unclear judgment regarding the savage beasts. The dosage was too high. The savage beast was killed," Wang Feng explained. "Aren't there 3 attempts?" Iron Tide queried. "We misjudged 3 times and failed," Wang Feng sighed. "Don't worry. Brother Tide, didn't he fail either? I'll take you both to the examination site. Lu Ming reassured him. I passed, Iron Tide interjected. What? What did you say? Didn't you fail? Lu Ming questioned, confusion etched across his face. Did I not say I passed? Feel free to ask Wang Feng for confirmation. Lu Ming, still bewildered, turned to Wang Feng for validation. He passed. Wang Feng replied with a hint of reluctance, as if Lu Ming were rubbing salt into his wounds. 2.5 hours later, night had fallen, and it was finally Lu Ming's turn to enter the examination room. Iron Tide regarded Lu Ming, feeling a phrase perfectly encapsulated his sentiment, and he recited softly, "The wind is bleak and the water's cold. A valiant man departs, never to return." He truly is tragic, Wang Feng sighed. As expected, Lu Ming was the first to emerge from their group, and notably, he had been inside for less than 20 minutes. Lu Ming, unconcerned about failing the practical assessment, had seldom practiced the configurations, let alone the hands-on tasks. Let us head back to the dorm, Lu Ming urged, leading the two of them away. Aren't we waiting for the results? Wang Feng asked. What is there to see? Do you wish to admire Brother Tide's score? Lu Ming retorted. Forget it. Let us just sleep, Wang Feng conceded as they made their way back. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming pulled a box of beer from under his bed. Distributing a bottle to each of them, he declared, Tomorrow we graduate. Who knows when we'll meet again? Tonight, we drink until we drop. There are no snacks. Iron Tide remarked, glancing at the little pig lying on his bed. The pig, catching his gaze, immediately burrowed under the covers, trembling. Oink, oink. He still wants to eat me. He still wants to eat me. I'm all set, Lu Ming said, retrieving several plates of cold dishes from the cupboard. The little pig poked its head out, having narrowly escaped yet again. Just as they popped open the beers, the dormitory door swung open. Lu Ming saw it was their homeroom teacher, causing him to involuntarily tremble the bottle in his hand. The results are in, Iron Tide. You've become a junior beast tamer. The teacher announced. Yes, I'm aware, Iron Tide replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of beer. Which other students from our school have passed? Lu Ming inquired. In class 3, a girl named Ning Bo has also passed. This year, we've achieved 2 commendable results, the teacher responded, snatching the beer from Wang Feng's hand and turning to Iron Tide. Congratulations on becoming a junior beast tamer, he said before downing a significant portion of the bottle. Teacher, that's not right. You haven't finished a whole bottle, Lu Ming protested. Just as he spoke, the teacher fixed Lu Ming with a stern gaze. Today is about Iron Tide passing the junior beast tamer exam. Otherwise, you bringing alcohol into the dorm would necessitate contacting your parents. Lu Ming scratched his head awkwardly, falling silent. All right, keep it down. Don't disturb the studies of other grades, the teacher warned, glaring at Lu Ming as he exited the dormitory. The revelry of graduation is not something easily quelled by mere words from a teacher. Once the teacher left, the atmosphere erupted into festivities. With all the dormitory doors flung open, the sounds of tables being dragged into the hallway filled the air as gatherings began to form. It was not just Lu Ming who had brought alcohol. Various dorms contributed. Cases of beer emerged, and plates of cold dishes were laid out. Iron Tide and his companions had barely conversed before they were whisked away into the revelry. Lu Ming's success in the Junior Beast Tamer written exam had made him somewhat of a celebrity in school, not to mention Iron Tide, the dual champion. At the drinking table, Iron Tide succumbed to the relentless toasting, unable to withstand the onslaught. They hoisted Lu Ming onto his bed as if he were a lifeless pig. A cry escaping him as Iron Tide's contracted little pig found itself squashed beneath him. Oink! This is a miserable life. The little pig struggled to escape, only to be caught by Iron Tide and shoved into his mouth. Oink, oink. The little pig struggled desperately, but in the end, Iron Tide had indulged a bit too much. Halfway through the lift, he tossed the little creature aside. The pig, snorting plaintively, scurried to a corner, casting a terrified glance at Iron Tide. The following noon, Iron Tide finally awoke, his hangover causing a persistent throbbing in his head. Silently, he packed his belongings and stepped out of the dormitory, ensuring not to disturb anyone. Iron Tide's home was situated quite a distance from the Beast Taming High School, in a small rural town, requiring a 1-hour bus ride followed by a transfer to reach home. Upon reaching the ground floor, his homeroom teacher awaited him, presenting him with a certificate. It was the certificate of a junior beast tamer. Take care not to lose it, she instructed. Thank you, Iron Tide replied as he exited the campus where he had resided for 3 years. 2.5 hours later, Iron Tide returned home, cradling the little pig. It was Wednesday, and the house was empty. He skillfully retrieved leftover food from the refrigerator, piling it onto a plate and placing it before the little pig. The pig inquired, bewildered by the remains. If you want to eat, then go graze outside, Iron Tide retorted. The little pig immediately buried its head in the leftovers, devouring them frantically while continuing to snort. Such a messy eater, Irontide noted, as the pig's snorts abruptly ceased. At 6 o'clock that evening, the door opened, and Irontide's mother returned home. "You're back, Irontide. How did your beast tamer exam go?" she inquired, noticing him sprawled on the sofa, lethargically watching television. The certificate's on the table, he mumbled, his eyes fixated on the screen, motionless. Irontide's mother glanced at the certificate on the table and confirmed it was indeed the Junior Beast Tamer certificate. "We're going out to eat today. Bring your beast along." The little pig perked up at this, sprinting to Irontide's mother and nuzzling her leg. "How did you end up with this creature? Perhaps we should roast it instead and then bond with a new one," she joked, rubbing the pig's head. The little pig froze, gazing up at her in sheer terror. Is this where it gets its traits from?" Irontide remarked. "When it falls in battle, that's when we'll feast on it." Irontide continued, still sounding weary. The pig felt as though it had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Life as a pig was indeed arduous. Irontide's mother led him to a small restaurant they frequented, ordering several dishes while waiting for Irontide's father to arrive. "What is your beast's name?" she asked. "I haven't named it yet. How about braised pork? Or Genoa ham? Sweet and sour ribs? Which name sounds best?" Irontide pondered aloud. At that moment, the restaurant owner approached with a smile. "I'm quite adept at naming beasts. What do you think, old goo? How about red-furred iron pig? I still prefer braised pork. If it doesn't put in the effort in battle, it'll surely become braised pork," Irontide replied. The little pig shivered at the thought, wondering how such a twisted person could exist, always thinking about eating it. Thus, the pig was officially named braised pork. "Very well, as long as you like it. So, you've graduated. Where are you planning to attend university?" Old Goo inquired. "I haven't decided yet. Going to the capital sounds good, and the south is appealing as well." Irontide replied nonchalantly. "I've heard that the Beast Taming University in the capital provides the best training for beast tamers. You should consider applying there." A man interjected as he entered the restaurant. "Dad, I understand. I'll apply there," Irontide responded, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Soon, the ordered dishes began to arrive, and Irontide's nose twitched at the delightful aroma. "Is there wild beast meat?" he asked. "You have a keen nose. I included some wild sheep meat. Since you successfully bonded with your beast and graduated, this is a treat from me, old Goo." "Old Goo, does Annie know you're doing this?" Irontide inquired. "No worries. I have the authority to handle this," Old Goo assured him. After enjoying their meal, the trio returned home. Irontide's mother checked the enrollment dates for the Beast Taming University in the capital and, upon seeing that there were only 10 days left, became anxious. "Irontide, enrollment starts in 10 days. When do you plan to leave? You should go early and perhaps find a part-time job as a beast tamer," she urged. "Then let us book the tickets. Can you manage on your own?" Irontide's father asked. "Isn't the railway safe lately?" Irontide questioned, puzzled. "I haven't heard anything, but I'm concerned you might be deceived." "Who would deceive me? I'd use braised pork to crush them," Irontide scoffed, glancing at the little pig beneath the dining table. This little creature with incomplete teeth, who could it possibly crush? Feeling underestimated, braised pork was not pleased. It opened its mouth, unleashing a burst of flames, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "This little fellow shows promise. Take it with you," Old Goo remarked. "I've booked your tickets for the day after tomorrow morning." Chapter 8, The Capital. 2 days later, Irontide, with his luggage and a new phone, boarded the train to the capital. The journey from his hometown would take approximately 15 to 16 hours, meaning he would likely arrive in the early hours of the next day. The train was filled with beast tamers, and larger beasts had their designated spacious compartments, while Irontide, with his small beast, was relegated to the regular cabin. Few passengers shared his age, and even fewer were headed to the capital. As the train sped forward, the scenery outside blurred past, and boredom set in after a while. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, grilled fish slices, beer, beverages, mineral water. "Please gather your beasts," announced a vendor pushing a cart through the aisle. Bored, Irontide pulled out a bread roll from his backpack and began to nibble on it. Feeling uncomfortable without something to eat, braised pork, perched on his lap, watched the bread with longing eyes, too afraid to utter a sound, fearing Irontide's next words would involve eating it. "Young man, your beast seems to want a bite. Why not share?" an elderly man commented. Irontide glanced down, noticing braised pork had drooled onto his leg. "Braised pork, I warn you. If you keep drooling, I'll turn you into braised pork," he said. Braised pork immediately halted its drooling, casting a sorrowful look at the elderly man speaking to Irontide. "It's fine. Missing a meal or two won't harm it." Irontide replied indifferently. "You can't raise a beast like that. They have their own emotions. Only by forging a bond can they fight alongside you more effectively," the elder advised. "You see, I named it braised pork. This is my expectation for it to become a dish of braised pork," Irontide said, pinching braised pork's ear as he spoke to the elder. "You're quite an amusing young man. Are you certain you want to end up on the battlefield against wild beasts?" the elder queried. I doubt it, Irontide replied, somewhat uncertain. If there's a possibility of combat, you must train your beast well. Otherwise, it's your life that will be at stake on the battlefield, the elder cautioned. Though Irontide did not share this belief, he could not change others' opinions. Not wanting to prolong the conversation with the elder, he stuffed the remaining half of the bread into braised pork's mouth, instantly filling the little creature with happiness. Irontide then pulled out a thick book from his bag and began to read. The elder glanced at the book on intermediate beast taming that Irontide was engrossed in, choosing to remain silent and not disturb him. Irontide read at a rapid pace. As long as he concentrated fully on the task, he could memorize everything in the text, though it required substantial energy, necessitating continuous snacking. At present, Tietao devotes only half of his attention to reading. He must peruse this book at least 3 times, and he intends to skim through this newly purchased tome as well. The exceptionally thick volume allows him to turn a page in approximately half a minute, while the twilight outside the train gradually deepens. After closing the book, he glances at his phone. Over 8 hours have elapsed, and he deems the book read. Tietao retrieves another loaf of bread to replenish his expended energy. With his eyes shut, he consumes the bread, finishing it swiftly before reaching for yet another. It is only after he has devoured his 5th loaf that he slowly opens his eyes, the hunger induced by his energy expenditure dissipating. He then extracts a book related to intermediate beast taming from his bag. This one is considerably thinner, comprising just over 200 pages, discussing the evolutionary cases of 6th grade wild beast mutations. Continuing to read under the dim lights of the train, he remains engrossed in the text. After nearly 2 hours, he has also skimmed through this book. The material presented within these pages is predominantly theoretical, devoid of practical applications. It serves merely as a reference for actual operations. With several hours remaining before his train stop, he decides to take a short nap, his phone's alarm already set. Tietao pulls out yet another loaf of bread, stuffing it into the mouth of his companion, braised pork, and leans back to close his eyes and rest. Drowsily, the alarm sounds, signaling that it is nearly time for him to disembark. Arriving at the south station of the capital city. Passengers, please take your belongings, the train's announcement echoes. Tietao gathers his backpack from the overhead rack and picks up his satchel. Braised pork trails behind him as they disembark with the throng. After exiting the station, he hails a taxi, directing it towards the capital Beast Tamers University. The capital, even at this hour, is far more bustling than his small hometown, with numerous street vendors already setting up their stalls. After more than half an hour, Tietao grits his teeth and settles the fare. He opts for a modest inn near the university, primarily due to its affordability. Upon entering the room, he finds it to be quite clean, albeit small. He resolves to make do for the night, planning to move to the university's guest house the following day. Lying on the bed, he prepares to sleep, aware that he has much to accomplish upon arriving in the capital. Hence, he must restore his energy. However, fate often defies expectations, and the inn's soundproofing proves woefully inadequate. Unmentionable noises waft in from the adjacent room, prompting Tietao to mentally recite a calming mantra to suppress his youthful ire. When the sounds cease, he prepares to drift off. Unexpectedly, the wall opposite him reverberates with the sound of a whip cracking, followed by another wave of unmentionable sounds. Goodness! In such a small room, they certainly know how to indulge. This is utterly sleep-depriving, Tietao thinks. It seems as though the occupants of the adjoining rooms have unwittingly entered into a relay of sorts, continuing their activities until dawn. With dark circles forming under his eyes, Tietao hastily makes his way to the guest house of the capital Beast Tamers University. Arriving at the front desk, he presents his identification and diploma, addressing the receptionist. I wish to apply to Capital Beast Tamers University. I am here to check in. Is there a discount available? Applicants receive a 30% discount. Please provide your identification and diploma, as well as your beast tamer or beast breeder certificate. Tietao sets down his satchel, lifts braised pork by the scruff of its neck, and places his identification and diploma on the counter. After a couple of beeps, the receptionist responds. Your information has been registered. Enrollment for the entrance examination takes place at the campus admissions office. With that, she hands him a room key, and he feels a sense of relief, finally finding a place where he can settle in peace. Chapter 9. Part-time teacher Tietao places all his luggage in the room, gathers the necessary materials for registration, and heads towards the school's admissions office with braised pork in tow. The admissions office is easy to locate, with prominent signage directing him once he enters the campus. However, it is still quite early, and the staff has yet to arrive, resulting in a long queue of applicants. He laments not having queued the previous night, as it would have spared him from the torment of unmentionable sounds in that small inn. Had he known the admissions office would be open, he would have already completed his registration. At precisely 9 a.m., staff finally arrive at the admissions office, and the line gradually diminishes. Tietao observes the expressions of those exiting. Some wear looks of joy, while others appear dejected. He ponders how a mere registration could elicit such varied emotions. After 4 hours, only one person remains before him in line. The individual enters the admissions office, and Tietao leans in to listen. "Teacher, I wish to enroll in the Beast Taming major," a student of his age states. "Very well. I need to inspect your beast and verify your talent certificate. You must meet the enrollment criteria displayed on the wall," the admissions officer replies mechanically. A few minutes later, Tietao hears the officer say, "Your talent is acceptable, but your beast's potential is insufficient. Please return next year to apply." The student exits the office, crestfallen. Soon after, it is Tietao's turn. "Hello, I wish to apply for the beast breeder major." The admissions officer glances at him. "Identification, diploma, and your junior beast breeder certificate." Tietao presents each document to the officer. "All set. Please arrive by 9 a.m. 6 days from now. Do not be late." The officer returns his documents along with an admission ticket. With braised pork in hand, Tietao exits the admissions office, organizing his belongings. He heads to the convenience store, purchases 3 loaves of bread, tears open one package, and offers it to braised pork. He consumes the remaining 2 loaves while seated beside his companion. A few minutes later, he resolves to seek a part-time job, as his funds are exceedingly low. After paying his tuition, he barely has enough left for meals. With braised pork accompanying him, he exits the campus and begins to explore shop after shop along the street. He hopes to find establishments hiring staff, noting that there are plenty of shops lining the street. 2/3 of them are inns, confirming the thriving business of lodgings near the university. The remainder consists mostly of restaurants, internet cafes, and beast breeding centers, with only 3 of the latter. The beast breeding centers are his target, so he casually enters one. "Hello. Are you looking to advance a beast or enhance its level, bloodline, or potential?" A staff member greets him. "I was wondering if you were hiring any part-time beast tamers." "I am seeking a job," Tietao replies. The staff member looks taken aback by his request. "Apologies, but we do not hire part-time beast tamers." Tietao is not surprised. Many beast breeding centers do not offer part-time positions. "Excuse me," he says, taking braised pork and moving on to the next beast breeding center. As expected, this one also does not hire part-time beast tamers, leaving him with all his hopes pinned on the last center. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the larger the disappointment. The final beast breeding center also turns him away. Tietao is at a loss for what to do. Finding part-time work as a beast tamer is exceedingly difficult. At that moment, a flyer blows past him, advertising a part-time teaching position at a beast tamer training institute. This is quite satisfactory. Once employed, I shall have a stable income for my own sustenance. Tietao made his way towards the specified address, where he found a rather modest training institution, small enough to accommodate merely 2 classes of 20 students each. However, the institution was bustling with students. As he entered, clutching a flyer, he was met with indifference until he reached their office to clarify his purpose, at which point someone finally attended to him. "Hello. Which subject are you applying to teach?" inquired the personnel from the training institution. "I am open to any subject, be it academic courses or beast raising," Tietao replied. "Let us conduct a brief assessment. You may choose the subject in which you excel based on your performance," the personnel suggested, evidently attempting to gauge Tietao's capabilities. A series of papers was placed before him. "Will you be able to complete these within 2 hours?" the personnel asked. Tietao glanced over the papers. "No need. Half an hour will suffice." With that, he picked up a pen and began writing with remarkable fluency, the personnel observing as he answered each question with ease and grace. 25 minutes later, Tietao handed the completed papers back to the personnel. "Is it certain you have not merely scribbled?" the personnel asked, astonished. "Check the answers, and you shall see," Tietao replied. The personnel began verifying the responses while Tietao amused himself with a piece of braised pork. 40 minutes later, the personnel, drenched in sweat, confirmed that every answer was correct, mirroring the standard responses perfectly. "In light of your performance, I must consult with my superior," the personnel stated. After a phone call, a middle-aged man in a suit entered the office. "Greetings, you are the candidate who completed the assessment, correct?" Tietao nodded in affirmation. "Your performance on the test is commendable. However, I am curious about your teaching skills. I have never taught before, so I cannot predict what it will entail." Tietao answered candidly. "That complicates matters. However, I can arrange for you to conduct a trial lesson. If it proves successful, we can discuss salary and contract terms." "How does that sound?" the manager proposed. "Certainly. Can it be arranged swiftly?" The manager checked the time. "In 20 minutes. I will schedule a trial lesson in beast raising for you. I will observe your teaching effectiveness." 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye as Tietao stepped into the classroom. "Classmates, let us begin with introductions. My name is Tietao, and I am soon to undertake the academic examination at the capital Beast Raising University. I am not much older than you, and I am unsure of the specific queries you may have regarding beast raising, so please feel free to ask me directly." With that, Tietao produced his examination permit and the certificate for a novice beast raiser to showcase, speaking with sincerity. A barrage of questions, both serious and whimsical, ensued, delving beyond the confines of their textbooks. Regardless of the challenges posed, Tietao provided immediate responses to all inquiries. 40 minutes later, the classroom fell into a profound silence. No further questions were forthcoming. Are there no more inquiries? Tietao asked. The students remained mute. Very well, I shall pose a question for you. One that appears in this year's novice beast raiser examination, specifically from the third section. Tietao swiftly inscribed on the blackboard, the anomalous evolution of the snow wolf, requiring changes in bloodline and enhancement of potential. Please present a detailed plan. Chapter 10, Entrance Examination. This question was deliberately less restrictive than during the examination, which had imposed numerous conditions, such as the need for a surgical table. By reducing the restrictions, it transformed into an open-ended question. The transmutation of ice attributes to fire attributes represented an inverse attribute mutation, a formidable challenge for them. Many were deep in thought, while others had already surrendered to inaction, awaiting Tietao's explanation. The observing manager approached the front of the classroom and addressed the seated students. Class, we shall conclude here. Please remember this question for your assignment. With that, the lesson came to an end, and the students began to exit the classroom one by one. Teacher Tietao, please follow me, the training institution manager requested. Tietao accompanied him to the office, where a printed contract awaited him. Teacher Tietao, please review the contract. If all is satisfactory, kindly sign it. For salary, simply write down 2,500. Tietao was uncertain whether this amount was high or low, calculating whether 2,500 would suffice for his expenses. Upon reflection, he found it adequate for his needs, though insufficient for indulging in braised pork. Is this all? It seems rather modest, Tietao remarked to the manager. Just review the contract. We offer commissions as well. The more students you attract to your courses, the greater your earnings, the manager explained patiently. His focus shifted entirely to the contract as he meticulously examined each page. It dawned on him that every student who enrolled in his classes would yield an income of 50 per session. Upon further calculation, he realized this could accumulate to a substantial sum. Provided he conducted several classes each day, this income would sustain him comfortably. Engrossed in the details, he overlooked any potential issues within the contract and filled in the necessary information as stipulated. With 2 copies of the contract, Tietao retained his portion. Welcome aboard. Teacher Tietao, the manager applauded, initiating a round of applause from the other instructors in the office. Thank you, everyone, Tietao responded graciously. When shall I commence teaching? He inquired. Once your entrance examination concludes, we should be able to fill a class. We will notify you via phone, the manager informed him. Esteemed colleagues, I shall take my leave, Tietao declared, departing with his braised pork. This is a rare talent. Expedite the creation of his promotional materials and nameplate, the manager instructed. This marked one of the most significant efforts by the manager in recent years to promote someone, underscoring the high regard in which he held Tietao. The office buzzed with activity once more, though Tietao remained blissfully unaware. He sold a considerable amount of bread and instant noodles before returning to the guest house, planning to remain indoors until the day of the entrance examination. Time passed swiftly, and the moment of Tietao's examination arrived. After several days of seclusion in the guest house, he finally stepped out, heading towards the examination venue. During the summer break, the campus remained lively, with many parents awaiting the arrival of their children just admitted to the examination hall. Tietao, accompanied by his braised pork, entered the examination room, where the pork was temporarily lodged in an adjacent classroom, where provisions were prepared to ensure the beasts remained quiet during the examination. As the bell rang, the papers were distributed, comprising mathematics, language, geography, history, chemistry, and physics, 6 subjects in total. Each subject contained 3 papers, amounting to 18 in total, with a strict 6-hour time limit. The time constraints were intense, and many struggled to complete the papers. They were beastmasters, their mental fortitude sufficient to endure such a demanding examination. If these individuals were to step onto the beast battlefield, the required mental fortitude would be significantly elevated. The current threshold merely serves as a filter to ensure that those emerging from the Imperial Beast University in the capital can endure longer. As the examination papers were distributed, the only sound resonating in the examination hall was the rapid scratching of pens on paper. Every candidate moved swiftly with their writing. In this tense atmosphere, merely completing the answers was already an impressive feat, as the majority relied on instinct and memory to tackle the questions. Tietao's advantage lay precisely in this realm. The vast repository of questions stored in his mind would, if documented, amount to several gigabytes. The candidates in the examination hall were oblivious to the passage of time, their thoughts entirely consumed by the task at hand. as they were to labor for 6 continuous hours. After 4.5 hours had elapsed, Tietao finally finished all the papers. His pace had notably slowed compared to his usual speed. Under normal circumstances, he would have taken even less time. The questions set by the Imperial Beast University were indeed challenging, and the calculations required were quite substantial. He concentrated all his attention on the papers to enhance his accuracy, which inadvertently slowed his answering speed considerably. For hours of unwavering focus had drained much of Tietao's energy, and a wave of hunger surged within him. He could even catch the enticing aroma wafting in from the adjacent classroom. Upon submitting his papers, Tietao was the first to exit the examination hall under the watchful gaze of the invigilator. He retrieved some braised pork from the neighboring classroom and made his way out of the teaching building. The parents waiting outside were astonished to see someone emerge so swiftly, as it was evident that those who exited early had likely succumbed to the pressure and submitted incomplete answers. While the parents had no intention of prying for information, the reporters, already stationed at the entrance, rushed towards Tietao without hesitation. In a swift turn, Tietao entered the convenience store, paid for a few loaves of bread, and began to eat. The shopkeeper, a slightly portly gentleman in his 60s, donned a pair of round spectacles. This was the first time Tietao observed the shopkeeper closely and suddenly realized he bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew, particularly akin to the former national coach, Anchi. Tietao stared at the shopkeeper while munching on his bread. "Young man, is there something on my face?" the elderly proprietor inquired. "No, you just remind me of someone." Tietao mumbled. "Is it the coach Anchi from the Kunji battle team, the one affectionately known as Old Dad? You are not the first to mention that." "Everyone seems to think so," the old man chuckled heartily. Lowering his voice, he continued, "In truth, I am Anchi's younger brother, Anong. Others affectionately call me Old Uncle." Tietao found the old man rather amusing. At the very least, that was his impression. "Old Uncle? That sounds right. Let me treat you," the old man said, opening a bottle of drink and handing it over. "An opportunity to enjoy free food and drink. How could I refuse?" Tietao mused. "How did the entrance exam go?" the old man asked. "It was manageable. The questions were not difficult," Tietao replied after taking a sip of the drink, his speech becoming more fluid as he emphasized the term Old Uncle. "You didn't just scribble random answers, did you?" the old man teased. "The questions were rather straightforward. I didn't need to resort to guesswork. I concentrated all my efforts on answering them, so I shouldn't have made too many mistakes," Tietao responded candidly. "Isn't that what one should do when focused?" the old man inquired curiously. "If it were a regular exam, I would have submitted my answers much earlier." Tietao continued with unvarnished honesty. Soon, Tietao had consumed several loaves of bread, and the pangs of hunger had finally subsided. The braised pork watched Tietao, glancing back and forth at itself. Who has the real pig here?" "Old Uncle, do you have the most affordable beast feed?" Tietao asked. "The cheapest beast feed?" the old man murmured as he rummaged through his supplies, eventually producing a large sack. Tietao stared in astonishment. This was what they referred to as the cheapest feed? "Isn't this the brand that makes bread?" he queried in confusion. "Indeed, this was a trial product. It didn't perform well in the market, so I'm letting it go for cheap." $1,000, the old man replied. "What? Old Uncle, this bag costs $1,000? Tietao exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. "Compare it to my regular beast feed. A small pack goes for $890. This large sack weighs 15 kilograms. It's a bargain." "Old Uncle, do you have any kitchen scraps for sale? Just enough to feed a pig?" Do I only deserve scraps?" the braised pork lamented internally. "What? You plan to feed your beast scraps?" The old man looked at Tietao with a perplexed expression. Then the old man burst into laughter, throwing an arm around Taitao's shoulders. "You are the first to express such a notion. Haven't you taken any beast care classes? If I can't afford feed, I'll settle for the cheap scraps. Isn't that common sense in raising pigs?" Tietao replied. "When do you intend to sell it?" The old man continued to chuckle. "Perhaps one day, when it challenges a high-level beast. If it perishes in battle, I'd have a reason to eat it, and I could save on food expenses." Tietao stated with utmost seriousness. "Why do you seem so financially strained? Aren't those who can attend school supposed to have money?" the old man asked curiously. "I'm poor. I come from the countryside. I have no money," Tietao replied, continuing his unembellished honesty. "The Imperial Beast University charges $42,000 a year. Are you telling me you can't afford beast feed?" The old man laughed heartily. "What? 42,000? I thought it was 4,000 too." Tietao was left utterly speechless. "You didn't know the tuition fee?" Now it's the old man's turn to be curious. "Goodness, I truly can't count. They must have accidentally added an extra zero to my tuition," Tietao exclaimed in disbelief. He then picked up the braised pork and looked at the old man with a flattering expression. "Old Uncle, is there a market for selling beasts? Could I sell this one for 42,000? The braised pork thought. "You would sell me off right after I was born?" The old man pinched the braised pork, murmuring, "A wild plains boar, level 9, bloodline unknown, Potential around level 6. If contracted, the price is halved. About 10,000 would be reasonable. That's it. It's all over. This wretched pig isn't worth a dime, Tietao thought, utterly dismayed upon hearing the old man's assessment. There must be a way. Tietao lamented as he exited the convenience store in a daze. The reporters, already gathered at the entrance, nearly thrust a microphone into his mouth. This student is the first to emerge. How did this year's exam questions fare? Were they difficult? One reporter began to speak into the camera. Is there a payment? I want to respond without compensation. Tietao continued his aimless walk towards the guest house. There's compensation. There's compensation, the female reporter declared, pulling out $200 from her colleague's bag and extending it toward Tietao. Upon seeing the money, he instantly accepted it, checking twice to ensure it wasn't counterfeit. With the cash safely stowed away, his earlier days dissipated, replaced by a cheerful smile. Miss Reporter, how should I respond appropriately? The female reporter was momentarily taken aback by this sudden shift in demeanor. What is going on? This student, just be honest, she said with professional composure. This year's questions were quite simple, particularly easy. I even spent over 20 minutes double-checking, and when I found it uninteresting, I simply submitted my paper. Tietao replied truthfully. Cut that part out. The female reporter instructed, then quickly jotted down a brief script and handed it to Tietao. Just say this. All right. No problem, Tietao said with a smile as he accepted the script and read through it twice. All right, dear reporter, the female journalist signaled to the cameraman to restart. May I ask, has the cultural exam at the Beastmaster University in the capital posed any challenges for you? Not particularly, although it was somewhat challenging. I managed to complete it, the student replied. As for my score, I am uncertain. And do you believe you have a chance of being admitted to the Beastmaster University this year? The journalist continued. Perhaps. Though I might be at the bottom of the list, he answered modestly. Thank you, dear student. Ladies and gentlemen, we eagerly await the results to be announced this evening. Farewell. The cameraman gave an okay sign to the journalist, signaling the end of the segment. With a face once again filled with despair, Tietao resumed his walk towards the guest house. Remember to come for an interview when the results are announced. There's a reward of 200 yuan, the female journalist called out to Tietao, who was now behind her. Of course, dear reporter, he replied, his frown instantly transforming into a smile. Upon returning to the guest house, Tietao laid down on his bed to rest. The day had been overwhelming. He realized that his tuition fees had inexplicably dropped by a zero, leaving him nearly 40,000 yuan short. He dialed the phone number of the training institution's owner. Is this Tietao? Have you completed your exam? Yes, I have. When can I schedule my classes? I am in desperate need of money, Tietao candidly remarked. It should be within the next couple of days. There are already over a dozen students enrolled in your course. How many classes do you intend to conduct in a day? Can I conduct 24 classes in a day? Tietao inquired earnestly. What? You cannot expect us to work without rest. The maximum is 6 classes a day, the owner replied. Then 6 it shall be. Tietao acquiesced, resigned. How did you perform? Will you make the list? The owner asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. I think I might, Tietao responded. What time are the results announced? Are you unaware? The results will be revealed at 6 o'clock this evening. All right, I will accompany you there. Where are you staying? At the Beastmaster University Guest House, room 308. Got it. Please rest for now, the owner advised. After hanging up, the owner instructed his staff, pause all ongoing tasks. We will resume work once the results are out. The staff exchanged glances, realizing the nature of their capitalist employer. Chapter 12. The female journalist's embarrassment. At 5:30 that evening, a knock echoed at Tietao's door. It was the owner of the training institution. You've come, boss. Tietao greeted him with enthusiasm. From now on, do not address me as boss. Call me Teacher Zhang Haoran, understood? Zhang Haoran replied. Of course, Teacher Zhang Haoran. Let us go. We need to see the results. Zhang Haoran led Tietao toward the university library, where the results were traditionally displayed on a large screen. Tietao was taken aback by the size of the screen. It towered 3 stories high, measuring nearly 10 meters in height and over 20 meters in length. No wonder tuition fees were so high. That screen must have cost a fortune. The screen displayed a countdown, 12 minutes until the results were announced. A female journalist was peering around the entrance of the library, seemingly searching for something. The cameraman tapped her on the shoulder. Where should I point the camera? He inquired. The journalist frowned, brushing off dirt from her attire. I'm sorry, but your camera is too prominent. Look, there's a pig over there. The cameraman quickly gestured towards a roast pig. The journalist's eyes lit up. It was indeed a pig, munching on grass. She scanned the area and spotted Tietao. Ah, you're here, she exclaimed. Ah, the fortune-bringing child. I mean, dear reporter. You have arrived, Tietao corrected himself swiftly. Take a look here. Just follow this script during the interview, the journalist instructed. Sure, no problem, Tietao replied, mimicking a gesture of counting money. The cameraman, having lost 200 yuan, watched helplessly as the money slipped into Tietao's pocket. Time flew by, and the results were finally revealed. Everyone in front of the library began searching for their names, but Tietao was an exception. He merely glanced at the top of the list before returning his attention to the script provided by the journalist. Have you not found your name? The journalist noticed Tietao had ceased searching. Tietao folded the script and donned a sorrowful expression. No, I truly haven't. Perhaps next year. Don't worry. If you didn't succeed this year, there's always next year. Keep striving. Thank you. I will certainly work hard next year. Tietao made a gesture of encouragement. To all students taking the exam next year, remember, never submit your paper early. This is the consequence. Keep this in mind. The beautiful reporter stated for the camera. The cameraman halted the recording and reviewed the footage, giving the journalist an okay sign. Next, we shall seek out the top scorer for an interview, he announced. How will we find Tietao amongst so many people? The journalist pondered. Tietao, you have achieved first place. This is fantastic. Zhang Haoran exclaimed, patting Tietao on the shoulder. Isn't that expected? I never settle for second place, Tietao replied candidly. Head back on your own, I assure you. Tomorrow you will have a multitude of students wishing to enroll. I must take my leave now, Zhang Haoran added, quickly dashing off towards the training institution. Tietao observed Zhang Haoran's flamboyant running style, wiping the non-existent sweat from his brow. What a peculiar way of running, he thought to himself. The cameraman and the journalist slowly turned their attention toward Tietao. Is that him? They both wondered internally. With a bold demeanor, the journalist approached Tietao once more. Are you Tietao? She inquired. Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Tietao responded. The journalist quickly shifted her expression, adopting a cautious tone. No, of course not. May I conduct another interview? Tietao once again mimicked the gesture of counting money. The cameraman was now broke, his wallet empty. The journalist's wallet was also depleted, and they managed to gather a total of 1,000 yuan, which they handed to Tietao. Tietao counted the money slowly, ensuring he did it thrice before finally accepting it. How should I respond to such a generous offer? He asked, smiling. You can answer however you wish. The journalist replied awkwardly. Please proceed with your questions, Tietao encouraged. Dear Tietao, did you submit your paper early because this year's questions were relatively easy? The journalist asked with a forced smile. This is similar to the question you asked earlier. I will stick to my response from this morning to save time. Tietao thought. Fortunately, while there were some challenges, I managed to complete it. As for my score, I am uncertain. Tietao recited the scripted response, even maintaining the same expression. Wait, is this not the script I provided him? How is he responding in such a manner? He even subtly posed with a clever expression. What is happening? The journalist was bewildered. His professional integrity saved him. Tietao, you can respond with your own thoughts. There is no need to adhere strictly to the script. Shall we re-record? Evidently, she realized her presumptions were unfounded. Tietao sighed, ready to speak. But the journalist beat him to it. Let us have another meal tonight, and forget all the scripts. We will re-record, she proposed. Absolutely, that sounds fine. Tietao readily agreed, casting a glance at the roast pork still munching on grass. Dining out? How splendid. The roast pork promptly ceased its grazing and scampered over to Tietao's side. Let us commence, the female reporter stated. Tietao, did you submit your exam paper early because this year's questions were relatively easier? This year's questions are exceedingly simple. In fact, I even spent over 20 minutes reviewing. It became so tedious that I decided to submit my paper. It seems that Tietao's achievement of securing the top position is indeed well-deserved. You must have practiced a great deal, then? Not particularly. I've merely worked through every question available on the market. Tietao responded with a hint of embarrassment. The reporter found herself at a loss for words. If that was considered little, what would be the measure of others' efforts? Sensing the awkward silence, Tietao continued. I've diligently gone through nearly 50 years' worth of past papers for the Junior Beast Tamer's written exam, aside from other materials. The time spent on cultural subjects has indeed been minimal. The reporter was at a loss for further inquiries and pressed on with her questions. Tietao, it appears you are enrolled in the Beast Taming program this year. When do you plan to take the intermediate Beast Tamer exam? If circumstances permit, I would need to prepare for about 6 months to a year. If all goes smoothly, I should be able to sit for the next intermediate exam. Tietao calculated aloud. You seem quite prepared, the reporter remarked. I wish you success in your upcoming exam and congratulations on your first place admission. Thank you. The cameraman, wearing a pained expression, gestured an okay sign. When are we having a meal? Is there wild beast meat available? Tietao inquired eagerly. Chapter 13. Our relationship is purely a monetary transaction. The cameraman grimaced further upon hearing about wild beast meat. Why is this so difficult? This interview has utterly depleted my finances. I am considering breaking up with you, he thought. I must return to edit the footage, otherwise I won't make it for the evening broadcast. I will take my leave now. With that, the cameraman dashed toward the school gate, his speed rivaling that of a sprinter. This left the female reporter with an empty wallet, contemplating. No matter, I still have my credit to indulge in consumption without fear. So, Tietao, where shall we dine? The reporter asked. I recall there is a grilled wild beef restaurant at the entrance. Let us go there, Tietao replied earnestly. All right, sounds good. The reporter said with a slight twitch of her eye. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, Tietao approached the proprietor and asked, Sir, is your wild beef authentic? Of course. I run a wild beef establishment. How could I sell fake meat? The owner replied. I meant, is your wild beef truly authentic? Tietao persisted. Absolutely. It is genuine. If it's fake, it's free, the owner assured. That suffices for me, Tietao responded. The reporter observed Tietao only selecting a few items from the menu and instructed the owner, we will not have these few. Bring us one of everything else. Add 2 more portions of the main cut. The reporter shivered slightly. Are you cold, reporter sister? Bring her a bottle of hot drink, Tietao said. No need, sir. I am not cold. I do not want a hot drink, the reporter quickly replied. The owner gave the two a peculiar glance before proceeding to serve the dishes. This restaurant indeed offered authentic wild beef. The last time she had dined there was several years ago. As she tasted the wild beef again, the flavor was delightful, and the warmth was particularly comforting. Tietao devoured the wild beef voraciously, while the roast pork watched, its eyes filled with longing, nudging Tietao with its tiny hooves. I understand. The leftovers will all be yours, Tietao assured the roast pork. Upon hearing this, the roast pork settled down. After 20 minutes, Tietao finally felt full and placed the roast pork on the table, which immediately transformed into a bottomless pit, devouring the remaining food. As the roast pork licked clean the last plate, the meal came to an end. Owner, the bill, please, Tietao said, and he exited the restaurant with the roast pork in tow. How fearful he must be of spending money, the reporter mused. Miss, your total is 3,562 yuan. Let us round it to 3,560 yuan. Will that be cash or card? The owner asked cheerfully. I will use my credit, the reporter stammered. No invoice. Can I get a discount? She inquired again. What are you saying? We are a legitimate establishment and a tax-paying pioneer. How could we engage in such practices? The owner replied sternly. Which organization do you represent? I will expose you, he continued. No worries, sir. I will pay with my credit. The reporter gritted her teeth and opened the payment code. The owner scanned the payment code. Ding. XX payment received. 3,560 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. Here is your invoice. The owner handed her the receipt. The reporter exited the restaurant, looking dazed. Tietao had returned to the guest house, counting the 400 yuan he had earned that day, his face beaming with joy. Ding dong, you have a new message. A mechanical voice emanated from his phone. Upon checking, he discovered a notification regarding his admission to the capital Beast Taming University. Classes start in 20 days? How can it be so swift? The tuition must be paid in full 10 days after receiving the message? Tietao exclaimed. After some calculations, he realized that with a class of 20 students, he would need to attend 5 classes daily just to barely scrape together the tuition, leaving him with a scant amount for living expenses. With only 9 days remaining, time was indeed of the essence. The following afternoon, Tietao received a call from Zhang Haoran. There are too many enrollments in your class, currently. We need to schedule 4 classes daily, which might be overwhelming for you, Zhang Haoran explained. What? Only 4 classes? I intend to attend 5 every day, starting today? Tietao asserted. You won't be able to handle it, Tietao. Trust me, for classes are already the limit, Zhang Haoran continued to advise. No, I thrive on pushing beyond limits, at least 5 classes. Tietao insisted. All right then, it's your decision. I will do my utmost to accommodate you, Zhang Haoran replied. With the influx of students, Zhang Haoran rented an additional room to serve as a classroom, which would be dedicated for Tietao's use once fully set up. After hanging up, Tietao hurried to the training institute, where a massive stand featuring his image caught him off guard. Unfortunately, he had no time to marvel, hastening upstairs. Upon his arrival, Zhang Haoran had already prepared a 10-day schedule for him. This is your timetable, 5 classes daily. I hope you can endure, he said. No problem. Tietao replied, clutching the schedule as he made his way to the classroom. Tietao's curriculum was intricate, comprising individual cultural subjects and beast taming courses, with each day presenting a different combination. 20 minutes later, the lessons commenced, and Tietao employed his traditional method of responding to inquiries. He believed that every question would elicit a corresponding answer. Unlike other instructors who relied on exercises to convey knowledge, Tietao's approach resonated more with the students. As he was not a professional teacher, he could only explain concepts in a manner relatable to students, and the vast repository of questions in his mind was sufficient to meet their needs. The 1.5-hour class swiftly drew to a close, and during the intermission, a female student posed a question to teacher Tietao, the esteemed instructor of cultural studies at the Imperial Beast University. What does it feel like? To be frank, It feels rather unremarkable, he replied candidly. However, the financial rewards are quite substantial. Not only do journalists pay me for my insights, but they also treat me to meals. Quite agreeable. Indeed, Tietao reminisced. What have they treated you to? I hope it isn't because some female journalist has taken a fancy to you. A male student inquired teasingly. Let me tell you, that particular female journalist is rather impoverished. She even resorts to having the cameraman foot the bill for meals. I suspect there might be something more between them. As for her, our interactions are strictly transactional. Nothing more, Tietao stated honestly. Transactional? This revelation piqued the curiosity of the entire class. Indeed, transactional. After submitting my papers, she hands me 200 to read the script. Following the announcement of results, she again requests me to read the script. Upon learning my name, Tietao, she offers me money for my honest opinions. Does that not qualify as a purely financial transaction? Tietao expressed with earnestness. Does anyone have further inquiries? Tietao asked. If you wish to ask again, it shall have to wait until the next break. Teacher Tietao, how are you able to remember so many questions? With practice, one becomes well acquainted with everything, he replied, as he inscribed a middle school mathematics problem on the blackboard. Take a look at this problem. It appears simple, does it not? How many methods can you employ to solve it? Their next class was mathematics, and this question would serve as a perfect segue into the lesson. After several minutes of contemplation, the first student raised a hand. I have 7 methods. 8 methods. Are there any more? Tietao continued to inquire. From the back, a young girl confidently raised her hand. 11 methods. Ah, splendid. Are there any more? Tietao pressed on. The room fell silent. 11 methods seemed to be the limit of their capabilities. Well, let me enlighten you. I possess 17 methods for solving this problem. Hard to believe, isn't it? Count along as I write, Tietao proclaimed before commencing to demonstrate each method on the blackboard. The board was wiped clean multiple times, until after the 5th iteration. Tietao finally presented all 17 methods. 17, correct? No doubt about it, Tietao confirmed. The classroom was enveloped in silence as he continued. Now, would you like to know how this is accomplished? Excitement erupted within the classroom as students clamored to inquire how it was done. Has anyone recorded all 17 methods? Tietao asked. Once more, the young girl raised her hand. What is your name? Tietao inquired. Lomi, came her melodious reply. Such a lovely name. Lomi, please join me at the front to assist in teaching them. Tietao invited her up. The girl shyly approached the blackboard. Please write down one of the answers. Lomi nodded and began writing, while Tietao busily scribbled alongside her. This time, the students were attentive and began to take notes. Both finished writing almost simultaneously, and upon observing that the students had taken their notes, Tietao wiped the board clean, preparing to write once more, completing all 17 methods. Did you notice any commonality among the problems I wrote? They are quite similar, are they not? Although some may present differently, the underlying solution remains the same, Tietao observed. Indeed, I never noticed that before, a student admitted. However, possessing numerous methods holds little significance. In an examination, knowing just one will suffice. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that if the question changes, you may falter. What you must learn is estimation, Tietao asserted. Estimation? How do we learn that? The exquisitely beautiful Lomi looked up at Tietao, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. To estimate a question's answer, one need not be overly precise initially. Simply understanding which type of problem employs this method will suffice. Once mastered, we can delve into advanced concepts, Tietao explained. Noticing some puzzled expressions among the students, he continued, if you can estimate various types of problems, then examinations will become quite manageable. They merely cycle through these problem types. As long as you can execute a complete estimation once, you are unlikely to err on similar questions. The students remained silent, seemingly grasping the concept, yet not fully comprehending. Now, who among you has an impending major examination? I do. Lomi raised her hand, revealing that her significant test was just 5 days away. Do you possess the papers from your last 3 major exams? Tietao inquired. Yes. Very well. Please bring them to me after class, and I shall prepare a set of questions for you. When you return home, compare them with the upcoming exam questions and see how many differ, Tietao instructed. Do not worry if you do not yet understand the estimation method. I shall resolve your concerns first, and when time permits, I will guide you through practice exercises, he assured as he invited Lomi to return to her seat. The lively class concluded as noon approached, while everyone except Lomi rushed off to lunch. She approached Tietao with her papers. Please wait for just 10 minutes, he requested, as he meticulously reviewed all the papers. He quickly jotted down answers on 4 blank sheets, hardly pausing to think. In a mere 8 minutes, he completed a set of questions. Return home and study these thoroughly. For your next mathematics class, remember to strive for first place, he encouraged. Certainly, Teacher Tietao, Lomi replied cheerfully as she skipped away, clutching her papers. Time in class passed swiftly, and Tietao understood why Zhang Haoran advised him against teaching more than 4 classes a day. It truly was exhausting. Today, he had diligently completed 5 lessons. 6 days later, Lomi returned to class, and as anticipated, she had secured first place in mathematics. Her first triumph in achieving such a rank. Although suspicions of cheating lingered regarding Tietao's questions, it only deepened her interest in estimation. She was not alone. Lomi's mother accompanied her as well. Teacher Tietao, how did you devise this set of questions? They are nearly identical to those from the school, her mother inquired. Based on the results of this exam, there should be some discrepancies. The foundational data is too limited. If I had access to historical data, I could predict each question accurately, Tietao replied candidly. Estimation? What kind of discipline is that? Lomi's mother asked. Consider it a personal learning technique of mine. It proves quite practical across various fields, Tietao explained. Then, Teacher Tietao, could you provide an example? Pointing to the black cat Lomi cradled in her arms. He said, isn't this your beast? Indeed, the shadow spirit cat. I usually refer to it as Zhu Zhuqing, Lomi's mother responded. Tietao swiftly pulled out a sheet of paper and began writing, handing it to Lomi's mother when he finished. Upon glancing at it, her mother stood in disbelief. How could this be? This is impossible. Mother, what is it? Lomi asked, noticing her mother's sudden stillness. Her mother quickly composed herself, ignoring Lomi's inquiry, and, still astonished, turned to Tietao. How did you know this? It is calculated. There are 172 ways for it to evolve into the shadow spirit cat, with 18 being of a different species. Given the slight orange hue in its fur, it likely underwent a different species evolution. Thus, we can continue to deduce which orange-furred cats can evolve into it, Tietao elucidated. Could you truly deduce so much from merely a glance? Lomi's mother queried. If we were to further investigate his physical condition, not to mention this, I could even calculate the dosage myself. Irontide spoke candidly. Teacher Irontide, you are indeed underutilized here. Would you care to become our beast trainer at the Roche Group? Additionally, would you consider serving as a tutor for my daughter? I would certainly like to be a beast trainer, but I prefer not to take on part-time work. I am in dire need of money and can only serve as a teacher for a while. Otherwise, I cannot even afford the tuition, Irontide replied honestly. Leave this matter to me. As long as you agree to join our Roche Group, that suffices, urged Luomi. Please agree, Teacher Irontide. Chapter 15. My dormitory houses a cross-dresser. So, just like that, you've extended an olive branch to me? Irontide was taken aback and did not rush to accept the offer immediately. I see great potential in you. And our Roche Group is also embarking on a development in beast training. We are just starting out and naturally require promising newcomers, added Luomi's mother. I have already arranged my upcoming classes, and it would be inappropriate to leave abruptly. I must at least complete the courses I have scheduled before I can join you. Irontide said sincerely. Very well then, here's my business card. Once your current classes conclude, please do not hesitate to contact me, Luomi's mother said, handing him a card. I shall not take up any more of your time, Teacher Irontide. With that, Luomi's mother departed the classroom with Luomi in tow. Left alone in the classroom, Irontide pondered in silence. Teacher Irontide, it's time for lunch. A female teacher knocked on the door of his classroom and called out to him. Coming, Irontide replied, rising to follow the teacher toward the office. The meal was quite simple, merely a boxed lunch bought from a street vendor, and Irontide was not picky. He was simply grateful to have something to eat. Boss Zhang, if I stop working after 10 days, will I still receive payment for these days? Irontide inquired. What? This is rather sudden. Is something the matter? Zhang Haoran responded. Someone has been trying to poach me. They want me to become a beast trainer, Irontide revealed candidly. Oh, so it's not from the same industry. You're going to become a beast trainer? Zhang Haoran asked. I initially sought a part-time position as a beast trainer before coming here, but unfortunately, they were not hiring. I stumbled upon your flyer and decided to give it a shot, Irontide explained. If you have a better opportunity, then go for it. I have no reason to force you to stay here. This place is too small. I can only gather some good resources. And I do not know how long it will last, Zhang Haoran sighed. Rest assured, I will complete all the classes on the schedule. I will honor my commitment. Irontide assured him. That is truly wonderful. If you had left abruptly, I would have had no idea how to wrap things up, Zhang Haoran said, patting Irontide on the shoulder. 9 days later, Irontide, having received his advance payment, went to the school's finance office to pay his tuition. Hello, teacher. I am here to pay my tuition, Irontide stated earnestly. I need to verify your identity and scores with your admission ticket and ID, the teacher replied. Irontide dutifully presented both the admission ticket and ID. Identity confirmed. You may proceed with the payment. Cash or card? The teacher asked. Irontide laid out all the money he had received in advance, counted it carefully, and handed it to the teacher. Watching the numbers rise on the counting machine, his heart bled. All the hard-earned money was slipping away. It was impossible not to feel a pang of heartache. All right, Here is your student card, uniform, and class schedule. The class schedule includes your dormitory information. The teacher monotonously handed over the items. Paying the tuition seemed to drain him of all his energy. After glancing at where his dormitory was located, he prepared to move in. The capital's Beastmaster University has a total of 3 dormitories, 1 for male beast trainers and 2 for beastmasters, 1 male and 1 female. While the female beast trainers are also housed within the female beastmaster's dormitory. The beast training dormitory is the smallest building, comprising only 3 floors, making it easy to locate. Within 10 minutes, Irontide reached his assigned dormitory. A curious coincidence struck him. His dormitory number was the same as the one he had in the guest house, 308. Upon entering the dormitory, Irontide was taken aback to find a girl present in the male dormitory. What the hell? Is this the boys' dorm or the girls' dorm? Irontide exclaimed. What are you saying? I am a boy? A cross-dressing individual replied with a lisp. Please don't disgust us. You're a cross-dressing weirdo. A yellow-haired boy lounging in a Hawaiian shirt retorted disdainfully. Brother, do you really find me that repulsive? The cross-dresser pouted innocently, tears glistening in his eyes. I absolutely detest lisps, especially male ones. The yellow-haired boy kicked the cross-dresser away. Is it really fine to hit him like that? Irontide pointed at the cross-dresser, who was clutching his stomach by the window. It's fine. This isn't the first time. He always shamelessly approaches us. Thank goodness there's a normal person here. Or I would have considered moving out of the dormitory, the yellow-haired boy said, patting Irontide on the shoulder. That's good to hear. I'll go fetch my luggage and see you later. Irontide confirmed his dormitory before stepping out again to collect his belongings from the guest house. His classes were all scheduled for the afternoon, so he still had a bit of time left. Upon returning to the guest house, Irontide checked out and moved his luggage to the dormitory. To his surprise, the class schedule he had left on his bed revealed his identity. Brother, are you the Irontide who topped the cultural exam? The cross-dressing individual asked excitedly. I am Irontide, but I am not your brother, he replied, mimicking the yellow-haired boy's earlier gesture and kicking the cross-dresser towards the window. No wonder you're Irontide. You, like me, dislike male cross-dressers. I'm Tang Shuang, the yellow-haired boy said, patting Irontide on the shoulder. Irontide, he extended his hand. Tang Shuang reciprocated, shaking hands with him. The quiet one over there is Wang Chong, Tang Shuang informed him. Irontide glanced at the time. He had 2 hours before class and decided to rest on his bed for a while. Brother, Irontide, I want to sleep with you, the cross-dressing boy cooed. Tang Shuang, how about we consider cohabitation? Irontide ignored the cross-dresser and addressed Tang Shuang. I am in favor. We might be the first to move out of Beijing's Beastmaster University. Tang Shuang laughed heartily. All right then. I'll look for a place this afternoon and move in within the next couple of days, Irontide said. He had no intention of resting any longer and left the dormitory, heading towards the training institution. No wonder you're the top student. Your efficiency in handling matters is impressive, Tang Shuang remarked. Wang Chong, once they're gone, we can enjoy our beautiful 2-person world, the cross-dressing individual said to Wang Chong. Oh sure. Ling Piaomiao. You go have surgery at my family's hospital first, and then I'll join you in your 2-person world, Wang Chong replied, not looking up from his work. Wang Chong, what kind of hospital does your family run? Ling Piaomiao asked eagerly. My family runs a plastic surgery hospital. We occasionally perform gender reassignment surgeries. I think you should consider it. Perhaps you could cross-dress even better, Wang Chong stated seriously. Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Tang Shuang could no longer contain his laughter. Ling Piaomiao, if you decide to go, I will cover the expenses and hire the best surgeon for you. With that, Tang Shuang gestured dramatically towards his lower body. Chapter 16, The Roche Group. With 2 hours remaining before his class, he arrived at the office to await the commencement of the lesson. Boss Zhang, how much is the monthly rent for a 2-bedroom apartment near the school? Zhang Haoran inquired. Rent in this area is rather steep. Why do you wish to rent? There's a cross-dresser in the dormitory who constantly speaks in a high-pitched voice. I simply cannot endure it, Tietao replied candidly. What? You have a cross-dresser in your dorm? Zhang Haoran exclaimed, laughing uncontrollably as he pounded the table. Is it really that amusing? Tietao questioned. All right, no more laughter. Renting in this area is quite challenging. It has mostly been acquired by the Luo Group. This is one of the reasons we are also preparing to move, Zhang Haoran responded. Understood, Tietao acknowledged. After the day's classes concluded, Tietao called out to Luomi, please relay a message to your mother for me. I'm looking to rent a room nearby. Do you know of any suitable options? He said with a smile. Sure, I'll make sure to pass it on. Goodbye. Teacher Tietao, Luomi replied. With no other choice, that evening, he returned to the dormitory once more. Passing by the convenience store, Tietao entered. Uncle, I've purchased the 1,000 yuan feed. I've had it ready for you. Take it, the storekeeper replied, as Tietao handed over 1,000 yuan bills. He returned to the dormitory, where no one was present. Casually, he picked up a basin from the shelf, unsure of its owner, and poured the feed into it. Braised pork. Eat up and gain some weight, Tietao cheerfully exclaimed, patting the pork's backside. Before long, Tang Shuang returned and was greeted by the sight of a pig feasting in the basin, causing her to burst into laughter. You truly are something, Tietao. I can't believe you would do this, she said. What did I do? Tietao asked, bemused. You'll find out soon enough, Tang Shuang replied, rolling onto her bed and drifting off to sleep. This left Tietao utterly bewildered. After washing up, he lay on his bed, idly flipping through a book on intermediate animal husbandry, while the sounds of the pig munching continued to fill the room. Not long after, a high-pitched voice echoed from outside the door. How dare you call me a girl? That's just excessive. As the door swung open, the loud voice startled everyone in the building. You dare to use my exquisite, limited edition, pink basin as a feeding bowl for a pig. Ling Piaomiao shouted furiously. Tang Shuang could no longer contain herself, popping her head out from under the covers and laughing uncontrollably. The braised pork looked innocently at Ling Piaomiao, unfazed by her outburst, and continued to eat, thoroughly devouring every morsel in the basin. With remarkable speed, the pig emptied the basin, licking it clean, before nudging it with its tiny hoof towards Ling Piaomiao. Oink, oink. The braised pork obediently settled under Tietao's bed, snoring contentedly. My basin, my limited edition basin, has been sullied by this pig. Ling Piaomiao's expression mirrored that of a girl who had been wronged, glaring at the braised pork. Tietao, equally perplexed, wondered what on earth was happening, even noticing Tang Shuang secretly giving him a thumbs up. It's just a basin. I'll compensate you, Tietao stated earnestly. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into acquiring this basin? Ling Piaomiao finally revealed her true feelings in her anger. You really know how to play the role of a lowly, don't you? Tang Shuang remarked, her head popping out from the covers in a fit of laughter. You're lucky to witness this. If you want a basin, I can get you a whole stack tomorrow. The IP for this series is with us. It's just a basin, she added dismissively. What? Tang Shuang, are you really giving me so many? Won't your girlfriend be upset? She doesn't care about you like I do, Ling Piaomiao retorted, her original demeanor returning as she faced Tang Shuang. This left Tang Shuang bewildered, the sudden twist catching her off guard as Ling Piaomiao appeared more imposing than before. Whoa, don't come any closer, Tang Shuang exclaimed, kicking her away. Ling Piaomiao then lunged towards Tietao. Whoa, don't come near me either, Tietao responded, lifting his leg to kick back. Ling Piaomiao darted between them like a ball, zipping back and forth. The dormitory door swung open again, and Wang Chong entered. What is going on here? He inquired. He wanted to crowd our bed, so I had to kick him a bit, Tietao explained sincerely. That seems reasonable, Wang Chong replied. In that moment, Tang Shuang miscalculated her strength, causing Ling Piaomiao to crash into her pink basin, which shattered upon impact. Wang Chong ignored the commotion, returning to his bed to rest. Tietao turned off the dormitory lights, disregarding Ling Piaomiao on the floor, and flopped onto his bed to sleep. The following day, after the final class at the training institute, Luo Mi's mother returned, indicating that Luo Mi had successfully conveyed the message. Teacher Tietao, are you looking to rent a place nearby? She asked. Indeed, I can no longer tolerate the cross-dresser in the dormitory. It's best to move out, Tietao replied. All right, I'll arrange it for you. Have you considered joining our group? Luo Mi's mother inquired. Becoming an animal trainer is my aspiration. I would be delighted to join. My current classes have concluded, so as long as I'm allowed to work part-time, that's fine, Tietao responded earnestly. That's wonderful, Teacher Tietao, Luo Mi's mother said, producing a key and handing it to him. This is for the arranged accommodation. Feel free to settle in. Luo will also be residing there, so you can assist her with tutoring when time permits, she added with a smile. What about my work schedule? Tietao asked. Our group is planning to develop the beast training sector. Currently, we specialize in the trade of wild beast materials. And the beast training aspect should be up and running within 3 months. Regular work won't commence until then, Luo Mi's mother explained. And what about my salary? Tietao inquired directly. There won't be any salary before you start, but I will pay you for tutoring Luo, around 10,000 yuan a month. How does that sound, Teacher Tietao? That works perfectly. I have no objections. This arrangement resolves both my living situation and work, Tietao replied. Luo Mi's mother stood up, extending her hand toward Tietao. Welcome to the Luo group. Just call me Aunt Tang from now on. All right, Aunt Tang. Please refer to me as Tietao, he said, shaking her hand in agreement. Chapter 17. This development seems off. After bidding farewell to Aunt Tang and Luo Mi, Tietao resigned from his position at the training institute. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already afternoon. Ling Piaomiao was cozied up next to Tang Shuang, who was visibly irritated and attempting to push her away. Tietao's arrival disrupted their dynamic, prompting Ling Piaomiao to leap into Tang Shuang's arms. This left Tietao momentarily stunned. What is going on here? Are you too? Don't talk nonsense. My orientation is perfectly normal. Tang Shuang quickly extricated herself, shaking her blonde hair. No worries, you can continue. I'm preparing to move out, Tietao stated matter-of-factly. What? You've already found a place? I want to move out too, Tang Shuang exclaimed. If you wish to reference something, then let us go and take a look together. As I have never been there myself. Tietao spoke candidly. You haven't been there, so how did you manage to rent a place? Tang Shuang remarked, following Tietao, who had already packed his belongings and exited the dormitory. I found a part-time job outside that provided housing. Do you wish to take on a part-time job as well? Tietao replied straightforwardly. No. I merely wish to escape the confines of the dormitory, Tang Shuang stated. As they strolled and conversed, Tietao navigated to the location of the house according to the address. To his surprise, it turned out to be a villa. Is this the house arranged by your part-time job? Tang Shuang inquired with a hint of confusion. The address should be accurate, Tietao replied, somewhat bemused. Come on. I'm familiar with this villa. With that, Tang Shuang produced a key and unlocked the door. Wow, you have a key for this place? Tietao asked, astonished. It's my aunt's house. Why shouldn't I have a key? Tang Shuang said with a serious expression. Your aunt? Tietao's mind raced, and it seemed plausible indeed. Hearing the door open, Luomi dashed down from upstairs barefoot. Cousin, you've arrived, she said with a bored expression, before turning on her heel and heading back upstairs. Cousin, wait. There are others behind me, Tang Shuang called out, exasperated. Luomi poked her head out the door and caught sight of the dazed Tietao. Teacher Tietao, you're here. Come in. Luomi beamed, waving him in enthusiastically. Cousin, why do you treat people so differently? Tang Shuang lamented, growing increasingly frustrated. Luomi ignored him and continued to beckon Tietao inside. All right, stop dawdling. Hurry up and come in, Tang Shuang urged Tietao. Upon entering the villa, Tietao was utterly astonished. He had never encountered such luxurious decor before. All right, stop gaping. Sit here, Tang Shuang said, patting the adjacent sofa. This action jolted Tietao back to reality, and he took a seat on the sofa. Luomi handed Tietao a bottle of drink and settled into a single chair, gazing at him intently. Cousin, stop staring. Tietao isn't that handsome, Tang Shuang remarked. What does it matter to you? I like it, Luomi retorted, rolling her eyes at Tang Shuang while continuing to scrutinize Tietao. So, is this the house provided by your part-time job? Tang Shuang asked again. Sort of. For now, I'll be tutoring Luomi. Eventually, I will work as a beast trainer at the Luo Corporation, Tietao answered earnestly. Tang Shuang leaned closer to Tietao's ear. Have you taken a liking to my cousin? Though she's a bit shorter, she's quite attractive, and her development is commendable. What are you talking about? I'm a serious tutor, Tietao shot back, giving Tang Shuang a disapproving look. All right, I understand. A serious tutor, Tang Shuang acquiesced. It seemed Tang Shuang had opened a floodgate of questions. Cousin, why don't you let me teach you? After all, I've been accepted into the Imperial Beast University in the capital, Tang Shuang said. You? I know your level. You're at the bottom. Don't you realize that? Luomi scoffed. This is called controlling my scores. You wouldn't understand, Tang Shuang argued defiantly. Fine. You can take the time to investigate teacher Tietao's grades. They are from all the exams he has taken. It's not difficult, Luomi stated. Is there a big secret here? Tang Shuang asked. I'm really amazed by you. Cousin, she replied, pulling out her phone and sending a document to Tang Shuang. When he opened the document, his eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck? Is this even real? Is this true about my cousin? He exclaimed. If you don't believe it, have your family checked too, Luomi replied nonchalantly. I know the strength of the Luo family. I admit his grades are impressive. But is it really enough for a novice to become a beast trainer? Even those of us who enter the Imperial Beast University's beast training program are usually just apprentices, Tang Shuang remarked. If you could reverse engineer the materials required for Zhu Zhuqing's anomalous evolution, you could too, Luomi said with pride. Reverse engineer? Isn't that the kind of thing only high-level beast trainers can do? Tang Shuang responded. All right, enough idle chatter. You just stay put. I need to start my tutoring, Luomi declared. Tang Shuang, who had been about to speak, fell silent. Teacher Tietao, come upstairs to my room. I have plenty of questions about the cultural subjects, Luomi said, pulling Tietao's hand and dragging him upstairs. Tietao found himself in a pink-themed room, very much a girl-esque sanctuary. The faint scent wafting through the air was something he had never encountered before, subtle yet delightful. Thus, Tietao began to tutor Luomi in her room. Meanwhile, Tang Shuang, seated on the sofa downstairs, found it difficult to remain still. My cousin's boudoir, and I've never been inside. Now an outsider is in there. What if something happens? He murmured to himself. Surely my cousin must have caught on to my earlier insinuations, he continued, feeling increasingly anxious. This is disastrous. My cousin is falling for him. I must correct her thinking. How can she bring a man into her room so casually? Tang Shuang resolved. With that, he stealthily crept upstairs, positioning himself by Luo Mi's door and pressing his ear against it. Please, do not let me overhear anything inappropriate, he thought anxiously. Faint sounds drifted from within, and Tang Shuang felt his heart race, struggling to decipher the muffled words. Xiao Shuang, you're here. What are you listening to at your cousin's door? A female voice called from below. Startled, Tang Shuang turned his head awkwardly, unsure how to respond. The door swung open abruptly, striking him and sending him crashing against the wall before he tumbled down the stairs. Mom, you're back, Luo Mi exclaimed at the doorway. What was that noise? Tietao poked his head out from the room, witnessing the spectacle of Tang Shuang rolling down the staircase. Tietao, I thought I would have to wait a long time for you. Auntie is making dinner. Let us enjoy a good meal together, Annie said cheerfully. Tang Shuang, sprawled at the foot of the stairs, looked at his aunt with a perplexed expression, realizing things were not unfolding as he had anticipated. Chapter 18. What does an abnormal beast taste like? Cooking was something Tietao had never encountered, and he was eager to learn. Whenever he returned home, he mostly ate at Old Gua's place or subsisted on bread and the occasional meal from the school cafeteria. Cooking had always eluded him. Auntie, may I learn to cook with you? I've wanted to for a long time, but never had the chance, Tietao asked. Of course, Tietao. Xiao Shuang, stop lying there and hurry up to buy some ingredients. Auntie replied with a beaming smile, pleased to have someone to help around the house. Hey, this isn't going as planned, Tang Shuang thought to himself, yet he agreed and headed out the door. Tietao, how is Luo doing in her studies? Is it difficult for her to get into the Imperial Beast University next year? Auntie inquired. She has a solid foundation. She might struggle a bit with science, but it's not a major issue. A year is ample time, Tietao assured her. He needs to study the beasts. I'm also looking for some abnormal beasts for her. Unfortunately, there haven't been many good options lately, Annie mentioned. Changing the bloodline of an abnormal beast is the most challenging task. To strengthen the bloodline is no easy feat. One could say that selecting an abnormal beast is akin to selecting a bloodline, Tietao explained. Having a bloodline is also the hardest thing to verify, as our understanding of abnormal beasts has only spanned a little over a century. The known varieties of bloodlines are rather limited, Aunt Tang remarked. When Luo Mi selects the wild beasts, take me along. I shall assist her in the choice, Tietao earnestly stated. Do you possess a method to discern the bloodlines of wild beasts? Aunt Tang inquired. If I were to reveal it, you might not believe me, Aunt Tang. Tietao replied with a wry smile. Do share. How could I ascertain that my mother would not believe you if you remained silent? Luo Mi gazed at Tietao. I can detect it by scent. If I were to compare the Yomi spirit cat with my family's braised pork, I would still prefer the bloodline of the braised pork, Tietao asserted. Is it this little red-skinned pig? Luo Mi playfully pinched the ear of the braised pork, finding its texture quite agreeable. What bloodline does this pig belong to? Aunt Tang inquired. I am uncertain. I have not tested it. The braised pork's rank is not high, and its potential is rather average. You may conduct a test to ascertain it, Tietao suggested. Since you have mentioned it, let us proceed with the test. With that, Aunt Tang retrieved her phone, pressed a couple of buttons, and placed it to her ear. This is Tang Xin. Please send a wild beast bloodline testing device to my villa, Aunt Tang instructed over the phone. After a brief exchange, she hung up. It will arrive shortly. We shall know the results after the test, Aunt Tang assured. Is there a difference in the scent of various bloodlines? Luo Mi asked with curiosity. Scent, not precisely. One might describe it as an impulse, an urge to consume. The better the bloodline and potential of the wild beast, the stronger the impulse I feel to devour them. Tietao candidly confessed. Humph. So, you indeed wish to eat me. The little pig turned its head to look at Tietao. The braised pork persistently nudged against Luo Mi, and Tietao grasped the curled tail of the braised pork to lift it up. Mischievous pig, what are you doing? Tietao chided. It's fine. She is a female, Luo Mi chuckled. Oh, then it's all right, he replied, releasing the braised pork's tail. A knock resounded at the door. At the entrance, a voice announced, Mr. Tang, the equipment has arrived. Tietao, please open the door, Aunt Tang instructed. Certainly, Tietao responded, walking over to open the grand door. A substantial device was being laboriously carried inside by 4 individuals. Tietao felt they were on the verge of toppling over and stepped forward to assist. The device was indeed quite heavy, or so Tietao thought. With his help, the 4 men found their burden significantly lightened. The equipment was safely placed in the living room, where a bespectacled young man began to conduct adjustments. The door remained open as Tang Shuang entered, laden with various bags. Little Aunt, what is this? It's a wild beast testing device. The latest product developed by our group. Just in time, since Tietao's beast has yet to be tested. Let us evaluate it, shall we? Could it be that my mother-in-law is growing fonder of her son-in-law? Is Tietao truly that charming? Tang Shuang pondered. 10 minutes later, the device was ready for use. Luo Mi cradled the braised pork and the bespectacled young man extracted a small vial of blood from its hoof. The blood in the syringe was transferred into a bottle and placed within the device. It began to vibrate gently, producing a slight hum. The progress bar on the electronic screen steadily advanced as all eyes fixated on it. After 10 minutes, the progress bar filled, and the apparatus ceased its tremors. Phoenix Bloodline. The 4 characters illuminated the screen. The gazes of Luo Mi and her companions shifted towards the little pig, now imbued with newfound respect. This was the bloodline of a divine beast. Tietao, however, was curious about how this egg had come into the possession of the previous principal. For its bloodline was indeed remarkable. No wonder he had felt an overwhelming urge to consume the egg at that time. How did you acquire this wild beast? Tang Shuang inquired. Originally, I was supposed to bond with a magical beast provided by the school. However, due to my commendable grades, I was permitted to select from the wild beast eggs auctioned by previous principals, and the braised pork's egg elicited the strongest urge to consume, so I chose it. Tietao candidly explained. Braised pork, what an impressive bloodline. Luo Mi pinched the ear of the braised pork. Humph, am I not impressive? The braised pork beamed, nudging against Luo Mi affectionately. Restraining myself from eating it was indeed wise. Look, it has only grown more substantial, and I must ensure not to waste it when it meets its demise in battle, Tietao asserted resolutely. Humph, you still wish to consume me? The other 3 regarded Tietao with incredulity. To desire to devour a beast with such a bloodline was unfathomable. A collective thought crossed their minds. They then heard Tietao's voice again. The Phoenix bloodline makes it rather challenging to entertain such thoughts in the future, he remarked. Upon hearing this, their minds were at ease. Let us leave the device here for now. Once this area is cleared, we can move it later, Aunt Tang suggested. Mr. Tang, we shall take our leave, several employees announced before departing from Aunt Tang's villa. The bloodline of the braised pork surpasses that of the Yomi spirit cat. What could its essence truly be? Luo Mi mused as she leaned in to sniff the braised pork, then lifted the Yomi spirit cat, inhaling deeply. She found no scent that stirred her desire to consume it. What? You can discern bloodlines by scent? Tang Shuang gazed at Tietao in disbelief. Little Shuang, whether you believe it or not, there's no denying that Tietao's words seem accurate. If you wish to conduct another test, when you bond with your second wild beast in a couple of days, bring him along, Aunt Tang advised. Not a problem. I'll ensure Tietao accompanies me. If this is indeed the case, little aunt, your Luo family group stands to gain immensely, Tang Shuang expressed enviously. Chapter 19. Strange and Peculiar Fantasies. Enough. Bring over the ingredients you purchased. I shall teach Tietao how to cook, Aunt Tang instructed Tang Shuang. The culinary lessons commenced, with Aunt Tang guiding Tietao through each step, from chopping meat to vegetables, taking their time as there was still a while before mealtime. The modest knife remained obstinate in his hands, yielding only coarse potato strips and clunky pieces of meat. Mockery. Tietao glanced at the braised pork. When making braised pork, there's no need for such meticulous cuts. Large chunks will suffice. The braised pork covered its mouth with its trotters, standing on its hind legs as it slowly backed away. Your beast possesses quite the personality. I rather like it, Aunt Tang remarked. Aunt Tang, just envision the phoenix bloodline. Should it fully awaken, how peculiar would it be for a phoenix body to have a pig's head? Tietao mused. Indeed, that would be rather bizarre, Aunt Tang contemplated. Perhaps it might not be so. What if it had the head of a phoenix? A pig's body and a pair of wings? Tietao pondered seriously. Couldn't we imagine something more ordinary? For instance, what if it grew a pair of wings without other alterations? Must we not envision something a bit more beautiful? Aunt Tang replied. I apologize, Aunt Tang. I simply cannot envision anything else. I feel my thoughts are becoming increasingly bizarre. I shall refrain from speaking further and return to chopping vegetables, Tietao decided. In truth, Tietao harbored numerous ideas in his mind, such as a pig with 4 bird-like claws and feathers, perhaps resembling the legendary Xuanwu with a tail transformed into a bird's head, sprouting wings. Countless thoughts surged in his mind, none of which adhered to normalcy. He focused entirely on his task, and after about 10 minutes, he became proficient with the knife, producing cuts that surpassed Aunt Tang's. Quite impressive. Young man, you possess the potential to become a culinary master. I have high hopes for you, Aunt Tang declared. I believe so as well, Tietao replied confidently. Iron Tao quickly grasped the art of cooking, fully engrossed in observing Aunt Tang as she prepared the meal, meticulously memorizing each step, even recalling the precise amounts of seasoning used. He was confident that he could replicate the dishes next time. One dish after another was placed on the dining table, where several people had already gathered, bowls of rice neatly arranged. Iron Tao, tell me, which of these dishes did you cut? Tang Shuang asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. In her view, the dishes bore no resemblance to those crafted by a novice. Guess, Iron Tao playfully replied. The dishes were quite similar, making them somewhat difficult to distinguish. No way, you must have only cut a few of them. Tang Shuang exclaimed. Who told you to be so engrossed in watching television? All of these were cut by teacher Iron Tao, Luo Mi said, her expression one of admiration. I don't believe it. If that were the case, I could do it too, Tang Shuang retorted. Perfect. How about a cooking competition tomorrow? Aunt Tang suggested. I'm indifferent. I'm certain I will win. Iron Tao asserted confidently. Then it's settled, cousin. I'll be the judge, Luo Mi declared. You can't be the judge. You would definitely be biased in his favor, Tang Shuang countered. At that moment, a man entered, addressing Tang Shuang. How about I take on the role of judge? Following him was a robust black panther, which quietly lay on the sofa, closing its eyes in enjoyment. Iron Tao felt a compelling urge to eat upon their entrance, stronger than that elicited by braised pork, with his bloodline potential surging. Uncle, you're back from the wilderness, Tang Shuang remarked. Yes, I am. I've gathered quite a bit. This time, I've collected enough materials for the Beast Taming Institute. We'll begin preparations in the coming days, Luo Mi's father replied. So this is Iron Tao. Tang Xin has mentioned you. Welcome to the Luo group. You can call me Uncle Luo or Old Luo, he continued. Iron Tao set down his chopsticks and rubbed his hands together. Hello, Uncle Luo, he replied, unsure of what else to say. All right, it's mealtime. Let us not discuss business. We'll chat freely after the meal. The dinner proceeded joyfully, quickly coming to an end. When did this equipment arrive? Uncle Luo inquired. It was moved in this afternoon. We measured Iron Tao's beast bloodline, Aunt Tang explained, handing him a cup of hot tea. What bloodline? Is it rare? Uncle Luo's interest was piqued. Phoenix. What? A phoenix bloodline in a pig? Ha. Laughter erupted from the group. Huh. What are you saying? Huh. What's wrong with a phoenix landing in a pigsty? Braised pork raised a foreleg, pointing at Uncle Luo. The black panther opened its eyes and bared its fangs at braised pork. Startled, braised pork looked up, cautiously lowered its foreleg, and leapt onto Luo Mi's lap, making distressed noises, complaining. This little fellow is quite spirited, Uncle Luo remarked. This pig is interesting but still requires training, Aunt Tang added. This little pig has only hatched for less than half a month. I haven't had the chance to train it. Especially since I can't afford to raise it well, Iron Tao admitted candidly. Joining our Luo group will certainly provide you the means to cultivate your beast. Don't worry. Come sit beside me and take a look at my panther, Uncle Luo invited. As Iron Tao settled beside the black panther, its fur bristled with alertness, regarding him with wariness, as if it were confronting a natural enemy. He placed his hand on the panther, which then retracted its fangs, curling up timidly. I've never seen Adai react this way to anyone. It's already a good sign that it bared its teeth, Tang Shuang remarked. Come over, Tang Shuang. Let us see which of you two beast tamers is more skilled, Uncle Luo suggested. It seemed that Uncle Luo wished to test them, and Iron Tao was unfazed. The panther was entirely black, without a single stray hair, exhibiting perfect evolution and superior bloodline. There were two methods to enhance it. Either elevate its potential or continue activating its bloodline. Uncle Luo, may I inquire about your beast's bloodline? Iron Tao asked. It is the bloodline of the Shadow Ghost Panther. How many times has its bloodline awakened? Iron Tao pressed further. 3 times. After hearing this, Iron Tao requested a piece of paper and a pen from Luo Mi and began to write, producing a total of 13 cultivation methods, 7 for bloodline awakening, 5 for potential enhancement, and 1 that balanced both. Although Tang Shuang was only partially aware of this information, she pondered it while Iron Tao had already documented the cultivation methods. Tang Shuang stared wide-eyed at Iron Tao, incredulous at his speed. No way, no way. How could you be so quick? Iron Tao handed the paper to Uncle Luo. If any of these cultivation methods have been used, cross them off. I estimate that only 1 or 2 at most will need to be eliminated. Uncle Luo received the paper, somewhat skeptical of such rapidity. Chapter 20, Tang Shuang's Despair. The content written on the paper was not extensive, and his expression grew increasingly grave. On his return, he had already consulted a high-level beast tamer, for which he had paid a considerable sum. The high-level beast tamer provided him with 2 proposals, both of which could be found on the paper, while the remaining 11 methods had never been mentioned to him, especially the one that balanced both, which truly intrigued him. Hurry up. You 2 are both participants in the beast tamer examination. Why are you so slow? Did you cheat during the exam? Uncle Luo asked. It's only been a few minutes. How could I produce such a response? That is asking too much of me. Even if you called a professor from the capital Beast Taming University, I doubt they could match this speed, Tang Shuang thought to himself. He watched as Uncle Luo set the paper down, finally regaining his senses. After half an hour of further research, he submitted another proposal to Uncle Luo. Uncle Luo glanced at it, and then spoke to Tang Shuang. Tang Shuang, tell me honestly, did you cheat on the exam? I won tea, tell your uncle. Uncle, I really didn't tea. I genuinely took the exam. If you don't believe me, call my dad, Tang Shuang almost cried out, having never endured such a situation before. All right, I believe you. You should learn well from Iron Tao, The gap in your skills is too great, Uncle Luo advised. How great can it be? Tang Shuang asked cautiously. Luo Mi, grinning, patted Tang Shuang on the head, saying, "It's probably the distance between the Amazon rainforest and a single tree." Don't pat my head. What if I become dim-witted? I want to see Iron Tao's answers. Upon picking up the paper Iron Tao had written, Tang Shuang stood frozen in shock. Hey, cousin, did you really make me dim-witted? If I get hit again, will I recover? Luo Mi climbed onto the sofa, preparing to pat Tang Shuang's head again. Enough, Luo, stop messing around, Aunt Tang lovingly chided. It's no wonder Tang Shuang reacted this way. If I were 20 years younger, I'd likely be the same. Uncle Luo took the paper from Tang Shuang's hands. Unbeknownst to him, a pen had appeared in his hand, and he began pointing at the paper while explaining to them. These two proposals are identical to those I received from a high-level beast tamer on my return. As for the remaining 11, I have no way of assessing them. Iron Tao, are you truly a novice beast tamer? Yes, I just recently passed the novice exam. As for the intermediate beast tamer texts, I only skimmed through a few cases. I've reviewed the others roughly, Iron Tao replied candidly. If you are preparing for the intermediate beast tamer examination, how much additional time do you believe you will require for your studies? Uncle Luo inquired. Approximately 10 to 15 days, I suppose. If I focus on past examination papers, I may need an extra month, Tietao replied earnestly. Is such a brief period sufficient for you to retain and comprehend everything? Uncle Luo pressed further. Quite possibly. It's not as perplexing as it may seem. It primarily involves understanding the combinations of medicinal substances and the activation of their properties. Everything I've shared with you has been derived from the intermediate textbooks, Tietao explained. Is that truly feasible? How can such a phenomenon exist in this world? What is your secret? Tang Shuang questioned incredulously. This is fairly straightforward. Consuming the flesh of wild beasts is the key, Tietao confessed candidly. That cannot be. Absolutely impossible. I have consumed my fair share of wild beast meat, yet I have not attained your level, Tang Shuang retorted. It might be a matter of physical constitution, Tietao conjectured after a moment of contemplation. While I cannot ascertain whether wild beast meat can elevate one to Tietao's level, it has been widely acknowledged that it can have beneficial effects on the human body and enhance physical strength, Aunt Tang remarked. Tang Xin, the chief nutritionist at the Luo Corporation, specializes in formulating various rations for tamed beasts derived from wild beast meat. And she is also involved in the development of certain wild beast meat products, thus holding significant credibility in this matter. Tang Shuang, this matter pertains to the development of your uncle's corporation. Do not divulge Tietao's situation to the family just yet, Uncle Luo instructed. Understood, Uncle. However, my living expenses have dwindled. My family has ceased to provide for me. Tang Shuang quickly reverted to her usual self, gesturing animatedly with her hands. Very well. I shall provide you with some pocket money, Uncle Luo readily acquiesced. You have a few days before school commences. Tang Shuang, make the most of this time to contract your second beast. It will be beneficial for you, Uncle Luo advised. Tietao seemed to grasp a crucial point and inquired. The second beast, how does it relate to the upcoming school term? Internal news suggests that this year's military training will differ from previous ones. The stronger your tamed beast, the better, Uncle Luo revealed candidly. Tomorrow, I shall visit the wild beast shop and see if fortune favors me with an affordable yet suitable wild beast, Tietao stated. What good wild beasts can be found in those shops? They are merely the leftovers from various families, with little quality to be had, Tang Shuang commented. What color is your soul assessment, Tietao? Uncle Luo asked. The principal recorded it as purple, but to be honest, I was not purple at that time. Tietao admitted truthfully. Tang Shuang appeared to find confidence in this revelation. She was blue, just a shade below purple, which meant she finally possessed something to surpass Tietao. Nobody ridicules you. What color are you? She queried, patting Tietao on the shoulder. Luo Mi, standing nearby, looked on with curiosity, her eyes wide with anticipation. I am white. This color is not even among the primary hues. The principal likely designated me purple for aesthetic reasons. Tietao replied sincerely. White. Are you certain? Tang Shuang asked, her disbelief evident. Is there an issue? Is white particularly special? Tietao inquired, puzzled. White is a color that only appears beyond the spectrum of the 7-color soul assessment. Teacher Tietao, you are truly remarkable, Luo Mi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Is that so? I was unaware, Tietao chuckled foolishly. Tang Shuang, feeling dejected, plopped onto the carpet, unwilling to move. Cousin, what is wrong? Have you succumbed to despair? Luo Mi teased mercilessly. Tang Shuang, do not let this discourage you. Talent does not equate to destiny. The results of your hard work are what truly matter, Uncle Luo encouraged. This rekindled Tang Shuang's determination, and her gaze towards Tietao shifted perceptibly. Tietao, what type of second beast do you wish to contract? Uncle Luo inquired. I aspire to contract a space-type wild beast. It would greatly facilitate the carrying of items. Tietao articulated. Very well. You shall remain here for the next couple of days while I search for a space-type wild beast, Uncle Luo affirmed. Uncle, my family possesses a space-type wild beast. There is no need for you to search. When I contract my second wild beast, I will bring it along to choose one. Tang Shuang proclaimed. Having resolved to take matters into her own hands, she thought to herself, from this day forth, I, Tang Shuang, shall reside here with my aunt and keep a close watch on you. Chapter 21. The culinary virtuoso. Shortly after Tang Shuang made her decision, Aunt Tang arranged a room for Tietao on the second floor. The following day, Tietao awoke early, seated on the living room sofa, poring over the intermediate beast tamer course, successful transformation of 10,000 species. Accompanying him on the sofa was Uncle Luo, engrossed in the newspaper, while Aunt Tang warmed milk in the kitchen, with bread already laid out on the table. Silence enveloped the three as they busied themselves with their respective tasks. Suddenly, the door to the second floor swung open, and Luo Mi appeared clad in a bear-patterned pajamas, her sleepiness evident as she staggered downstairs, clearly tortured by the early hour. Luo, rise and shine. Wash up and have breakfast, Aunt Tang urged. Oh, all right, Luo Mi responded, turning to retreat to the bathroom to freshen up. Mechanically, she sat at the dining table, nibbling on bread, her eyes threatening to close at any moment. Tietao watched in astonishment. He had never encountered such a sight before. Once breakfast concluded, Aunt Tang and Uncle Luo departed for work. As soon as the door clicked shut, Luo Mi collapsed onto her half-eaten bread, soft snores escaping her lips. Tietao refrained from waking her. At noon, only Tietao, Tang Shuang, and Luo Mi remained at home. Tietao was not skilled in preparing any dishes beyond what Aunt Tang had made the previous day. Fortunately, the ingredients from yesterday had not been exhausted. Utilizing what was available, Tietao prepared a meal. While it may not have been identical to Aunt Tang's culinary creations, it was certainly close. This dish tastes just like my mother's cooking. It has that familiar flavor, Luo Mi remarked, squinting with satisfaction. Tietao shot a glance at Tang Shuang while savoring a bite of the dish. Tang Shuang, however, avoided eye contact with Tietao, quietly eating without uttering a word. At that moment, he had conceded any culinary competition with Tietao. After the meal, Luo Mi produced a cookbook from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Tietao. Follow the recipes, and you will likely become a culinary master in no time. Also, you can explore the little purple book or platforms like Tremble and LetterStation to learn many recipes, Luo Mi suggested. I've heard that streaming consumes data at an alarming rate, so I rarely use my phone for internet access, Tietao admitted earnestly. Luo Mi snatched Taitao's phone, connected it to the home Wi-Fi. My network is 128G and incredibly fast. Use it freely, she declared before returning the phone to him. I've heard that Lu Ming's family has a 128G network that downloads files in less than a second. It's astonishingly fast, though I'm unsure what files refer to. It must be impressive, Tietao mused. After Luo Mi had successfully connected the network for Tietao, she retreated to her room, the purpose of her return unknown. In an instant, Taitao's phone was flooded with a plethora of new apps. 3 hours later, aside from mastering the cooking times, he had memorized every other detail from the recipes. Most of his time had been spent watching cooking videos at quadruple speed, allowing him to learn an extensive array of culinary techniques. At 3 o'clock, Tietao knocked on Luo Mi's door. Luo Mi opened the door in a daze, appearing just as she had in the morning. Have you just awakened? Tietao asked, astonished. After a brief afternoon nap, Luo Mi rubbed her eyes and remarked, well, if you're tired, make sure to rest more. Sometimes, a little break can yield the best results in studying. Is there anything you would like to eat tonight? Tietao inquired. Instantly, Luo Mi perked up, her fatigue vanishing. Ice cream, fried chicken, cola, and hamburgers. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as these were treats she seldom indulged in. As a nutritionist, Aunt Tang rarely allowed her to enjoy such delights. I understand. I'll prepare them tonight, Tietao assured her. Are you sure you've learned how to make them? Luo Mi questioned, her curiosity piqued. Absolutely, it's all right here, Tietao gestured to his head. Watching Tietao leave to buy groceries, Luo Mi clenched her small fist tightly, exhilarated by the prospect of having snacks in the future. At dinner, a sumptuous Western meal was laid out on the table, a gigantic pizza, a bowl of fried chicken wings, a basket of golden fries, and a beef hamburger for each of them. Luo Mi's cup was filled with cola and ice. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Tietao. You learned to cook this in just 2 or 3 hours, she thought to herself, overwhelmed. Soon, however, her thoughts transformed into cravings for fried chicken and cola, and she disregarded any table manners, devouring the feast voraciously. The taste is slightly inferior to what you'd find outside, but at least it's cooked, Aunt Tang commented. Xiao Shuang, where are the dishes you made? Aunt Tang shot a glance at Tang Shuang. Well, I bought the ketchup, so let us consider it my contribution. Tang Shuang replied, adopting a nonchalant attitude. All right, that will be all for today. We should reduce the amount of fried food in the future. Excessive oil isn't good for our health, Aunt Tang advised. After finishing everything on the table, Tietao retrieved a large container of homemade ice cream from the fridge and served everyone a portion. Luo Mi's eyes lit up as she savored every last bit of her ice cream, still yearning for more. That's enough for today. Save the rest for later. Aunt Tang halted Luo Mi's attempt to raid the fridge for more ice cream. By the way, Tietao, I need your help choosing my second contracted beast tomorrow at home. I'll handle the spatial wild beasts, Tang Shuang stated. Sure, no problem, Tietao replied. I want to go too. I don't want to miss out on the fun, Luo Mi chimed in eagerly. All right, you can come along tomorrow, Uncle Luo agreed. Tang Shuang, your efficiency is truly remarkable. Haha, we've been in contact all day after all. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly, Tang Shuang chuckled, scratching his head. Luo, you should head back to your studies for now. I need to discuss some matters with Tietao, Uncle Luo instructed. Luo Mi closed the door but pressed her ear against it to listen to the conversation outside. Tietao, our Luo Group's Beast Cultivation Institute will be established in a month. Our primary business will involve nurturing low-grade contracted beasts, but we will gradually expand, Uncle Luo explained. I'm still a student and can only work part-time, Tietao replied. That's fine. With your skills, you could easily become our chief beast cultivator. Everyone else is just a junior beast cultivator. You'll surpass them easily, Uncle Luo reassured him nonchalantly. That doesn't seem right. Tietao protested softly. Young people should dare to strive. When the time comes, you must take action. Here's the employment contract. Just sign it. We'll adhere to national regulations. Uncle Luo said with a smile, giving Tietao a hearty pat on the shoulder. Without even glancing at the contract, Tietao signed it hastily. Chapter 22, the second contract. The following morning at 10 o'clock, Tang Shuang led Tietao to the Tang family residence. The Tang family was located quite a distance from the capital Beast University, and it took nearly 2 hours of taxi ride to arrive. After navigating through the expansive estate for some time, they finally stood before a massive beast enclosure. Our family specializes in the wild beast trade. A significant portion of the contracted beasts on the market originate from us, Tang Shuang explained. Then, I suppose you never run out of wild beast meat? Tietao inquired. Oh, its taste is rather mediocre. Occasionally, I indulge in the wild beast products made by my aunt and her family, Tang Shuang replied. All right, we can chat about that later. Let us focus on selecting a contracted beast, he urged, pulling Tietao into the enclosure. Hey, don't tug at my clothes. They're limited, Tietao exclaimed. If they tear, I'll buy you new ones. Now hurry up and come inside, Tang Shuang insisted. Dragging him further. Once inside the enclosure, Tietao was left awestruck, drool escaping from the corners of his mouth. Whoa, Tietao, what are you doing? You've got drool on my hand. Tang Shuang quickly pulled his hand back, wiping it on Tietao's shirt. The sheer number of wild beasts, all of commendable quality, overwhelmed Tietao with their tantalizing aromas. Fortunately, Tang Shuang snapped him out of this daze, or he might have jumped in and started devouring one of the beasts. All right, let us get to selecting the wild beasts, Tietao collected himself. He sniffed the air intently, searching for the most enticing scent. After a thorough inspection, he turned to Tang Shuang and said, I've found 4 that I believe are excellent. It would be best to take them out separately for comparison. Which 4? Tang Shuang asked with interest. Under Tietao's guidance, the staff moved the 4 beasts outside the enclosure and secured them. These are the 4 you're referring to? They're all rather ugly. Completely mismatched with my image as a handsome man, Tang Shuang remarked. At that moment, a golden little lion scampered over, climbing up Tang Shuang until it was perched on his shoulder. Look at how beautiful my golden Pikachu is. Such a wild beast is fit for a handsome man like me, Tang Shuang teased, stroking the little lion. The best among them is the mud pit crocodile, the mushroom crab, the fiery mouse, and the fluff ball. If you want something visually appealing, then go for the fiery mouse. It should be the best looking one here. Tietao advised earnestly. Are you certain? Tang Shuang asked, perplexed. Give it a flame and take a look. This enclosure is too dirty. I still think the fiery mouse is quite good, Tietao replied. Are you sure? Tang Shuang continued to look at him doubtfully. Well, roast meat and grilled mice. Tietao quipped. With a puff, the roast meat unleashed a stream of fire toward the fiery mouse. The fiery mouse ignited in flames, which danced in resistance against the fire emitted by the roast meat. The potential of this fiery mouse is quite promising, around level 5, with a grade of 8. The bloodline remains uncertain, Tietao concluded. That sounds promising. Let us see if it can capture my interest, Tang Shuang remarked. How did you pass the Junior Beast Cultivator examination? Tietao probed skeptically. For the Junior Beast Cultivator exam, I mostly just scribbled nonsense for the first part. Tang Shuang boasted proudly. How commendable, Tietao replied with resignation. In any case, I passed, so it doesn't matter what I say, Tang Shuang said. patting Tietao on the shoulder. The fiery mouse, covered in a layer of dust, was completely engulfed in flames. The roast meat ceased spewing fire. Its gaze fixated on the fiery mouse, which continued to emit sparks. The creature's blue-green body contrasted with its light yellow hue, and its large eyes locked onto the roast meat. The flames of the flaming mouse gradually subsided, retreating into the 4 small red dots on its back. "How does it look now?" Irontide inquired. "It seems rather mediocre. There's still a distance to go before reaching the golden Pikachu," Tang Xuan replied. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Irontide's judgment and began the contracting process with the flaming mouse. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, and when he opened them again, the contract was complete. Tang Xuan opened the cage and released the flaming mouse. It darted away, hiding behind Tang Xuan's feet, baring its teeth at the roast pork. Still remembering how that pig had set it on fire moments earlier, Tang Xuan lifted the flaming mouse from the ground and placed it on his shoulder. "Come, I'll take you to another beast enclosure. There are spatial-type beasts there, but their potential is quite lacking, and their bloodlines are even more unimpressive. You must consider this carefully," Tang Xuan advised. Spatial-type wild beasts are inherently rare. Not only is capturing them difficult, but even the records of them in books are sparse. Let's take a look first. If it truly turns out to be unworthy, then so be it, Irontide shrugged. The two arrived at a larger beast enclosure, significantly more expansive than the previous one. Upon pushing open the gate, they found that the wild beasts within lacked the allure of those in the earlier enclosure, allowing Irontide to maintain control over himself. "Take a look for yourself. I won't linger here. The stench is unbearable," Tang Xuan stated before stepping outside to wait for Irontide. Irontide carefully examined the wild beasts in the enclosure, noting that their quality was indeed subpar, yet a diverse array of uncommon wild beasts was present. 10 minutes later, Irontide completed the contract for his second beast, a level 8 spatial-type wild beast known as the sky-swimming fish. This creature is exceedingly rare and seldom encountered in the wild. Most sky-swimming fish available on the market are artificially bred, boasting superior appearance, higher levels, and better potential, whereas their wild counterparts possess far superior bloodlines. However, he is Irontide, capable of discerning the quality of bloodlines. He wasn't overly concerned. As a beast breeder, he could always gather materials to enhance its potential if necessary. As they exited the enclosure, a small fish, measuring over 20 centimeters, floated by Irontide's ear, while a small roast pork scampered behind him. He noticed Tang Xuan embroiled in an argument with someone. "What transpired with Tang Xuan?" Irontide asked. "Oh, my cousin is berating me, claiming that the flaming mouse you selected for me is worthless. He wants to challenge me to a duel," Tang Xuan replied. "You are the one who chose wild beasts for me, and your own beasts are hardly impressive, yet you assist others. Aren't you effectively sabotaging me?" Tang Xuan's cousin exclaimed, though a smirk betrayed his facade. "Shall we let the flaming mouse take him on?" Irontide suggested. "Damn it, let's do it. Tang-san, follow me to the arena," Tang Xuan declared. Chapter 23, Flaming Mouse vs. Silver Bluegrass. "Let's go, who fears whom?" Tang-san boasted, despite contracting a plant-type beast that he believed was superior to the diminutive flaming mouse. "Then let's not dawdle." The golden lion on my shoulder roared in encouragement as they proceeded to the arena, which was only slightly larger than a tennis court. Standing opposite each other, Tang Xuan lowered the flaming mouse from his shoulder and addressed it. "Defeat the plant-type beast across from you, and I'll reward you with the finest mouse food." He set it down in the arena, where the flaming mouse stood, sniffing the surroundings before fixing its gaze on Tang-san. "A mere mouse dares to act brazenly? Behold my silver bluegrass," Tang-san exclaimed, cautiously placing a small grass plant on the ground. The silver bluegrass, originally non-existent in the wasteland, evolved from mutated herbaceous plants due to the geological conditions of the region, Irontide explained beside Tang Xuan. "I know this, I just didn't recognize it. This grass possesses low intelligence and must be controlled by humans," Tang Xuan added. "Then the silver bluegrass is destined to lose," Irontide asserted confidently. "Indeed. Does he think he is the reverse attribute master from the legends of Shadu? How laughable," Tang Xuan chuckled. "Silver bluegrass, grow rapidly," commanded Tang-san. As the grass began to spread across the arena, Silver Bluegrass seized the beast on the field. The roots of the grass surged forward, quickly ensnaring the flaming mouse's limbs. Silver Bluegrass, lash out. The grass struck like a whip at the flaming mouse. In response, the flaming mouse revealed its hidden claws, digging into the ground, breaking free from the roots binding its limbs. With newfound mobility, it swiftly severed the entangling roots and began to burrow down, its nose twitching as it aimed for the roots of the silver bluegrass. The roots twisted towards the flaming mouse, but it expelled a torrent of flames from its mouth, scorching the roots of the silver bluegrass. The fine roots began to wither, with some even igniting. "Tang Xuan, I will never contract a plant-type wild beast again," Iron Tide stated earnestly. Agreed, it's excessively cliché. If this were in the grand arena, the embarrassment would be unbearable. Tang Xuan concurred. Meanwhile, Tang San's face flushed as he could not discern what was transpiring underground, left only to observe and wait. Suddenly, the once expansive silver-blue grass retreated, leaping from the ground, its roots still smoldering. Tang San hurriedly extinguished the flames engulfing the silver-blue grass. I'll be back, he declared defiantly. You remind me of the character Grey Wolf, Tang Xuan remarked, pursing his lips. It does have a hint of that, Iron Tide agreed. The flaming mouse peeked out from where Tang San had placed the silver-blue grass, its forepaws clawing at the ground as it searched for the grass's whereabouts. Come back, flaming mouse. I will prepare the finest mouse food for you, Tang Xuan beckoned. The flaming mouse dashed back, cleaning the dirt off itself with flames as it quickly climbed onto Tang Xuan's shoulder, elated after defeating Tang San. Let's go, off to Uncle's house, they decided. Hailing a taxi home. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by Luo Mi, who, holding an ice cream and with a displeased expression, glared at Tang Xuan. Dropping her spoon, she incessantly poked at Tang Xuan. Didn't you promise to take me along? How could you forget? You have no regard for your cousin. Cousin, I apologize, Tang Xuan replied. After you gain admission to Kyoto Beast University, what would you like to eat? My cousin will treat you. How does that sound? Tang Xuan said, wincing from the sharp poke of Luo Mi's finger. What kind of beast did you contract? Tang Xuan carefully took the fire mouse off his shoulder and handed it to Luo Mi. Fire mouse, Luo Mi remarked, gently kneading the creature in her hands, causing its eyes to squint into slits, displaying a rather content expression. Tang Xuan, your beast-rearing skills are inadequate. You should not allow the fire mouse such indulgence. Tietao interjected. I don't need that with it. All we need is to look impressive, Tang Xuan replied, his golden Pikachu letting out a roar in agreement. What lineage does this fire mouse belong to? Luo Mi inquired. In our Tang family, the first contracted beast is chosen from the ones prepared by the family. The second can be selected from the beast enclosure, and the third must be caught by oneself. I'm not sure about this 1S lineage. But Tietao's choice should not be inferior. Perfect. The equipment is right there. We can test it and find out, Tietao suggested. This is custom-made by the Luo Corporation, entirely different from the equipment available on the market, Luo Mi stated proudly. I reviewed the operation yesterday. Replicating it should not be difficult, Tietao remarked. Let us wait until my father returns before proceeding. What about the beast you contracted, Tietao? Luo Mi asked. With a wave of his hand, a sky fish soared to Luo Mi's side. You actually contracted a sky fish? Aren't there plenty of those on the market? Many are more visually appealing, Luo Mi said, her face a portrait of confusion. I'm betting on its lineage. It should be among the best within the Tang family's spatial beasts. We'll need to test it for specifics, Tietao replied earnestly. That evening, Uncle Luo conducted a lineage test for their newly contracted beasts. The lineage of Tang Xuan's fire mouse was found to be on par with that of his golden Pikachu, belonging to a rather rare lineage known as the lava fire mouse. It is said that this lava fire mouse resides near the depths of the wilderness, close to volcanoes, feeding on lava. Such descriptions in literature are quite limited. Nonetheless, it is a rare and commendable beast, Uncle Luo commented. Next, they tested Tietao's sky fish, and the results surprised them. Its lineage turned out to be that of the sky whale. The sky whale is a massive beast capable of floating in the sky as well as diving into the ocean, currently known as the largest aerial beast. Tietao, you've stumbled upon a treasure. This beast has an impressive lineage. Once its lineage awakens, I cannot even imagine the vast storage space you will possess, Uncle Luo mused. Tietao's thoughts diverged entirely from Uncle Luo's. He had already succumbed to daydreams, envisioning the sky whale as a mobile fortress in the skies. Imagining one day soaring through the clouds on his sky fish, he could save a fortune on airfare. A smile involuntarily crept across Tietao's face. Chapter 24, Military Training After School Begins. Time passed swiftly at Uncle Luo's home, and the day to commence school had arrived. Tietao and Tang Xuan donned their uniforms and set off for school with their beasts. The school notified them to gather at 9:30 a.m. in classroom 901. Fortunately, upperclassmen had not yet returned, sparing them the rush for the elevator, and they ascended to the 9th floor without incident. Once settled in classroom 901, Tang Xuan heard a voice call out, Brother Tang Xuan, where's the merchandise you promised me? Ling Piaomiao dashed toward him. Before Tang Xuan could react, the fire mouse unleashed a burst of flame, scorching a large hole in her shirt. How am I supposed to face anyone now? She lamented, clutching her singed chest as she crouched in the corner of the classroom. The first arrivals exchanged glances, their eyebrows twitching, evidently having reached their limit of restraint. Not a single soul dared to criticize Tang Xuan. Instead, they applauded him. A voice from the corner chimed in. Just wait till you return to the dormitory. I'll make you pay. Tietao reassured her. Don't worry, we're not going back to the dorm. We've already rented a place. Humph. Just wait till military training. You'll see. Ling Piaomiao retorted angrily. Gradually, the classroom filled to capacity, and at 9:30, their instructor entered. Tietao, wow. What a beautiful woman. Look at her figure, just right. And those black stockings, quite impressive. She's good-looking, but still a notch below Luo Mi, Tang Xuan critiqued. Then why don't you pursue her? I'll support you, Tietao replied. You're a good friend. You understand me, Tang Xuan said. Hello, students. I am your instructor. And Jing, please remain quiet, she commanded, writing her name in large letters on the blackboard. Is everyone present? She asked, but no one replied. Very well. I will take attendance. After completing the roll call and confirming no absentees, she addressed the class. Now, let me inform you about the upcoming arrangements for new students. The room fell silent. She continued, tomorrow afternoon at 3, we will conduct military training in the field. There will be wild beasts present, captured directly from the wilderness. Please pay attention to safety to avoid any casualties. But teacher, we are beast tamers. Our beasts possess very limited combat abilities. How are we supposed to manage this military training? A female student stood and asked. Rest assured, students from the Beast Tamer program may freely combine with a new student from the Beastmaster program. Please gather at Site 3 at 1 p.m. for this purpose. And Jing assured them. But what if no one wants to partner with us? Another student queried. The school will enforce mandatory pairings. If your partner fails to protect you, they will be expelled, and Jing stated. Any further questions? If not, we will distribute the training uniforms, she asked. Silence reigned, and then Jing clapped her hands twice. 2 forest monkeys entered the room, each carrying a large bundle of clothing. These are your training uniforms for military training. Please change into them by this afternoon. Each uniform contains a signal transmitter. In case of danger, you may activate it, and help will be dispatched. But teacher, isn't that making military training pointless? We could just activate it directly, a bespectacled boy with buck teeth interjected. Fool, what are you thinking? How did you even get accepted with that level of intelligence? Did you go through back channels? Tang Xuan mocked. Students, please speak respectfully. Refrain from using vulgar language. This military training is credit-bearing. You will earn points through hunting beasts to exchange for credits. The training lasts 15 days, and you may approach it as you wish, and Jing explained. A murmur of discussion arose as students conferred amongst themselves. Tietao sat quietly, deep in thought. And Jing, do you have any other questions regarding this military training? She asked. And Jing, can I date you? Tang Xuan inquired. The classroom erupted in laughter. Sure, but you'll have to defeat me first. With that, and Jing slammed her hand onto the blackboard, causing the entire floor to tremble. The room fell into stunned silence. Every student was momentarily rendered speechless, especially Tang Xuan, who appeared utterly dumbfounded. Without further ado, I shall change my attire in the afternoon, and we shall reconvene at the third venue. The written instructions for the military training are contained within this set of training uniforms. Having spoken, and Jing quietly departed with his 2 magical beasts. During the free time, after returning to the dormitory and changing his clothes, Tietao placed the garments he had shed into the space of his sky fish. It is indeed advantageous to possess a spatial magical beast. It simplifies matters, sighed Tang Xuan. At present, the sky fish's space is still rather limited, unable to accommodate too many items. I intend to procure some supplies to prepare for the military training. Our time is scant. We have just over a day remaining. Tietao remarked before descending the stairs towards the convenience store. Wait for me, Tang Xuan called out, clutching his clothing as he followed closely behind Tietao. Tietao began stocking up at the convenience store, acquiring provisions for 15 days for his magical beasts, ensuring that only the sky fish's share was included. He purchased a considerable assortment of snacks, bread, and beverages, nearly filling the space to capacity. With the remaining space, he planned to store a cooking pot, seasonings, and several knives for material preparation or cooking purposes. Items that the convenience store did not offer, he intended to acquire from the market and supermarket after the combination concluded. Tao's actions left Tang Xuan in a state of astonishment. Such ingenuity. Are you certain you are preparing for military training and not for camping? Tang Xuan inquired. Being thoroughly prepared is never a misstep, Tietao replied. Goodness, does that mean I shall be burdened with a massive backpack brimming with supplies? He glanced at his 2 magical beasts, whose diminutive sizes rendered them incapable of carrying anything. Young man, if you have any troubles, feel free to confide in your uncle. I certainly have a solution, the uncle at the convenience store offered. What can you resolve? Are you suggesting that my magical beasts could grow in size? Or that I might carry fewer items? Tang Xuan retorted, exasperated. This matter is quite simple. I possess a wild vegetable, a plant-based wild beast, that is edible. The uncle stated, producing a cabbage. Uncle, are you certain this is a wild beast? Tietao questioned. Indeed, this is the wild cabbage cultivated personally by my brother, Kochanshi, specifically prepared for times of famine. Young man, Would you like to form a contract? The uncle regarded Tang Xuan. I must decline. I have no available contract slots. Even if I did, I would not form a contract with a cabbage. Tang Xuan decisively refused. What a pity, the uncle lamented. Checking the time, Tietao noted it was past 11. Let us proceed to the cafeteria for a meal. We shall return just in time for the assembly. Indeed. Let us dine, they agreed, promptly exiting the blacksmith shop. Meanwhile, the uncle in the convenience store plucked a leaf from the wild cabbage and began chewing it with fervor. What a shame it is not to contract such a fine wild beast, he mused before replanting the wild cabbage into the soil. Chapter 25, Waka Waku. An afternoon of spectacle and competition. The cafeteria was already bustling with patrons, and when they arrived, there were no seats available. Tietao and Tang Xuan observed many students waiting with their trays, and, feeling helpless, they exited the cafeteria. Tietao retrieved 2 loaves of bread from the sky fish's space, and the pair settled on a bench in the schoolyard to nibble on their meal. Tietao, whom do you plan to team up with? Do you have any targets in mind? In this entire school, the only person I know is from our dormitory. So it matters little, Tietao responded, his hopes for forming a team waning. I, however, have a target. Do you see that girl in the red attire? She is rather striking, and her magical beast is impressive as well. Catching my eye, Tang Xuan exclaimed, excitedly gesturing towards a girl. Are you referring to her? Tietao inquired. Did you not say you only knew those few individuals from the dormitory? Tang Xuan questioned, puzzled. She is my high school alumna, Tang Aran, and she seems quite renowned. If you wish to team up, then proceed, Tietao remarked. Then I shall take the initiative, Tang Xuan declared, swallowing the last morsel of his bread and tossing the bag nonchalantly into the trash. Under Tao's watchful gaze, Tang Xuan approached Tang Aran, initiating a conversation. Hello, classmate. May I inquire how to reach Venue 3? Tang Xuan asked with a broad smile. Coincidentally, I am also heading to Venue 3. I can guide you. Tang Aran replied coolly, as if entirely oblivious to Tang Xuan's presence. How infuriating. How dare you disregard me? I shall surely win you over in time, Tang Xuan thought. Yet he kept stride behind Tang Aran. Classmate, I am Tang Xuan. What is your name? He continued, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Tang Aran, she replied curtly. What a coincidence that we share the same surname. It seems fated. Are you also a student of the Beast Tamer program? Tang Xuan inquired. From Tao's vantage point, the two had already ventured quite a distance. He continued munching on his bread, trailing them not far behind. Tang Aran, known for her icy demeanor during her tenure at the Beast Tamer Academy, was regarded as an unattainable beauty, often referred to as the ice rose among students, which did not hinder her popularity. After all, beauty attracts admiration wherever it exists. Tietao relished the prospect of Tang Xuan facing an uphill battle, for he held little belief that Tang Xuan could easily win her favor. Observing the unfolding drama was indeed the most suitable course of action for him. Tang Xuan noticed that Tang Aran had yet to respond to his previous query, so he pressed on. Tang Aran, you must surely be a student of the Beast Tamer program. How splendid. I do not know a single Beast Tamer in this school. When it comes time to form teams, I would be grateful for your guidance. Why would I assist someone who would merely weigh me down? Tang Aran replied, perplexed. You should take a look at my golden Pikachu and little mouse. They are quite commendable. Why would you deem me a burden? Protested Tang Xuan. The golden Pikachu on his shoulder voicing its discontent with a few indignant cries. Oh, your magical beast has a bit of an attitude, Tang Aran remarked dismissively. Tang Xuan could tolerate her mockery, but could not abide her derision of his magical beasts. You may look down upon me, but you shall not belittle my magical beasts. Right, golden Pikachu? Little mouse? The two magical beasts perched on his shoulder glared at Tang Aran, emitting menacing growls. Since you insist on such a statement, let us engage in a battle and see what your magical beasts are truly capable of, Tang Aran challenged Tang Xuan. All around, onlookers halted in their tracks, astonished at the unexpected ferocity of such a beautiful girl. Let us proceed to Venue 3 and determine the victor. Tang Xuan realized that, with so many witnesses, he could not refuse the challenge without tarnishing his reputation. Both parties quickened their pace, swiftly arriving at the designated arena. News of the impending magical beast battle at Venue 3 spread like wildfire. Those who had arrived early had already staked out the best spots to observe the spectacle. A number of spectators still awaited their turn outside the venue, straining to hear the commotion within. Tietao found himself among the latter, but certainly not the last. Next to Venue 3 stood a towering tree, reaching 5 or 6 meters in height, its lush foliage providing ample coverage. Confident in the tree's ability to support his weight, Tietao ascended to its branches to observe the impending contest. The duel between the two competitors was about to commence. A volunteer stepped forward to officiate, confirming the number of magical beasts each side possessed. Announcing to the crowd, he proclaimed, "A 2v2 magical beast battle commences now." The announcer continued, First to enter the fray is the Beast Tamer candidate, Tang Xuang, pitted against his opponent, the Beastmaster candidate, Tang Yiran. Go, Golden Pikachu. The golden lion leapt from Tang Xuang's shoulder onto the arena, roaring incessantly. Fire Phoenix, go. A melodious cry resonated from the sky as a crimson figure swiftly descended, its red feathers trailing a long plume, spiraling continuously around the arena. Both competitors' summoned beasts have now taken to the field. Contestant Tang Xuang's Golden Thunder Lion faces off against contestant Tang Yiran's Blazing Firebird. Let the battle commence. As the host's words faded, both beasts launched their assaults upon one another. Golden Pikachu, deliver a jolt. Tang Xuang shouted from the arena. Perched atop a tree, Tietao covered his face with one hand, realizing that he wasn't any less dramatic than those he criticized. Silently, Tang Yiran gestured to the Blazing Firebird, directing its attacks. The electric strike from Golden Pikachu missed its mark. Seizing the opportunity, the spiraling Blazing Firebird ignited in flames, accelerating towards Golden Pikachu with newfound speed. The fierce collision, accompanied by flames, charred a patch of fur from Golden Pikachu. However, Golden Pikachu did not squander this chance. It unleashed a surge of electricity to counter the flames' damage and clutched the bird's head. Despite enduring the impact from the Blazing Firebird, Golden Pikachu managed to leap onto the bird's back. With its sharp claws flailing vigorously, feathers rained down from the sky. Tang Yiran's expression soured instantly, yet she continued to signal her Firebird, issuing commands. Tietao incessantly calculated the probabilities of victory for both sides, repeating his calculations numerous times, but the outcomes remained unchanged. His analysis indicated that a draw was the most probable result, and any hope of winning would hinge on the subsequent round. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a voice abruptly interrupted the ongoing match. Do you believe yourselves to be formidable? A military officer clad in camouflage stepped forward, forcibly separating the two summoned beasts. Gripping one beast in each hand, he remained unfazed by the flames or the crackling electricity, refusing to relent. A hush fell over the arena. Not a soul dared to speak. Everyone, stand in formation here within 5 minutes. As per protocol, the officer commanded. With a swift motion, he tossed the two beasts towards Tang Xuang and Yiran, his gaze fixed upon them. The crowd sprang into action. Tietao leapt down from the tree, rushing into the arena alongside his two beasts, positioning himself next to Tang Xuang. Chapter 26. Teaming up? No, I prefer to go solo. The officer observed as everyone stood in formation. I am your commanding officer for this military training, Zhao Deming. I am wholly responsible for this training session. Due to your tardiness in assembling here, the difficulty of your training will be heightened. A chorus of lamentations erupted from the crowd. Silence. Since you're all so eager to witness your beast's battle, I shall grant you that opportunity. All supply points will be eliminated during this training. You will receive no provisions whatsoever, Zhao Deming declared. The arena fell into a profound silence. Now, students of the Beast Tamer Major, choose your partners. Except for the one with the blonde hair. He pointed at Tang Xuang. Why am I excluded from selection? Tang Xuang protested. Your beast's strength is sufficient. You may train alongside the beastmasters, Zhao Deming replied nonchalantly. I should have refrained from that battle, Tang Xuang lamented. Commander, may I request to act independently? Tietao raised his hand towards Zhao Deming. Tang Xuang looked at him in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated this choice. Of course. As long as you can ensure your own safety, Zhao Deming regarded Tietao with a peculiar expression. I choose to operate solo, Tietao affirmed. Tang Xuang's eyes brightened. Indeed, he was a true brother. Are there any others who wish to follow suit like this student? Zhao Deming inquired. With no further volunteers, he continued. Then proceed to select your partners. Many students from the Beastmaster Major preferred to act independently rather than form teams. The regulations outlined in their training uniforms clearly stated that in a team, the spoils would be divided 60-40 between the Beastmaster and the Beast Tamer, leading to discontent among many. Conversely, students with slightly weaker beasts were eager to team up with the Tamers to bolster their strength, which seemed a fair compromise. Tietao's beasts were all ranked at level 9, lacking any higher tiers. He planned to enhance their levels later that evening, particularly for the roast pork. Now that you've chosen your partners, we reconvene here tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Do not be late. Disperse, Zhao Deming instructed. Tietao, you're quite the pal for agreeing to go solo with me. It's not that I'm eager to go with you. I simply find the strength of those low-tier beast masters unimpressive. So you think your strength is superior? Tang Xuang questioned. A little evening training should suffice. Leveling up is the easiest part. Tietao assessed the funds in his possession, determining he could indeed enhance the roast pork's level. The two parted ways at the third arena. Tietao was off to procure supplies, while Tang Xuang intended to take Golden Pikachu for grooming. Tietao moved swiftly, purchasing the necessary items and acquiring some materials from a nearby beast cultivation center, also renting a laboratory. His expenditures had nearly emptied his coffers. leaving him with only a modest sum. He anticipated subsisting on plain buns after the military training concluded. In the laboratory, Tietao quickly concocted potions, finding that leveling potions were the easiest to create, fueled by his ambitions. He even splurged on an 8th-tier coxcomb flower, spending a hefty 1,500 coins, despite its lower quality. It would suffice for activating the bloodline of the roast pork. One by one, he placed the herbs into a large pot for boiling, watching as the initially clear water transitioned from green to a vibrant red. Especially after adding the coxcomb flower, the liquid turned a deep crimson. The pungent odor of the herbs gradually dissipated, giving way to a fragrant aroma that permeated the air, igniting the senses. Donning a mask, Tietao continued to simmer the concoction until it became increasingly viscous and darker in color. Ultimately, it transformed into a reddish-brown mixture. He shaped the slightly soft, reddish-brown potion into pills weighing 2 grams each, resulting in 30 pills, which he stored in a vial provided by the laboratory. The remaining residue was less than 2 grams, which he, adhering to a no-waste philosophy, promptly fed to the roast pork. Upon consuming the pills, the roast pork ignited in flames, releasing the tantalizing aroma of roasted skin. No way could it be cooked already? Tietao pondered. The intense scent of roasted pork attracted the attention of the laboratory staff, who, upon witnessing a small pig engulfed in flames, slowly retreated, fearing a person had caught fire. As the flames gradually extinguished, Tietao placed the braised pork into the basin, retrieving a scrubbing ball from the ethereal realm of the swimming fish above. He diligently rubbed the charred, once ebony surface of the pork, which, under the relentless assault of the scrubbing ball, gradually regained its original rosy hue. With tear-filled eyes, the braised pork gazed at Tietao, emitting a series of forlorn whimpers. What are you staring at? That blaze has rendered your fatty flesh nearly unrecognizable. Braised pork is no longer a possibility. Whimpering are we? You dare not feel pity for me, while still yearning to consume me. Enough of your lamentations. From this moment forth, you shall ingest this pill thrice daily, lest you truly be transformed into braised pork, Tietao declared, departing the laboratory with the pork in hand. Upon returning to the villa, dinner had already concluded. Tietao, why have you returned at such a late hour? What were you up to? Asked Tang Shuang, reclining on the sofa. The once singed fur of Jean Pika had regained its golden luster. I was concocting a special pill for the braised pork to elevate its level, Tietao replied. No wonder. I noticed the braised pork has slimmed down, Tang Shuang remarked, beckoning the braised pork to join her for a meal. After devouring the remnants on the dining table, Tietao meticulously cleaned the dishes. He extracted a pill from the vial and placed it once more into the braised pork's mouth, tossing it into the bathtub. The searing flames erupted once again upon the braised pork. Tietao, what sort of pill have you concocted? The intensity of the flames is quite formidable, Uncle Luo inquired. It's a specialized formula for the braised pork, aimed at awakening its bloodline and simultaneously enhancing its level. Wei Wun-Ti wanted to perish during military training, ultimately becoming genuine braised pork. Tietao responded earnestly. I've heard from Tang Shuang about your request to operate independently during military training. That displays considerable resolve. Are you still planning to earn credits? Elevating a Beast S level in a short time isn't necessarily beneficial, Uncle Luo cautioned. I've contemplated this. The effects of the pill should be exhausted by the 9th day of military training. The primary function is bloodline awakening, with level enhancement as a secondary benefit. Tietao asserted. What level do you anticipate it could achieve? Uncle Luo probed. I estimate it should at least reach the 6th rank, if the bloodline successfully awakens. Reaching the 5th rank is not out of the question, Tietao responded. Chapter 27, Military Training Camp. Prepared, Tietao and Tang Shuang arrived early at venue number 3, awaiting the commencement of military training. As the time arrived, roll call commenced. Upon returning to the school gate, a fleet of green buses awaited. Each vehicle bore distinct markings differentiating students from the Beast Tamer and Beastmaster programs. All boarded the buses, with Tietao and Tang Shuang entering the Beastmaster vehicle. To Taitao's dismay, seated beside him was none other than Tang Yanran, with whom he had never been close in high school, thus he chose to ignore her. Tietao, I didn't expect you to be taking the entrance exam for the capital Beastmaster University, Tang Yanran remarked from her seat. Oh, Tietao replied, teasing the braised pork in his lap. What kind of response is that? Tang Yanran thought to herself, surprised by Taitao's aloofness. Let us collaborate during this military training. We can split the beasts we defeat 50-50, she proposed. Oh, thank you. I prefer to handle it solo, Tietao declined. If you want to join me, then I shall. Tang Shuang interjected from the back row, seemingly forgetting their previous duel, and boldly approached. Tietao cast an odd glance at Tang Shuang, pondering, does this guy possess some sort of sycophantic trait? Humph. Tang Yanran shot Tang Shuang a disdainful look, urging him to comprehend for himself. Tietao, Do you think I lack the strength to team up with you? Tang Yinran's irritation began to surface. No, I merely wish to manage on my own, he clarified. Very well then, she sighed. Her initial desire to understand him felt increasingly difficult, further igniting her interest in Tietao. Leaning against the bus window, Tietao squinted as dusk fell. The vehicle continued its journey, and after traveling a considerable distance, Tietao opened his phone to access the Penguin navigation app. He activated his mobile data, watching the map load and pinpoint their location. He couldn't help but muse. 32G networks simply cannot match the speed of 128G networks. As the map gradually rendered, he scrutinized it, mentally calculating their intended direction. Along this route, there were 3 forest parks ample enough to accommodate their military training. Uncertain of their ultimate destination, he committed the maps of these locations to memory. As night deepened, the phone's signal dwindled, rendering the screen blank. What kind of network is this? Why is there no signal? Tang Shuang complained from the back row. Grumbling began to echo through the bus. Enough chatter. Silence, barked the accompanying instructor, restoring quiet within the vehicle. At midnight, the bus came to a halt. Groggy students were ushered off into what was labeled the Capital National Forest Park. Only Tietao was aware of the park's name, as its map was etched in his mind. The others were oblivious to their surroundings, while the instructor's beasts began their assault, herding the students into the depths of the forest. None dared to confront the instructors. Their beasts were all above the 5th rank, with several nearing the 4th rank, rendering the students no match. As the students were driven in, hundreds of drones emerged from the convoy, soaring into the forest. Though the park had fallen into disuse, it remained a vast inland forest. Indeed, many wild beasts had been introduced here, generally around the 7th rank, closely matching the students' beast levels. Unfazed, Tietao, possessing a mental map, sought a suitable camping spot. He intended to call for Tang Shuang, only to find him already lost in the darkness. Occasionally, he could hear distant roars, indicating that some had already encroached upon the beast's territory. The panicked students attracted the wild beast's attention. Tietao pressed on toward his chosen destination, a small artificial waterfall, easily identifiable and rich in water resources. He retrieved a flashlight from the realm of swimming fish and dashed toward the specified location. Here, Tietao could finally unleash his abilities. His muscles surged as the strength of the wild bull coursed through his legs, propelling him swiftly toward the waterfall. By 2:30, the sound of rushing water reached his ears. He had arrived. He pulled out a tent from the realm of swimming fish and swiftly set it up, sprinkling beast-repellent powder around. He then nestled into his sleeping bag to rest. The drones captured the scene of Tietao erecting the tent, leaving Zhao Deming astonished. In all these years, I have never encountered a student so thoroughly prepared. Students with the ability to summon beasts have existed before, yet few have exhibited such comprehensive preparedness and exceptional psychological resilience. I recall this student. What is his name? Zhao Deming inquired. The student is named Tietao, specializing in beast taming, replied one of the instructors beside him. Very well. Note down 5 points for him. Such a score is indeed significant, considering that hunting a 9th-tier wild beast only yields 1 point, while an 8th tier grants 2, a 7th tier 4, and a 6th tier 8. As dawn broke, Tietao awoke, neatly packing away his sleeping bag and tent before retrieving a fishing rod. While nibbling on a piece of bread, he commenced fishing. Hong Xiaoro gazed at him with eager eyes. I Haven Tea brought your meal. You'll have to forage for yourself. After speaking, Tietao offered a medicinal pill to Hong Xiaoro, which he consumed. Once the medicinal effects took hold, Tietao had already caught 2 fish. He unsheathed his knife to prepare the fish, igniting a small flame to commence grilling. The new day began with a fish grilling examination. After consuming 2 grilled fish and feeding the sky fish, Hong Xiaoro leisurely returned, carrying a 9th-tier wild rabbit. The rabbit's skin was the only valuable part. The rest was entirely useless. Given your hunting prowess, I'll reward you with half of this wild rabbit, Tietao remarked to Hong Xiaoro. He then began to grill the wild rabbit, sprinkling his seasoning evenly over it. After approximately half an hour, it was finally ready. Tietao sliced off half and stored it in his space, tossing the other half directly to Hong Xiaoro, who savored it with delightful fervor. The sound of contented grunts escaping his lips. This flavor is truly distinct from the usual wild beast sustenance, Hong Xiaoro mused. Tietao seems to treat this military training as a camping excursion, even setting up a barbecue. Why not crack open a bottle of beer? Zhao Deming observed the video transmitted by the drone. Fortunately, Tietao refrained from producing any beer. Otherwise, Zhao Deming could only imagine what he might say. Chapter 28. A client arrives. Tao's plan commenced as he took out an axe and began felling trees nearby. This piqued Zhao Deming's curiosity, as he was keen to discover what this individual intended to do. He had no interest in watching others struggle to survive and hunt wild beasts in this forest park. As trees fell one by one, Tietao began constructing his makeshift dwelling. Lacking knowledge of architecture, he could only erect a rudimentary wooden hut. As darkness enveloped the sky, his makeshift abode was finally completed. Though aesthetically lacking, it surpassed the effectiveness of a tent. He affixed a flashlight to it, serving as a lamp, and after dining, he settled down for the night. "This fellow is genuinely treating this as a camping trip," Zhao Deming remarked. "Jiang He, go lure a wild beast and charge this little hut for me," he commanded. "Understood," Jiang He promptly responded, mounting a crane-shaped beast and plunging into the forest. Half an hour later, Jiang He had successfully attracted an 8th-tier giant python, which surged toward the hut. The crane-shaped beast carried Jiang He aloft, vanishing from the giant python's line of sight. In the video, the python lunged toward the hut. Zhao Deming couldn't help but smile, but his smile quickly faded. Just as the python was about to make contact with the hut, it halted. Beast control powder. He actually brought such a potent item, Zhao Deming mused, furrowing his brow. As dawn approached, the giant python remained fixed in place. Tietao emerged from the wooden hut to find 2 fiery red eyes locked onto his. "Hong Xiaoro, there's a little snake outside. Eliminate it so we can feast on snake soup," Tietao instructed the still sleepy Hong Xiaoro. Upon hearing of food, Hong Xiaoro sprang to life, dashing out of the hut. Confronted by the massive serpent, Hong Xiaoro assessed his own size, realizing the disparity. With a resounding thud, Tietao shut the door, leaving no escape route for Hong Xiaoro. The latter glanced at the closed door, letting out a soft grunt. The pig's heart is heavy. But the pig remained silent. Tietao observed through the door's crack as the 2 beasts squared off. With no other option, Hong Xiaoro faced the giant python. Their levels were comparable. Logically, Hong Xiaoro had no reason to lose. Tietao called out through the crack, "I've mastered this dish, Hong Xiaoro." Instantly invigorated, Hong Xiaoro unleashed a torrent of crimson flames toward the giant python. The flames erupted from his snout, striking the serpent's body. The python recoiled in pain, its massive tail sweeping toward Hong Xiaoro. Yet, being smaller had its advantages. Hong Xiaoro's agility allowed him to leap gracefully over the sweeping tail. "Are you two just jumping rope?" Tietao quipped. All 4 eyes turned toward the door, and the giant python raised its head, attempting to bite Hong Xiaoro. In response, Hong Xiaoro unleashed a deeper, more intense flame toward the serpent's head, a stark contrast to his previous assault. Even Tietao, within the hut, felt the surge of heat. The flames ignited within the serpent's mouth. The python, unable to bite down, was instead scorched, thrashing violently before Tietao's hut. Hong Xiaoro, stunned by the flames he had conjured, thought to himself, "Is this truly the fire I can produce?" Gradually, the serpent became still. Within the hut, Tietao caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma, the scent of grilled meat. Stepping outside, he surveyed his surroundings and spotted a glint of light that drew his attention. Narrowing his eyes, he focused on the source. "Damn, spying on me," Tietao waved at the drone. "How can that fellow see so far?" Zhao Deming cursed. "Terminate surveillance on Tietao," Zhao Deming instructed the other instructors. The drone that had been monitoring Tietao vanished, and the absence of scrutiny felt liberating. He resumed his activities, swiftly constructing a simple food stall. A pot was set up at the back, bubbling with snake meat. Sensing the delicious aroma, Hong Xiaoro snapped out of his daze, salivating as he fixated on the pot of snake meat. He had already gathered the snake tendons, gallbladder, and skin. Although the allure of the snake meat didn't quite match the fervor of the grilled meat Hong Xiaoro was accustomed to, it was certainly better than nothing. Tietao and his 2 beasts feasted on snake soup, and after their meal, they resumed fishing to stockpile provisions. They continued this routine for 5 days until, at last, visitors arrived at their camp. The newcomers were none other than Wang Chong and his fellow beastmasters. Spotting Tietao fishing, Wang Chong hurried over to greet him, while Hong Xiaoro sprawled in the sun, basking lazily. "Tietao, it's been a while. Life has been quite leisurely. I've been casually hunting 9th-tier wild beasts and fishing." "You've been living so leisurely?" Wang Chong queried. "Why not?" Tietao lifted his gaze to Wang Chong, his appearance disheveled and dirty. "How many points have you accrued?" Wang Chong continued, his gaze fixated on Tietao's fishing rod. "About 10 points, Tietao replied. "Are you hungry?" he asked while continuing to reel in his line. "Haha, indeed, I am famished. I haven't had a proper meal in several days. Do you have any food to spare?" Wang Chong grinned. "In light of our camaraderie as dorm mates, how about I offer you a 50 discount? With a swift motion, Tietao lifted his fishing rod, and a plump fish was promptly reeled in. "Do you still want money?" "Without a net, I can't transfer funds," Wang Chong remarked somewhat helplessly. "No need for money, just points. Half a point for a loaf of bread. A special offer for you all," Tietao cheerfully informed them. "And what about this fish?" "Of course, that would be 2 points. Free processing," Tietao added with a smile. Wang Chong and his companion began to deliberate, ultimately reaching a consensus. Although the price was a bit steep, Enjoying a hearty meal would allow them to recover and earn a significant number of points. "We'll take this fish," Wang Chong said, retrieving 2 pieces of wasteland rabbit hide from his backpack to hand to Tietao. "Would you prefer it steamed or braised?" Tietao inquired after accepting the hides. "Is that the choice you're offering?" Wang Chong exclaimed in surprise. "What did you expect? The high price is due to processing fees." Tietao replied. "Fresh fish is best steamed," Wang Chong declared. Moments later, Tietao skillfully prepared the fish, boiling water before placing it on a wooden platter to steam. Once the fish was ready, he directly retrieved the platter from the pot and set it before them. "Tietao, you truly are a man of iron. Not the slightest bit afraid of the heat." "It's manageable. I can still endure this temperature," Tietao responded candidly. Chapter 29. The Awakening of True Braised Pork Color. The two devoured the fish ravenously, marking it as the finest meal they had enjoyed in days. "Tietao, you have no idea how we've been surviving these past few days. Our food ran out in just 2 days, and for the last 3 days, we've had to subsist on raw meat." "Raw meat isn't too bad. The flavor of wild beast meat is slightly lacking," Tietao remarked. "You've eaten it before?" "Indeed. Though it's far less palatable than when cooked, the texture is much better," Tietao replied. "You truly understand," Wang Chong mused. "How about a partnership, Wang Chong?" Tietao proposed. "What sort of partnership?" "After you hunt wild beasts, I will purchase the meat from you, regardless of the type. 1 piece of wild beast meat can be exchanged for a meal plus 1 point." "That sounds fair. It's a deal." Wang Chong and his companion agreed to the partnership. "I'll be right here. Feel free to come by any time." Tietao waved them off. From that point on, Wang Chong and his companions visited Tietao daily for transactions. 3 times a day. On the 9th day, Tietao transferred all his points to Wang Chong, which included points earned from capturing wild beasts for braised pork. Coincidentally, it was also on this day that Tietao completed the construction of his modest shop, displaying boxes of beer, drinks, and various snacks before Wang Chong's eyes. Pre-prepared dishes, ready to be cooked, were neatly arranged on wooden trays, and all preparations were set. Wang Chong and his partners felt a surge of excitement. Many had already noticed Tietao's camp, though they paid it little mind, focusing instead on acquiring points. Over the past few days, they had inadvertently observed individuals stealthily visiting the camp, emerging with beaming faces. Gradually, the rumor spread throughout the military training circle, unbeknownst to Wang Chong and his group. While Tietao was well aware of it, during their meals, he could see several pairs of eyes fixated on them, curious about their daily secretive activities. Today, many had followed them, astonished at the sight of Tietao's abundant offerings of snacks, beer, and drinks. They finally realized that their excursions were for shopping, akin to a combination of a convenience store and a restaurant. Those trailing Wang Chong had gone wild, rushing toward Tietao's shop. Tietao had clearly marked prices, and those with abundant points were unhesitant to spend a few for an improved meal. Moreover, given their limited carrying capacity, they could simply spend a point and acquire more later. Consequently, Tietao reaped substantial rewards, with many purchasing numerous loaves of bread and snacks, earning him a total of 120 points in a single day. It was still midday, and Tietao felt no urgency. After enjoying a good meal in this environment, would they still be able to stomach the dry, tasteless, and poor-quality wild beast meat? Tietao had his doubts. By nightfall, the business at Tietao's small shop became even more bustling, leaving him with scant snacks. His points had surged to 328, placing him among the top 5 in rankings. With 6 days remaining, Tietao remained unhurried. That evening, he delivered the final pill to the mouth of the braised pork. The success of reaching the 5th tier now hinged on its ability to awaken its bloodline. After 10 days of accumulated medicinal effects, they exploded at that moment. A scorching, viscous flame erupted around the braised pork, accompanied by continuous muffled sounds. The awakening of the bloodline could only be endured by itself. No one could assist. The viscous flames gradually transformed into a pure and clear state, the sticky sensation dissipating entirely. Tietao observed intently, believing the bloodline awakening was halfway complete. The legendary fire of the phoenix is said to be the primordial flame of the universe, the king of all fires, capable of dispelling malevolence and undergoing any transformation. The fire continued to blaze. Once it extinguished, the braised pork would be deemed successful in its bloodline awakening. Should it fail, it would be reduced to a mere charred remnant. An hour passed, yet the flame showed no signs of waning, causing Tietao to grow increasingly anxious. He dared not approach it lightly. The temperature of the flame surpassed his threshold of tolerance. Nevertheless, Tietao chose to draw near the braised pork, taking a tentative step forward which significantly diminished the flames. As he stepped closer again, the flames receded further still. This left Tietao puzzled. He had never encountered anything in books regarding such phenomena. Upon making contact with the braised pork, the flames vanished entirely. The previously pink hue of the braised pork had transformed into a vibrant blood red, closely resembling the color depicted in recipes. Tietao couldn't help but let a drop of saliva fall onto the braised pork, which slid off its surface and onto the ground. Not a single hair adorned its body. It was so smooth that even water could not cling to it. This phoenix flame bore no capacity to scorch it. In fact, it seemed to fear it. Why was that? Tietao fell into contemplation. At this moment, Tietao was utterly confounded. If he could exert pressure on other beasts, it was because they possessed intellect. Did this bloodline also possess consciousness? Tietao hesitated to make a judgment. He required more cases for calculation. Otherwise, he could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. As the flames around the braised pork began to recede, it signified that its bloodline had awakened. Tietao meticulously examined the still warm braised pork, flipping it over repeatedly to ensure that it had indeed entered the 5th tier. In this military training, a 5th-tier beast could indeed claim a respectable rank, and he no longer feared being outdone by others. On the following dawn, the Irontide convenience store reopened its doors, once again unveiling the treasures from the skyfish space. This time, however, only samples were presented, with merely one of each item available. The ordinary food remaining in the skyfish space had dwindled to half, as the rest had been exchanged for a stockpile of beast meat. The pricing remained unchanged, and Irontide sat in wait for customers to come and shop. Many eager patrons gathered outside, with an increasing number arriving, especially those of modest beast taming prowess, who were willing to part with more of their points in exchange for transactions with Irontide, as they could not earn academic credits otherwise. A throng of people steadily advanced toward Irontide's humble abode, attracting the attention of Zhao Mingda and his companions. MD, this kid is exceptionally shrewd, remarked one instructor. Setting up shop here makes it impossible for us to select promising candidates. Another instructor observed the video. We cannot provoke the wild beasts now, with such a crowd around. It merely gifts Irontide more points. Zhao Mingda noted, Irontide has already accumulated 543 points, while the top hunter, Tang Yanran, only has 286. What now? Are we really going to grant him academic credits? This opportunist, Zhao Mingda commanded, broadcast the point standings throughout the venue, inciting these individuals to rob him. A collective assault could also draw their ire. Boss, your strategy is indeed astute, said his companion, who then made his way to the broadcasting room. Attention, everyone. We now present the list of the top 10 in the points ranking. First place, Irontide with 543 points. Second, Tang Yanran with 286 points. Third, Lu Mingho with 233 points. 10th, Tang Shuang with 177 points. If you wish to earn academic credits, find any means to break into the top 10. Best of luck, fellow students. Goodness, Irontide is remarkable, boasting over 500 points already, commented Tang Shuang, still within the forest. Chapter 30, Ambush Attempt, Witness My Water Escape. The announcement echoed once more, a reminder to all students. There are not many wild beasts left. Converted into points, there are approximately 300 points remaining, so please strive diligently. The point updates would occur every 2 hours. The broadcast ceased abruptly. According to the training suit's guidelines, only those ranking in the top third could attain academic credits. The higher the points, the greater the credits earned. Graduation from the capital Beast Taming University necessitated a sufficient number of credits. These credits could not simply be obtained through classroom examinations. Beast tamers needed to exchange military achievements for credits to graduate. Breeders, while not required to battle, needed to successfully complete the breeding tasks assigned by the school to obtain credits, with the primary requirement being passing the intermediate breeder examination. Furthermore, credits held significant utility for breeders, as they could be exchanged for rare materials not found in the marketplace. These credits were vital for breeders, as the school did not provide materials for assigned tasks. Securing extra points during military training would greatly facilitate their path to graduation. Some had already begun to fixate on Irontide, their eyes keenly following him, eager to carve out a portion of his success. Currently, his points had placed him at the pinnacle, with the remaining points insufficient to be shared among them, particularly those of slightly lesser strength, desperate to penetrate the top third, regarded Irontide with increasingly hostile gazes. After all, during the free assembly, they had witnessed Irontide, a specialized breeder student, daring to engage in solo combat. Even if his beast was formidable yet limited. Are you intending to rob me? Irontide calmly inquired of those with ill intentions encroaching upon him. We have no choice. Your points are far too abundant. It is unsafe for you to retain them. Allow us to safeguard them for you. After all, we will be classmates for several years. It would be unwise to create animosity. Irontide began to swiftly organize his belongings. Not a problem. Losing one classmate is inconsequential. None among the group cared for such sentiments, as all who gained admission to this university were either affluent or privileged. Since that is the case, we have nothing more to discuss. Iron Tide placed the final loaf of bread into the skyfish space. Burn them to a crisp, Iron Tide commanded. Swiftly retreating toward the waterfall, a fiery arc was left in his wake, continuously ablaze, obstructing their path. With the fire set, the roasted meat hurried toward Iron Tide, and both man and pig leaped into the water. Under their very noses, Iron Tide utilized his water escape. Those who had begun to realize they could no longer earn points began to voice their grievances against the aggressors. Young Ling, you all are truly something. Iron Tide was merely conducting business, and you drove him away. What are we to do now? Will we feast on that tasteless beast meat? A young man with a green triangular snake coiled atop his head remarked. I have no concern for what you eat. Since you, Zhang Mingfei, are so keen to protect him, why don't you relinquish your points on his behalf? Yang Ling retorted. Iron Tide is but one person, I am not. Zhang Mingfei shouted. As Zhang Mingfei's allies rose in numbers, their ranks swelled, and the glances directed at Yang Ling and his companions turned increasingly malevolent, with some even harboring outright hostility. Zhang Mingfei's faction was nearly 3 times the size of Yang Ling's. Tensions ignited as both parties prepared for conflict, their beasts clashing in a surge of aggression. MD. This Iron Tide is exceedingly slippery. He even managed to escape with water, an instructor exclaimed in frustration. The drones had already locked onto him, but it mattered little. Look, they are already embroiled in battle. Once they finish, we will calculate and announce the points, Zhao Mingde stated. Half an hour later, Iron Tide emerged from the water, his body temperature soaring as the moisture in his garments evaporated rapidly. Commander, there seems to be something amiss with Iron Tide, an instructor reported. What is the situation? Zhao Mingde inquired. In just 2 to 3 minutes, he dried his clothes. He appears to have learned a beast taming secret technique, possibly sharing abilities, the reporting instructor noted. It seems this fellow has quite the background. Investigate his history, Zhao Mingde ordered. As it turned out, Iron Tide's background revealed no one in his family practiced the secret techniques. Both parents were local wage earners with modest incomes. That makes him rather intriguing, but alas. As a breeder, we cannot recruit him. Continue monitoring him, Zhao Mingde said, somewhat disappointed. Unaware of these developments, Iron Tide wandered through the woods, where the wild beasts had become scarce, making encounters increasingly challenging. The nose of the roasted meat twitched. Snuffle, snuffle. Good stuff. Good stuff. The roasted meat quickly bolted toward a nearby source, with Iron Tide closely in tow. A 7th-tier Dama ape locked eyes with a 6th-tier purple-skinned baboon, seemingly vying for possession of something. One man, one pig. With 4 eyes scanning their surroundings, they scrutinized the battle between the 2 wild beasts. The roasted meat lifted a front hoof, pointing toward a direction. Iron Tide noticed a golden chest that had been opened, though he could not discern its contents from this angle. Their focus shifted back to the 2 beasts, now engaged in combat. The tier of a wild beast does not solely determine its strength. True evaluation also considers its lineage. Trees in the vicinity began to topple as the Dama ape relentlessly pounded its powerful strikes upon the purple-skinned baboon. The razor-sharp claws of the baboon had inflicted grievous wounds upon the flesh of the Dharma ape, exposing even fragments of bone. The 2 savage beasts engaged in their furious struggle for nearly an hour, until the purple-skinned baboon could no longer rise. Even from a distance, Iron Tide could hear the sickening crunch of bones shattering. The Dharma ape was not faring any better. The wounds upon its body were seeping a dark, purplish liquid, indicative of poisoning. Iron Tide patted the roasted meat beside him, contemplating the impropriety of leaving a kill unclaimed by others. Slowly, the roasted meat ambled toward the 2 feral creatures, while Iron Tide stealthily reached for the golden box. He stowed the box within the space of the skyfish, causing the tantalizing scent that had captivated the roasted meat to vanish. The 2 magical beasts instinctively turned their attention toward the box's previous location. Now left with only a solitary figure, the contents utterly depleted. In a sudden fit of rage, the Dharma ape roared and charged at Iron Tide, while the purple-skinned baboon, trembling, inched closer. The roasted meat sprang forth, colliding head-on with the baboon. Despite its diminutive size, the piglet possessed remarkable strength, its tusks piercing the baboon's flesh as it lifted its head with force. The baboon was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The Dharma ape had now closed the distance to Iron Tide, its colossal fist swinging with the intent to strike. Chapter 31, Tang Shuang. Your rear care may have been exposed. A patch of azure-scaled armor sprouted upon Iron Tide's arm, and the enormous fist collided with the azure scales. The tremendous force propelled Iron Tide backward, carving a long groove into the earth beneath him. Damn it, my shoes. I just bought them a month ago, and now they're ruined. I shall not rest until I have my revenge. Iron Tide bellowed, with a surge of power from his legs. He leapt with the ferocity of a wild bull and the grace of a hare, soaring nearly 10 meters into the air and crashing into the Dharma ape. As he soared, the azure scales thickened and deepened in hue. This sacrificial strike landed squarely in the embrace of the Dharma ape, producing a thunderous sound that startled all the birds resting at a distance. Irontide stood up, the azure scales vanishing from his body as he shook his head to regain his senses. After a disorienting 15 minutes, he finally recovered and raised two middle fingers toward a certain direction before commencing the disassembly of the two savage beast materials. TMD. This little brat actually dared to give me the finger, remarked the instructor overseeing Irontide's video feed. Has he been discovered again? Zhao Deming inquired. Indeed, just moments ago. While operating another drone, I failed to notice, came the reply. Rewind the footage. Upon reviewing the playback, only two segments remained, one depicting the disappearance of the golden box, and the other showing the Dharma ape collapsing to the ground, with Irontide emerging from its form. The intervening footage was absent. Where did the middle segment go? Zhao Deming asked. It must have been beyond the drone's observational range. From now on, keep your eyes on Irontide. Nothing else matters, Zhao Deming commanded. After meticulously collecting and storing the materials, Irontide retrieved a new pair of shoes from his space and continued his wanderings through the forest. 40 minutes later, the voice of the broadcast echoed once more. Ahem, score report. First place, Irontide, 555 points. Second place, Tang Yiran, 290 points. Third place, Lu Mingho, 237 points. Ninth place, Tang Shuang, 181 points. 10th place, Zhang Mingfei, 172 points. They remained blissfully unaware of the dwindling number of magical beasts in the forest, with summer upon them. The perishable nature of the savage beast meat they had stored would soon lead to a food shortage. Irontide, indifferent to the scores, was soon distracted by a tuft of golden hair. Tang Shuang, the golden-haired figure, turned to face Irontide, eyes glistening with tears. Damn, Irontide, how are you so clean? Look at me, I'm a mess. Irontide produced a set of clothing from his space and handed it to Tang Shuang, who retreated to change. Finally feel like I've come back to life, Tang Shuang declared. What were you doing in the bushes, looking around? Irontide inquired curiously. I had an upset stomach and needed to relieve myself, Tang Shuang replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Did you use a stick to scrape? Irontide pointed at a nearby branch. I used the softest leaves available for my rear care. How could I resort to such a crude tool? Then it seems you didn't wipe properly. There's some mess on your underwear. Say that again, and I won't let you off easily. Tang Shuang's golden hair bristled with indignation. But it's true that there's something on your underwear, Irontide replied earnestly, faced with his sincerity. Tang Shuang took a deep breath to compose herself. Do you have anything to eat? I haven't had a proper meal in days. Irontide retrieved 2 pieces of bread, a bottle of water, and 2 medicinal tablets, offering them to Tang Shuang. For your diarrhea, he added. Tang Shuang, like a savage unacquainted with bread, devoured it with fervor. Within minutes, she had consumed all the food before her, letting out a satisfied belch. This is the best thing I've eaten in ages. I must cherish this bread, she said, gazing at the packaging with a hint of tears. Is it really that profound? Just a piece of bread, Irontide remarked with a look of disdain. What? Do you have something better? Why not share? Tang Shuang quickly retracted her earlier display of emotion. Not now. This place isn't safe yet. The two began to search for a suitable camping site, eventually locating a favorable spot around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. With wide eyes, Tang Shuang watched as Irontide set up the tent and placed sleeping bags within. You prepared all this? She stammered, her hands trembling. And that's not all. Irontide replied, gathering fallen branches nearby and stacking them together. The roasted meat expertly unleashed a jet of flames, igniting the branches. Irontide constructed a framework, placed a pot atop it, and retrieved 2 fish to begin simmering a fish soup. Damn, how do you have everything? Are you some kind of magical being? Tang Shuang gazed at Irontide in disbelief. I merely brought a more comprehensive supply. What is so astonishing about that? Who could possibly bring as much as you? Just tell me, Tang Shuang demanded. There must be others, I suppose, Irontide replied uncertainly, as he continued to add spices to the fish soup. The aroma wafted further afield. Hurry and serve it up. I can't wait any longer, Tang Shuang exclaimed impatiently, clutching a wooden bowl. Be patient. Let it sit for 2 minutes for the best flavor. After the 2 minutes elapsed, Irontide ladled the fish soup into Tang Shuang's bowl. Before he could say anything further, she had already begun to eat ravenously. The entire pot of soup vanished into her stomach, prompting her to let out a satisfied belch. I'm full. Hee, I've devoured it all. With no choice left, Irontide began to roast some of the Dharma ape's meat. Among the various savage beast meats he had stored, this was the only one that truly ignited his appetite. Even the 6th-tier purple-skinned baboon meat failed to compare. Irontide skewered the meat over the flames, and after distributing portions to several of his magical beasts, he indulged himself. As he consumed the meat, he could distinctly feel a warm current coursing through his body, enhancing his strength. With an insatiable hunger, He retrieved another piece from his space and continued grilling until he felt slightly lightheaded. Is it really that delicious? Why are you eating like that? Tang Shuang queried. That kind of impulse is beyond your comprehension, Iron Tide remarked, caressing his protruding belly. I inquired, how did you accumulate those points? I have never encountered you in this forest before. As for me, he replied candidly, I have always resided near the central fountain, where I constructed a wooden cabin and opened a small shop selling snacks and vegetables. Is it you who lives there? You mean to say you earned over 500 points from selling food? Tang Shuang exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Tang Shuang gestured with his hands, forming 2 sixes towards Iron Tide, saying, Old Iron, you're incredible. If those wild beasts had been eliminated earlier, how long could the meat have remained fresh in this weather? Consider the implications of what might transpire next. Cold sweat began to bead on Tang Shuang's forehead. The remaining time will test our wilderness survival skills, correct? After all, I possess the ability to summon beasts from my space. The military training doesn't prohibit this condition. Does it, instructor? Iron Tide glanced at the drone hovering in the right rear. Wow, there's a drone. Your intimate care could well have been exposed to prying eyes. Chapter 32, The Human Copy Machine. The drone quietly departed. Does this mean those female students were also observed by the instructors while bathing? Tang Shuang's eyes reddened, feeling a surge of envy towards the instructors. This experience would lead him to return to Beijing Beastmaster University a decade later as an instructor himself. Whether he indulged in the view or not, Iron Tide could not say. After scattering beast repellent powder around the tent, Iron Tide crawled inside to rest. With nothing else available, Tang Shuang leaned against a tree and succumbed to sleep. The next day, an announcement echoed. Attention, students. All wild beasts have been eradicated. There are 5 days remaining until the conclusion of military training. Please gather at the starting point at midnight, 5 days hence. Iron Tide, do you know the time? Are you aware of the assembly location? Tang Shuang asked, his face etched with anxiety, for he was entirely uninformed. Iron Tide, however, burst into laughter, thinking to himself, this is splendid. Thank you, instructor, for providing me with another business opportunity. Don't just laugh, speak up. Tang Shuang implored anxiously. I know everything, rest assured. Iron Tide assured him, pulling out his phone and illuminating the screen, which displayed a full battery. How come your phone has so much battery left? Mine ran out ages ago. Are you foolish? Didn't you bring a power bank? Iron Tide looked at him as if he were simple-minded. Even the most powerful power bank wouldn't last in the jungle, would it? One isn't sufficient. Didn't you consider bringing 2? If 2 aren't enough, how about 3? Surely even a primary school student would know that. Who would carry so many power banks? You're the only one, Tang Shuang retorted, his eyes wide with disbelief. Oh, you must have secrets on your phone that you've refrained from touching for days, making it unbearable, Iron Tide asserted confidently. I don't. You can check if you wish. Very well then. Iron Tide took the phone and retrieved a power bank to start charging it. You really do have one. Tang Shuang's face betrayed his tension. No worries, I'll just take a look. Iron Tide began to sift through the phone, and a segment of audio played. A woman named by Jia revealed her alabaster thighs to Gaoi. Tang Shuang snatched the phone, pressing the pause button. His face flushed as he whispered to Iron Tide. If you want it, I could send it to you, but you mustn't let anyone else know. This is a collector's edition. I'm not interested. I thought it was something significant. Ignoring Tang Shuang, Iron Tide pulled out a stack of A4 paper from his space and began to sketch. The stack contained 150 sheets, and he meticulously drew 150 maps. Why are you drawing so many maps? To sell, of course. There will always be a demand, just like yours. Tang Shuang picked up 2 sheets, aligning them in the sunlight. The 2 maps were perfectly identical. Doubtful, he picked up sheet after sheet, finding them all flawlessly printed without a hint of error. How did you accomplish this? Tang Shuang inquired. It's nothing extraordinary, merely the result of practice. Let me ask you a different question. How did you know the layout of this area? Before coming here, I memorized maps of potential locations while in the vehicle. No way. Is that even possible? Of course it is. If you accompany me to sell these maps, I'll offer you a 10 commission. Iron Tide said as he headed back towards his wooden cabin. Wait for me. How much do you sell each map for? 5 points each. Not much, right? If I sell them all, I'll pay you 75 points. With 75 points, I'll be comfortably within the top 3. If you could help me with a little extra, I'd pay you additional rewards upon our exit. What kind of wild beast would you like me to help you find? That's not out of the question. Let us assess the situation later. You'll be second to last in the standings, so let me know how much you need, and I'll cover it. The 2 continued their conversation as they returned to the vicinity of the wooden cabin. A sizable crowd had gathered nearby, with many fishing in the river to prepare their meals. Over the past few days, Iron Tide had been fishing daily, and the fish had become wise, making it increasingly challenging to catch them. Selling maps for 5 points each. Only 150 copies available. First come, first served. Iron Tide called out to the crowd. Iron Tide, are these maps genuine or counterfeit? Inquired a person wearing black-rimmed glasses. I'm selling maps right here. You can purchase one and test it out. If you can't find your way back, come to find me. I trust you. The individual then produced beast materials worth 5 points. Zhang Mingfei, do you really trust him? Of course. Without him, how could we have accumulated so many points? That is a fair point. I'll take one as well. After receiving the materials, Iron Tide promptly handed over a map. Thank you for your patronage, he said with a beaming smile. With the first sale made, the second followed. And soon, everyone began purchasing. Iron Tide and Tang Shuang busied themselves, and soon only 15 maps remained from the original 150. With such sales, Iron Tide felt satisfied, having never intended to sell them all. Many who acquired maps had already departed, eager to seize more points to secure their rankings. Iron Tide retrieved a fishing rod and bait from his space, calling out, renting fishing rods for 1 point for 2 hours, bait included. Is anyone interested? For just 1 point, they were less concerned about the cost. Some immediately rented rods and began fishing, and within 10 minutes, a sizable fish was caught. As the 2-hour rental period concluded, Iron Tide's fishing rod was rented out again. Iron Tide, if you keep renting them out, what will we eat? Tang Shuang asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. I have plenty of reserve food. There's enough for you. In the military training command center, Zhao Deming addressed the instructors, asking, who leaked the location of this military training? No one. All the instructors replied in unison. Then what about Iron Tide? What is the story behind the maps he sold? The individual tasked with monitoring Iron Tide produced video footage and began interpreting lip movements. 15 minutes later, he reported to Zhao Deming, Commander. Iron Tide had already estimated the location in the vehicle and memorized the maps in advance. Are you certain this translation is accurate? Zhao Deming sought confirmation. Commander, I assure you. Verify Iron Tide's score, Zhao Deming said, taking a deep breath. His score has surpassed 1100, far exceeding the achievements of his peers. 5 days hence. At 8 o'clock, you shall enter the forest park. Employ all your might to intercept these students, with particular emphasis on Tietao. It is imperative that they do not emerge before midnight. Should anyone allow their target to pass unimpeded, they shall face the consequences alone. Do you comprehend? Zhao Mingde thundered. Understood, Commander. Chapter 33, the interception operation commences. Following thorough exploration, it was confirmed that Tietao's maps were devoid of any errors, and ultimately, the last 15 maps were sold. Time flew swiftly, and their provisions were nearly depleted. The gathering near the waterfall increased steadily. Amongst the throng, they even spotted Tang Iran. The replenishment of food was of utmost priority. Eventually, even the beast fodder he had brought was sold off, leaving him with only a scant supply of wild beast meat. Throughout these 5 days, Tietao had been exceptionally busy. The harmony observed within this gathering was largely due to the food-deprived individuals rallying around Tietao. It could be said that within the vicinity of the waterfall, any adversary confronting him would require at least 30 to 40 supporters, and on occasion, their numbers exceeded 100. These individuals dared not act rashly against Tietao. As the saying goes, if one cannot defeat them, they might as well join them. Thus, a peculiar harmony reigned amongst the attendees. However, dissonance existed, with Ling Piaomiao being a notable exception. In the camp, she donned tattered female garments, incessantly calling out for her geijai. The reason her teammates were willing to ally with her was due to the presence of a teammate who was a complete and utter homosexual. He relished the idea of Ling Piaomiao being bullied, as it provided him with the opportunity to swoop in for comfort. Tietao, geijai, I desire grilled fish. Might you extend me a line of credit? Alas, I cannot. This is a modest business. There are wages without provisions, a truly pitiable situation. Credit is not extended here. Very well then. Ling Piaomiao reluctantly produced 2 points worth of materials to hand over to Tietao. A specially crafted spicy grilled fish from Tietao was presented to Ling Piaomiao. After she departed, Tang Shuang remarked to Tietao, you truly are perverse. Others sprinkle chili powder from the outside, yet you do so from within. It is indeed your style. Oh, the spice I sprinkled is ground devil peppers from the land of curry. Tietao could already envision the scene that would unfold for Ling Piaomiao. Whether or not her subsequent care would be entrusted to her companions remained to be seen. Upon witnessing the fish being handed to Ling Piaomiao, his partner gave Tietao a thumbs up. Tang Shuang noticed and inquired, do you know him? I did not know him before, but after a transaction, we became acquainted. His name is Lu Mingho. He offered me 10 points for this favor. And you agreed? Tang Shuang's mind conjured scandalous images, causing a trickle of blood to flow from his nose. Hey, Tang Shuang, surely not. You are so affected by this that your nose bleeds? Can you not maintain a healthy imagination? Tang Shuang wiped the blood from his nose with his sleeve. It's nothing. Mere imagination excites me. Are you considering joining in as well? A 3-way melee? Nonsense. My inclinations are entirely normal. Did I not mention this before? I thought perhaps you had changed. I am the kind of man who traverses a myriad of flowers without touching a single petal. Only those with alluring figures and captivating charm can catch my eye. Are you referring to Sun Qian or Baijia? Forget about that. Do not bring it up again. Tang Shuang's face flushed crimson. Who told you to make noise in the middle of the night? Waking me up? All right. What must I do to help you forget this matter? Tang Shuang's agitation was palpable. Go out and transfer money to me, at least 1,000 yuan. Deal. Once the money is transferred, I shall forget this incident. As of now, the ownership of this matter lies in my hands. Tang Shuang, you must remain calm. Do not let anger consume you. Tietao is an honest man, tight-lipped, and will not speak indiscriminately. Tang Shuang began to mentally reassure himself. The blissful hours swiftly passed, and they arrived at the final day of military training. In the morning, Tietao sold off his last remaining items. Tang Shuang and Tietao departed from the waterfall cabin, and as they left, Tang Shuang caught a glimpse of Ling Piaomiao, who, with an expression of resentment, was covering her rear while glaring in their direction. Perhaps she had been spiced too harshly. Today marked the last day of military training, equally the most fiercely competitive. After completing their purchases, everyone began to disperse, safeguarding their points. Some ventured out alone, while others banded together. The once bustling waterfall camp was now deserted. Commander, the drones have lost track of Tietao and Tang Shuang. We request an expanded search radius. Granted. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Tietao and Tang Shuang found themselves less than 500 meters from the entrance. They concealed themselves within the trees, observing the instructors. Tang Shuang whispered in his ear, why not just go directly in? There must be something amiss inside. Just be patient. We will time our approach perfectly. I have deliberately evaded the drone surveillance. In the instructor's camp, Zhao Deming inquired, have you yet to discover Taitao's whereabouts? Report, Commander, we have not yet located them. 1/3 of the drones have been deployed for their search, but to no avail. You have 2 hours remaining. Continue the search. If you fail to locate them upon return, I shall ensure you receive rigorous training, Zhao Deming warned. The instructors tasked with locating the 2 men shivered involuntarily. Zhao Deming's punishments were notoriously severe. Time trickled by, and as 8 o'clock arrived, they remained without any trace of Tietao and Tang Shuang. A few instructors shivered and lined up. All instructors, heed my command, advance. Prevent their escape. Any breach before midnight incurs a penalty, doubled for 2 individuals and treble for 3. Under the gaze of Tietao and Tang Shuang, the instructors charged into the training grounds. Shall we make our move now? Tang Shuang asked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Not yet. We must wait until they are distant. We are up against Zhao Deming. I need to assess his beasts first, Tietao spoke in a hushed tone. As 10 o'clock approached, the 4 hours had yielded the sounds of trees snapping in the distance, accompanied by monstrous roars and shouts. At that moment, tranquility descended, leaving their vicinity devoid of sound. Let us rest a while longer. We shall act at 11. All we need to do is bring Zhao Deming down. I have thoroughly analyzed his beasts. Do you have confidence in confronting all 3 of his beasts? I believe so. We shall both engage. Both of us. Indeed, we must. How do you intend to confront 3 fifth-tier beasts? Here, there is but 1 fifth-tier wild meat to hold them off. Do you understand? Are you implying that our target is Zhao Deming? I have reiterated this several times. I have stated that our target is Zhao Deming. Tietao frowned. Chapter 34, The Bludgeon. Do you remember the plan I discussed with you earlier? Tietao reconfirmed with Tang Shuang. I remember. It's been 6 times. How could I forget? Then why did you not remember in the previous 5 instances? This time, I truly recall. I swear, I guarantee it. Very well, then. As the clock struck 11, Tietao swiftly grasped Tang Shuang's hand, leaping down from the tree. The resulting thud caught the attention of Zhao Deming in the distance. You little rascals. I never imagined you were hiding right under our noses. Truly, it's dark beneath the lamp. Zhao Deming's voice echoed as Tietao retrieved an electric baton from his space and handed it to Tang Shuang, disregarding Zhao's comments. Wow, you came prepared. You're definitely not a good person, Tang Shuang remarked, snatching the baton and holding it firmly. Why the haste in grabbing it? Tietao shot him a sardonic glance. Ha ha, Tang Shuang chuckled awkwardly. Just remember to flip the switch before using it. Don't forget, Tietao cautioned. In a mere few minutes, they covered the 500 meters and confronted Zhao Deming. Did you think you were the first to arrive at the entrance? Zhao taunted. Isn't that so? Tietao questioned, puzzled. Tang Shuang regarded Tietao oddly. His theatrics were over the top. I am the last line of defense. Your arrival is most unfortunate. You'll be sent back by my own hand. We've already reached the entrance. You have no grounds to attack us, Tietao argued. I said I would arrive at precisely 12 o'clock. It's not yet midnight. Is there a problem with me clearing the area? Zhao retorted. Commander Zhao, I find you quite deserving of a beating. Tang Shuang boldly stepped closer to Zhao Deming. Does getting closer exempt you from a beating? Zhao shouted. Perhaps, Tang Shuang replied, jabbing the electric baton into Zhao's side, yet no sound of electricity followed. Damn it, I told you to turn on the switch, but you wouldn't do it. Are you truly a shark's arm? Tietao scolded. With the baton glowing blue, he thrust it against Zhao Deming, producing a crackling sound as Zhao trembled and collapsed to the ground. Just as he was about to mock Tang Shuang, he fell, quaking on the ground. Tang Shuang was bewildered. Tietao's speed was astonishing, closing the 2 or 3 meters in the blink of an eye. He hadn't even registered it himself. Zhao Deming's 3 beasts approached Tietao and Tang Shuang, growling ominously. The crackling sound echoed once more as it emanated from Zhao Deming, who had completely lost consciousness. The fire rat, Golden Pikachu, and braised pork stood their ground against the 3 beasts, their aim to stall for time. Enduring for just 1 hour would suffice. Tang Shuang, keep your eyes on Zhao Deming. Zap him if he makes a move. This time, you truly need to flip the switch, Tietao instructed. Wasn't that all an act? Tang Shuang queried. I'm off to command them in battle against Zhao Deming's beasts, Tietao declared, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. He positioned himself behind braised pork. Suddenly, Golden Pikachu shivered, glanced back at Tietao, and swiftly turned away with a couple of fearful cries. Humph. You have yet to experience my struggles, came the response. What are you all discussing? Tietao's aura began to spread among the beasts. What is that aura behind us? So terrifying. They squeaked. It's Tietao's presence. It feels like a natural enemy, they howled. Braise that godwind camel for me. I hear the hump tastes delightful. Tang Shuang, overhearing Tietao's words, looked astonished as he inadvertently jabbed Zhao Deming with the baton again. My apologies, Commander Zhao. That was unintentional. If you remain silent, I'll take it as your forgiveness, Tang Shuang said apologetically. Golden Pikachu, go fetch me a paw from that earth demon bear. I've heard that a prime bear paw is exquisite. Tietao swallowed hard. As for you, fire rat, just stay alive. Do you underestimate me? The fire rat shot Tietao a glance before burrowing underground. Braised pork unleashed a torrent of flames towards the godwind camel, which, being swift, dodged the fire with ease. However, it was unable to escape the rapid turn of braised pork, and flames soon licked its body, ignoring the fire that clung to its fur. The godwind camel continued charging at braised pork. The flames began to engulf it, the scent of charred hair filling the air as the pain sparked an anxious frenzy in the camel, severely disrupting the earth demon bear's performance. Seizing the opportunity, Golden Pikachu leaped onto its back, unleashing a barrage of electric strikes upon the earth demon bear, leaving singed patches across its brown fur. Golden Pikachu clung tightly, refusing to be dislodged despite the bear's vigorous shaking. Its claws had embedded deeply into the bear's flesh, a sight that left Tang Shuang gaping in astonishment. Golden Pikachu possesses such combat prowess? How resilient? Why was I unaware? Tang Shuang pondered deeply. Zhao Deming beneath them stirred, prompting Tang Shuang to jab the baton into him once more, the crackling sound resounding as Zhao fell unconscious again. Zhao's final beast could no longer endure. Charging towards braised pork. This was a steel rhinoceros, though not a rare beast. It was notorious for its tough hide. Braised pork, roast that beef. Without hesitation, braised pork unleashed a flame towards the steel rhinoceros, which charged forward, its horn aimed at the fire. In an instant, the steel rhinoceros lost sight of braised pork, leaving only a deep hole where it had been. Its skin, as tough as iron, was still susceptible to heat. The flames from braised pork overwhelmed the beast's defenses, transforming it into a red-skinned rhinoceros. Tietao advanced towards the 3 beasts, his aura pressing down upon them, causing them to tremble. Their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Tietao, momentarily forgetting their intentions. Golden Pikachu even left a few bloody scratches on the earth demon bear. I have no desire to fight you. After midnight, Zhao Deming will no longer be a threat. If you agree, we can sit together and feast on some beast meat. Tietao proposed. Chapter 35, Military Training concludes. The 3 beasts exchanged glances and settled down in resignation. Braised pork emerged from the hole, extinguishing the flames on the 2 beasts. Tang Shuang's creatures finally exhaled in relief. They had no wish to continue fighting. A man and a pig skillfully kindled a campfire between them. Tietao produced several pieces of beast meat to roast. Once cooked, each beast received a portion, while Tang Shuang was granted an extra bottle of soda. Amidst the sporadic sounds from the electric baton, this tranquil moment came to an end. As midnight approached, the sky resonated with urgent bird calls. 2 figures, one white and one red, relentlessly pursued each other. Tietao took out his phone to check the time and shouted into the sky, "There are 40 seconds until midnight." The white figure suddenly froze. Seizing the opportunity, the red figure broke free from the pursuit of the white figure and swiftly dove downward. A girl clad in red leaped from the back of a massive red bird. This was none other than Tang Yanran. "Time's up," Tietao announced. Tang Shuang switched off the electric baton and awaited Zhao Deming's awakening. The instructors began to gather at the entrance, their numbers increasing until all had congregated. The expressions on their faces were contorted as if they had consumed 5 pounds of bitter melon, for 3 individuals had managed to break through. Even more alarming was the fact that Zhao Deming still lay unconscious on the ground. The instructors, observing Zhao Deming's hair standing on end from the electric shock, began to break into a cold sweat. Their gazes towards Tietao and Tang Shuang turned peculiar. They were evidently impressed that these 2 students had managed to render Zhao Deming in such a state. Suddenly, a long, stick-like object fell from Tang Shuang's pocket. She hurriedly picked it up and stashed it back in her pants. An electric baton? Is this something a student is allowed to possess? The instructors pondered, their eyes growing increasingly strange as they regarded Tietao and the others, clearly suspecting they had discovered the means to defeat Zhao Deming. The tremor of his fingers indicated that Zhao Deming was on the verge of recovery. 10 minutes later, Zhao Deming slowly stood up. Damn it, catch those 2 brats. How dare they ambush me with an electric baton? No one moved. They all just stared at Zhao Deming. Instructor, it's midnight, Tang Shuang exclaimed, her face beaming with delight as she reminded him. Zhao Deming suddenly snapped to attention and checked the head count. 3 of you completed the task. So prepare for a super double punishment. Those who were previously penalized will receive an additional dose. Humph, this time you 2 got lucky. But don't let it happen again. Just wait until I can truly reprimand you. Zhao Deming threatened the 2 while continually smoothing his now erect hair. Commander Zhao, we are beast cultivators, not beast tamers. We're not on the same wavelength. Tang Shuang replied cheerfully. Humph. Zhao Deming dismissed them and began timing, calculating the arrival times of each student. As seconds ticked by, students slowly began to assemble. All right, let us announce the results, Zhao Deming declared. The following students reached the assessment on time: Tietao, Tang Shuang, and Tang Yinran. The rest are deemed unqualified, and points will be deducted according to their arrival times. Qualified individuals will receive 100 points, Zhao Deming bellowed at the group of students. Sighs of discontent echoed amongst the students. Silence. This is merely military training. If we were on the beast battlefield, those who failed to complete their tasks would be fortunate if even 1 in 10 returned. Do you understand? The students fell silent. But there are others who can succeed, right? You should consider how they accomplish their tasks. Why haven't you contracted a spatial beast? Why can they conduct business and earn points while you cannot? The students fell into deep contemplation. This demonstrated that others' calculations had long surpassed their own. The true beast battlefield is fraught with peril, where anything can happen. Beast tamers, after this military training concludes, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter, Zhao Deming stated. All collected materials were organized by name, with no collusion between Tietao and Tang Shuang. Regardless, Tang Shuang still managed to gain 100 points. Oh, I forgot to mention. I have hidden 3 Easter eggs for you in this venue. Has anyone found them? Tietao and Tang Yinran raised their hands, while the others looked bewildered. Excellent. This is what those who complete the task should receive. Now, take out your boxes. Tietao produced a golden box from his spatial storage, while Tang Yinran revealed a brown box. The golden box grants 150 points, and the brown box awards 50 points. Inside are special items I specifically prepared for you. So keep them. They will prove useful. Tietao nodded, acknowledging the significant value of the contents, particularly for the sky fish, as it contained a purification crystal capable of cleansing and refining beast bloodlines. It is said that this item can only be obtained through military merit and is otherwise unobtainable. The formula for it is also meticulously safeguarded within the military, making acquisition nearly impossible. Seated on the bus, Tietao leaned against the window and promptly fell asleep. At 3 o'clock, they were ushered off the bus. The following afternoon, the library screen would display the results of points and credits earned. The bus drove away from their sight, leaving them with no choice but to return to their dormitory. An untimely voice drifted towards Tang Shuang and Tietao from behind. Piao Miao, let us go stay somewhere else. I've already opened my room. They mechanically turned their heads to the source of the voice, only to see Lu Mingho with his arm around Ling Piao Miao, sending a chill down their spines. Seizing the moment, the 2 hurried back to their dorm. Following them was Wang Chong, and once the 3 returned to their dormitory, they immediately collapsed into sleep. The next morning, Tietao awoke to find the same 3 individuals in the dormitory. He shivered slightly, seemingly reminded of Lu Mingho and Ling Piao Miao. After a quick wash, he pulled a half-asleep Tang Shuang back to their room. So, is the military training over? Uncle Luo inquired. Yes, it's concluded. It went quite smoothly, Tietao replied. You all have point rankings this time. What position do you think you'll achieve? Aunt Tang asked. Aunt, do we even need to ask? We'll definitely be in the top 10, Tang Shuang mumbled sleepily. Top 10 isn't too shabby. I heard the results will be announced in the afternoon. Make sure to take a picture for me, Aunt Tang remarked. No problem, Aunt Tang, Tietao readily agreed. We need to get to work. You two should rest up. Let Luo call you in the afternoon, Aunt Tang instructed. No problem. Luo Mi suddenly woke up from her half-slumber and readily agreed. Chapter 36. Sister Reporter, you're back. Luo Mi, watching as her father closed the door, immediately clung to Tietao, eager to hear about the events of military training. To recount my experiences would be rather dull, Tietao admitted candidly. No, I want to hear all about it. Luo Mi exclaimed, affectionately clinging to Taitao's arm. With no choice, Tietao began narrating the events from the very beginning, leaving Luo Mi in a state of astonishment once he finished. And that's it. Indeed. I am a beast cultivator, not a beast tamer. Combat is not my forte. Is it really alright to conduct business to earn points? Isn't it a matter of mutual consent? I didn't force them to buy? It seems you truly managed to turn this military training on its head. Did I? Tietao asked, somewhat puzzled. The school officials announced that the highlights of this competition would be released today at 10 o'clock. You didn't know about this? Luo Mi looked at him quizzically. I genuinely had no idea. Anyway, I doubt I'll be featured in the video. I hardly took down any savage beasts. Tietao said nonchalantly. As the clock struck 10, Luo Mi swiftly retrieved her phone to locate the highlight video, casting it onto the television screen. One particular video captivated her attention immensely. Tietao, there are indeed highlights of you. No way. The television commenced the playback of the meticulously crafted montage. A caption appeared on the screen. The rule breaker of military training. Tietao. Upon seeing this, Tietao instinctively scratched his head as the video played at an accelerated pace, reenacting his recent experiences until it reached the moment he opened his shop at the waterfall cabin. An avalanche of comments flooded in. No way. This is possible. The scene shifted once more to Tietao being launched by the Dharma ape, causing Luo Mi to gasp in astonishment. She glanced at Tietao, relieved to find no trace of injury upon him. When she turned back, the Dharma ape lay defeated on the ground, having been dismantled by Tietao. How did you manage that? Luo Mi's eyes remained wide with disbelief. I simply jumped and collided with it. A self-sacrificial strike, Tietao asserted confidently. Is that something a mere human can accomplish? Luo Mi suddenly recalled something. You possess the beast mastery secret technique. She exclaimed. Cousin, why are you shouting so loudly? Tang Shuang, still half asleep, opened her eyes. I mean, Tietao knows the beast mastery secret technique. Luo Mi reiterated emphatically. What beast mastery secret technique? Tang Shuang's eyes widened in surprise. A flame erupted from Taitao's hand. Is this considered the beast mastery secret technique? He inquired, perplexed. This is what the beast mastery secret technique allows the master to share a portion of their abilities with their beasts. This technique is known as ability sharing, Luo Mi affirmed. This secret technique is meant to be kept confidential. How did you learn it? I don't know. It seems to be innate, Tietao replied candidly. No way. Is there really such a thing? Tang Shuang remarked. Only Tietao understood that this was not the beast mastery secret technique at all. It was merely a power he had acquired from consuming the fire wolf demon's essence, a fact he could not disclose. Perhaps, but who can say for certain? Isn't this secret technique a creation of humanity as well? Luo Mi mused. The video then showcased Tang Shuang, followed by their actions, which led them into the forest, where the footage abruptly ceased. What transpired afterward? Luo Mi inquired. Nothing much, just that braised pork roasted the commander's two beasts. Their fur was completely burnt off. Is the commander's beasts that weak? Wasn't he commanding them? He couldn't command them at all. Tang Shuang expertly pulled out an electric baton, twirling it in her hand. No way did you two stun him? Indeed, otherwise, battling those beasts would have been far more challenging. In the end, we even negotiated with those beasts and shared a meal together, Tang Shuang recounted. Impressive, you two truly are remarkable. You can pull off such bizarre feats. Luo Mi realized she had underestimated Tao's unconventional methods. The comments continued to echo. Why is there no follow-up? Didn't everyone else have pursuit segments? Why not Tietao? After the highlights of Tietao concluded, the afternoon had already arrived. Tang Shuang is taking us out for a meal, but I'm out of money. I've spent it all, Tietao said. No worries, I'll change into another outfit. I admire your ability to invest everything you have. Tang Shuang remarked as she ascended the stairs. Hurry up, I'm famished. Otherwise, I'll expose your dark past from military training, Tietao teased. Suddenly, a notification chimed on Taitao's phone. XX Treasure has deposited 1,000 yuan. Shush, that's hush money. Tell me in secret. I won't tell anyone, Luo Mi whispered. There's really nothing much, just some impact on his public image, Tietao admitted. Tell me in secret. It's fine, Luo Mi persisted. After I tell you. I'm afraid you won't be able to eat. Let us forget it, Tietao replied. Disgusting. Then let us drop it. Luo Mi lost interest immediately. Tang Shuang descended the stairs, carrying a large bag of items, leading the two towards a small restaurant. Casually, she tossed the contents of her bag into the trash bin. After their meal, The trio arrived at the library entrance, awaiting the announcement of results. Among the crowd, Tietao spotted a familiar figure. The female journalist had returned. The journalist seemed to sense a gaze upon her, causing a shiver down her spine. Turning, she met Tietao's eyes and felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She vividly remembered her impulsive actions that had just been settled with her latest paycheck, and an ominous premonition loomed in her mind. The journalist swallowed hard, repeatedly praying, "Tietao is not first. Tietao is not first. Tietao is not first." She looked up at the leaderboard. With just 1 second remaining before the announcement, unconsciously, she held her breath, closed her eyes, and prepared to make another prayer, hoping for some divine intervention. Click. Tang Shuang snapped a photo of the screen with her phone, sending it to her aunt, Tang Xin. "See, Tietao is not first. It's utterly unjustifiable. With a score of 1184, who could surpass that? Look at the second place, Tang Yinran, with only 456 points. The disparity is immense." Upon hearing Tang Shuang's words, the journalist collapsed onto the ground, eyes vacant. What is wrong with that woman? Did the leaderboard excite her that much? Tietao has 60 credits, which is quite substantial. He should be able to exchange for some valuable items, Luomi remarked, patting Tietao's arm. "Camera guy, go interview the first place now. We're all old acquaintances. Hurry up. Look, they're about to leave." The journalist, dazed, approached Tietao. "Tietao, may I request an interview?" Tietao gestured a money-counting motion, his smile widening. Chapter 37. Is there a dark scheme? Impossible. The journalist's phone rang, an incoming call. "Hello, director. Hurry and interview that Tietao. Rumors are spreading online that there's a dark scheme behind his scores. Get the first-hand interview. That Tietao interview requires funding." "Understood. I'll transfer it now. Hurry." After hanging up, the journalist's phone chimed. XX Treasure has deposited 1,500 yuan. The director's funding arrived quickly, she thought, her eyes lighting up. "Tietao, may I conduct my interview now?" Of course. Tietao continued to display the money gesture. The journalist promptly transferred 1,000 yuan to Tietao's account, her heart brimming with joy. "Is it good to go now?" She smiled, delighted. Tietao nodded, while Luo Mi and Tang Shuang exchanged puzzled glances at Tietao's every move. "Tietao, it said that there are dark schemes surrounding your military training achievements. What are your thoughts on this matter?" "Dark schemes? Where's the evidence? Could you elaborate?" "They claim you mysteriously vanished on the last day, yet somehow completed the final military training task, accumulating such high points. What is questionable about that? When you're hungry, don't you buy food? Does buying food not cost money? There's no network in that place. What else could I do to earn points?" Tietao responded rationally. "And how did you know to bring so much food? To ensure everything was foolproof, I prepared these provisions. Is there a problem with that? Moreover, my second beast is a spatial creature. Why not make use of it?" "Indeed, classmate Tietao is not wrong. What then of the maps you ultimately sold? Was there not some underlying truth to be uncovered? There were only a few locations available for military training. And surely you are not so inept as to be unable to memorize a map? Or is it that your phone lacks the Penguin navigation app?" Tietao regarded the female journalist with a curious expression. Despite his gaze, her professional demeanor remained unshaken as she continued speaking. "It appears that classmate Tietao is quite the contemplative individual in his own right. Now, for my final inquiry, how did you manage to complete your tasks on time?" "Ah, that's quite simple. Just hide away and venture out just before the deadline. Farewell, dear reporter." Tietao promptly led Tang Shuang away, a radiant smile gracing his features. As they walked, the trio conversed, remarking that the female journalist was indeed a kind-hearted person. Not only had she treated him to a meal previously, but she had also offered him monetary compensation. "I am aware of that. You mentioned it during our time at the training institute," noted Luomi, bouncing alongside Tietao. "Speaking of which, your demeanor back then was quite different from your current disposition," Tietao remarked. "That was because there was no one there who could elicit her true nature. Now, it seems she has been liberated," Tang Shuang replied with a shrug. Before long, the female journalist's report was published online, each question dissecting the dark underbelly of the situation, prompting both the school and military to issue denials, asserting that there were no issues with the results. As the three returned, they paused to purchase groceries, with Tietao also buying a bottle of cola for Luomi. Upon their return home, a video chronicling Tietao's military training exploits had already surfaced online. Such swift efficiency was indeed remarkable. One particular comment caught Tietao's attention. "If only Tietao had a public social media account, I would definitely follow him." Within 10 minutes, Tietao established a Weibo account, proudly declaring himself a novice beast tamer. The number of his followers skyrocketed before the astonished eyes of his companions. "Tietao, you're quite the sensation. Your follower count is increasing even faster than mine," Tang Shuang exclaimed, clapping Tietao on the shoulder. Tietao posted, "I Tietao am set to join the Luo Corporation as a beast tamer. If anyone wishes to enhance their beasts, feel free to visit me at the Luo Corporation's Beast Institute. He casually promoted the company. Well done, utilizing the current buzz for advertising. Luo Mi applauded, patting her arm. I hadn't thought about that. I merely considered that when I begin working, I would likely have many visitors, allowing me to earn some extra income, Tietao stated earnestly. Once you've published this Weibo post, our construction progress is bound to accelerate, Luo Mi remarked. And that is not a bad thing, Tietao replied. Uncle is likely to spend more money to have the workers put in extra hours, but with this Weibo post, it can be considered a worthy investment, Tang Shuang added. That evening, Tietao prepared an elaborate feast. After dinner, he inquired about the secret techniques of beast taming. The secret methods of beast taming are alternative applications of beast marks, developed exclusively by the military. They are not to be disclosed. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. Unless one possesses innate talent like yours, Uncle Luo explained. Can we, as beast tamers, learn such techniques? Tietao asked earnestly. Of course. The military backs your prestigious beast taming university. As long as you exchange credits, it should be no issue, Uncle Luo responded. How many credits would be required? Tietao pressed. Historically, one requires 750 credits to exchange for a technique. If you accumulate enough credits in the future, I recommend you study the star shifting technique. What benefits does it provide? It allows you to transfer damage to your beast, albeit only partially. In critical moments, it can save your life. That sounds quite advantageous, Tietao mused, glancing at the braised pork. What are you doing? Are you planning to discard me once you've learned? Such matters are for the future. Let us take our time. No student at the capital's Beast Taming University graduates without delays. How many credits are needed to graduate? Tietao inquired once more. You truly do not know? A full 5,000 credits is required. Just consider how long that will take to accumulate. Fortunately, the recent military training yielded 15 credits, Tang Shuang exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. 15 credits are quite substantial. They will serve well for some time, Aunt Tang added. Tietao, you can boast of 60 credits. Luo Mi chimed in. 60 credits? How could it possibly be that much? Aunt Tang asked incredulously. Luo Mi pulled up Tietao's military training highlights and his conversation with the journalist on her phone. Ha ha ha. It seems that engaging in business is indeed the most lucrative, Uncle Luo declared. Given that the braised pork is of such low rank, it lacks competitiveness. Only after consuming the pills will I dare to take risks, Tietao confessed candidly. Oh, what is the current rank of the braised pork? It should be at rank 5, and its bloodline should have awakened, Tietao replied. How much has the Phoenix bloodline awakened? Uncle Luo inquired. Just a trace. I have no funds left. I can only select the finest materials available for the pills, Tietao admitted honestly. Both tasks shall proceed concurrently. These pills are commendable. Let us conduct another assessment for the braised pork to ascertain the extent of its bloodline, Uncle Luo suggested. Very well, Uncle Luo. The braised pork looked at Tietao with a mournful expression, emitting soft whines. Does that mean you won't be drawing my blood? Chapter 38. After school resumption. A reassessment is required. The braised pork, unwillingly, had a small vial of blood drawn by Uncle Luo, before immediately leaping into Luo Mi's embrace, whining incessantly. Luo Mi pinched the braised pork's ears, occasionally kneading its plump body, while her eyes remained fixed on the device her father was operating. The response time this time was considerably slower than before. A lengthy duration is a positive sign, indicating the bloodline's excellence. A brief duration, conversely, is unfavorable, Uncle Luo explained. He remained intently focused on the screen. After such an extensive analysis, he too was curious. While there are indeed beasts with Phoenix bloodlines, and many have awakened, the addition of this pig-like specimen to the database is likely overdue. Finally, the progress bar reached its conclusion. Uncle Luo wiped his brow. Thank goodness it completed, otherwise, I would have suspected the device was malfunctioning. The device displayed new species containing wild boar DNA with an anomalous bloodline. Wild beast rank 5. Wild beast potential 6. Bloodline Phoenix bloodline awakened. Awakening degree 15. Wild beast attributes fire. Wild beast status healthy. Uncle Luo retrieved a printed report from the device and examined it. There are no issues. It has successfully awakened. It seems you will have no trouble passing the intermediate beast tamer examination. Upon your return, I shall update the braised pork's data in the database, Uncle Luo stated. What? Uncle, are you suggesting he can pass the intermediate beast tamer exam? Tang Shuang gazed at Tietao in astonishment. I have yet to attempt the past examination papers for the intermediate level. I cannot be overly confident, Tietao replied earnestly. The confidence you speak of is surely about securing the top spot, is it not? Tang Shuang teased. I have not contemplated achieving first place. My only aim is to ensure I pass, allowing me time to pursue my personal interests, Tietao responded sincerely. Look at Tietao, how humble he is. And look at you, so focused on appearances yet amounting to nothing, Luomi remarked to Tang Xuan. And you, with your fine features. Yet your height leaves much to be desired. Such a little bean, Tang Xuan said, playfully patting Luomi's head. The two individuals then engaged in a fierce struggle, neither yielding to the other. Tietao had never experienced such a scenario before, and it was quite amusing. Their combat prowess was evenly matched. A contest of equal strength with no clear victor. Ultimately, Luomi emerged triumphant, sinking her teeth into Tang Xuan's arm with such tenacity that she refused to release her grip. With no alternative, Tang Xuan surrendered, giving up the struggle. Luomi ascended the stairs with an air of triumph and forcefully slammed the door behind her. Back in her room, Luomi incessantly rubbed her jaw, mumbling indistinctly. Tang Xuan's skin is remarkably tough, tougher than one could imagine. After the ruckus, Tang Xuan massaged her arm, which bore deep bite marks. Her bite is surprisingly fierce. The imprints are so deep. Can it be said that the only reason she didn't break skin is due to your thick hide? Tietao pondered the underlying implications of Tang Xuan's words. Tang Xuan looked at him, her expression filled with questions, her gaze slightly off-kilter. I'd wager my cousin has certainly uttered something along those lines within the confines of her room, Tang Xuan declared, raising 3 fingers. Just then, a loud sneeze erupted from Luomi's room. You see, I was right. There's no way she wouldn't react so strongly, Tang Xuan asserted confidently. The sound of mobile phones chiming interrupted them, as both Tang Xuan and Tietao simultaneously picked theirs up. They received a message. Please report to the dormitory at 8 a.m. tomorrow to collect textbooks and class schedules. Ensure you wear your school uniform for classes at the capital Beast Taming University. It appeared that their respite was fleeting, as classes were set to commence imminently. Tietao shrugged, indifferent, though he was unaware of the textbooks he would receive, presuming they would cover standard beast taming subjects. As long as the content did not overlap with his existing knowledge, he was willing to attend. The following morning, at 8 a.m., they returned to the dormitory, only to find Wang Chong looking utterly despondent. Finally, you're here. I'm on the verge of going mad from Li Pingmiao's torment. Quickly, tell me what transpired. Tang Xuan inquired with a gleam of curiosity. This guy has escalated his antics. He even crawled into my bed completely naked last night. Wang Chong exclaimed. You didn't engage in anything, did you? Tietao asked, astonished. Thankfully, I managed to expel him with my beast. However, he seems remarkably resilient and undeterred. Even returning for more, Wang Chong lamented. It seems we made the right decision to move out, Tang Xuan affirmed regarding their choice. Could it be that after Lu Mingho's development, Li Pingmiao awakened? Tietao speculated. Can we please refrain from discussing that? I now have psychological trauma. I swear. I will definitely move out by tomorrow, Wang Chong declared, promptly taking his packed belongings to search for new accommodation. I doubt I can measure the extent of Wang Chong's psychological trauma, Tang Xuan commented. Not a problem. I can certainly quantify it, Tietao asserted confidently. Really? You can do that? Tang Xuan inquired, intrigued. Infinity, Tietao proclaimed resolutely. Tietao stored all the books in his spatial compartment and picked up the class schedule. Their classes were set for the following Monday, leaving them with 3 days. These 3 days were also filled with other obligations, including soul assessments and beast evaluations, all of which needed to be redone and documented in their records. After all, this university had military ties, necessitating meticulous documentation of student data. Let us proceed to the monitoring point established on the east side of the school for the soul assessment, Tietao instructed Tang Xuan. Are we going today? Can't we wait a couple of days? Tang Xuan asked, her voice trembling slightly. Do you have something to hide? Tietao inquired, puzzled. Not at all. It's just that my talents are rather mediocre. I would feel embarrassed in a crowd, Tang Xuan admitted, her cheeks flushing. Ah, is that not my brother Tang Xuan? What about the surroundings you promised me? Li Pingmiao, clad in black stockings, leaned against the door, teasingly addressing Tang Xuan. Tietao, let us go? I'm coming with you now, Tang Xuan declared, disregarding Tietao as she dashed down the stairs. Goodbye, Li classmate, Tietao said, clutching a piece of braised pork, and leaped out the window. Ah, my charm is undeniable. Look, someone is jumping from the building for me. He chuckled, his laughter echoing through the floor. Students residing in the school began vacating the dormitories, heading towards the eastern monitoring point, creating a substantial procession. Countless pairs of eyes from the girls' dormitory observed the boys as they made their way to the monitoring point, and soon enough, the girls began to follow suit, swelling the ranks even further. The staff at the monitoring point beamed with joy at the sight, realizing that once today's work was completed, they could relax tomorrow. Chapter 39. Tang Xuan, what's wrong with you? This testing was entirely different from previous ones. This time, it involved a machine, and upon conclusion, a report would be generated. Tietao noticed someone departing with a report, although he didn't comprehend the data presented. A person clad in the black uniform of the capital Beast Taming University inquired of a nearby individual, "Why is this test so different from the previous ones?" "Of course it's different. This is the military soul talent assessment," the other replied. Tietao perked up his ears, attentively listening to their conversation. "What distinguishes it?" the first person asked. "The military categorizes talents into 50 levels. The earlier you reach level 50, the better, allowing for the contracting of more beasts. At level 50, one can contract up to 6 beasts. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. I can hardly wait. I want to possess more beasts. Though I wonder when I will be able to contract my third," the other mused. "In a few years, I suppose. This level is linked to age. It's said that everyone ultimately trends towards level 50. Whether one can reach it is uncertain. Then I suppose I am out of luck. For beasts would suffice for me. Let us see if you can reach level 30 first," the other replied. As Tietao listened, he calculated. It seemed that every 10 levels allowed for an additional contracted beast, and at level 50, one could manage 6. This was no trivial matter. The survival rate of contracted beasts in the wilderness increased with the number of contracts. The military would allocate resources based on 1's beasts and talents. In other words, this data would be meticulously recorded by the military. Of course, would the military engage in arduous tasks that yield no benefit? Tietao pondered, uncertain of what level he might reach. These considerations had never crossed his mind. He had only recently learned about talent levels through others' discussions. He wondered if consuming beasts with high soul strength after reaching level 50 would enable him to surpass that threshold and contract more beasts. Tang Shuang nudged Tietao, signaling him to hurry as it was already his turn. She stepped into another tent. Tietao retracted his ears and entered the testing tent. He sat down on a stool where a circular dome reminiscent of a hair curler was placed over his head. The dome was expansive, yet transparent enough to vaguely perceive the outside world. A blue light emanated from within, sending a chill through Taitao's head. The blue glow gradually faded and then vanished inside the dome, only to reappear, remaining consistent while the cool sensation subsided. As the cover was lifted, Tietao obtained a report. Just emerging from the tent, he heard a voice emanating from the adjacent tent. "Classmate, please refrain from vomiting into the test ball. It's utterly revolting." Intrigued, Tietao peered into the neighboring tent to discern the situation. A person covered in vomit emerged, and it was none other than Tang Shuang. At that moment, Tietao finally understood why Tang Shuang preferred to avoid crowded places. The moment Tang Shuang exited, he swiftly vanished from Taitao's sight. Possibly the fastest he had ever run, Tietao mused. A classmate who followed Tang Shuang into the tent caught a whiff of a sour odor and promptly retched. Hearing the sound of vomiting, Tietao scratched his head and proceeded directly to the beast assessment. Yet he still found no trace of Tang Shuang. With no other choice, Tietao took 2 reports and returned. Upon entering the house, he found Tang Shuang seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television, with the air conditioning humming in the background. "You returned quite swiftly. When did you get back?" Tietao inquired. "I returned right after completing the soul assessment." "What level are you?" Tang Shuang asked. A head peeked out from the second-floor door, observing Tietao. "Level 27. That should be decent," he replied. "What, 27? I'm only level 18. How are you so abnormal?" Tang Shuang exclaimed. "Do you think Tietao is as useless as you?" came Luo Mi's voice. "Cousin, think carefully. How many graduates from the capital Beastmaster University can contract 4 beasts upon graduation?" Tang Shuang remarked with surprising seriousness. "Probably not many. Most who contract 4 beasts are between the ages of 30 and 40. Those with better talent might only achieve it a couple of years earlier," Luo Mi replied. Biting her finger, "When will Tietao contract his 4th beast?" "Probably around graduation," she speculated. "By the time he turns 30, with a bit of luck, he might even manage a 5th beast. Doesn't that just prove his talent?" Luo Mi asked, perplexed. "If it were known only to him, that would be fine, but unfortunately, the military is also aware. Although we beast tamers do not openly go to the battlefield, we still have opportunities to step onto it before graduation," Tang Shuang explained. "Are you suggesting that the military might place significant importance on him, even considering him for use as a beast?" Tang Shuang nodded in affirmation. "What good does it do to say all this? The military surely knows my data by now. Whatever you think, they have thought of too. Why worry so much? Isn't it all out of concern for you?" Luo Mi, clad in a bear-themed pajamas, pouted as she descended the stairs. "What is there to worry about? I will always be a beast tamer. If I need materials, I can conduct business to acquire them. It's not a necessity to go to the battlefield." Tietao replied nonchalantly. "We can only hope for the best," Tang Shuang added. "Instead of pondering so many things, why not consider how to cultivate the beasts?" Tietao suggested. He opened the mobile banking app to find that his balance, including the funds in XX Treasure, totaled less than 2,000 yuan. To effectively utilize such purification crystals, he needed to prepare a significant amount of materials. Even if the materials themselves were not expensive, this amount of money would not suffice. He found himself in a period of financial strain again, realizing that purifying the bloodline of the sky-swimming fish would take some time. I'm not in a hurry. I can wait until school starts, then exchange some credits for a purification crystal before proceeding with the cultivation, Tang Shuang remarked. Are purification crystals very expensive? About 10 credits or so. It's not too pricey. I'll have some credits left over after the exchange, Tang Shuang replied. How do you know so much? Just go to the forums. They have everything there. Oh, I didn't know there was such a thing, Tietao said. Luomi opened the forum and discovered a post that some expert had extracted from the military, detailing the current freshman soul talent rankings. Her eyes widened as she looked at Tietao. Tietao, your talent level ranks 5th in the school. What? 27 and still 5th? What is the first level? Tang Shuang asked, astonished. The first is level 32, Luomi said, and Tang Shuang collapsed onto the ground, convulsing. Tang Shuang, what is wrong with you? Luomi queried. Chapter 40, attending class, that is impossible. Tietao hurriedly retrieved a chopstick from the kitchen and placed it in Tang Shuang's mouth. What is this for? Luomi asked. In my hometown, when someone has a seizure, we do this to prevent them from biting their tongue, Tietao explained earnestly. After a short while, Tang Shuang recovered, the wooden chopstick bearing several deep bite marks. Look, the seizure is over. I'm up now, Tang Shuang said, looking at Luomi. Who had a seizure? I was merely startled by the first talent level. It's almost more than double mine. You're just too pathetic. You're getting crushed all around. Unlike Tietao, who only has a 5-level gap, Luomi remarked. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. One must not underestimate the youth. Tang Shuang retorted. Do you think you belong to the Xiao family? They are the legendary beast tamers, masters of beast summoning techniques. Rumor has it that his wife is a snake. Luomi said mysteriously. Oh, so this person is comparable to Su Xian. Their wives are both snakes, though one is white, and the other has multiple heads, Tietao said seriously. What are you two talking about? Tang Shuang asked, bewildered. There are still many things in this world you have yet to explore, young man. Much remains to be discovered, Luomi encouraged, patting Tang Shuang on the shoulder. Tietao nodded in agreement. Come on, Luomi, let me take you to review our cultural classes. With that, the two of them ascended the stairs, leaving Tang Shuang in a daze. On the third day, school commenced. Tietao and Tang Shuang, clad in black uniforms, entered the classroom, having arrived somewhat late. Only the last row of seats remained vacant. Within moments, the class began. Having the sky-swimming fish was indeed convenient, as they could directly pull out any book needed. This class was focused on cultivating beast bloodlines, primarily discussing classifications and advancements, a course that would span 2 years. The content of this book was quite similar to one he had previously purchased titled Intermediate Beast Taming Compendium, which he had thoroughly read during military training. He had memorized all the content, so this course on beast bloodline cultivation posed no challenge for him. While the teacher lectured, he merely followed along, flipping through the pages at a speed several times faster than the teacher's delivery. The class was set to last the entire morning, and with an hour and a half remaining, Tietao had already finished the book. A gnawing hunger began to manifest within him. Paying no mind to the teacher's ongoing lecture, he left the classroom and headed toward the snack shop. Hey, what are you doing, student? It's not break time yet. The teacher at the podium called out. No worries, I'm just going to buy some bread. I'm hungry, Tietao replied, employing his most frequently used tactic for skipping class, which had proven effective throughout high school. Do you think my class is a place you can enter and exit at your whim? If I let you go this early in the first class, I wouldn't be the best instructor on beast bloodlines in this school, the teacher retorted. I already know everything in this book. It's pointless to listen any longer. Tietao finally dropped the pretense and laid his cards on the table. Beside him, Tang Shuang tugged at Taitao's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from retorting. Teacher Ding Jianya, this fellow is utterly arrogant. He claims to know everything. You should test him. If he fails, let him be flunked. A girl clad in a female school uniform spoke with a clipped tone. Ling Piaomiao, it's you again, you insufferable pest. How dare you seek revenge at this moment? Tang Shuang whispered. Let us get on with the exam. I'm absolutely famished, Tietao said impatiently. I'm not the one who is impatient. You are. What is your name? Ding Jianya inquired. Tietao. Very well, Tietao. How do you purify the bloodline of the fiery sun sunflower? On page 163 of the textbook, 4th line from the end, starting from the 5th word, read 60 words. That is the answer. The classroom was filled with the sound of pages turning, everyone flipping to that page. Tang Shuang began to read aloud. Grass crystal stone, purifying dust. A profound silence enveloped the classroom. Ding Jianya's expression darkened as he asked, how do you activate the bloodline of the Crimson Inferno Tiger? On page 63 of the textbook. 2nd line from the top, starting from the 16th word. A total of 72 words. Do you need to ask more? Tietao queried, a hint of urgency in his tone. All right, you may leave. In the future, feel free to attend my classes or not, as you wish, Ding Jianya replied despondently. Then I shall take my leave, Tietao said, exiting the classroom under the watchful eyes of numerous students. After Tietao left, Ding Jianya addressed the remaining students. If you can do as he did, speaking so fluently, you too may achieve this. The classroom fell into silence. That kid skipped the first class, and so brazenly too. Impressive. Upon entering the convenience store, Tietao asked the shopkeeper, "Do you have any new flavors of bread?" "You arrived just in time. A fresh batch has just come in, featuring a new flavor, wild beef floss. Care to try one?" "I'll take one, then." After paying, Tietao tore open the packaging and began to eat. The bread contained not a trace of wild beef. It was entirely made from ordinary beef. However, Tietao refrained from voicing this, well aware that such a price could not procure wild beef. Shouldn't this be the time for new students to attend classes? Skipping the first class is quite a feat, the shopkeeper remarked. "No worries, I have permission. I've completed the course on beast mastery bloodlines," Tietao replied earnestly. "Completed? This year's textbook has been newly revised, specially crafted by the school, unavailable outside." The shopkeeper expressed disbelief. "I truly mastered it. When I left, that Ding Jianya kept bombarding me with questions. Yet, he only asked about the textbook, lacking any flexibility." Tietao shrugged. "Teacher Ding is the authority on beast mastery bloodlines here. This year's graduation exam will surely be challenging," the shopkeeper cautioned. "It matters not, it's all the same. Theory is forever theory, bearing no resemblance to reality," Tietao asserted. "You've seen such practical cases, have you?" "I've already finished reading 300 successful cases of intermediate beast breeders," Tietao replied candidly. "Is that so? Your progress is remarkably swift, much faster than some third-year students," the shopkeeper remarked. "Indeed? Then the previous batches of students must have been rather lacking. You're impressive, but I must advise you to consider delaying your graduation. The materials from the school are exceedingly rare," the shopkeeper said earnestly. "That seems unnecessary. As long as I accumulate enough credits, it's not a significant problem." Tietao responded. "How many credits do you actually have?" "They're quite precious. About 60, not too hard to come by." "What? You have 60 credits?" the shopkeeper exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, I earned 60 credits during military training," Tietao replied. "For the first time, I've seen a student accumulate so many credits during military training. How did you manage that?" "I simply sold the items I purchased from you to them in exchange for credits. Profiting from my goods grants you credits? Look at them, struggling to eat and sleep in the environment. Once they discover something delicious, after tasting it once, they surely want more. I was conducting business with them." "Haha, I've never seen anyone engage in business during military training before. But wait, isn't there's supposed to be food supplies provided during military training? Our batch had our food supplies cancelled due to tardiness. Business was booming in the last few days," Tietao recounted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "You truly are a clever one, utilizing everything to your advantage. Uncle, you should take a moment to watch the highlights of this military training." "Why was this highlight reel released so quickly? Previously, it would take 3 days," the shopkeeper questioned. "How would I know? It's my first time enrolling." Tietao shot back with a roll of his eyes. "What do you plan to do with the remaining time? Shouldn't you have another class this afternoon?" "Yes. I plan to skip it. I've skimmed through the book's content. It's merely a collection of cases I've already read." "Uncle, I'm curious. Why are you attending school? Surely, it's not just for credits?" the shopkeeper inquired. "What use are credits? I've only recently come to realize their significance." "Uncle, may I ask where I can take on tasks as a beast breeder?" Tietao asked earnestly. "If you wish to earn credits, head to the task building No. 3 at the school. That's where tasks are assigned." "Understood. Thank you, Uncle. Here's a tip. Once you accept a task, you must complete it, or you'll lose credits. Such a thing exists? I'll be sure to pay attention when I accept tasks," Tietao responded. After purchasing a drink, Tietao made his way to task building number 3. The building comprised 3 floors, each corresponding to beginner, intermediate, and advanced tasks. Upon entering task building number 3, he found a considerable number of people inside. Although students from other grades had just begun their classes, many were still present. Tietao leisurely strolled through the first floor, examining task after task. Exotic evolution task. Evolve the earth demon spider, requiring a change of its attribute to wood type. Reward, 3 credits, 25,000 yuan, 3 points. Level up, fiery lizard, requiring the elevation of a 9th grade fiery lizard to 6th grade. Reward, 5 credits, 5,000 yuan, 1 point. The variety of tasks was overwhelming, leaving him puzzled about which one to accept. "Excuse me, is this your first visit to the task building?" a girl dressed in a black uniform with a ponytail asked. "Hello, senior sister. Indeed it is my first time," Tietao answered sincerely. "Are you unsure which tasks to accept?" the girl continued. "Yes, these tasks seem quite manageable. I simply lack funds and have yet to decide which to take on, Tietao admitted earnestly. Your statement is misguided. Many second-year students also accept tasks on the first floor. You must be a freshman. Don't aim too high, or you'll end up losing credits. Her tone grew slightly irritable. Senior sister, may I ask where I can prove that I've accepted a task? Tietao inquired. With the task slip. Proceed to the end of the corridor to apply for the task. The school will handle the contact. Once notified, you can head to laboratory building number 2. The girl's tone remained unwelcoming. Oh, thank you, senior sister. Tietao began to stride briskly down the corridor, having taken on all the tasks related to level enhancement. Amidst the sighs of the senior student, he proceeded toward the end of the hallway. Are these the tasks you are to undertake? Inquired the teacher seated by the window at the corridor's end. Yes, teacher, I have accepted a total of 32 tasks. Very well. I will need to schedule time for these tasks. You may complete several each day. The more, the better. These tasks are quite easy, Tietao replied. I will arrange it. Please hand me your student card. The teacher, appearing somewhat resigned, received the card. May I ask, do I need to pay for ordinary materials at school? Of course, this is not a charitable institution. The prices are reasonable, approximately 70 of what they are outside. Which is fair, the teacher explained. Tietao took back his student card. Thank you, teacher. Just let me know when you've made the arrangements. I am available at any time. After completing the tasks, Tietao cheerfully exited the task building. He settled on a bench in the campus, casually pulling out a textbook to read. Before long, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. A throng of students poured out of the teaching building, heading towards the cafeteria and the convenience store. At that moment, Tietao's phone rang. Tang Shuang, are you looking for me? Of course. I had no idea where you were in the classroom. I had to ask, came the reply. Oh, I'm on a bench near the cafeteria, reading, Tietao responded. All right. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Tang Shuang soon arrived. You really are leisurely. You don't have to attend class. How nice. It's not too bad. You know that completing tasks can earn credits, right? Of course. Isn't that common knowledge? Tang Shuang asked, puzzled. Oh, then I must be the last to find out. I've taken on tasks, Tietao said. Such efficiency. You've already taken on tasks this early? With so many classes now, it's bound to take up time, Tang Shuang remarked. It doesn't matter. I can skip them. I'll use the same method as this morning. You are truly something. What tasks have you accepted? Tang Shuang inquired. I took on the level enhancement tasks. They're all quite simple, Tietao replied earnestly. Are there still such tasks available? Tang Shuang asked. None left, not a single one. Unless new ones are posted, Tietao stated honestly. Those people are incredibly swift. These tasks, which are the easiest for us freshmen to earn credits, are all gone. Tang Shuang said with frustration. Could you lend me some money? I'll pay you back soon. How much do you need? Tietao asked. About 200,000. Tang Shuang said seriously. Have you lost your mind? You want to borrow that much for just one task? Tang Shuang looked at Tietao incredulously. Who said I only took one task? I accepted 32. I'm short on cash and don't know how long it will take for the funds to come through. Tietao admitted sheepishly. You can't be saying that all the level enhancement tasks are in your hands, can you? Tang Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes. I figured I could earn some money, so I took them all, Tietao responded candidly. Tang Shuang was left speechless, only able to give Tietao a thumbs up. Without a word, she grabbed Tietao and headed towards the cafeteria. Chapter 42. Tietao, need funds. In the afternoon, Tietao repeated the events of the morning. Halfway through the class, the instructor permitted him to skip, and amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, Tietao exited the classroom. Upon leaving, he stopped by the convenience store to buy bread. Tietao, you haven't skipped class again, have you? The old uncle asked. How could I possibly skip class? I am a diligent student. The teacher said it was optional, so I left the classroom, Tietao replied solemnly. You really are gaining a reputation. You actually have 60 credits. Of course, but I'm currently low on funds. I find credits to be quite easy to earn, Tietao stated earnestly. You initial level beast tamers typically take on level enhancement tasks, which only yield half a credit per task. Are you really saying this is easy money? The old uncle queried, bemused. It's manageable. I've taken on many, so I don't find it too strenuous, Tietao replied. How many have you taken? The old uncle asked. A sense of foreboding creeping in. Oh, I took them all, 32 in total. Perhaps that's a bit few, Tietao said, somewhat unsatisfied. A mere 32 is few? You've effectively obliterated countless opportunities for others to earn credits. The old uncle exclaimed. I simply ran out of money. Otherwise, I would have taken on more tasks. I would even tackle those involving exotic mutations, Tietao said with a serious expression. Please, spare me your earnestness. My old heart can't handle such shocks. The old uncle said, clutching his chest. Tietao's phone rang, revealing an unknown number. He answered it. Hello, is this Tietao? Yes. Please arrive promptly at the experimental building, room 401, by 4:20 p.m. for your level enhancement task. Understood. I will be there on time. Additionally, your task will continue until the building closes at 10 p.m. At least 16 beast tamers will come during this time with their beasts, so please be prepared. All right, understood. After hanging up, Tietao glanced at the time. He had less than an hour until 4:20. I can't chat any longer. I must go fulfill my task. There's less than an hour left, Tietao said, turning to leave the convenience store. Good luck. After exiting, he began texting Tang Shuang. Tietao, need funds. Tang Shuang, am out of money. Ultimately, Tietao borrowed 200,000 from Tang Shuang. As he made his way to the experimental building, he muttered, one should not judge by appearances, nor measure the sea in a jug. The Tang family is so wealthy, yet Tang Shuang is so poor. Alas. In room 401 of the experimental building, Tietao had donned the white lab coat and goggles required for the task, eagerly awaiting his first assignment. Engaging in idle chatter with Tang Shuang had cost him considerable time, and it was already 4 p.m. A knock on the door interrupted his musings. He stood up and opened the laboratory door. Hello, are you the beast tamer Tietao? I am. Which beast level are you looking to enhance? I have taken on quite a few tasks and am a bit overwhelmed. I need to enhance the level of this iron blood demon wolf. It has stagnated since reaching level 8 by devouring other wild beasts, the individual said, handing Tietao a report on the iron blood demon wolf. Tietao examined the report. Iron blood demon wolf. Wild beast level 8. Wild beast potential 7. Wild beast bloodline. Demon wolf bloodline. Activation pending. Wild beast attribute none. Health status healthy. I need to reconfirm your wolf's health status before providing a plan. Certainly, Tietao. The person brought the iron blood demon wolf before him. The wolf sat obediently in front of Tietao, not daring to move a muscle. Under the pressure of Tao's aura, the wolf remained still, allowing him to conduct the examination. After several minutes, Tietao turned to the individual. There are two methods for enhancement. One is fast, the other slow. Which do you prefer? Is there a difference? The swift magical wolf must endure immense suffering, while the slower option entails a prolonged cycle. This distinction weighed heavily on the individual, who found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, Tietao, the beastmaster, I choose the swift option. Very well. Tietao thought to himself, elated at the prospect. A quick resolution meant a quick return on investment. He began to prepare the necessary concoctions. Unperturbed by the possibility of the individual mastering his formulae, for his methods were uniquely his own, certain elements could not be replicated by others. From the laboratory's cabinets, Tietao commenced the scanning and payment process, extracting materials one by one. Each step of the procedure was executed with remarkable speed, rendering it nearly impossible to discern how he accomplished it. Within 25 minutes, a vial of potion was produced. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust it into the mouth of the iron-blooded magical wolf. Grasping the creature by its neck, he tossed it into the laboratory's resting chamber. Observing Tao's actions, the beast's owner couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for their companion. Just wait, it will all be over in half an hour, Tietao reassured. Noticing the individual's apprehension, the next person stepped forward. The second beast master entered, accompanied by their beast. Tietao, beastmaster. My name is Feng Ming, and I wish to elevate the level of this blood-poison spider. Please provide the beast's assessment report. I shall review it and present you with a solution. Tietao replied, adhering to his standard procedure. Soon, the second beast was also placed into the resting chamber. Time passed swiftly, and before long, it reached 10 o'clock. Tietao had ushered the final beast of the day into the resting chamber. The 3 resting chambers in his laboratory remained perpetually occupied, yet all the beasts had successfully completed their level upgrades. By day's end, he had completed 20 tasks, now awaiting the conclusion of the last beast's enhancement. At 10:30, the final upgrade was complete. Tietao had opted for the most economical enhancement methods, which explained the considerable discomfort experienced by the beasts. Had he chosen superior materials, they would have endured less suffering. Regrettably, he was in dire need of funds. Upon returning home, it was already 11, and he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. The exhaustion was profound after a day filled with 20 tasks. In the morning, Tietao was roused by Tang Shuang's voice. What is wrong with you? Why haven't you gotten up? She inquired. I was quite fatigued from completing tasks yesterday and went straight to bed, he replied. Surely that can't be. What could possibly tire our Iron Man? Tang Shuang exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Try completing 20 level-up tasks in a day and see how you feel. Tietao retorted, somewhat irked. You mean to say you accomplished 20? Worth 10 academic credits each? Tang Shuang's jaw dropped in disbelief. Indeed, you have not miscalculated, he affirmed. How can you be so relentless? I toiled for days to earn 12 credits, and you amassed 10 in a single day. With tears welling in her eyes, Tang Shuang hurried downstairs. Chapter 43, Purify, the Sky-Soaring Fish. The funds from yesterday had already been deposited, and he promptly repaid Tang Shuang in the morning. So soon? You have money? Is leveling up now solely about accumulating funds? Tang Shuang queried, puzzled. Once the enhancements are complete, funds are indeed distributed, he explained. Are you suggesting you managed to elevate their levels to ideal tiers in such a short time? She pressed. It can be said that way, Tietao answered sincerely. After you finish your tasks today, do you plan to take on more? No. Once completed, I need to purify the bloodline of the sky-soaring fish to enhance its potential. Tietao stated earnestly. Then it would be best if you prepared a purification crystal. It will significantly expedite the process. I have a purification crystal. But I need to gather other materials, Tietao replied. Did you exchange credits for it? No. I found it during military training, he said, producing a golden box containing a transparent crystal. Wow, that's another 10 credits practically given to you. Why didn't I meet you sooner? Tang Shuang lamented. I intended to call out to you when I first arrived, but you vanished too quickly, so I didn't pursue you, Tietao admitted candidly. Please, don't speak to me today. I feel as though I've missed out on a fortune. Upon arriving at school, Tietao recounted the events of the previous day, successfully charming his teachers and avoiding repercussions for skipping class. By 9 o'clock that evening, he had completed the remaining 12 orders and returned home with various materials purchased from the laboratory. Tietao, you've been coming home so late these past few days. It's been tough to find you, Uncle Luo remarked. Uncle Luo, I've been busy with school tasks. I'm short on funds, he explained. I heard from Tang Shuang that you're preparing to cultivate magical beasts. Is that correct? Uncle Luo inquired. Indeed, I'm planning to cultivate the sky-soaring fish. The materials are ready, Tietao said, waving the bag in front of Uncle Luo. Uncle Luo examined the contents, reading aloud the names of the materials: red leaf grass, silver crystal leaf, heart of water, June vine, pest repellent, and yuan bamboo. Tietao, why aren't you using intermediate or advanced materials? The effects of these will be quite limited, Uncle Luo noted. I have no choice. I lack the authorization to purchase advanced materials. My school task credits are insufficient for intermediate material privileges. In that case, tomorrow, come to my newly established laboratory, and I will prepare a batch of intermediate materials for you to use at your discretion, Uncle Luo offered. Uncle Luo, that's too extravagant. I merely wish to combine it with the purification crystal. The quality of materials is not of utmost importance. Any grade will serve as auxiliary. With the purification crystal, using lower-tier materials will suffice, Uncle Luo advised. Very well, Uncle Luo. What time should I come? Noon will be ideal. It won't interfere with your classes. Uncle Luo replied. Actually, I could go in the morning as well. Teacher Ding has already approved my absence from his class. Ding Jianya? Is that who you mean? Tietao expressed uncertainty. He will also be visiting my laboratory tomorrow afternoon. He is our specially appointed research mentor, Uncle Luo clarified. That is fine. Our schedules will align perfectly. I anticipate that purifying the bloodline of this sky-soaring fish will take 1 to 2 days. Why does it take so long to purify this bloodline? Generally, it requires only half a day to a day, Uncle Luo queried, puzzled. I plan to undertake something special. I aim to merge the bloodlines of the sky whale and the sky-soaring fish, eliminating all other bloodline impurities, Tietao stated earnestly. Is it truly feasible to remove other bloodlines in such a manner? Uncle Luo asked, visibly perplexed. It's not an easy task, but I have devised a method. The success rate is quite high. I am over 70% confident. Should I fail, the sky-soaring fish may lose its spatial abilities. Are you aspiring to endow it with spatial capabilities akin to the sky whale, a floating fortress in the sky? Uncle Luo gasped in astonishment. Yes. The current space is too limited. This is not merely due to potential and level. I have researched the relevant materials online. The conclusion I reached is that it is related to size. The larger the creature, the greater the space. Are you truly yearning for a fortress-like domain? Indeed. If one can aspire to greatness, why settle for mediocrity? Iron Tide remarked. Very well, I shall escort you to the laboratory tomorrow morning. I am eager to observe how you concoct the potions, if that is permissible. Certainly, my formulas are not shrouded in secrecy. They are entirely bespoke. With no possibility of duplication, Iron Tide replied earnestly. The following day, amidst Tang Shuang's astonished expression, Iron Tide accompanied Uncle Luo to the laboratory. He found himself the sole student remaining on campus. Tang Shuang trudged alone through the campus, his interest in the throngs of beautiful women waning. Oh, isn't this my brother Tang? What has happened to your interest in women? Ling Piaomiao's eyes sparkled, as if Lu Mingho had opened a new door for him. Get lost, Tang Shuang retorted, making his way toward the task building, intent on accepting a couple of leveling up missions to earn some credits. At the newly constructed laboratory of the Luo Group, Iron Tide donned a pristine white lab coat. He meticulously gathered various items in the lab, arranging them on the workbench. Subsequently, he commenced the creation process, His hands moved in a mesmerizing flurry of activity. Fortunately, the laboratory was equipped with surveillance, allowing for a complete recording of Irontide's operations, alleviating his anxiety. Half an hour later, the once grass-green liquid in the beaker had transformed into a viscous, pure blue solution. Irontide produced a purification crystal and immersed it into the liquid. The blue solution began to bubble, as if infused with life, eagerly engulfing the crystal. Gradually, the solution became more translucent, shimmering with flecks of light. Irontide took a deep breath, delicately applying the blue solution to the body of the sky fish, which measured less than 30 centimeters, thus utilizing the entire mixture. Uncle Luo, do you have a larger space? Once this creature's bloodline is purified, it will grow significantly larger, and I fear this laboratory may be insufficient. In that case, I shall place it on the rooftop. I will assist you in observing it for the next few days. If it grows too large, I cannot bring it home. All right, Uncle Luo, I will tidy up and then head back to school. No need for you to clean up. Just hurry back, Uncle Luo replied. Thank you, Uncle Luo. Irontide departed the laboratory, making his way back to school. Uncle Luo retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Shaoli, pull up the laboratory surveillance for me. I have a use for it. Chapter 44. Accepting all tasks, leaving others no path to escape. Upon returning to school, Irontide noted that it was only 10 a.m. The cafeteria had yet to prepare meals, making it too early to dine. With time on his hands, he ventured back to the task building, only to find it stripped bare of any leveling up missions. Senior, are you here to accept more tasks? Irontide asked amiably. Oh, it's you. How did those tasks you accepted last time go? The senior inquired. I completed them. I just came to see if there were any leveling up tasks available. A sigh escaped Irontide's lips as he confirmed there were none. Whoever it was that snatched up all the newly released leveling up tasks this morning certainly caused a stir. Is this the new trend among freshmen? Wait, are you saying you finished all your tasks? The senior quickly realized and turned to Irontide with curiosity. Yes, I did. Is there a problem? Irontide asked. No, no problem at all. Then I shall go accept more tasks, he said politely, bidding the senior farewell. As Irontide began to scour the first floor for tasks, he completed all the missions related to exotic evolution. To the senior's astonishment, Irontide embarked on a frenzy of task acceptance. Teacher, I have accepted all these tasks. Irontide presented his student card. You've taken on quite a few. You are the fastest and most fervent task completer I have ever encountered, the teacher remarked. I have ample time, as long as I can manage them. I can handle these tasks, Irontide replied, beaming. I'm not doubting your abilities. I'm merely concerned. Forget it. I'll assign them to you. Teacher's son resolved. 10 minutes later, Irontide received his student card back. Thank you, Teacher Sunday. By the way, how many credits does it take to access the second floor for tasks? Not much, just 120 credits. Complete these 30 tasks, and you'll be eligible to go up. Teacher's son replied, wiping sweat from his brow as he watched Irontide's departing figure, imagining the sight of Irontide at the second floor task counter. Cheerfully, he went to the cafeteria, awaiting the arrival of steaming hot meals. As the class bell rang, Irontide grabbed 2 meal sets, placed them on a table, and began to eat. 2 minutes later, his phone rang. Irontide, where are you? Are you at school? I'm in the cafeteria. I've prepared your meal. Come join me. Wait for me. By the time Tang Shuang arrived at the cafeteria, Irontide had already polished off his share of the meal. Sitting opposite Irontide, Tang Shuang remarked, is it really necessary to eat that quickly? You didn't even wait for me. I'll order another. We can eat together. Forget it. The line is too long, he replied, chewing his food while conversing. Did you know? I accepted all the leveling up tasks this morning. There were 3. I knew it. Someone had to have completed all the leveling up tasks. Of course, it was me. Who else could it be? Tang Shuang beamed with pride. Very well. Go ahead and accept them. Once I finish this batch of tasks, I want to be joining you for more. What do you mean, Irontide? Are you planning to drop out? Tang Shuang's imagination ran wild. Irontide found himself bemused by Tang Shuang's train of thought. Once I complete these tasks, I will begin working on the second floor tasks. I will no longer linger on the first floor. Tang Shuang's mind struggled to keep up. Are you saying you're going to the second floor for tasks next time? Do you have enough credits? He asked again, seeking confirmation from Irontide. Yes. I earned 32 credits from the last leveling up, and this time I took on 30 exotic evolution tasks for 90 credits. I qualify to go upstairs, Irontide stated seriously. Wow, are you even human? It's only been a few days since school started. Is this how fierce you plan to be? Are you aiming to graduate next year? I hadn't thought that far. I'm just a bit idle at the moment with nothing to do, so I'm accepting tasks to pass the time. Irontide replied with a hint of exasperation. In terms of awesomeness, you still reign supreme. I have nothing to say, Tang Shuang admitted. Once I manage to get all the teachers on my side this week, I plan to head to Uncle Luo's breeding facility for the remainder of the semester. I can't compete with you. I'm just aiming for a leisurely graduation, Tang Shuang said, chewing his food. In the afternoon, as Iron Tide had hoped, he once again utilized his skills to impress the teachers, leaving the crowd in awe as he confidently strode away. At the same moment, Iron Tide received a call from Teacher Sun, and under Uncle Luo's watchful gaze, he made his way to the experimental building to commence another day of industrious activity. Iron Tide's efficiency was remarkable. Exotic evolution, in essence, involved bloodline enhancement, which came with both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits lay in the rapid attainment of desired abilities. However, the drawback was that bloodlines could become muddled, a significant downside of exotic evolution. The snow wolf that Tietao initially evolved underwent a rare form of interspecies evolution through surgical means. This method is seldom employed. Although it results in a pure bloodline upon success, the paramount concern remains whether the beastmaster can sustain the creature's life. Should the beast fail to survive, all efforts would be in vain. In this world, perfection in evolution is an illusion. One can only nurture their beasts gradually, shaping them into the desired form bit by bit. In comparison to the previous enhancement levels Tietao experienced, interspecies evolution is somewhat expedited. Yet the gradual leveling process is undeniably time-consuming, and he generally prefers to cultivate his levels at a more leisurely pace. However, due to his financial constraints, he was compelled to resort to the quicker method, although it does not inflict significant harm on the beasts. A recuperation period of a month or two is still necessary as the price for rapid enhancement. With the arrival of the beastmasters, Tietao quickly immersed himself in his tasks, embarking on the interspecies evolution of these diverse beasts. The variety was vast, leading to a considerable expenditure of his efforts, as he managed to complete a meager 5 enhancement tasks in a day. The primary reason for such a scant output was his dwindling finances. The costs associated with interspecies evolution were substantial, and his funds were barely holding out. Thus, he had no choice but to return home prematurely. By the following morning, the 200,000 he had borrowed from Tang Shuang had already been returned to him. As the days passed, by Saturday, Tietao finally completed all the tasks, and the 200,000 returned to Tang Shuang's hands. Next time, you want to borrow money from me again, will you? Tietao inquired after confirming the transfer. I shouldn't need to. All the funds have been deposited today, and I still have over 400,000 in hand, replied Tietao. Wait, with that amount, have you completed all the tasks? Indeed, I have finished them all. It took considerable effort to save up this little. As the expenses consumed over 60% of my funds, the cost is rather steep. There were no failures, I hope? None. Interspecies evolution is not an overly complex subject. Yet managing expenses remains the foremost challenge, Tietao stated with utmost seriousness. Fortunately, there were no failures. Otherwise, I would VE lost credits. Oh, so you did fail? Tietao asked. How could a level increase possibly stump me? I merely observed others failing and losing credits. Tang Shuang responded, a hint of uncertainty in his voice, which elicited a bemused smile from Tietao. Chapter 45. Tietao, the public enemy of the school. Don't give me that look. Check my credits, and you'll see I would never deceive you regarding such matters, Tang Shuang replied, visibly displeased. All right, I believe you, Tietao said, still wearing a skeptical expression. Humph, you still doubt me, Tang Shuang retorted, his discontent evident. Come on, aren't you supposed to pick up tasks today? Don't be late, or you'll miss out, Tietao urged. Let us go then, Tang Shuang said, as the golden Pikachu leaped onto his shoulder, eager to accompany him. Meanwhile, the braised pork glanced at Tietao before lying back on the floor, snoring, showing no intention of joining them. As they stepped outside, Tietao was perched on a bamboo chair that was suspended from the sky swimming fish brought back by Uncle Luo, directing its flight toward the school. How splendid it is to have a flying beast. No need to wait for traffic lights, Tang Shuang remarked enviously. After successfully purifying its bloodline, the sky swimming fish had been kept on the villa's rooftop. Since the celestial whale's bloodline had been cleansed, the sky swimming fish no longer required feeding. As it subsisted on the clouds, its size had indeed expanded nearly 20-fold, measuring an impressive 6 meters in length. As Tietao sat on the chair, gradually gliding toward the school, he heard Ling Piao calling out from a distance, Tang Shuang, are you rushing into my embrace? All eyes in the campus turned toward Tang Shuang, who was sprinting across the ground. Get lost, shouted the golden Pikachu, unleashing a thunderbolt toward Ling Piao. Did you think I was unprepared? A large, earthy-colored rat emerged from beneath Ling Piao's feet, standing upright on its hind legs. The rat emitted a loud cry as it countered the thunderbolt with its own. Damn it, such noisy beasts reflect their equally obnoxious masters, Tang Shuang grumbled. The golden Pikachu intensified its lightning, overpowering the rat's electrical discharge. In an instant, both Ling Piao and his beast were engulfed in a paralyzing flash. with a disdainful glance at the fallen duo. Tang Shuang and his beast hurried toward the task building. Upon Tang Shuang's arrival, the task building was already bustling with people. Damn Ling Piamiao. You've wasted my time. If I fail to receive a task, I'll make sure to zap you a few times, Tang Shuang silently vowed. He maneuvered through the crowd, desperately pushing toward the interior. When did the task building at the capital Beastmaster University become devoid of tasks? He wondered. Is the university on the verge of shutting down, with not a single willing patron in sight? There are tasks available, but merely a few, a voice interjected. What do you mean you still see tasks? We Haven T spotted a single one. Did you take them all? Damn it, if I had taken them all, I wouldn't be here. I'd have left ages ago. Enough of the noise. Look at the school forum, someone exclaimed. Silence descending over the group as everyone pulled out their phones to check the forum. It's that Tietao again. He has taken all the tasks, leaving us none. I just saw him enter. Where is he? Over there, heading to the second floor. What? He is trying to escape to the second floor? Don't worry. He can't get in. His credits aren't sufficient. He needs at least 120 credits to access it. Even with all those tasks, he won't be able to complete them. Didn't you see? Tietao has gone up. Has he completed all those tasks? Once Tietao entered the second floor, he could no longer concern himself with the outside commotion and began perusing the tasks available. Task: Hellhound, Dark Bloodline, requires purification followed by awakening. Reward: 20 credits, 75,000 yuan. Task: Blazing Firebird, 9th tier potential, requires an enhancement to at least 5th tier potential. Reward: 15 credits, 65,000 yuan. The tasks on the second floor offered significantly higher rewards, yet many required credits for material exchange. Tietao began to sift through the options. Realizing he could no longer accept tasks indiscriminately, he needed to calculate more meticulously. Saving credits wherever possible was essential. Good steel must be put to the blade. Unbeknownst to him, his credits exceeded even those of some second-year students. After much contemplation, Tietao accepted the task for the Blazing Firebird, recognizing that a financial solution existed to enhance its potential. At the end of the corridor, he accepted this task. At that moment, Tietao dared not descend. As the crowd below showed no signs of dispersing, they were effectively blocking him in. Come down if you have the guts, shouted the students below. Hurry up, you cowardly turtle. Their shouts soon attracted the attention of the supervising teacher. What is going on here? Why are you blocking the entrance? The teacher inquired. It's quite all right. Teacher, we shall take our leave now. Upon the teacher's arrival, the group was instantly subdued. They dared not provoke the instructors from the task building, as they still hoped to secure favorable assignments in the future with their assistance. One by one, they cast disdainful glances at the imposing Tietao above, gradually retreating from the task building. Almost immediately, a thread emerged in the school's forum, denouncing Tietao for monopolizing the tasks, leaving the freshmen with no opportunities to partake. This post ignited fervent discussions, drawing the participation of several upperclassmen, many of whom sided with Tietao. They began to mock the dissenters, and the forum buzzed with activity. Meanwhile, Tang Shuang lounged on his sofa at home, grinning broadly. The more they argued, the more delighted he became. Having already secured 3 tasks, all of which he had completed, he merely awaited the time credits to be credited. Once that time arrived, he would earn a total of 15 credits. Upon returning home, Tietao found himself still waiting for a call regarding the task. As he passed the time flipping through books, he also offered tutoring to Luo Mi during his idle moments. The happenings in the forum seemed entirely disconnected from Tietao. Even if he were aware, he had no desire to engage. After dinner, Tang Shuang turned to Tietao and remarked, "Did you know? The forum has erupted in chaos. The school has begun to impose regulations regarding task assignments." "Oh, what are the results?" Tietao inquired with curiosity. The school now restricts each student to a maximum of 3 tasks at a time, and only upon full completion can one accept new assignments. I imagine the poster will be severely reprimanded. I've noticed many seniors taking on 4 or 5 tasks, he continued. That must have offended quite a few people. Isn't that due to you? If you hadn't taken on so many tasks, none of this would have happened, Tang Shuang replied, rolling his eyes at Tietao. The blame lies with the school for lacking clear standards. I believe it's your peculiarity. Such incidents have never occurred in previous years. Your presence has altered everything. Tang Shuang retorted with exasperation. Chapter 46, All Gossip and Rumors. The tasks on the second floor differ significantly from those on the first, with much longer assignment cycles. Having not received a call in 2 or 3 days, Tietao found himself rather bored. With a desire to occupy his time, he ventured into a bookstore near the university. The bookstore near the university was a far cry from those he frequented in high school. It offered an array of specialized publications, as well as examination materials. Tietao embarked on a shopping spree, purchasing past examination papers for the intermediate beast taming certification, though regrettably, only those from the last decade were available. These outdated texts were unearthed at Tietao's insistence, and they were quite affordable. He then made his way to a nearby printing shop, where he ordered 2 large bundles of A3 printing paper, all double-sided. The shopkeeper, observing the vast quantity of materials, dared not dissuade him. After all, he wouldn't want to jeopardize such a lucrative deal. After stowing the materials in the space of the sky fish, he headed toward Luo Mi's school. After all, Tietao was still her tutor, and despite having spent less time tutoring recently, he had not forgotten this responsibility. He found a cafe named Star 9 Grams near Luo Mi's school, known for its catchy slogan, Star 9 Grams, 1 gram more than 8. It was this extra gram of coffee that had propelled the cafe to popularity. After sending a text to Luo Mi, he began fervently working on the intermediate Beast Tamer exam questions at his table, stacking approximately 7 or 8 pounds of A3 paper, with a dozen sheets scattered nearby. At noon, Tietao settled in, and by 5:30 in the evening, he finally set down his pen. The cafe staff, having nothing to occupy their time in the afternoon, were astonished to discover that he had used up 12 pen refills. Even if the questions were approached haphazardly, his efficiency was astounding. Moments later, a girl clad in a school uniform, with shoulder-length hair and a petite, yet exquisitely delicate appearance, entered. "Hello, what would you like to order?" "A cappuccino with extra milk. And an iced Americano as well." After paying, the staff watched as the girl made her way to Tietao's table. Another female staff member slapped her colleague, who had been distracted by the customers, to snap him back to reality. "Get to work. Every gram counts," the male staff member muttered under his breath, only to receive a swift reprimand. "Why are you here this evening, Tietao?" Luo Mi asked, cupping her face as she gazed at him. "I've had some free time lately, and honestly, I didn't know what to do. I've covered all the cultural subjects and have nothing left to tutor you on," Tietao replied somewhat listlessly. Luo Mi casually picked up one of the papers Tietao had been working on. "You're already tackling intermediate Beast Tamer questions? That was quick. I visited the bookstore, but found nothing worth my time. I finished the textbooks. Now it's just a matter of practicing with past questions," Tietao explained. "How do you find it?" Luo Mi inquired. "I haven't checked the answers yet, but I feel confident I could score around 80 or 90%. However, I need more practice with the practical section. Let me help you check the answers," she offered. "Here are your coffees," the female staff member announced, placing the drinks before them. "Thank you," Luo Mi said. "Are you still attending evening study sessions?" "I can skip them for now, to be honest. My main focus is on soul cultivation for the time being." "I have no issues with the cultural classes," Luo Mi replied, flashing a sweet smile. Outside the cafe, a boy pointed. "Isn't that Luo Mi? Is she on a date?" "Really? I wouldn't say her taste is very high. Her companion isn't exactly handsome." Another boy chimed in. The two lingered, causing a growing crowd to gather around them, eager to eavesdrop on the conversation. 2 girls, hand in hand, entered Star 9 Grams, ordering 2 lattes. They settled at a table behind Luo Mi, ears perked up, keen to catch snippets of their dialogue. As the cafe filled with patrons, all eyes gravitated toward Luo Mi's table. Finally done. That was exhausting. "The intermediate Beast Tamer exam has far too many questions. It's absurd," Luo Mi exclaimed, dropping her hands in frustration. "How much do you think you'll score?" Tietao asked. He refrained from checking the answers himself, fearing he might remember them if he glanced. "About 280, I suppose. That is already quite impressive. If the practical section goes well, I should be able to secure my intermediate Beast Tamer certification," Luo Mi said excitedly. Tietao stroked his chin thoughtfully. "A score of 280 is a tad lacking. Prior to the beginner level, I consistently achieved full marks with those questions. This score falls short." "No way. Full marks? How did you manage that?" Luo Mi exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Just like this," he replied, casually pulling out a paper and beginning to write. Luo Mi could only observe Tietao's hands moving incessantly, at times so swiftly that they appeared to blur into double images. How could one achieve such speed? A female voice, seated beside Luo Mi, whispered, "Could it be that this man is the reincarnation of a perennial bachelor? With such remarkable dexterity, it must surely be exhilarating." The girl opposite her lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed crimson, her slender legs fidgeting restlessly. "Hey, wake up." "He has taken," the girl across from her promptly reminded. "I merely wish to test his speed," the girl replied, her face growing even redder as she buried her head deep in her chest, resembling a startled ostrich. Unable to endure any longer, her companion seized her hand and swiftly exited the cafe. Tietao noticed that the attention of the onlookers was firmly fixed upon them. Clutching a pile of papers, he made his way toward the exit, with Luo Mi following closely behind, coffee in hand. The skyfish descended gracefully before the gate of the Star 9 coup. Tietao placed the items into the skyfish's storage space and retrieved a chair, securing it to the creature's side. They seated themselves upon the chair, gripping the tether beside them as the skyfish ascended slowly, gliding homeward. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, The pair departed into the sky. Goodness. Luomi is actually cohabiting with someone. This is sensational news. One girl exclaimed. How romantic. I must contract a flying beast of my own one day, another chimed in. Thus, the rumors began to circulate. The following day, Luomi anticipated the emergence of gossip, but was unprepared for its absurdity. Whispers throughout the school claimed. Luomi is maintaining a secret relationship with an unknown beastmaster and is now pregnant. This unfounded rumor even led to Luomi being summoned for a discussion. Chapter 47. Treasure Hunting in the Wild Beast Shop. Luomi felt a chill at such rumors and decided that henceforth, Tietao would pick her up from school daily. Tietao found no issue with this arrangement and acquiesced. The Luo Corporation's Beast Breeding Institute was completed, though interior decoration and equipment installation would require at least another fortnight. On Friday, he finally received a call from the school, instructing him to arrive at the experimental building at 4 p.m. for a task. The enhancement of the Flame Phoenix's potential was a task not overly difficult. To elevate its level to 8, while possessing a potential of 9 was indicative of a remarkably tenacious beast. Your Flame Phoenix can enhance its potential to level 5 with a few options, a gradual improvement or a rapid advancement, Tietao explained. What are the distinctions between the two? The rapid method comes at a cost. It entails enduring excruciating pain, akin to a rebirth through fire, if it cannot withstand it. The probability of death is significant, Tietao stated earnestly. The Flame Phoenix responded with a series of cries, affirming its resolve. The task issuer, gritting his teeth, declared, Let us proceed with the rapid method. I understand all potential consequences. Regardless of success, you may consider it fulfilled. Very well, I shall commence the preparation of the potion. Tietao extracted a small quantity of blood from the barbecued meat, even less than during the bloodline assessment. The barbecued meat grumbled in discontent. Tietao procured 2 branches of the molten fire root and presented them before the meat, which ceased its protests and began to nibble eagerly. With the bloodline of the barbecued meat as the foundation, he utilized potent fire materials as auxiliary components. Tietao's approach involved mixing bloodlines to enhance potential. The Flame Phoenix's bloodline was rather average, but once its potential was elevated, its level would rise significantly. This was the swiftest method. The slower alternative would require considerably more time, perhaps a year or 2. After half an hour, a vial of blood-red potion was concocted. Tietao handed the potion to the issuer. Have your beast drink it all at once. If it can endure, it will surely be reborn. The man took a deep breath and accepted the potion. The Flame Phoenix was ready, opening its beak wide to consume the entire vial. Tietao swiftly pulled the task issuer away as the potion began to react within the Flame Phoenix. Flames ignited within, and the creature relentlessly pecked at the ground, its talons digging in with fervor. It remained silent throughout. The feathers of the Flame Phoenix began to emit wisps of smoke, gradually igniting. In the flames, the creature ceased to vocalize, its burnt feathers clinging to its form. Tietao observed that the owner of the Flame Phoenix was similarly affected, his expression betraying his struggle to endure the sight. Tietao held him firmly, preventing any impulse to rush forward. As the flames gradually extinguished, only faint trails of smoke lingered. With a sigh of relief, Tietao noticed the Flame Phoenix tremble slightly, shedding the ash that enveloped it. Then, a layer of dead skin, resembling a hard shell, began to flake away. The Flame Phoenix opened its eyes, pecking at its talons as the skin and beak shed. An hour later, the shedding was complete, revealing a smaller but strikingly revitalized Flame Phoenix. Flames erupted once more from its body, prompting its owner to glance at Tietao, seeking clarification. No worries, just observe. This is its fire, Tietao replied nonchalantly. Vivid red feathers rapidly sprouted, interspersed with strands of golden hues. It appeared successful. The bloodline would indeed transform, albeit the purification of this bloodline would prove challenging, Tietao noted. The Flame Phoenix took flight from the ground, landing on Tietao's shoulder, nuzzling him in gratitude before returning to its owner's shoulder. Thank you. I will proceed with the assessment. If all is well, I shall consider the task complete. Very well. I shall take my leave. A rope descended from the laboratory window, and Tietao, cradling the barbecued meat, started to drift away. After a considerable distance, the man realized the sheer size of the skyfish. Shortly after 6 o'clock, Tietao arrived at Star 9 Ku, where Luo Mi awaited him. How did the task go? She inquired, sipping her coffee. It went rather smoothly. I didn't expend a single credit. Tietao grinned mischievously. How did you manage that? That was a level 2 task. Luo Mi asked, intrigued. Using the blood of the barbecued meat as the primary ingredient sufficed. It was, after all, a mixed bloodline. Tietao explained. It seems you've saved quite a bit. That calls for a treat, Luo Mi stated. All right, where shall we go? She grasped Tietao's hand and led him toward the nearby shopping street, still cradling the barbecued meat. They approached a shop teeming with people. The crowd gathered to witness the spectacle, cheers erupting intermittently. "Let us go. We're placing bets on wild beasts," Luomi urged, pulling Tietao into the throng. This was a wild beast shop, distinct from others, as it exclusively sold wild beast eggs. Many students could not afford to buy wild beasts outright. They either awaited the school's provision of their first beast or sought their fortunes through betting. The prices of the wild beast eggs here were remarkably affordable. The eggs, meticulously arranged in individual boxes according to their intricate patterns, awaited selection by the eager individuals. "Shall we choose?" asked Tietao. "Of course. Why else would we be here?" replied Luomo, albeit with a hint of uncertainty about making a contract. "Very well, I shall pick one for you." Each box bore a price tag, and Tietao scrutinized every single one with great care. "Buddy, can you discern any scent from the eggs? Does it smell like eggs?" One person joked, bursting into laughter. Tietao, however, paid no heed to their banter, focusing instead on selecting the finest egg amongst them. There were numerous beast eggs with similar patterns, but many could not distinguish between them. As a walking encyclopedia, Tietao could recall the designs effortlessly. Soon, he paused beside an egg that was predominantly white adorned with delicate purple floral patterns. After inspecting it closely, he resumed his search until he had examined every last egg. Grasping the chosen egg and its box, he turned to the proprietor and declared, "We shall take this one." "That will be 250 yuan, the owner replied, presenting the payment code from XX Treasure. Without hesitation, Tietao completed the transaction. This price was considered steep, as a typical egg would normally sell for around 30,000 yuan. But your price tag for this egg is only 32,500. I expect the incubator as well, lest I report you to the authorities, Tietao insisted. All right, no problem. The incubator is yours, the owner conceded. With the egg and incubator in hand, Tietao quickly exited the throng. Look at this foolish fellow, spending 20,000 yuan just for an incubator. Truly a case of a fool with too much money, someone commented. Luomo closely followed behind as the skyfish gracefully descended nearby. Once they stored their items in their spatial realm, they hurried home. Chapter 48, A Journey in Financial Acumen at Taobao. As they rode the skyfish, Luomo inquired of Tietao, "Is this egg particularly special?" "Indeed, it is quite rare, a type of beast that is difficult to come by. You could contract it if you wish," Tietao replied earnestly. "Then what kind of beast does this egg belong to?" "It appears rather ordinary," Luomo asked. Her curiosity piqued. "I am 80 certain this is an earth dragon's egg. However, I cannot yet ascertain its exact attributes or lineage. It should rank just slightly below that of braised pork. So could we say this is a premium find? Let us hurry and incubate it." Luomo's eyes sparkled with excitement, her impatience evident. Upon returning home, Luomo was so engrossed in the incubator that she lost her appetite for food. After familiarizing herself with the device, she carefully placed the white egg within. "Cousin, what kind of egg is this that captivates you so much you neglect your meal?" Tang Shuang inquired. "Tietao believes it might be an earth dragon's egg. We'll soon find out if that's the case," Luomo replied, fixated on the incubator. "An earth dragon? One can actually stumble upon an earth dragon egg?" Tang Shuang expressed disbelief. "Regardless of what hatches from this egg, we must eat," Aunt Tang interjected. By this time, Tietao had finished his meal and settled onto the sofa. They had purchased the egg from a beast shop adjacent to Luomo's school, and it should be close to hatching. "In another hour or two, we should see the result," Tietao noted. Luomo quickly finished her meal and returned to watch over the incubating egg. Just then, Uncle Luo entered the room. "What are you all fussing about?" he asked. "Oh, we bought a beast egg from a shop on the street, claiming it to be an earth dragon egg," Tang Shuang replied, shrugging. "Then let us see what hatches. If it isn't an earth dragon, it matters not. We can raise it for materials," Uncle Luo reassured them. Suddenly, a cracking sound emanated from the incubator. The eggshell had begun to fracture. The noise intensified, and a small claw emerged from the shell, followed by another. The eggshell splintered further, revealing the full form of the beast within. Indeed, it was an earth dragon, a subspecies of the dragon clan, renowned for its speed and recognized as one of the finest ground mounts. Roar, roar. The little dragon bellowed at the onlookers. "This is truly an earth dragon. Who would have thought one could find an earth dragon on the streets?" Tang Shuang was momentarily speechless. Luomo cradled the little dragon and kissed it, exclaiming, "You shall be my first beast companion." The little dragon squirmed, attempting to wriggle free from her grasp, but upon meeting Tao's gaze, it hesitated, settling calmly in Luomo's arms. What a remarkable find, an earth dragon. We were contemplating what type of beast to acquire for her next year. This simplifies matters greatly. Aunt Tang beamed. "In a few days, once the little one has grown a bit, I shall test its lineage," she added. "Daddy, Tietao said this little dragon's lineage is just slightly below that of braised pork." Luomo gently stroked the dragon's back, which had yet to develop scales. I am quite eager to discover the lineage of this little dragon, Uncle Luo remarked. On Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, Tang Xuang eagerly dragged Tietao, who was absorbed in completing exam papers. Come with me to the shopping street. We're off on another egg-hunting adventure. Tang Xuang exclaimed with enthusiasm. I cannot. I must finish these mid-level beast tamer exam papers from the last 50 years, Tietao firmly declined. There is plenty of time. You can take it slowly, he added. I can accompany you, but on one condition. You must correctly answer the questions from today's papers, Tietao proposed. Deal. Luo Mo peeked out from her room. If you're going to shop, take me with you. I want to go too, she declared, then swiftly closed her door to change clothes. Soon, the trio set off, with the beleaguered Tang Xuang taking a cab to the commercial street, while Tietao and Luo Mo flew there on the Skyfish. Ultimately, Tietao and Luo Mo arrived earlier. The commercial street was already bustling with people, making traffic unavoidable. However, they floated past without concern for congestion. While waiting at Xuangjing Cave, Tietao and Luo Mo placed their orders, growing impatient for Tang Xuang's arrival. Tang Xuang, you're so slow, Luo Mo complained. I'm here. Just arrived. Tang Xuang panted, taking deep breaths to steady himself. Let us go quickly. If we dawdle, the best ones will be snatched away, he urged, leading them towards the beast shop. It was Tao's first visit to a genuine beast store. Inside, various beasts were accompanied by standard inspection reports, and all were available for selection. However, Tao found little interest in them. Recognizing that those confined to cages had a high likelihood of meeting their demise in battle, he shook his head in dismay. As Tao began his meticulous selection among the beast eggs, he still failed to find a suitable one. The quality of the offerings was nowhere near that of the blazing fire mouse, rendering the search futile. They proceeded to a second store, where Tao continued his thorough examination of the beast eggs. Ultimately, he selected an egg that was entirely emerald green, adorned with swirling white stripes. Tao, is this the one? Tang Xuang asked. It should fall somewhere between the blazing fire mouse and the golden pika. The decision is yours to make, he replied. As I prepared my third contract for the remaining mounts among the beast companions, I found none that truly resonated with my desires. Why not contract that little dragon? Luomi inquired. Isn't that one meant for you? Tao asked, puzzled. Indeed, but one gifted to me cannot be contracted by you, Luomi chuckled. Akin to a fox that has just pilfered something savory. It was evident. I was thoroughly ensnared. Tang Xuang covered her face, purchasing the wild beast egg. Damn it. I'm suddenly broke. Just like that, 50,000 is gone, Tang Xuang lamented. Has the Tang family ceased to provide you with pocket money? Luomi asked curiously. I've long been cut off. I rely solely on my own efforts, Tang Xuang declared with pride. Yet, how come Tao seems to possess an abundance of funds? He is merely borrowing the eggs from my chickens. Could he have earned so much without me? Let him speak honestly, Tang Xuang remarked. That is true. At the outset of taking school assignments, I lacked sufficient funds, so I began borrowing from him to purchase materials. The very next day, I repaid him. Just look at Tao's efficiency in handling tasks, and then look at you. You've taken ages to accumulate so little credit, Luomi reproached, casting a disparaging glance at Tang Xuang. Tang Xuang felt momentarily stifled by her words. Let us move on to the next establishment, Tao interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. By evening, they had acquired 8 wild beast eggs, of which only 2 belonged to Tang Xuang. The rest were all secured by the affluent Luomi, who, with a mere wave of her hand, claimed them as long as Tao approved. Tang Xuang was momentarily taken aback. Was Luomi truly this wealthy? Chapter 49. Tao, please refrain from sampling the potions while concocting them. A pill the size of a soccer ball was swiftly consumed by the sky-swimming fish, without a hint of hesitation. The creature showed no reaction as it carried Tao home, while he could feel numerous gazes directed towards him from the school's windows. Students like Tao were an anomaly, and even the teachers had never encountered anyone quite like him. He had become a unique case within the institution, merely waiting for the opportunity to ascend to higher education, as the faculty could do little to manage him. After all, his presence at school was deemed a waste of time. Upon returning home, Tao resumed his studies. This reminded him of Tang Xuang, who had yet to provide him with the answers he sought. He had completed an abundance of papers, while others took 3 hours with a single set of questions. Tao managed to do so in half the time. His pace was remarkably swift. Tang Xuang's speed in comparing answers was akin to his own progress in solving problems. On that Sunday, she had done nothing but stare at the answers. Ultimately, Tang Xuang absconded. Thus, a tranquil passage of several days ensued until Tao officially entered the Luo Group's Beast Cultivation Institute as a novice beast cultivator. Upon arrival, he discovered that there were indeed levels among beast cultivators in society. Particularly for new entrants like Tao, a vocational rating was required. Fortunately, This rating was based on experience, which alleviated his concerns. The vocational rating assessment was located in the outskirts of the city, quite distant from the villa. After memorizing the route, Tietao took the sky swimming fish there. Approximately half an hour later, he arrived at the Beast Cultivator Vocational Rating Center. Hello. I am here for a vocational assessment, Tietao announced. What level are you seeking to assess? Beginner. Very well, please follow me. Tietao followed the attendant towards the assessor. Upon entering the assessment room, the receptionist began to explain the evaluation methods. There were 2 approaches available, either of which could be chosen. What are the 2 methods? Tietao inquired. One is based on existing achievements, while the other is a practical assessment. Each is categorized into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, with A being the highest and D the lowest. If I pass the intermediate Beast Cultivator examination after joining, will I need to reassess? Certainly, but it will be an assessment for the intermediate level. Our evaluations require genuine competence. Merely having passed a level exam is insufficient. What does the practical assessment entail? Tietao asked, intrigued. Choosing the practical assessment is ideal for newcomers like you. We will present 4 tasks classified as A and D. You may select one to complete for your evaluation. You only have one opportunity. Is it free of charge? Absolutely. As long as you select a task from the materials we provide. Very well, I choose this one. Which level do you wish to select? Level A. The receptionist was taken aback and directed Tietao to a nearby lounge to await further instructions regarding his task. In the lounge, there were scarcely a few individuals, likely in their 30s or 40s. Before long, both older participants were called out, leaving Tietao alone in the room. After an hour, he finally received a signal from the receptionist. He was led into a laboratory where the assessment questions had been prepared for him. The questions were displayed on a screen in the lab, while 3 assessors observed from an adjoining glass-enclosed room. The task involved bloodline mutation, a process with which he was quite familiar. The task concerning the bloodline mutation of the red-headed parrot was exceedingly simple. It merely required him to hybridize it with another avian beast of the same species, with no additional requirements. Tietao began without hesitation, even foregoing extensive contemplation. He simply prepared the potion and administered it directly. The impact of this bloodline was not particularly intense, and he hummed a tune as he casually chewed on a flamebird heart taken from the experiment table. One of the assessors in the observation room picked up the microphone. Tietao, please refrain from consuming the prepared potions during the process, the assessor remarked disapprovingly. Oh, understood. After swallowing, Tietao ceased eating, noting that the flavor of the flamebird heart was quite unremarkable. Upon completing one potion, he pinched the red-headed parrot's beak and forced the potion down its throat, leaving no room for resistance. After drinking, the parrot's feathers began to transform into a more vivid shade of red. Brutal, brutal, the red-headed parrot exclaimed. Tietao glared at it, instantly silencing the creature, which dared not utter another word. The parrot's unusual evolution persisted, its plumage continuing to change. Tietao gestured to the assessors in the observation room to examine the red-headed parrot. During the assessment, the parrot was far less compliant. Baldy, my throat itches. Scratch it for me, the parrot demanded, addressing one of the Mediterranean assessors, who merely ignored it. What are you looking at, you bald-headed fool? The parrot opened its mouth and unleashed a flame from its throat, singeing the assessor's hair completely. Ha, bald head, the red-headed parrot flitted about, eventually settling on Tietao's shoulder. Boss, the parrot nudged against Tietao, adhering to the principle of not wasting resources. Tietao consumed all the beast materials that were safe to eat. Turning to the assessors, he inquired, have I passed? Indeed, you have certainly passed. The scarlet macaw does not possess the ability to breathe fire. Such a capability only manifests after a successful evolution. The judges were indeed left speechless. There are limits to how far one can exploit a situation, especially when it involves consuming materials from rare beasts. The choice to select Tietao was merely to take advantage of this minor benefit. Tietao had undoubtedly fulfilled the tasks assigned to him, and it would be inconceivable for him to be denied a level certification because of this. A certificate bearing the mark of Junior A rank was handed to him. While the scarlet macaw perched on his shoulder gazed at Tietao, expressing with a tinge of reluctance, Boss, you are magnificent. You are truly remarkable. His master, slightly annoyed, gave the macaw a gentle pat. After leaving the certification office, Tietao returned directly to the Beast Cultivation Institute of the Luo Group. As a certified Junior A beast tamer, he was assigned to an office, awaiting the arrival of clients who had made appointments. The Beast Cultivation Institute, established by the Luo Group, attracted a considerable crowd. Locally, Tietao's behavior at the Imperial Beast University in the capital had been intentionally exposed on forums, rapidly spreading his reputation within the beast taming community. Soon, a multitude of individuals sought to book appointments with Tietao for their beast cultivation needs. Although he felt financially secure at the moment, He knew that when the time came, the funds might not suffice. Thus, the more clients, the better. Tietao beamed with delight, his eyes gleaming with visions of wealth. Chapter 50. Conditions for the dimensional evolution of the Nether Spirit Cat. Tietao was willing to accommodate the requests of those who made appointments, as long as they did not exceed his capabilities. Furthermore, he did not need to purchase materials himself. The clients would procure the specified materials as instructed by the Beast Tamer. Tietao's efficiency in completing tasks was akin to swiftly solving exam questions. He worked remarkably fast, and the efficacy of his concoctions was swift as well. This met the demands of the clients. Within a single day, he could fulfill appointments for nearly 20 individuals, which earned him considerable fame among the Beast Tamers in the Luo group and among the clients as well. His speed in completing bookings was truly unparalleled. Others were left in the dust, prompting even more people to seek appointments with Tietao. The first to capitalize on this were scalpers, who began to resell his appointment slots. Tietao's appointment slots were in high demand, attracting many who initially intended to place orders at the Imperial Beast University. The surge in clients was overwhelming. He devised a method to counter these scalpers. After all, the primary concern was securing appointments. He began to work overtime to fulfill bookings, rendering the scalper slots meaningless. Cultivating beasts was not a matter of urgency. As long as Tietao could manage the appointments, it sufficed. After half a month, the number of appointments finally decreased significantly. Most nearby clients had completed their beast cultivation, which was the primary reason for the sharp decline in bookings. Now, only a few curious individuals sought his services, resulting in a lighter workload for Tietao. The following day, Aunt Tang found Tietao in his office and took him to the laboratory. Tietao, how should I cultivate my Nether Spirit Cat moving forward? I believe the bloodline needs further purification, and I am considering enhancing its potential or conducting a secondary dimensional evolution after purifying the bloodline. Can the Nether Spirit Cat undergo a second dimensional evolution? Yes, indeed. On page 323 of the evolution chart for feline beasts, there exists a rare beast known as the Nether White Tiger, which was indeed evolved from the Nether Spirit Cat through artificial intervention. Can you achieve that? Aunt Tang inquired. I can attempt it, but creating a white tiger is no simple task, especially when dealing with those possessing superior bloodlines. Tietao replied earnestly. Indeed, crafting a white tiger with an excellent bloodline is exceedingly challenging. Those with top-tier white tiger bloodlines are nearly non-existent, as they are typically born with a strength of grade 3, Aunt Tang remarked. There is another method. Incorporating materials with even a trace of white tiger bloodline would suffice, followed by a gradual purification process. However, this would require a considerable amount of time. Then I shall begin gathering materials. Even those with a hint of white tiger bloodline are not easy to acquire. For now, let us concoct the bloodline purification potion. Tietao commenced the preparation of the bloodline purification potion, meticulously blending several inching materials. After a mere 10 minutes, he held a vial of black liquid, which bubbled incessantly. Aunt Tang could not help but swallow hard at the sight of the potion. The Nether Spirit Cat's eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively wanting to flee. However, at a glance from Tietao, it hesitated, swallowing nervously and halting its escape. Upon seeing Tietao approach, the Nether Spirit Cat donned an expression of resigned acceptance. Tietao firmly grasped the cat's mouth and administered the potion, shaking it vigorously. Aunt Tang could distinctly observe the increasing number of white eyes in the Nether Spirit Cat, causing her to feel a pang of worry. Tietao seemed to sense Aunt Tang's anxiety. Do not worry, Aunt Tang. The potion's potency is not overly strong, merely unpleasant in taste. After a few more doses, it will be fine. Suddenly, the Nether Spirit Cat seemed to regain its senses, staring incredulously at Tietao. It emitted a hoarse meow, as if to ask, am I to consume this again? How many more times? It was evident that a tuft of its yellow fur had already transformed to black. How long must I endure this potion? Aunt Tang asked, visibly concerned. It will be sufficient once this patch of yellow fur completely disappears. The Nether Spirit Cat immediately began to pull out its fur, determined to rid itself of the offending patch, even if it meant becoming bald. No worries, if it pulls out all its fur. It will simply continue drinking until the fur regrows, as long as it is no longer yellow. The Nether Spirit Cat looked at Tietao, speechless, bewildered by such an eccentric individual. Tietao regarded the cat with an expression of genuine concern for its well-being, while the cat trembled slightly, clutching its head with its front paws. You must take your medicine diligently. A little mischief is unacceptable, Tietao admonished, releasing a faint aura that was distinctly his own. The Nether Spirit Cat, albeit reluctantly, nodded in response. Aunt Tang, I've trained it well. I assure you it will be obedient from now on. When it's time for its medication, it will certainly not delay. Tietao glanced pointedly at the Nether Spirit Cat. Very well. I shall entrust you with the subsequent potions. Recently, you have also been helping me monitor Luo Mi's studies. It is crucial that she does not fall behind during this period of intense training. Understood, no problem at all. I will take the remaining potions back with me this evening, Tietao affirmed. With that, Aunt Tang departed with the nether spirit cat, allowing Tietao to resume his work. By 4 o'clock, his tasks for the day were concluded. A line of small beasts obediently followed him as he led them to see the earth dragon being cared for in the facility. Once small enough to cradle in his hands, the earth dragon now towered to over half a person's height. Tietao, have you come to see this earth dragon? Uncle Luo inquired. Today, I happen to have some free time, so I've come to take a look. Today's appointments have already concluded. Yesterday, I completed the bloodline assessment, and the results are truly exceptional. Uncle Luo exclaimed with excitement. What bloodline? The dragon bloodline. Upon awakening, it may even sprout wings. It can be considered the finest among mounts and beast companions. When do you plan to have Luo Mi form a contract with it? Sooner rather than later? Luo Mi should have reached the standard for contracting. Ultimately, it depends on her choice. It can wait a while or happen sooner. Either is fine. Then I shall pick her up after school. I will ask her this evening. If she wishes to contract, I will bring her over. Very well, off you go. Tietao boarded the sky fish aerial train on the top floor, heading towards Luo Mi's school. Look, here comes Luo Mi's man to pick her up again. Oh, what a pity to see such a fine cabbage being pushed by a pig. Could you keep your voices down while discussing this? I can hear everything. Luo Mi disdainfully remarked to the group gossiping about her. Chapter 51, Luo Mi's first beast companion. The atmosphere turned awkward, prompting everyone to avert their gazes. For Luo Mi, such occurrences were trivial. She had endured countless similar situations throughout her life. Tietao landed safely a short distance from Luo Mi and approached her. The bloodline of the little earth dragon has been assessed, he stated calmly. What kind of bloodline? Dragon bloodline, with decent purity. It has yet to activate. And there is still some way to go before it becomes truly refined. Tietao retrieved the assessment report from his pocket and handed it to Luo Mi. Onlookers couldn't help but redirect their attention to Luo Mi once more. Look at that guy. He just gave Luo Mi a love letter. Although, it seems rather small. Given its size, it's definitely not a love letter. It's probably a room key. You know how it is, another cabbage being pushed by a pig. Luo Mi sensed the gazes behind her, accepting the assessment report from Tietao and glancing back at the window. The observing classmates quickly withdrew their heads, allowing Luo Mi to examine the report. Earth Dragon. Beast level, grade 9. Beast potential, grade 4. Beast bloodline, dragon, ordinary, unactivated. Beast attribute, light. Beast status, healthy. Once the bloodline awakens, it may sprout wings. How marvelous. Excitement filled Luo Mi's eyes. The Earth Dragon is among the best types of mounts. When do you plan to contract it? Any time is suitable, as long as we arrange for a soul assessment report at that moment. What do you think? It's preferable to contract the Earth Dragon sooner rather than later. As it ages, it becomes increasingly difficult to bond. By this time next year, it will still be under a year old, which is not a significant issue. Then I shall proceed with the contract. This way, I can nurture it by my side. Luo Mi declared. All right, let us head to the Beast Nurturing Center. The two ascended aboard the sky fish, flying towards the center. And after a smooth landing on the rooftop, Tietao guided her to the area where the earth dragons were fed. Other beasts were also housed here. And a half-grown earth dragon rushed excitedly towards Luo Mi. It collided with the glass door, bouncing back. Immediately, it charged at the glass door again, scratching at it with its little claws. It has grown so much. I wonder how big it will be by the time I graduate. Luo Mi expressed in surprise. An adult earth dragon typically reaches around 5 meters in height. With its dragon bloodline, it could easily grow to about 10 meters, Tietao explained. Luo Mi opened the glass door and gently stroked the head of the little earth dragon, which had begun to sprout some pristine scales. Little dragon, you must eat well and grow big. The little dragon nuzzled against her palm. Luo Mi closed her eyes and envisioned the beast contract in her soul, imprinting it onto the little dragon. The little dragon offered no resistance, accepting the contract. Slowly opening her eyes, Luo Mi felt an unbreakable bond forming between her and the little dragon. Tietao, what is our next step in nurturing the little dragon? First, we must refine its bloodline. Since it was born not long ago, its constitution is relatively weak. Tomorrow, I will procure a purification crystal and prepare the potion. It should be administered once a day, divided into 10 doses. With that, the bloodline should reach a refined state. Tietao spoke earnestly. But won't that cost your credits? Credits are not too difficult to earn. On average, I can complete 2 tasks a week, which is more than sufficient to afford a purification crystal. Very well then. Once the little dragon's bloodline is refined, I plan to visit the wilderness. What do you intend to do in the wilderness? Isn't it currently in turmoil? I will join Uncle Luo's hunting team to see if there is an opportunity to contract a mount-type beast. The wilderness is unsafe right now. I oppose this. Luo Mi pouted. I've spoken with Uncle Luo about this matter. the situation in the wilderness is not as dire as rumored. Most areas are not facing significant danger. What exactly is going on? Luomi inquired. Recently, the wilderness has erupted in chaos, but it is not a collective uprising of the beasts. Rather, they have been driven out by a purebred dragon beast. What could possibly attract a dragon to the wilderness? Dragons have never been known to appear there. I do not know. Uncle Luo mentioned that several groups of mercenaries have begun exploring the regions where the dragon has been sighted, but the specifics remain unclear. Do be careful when you go. Such occurrences may happen again, Luomi cautioned. This is precisely why Uncle Luo advised me to enhance the strength of the sky fish. It has just reached grade 8. By the time we arrive at the wilderness, it should reach grade 6. That is reassuring. I can escape while riding on the sky fish if necessary. No wonder I've noticed it growing larger these past few days. Let us leave the little earth dragon here for now. After returning home, they found that Uncle Luo had come back early. Tietao informed him that Luo Mi had contracted the little earth dragon. Luo, I've already made arrangements at the school, so you need not go anymore. Uncle Luo said. Really? Luo Mi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your studies and training cannot be neglected. This is a prerequisite, and I will find time for assessments. From now on, you may allocate your time as you see fit. Yay, that is wonderful, Luo Mi exclaimed, hugging Uncle Luo and giving him a quick kiss. During this time, besides your studies, do not forget to care for your beast companion. You may keep it at home if you wish. Understood. Tomorrow, once Tietao prepares the bloodline purification potion, we will bring it home. Tietao, is it safe to purify the bloodline at such a young age? Will there be any damage? Uncle Luo inquired. No, as long as the potion is gentle and administered in divided doses, it should be fine. All right then, you may freely use all the materials for Luo's beast companion. No need, Uncle Luo. I will exchange for a purification crystal tomorrow. And I won't need much else, Tietao responded. Do you currently have many credits? Uncle Luo asked, noting that the semester had just begun. At that moment, Tang Shuang happened to walk through the door. His academic credits are certainly abundant. The school has recently released a credit leaderboard, and Tietao firmly occupies the top position with over 150 credits. Tang Shuang, you look utterly exhausted, remarked Uncle Luo. What have you been up to? Isn't it because I had a scuffle with that girl, Tang Yinran? Look at this disheveled state I'm in, Tang Shuang replied. What prompted the fight again? Tietao inquired curiously. It's all because of you, Tang Shuang retorted with annoyance. Because of me? Tietao was perplexed. She was looking for you. And when she couldn't find you, she came to me to ask where you were. I could tell she was interested in you. And that's when the argument erupted. We ended up having a beast battle. What? Interested in me? Taitao's mind momentarily faltered. Oh, this is rather amusing, Luomi smirked, regarding Tang Shuang with an appreciative gaze. Chapter 52. Campus turmoil. The following day, as Tang Shuang prepared to head to school, he was accosted by Luomi. What is the situation with that girl? Tang Yinran, you mentioned. Aren't you going to school today? I returned late yesterday, so I've decided against going. Hurry and tell me about Tang Yinran, Luomi urged. Are you that anxious about Tietao? Are you feeling jealous? Tang Shuang observed with a knowing glance. Just hurry up and tell me, Luomi insisted, kicking his leg, leaving a deep imprint on his black school trousers. Can't we speak civilly? Why resort to violence? Tang Shuang grumbled, brushing off the dust from his pant leg. You need to arrange a meeting with Tang Yinran. Just tell her Tietao will be at school today. Luomi commanded Tang Shuang. Isn't he working today? He.S. nurturing my little dragon today. I'm accompanying him to school. You formed a contract with that earth dragon? Of course. This little dragon possesses the bloodline of a light attribute dragon. Once awakened, it will be the finest mount among beast tamers. Tang Shuang expressed his envy. He had already been envious, knowing that soon only he would lack a mount-type beast. Even though this sky-swimming fish couldn't truly be counted as a mount, it could serve as a temporary substitute. All right, I'll arrange to meet Tang Yinran. What time should I set it for? Tang Shuang agreed, his mind calculating. Around 10 o'clock. Now, you may kneel in peace. Luomi waved him off. In the morning at the beast nurturing laboratory, Uncle Luo inquired, Professor Ding, have you figured out that video I sent you last time? Boss Luo, it's not that I don't want to understand. I can concoct the potion and replicate it, yet I cannot achieve that specific effect. Have you conducted experimental tests? I have. I purchased over 10 sky-swimming fish for experimentation, but none were successful. Instead, their bloodlines became even more muddled. Could you tell me who the esteemed individual behind this potion is? Your student, Tietao. Boss Luo, are you joking? He.S. just a freshman. How could he possibly create such a potion? I assure you, it is indeed Tietao. Why would I deceive you? He intends to concoct a purifying potion today. Oh, when? Professor Ding's eyes brightened. I'm not sure of the exact time, but it's certainly 1 TB too late. He has to return to school to exchange for a purifying crystal before coming back. What? How many credits does he need to exchange for the purifying crystal? Over 150. Tietao has completed so many school tasks that he is already on the second floor. Do you think someone like him would lack credits? It's barely been a semester, and he has advanced this quickly. I heard he has the reason there is a limit on the number of tasks one can accept. Very well, I'll wait here for him to concoct the potion, Professor Ding declared, settling in. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Luomi linked her arm with Tietao's as they entered the gates of the capital Beast Tamer University. Upon receiving Tang Xuang's message, Tang Yinran was directly waiting for Tietao at the entrance. Tietao, I need to speak with you. Oh, what business does this lady have with my Tietao? Luomi's sharp gaze scrutinized Tang Yinran as she tightened her grip on Tietao's arm. Tang Yinran briefly glanced at Luomi before ignoring her and focusing on Tietao. I'd like your help in enhancing my beast's potential level. Tang Yinran stated in a calm tone. If you wish to enhance your beast, you should visit the nurturing center. Why do you insist on seeking out my Tietao? Little brat, just stay out of this, Luomi asserted, releasing Tietao's arm and puffing out her chest. Whereas the little in comparison. You're the one with a flat chest, Luomi proudly declared. Tietao, do you prefer this little brat? Tietao's mind momentarily blanked. And before he could respond, Tang Yinran interjected again. I don't care what type you like. I just want to know if you'll help me nurture my beast. No, beast tamers have faced numerous issues when taking on private tasks. Right now, he is part of my family. If you want to nurture your beast, you must go through the proper channels, Luomi proclaimed, asserting her claim over Tietao. Tietao found Luomi's argument quite reasonable. Previously, his phone had been inundated with notifications about beast tamers taking private jobs, only to meet grim fates afterward. This firmly extinguished any thoughts of accepting private work. And Tietao shook his head vigorously. You've taught him well. Your family discipline seems rather strict, Tang Yinran remarked, feeling a competitive spirit rising within her. She sensed her claim was being challenged and felt compelled to reclaim it. Naturally, my Tietao is the most outstanding, she declared. Linking her arm with Tietao once more, resting his arm against her chest, her face radiating joy. So Tietao prefers short girls. Tang Yinran unintentionally showcased her long legs in front of them. Having long legs is nothing impressive, you old woman. Who are you calling old? I'm only 18. Tang Yinran tossed her hair back, showcasing her exquisite, unadorned beauty. Yes, you're 18, I'm 17. In terms of age, you can't compete with me. Luomi stated flatly, unafraid of an age contest. Haha, I'll still be 18 next year. Then 17, then 16. Being underage is no good, Luomi quipped, making a mocking gesture with her hands. She then turned to Tietao, saying, 3 years from now, remember to bring your household registration book and find me. Good things will come. Is that so? I'll remember, Tietao replied earnestly. Yes, I appreciate your attitude. Luomi interlaced her arm with his, rubbing against him affectionately. Not far from a nearby tree, Tang Xuang observed, Tietao is quite popular. He has managed to incite jealousy between two beautiful girls. Tang Xuang, move aside. Your pant leg is blocking my view, Wang Chong interjected. It's not that I'm blocking you. I'm just concerned that if you stand up, I'll have to visit your hospital, Tang Xuang retorted. Are you going for surgery? Wang Chong looked up just in time to collide with Tang Xuang's groin. Tang Xuang stifled a cry of pain. Oh, my apologies. I could go back home for a different kind of surgery, Wang Chong said seriously. Get lost. The two tumbled from the tree, startling Tietao and the others. Tang Yinran watched the two fall, then turned to Luomi, her eyes igniting with fury. When she glanced at Tietao, the flames of anger burned even brighter. Is that fellow Tietao feigning ignorance, utterly oblivious to the significance of the household registration book? He appears as wooden as a log, thought Tang Yinran. Observing his expression, she instinctively scratched her head, perplexed. Why the sudden anger? It eludes my understanding. You little squirt. Just wait. The next time we meet, I shall challenge you to a beast taming duel. Even in her calm tone, a hint of ire seeped through as she casually gestured with her hands. Well then, I shall gladly accept your challenge, you youthful demon. Luomi's tone was anything but courteous. A bird's call pierced the air, followed by a streak of red light that cut across the sky. Chapter 53, Blue Eyes. White dragon flames cascaded down towards Tang Xuang and Wang Chong. Hurry, Wang Chong. I left my beast at home. I'm counting on you, Tang Xuang exclaimed, recognizing the implications of Tang Yinran's gestures. With a surge of movement beneath his feet, Wang Chong and he tumbled into a pit. The shifting earth within the pit shielded them from the encroaching flames. Tang Yinran cast a cold glance their way and snorted. Little squirt, just you wait, she declared before turning away. Old demon, you have a reckoning coming, Luomi retorted. Once Tang Yinran departed, Luomi reverted to her usual demeanor. Let us go exchange for the purification crystal, she suggested, linking her arm with his, a smile gracing her face. They had fought to a stalemate. All right, they agreed, making their way towards the experimental building. Luomi slipped her other hand into her pocket, her fingers tapping rhythmically. 2 minutes later, her hand stilled. Beep, beep, beep. Tang Xuan's phone chimed. He glanced at the message. Was today's performance spectacular? You'll see something interesting when we return. After reading the text, he shivered involuntarily. Are you catching a cold, Tang Xuan? Wang Chong inquired. No, just a sudden chill, nothing to worry about. If you fall ill, I'll take you to my family's hospital for treatment. No charge, Wang Chong offered kindly. No need, I dread visiting your home. I fear I might emerge as an old bachelor, Tang Xuan replied, shuddering again. Still claiming you aren't sick? Clearly, you are, Wang Chong insisted. Let the arid beast guide us to the hospital, he added. Tang Xuan, with an expression of utter desolation, was led away. The exchange process was straightforward. A mere swipe of the card sufficed to expend their academic credits. Soon, a purification crystal was in hand, and the duo departed the experimental building, boarding the Sky Fish en route to the Luo Group's Beast Nurturing Institute. The moment Tietao entered the institute, Uncle Luo was already informed. Let us go? Teacher Ding, Tietao has arrived. To his laboratory, we shall proceed. Very well, Uncle Luo replied, leading the way. They swiftly arrived at the laboratory, where they found Tietao already engaged in his preparations. Luomi gestured for silence to Uncle Luo and Teacher Ding, who nodded in agreement. Teacher Ding watched Tietao's movements intently, unwilling to look away. Tietao's actions flowed with the grace of a practiced artisan, each motion precise and devoid of excess. When he stated to heat for 10 seconds, he did precisely that, no more, no less. As his methods grew increasingly intricate, Teacher Ding's astonishment deepened. The technique he observed was notoriously challenging to execute, one that had become nearly extinct, mentioned only in ancient texts. The reason for its disappearance was the high physical demands it imposed. Even those who regularly engaged in rigorous training struggled to master this method of potion making. It was then that Teacher Ding experienced a moment of clarity. Previously, he had failed to discern the strength Tietao employed in concocting the elixir. But now it all made sense. In no time, Tietao produced a potion drastically different from its predecessors, a colorless, transparent liquid that appeared as though the beaker were empty. Had it not been for the glass rod inserted within, he introduced the purification crystal into the mixture. Shortly thereafter, the crystal dissolved, revealing shimmering specks of light within the clear liquid, reflecting radiant glimmers. Tietao divided the potion into 10 portions, each sealed in a test tube with a wooden stopper, placing them into a cooling box before handing it to Luomi. You shall administer it, once daily, 1 tube at a time, he instructed. You two should take a moment to rest, Luomi replied, accepting the box and heading towards the small earth dragon nearby. Tietao, you remember this one, don't you? Uncle Luo inquired. I have a vague recollection, but not much more, Tietao admitted candidly. No matter. Your proficiency in potion making renders attendance at my lectures irrelevant, Teacher Ding stated. Oh, now I recall. You are the instructor for the beast bloodline cultivation course, Tietao remarked, realization dawning upon him. How did you acquire this method, known as the infinite technique? Is it a family secret? Teacher Ding asked. Isn't it all inscribed in books? I recall a tome titled The 12 Extinct Methods of Potion Brewing, Tietao responded. I am aware of that book, but its descriptions lack clarity, providing only a fragmented understanding. Teacher Ding remarked. Such information is insufficient. By correlating it with data on potions crafted using this technique, one could easily recreate it. This method has been forsaken due to physical limitations. Had one's stamina kept pace, it would not have faded into obscurity, Teacher Ding elucidated. Ah, I see. No wonder I felt ravenous after crafting potions these past 2 times, Tietao pondered. Boss Luo, we cannot replicate this potion, Teacher Ding sighed. Then there's nothing to be done. We must proceed as is, Uncle Luo concluded. Luomi had successfully administered the potion to the small earth dragon, which smacked its lips, seemingly unimpressed by the taste. It lunged at Luomi, momentarily forgetting its own size, and knocked her over. After casting Tietao a knowing glance, the little dragon tugged at Luomi's garment, pulling her up. Not long after, having consumed the food sent by Uncle Luo, Tietao regained his strength. The white scales on the little dragon multiplied significantly during his meal. Observing this, Tietao nodded. The bloodline purification seemed to be progressing smoothly. Why did it suddenly grow so many scales? Luomi asked, caressing the cool, slick surfaces of the new scales. The less pure the bloodline of the earth dragon, the fewer scales it develops. Complete coverage by scales signifies a purer bloodline. The awakening is marked by the reverse scales beneath its neck, Tietao explained. I wonder which variation of the dragon bloodline this earth dragon will awaken, Teacher Ding mused. There are too many types of dragon bloodlines to account for, he added. If it possesses light attributes and pristine white scales, and if its eyes are azure, it can be confirmed as the azure-eyed white dragon, Tietao asserted confidently. For now, we cannot ascertain its traits, We must await the awakening of its bloodline to reveal more characteristics. Such a remarkable arid beast has caught my interest, Teacher Ding lamented. Haha. This little earth dragon was merely a find, costing only a few thousand. It's hardly noteworthy, Uncle Luo chuckled. Since when did arid beasts become so inexpensive? Ding Jianya inquired. This one was hatched from a beast egg purchased by 2 children, Uncle Luo replied, laughing heartily. Their fortune is indeed remarkable. Such wild beasts are not easily found even in the wilderness. It was Tietao who selected these for me. And I still have several wild beast offspring to care for here. Luomi began to emphasize Taitao's prowess. Can you take me to see those wild beast babies? Teacher Ding inquired with a smile. Chapter 54, The Wilderness. Tietao guided Teacher Ding and Luomi to an upstairs laboratory where these wild beast offspring were temporarily nurtured. Did you purchase all these from the wild beast egg commercial street? Of course, they were all acquired, except for these 2 little snakes and the scorpion, which are not mine. The rest belong to me. Luomi regarded the little snake and scorpion with disdain. The 2-headed king cobra, sandstorm scorpion, iron-winged eagle, lightning rabbit, wilderness bison, lava snail, human landshark, explosive spirit monkey. The variety here is not particularly abundant. It depends on their bloodlines, Teacher Ding remarked. I am looking forward to the bloodline examination in a few days. These wild beasts do not experience a frenzied growth phase like the earth dragons do right after birth. Although these creatures are also growing, their size remains somewhat small, and they require more time before a bloodline assessment can be conducted. In Luomi's eyes, the originally delightful pink rabbit had now sprouted a coat of yellow fur. Upon seeing it, she was reminded of Tang Shuang and immediately lost her fondness for it. She was now eager to sell all these wild beasts for a sum of money to bolster her savings. The others were even less appealing, and she had no interest whatsoever in them. Before long, Tietao departed the breeding facility with Luomi. Today was a day off for him. Above, the sky fish danced amidst the clouds. Tietao, doesn't this sky fish look a bit peculiar? Although it has grown significantly, it hardly resembles a fish anymore. Luomi inquired. Oh, its bloodline has yet to awaken. Once it does, it may very well transform into a sky whale. Unfortunately, the materials needed are rather difficult to obtain, and the laboratory lacks such resources. Does the Beastmaster University not possess such materials? The credits required for sky whale materials are exorbitant. I currently lack the strength to acquire them, Tietao replied with a hint of resignation. The sky fish, accompanied by the 2 of them, flew toward the villa. 3 days later, Tietao administered the last pill to the sky fish, elevating its level to the 6th rank. The sky fish now bore a closer resemblance to a whale. It was just one bloodline awakening away from transforming into the new breed of sky whale. He wished to pursue this, but regrettably, his credits were insufficient, as the materials for the sky whale were exorbitantly priced. Not only were these materials rare, but their versatility was also significant, primarily utilized as enhancement materials. They could be added to potions without any adverse effects, which led to a sharp decline in the population of sky whales. Finding one in the wild had become increasingly challenging. Even the wild beasts possessing the sky whale bloodline had diminished, which made Tietao feel fortunate. During dinner, Uncle Luo asked Tietao, "The hunting team is ready to depart. How prepared are you?" "Today, the sky fish officially reached the 6th rank," Tietao responded. "Very well. You shall set off with the team tomorrow. Be cautious," Uncle Luo instructed. "Are you joining the hunting team?" Luomi asked in surprise. "What's wrong? I just intend to see if there are any suitable wild beasts to contract. It's far safer to purchase a contracted wild beast outright. Why venture into the wilderness? It's exceedingly dangerous," Luomi insisted. "The wilderness holds the greatest possibilities. I firmly believe that venturing there is the best course of action. The wilderness offers endless potential." "Then you are not permitted to go," Luomi declared. "All right, I will return to see if I can bring back a wild beast suitable for you," Tietao replied. "Fine, I want one capable of defeating Tang Yanran," Luomi said, brandishing her hands theatrically. Clearly, she had not forgotten Tang Yanran's provocation. "Very well." Tietao gently patted Luomi's head. Shortly after speaking, Tietao prepared his belongings and stored them within the sky fish's spatial compartment. The following day, he set off with the team towards the wilderness. They traveled by express train, a stark contrast to the green train he had taken to Jinghua before. After a day and a night, they finally arrived near the wilderness. At the outpost, the hunting team of 5 successfully led Tietao into the wilderness. Their objective was to reach the hunting zone, a relatively safe area. The Luo Corporation's lower-tier hunting teams primarily targeted wild beasts of the 7th and 8th ranks, occasionally hunting those of the 6th rank. However, wild beasts of the 5th rank were quite uncommon throughout the entire region. This marked Taitao's first foray into the wild. "Brother Fengming, are we hunting in this area?" "Indeed, this hunting zone is relatively safe and well-suited for hunting. Delving deeper would likely lead to encounters with 4th and 5th rank wild beasts, Feng Ming replied. Last time, we were chased by a 4th rank deer-like wild beast. Thankfully, we had brought beast-repelling smoke bombs to escape, another named Xiaofang added. 4th rank wild beasts are not frequently encountered. Does crossing this area lead to 4th rank beasts? Tietao inquired. For the first time, Feng Ming unfolded a map before Tietao and began to explain. Our current location lies at the boundary between humanity and the wilderness, still within the safety zone. The area we are headed to is a grassland. Deep within the grassland lies the marshy forest where we encountered the 4th rank deer. As long as we stay away from that forest, we should have no issues. Tietao surveyed the map, committing all its details to memory. Their expedition followed a 5-day cycle, with a 6th day reserved for rest before re-entering the hunting zone. This would culminate in a total of 20 days of hunting before they began their return journey. The Luo Corporation treated these hunting teams well. All items procured during hunts were subject to a 10% mandatory submission to the company, while the remainder would be purchased at the prevailing wilderness market price. To access the hunting zone, a fee must be paid. Otherwise, entry would be strictly prohibited, regardless of one's strength. The Luo Corporation effectively waived their entry fees, allowing such a small team to survive. Additionally, within the safety zone, they received complimentary supplies from the Luo Corporation, including food and medicine. These provisions were the fundamental reason they could endure in the wilderness. The Luo Corporation enjoyed an excellent reputation, encouraging many hunting teams to collaborate with them. Some solitary hunters even chose to join the Luo Corporation. The Luo Corporation had also begun venturing into wild beast breeding, providing internal discounts for its members. This incentivized many, particularly those with less formidable powers, to align themselves with the corporation. Survival in the wilderness demanded not only strength, but also experience in outdoor survival. This was the primary reason Uncle Luo insisted on this team accompanying Tietao. The fire hunting team had embarked on wilderness expeditions more than 40 times without a single casualty. After a day of rest, they formally entered the wilderness. Chapter 55. Tietao, do not look at me with such eyes. The next day, they entered the hunting zone. The hunting zone was somewhat different from Tietao's expectations. Wild beasts were indeed sparse, yet the area was quite expansive. As a newcomer, Tietao merely trailed behind the others, observing their hunting techniques. He perceived the hunting party's actions as reminiscent of the records from over 2 centuries ago. Among them was a foreigner named Da, who could discern the surrounding wildlife's condition through various animal tracks and droppings. This particular skill was beyond Tietao's learning and expertise, and he had no intention of delving deeply into it. However, he possessed a keen sense of smell, capable of detecting the scent emitted by wild beasts. This allowed him to gauge the strength of the beasts, albeit without the ability to identify specific species or grades. Lowering his head, Feng Ming picked up a clump of feces, inhaled its scent, and crushed it with his hand. A wild bear passed by here yesterday, a few days ago. It even devoured a cunning fox, he stated. How do you know that? Tietao inquired, intrigued. A strand of fox fur is mixed in with the droppings. You should learn from this, he replied, reaching out to pat Tietao on the shoulder. In a swift motion, Tietao pushed Xiaofang forward, causing Feng Ming's hand to land squarely on Xiaofang's face. What an odd smell, Xiaofang exclaimed. Oh, that's just the wild bear's dung, Tietao remarked. How many times has the captain told you? Always remember to wash your hands after handling droppings. This odor is truly unpleasant, Xiaofang said, wiping his face with a wet tissue. Ha ha ha, I just forgot. Feng Ming chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Remember to wash your hands so we don't have to remind you every time. Next time, you might even use dung to wash your hair. That would be something. The only female member of the team, Zhang Yanyan, displayed a look of disdain as she addressed Feng Ming. After much effort from the group, Feng Ming finally managed to clean up. Tietao caught a whiff of a scent that ignited his appetite. A wild beast was nearby. Though he could not discern which type it was, he resolved to memorize the scents of all the wild beasts he encountered, which would prove beneficial in the future. A wild beast is approaching, Tietao whispered, his expression turning serious. That can't be right. It's quiet around here, Xiaofang replied nonchalantly. I'll scout ahead, Zhao Yanyan said, letting out a sharp whistle. A steel-winged eagle perched on her shoulder soared into the sky to survey the area for any approaching wild beasts. The eagle called out twice in quick succession from above, and Zhao Yanyan's face paled. The wild beast is near, grade 5. Prepare for battle. From which direction? Feng Ming queried. Zhao Yanyan pointed westward, her expression still grave. Their tamed beasts were not particularly strong. Each member had only 2, with grades around 6. They did not wish to contract more beasts, as doing so would require more resources. They preferred to concentrate on nurturing 1 or 2 beasts thoroughly. These individuals represented the common folk. Unlike Tietao, who was a beastmaster capable of raising his own beasts as long as he had the necessary materials. In fact, his earnings from just half a month of work in the laboratory likely surpassed the entire team's income combined. Go, red braised meat, Tietao commanded without a second thought, sending his beast charging forward. Tietao, that's reckless. You shouldn't let your beast rush in like that, Feng cautioned. It's fine. Red braised meat is also grade 5 and won't perish, Tietao replied calmly. Red braised meat shook its head in resignation, its hind hooves scratching at the ground. It lunged toward the direction Zhao Yinyan indicated, lowering its head to expose its small, sharp teeth. A tremendous sound erupted as two wild beasts collided. A small mantis flew from Feng Ming's shoulder toward the source of the noise. Another team member, named Sun Su, had already released a plant-based beast, which Tietao noted resembled a wild sweet potato. A massive red tuber had lifted a giant figure. Indeed, it is a wild bear. Feng Ming's assessment was accurate. The small mantis ascended to the wild bear's head, its sharp forelegs slicing across the bear's face. In pain, the wild bear swiped at the mantis with one of its massive paws. The mantis quickly retreated, evading the strike. The tall grass obstructed their view, rendering command difficult, and they dared not approach the wild bear too closely. Red braised meat collided with the descending wild bear, sending it soaring once more. It plopped down onto the ground, remaining seated and scratching its chin with one of its front hooves. As they continued their assault on the wild bear, Zhao Feng anxiously watched, his beast still asleep and unable to join the fray. Since entering the wilderness, it had been in slumber, his beast, a wild dormouse. Only acted once adequately rested, clearly not the case now. The steel-winged eagle frequently sought opportunities to strike the wild bear, but its dive-bombing tactics merely inflicted minor damage, as the bear was tough-skinned and resilient. Several times, it even leaped up to retaliate against the eagle. Though the beasts launched their attacks, they failed to inflict significant wounds, instead provoking the wild bear's ferocity. Red braised meat could no longer tolerate the situation. It was time to conclude the battle before it grew hungry. Understanding the necessity of engaging in the fight, it sprang up, flicked its tail, and shook off the dirt from its rear. Once more, it charged at the wild bear. With a thunderous crash, red braised meat sent the wild bear flying. While still airborne, it unleashed a burst of crimson flames that ignited the bear's fur. The bear howled in agony, powerless against the assault from above. Red braised meat pawed the ground, calculating its timing, and suddenly looked up. As the wild bear descended, it was sent soaring again. After 5 such repetitions, red braised meat ceased its assault, allowing the wild bear to hit the ground. The already weakened beast struggled to extinguish the flames, rolling on the ground in vain. Unfortunately, this was no ordinary fire. It was the phoenix fire, which could not simply be extinguished at will. Red braised meat cast a disdainful glance at the bear before striding over to Tietao. The bear's howling finally subsided, leaving only a few bewildered beasts standing still, unsure of what to do. The hunting party members shared the same bewilderment. Is this the person you brought along? So fierce. A grade 5 wild bear was just defeated like that? Their gazes towards Tietao shifted dramatically. Tietao pinched red braised meat's ear. I told you to finish it off quickly. Why are you dawdling? Don't you know it's almost mealtime? Red braised meat nodded vigorously, emitting a series of grunts. All right, let us prepare for a feast, Tietao announced as the skyfish descended slowly from above. He retrieved a barbecue grill from within. The delectable braised pork, with an astute sense of timing, dragged the enormous wild bear beast over, its little tail flicking rapidly in anticipation of Iron Wave's meal. The expressions of the hunting team directed toward Iron Wave became increasingly peculiar. Iron Wave glanced at the members of the hunting team, questioning, is there something on my face? Why do you gaze at me so? Chapter 56, The Imperial Envoy University of Jingnan. Iron Wave commenced the fire to prepare the meal, his attention entirely captivated by the meat of the wild bear beast, utterly forgetting about the presence of his companions. It was only after the flesh of the wild bear had been roasted to perfection that he remembered his teammates, generously distributing the meat among them. Iron Wave, never mind. I'll pass. I'm not accustomed to wild beast meat, Zhao Yinyan remarked, proceeding to munch on a pack of compressed biscuits. With Zhao Yinyan's refusal, the others felt disinclined to share the food with Iron Wave. With no one partaking, he naturally refrained from waste. He and the braised pork began to feast heartily, indulging in their meal with fervor. The gallbladder of the wild bear beast was the most valuable part. After extracting it, Iron Wave presented it directly to Feng Ming and the others. In exchange, he accepted the entirety of the wild bear's meat. 5 days later, they successfully returned to the safe zone for resupply. During these days, they had hunted numerous wild beasts, most of which Iron Wave had detected first, even quicker than the Iron Wing Eagle. The team had inquired about the reason behind this, but found no satisfactory explanation, ultimately resigning themselves to the mystery. They were quite pleased with their harvest, directly delivering the materials to the staff of the Luo Corporation for processing, which yielded substantial monetary gain. Iron Wave remained indifferent to the modest profit earned from hunting such beasts. The real fortune lay in slaying those ranked above level 4, where the materials could fetch a price tenfold that of level 5 beast materials. This was why he refrained from joining them in dividing the spoils. He had amassed a considerable amount of wild beast meat. Previously, all the meat from the sky-swimming fish had been consumed. This visit was timely for replenishing supplies, as his storage had expanded nearly 5-fold, allowing him to bring back even more wild beast meat. Iron Wave also reflected on how consuming these wild beasts had significantly enhanced his physical attributes, which were evident in his strength, speed, and agility. In terms of abilities, aside from the unexpected 9 brains and 3 hearts, he had only utilized a small portion of his flame ability and acquired snake scales. With no new special powers to speak of, Iron Wave was somewhat philosophical about this. The 9 brains and 3 hearts power had been obtained after consuming countless wild beast octopuses, while the other 2 abilities had come as pleasant surprises. This led him to conclude that perhaps greater consumption might yield additional special abilities from wild beasts. The flame ability was merely useful for cooking clothes, proving ineffective in practical combat. The snake scales, however, were a fortunate acquisition, providing him with a degree of defense. That night, they rested in the safe zone, with Iron Wave not needing to replenish any supplies and opting instead for rest. The following day, he was awakened by a cacophony of noise. It was still early, certainly not yet 6 o'clock, a fact he was quite certain of. A familiar voice reached him. It was none other than Lu Ming. Upon exiting the lounge of the Luo Corporation, Iron Wave spotted Lu Ming sitting atop a tortoise, calling out incessantly. Lu Ming, lower your voice. You'll disturb others' rest. Who dares to call me, the Great One? Lu Ming responded, though the voice did ring a bell. Turning to the sound, Lu Ming exclaimed, Holy cow. Is that my Iron Overlord? Wang Feng had yet to see Iron Wave, as his view was obstructed by the tortoise. Hey Lu Ming. Are you the godfather of Jingnan Imperial Envoy University? Why do you greet everyone as that? Wang Feng, it's Iron Wave, our high school overlord. Lu Ming shouted excitedly. No way. He should be attending classes in the capital, right? They must have finished military training by now. Indeed. You won't believe it unless you come see for yourself. Lu Ming replied, already climbing down from the tortoise and heading toward Iron Wave. Wang Feng, too, approached to confirm, and indeed, he saw Iron Wave. Iron Wave, it's really you. What brings you back here? Shouldn't you be in class? Class. Wang Feng, have you lost your mind? This guy hasn't attended a proper class since the first year of high school. He merely graduated alongside me. You expect him to attend classes now? That is true. Wang Feng conceded with a sigh. You all know me well. The trio gathered to engage in idle chatter. Learning that Wang Feng and Lu Ming had been placed in the same class at Jingnan Imperial Envoy University. Their semester began later, and they had come from military training. Initially, Iron Wave found it hard to believe that classes started so late, let alone that they were conducted in the wilderness. This decision had faced unanimous opposition from the parents of all freshman students, even trending in the top 10 on social media. Ultimately, the school clarified that military personnel would accompany the students to ensure their safety, which eased the minds of the concerned parents. Iron Wave, I didn't know you'd become famous too. I just checked the online forums, and you really are impressive. I was just a newcomer at the school, not knowing much, and acted on impulse. Besides, it's been over a month since then, Iron Wave replied calmly. What about you? What brings you here? As a beast tamer? I'm seeking my 3rd contract and gathering some wild beast meat while I'm at it. What else could I be doing here? Iron Wave responded with a hint of resignation. Your 3rd contract? Isn't it a bit premature to be binding a 3rd beast without adequately nurturing the first 2? Wang Feng and Lu Ming chimed in unison. They're well on their way. That's why I'm here. Iron Wave released a breath, and the sky-swimming fish descended from the sky, its impressive length of over 10 meters leaving the 2 awestruck. No way. The sky-swimming fish I saw online wasn't that big. What lineage could possibly allow it to grow this large? Sky whale. Wang Feng and Lu Ming gasped in astonishment at the rarity of such lineage, realizing the difficulty in finding a beast of such caliber. The assembly whistle echoed in the air. I can't chat with you any longer. We need to gather, Iron Wave stated. Let us regroup after the assembly. Wang Feng pulled Lu Ming toward the meeting point. Wang Feng, don't drag me. With Iron Overlord around, we are invincible, an untainted advantage. All right, I get it. But that is a matter for after the assembly, Wang Feng replied with exasperation. Iron Wave returned to his room to read, awaiting their return. Knowing they wouldn't be hunting today, he hadn't rested long when Lu Ming pushed the door open, tearfully beseeching, Iron Overlord, we need your help. Wang Feng, composed, addressed Iron Wave. Here's the deal. For this military training, we need to gather materials to earn military merit, and it can only be obtained through hunting. None of us have experience, so we're relying on you. This task is manageable. It's not overly difficult. No beast can evade my senses, Iron Wave asserted confidently. Then it's settled. During the holidays, Wang Feng and I will treat you to wild beast meat, 2 meals. I still owe you one from before, Lu Ming declared proudly. Clearly eager to prove his memory was sharp. Chapter 57. The ace advantage has been successfully loaded. Having heard all this, I suppose I have no choice but to acquiesce. By the way, does your school permit external support? In any case, there is no mention of it in the school's regulations. We shall depart from here early tomorrow morning and return in 5 days. Engaging in a collaborative effort has not been explicitly prohibited, Wang Feng remarked. Very well. Tomorrow you shall wait for me at the designated location. I will join you there. This way, we ensure safety. Any encounters in the wild will merely be coincidental. And we shall not be at fault, Tietao stated. With that, Tietao showcased his old skills once more, sketching 2 identical maps on paper, each marked with a cross. We shall convene at this marked point. I will guide you. Agreed. With your assurance, Tai Baba, I feel at ease. Lu Ming said as he graciously stowed the maps away before departing with Wang Feng. Shortly after their departure, Tietao also exited. The safety zone was abuzz with activity. A cacophony magnified 100-fold compared to the previous day. Many were engaged in resupply shopping, and occasionally one could spot students in uniforms rallying hunting teams. Only a few students remained earnest, intent on venturing into the hunting area alone. In Tao's eyes, these individuals were either exceptionally skilled beast tamers or simply foolish. To blindly rush in without preparation was akin to courting death. Their military training differed vastly from that of Tietao and his peers. At the very least, their military exercises were conducted in a highly secure environment, equipped with drones for monitoring and signal transmitters for immediate rescue. The likelihood of mishaps in the hunting zone was indeed significant. Perhaps the divergent educational philosophies of the 2 schools played a role in this. As he pondered these matters, Tietao entered the rest area of Feng Ming's hunting team. As I mentioned earlier, during the next operation, I will not accompany you. I have 2 classmates here for military training, and I intend to guide them. Oh, I see. We cannot report this to President Luo. Not to worry. As long as I avoid the deepest parts of the hunting zone, I shall be safe. Should I encounter any threats, I can always flee, Tietao asserted with conviction, not wishing to give them room to refuse. Since you are so resolute, let us proceed as you suggest, they replied. Very well. Upon leaving the rest area, only the members of their team remained, exchanging glances of concern. Their earnings were set to diminish once more. Tietao resolved to re-enter the hunting zone today. Feeling no purpose in lingering, he took flight aboard the Sky Fish towards the hunting area. Such direct flights into the hunting zone were a rarity. Only the strong would dare approach so brazenly. Different avian beasts claimed various territories, and this was their hunting ground. Any foreign flying creatures entering their airspace would be met with hostility, and some aerial beasts were known to be social. The risks were considerable. However, Tietao feared not. The Sky Fish, now exceeding 10 meters in length, generated substantial currents, and the 8th grade aerial beasts dared not approach too closely. Moreover, the hunting zone's classification was not particularly high, categorized as mid to lower tier, where one might occasionally encounter mid-grade, 4th to 6th, beasts. Even 6th grade Sky Fish could dominate the skies here. Upon entering the hunting grounds, he promptly made his way to the designated hunting point. No beasts disturbed his path, and he soon arrived at the assembly area. After meticulously inspecting the route he had traversed, he found no trace of beasts, which put him at ease. After descending from the Sky Fish, he set up a tent at the gathering point, awaiting their arrival. The Sky Fish ascended to a height well above the territories of the beasts. Tietao began to scout the area for beasts, planning to venture deeper into the hunting zone, as the number of hunting teams present was rather excessive. With the influx of students, finding beasts here would indeed prove challenging. The beasts could not be eradicated entirely. Within a month or 2, a new wave would undoubtedly emerge. Fortunately, these beasts were of a lower grade, incapable of causing large-scale disasters like the ruins quake. Thus, Tietao designated their meeting point here, situated not far from the depths, allowing them to hunt along the periphery. Before Lu Ming and the others arrived, Tietao began reconnaissance in the vicinity to ensure their safety during their stay. Time passed swiftly, and at approximately 11:50, Lu Ming quietly roused Wang Feng, reminding him that midnight was approaching. We can prepare to depart now. Wang Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp Lu Ming's intent. Lu Ming, offering no further explanation, seized Wang Feng and led him outside. Wang Feng, hastily retrieving his clothing, followed suit. Lu Ming, you could at least have informed me beforehand, he whispered as he donned his pants outside the rest area. Once dressed, the 2 mounted the Earth King Tortoise and proceeded towards the location designated by Tietao. During this time, Lu Ming had not been idle. His Earth King Tortoise had reached the 7th grade, and inexplicably, its bloodline had awakened, expanding its size significantly, enabling it to carry both of them. Despite its large stature, the Earth King tortoise moved silently, making not a sound as they stealthily ventured into the wilds. The soldiers assigned to them trailed quietly behind. Upon entering the hunting zone, Wang Feng inquired, "Why did you choose to depart at midnight rather than wait for daylight? Did we not agree to set off tomorrow?" There was no specified assembly point for departure. Therefore, as soon as the time arrives, we can commence, right? Naturally, the earlier, the better. Are you so certain that Tietao would share your sentiment? Shall we wager on it? Perhaps a meal of beast meat? I wager that Tietao has already arrived. Let us wager then. As time ticked away, two soldiers listened to their banter, one of whom noted in a small notebook, insightful and astute. Gradually, a red glow materialized in the wilderness, hinting at a fire behind what appeared to be a tent. "We are almost there. Accelerate, Earth Grandpa," Lu Ming exclaimed excitedly. The Earth King tortoise quickened its pace, its massive feet thumping heavily against the ground. The ground trembled as the two soldiers trailing behind could only maintain their distance. As they drew nearer, Tietao was already seated by the campfire in front of the tent, feasting on roasted meat and sipping beer. Spotting the two atop the Earth King tortoise, he greeted them with a smile. "You have arrived." Dismounting from the great wilderness turtle, Lu Ming turned to Wang Feng, saying, "Remember, a wager is a wager." "Understood," Wang Feng replied, settling onto the ground and reaching for a bottle of beer. Chapter 58. You are exposed. Come out. After a simple midnight snack, they rested within the tent. At 6 in the morning, Tietao was the first to awaken, and the others gradually stirred. "Where are we headed for hunting, Tai Baba?" Lu Ming asked, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "We shall venture into the depths of the dense forest to hunt. The presence of wild beasts in this area is indeed scarce, a stark contrast to our military training." Tietao muttered through clenched teeth. "Venture into the dense forest? With our current strength?" Lu Ming replied. "I've heard there are numerous mid-grade wild beasts there." In a fit of indignation, Hong Xiaorou nudged Lu Ming, rising to his hind legs and striking a pose of strength with one front hoof raised. "What strength can you possibly exhibit, you little creature?" Lu Ming scoffed, giving Hong Xiaorou a gentle kick. Instantly, Hong Xiaorou's demeanor changed. He lowered his front hooves and pressed his snout against Lu Ming's calf, pushing forcefully. "Woohoo! We're taking off." Lu Ming's voice echoed through the air, trailing off dramatically. With a thud, he found himself on the ground, startling a flock of sparrows. "Humph." Hong Xiaorou regarded Lu Ming with disdain. "What grade of beast are you?" Lu Ming grumbled, rubbing his backside. Tietao spat out the water he had been drinking. "5th grade. No wonder you suggested we venture into the forest," Lu Ming remarked. Hastily, he retrieved a packet of his favorite cookies from his pocket, tearing it open to feed Hong Xiaorou bite by bite. "Brother Pig, I hope for your continued favor." Just as Hong Xiaorou was about to nibble, Lu Ming's words displeased him, and he pressed against Lu Ming's leg once more. "Lu Ming, Hong Xiaorou is a sow," Tietao interjected. "Apologies, Sister Pig, Sister Pig. Have some cookies. They're quite fragrant and delicious." Lu Ming quickly amended. Finally satisfied, Hong Xiaorou took a bite of the cookie, munching away contentedly. "Tasty, isn't it?" Lu Ming said with a flattering grin. Was Lu Ming always like this? Tietao inquired curiously of Wang Feng. "He transformed after the contract was formed. That tortoise. When alone, he even calls him master," Wang Feng replied. "It seems Lu Ming's bloodline has awakened?" "What bloodline could I possibly awaken?" Lu Ming asked, looking up. "It seems you have awakened the bloodline of flattery," Wang Feng retorted dryly. "When do we depart?" Lu Ming inquired. "There's no rush. We need to address the tail that has been following you," Tietao replied. "Someone has been tailing us." Wang Feng's demeanor shifted to anxiety. His little green insect had grown and was now perched on his shoulder, gazing in the direction Tietao was watching. "Shall I bring them out?" Tietao suggested. He commanded Hong Xiaorou, who dashed away in the opposite direction. A flash of red streak passed, followed by two anguished cries as two figures were sent soaring into the air. "Isn't that our instructor?" Lu Ming exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Tietao signaled for Hong Xiaorou to return. The two instructors approached, accompanying Hong Xiaorou. "How did you discover us?" the instructors asked Tietao. "It wasn't you who revealed yourselves, it was your wild beasts. I could sense their scent," Tietao replied candidly. "Scent?" The instructors sniffed their own wild beasts, detecting no aroma, as they had all been treated before departure. "I can perceive a unique scent emanating from them." "How long do you intend to follow us in this manner?" "We must follow. It's our duty," one instructor stated. "Then let us proceed together. Though you need not engage," Tietao suggested to the two instructors. "Agreed," they replied. Thus, the three of them mounted the tortoise and began their journey toward the dense forest. The two instructors followed closely behind, apprehensive about encountering a pack of wild beasts. A significant reason for their competition. Tietao continuously sensed the presence of wild beasts nearby, Perched atop the tortoise provided an advantage, allowing him to see far and wide. He detected the scent of wild beasts approaching and glanced in the direction from whence it came. A few green, four-legged giants were somewhat obscured, but their drooping skin betrayed their identity. At 10 o'clock, there are several hippos, Lu Ming announced. All right, Tai Baba, he responded, steering the tortoise toward the direction Lu Ming indicated. The drooping hippos were relatively mild and posed little threat. Their presence upon entry was a stroke of good fortune. The oils derived from these creatures serve as excellent stabilizers, enhancing the potency of certain potions. Additionally, their meat is reputedly tender and delectable. Tietao ordered Hong Xiao Ro to charge ahead, while the tortoise quickened its pace to keep up. By the time they arrived, the hippos lay on the ground, barely alive. Tietao signaled to Lu Ming and Wang Feng, who swiftly dismounted and dispatched the 5 hippos with precision. Before long, they had disassembled the materials. Suddenly, the sky darkened as a colossal sky fish descended. Tietao stowed all the materials, including the hippo meat, into the spatial compartment. The 2 instructors, astonished by the massive sky fish, were at a loss for words, having never encountered anything of that magnitude. I must form a contract with a spatial beast for my second pact. It would be incredibly convenient, Lu Ming sighed. Wang Feng cast a scornful glance at him. When the time comes to retrieve items, you'll be begging for favors. Don't tell me you don't desire a spatial beast, Lu Ming countered defiantly. Of course, I want one, but nurturing even a single beast is already a challenge, Wang Feng sighed. Perfect. Let me search for materials here and see if I can assist in awakening your little insect's bloodline. Really? Are there enough materials here? I can't say for certain, but it's worth a try. After all, few venture into this dense forest, Tietao replied. Tietao, I'm at a loss for words regarding your actions, Wang Feng remarked. Why are you so moved to tears before Tai Baba even helps you? Lu Ming laughed. I'm merely experimenting. It all depends on what materials we can gather here, Tietao said, pulling the 2 back up to continue their journey through the dense forest. The 2 instructors were left bewildered. This individual, not merely a beastmaster but also a beast nurturer, was indeed beyond their expectations. Wang Feng, have your little green insect consume the highest purple leaves of that tree, Tietao instructed, his expression tense. Chapter 59. The Purple Dragon Leaf's Counterattack for the Little Green Insect. Wang Feng did not hesitate, promptly dispatching the little insect. Are these leaves truly that significant? Certainly. This tree is a rare find, and the leaves are on the verge of ripening. The purple dragon leaf, it is said, can significantly purify the bloodline of wild beasts that consume it, Wang Feng inquired. Indeed, that is precisely it. I'm anxious about other wild beasts approaching. I've already detected for distinct scents. So there are 4 wild beasts nearby? Lu Ming asked, his tone laced with trepidation. Let us observe for a moment. There is no need to rush, Iron Tide remarked, his tone turning gravely serious. The diminutive green caterpillar ascended the tree leaf, its pace decidedly unhurried. We are unable to assist in this contest. It is now entirely up to him, Lu Ming stated. The heights above are not our battlefield. Even the skyfish would suffer at such an altitude, Iron Tide added. A red-feathered vulture lunged toward the purple foliage at the tree's apex. Unable to wait for the purple dragon leaf to ripen, the green caterpillar continued its ascent, undeterred by the vulture's predatory advance. From beneath the tree, a green lizard sprang forth, unnoticed by Iron Tide until it began to move. Iron Tide had already leapt from the back of the earth turtle, his hands now brimming with azure scales. Iron Tide, 5th grade wasteland chameleon, highly venomous, Wang Feng called out from behind, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. He had not anticipated Iron Tide's sudden rush. The veins on Iron Tide's arm bulged as he delivered a powerful punch to the chameleon's waist. With that blow, the chameleon lost its grip on the trunk and plummeted back to the ground, casting a glare of enmity at Iron Tide before vanishing once more. Iron Tide clearly intended to pursue. The recently cloaked chameleon found itself engulfed in the flames of roasted meat. Enraged, the chameleon reappeared, desperately attempting to breach the fiery barricade. The flames were indeed formidable. Even the slightest contact would require considerable effort to extinguish. The chameleon observed Iron Tide's relentless climb toward the treetop. While 2 other wasteland beasts lurked nearby, their positions concealed from Iron Tide's sight. These beasts would undoubtedly strike soon, otherwise, the purple dragon leaf would be snatched away by the red-feathered vulture before it matured. A purplish-red spider had already taken its position upon the purple dragon leaf. Its snowy web began to envelop the vulture. The red-feathered vulture, caught off guard, found itself ensnared by the massive web, unable to flap its wings. It fell helplessly to the ground. Another lurking wasteland beast remained hidden. Wang Feng's small green caterpillar was certainly no match for the spider. The caterpillar's pace began to slow as Iron Tide swiftly approached its location. The colors of the purple dragon leaf began to shift, deepening in hue. The purple spider revealed itself, its light purple body rhythmically moving its fangs. It was a purple dragon widow, a spider of lethal venom, capable of poisoning even the silk it spun. Upon contact with human skin, the toxin would seep into the body, with no known antidote. And not a single survivor to tell the tale. Irontide recognized the spider and instinctively held his breath. Alas, the pig could not climb trees. And the flames of roasted meat were undoubtedly its nemesis. The small green caterpillar, the weakest among them, was dismissed by the purple dragon widow. Yet, the caterpillar stubbornly continued its ascent, unaware of the immense pressure it faced. Irontide followed suit, climbing ever higher. Observers awaited, eager to play the part of the final yellow sparrow. The moment of the purple dragon leaf's maturity was imminent, initially purple. It would gradually deepen in color before transforming into a translucent green upon ripening. The leaf's color began to change. The red-feathered vulture, still struggling on the ground, gradually fell silent. Wang Feng and Lu Ming unconsciously swallowed hard, their anxiety for Irontide palpable. He was drawing nearer to the summit. With a swift motion, he grasped the small green caterpillar and placed it upon his shoulder, continuing his ascent. Unbeknownst to him, he began to emanate a unique aura. The caterpillar on his shoulder feeling its effects most acutely, its plump body trembling involuntarily. The purple dragon widow, sensing the shift, adjusted its stance. All 8 eyes warily fixating on Irontide. Scales had emerged on Irontide's body, concealing all exposed skin. The others below could not discern the scales, but noticed a flicker of light reflecting off him, failing to connect the dots. Irontide drew ever closer to the purple dragon widow, which trembled in response. Irontide extended his hand, striking toward the purple dragon widow. It, too, refused to remain passive, launching a stream of white, viscous silk toward his hand. The web clung to him, sliding off his smooth scales while leaving behind a residue. A flame erupted from the scales, not as intense as that of roasted meat, but sufficient to ignite nearby objects. This fire rapidly dried the spider's silk, causing it to fall away. The purple dragon widow disregarded the silk, charging at Irontide to bite him. He felt a sharp pain, akin to steel nails forcefully striking his arm. With a vigorous motion, he flung the spider off his arm, unsure of its trajectory, but certain that nothing remained on him. The scales on his body began to vanish, leaving 2 red marks on his arm that quickly faded. Irontide exhaled in relief, grateful that the scales had been sturdy enough to withstand the bite. He placed the small green caterpillar atop the purple dragon leaf, vigilantly watching for any remaining wasteland beast that might emerge. The crystalline green rapidly replaced the purple. The purple dragon leaf had matured. A sharper cry from a bird echoed, hurtling toward the leaf. The caterpillar bit into the leaf, causing its color to swiftly recede until only an empty husk remained. It was too late. The essence of the purple dragon leaf had fully entered the caterpillar's body. Power surged through Irontide's arm as he forcefully tore off a branch from the purple dragon tree. With a swift motion akin to a tennis serve, he struck in the direction of the bird's call, a golden flash shooting forth. What manner of beast it was, none could discern. But it was clear that the creature had been struck away, losing its chance to contest for the purple dragon leaf. The purple dragon leaf was quickly consumed by the small green caterpillar, which then leapt onto Irontide's shoulder. The duo descended rapidly, Irontide feeling the intense heat generated from the friction with the purple dragon tree. Upon landing, the caterpillar hopped onto Wang Feng's shoulder, beginning to spin silk to encase itself in a cocoon. Whether it would transform into a dragon remained to be seen. The 2 beasts that had been flung away began to converge toward them, drawing closer by the moment. The 2 instructors grew tense, aware that none of the 3 wasteland beasts were to be trifled with, remaining poised for action. Irontide kicked the rear of the roasted meat. "All you do is play. Hurry up and finish it off," he said with exasperation. With a disgruntled expression, the braised pork lifted its rear from the ground, unleashing a jet of flame towards the entire circle. It then settled back down. The wasteland chameleon found itself with no place to hide, and Ironwave let out a resigned sigh as he watched the braised pork. This pig was akin to a child who had discovered a new toy, mercilessly scorching the chameleon with flames. In a fit of desperation, the wasteland chameleon burst through the fiery barrier, its body ablaze. Left with no other option, the braised pork raised its behind, sweeping away the ash with its tail, and charged towards the wasteland lizard with remarkable speed. The flames enveloping its body left the chameleon with no time to evade the collision, as the braised pork's sharp fangs sunk into its flesh. For a moment, the chameleon was unable to extricate itself, becoming stuck. The braised pork began to panic, spinning wildly as if performing a fiery dance, nearly accompanied by a soundtrack of spin. "Jump!" I closed my eyes. "Hurry up, 2 more are coming," Ironwave urged the braised pork. Finally, propelled by centrifugal force, the wasteland chameleon was flung away. Coincidentally, it collided with the golden bird that had surged forward, It was then that they realized it was a golden dragon bird, an exceedingly rare creature imbued with draconic blood. Renowned for its exceptional speed. After forming a pact, it would serve as an exceptional reconnaissance beast. The two instructors trailing behind them were visibly intrigued by the golden dragon bird. Old Tortoise, pin this little bird down. Lu Ming hastily commanded the Earth Wasteland Turtle into action. With precision, the Earth Wasteland Turtle stomped down on the golden dragon bird, which struggled beneath its massive foot. However, the size disparity was insurmountable, as the Earth Wasteland Turtle was at least 10 times larger. With no chance of escape, Lu Ming rushed to the foot pinning the golden dragon bird. If you don't want it, I will form a pact with it, Lu Ming exclaimed excitedly. Wang Feng had intended to nurture one beast at a time, as his funds were rather limited. Most of his military achievements were allocated to raising beasts, and he was fortunate to know Iron Wave, a beastmaster, who could help him reduce costs. Otherwise, raising beasts on his own would take considerably longer. Unlike Lu Ming, who came from wealth and could afford to lavishly cultivate wasteland beasts. Since no one opposes, I shall form a pact. Lu Ming began to coax the golden dragon bird, reminiscent of his earlier experience at home when he had formed a pact with the Earth Wasteland Turtle. The dizzy chameleon met its end with a swift strike from Wang Feng's blade to its neck. The purple dragon widow began to retreat slowly, no longer wishing to engage in battle, only focused on survival. For as long as one lives, anything is possible. Wang Feng, what do you think of this purple dragon widow? Iron Wave inquired. It's quite impressive, but I lack the funds to nurture so many beasts, Wang Feng admitted. 2 beasts were essential, as a typical hunting team would deploy one beast for battle while keeping another for protection. You're right. My financial constraints hinder me from maintaining 2 beasts simultaneously, Wang Feng replied, somewhat helpless. If you're worried about feeding it, just have it consume all the cockroaches in the campus. It's certainly 1 T starve, Iron Wave remarked. The braised pork rolled its eyes at Iron Wave, finding the sentiment eerily familiar. It was lost in unpleasant memories of when Iron Wave had once suggested it eat kitchen scraps. Although it had never truly been forced to do so, the memory lingered. As the braised pork gazed at the purple dragon widow, a look of pity crossed its face. The purple dragon widow seemed to comprehend this expression and rapidly turned to flee. Braised pork, quickly intercepted. Just use the fire ring. Iron Wave glanced over before turning back to Wang Feng. With gritted teeth, Wang Feng replied, all right, I will form the pact. Surrounded by phoenix flames, the purple dragon widow dared not flee, curling up in a defensive posture. Iron Wave squatted outside the fire ring. Addressing the purple dragon widow, you now have 2 choices, get roasted or accept the pact. The curled-up purple dragon widow remained silent for a long while before slowly raising its 2 claws. That's the spirit. As the sky fish descended, Iron Wave produced a transparent plastic board to shield Wang Feng. Just in case, let us proceed with the pact. Wang Feng completed the pact swiftly, within 3 minutes. It was done. The purple dragon widow showed no signs of resistance, seemingly resigned to its fate. In contrast, the golden dragon bird was continually bombarded by Lu Ming's incessant chatter, with Lu Ming even pausing to drink water to replenish his energy for the ongoing pact. With Lu Ming engaged in the pact, Iron Wave decided to dissect the wasteland chameleon. He removed its scales, which were excellent for crafting camouflage gear, capable of adapting to environmental changes. The only other valuable remnants were its heart and venom glands, as the purple dragon widow's venom typically attracted beings with draconic bloodlines. With exceptions like the small green insects, the draconic bloodline was generally hidden within the heart, making it a valuable material. Naturally, the unfortunate red-feathered vulture could not be overlooked. Although it had already succumbed to poison, making them cautious in handling it. They used sticks to prod it into the braised pork's flames for incineration. As the fire consumed it, the vulture's webs and feathers were entirely burned away. Only then did they feel secure enough to extract its heart. The rest was deemed useless. Iron Wave had no intention of consuming it, instead tossing it to the purple dragon widow, who devoured it eagerly. The golden dragon bird watched, swallowing hard. Oh, you want some too? No problem, dear bird. As long as you accept the pact, you can eat however you wish. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted towards the golden dragon bird and Lu Ming. Wow, roasted chameleon meat. I've never had that before, Lu Ming exclaimed, his face lighting up with desire. The golden dragon bird finally capitulated, yielding to the allure of food and Lu Ming's coaxing, ultimately accepting his pact. Dear bird, if only you had accepted the pact earlier. You wouldn't have suffered so much, Lu Ming complained while urging the Earth Wasteland Turtle to lift its foot. Chapter 61. TSK TSK TSK. If there's not enough, let us pull out some more. After a barbecue feast, Iron Wave unexpectedly acquired a hidden ability from the Wasteland Chameleon. Initially, he struggled to control it. His body instinctively blended with the environment. Following the meal, he spoke little, concentrating entirely on mastering this newfound power. Once he gained full control, he gradually returned to his original state. They were not the only team venturing into the dense forest. Numerous others followed the hunting party into the thicket, all sharing the same intention, as encounters were inevitable. On the second day of the little green worm's cocooning, they finally encountered a hunting team. This team comprised 4 students, each possessing commendable beasts, nearly on par with those from the prestigious capital's Beast Taming University, affluent and equipped with formidable beasts. It was evident that these individuals hailed from well-to-do families. Well, isn't this our little turtle grandson, Lu Ming? Exclaimed Tietao, his face reflecting genuine astonishment as he gazed at Lu Ming. When did you start being called turtle grandson? Who told him to be constantly referred to as old turtle? Wang Feng interjected. It naturally evolved into turtle grandson. Lu Ming, take good care of this land turtle. You might even pass it down to your grandchildren one day. Tietao remarked with an earnest expression. You have a point. I am indeed contemplating such a plan, Lu Ming replied, striking his right fist into his left hand in sudden realization. Previously, his earthbound tortoise lacked offensive prowess, but with the addition of the golden dragonbird, his confidence had significantly bolstered. What do you have to do with this? Just mind your own business, scoffed a boy from the hunting team. Who is this fool? Lu Ming feigned ignorance. In this banter, Lu Ming and Tietao displayed excellent teamwork, whereas Wang Feng struggled to keep up. Excellent. You all are doing quite well. Do you dare to engage us in a beast taming duel? The boy from the hunting team shouted, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. Tietao squatted down and addressed the roast pork. Did you catch that? In the future, if you can't argue back, just be ready to fight. Ignore such people. Understand? Roast pork nodded, bewildered. The boy inhaled deeply, steadying his breath. Are you daring or not? Stop with the irrelevant chatter. Roast pork. Remember that you cannot make an appearance unless the entrance fee is paid. Otherwise, your value diminishes, Tietao patiently instructed. Lu Ming chuckled quietly to himself, noting Tietao's mischievous development over the past few days, which was rather fitting. That student nearly lost his composure. What price would make us fight you? Another boy inquired. Unfazed. You can wager the materials obtained from the wild beasts you've hunted. How about that? Tietao thought to himself, amused. Agreed. But I want to see what you've gathered first, the other boy replied, not wishing to be at a disadvantage. Tietao summoned a school of sky fish from about 20 meters above, retrieving a pile of materials they had collected after acquiring the purple dragon leaf. There were a dozen or so pieces of beast materials, all of the 6th and 5th rank. Is this enough? The hunting team was momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume. Their efficiency paled in comparison. Hey, that person. Where are your beast materials? Show them to us. Don't tell me you're lacking, Lu Ming taunted with a sly grin. Not to worry. If you're truly short, you can write us an IOU, Tietao added. The hunting team retrieved their hunted beast materials from their backpacks, revealing a significant shortfall. The 5th and 6th rank materials were indeed valuable, as raising a beast of that caliber was no small feat, especially since these materials were the most commonly used. One student produced a white potion from his bag. Humph. You underestimate us. This pure blood essence is quite substantial, wouldn't you agree? Not really. This only holds a value of 10 credits at our school, and it's worth less than that, Tietao countered. Capital's Beast Taming University. Several of them exclaimed in unison. Ah, so you're aware. I thought you didn't know. I can earn 1 purification crystal in a day. It's not valuable. Tietao continued to tease roast pork. His gaze averted from the group. Another student produced a yellow potion from his pack. What if we add this bloodline enhancement potion? That might suffice. Let us begin. 1-on-1 or 3-on-3? Tietao inquired. 3-on-3. It's fair for everyone, came the response. Roast pork, golden dragonbird, and purple dragon widow were all ready for battle. The sight of Lu Ming and Wang Feng's newly contracted beasts astonished them. They had secured a second beast amidst this dense forest. This significantly reduced their advantage, with one swine-like beast that left them puzzled. Yet, any beast that caught the attention of the prestigious capital's university would surely be formidable. They dispatched a green, 2-headed bamboo viper, one head in front and the other trailing behind, known for its lethal venom. A snow-white tiger emerged, and Tietao couldn't discern if it bore any white tiger lineage. At least, in terms of scent, it fell far short of roast pork. He surmised that even if it did possess white tiger blood, it would be exceedingly rare, making awakening its abilities quite challenging. The final beast was a colossal blooded iron bear, its claws radiating a crimson glow, a beast of pure ferocity. When do we start? Tietao shouted across. His impatience was palpable. In his mind, these beasts were already his. Then let us commence, he declared. As soon as the words left his lips, the beasts squared off against one another. The first to succumb to the charged atmosphere was the blooded iron bear, charging directly at the largest, the golden dragonbird. The golden dragonbird flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of golden light soaring through the sky. The iron bear never stood a chance to make contact. The earthbound bear pivoted, lunging at roast pork, while the two-headed bamboo viper engaged in a cautious exchange with the purple dragon widow. The snow-white tiger unleashed a beam of white light towards roast pork. "That's the ice tiger beast," Wang Feng noted. "I know. Just watch," Tietao nonchalantly gestured. Too lazy even to direct commands. Roast pork, in turn, expelled a torrent of flames towards the ice tiger beast, igniting itself in a blaze of crimson before charging at the blooded iron bear. Though the distance was brief, reducing some of the impact, it still collided solidly with the iron bear. Initially, the iron bear could have struck down upon roast pork, but it hesitated, feeling the searing heat radiating from roast pork. The singed marks on its paw were a significant deterrent, leading to its severe injury. The flames enveloping roast pork were no mere display. If the bear had truly made contact, it would have suffered the consequences. The ice tiger beast was in a precarious position as well, having never encountered flames that could burn through ice. A bird call echoed through the air, signaling that the golden dragonbird was preparing to attack. Chapter 62, Yellow Flash. A single strike to determine fate. The golden dragonbird dove from the sky towards the two-headed bamboo viper, showing no inclination to assist roast pork. In a flash of golden light, it darted behind the bamboo viper, which was preoccupied with its standoff against the purple dragon widow. It had no inkling that the golden dragonbird had chosen it as its first target. Caught off guard, sharp talons left two deep gashes on the bamboo leaf green. Crimson blood oozed forth, and the already small bamboo leaf green was nearly cleaved in two. "Is this bird seeking to take the life of my beast?" A student shouted at Lu Ming. "My apologies, the wildness of my newly contracted beast is still untamed," Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, his expression shifting to one of embarrassment. Yet, inwardly he mused, "Truly, the speed of this avian is nothing short of a yellow flash." This incident had effectively sealed the victory of this contest, should the battle continue. The two-headed bamboo leaf green would inevitably perish here. With the bamboo leaf green out of the picture, the current situation on the field was 3 against 2. With Tietao and his companions firmly in the lead, under the oppressive flames of the braised meat, the iron-blood demon bear found itself bereft of any means of resistance. Only a solitary ice tiger beast remained on the battlefield. "Shall we continue fighting?" Tietao could already scent a hint of roasted meat in the air. "Consider yourselves fortunate this time. Do not let me encounter you again," one of the leading students threatened. "Then I shall graciously accept these spoils," Tietao remarked as he stored the items into the space of the sky-swimming fish. The group watched as the massive sky-swimming fish ascended slowly, their hunting points rising alongside it. At that moment, the two teams parted ways, with the hunting team remaining on the outskirts while Tietao and his companions ventured deeper into the wilderness. The deeper they traveled, the more formidable the savage beasts became, and thus the value of the points increased correspondingly. Tietao hoped to test his luck here, seeking a suitable mount beast. The growth of the sky-swimming fish required considerable time, and often riding it was not very convenient. The number of savage beasts in the depths continued to increase. Yet they had yet to encounter a single formidable creature, not even a 5th-tier beast, only 6th-tier savages. The number of people in this dense forest was indeed sparse, but there were plenty of useful medicinal materials to be found. Tietao did not overlook any of these, for his sky-swimming fish had ample space. Gradually, they ventured deeper. "Do not proceed any further. What lies ahead is no longer suitable for you," one of the instructors cautioned. "Is the level of savage beasts higher inside?" Tietao asked, puzzled. "That area is considered a danger zone. For safety's sake, it's best to avoid it. Is there anything you can tell us about what lies within?" Tietao began to extract information. "It's not that the savage beasts there are stronger. Rather, a blackwing swift dragon has recently been roaming in that vicinity, with a strength around the 2nd tier. Venturing there would compromise the safety of our students." "Very well, we shall take another route," Tietao conceded. And they continued their exploration through the dense forest, guided by a map provided by the Luo group. This forest had indeed seen explorers before, and the map was largely accurate, although there was a mysterious area that piqued his curiosity. Tietao had heard tales of this while in the hunting team from Fengming, and they had all regarded it as a joke. Many had ventured to that location, surrounded by mountains with no paths leading to it. After circumventing the danger zone mentioned by the two instructors, Tietao pressed on in another direction. His target was the last small area marked on the map, which he recalled to be rich in resources. There had been a hunting team that entered once, reaping substantial rewards. However, when they returned, it was as if they had entered a peach blossom spring, never to find that place again. Tietao wished to see if he could uncover that location. The more mysterious a place, the better the treasures it held. They followed Tietao towards that enigmatic destination. The savage beasts they encountered along the way were neither numerous nor few. However, They were not all the mid-tier beasts as rumored outside. There were some low-tier ones as well. By noon of the second day, they finally arrived at the spot marked on the map. Logically, they should have been able to see the path leading to the mysterious land, yet after searching thoroughly, they found nothing. The Luo group's map was not deceptive. There was simply no need for it to be. The sky's swimming fish descended gently, and Tietao prepared to take to the skies to search. Since this place existed, it surely wouldn't have vanished into thin air. Grasping the rope, Tietao was lifted high by the sky's swimming fish, allowing him to survey the terrain from above. The area was surrounded by mountains, rendering it a veritable dead zone. Yet from the air, the view was entirely different. Behind one mountain lay a small clearing, and it was evident that this mysterious place must be located there. It was nearly impossible to traverse through the mountains. Their sheer cliffs left no room for climbing. The only way to reach it was to fly over, and even the height of these mountains exceeded the flying capabilities of many avian beasts. However, the sky-swimming fish, with its bloodline of the sky whale, was not among them, as they resided in the highest echelons of the sky. Descending from the sky-swimming fish, Tietao had located the place. However, the only way to access it was from above. You all stay here. I'll be back shortly. I'll leave you some braised meat. You should take the braised meat with you. If danger arises, it can provide some support, Wang Feng suggested. The area is too small. If I encounter danger, I will retreat from the skies, Tietao replied. He retrieved a pouch of beast-repelling powder from his space and handed it to Wang Feng. Stay safe, and scatter the powder when setting up camp. Understood. Wang Feng acknowledged, taking the powder. Hey Tai Baba, what can I do? Lu Ming asked, eager to please. Oh, you needn't do anything. I wouldn't trust you even if you tried. Wang Feng is far more reliable, Tietao replied with certainty. Tai Baba, that is a bit harsh. Isn't it? Lu Ming frowned, somewhat displeased. Enough, Lu Ming. Don't disturb Tietao while he is working. You know your own limitations. Wang Feng pulled Lu Ming aside to begin preparations for camp. Once again boarding the sky-swimming fish, Tietao soared toward the described mysterious land. He was eager to discover what treasures lay within this enigmatic realm, satisfying his curiosity. As he approached, the land grew larger in his eyes, and a seven-colored rainbow arched above it. To call this a secret realm would be no exaggeration. Tietao held great expectations for this exploration, convinced the treasures here would be extraordinary. Little did he know that the last team to enter this secret realm was led by Uncle Luo, who had discovered cultivation materials for the Dark Phantom leopard there. Chapter 63, Exploration of the Secret Realm. The sky-swimming fish gently descended, revealing a place akin to a paradise. Tietao's senses did not alert him to any danger. This area appeared devoid of savage beasts, promising safety. He began to search for useful materials within this modest secret realm. Thus far, the best material the three of them had encountered was the purple dragon leaf. Nothing else stood out particularly. After all, the forest had been frequently scavenged, and few savage beasts had been slain. Finding quality materials amidst such depletion was no easy feat. This secret realm seemed to be largely untouched, suggesting it still held many valuable treasures. It is said that the only instance of rumors circulating about this place dates back over 20 years. Should these rumors hold any truth, it is certain that a plethora of treasures lie within. His eyes began to glimmer with excitement, for indeed, there were numerous valuable items here, some even surpassing the quality of the purple dragon leaves. In his left hand, Tietao grasped a celestial star vine, while in his right, he held a massive dragon bloodstone, his face radiating joy. Such a sizable dragon bloodstone was a rare find, likely left behind since the last expedition. Yes, it must be so. With this thought, Tietao stored his treasures into his spatial pouch. Since he had arrived, he intended to take everything, for he knew not when he might return. At that moment, he was more avaricious than any miser, even digging into the ground with a shovel to uncover hidden riches. The items within his spatial pocket grew increasingly abundant, gradually filling to capacity. Ultimately, when it could hold no more, he cast a reluctant glance at the untouched areas on the ground, just as he prepared to depart aboard his celestial starfish. A sudden sound reached his ears, a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, igniting his appetite. Startled, Tietao swiftly grasped the rope attached to the celestial starfish, eager to escape this place. The scent belonged to a wild beast, one that could stir his hunger more than even braised meat. The creature's bloodline was undoubtedly formidable, and he dared not linger. The celestial starfish ascended rapidly into the sky. Suddenly, a wind blade shot towards Tietao, prompting him to conjure his azure-scaled armor. The wind blade collided with the protective scales, inflicting excruciating pain in his arm, though fortunately, at such a distance, it had not completely severed his defenses. Unbeknownst to him, another wind blade had already cut the rope, sending him plummeting downward, resulting in a resounding crash as he landed in the valley below. The enticing sound returned, and Tietao dared not rest on the ground for long. His azure scales re-emerged, his strength surging as his muscles tensed. His gaze fixed on the source of the sound. Before him appeared a deer with enormous antlers, a great shoe deer, which Tietao recognized. This rare beast was said to possess the bloodline of a Chilan. Tietao surmised that this was likely true, as there were few bloodlines comparable to that of braised meat. Unfortunately, the deer had intercepted him, and he had no choice but to confront it with all his might. Beads of sweat beginning to trickle down his brow. At this distance, he was certain that should he fail to evade even a single wind blade, he would surely be injured, if not killed. Releasing his suppressed aura entirely, Tietao's presence clashed with that of the great shoe deer, stirring a gust of wind across the ground. The sound of the deer transformed, now noticeably more youthful, indeed, a juvenile. Tietao's realization struck him. This must be the breeding ground of the great shoe deer. He momentarily dismissed the thought, recognizing that this was not the time for such considerations, and continued to focus on the imposing creature before him. The great shoe deer flicked its antlers, unleashing a barrage of wind blades toward Tietao. He dared not linger. Channeling his strength into his legs, sprinting through the secret realm, his mind calculated the trajectories of the wind blades, and he soon cursed his luck as he found his path completely obstructed. With no choice left, he braced himself for the impending strike, crossing his arms to absorb the blow. With a thunderous crash, Tietao was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall behind him. As he steadied himself, the sky darkened abruptly, and once again, that tantalizing aroma filled his nostrils. Another wild beast was approaching. Taking a deep breath, he melded his form with the rocky wall behind him, quickly suppressing his aura. A black-winged swift dragon landed nearby, glancing in Tietao's direction but failing to notice him. Its black wings, capable of flight, also allowed for swift and agile movements, hence its name. It turned its attention to the great shoe deer, drool dripping from its mouth. The great shoe deer, too, pawed the ground restlessly, preparing to charge at the black-winged swift dragon, as if they were born to be adversaries. A fierce battle was imminent, and Tietao endeavored to evade the chaos unfolding around him. Wind blades and flying debris rained down upon him, and he observed that the black-winged swift dragon did not possess the rumored strength of a second-tier beast. He estimated it to be, at most, a third tier. Perhaps even a lowly fourth tier, not much different from the great shoe deer. As the two beasts clashed, the great shoe deer seized an opportunity, its long antlers piercing into the black-winged swift dragon, inflicting a grievous wound. In retaliation, the dragon's powerful tail swept across, sending the great shoe deer flying. The tail narrowly missed Tietao's face, causing him to sweat profusely. A juvenile beast cried out, but the two wild beasts, now consumed by rage, paid it no heed. Recognizing an opportunity, Tietao stealthily edged closer to the juvenile, which seemed to occupy a safe zone untouched by the battle. Each movement cost him sweat, as he dodged both flying debris and the unpredictable leaps of the black-winged swift dragon. Fortunately, he managed to reach the juvenile's side, finding a refuge that had remained unscathed throughout the fray. The clash between the two beasts intensified, with the great shoe deer's antlers splintering and blood spilling profusely from its wounds. Tietao estimated that at least half of its ribs were broken, and it could not sustain the fight for much longer. The black-winged swift dragon, too, was in a dire state. The ground of the secret realm stained crimson from their bloodshed. The raw brutality of wild beast battles was starkly different from the refined duels between tamed beasts. Lacking in elaborate techniques, each attack was a testament to primal efficiency, yet every move was lethal. Tietao observed in awe, contemplating the ferocity of higher-tiered beasts, and he could scarcely fathom what those confrontations would entail. The duels among tamed beasts felt like mere child's play compared to the savage battles of the wild. Without a moment's respite, both beasts resumed their fierce conflict, launching their final assaults against one another. Tietao held his breath, captivated by the unfolding climax of their struggle. Chapter 64. The Pact of the Third Beast Companion. The final confrontation was the most brutal, a desperate struggle for survival. Tietao was determined not to miss this extraordinary spectacle. Videos of Tier 7, 8, or 9 beasts in combat were easily found online. Yet he had never heard of a battle involving beasts of such caliber. His gaze remained fixed, unwilling to miss a single moment of the climactic showdown. Both creatures were drawing upon the last vestiges of their strength to vanquish their foe. The black-winged swift dragon stood tall, launching itself at the great shoe deer once more, its wing blades shimmering with an ethereal white glow, showing no signs of its impending demise. The great shoe deer lowered its head, aligning its remaining antlers towards the black-winged wyvern, a cerulean glow emanating from its antlers. This was likely to be its final strike. The razor-sharp wing blades collided with the azure antlers, piercing through to its brain. Several wind blades shot forth from the deer's antlers, striking with an acute precision into the eyes of the black-winged wyvern. Both beasts fell silent simultaneously, motionless in their final moments. Iron Tide emerged from his concealed state, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. The oppressive atmosphere was beyond the capacity of mere words to describe. His labored breaths were not merely from fatigue, but from the weight of the stifling tension. After all, he had never before witnessed such an event. As the sky fish descended gently, his spirits began to settle. Iron Tide gazed at the wailing young beast, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. This young creature undoubtedly bore the bloodline of the Chelan, and rationality urged him that this was the opportune moment for a pact. However, his emotions cautioned against it, for the young beast had just lost its kin. A fierce internal struggle ensued. Ultimately, reason prevailed. Iron Tide managed to grasp a rationale that he could accept both emotionally and logically. The place had already been ravaged by him and the black-winged wyvern. It was no longer a suitable habitat for the young deer. He resolved to ensure the survival of this creature. With that thought, he extended his hand and placed it upon the young great shoe deer. The contract mark flashed and entered the young beast. The creature offered no resistance, seemingly unaware of what was transpiring. Thus, the pact was sealed. A faint connection was established between Iron Tide and the young beast, which affectionately licked his hand before turning its gaze towards the fallen great shoe deer. Step by step, it approached, nuzzling its small face against the lifeless body of the deer, which remained unresponsive, its body growing cold. Perhaps, deep within the territory of the wild beasts. Such occurrences were a commonality. The innermost depths had yet to be traversed by anyone, nor were there any records. Perhaps this was why the origins of these wild beasts remained a mystery. Iron Tide pondered this as he retrieved a shovel, proceeding to bury the great shoe deer within this secret realm. He did not retrieve the severed antler, leaving it buried alongside. However, he did not let the black-winged wyvern escape so easily, methodically dismembering it in his hands. The materials from this black-winged wyvern were mostly priceless treasures, exceedingly rare in the outside world. He distinctly recalled that a small segment of its bone marrow was worth 400 credits. Nightfall enveloped the land. Iron Tide cradled the young great shoe deer as he boarded the sky fish, soaring towards the location of Lu Ming and the others. In a short while, he descended into the modest encampment. Upon seeing Iron Tide's return, Lu Ming rushed forward to greet him. "What did you harvest?" he inquired eagerly. "A substantial bounty. Even a fraction of it would be sufficient for you to acquire a considerable amount of military merit," Iron Tide replied. "Iron Tide, before night fell, I saw a shadow flying in your direction. Do you know what it was?" Wang Feng, relieved at Iron Tide's return, had been anxious since the shadow's appearance. "It was the black-winged wyvern. Did you encounter it?" Wang Feng's tone quickened in urgency. "It's a fourth-tier wild beast, not a mere second-tier. I fought its parent, and we both perished," Iron Tide said, stroking the young beast beside him. "Also a fourth-tier?" Lu Ming asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. "Indeed. Also a fourth-tier, though I did not collect any materials from its parent," Iron Tide asserted earnestly. "What kind of wild beast is this?" Wang Feng inquired, peering closely at the young creature illuminated by the firelight, still unable to recognize it. "It is a young great shoe deer, the legendary wild beast with Chelan bloodline?" Wang Feng's breath quickened with excitement. "Precisely. This legend must hold truth, though awakening such a lineage is likely a strenuous endeavor." Iron Tide believed so, as none of the books he had perused contained records of cultivating such a wild beast. He could only navigate this path through his own exploration, devoid of any guidance. "I have already formed a pact. It is now my beast. I must find a way to awaken its bloodline." Iron Tide produced a set of pristine clothing from his spatial storage and quickly changed. Once his original garments were discarded, the others noticed the extensive, crusted wounds across his body. "Such severe injuries," Lu Ming exclaimed, hastily retrieving several potions from his pack, spraying them onto Iron Tide. "It's nothing, just superficial wounds. I'll be fine in a couple of days, though I've ruined a set of clothes. Those garments were merely leather. I'll send you a few replacements when we return," Lu Ming promised, thumping his chest. As the night wore on with nothing of significance occurring, Iron Tide recounted his experiences within the secret realm, detailing the epic clash between the two fourth-tier wild beasts. The two instructors leaned in, captivated by Iron Tide's narrative of the battle. Some truths can only be grasped through personal experience. Hearing about them is never quite the same as witnessing them firsthand. The beasts controlled by the current beastmasters could not truly unleash their innate talents, fundamentally due to the beastmaster's limited understanding of them. Moreover, they had too little experience in life and death confrontations. The instructors, having been on the wild beast battlefield, felt a deeper understanding. Each battle was a struggle between beasts, with the beastmasters often at a disadvantage. Now, they grasped the reason behind it. Knowledge is power, ever present. The night passed quietly, with no incidents occurring. Only 2 days remained until the military training at Jingnan Beastmaster University concluded. They would spend the final day hunting within the dense forest. In the woods, young deer frolicked freely, unafraid of any wild beasts. This was peculiar, as all wild beasts kept their distance from the young deer, significantly impeding their hunting efforts. The earth tortoise had only yielded 1 or 2 frantic wild beasts that strayed off course. Iron Tide's beast space was now filled to capacity, and the materials they had personally gathered were placed with the tortoise. On the final day, they meandered near the safety zone, hoping to acquire additional points. Unfortunately, this yielded little reward. Iron Tide produced 2 segments of black-winged wyvern bone marrow for each of them, along with 2 vials of combat potions. Take these and utilize them wisely, he instructed, knowing the value of these items, and they stowed them away securely. Now, let us head back to the safety zone and await our scores. We should have no issues with these achievements, Iron Tide affirmed confidently. Chapter 65. The chaotic brawl at the safety zone entrance. Just as they were about to step into the safety zone, a group of individuals blocked their path. Private dueling in the wilderness was not prohibited. It was a customary rule. Hey, military trainees, hand over your wild beast materials. What, do you intend to rob us? Lu Ming regarded these individuals with palpable disdain, perched atop the great earth tortoise without so much as a glance in their direction. The materials from the savage beasts they had not plundered could not be counted towards their military merit, thereby indirectly diminishing their accomplishments. To rob them at the entrance of this safe zone was a blatant affront, indicating a lack of respect for their group. Is there a problem with robbing you? Who else should we target if not you novices? The leader of the bandit group crouched down, stroking a blood iron wolf beast beside him. Old Turtle, pay them no heed. Let us charge forth, Lu Ming declared. He was utterly indifferent to their presence, confident that these individuals could not breach Old Turtle's defenses. The great earth tortoise lifted its foot and continued its march towards the safe zone. With every step, the ground trembled beneath it, exerting considerable effort unlike when it had departed from the safe zone. Its majestic aura was unmistakably pronounced in this movement. The bandits were momentarily startled by the tremors, retreating with their beasts in various directions. In this moment of chaos, Tietao and his companions successfully entered the safe zone, while Lu Ming, still atop the great earth tortoise, did not forget to make faces at them. Just you wait. Do not think you can remain unscathed within the safe zone. One of the bandits shouted back at Lu Ming, who was making grimaces. It seems there are quite a few intricacies within this safe zone, Tietao remarked. Fighting among beasts is prohibited within the safe zone, so there should not be any issues, Wang Feng added, albeit with some uncertainty. If their intention is to diminish our military merit, there are countless ways to achieve that. Do not underestimate others, Tietao pondered. Tai Baba, it's only been a short while since we parted, yet you have changed. No, I've merely been reading some novels and gleaning insights from them, he replied calmly. With 8 hours remaining until the materials must be submitted, Wang Feng began to inquire about their course of action. We guard these materials, ensuring that when we submit them, we ascertain whether the person is truly a commander. If we are deceived, we will lose everything, Tietao thoughtfully advised. This is so dull. Is there no exciting plan? Lu Ming expressed his displeasure. Oh, there are certainly thrilling plans, but I fear you may lack the courage. I, Lu Ming, am destined to make a name for myself in Jingnan. What is there to fear? Very well then. When that group outside the safe zone prepares to return in 2 hours, we shall ambush them, Lu Ming proclaimed, clapping Tietao on the shoulder. As expected of my Tai Baba, you have ideas, and I appreciate that. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with mischief as he regarded Tietao. The trio remained within the safe zone, their gaze unwaveringly fixed on the bandits. An hour and 40 minutes later, Tietao initiated their plan. The great earth tortoise plopped down, effectively blocking the entrance to the safe zone. The bandits who had just attempted a forcible breakout were taken aback. They had not anticipated that those they had just robbed would dare to obstruct their path. You truly possess audacity. You dare to block the entrance? Lu Ming taunted. Get your tortoise out of the way. We want to pass. One of the bandits shouted. Lu Ming remained unfazed, continuing to banter with them. Sure, just pay the toll for passage. My old turtle requires substantial sustenance whenever I summon him. I'm impoverished. You ought to leave some wealth behind for me to procure food to awaken Old Turtle, Lu Ming lamented, feigning helplessness. Believe it or not, I will roast you and this old tortoise alive. Oh really? Then do try, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Tietao, is this truly safe? Wang Feng whispered. It's fine. Their strength is limited and cannot harm us, Tietao stated calmly, observing the banter between Lu Ming and the bandits. Lu Ming reclined atop the great earth tortoise, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. Brothers, charge. 5 individuals with 10 beasts launched an assault on the great earth tortoise. The creature offered them nothing but its immense shell, retracting its limbs and head within, encased in a layer of earthen membrane. Lu Ming, lying atop the great earth tortoise, found sleep elusive amidst the clamor. His heart racing with tension. The great earth tortoise was unperturbed by such attacks. Its body had established a connection with the earth, allowing it to transfer a portion of the damage sustained. This exemplified the advantage of a defensive beast. Breaching its defenses was exceedingly difficult. Tietao observed the futile attacks on the great earth tortoise and began to incite the attackers. Haven't you eaten? Strike harder. Push on, give it your all. Lu Ming, with his back to the bandits, gestured discreetly to Tietao, who pretended not to notice. Kid, do not get too cocky. I refuse to believe this shell can't be breached. Then come and try. If you break it, we will retreat. Tietao yawned in front of them. The beasts continued their relentless assault on the great earth tortoise, which remained steadfast. The crowd surrounding them grew increasingly larger, primarily comprised of students from the military training. Fellow students of Jingnan Beastmaster University, do you despise others seizing your military merit? Tietao proclaimed, brandishing a megaphone at the gathering crowd. Isn't that a given? What would you do if such individuals stood before you? Tietao pressed further. Fight them, came the resounding response. Fighting them is too lenient. We must seize their spoils. They are right there. Tietao pointed at the 5 bandits. The 5 who had blocked the entrance for robbery never anticipated being the target of a collective assault. Yet, it unfolded before their very eyes. The mobbing commenced, leaving them with no room for resistance. They were swiftly stripped of their belongings. The spoils of their previous plunder divided among the crowd. This led to further disputes over the distribution, igniting a chaotic melee. This was precisely the outcome Tietao sought. Lu Ming stood up, surveying the pandemonium, uncertain of what to say. He turned to look for Tietao, only to find he had vanished without a trace, leaving no beasts behind. Amidst the fray, Lu Ming found it challenging to locate Tietao's position. Wang Feng, when did Tietao leave? What? Tietao has gone. Wang Feng turned to the direction where Tietao had been, only to discover he had indeed vanished. Their gazes returned to the tumultuous brawl. Chapter 66. Fishing in Troubled Waters. Their eyes remained fixated on Tietao, fearing that a mere moment of distraction would cause them to lose sight of him amidst the crowd. In the chaos and darkness, it was the perfect opportunity to capitalize. Tietao navigated through the fray, gathering materials with increasing abundance, even eluding the notice of Lu Ming and Wang Feng. As the night deepened, the shadows enveloped them, and the two lost sight of Tietao. They exchanged glances, uncertain of their next move. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a tap on his shoulder. He jumped, startled. What the hell, who is there? Lu Ming turned his head to glance behind him, only to discover it was Tietao. Oh, it's you, Iron Tyrant. Do you not realize that frightening someone can be fatal? Lu Ming complained. Let us go, into the safe zone. The great earth tortoise extended its limbs, stealthily advancing towards the safe area. Under the illumination of the safe zone's lights, they noticed that Tietao had managed to seize a substantial amount of materials. Although the quantity was not vast, it was likely the most valuable from these individuals. All of it was in his possession. Iron Tyrant, you are indeed skilled. I wonder how much these materials could be exchanged for. Later, you should sift through the materials that cannot be converted into military merit, and I'll assist you in handling them. Tietao, do you have a way to do this? Wang Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. I work for the Luo group. Naturally, I have my connections. Come on, let us move. Lu Ming urged incessantly, feeling that the materials were somewhat burdensome in his hands, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. It was imperative to dispose of them quickly. After sifting through the materials, he retained only a few that couldn't be exchanged for military merit. You may keep these. They will benefit your beast taming in the future. Take the rest and follow me. The two followed silently behind Tietao as they made their way to a lounge, which served as a temporary residence for the material acquisition personnel of the Luo group. After Tietao knocked, the sound of footsteps echoed from within, as if the occupant had just awakened. Who is it, knocking at this hour? I'm on the day shift. A young man, not too old, opened the door. Tietao Beastmaster, it's you. Why aren't you at the front door? The youth said, rubbing his eyes. The items are a bit hot. I need to sort some things out from behind. All right then, just leave them here. I'll tally them up. The three entered the lounge, and the door was closed behind them. They placed the items on the ground for the youth to count. Before long, he had finished the tally. The quality of these materials was quite good, and their grade was not low. These should be worth around 500,000. Yes, that sounds about right, matching my estimate. Bill it to the company, Tietao instructed. No problem, I'll report an extra 10% for you. When you return to the capital next time, could you grant me a priority booking? Of course, that won't be an issue. You can come find me privately then, no need for reservations. That is settled. It should reflect in about 5 hours. Thank you for your hard work. We'll take our leave now. After they exited, Wang Feng was incredulous at how swiftly they had earned such a sum. No need for that expression. This amount is barely sufficient for your beast taming endeavors. Once the money arrives, I'll transfer it to you. Tietao remarked. Iron Tyrant, leave me a phone number. It would be convenient when we visit the capital. Back then, Tietao had left without a word, directly departing from high school. Once he reached the capital, he had changed his number, making it truly impossible to contact him. You all can wait here. Just submit the materials from the wild beasts when the time comes. I won't be accompanying you any longer. I plan to return to the capital early tomorrow as my mission has been accomplished. Tietao waved goodbye. All right. We'll wait for the National Day holiday, and Wang Feng and I will come find you in the capital, Lu Ming called after him. Tietao merely waved again, growing increasingly distant. As night deepened, the once eerily silent safe zone became lively. Tables were set up, and over a dozen instructors were prepared. At midnight sharp, these instructors began to call names for the submission of materials. Zhang Lixing. One instructor called out. Present. A student named Zhang Lixing went to submit his materials. The instructor was checking the submitted materials against the wild beasts that had been slain. Some students, upon witnessing this, realized that attempting to deceive would be futile. These instructors had discreetly recorded everything. After each name was called, everyone's military merits were calculated. In the pitch-black night, a ranking list was casually projected onto a lounge wall. First place, Lu Ming, 42 military merits. Second place, Wang Feng, 41 military merits. 50th place, Zhang Qiqi, 18 military merits. The list merely enumerated the top 50 military merits. Others were not included. Acquiring military merit was significantly more challenging than the credits Tietao and the others had. Had Tietao been present, he would have sensed that the Beast Taming University in the capital was indeed quite generous. The next morning, Tietao boarded the express train bound for the capital. This journey was considerably noisier than his previous one, filled with individuals returning from the wilderness. There was an inexplicable excitement about returning to the city, once back. It was likely he would engage in some beast-taming activities or indulge in distractions to alleviate the burdens of life in the wilderness. Upon disembarking, Tietao returned directly to the villa. The villa was deserted and eerily quiet. He was uncertain where everyone had gone. But locating Tang Shuang would be a relatively easy task. Tietao glanced at his timetable to check the course schedule before heading towards the classroom. Predictably, he found Tang Shuang in the last row, asleep, still smacking his lips. Tietao sat down and gently tapped Tang Shuang, who jolted awake and immediately stood up. Just in time, let us have this student answer a question, said Teacher Sun from the front of the class. Tang Shuang stared blankly at the problem on the blackboard, recognizing the words but unable to connect them. All the students' gazes turned towards him. From the 42nd page of the book, starting from the 15th word of the third line, Tietao quietly whispered the answer. Tang Shuang opened the book and began to read fluently. Once he finished, he sat down, exhaling a sigh of relief. When did you return? Not long ago. Seeing the house was empty, I stepped out. How was your hall? Not small, anyway. After class, I need to speak with Teacher Ding about something. I want to discuss how to awaken the bloodline of my third contract. Really? Is there something you don't know? Tang Shuang expressed his surprise. Of course, the more mysterious the bloodline, the less one tends to know about it. I need Teacher Sun to provide some guidance or resources to investigate. Tietao replied with a hint of helplessness. Mysterious bloodline. How mysterious is it? Is it rarer than the Phoenix bloodline? This piqued Tang Shuang's curiosity. The Qilin bloodline, it's rare enough. Chapter 67, The Qilin Plan. The class soon concluded, and Tietao remained to wait for Ding Jianya. It wasn't too long before Ding Jianya noticed Tietao waiting for him. Tietao, you were looking for me? Indeed. I have some questions I'd like to consult you about. I haven't seen any books on this subject in the market. Oh, that should be an interesting inquiry. Please, go ahead. How does one awaken the Qilin bloodline? Qilin bloodline. Ding Jianya took a deep breath and turned to Tietao. Did you contract a beast with a Qilin bloodline, or are you simply inquiring about this question? Indeed, I have contracted a beast of the Qilin bloodline. Although I have yet to conduct a thorough examination, it is still in its juvenile stage. Tietao spoke with considerable seriousness. During my academic years, I indeed engaged in some research regarding the Qilin bloodline, but ultimately, it came to naught. This naturally piqued Taitao's curiosity. Why did it ultimately end without fruition? The Qilin bloodline is a rare mixed lineage, making its awakening quite challenging. Surely, the awakening of a mixed bloodline cannot be that arduous? No, the difficulty is indeed substantial. Typically, awakening requires utilizing a wild beast of the same bloodline. But where can one find such an abundance of Qilin bloodlines? Tietao fell into deep contemplation, pondering a question he had long considered. He wished to inquire if there were alternative methods to circumvent this obstacle. Is there truly no other way? Tietao remained somewhat unconvinced. There is. I recall an ancient tome that contains such accounts. It is rumored that a Qilin was artificially cultivated. Which ancient tome is this? Tietao inquired, his curiosity evident. There exists a book titled The Elixir That Can Never Be Reproduced, which contains that information. Upon mentioning this, Ding Jianya could not help but let out a sigh. Tietao promptly took out his phone and began searching for this book online. Locating the tome proved quite effortless, and the recipe for the Qilin Bloodline Awakening Elixir was prominently featured. The formulation was described in great detail, and Tietao meticulously scrutinized the feasibility of this recipe. His mind raced with thoughts, and Ding Jianya refrained from interrupting him. Ding Jianya held a deep admiration for Tietao, who had already acquired a long-lost method of potion making. He too was eager to discover whether Tietao could indeed concoct such an irreproducible elixir. After half an hour, beads of sweat dotted Tietao's forehead as he leaned back against his chair. "So what are your thoughts?" Ding Jianya asked with a smile. "It's manageable. I believe I have deduced the principle. The remaining task is to experiment." "How do you plan to conduct this experiment?" Ding Jianya inquired with keen interest. "By performing a multi-bloodline hybrid evolution to awaken the bloodline. I aim to artificially create a new bloodline." Tietao regained his confidence. "If you were to commence this now, what would your success rate be?" "If it solely involves mixing multiple bloodlines, I am confident in a 10% success rate. For the awakening, perhaps only 30%. I require further data to support my research." Tietao's expression was exceedingly earnest. "Very well. Shall we collaborate on an experimental plan this afternoon in the laboratory?" Ding Jianya extended the invitation. "Agreed. Let us meet in the lab this afternoon." After a brief meal in the cafeteria, Tietao made his way directly to the laboratory at the Beast Cultivation Institute. Arriving early, he found his appointment had not yet commenced, granting him some time to focus on research. Tietao reached the laboratory before Ding Jianya and began outlining the experimental plan. His pen danced across the paper, meticulously detailing each step of the experimental procedure. He was unaware of how long he had been writing. A substantial stack of 20 to 30 pages of experimental plans had been completed. Ding Jianya had quietly observed him from behind for an indeterminate length of time. "Once this experiment concludes, shall we write a paper together? If successful, it could revolutionize the current landscape of beast cultivation and open up a broader path. Whether we write a paper or not is inconsequential to me. I simply wish for my beast to awaken." Tietao responded succinctly and clearly. He harbored no ulterior motives, solely desiring the awakening of his beast. "In that case, I shall apply for academic research on beast awakening. This will not only provide funding, but also grant access to numerous rare materials." "Very well, I concur. Please review this experimental plan to ensure there are no oversights. I will replenish my energy with a light snack." This laboratory was exclusively designated for Tietao, and Uncle Luo had already prepared a considerable supply of energy bars for him. He casually retrieved and consumed several to restore his mental stamina. After more than an hour, Ding Jianya set down the experimental plan. "This plan is exceptionally well crafted. Even many PhD candidates would struggle to devise such a comprehensive outline. We can initiate the experiment. We ought to have a name for it. Let us call it the Qilin Project." "It is settled then. I will proceed to submit the proposal at school. You should take a moment to rest. I will draft the remaining reports tonight." Holding the experimental plan, Ding Jianya felt a surge of joy. He had been deeply engrossed in academia for an extended period, and it had been a long time since he encountered a promising topic. How could this not excite him? After observing Ding Jianya leave the laboratory, his face aglow, Tietao turned his attention to the several wild beast offspring that had been entrusted to him prior to his departure. However, he soon discovered they had already been collected by the Tang family. Not wishing to linger in the laboratory, he returned to his villa, where Tang Shuang's classes had yet to conclude, likely leaving her a few hours' delay in returning. Bored, Tietao reclined on the sofa and continued contemplating the experimental plan. Considering what materials would be necessary to piece together a Qilin, countless wild beasts flickered through his mind, ultimately settling on a select few, each of whose materials were not easily obtainable. He muttered to himself, "Dragon blood essence stone, Mo Lin tiger, black armored Kuei Nyo, armored frenzied lion." The sound of the door opening announced the return of Uncle Luo. "Tietao, what are you muttering about? This is the first time I've heard you speak in such a manner. The materials are exceedingly scarce, not something one can simply purchase with money." "Oh, is there something my Luo family cannot procure?" "Indeed, the materials from the Mo Lin tiger, black armored Kuei Nyo, and armored frenzied lion can be of any quality. I do not require the finest." Uncle Luo's expression, initially filled with excitement, abruptly turned cold as if doused with a bucket of icy water. "What do you need these materials for? Whether those wild beasts can even be found is another matter entirely. The weakest among them possesses at least third-tier strength. What do you intend to do with these materials?" "This is for the awakening plan of my third beast. For now, these are not necessary. We shall reach a conclusion only after the experiment succeeds." Tietao replied earnestly to Uncle Luo. Uncle Luo's eyes widened with realization. "You plan to collaborate with Teacher Ding on the Qilin project?" "Indeed, I propose this. Whether my third beast, the Deshu deer, can awaken its Qilin bloodline hinges upon this endeavor." Chapter 68. Will there be goodies at the sports meeting? Uncle Luo was quite familiar with this name. Over 20 years prior, he had the fortune to encounter the Deshu deer, but he lacked the strength to contain it. The Deshu deer. I have seen it before, in that very forest you intend to visit. At that time, we stumbled upon a hidden realm filled with treasures. Uncle Luo reminisced. Lost in memories of the past. I know of that secret realm, but I could not locate the path to it. I traversed from above, thanks to your aerial fish. Otherwise, I might not have been able to scale that mountain. You must have gathered quite a bit, haven't you? Uncle Luo inquired with a hint of delight. Indeed. I acquired a considerable haul, though I nearly met my demise in the process. The Deshu deer is relatively gentle and does not initiate attacks on humans. You did not engage in anything excessive, did you? It is not overly excessive. It merely involves sweeping through everything within that small secret realm. It is no wonder, as that is the place where it thrives and reproduces. Extensive destruction would naturally lead to such consequences. How did you manage to escape? Uncle Luo initially expressed curiosity, followed by a sense of bewilderment. The black-winged swift dragon burst into the secret realm and engaged in combat with the great Shu deer. I narrowly escaped. As they ultimately perished, I formed a contract with a juvenile beast. The sound of gentle bleating filled the air as a small deer joyfully approached, nuzzling against Tietao. Is this the offspring of the great Shu deer? Uncle Luo questioned uncertainly. Indeed, it is the young of the great Shu deer. The awakening of its bloodline presents a significant challenge. Lacking any pertinent data, I can only rely on my own exploration, Tietao admitted with a hint of exasperation. I asked, what prompted you to devise such a plan? Teacher Ding shared this strategy with me, and I hold high hopes for it. I will see if I can find some relevant information. With your support, Uncle Luo, I feel considerably more at ease. Just wait for the experimental results. Your assurance brings me even greater comfort, Uncle Luo chuckled heartily. Before long, Aunt Tang returned with Luomi. Ah, Tietao, you've returned. You've arrived a whole half-month ahead of schedule. Aunt Tang exclaimed in surprise. He ventured into the secret realm we once explored together and formed a contract with a great Shu deer, Uncle Luo said with a smile. Is it the legendary beast with Chilean blood? Where is it? The little deer turned its head in confusion towards the sound, tilting its head to look at Luomi. Luomi joyfully ran over, embracing the little deer and nuzzling it affectionately. The last to return was Tang Shuang, who collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion, seemingly indifferent to the happenings around him. Xiao Shuang, what's wrong? You look utterly drained. Today's class had a small exam, and tackling those questions was exhausting. Tang Shuang replied helplessly. Is this your new contracted beast, Tietao? Tang Shuang remarked, eyeing the little deer frolicking with Luomi. Yes. The great Shu deer is still a juvenile, and its level isn't very high yet. It should reach the 4th rank upon maturity, Tietao mused. That shows promising potential. Wait, did you say great Shu deer? The one rumored to possess Chilean blood? What else would I seek out Teacher Ding for? The Chilean bloodline cannot awaken, as my family previously conducted experiments and never achieved awakening. How can one know without trying? There's always a way. I have prepared the experimental plan. We must give it a shot, Tietao asserted earnestly. When I have a day off, I'll return and send you the materials for your own research. Tang Shuang, lying on the sofa, was disinclined to speak further. Tietao, what name shall we give this little deer? It hasn't been named yet. How about we call it Lu Xiaoyu? Very well, then it shall be named Lu Xiaoyu. Tietao, go take a shower and change your clothes. Then come to dinner, Aunt Tang instructed while busy in the kitchen. All right, Aunt Tang. Tietao retrieved his clothes from the sky fish and prepared to toss them into the washing machine while showering. The now dark red bloodstains caught the attention of the 2 feline contracted beasts in the household, their eyes fixated on Taitao's garments. Tietao, are you injured? Uncle Luo inquired. It's nothing serious, merely surface wounds. I wasn't directly attacked by the 2 4th-rank beasts, and I'm nearly healed now. Tietao removed his shirt, revealing wounds that had already scabbed over. You may go first. After dinner, recount the battle between the 2 beasts, Uncle Luo suggested. Tietao turned and entered the bathroom. Did you see that? In the future, it's not only essential to cultivate beasts. Maintaining one's own physical condition is equally important, especially for you, Tang Shuang. I understand, Uncle. I will definitely start working out. However, Tang Shuang currently did not take this matter seriously. After dinner, Tietao shared the details of the fierce battle between the 2 beasts in the secret realm. The recounting did not take long, but left everyone breathless. Uncle Luo, whose contracted beast had just reached the 4th rank, was hearing of such a brutal battle for the first time. Tietao, it's truly fortunate that you survived. Tang Shuang remarked. It was merely because the great Shu deer sought to protect its young. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had that safe zone. He chose not to mention that he primarily relied on the camouflage ability of the wild chameleon to evade danger, attributing everything to luck instead. The conflicts between wild beasts are far more brutal than those among contracted beasts. Our training remains too ordinary. Uncle Luo lamented. Not intense enough. I see those contracted beast tamers training daily with their beasts. That seems quite arduous already. Tang Shuang sought to find an excuse for his own laziness. For now, the situation is stable, but one can never predict when the wild beasts might strike again. When that time comes, anyone with a contracted beast will have to take to the battlefield. There will be no escape. I understand. Tang Shuang still exhibited some resistance. Speaking of which, your sports festival is approaching, isn't it? Yes, it's soon. I've heard it's just a few days away. You should sign up for an event. Aim for a good ranking. Uncle, do you have any information on this? This year's sports festival is set to offer quite a few appealing prizes. Stay tuned. Uncle Luo said mysteriously to Tang Shuang. The sports festival, with prizes to be won? Tietao asked, puzzled. Of course, how could a sports festival not offer rewards? The items provided by the Beast Tamer University are naturally related to contracted beasts, Tang Shuang replied, equally perplexed. Ever since he learned that the prizes from the high school sports festival were all trivial, he no longer participated. Uncle Luo, could you elaborate on what those rewards entail? In addition to the usual wild beast materials, the top 3 places could also receive some unexpected surprises, so give it your all. Uncle Luo spoke enigmatically. Very well. I shall participate. The sports festival's events are quite limited. They either involve contracted beast battles or tests of physical prowess. Regardless of the type, he is capable of competing. Chapter 69, Little Dragon, Time for Medicine. Tietao, which event do you plan to participate in? The all-around champion or the contracted beast battle? Tang Shuang inquired, eyes closed and reclining on the sofa. I'm fine either way. The all-around champion might be easier, Tietao pondered, stroking his chin. You might want to reconsider the all-around champion. We don't have the same rigorous training as those students majoring in contracted beast taming. We're just here for amusement. Tang Shuang remarked skeptically regarding Tietao's idea. There's no harm in trying. Tietao countered nonchalantly. With the sports festival rapidly approaching, he resolved to significantly increase his intake of wild beast meat to enhance his capabilities. Ding Jianya and his Qilin plan will take some time to be approved, leaving him with a bit of freedom. He intended to observe how contracted beast tamers engaged in their training. The following morning, adhering to his plan, he consumed some meat from the black-winged swift dragon. The benefits brought by high-quality wild beast meat were markedly evident. While this wild beast meat may not provide additional abilities, it would certainly contribute to enhancing his physical condition. After the first class, Tietao made his way to the playground to watch the training sessions of the contracted beast tamers. The training of these tamers on the field commenced, resembling physical training within a military setting. This training can be completed swiftly. If he exerts himself fully, he can unleash an even greater power, though it remains uncertain whether he can surpass their records. The student standing over there, come here. Tietao was momentarily taken aback by this command and pointed at himself. Yes, I am referring to you. Tietao walked over to the teacher who had spoken. What is your student ID, daring to skip training? Teacher, I'm not a beast tamer major. I'm merely here to observe. Oh, so you are a beast breeder major? You have classes at this hour, are you skipping? The teacher's face was laden with disdain. The teacher permitted it. If you can skip class, why not just choose to perish? The teacher spoke without an ounce of politeness. At that moment, Tietao scrutinized this young teacher more closely, noting that he was only slightly older than they were and rather unattractive. With such an unpleasant appearance, he also had a foul mouth. You truly deserve a slap. Tietao chose not to be courteous, as they were not from the same system. The others engaged in training paused to observe the tense exchange between Tietao and their teacher. They too harbored disdain for this instructor. They had not been without their own conflicts initially. However, all of that had been subdued by the teacher's authority, and they had no choice but to comply. Though it did not erase their contempt, their comparisons were not of anything else, but rather of the tasks at hand. Tietao was well known in the school, not only for his academic prowess, but also in the realm of beast breeding. The school's forum buzzed not only with students from the beast breeder program, but also with those from the beast tamer program. Among them were some who still expressed their dissatisfaction with this foul-mouthed teacher, beginning to stir a commotion as they called for a contest between the two. Tietao merely wished to observe their daily training. He had not intended to participate. The ruckus on the playground even affected the beast breeder students attending classes in the nearby teaching building. Many students, seated by the window, gazed outside at the commotion, and some had even begun to livestream the event on the forum. Why do you, a mere student, defy authority? Are you not afraid of expulsion? You little teacher. How do you presume to govern? Surely you didn't gain your position through nepotism? Tietao pondered this. Why do you care how I arrived here? I am the teacher now, and you are the student. I possess the authority to discipline you. So, it's merely about wielding power to oppress, is it? Fool. Tietao had no desire to engage with such a simpleton. Conversing with him would be an affront to his intelligence. Among the students, he spotted a familiar face and approached without acknowledging the teacher. This individual was the first to purchase Tietao's map during their military training. Tietao remembered him well. Hello, it's been a while since military training. Indeed, thanks to your map, I've managed to escape capture numerous times, Zhang Mingfei chuckled. I just wanted to see how you beast tamers train. What is so interesting about our training? It's merely practice on these tasks, Zhang Mingfei replied, somewhat perplexed. Isn't there an upcoming sports event? I want to see how much of a gap exists between our physical capabilities. Tietao responded humbly. Do you think the gap between us is significant? Well, it's certainly isn't small. Tietao spoke earnestly. Tietao, how did you get into a spat with that fool? I was merely observing your training when he claimed he would discipline me, even threatening expulsion. Tietao waved his hand in exasperation. He certainly has broad authority, despite us not being from the same system. Quite amusing. The distant teacher's voice interjected once more. Have you been given permission to rest? Get running. Zhang Mingfei shot a glance at him and reluctantly resumed his training. Tietao felt helpless. He intended to casually accept a task from the mission building and then return to the Luo Group's Beast Institute to find something to occupy his time. He had plenty of materials on hand and numerous tasks to undertake. Is this how you treat your teacher? We are all adults. So let us not engage in such trivialities. I'm quite busy and have no time for you. The sun was obscured, a massive shadow gradually shrinking. Just wait. I'll show you what I'm capable of. Expect news soon. As he uttered these words, flames flickered in the teacher's eyes. He watched Tietao being whisked away by the sky fish, gradually disappearing from view. After accepting a task, Tietao returned to the laboratory. He extracted some materials from the sky fish and began concocting potions. The golden sunlight streamed into the laboratory at noon, and Tietao had exhausted all the materials he had taken out. A large basket filled with enormous pills, a vial of pure white potion, and a bottle of red potion lay scattered across the chaotic table. The large pills were derived from the sky fish, intended to enhance potential. The white potion was for Luo Mi's little dragon, also aimed at awakening its bloodline. Crafted from a combination of dragon bloodstone and substantial amounts of black-winged swift dragon bone marrow along with other agents. He was eager to see what kind of dragon bloodline this little earth dragon would awaken. The final vial was meant to enhance the potential of the braised pork. In the afternoon, he purchased some Western fast food and returned to the villa on the sky fish. The dining table was adorned with Luo Mi's favorite fried chicken and soda, and she was voraciously devouring it. After the meal, Tietao handed the vial of white potion to Luo Mi. A bloodline awakening potion? Is this for the little dragon? Luo Mi inquired. Precisely. I acquired a considerable amount of materials in the wilderness, which allowed me to concoct this. Luo Mi hurried to the bathroom to wash her hands, quickly scrubbing away the grease. She rushed back to seize the potion from the table. The sign of awakening is the emergence of reverse scales, correct? Luo Mi reconfirmed with Tietao. All right, I understand. Luo Mi dashed toward the villa's backyard with the potion in hand, and Tietao could still hear her voice. Little dragon, it's time to drink the potion. Chapter 70. Trouble has arisen. A resounding roar echoed from the backyard, growing increasingly louder. It seemed the little dragon had already consumed the potion, and Tietao could surmise the outcome. The materials he had chosen were all of high quality. The awakening should pose no issue. Tietao chose not to check the backyard. His gaze fell upon the braised pork, which lay sprawled on the ground, snoring. The braised pork involuntarily shivered in its sleep and glanced toward Tietao. Upon meeting his gaze, it shuddered once more. Humph. What is it? Braised pork. It's time for your medicine. Tietao's voice was deliberately gentle. Humph. That line sounds familiar. Tietao had already shoved the potion into its mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The braised pork was forcibly administered the potion. Humph. This isn't how the story goes. Burp. After finishing the potion, the braised pork nonchalantly returned to its previous position, seemingly unresponsive. The snoring resumed. This shouldn't be the case. Was the potion too light? Tietao inquired with a sense of puzzlement. From the crimson skin of the braised pork, a trickle of dark substance oozed forth, exuding a faintly foul odor. Grasping the tail of the braised pork, Tietao unceremoniously tossed it into the bathtub of the bathroom. The braised pork remained unperturbed, continuing its slumber. It seemed that the awakened potential of this beast, as described in the tomes, vastly differed from reality. The roar of the dragon in the backyard gradually subsided. Luo Mi gazed at the bloodied little dragon, her eyes brimming with tears. Numerous scales along the sides of the little dragoness body had ruptured, revealing several massive joints. The pristine wing membranes draped over these protrusions, suggesting that with a mere flap of its wings, it could soar. Its eyes had transformed into a striking azure, undeniably showcasing the excellence of the light attribute within the dragon's bloodline. Yet, the little dragon displayed no trace of sorrow, raising its head to reveal a row of reversed scales before Luo Mi. The reversed scales. Indeed, you have succeeded, little dragon. Ignoring the blood that adorned the little dragon, Luo Mi embraced it with fervor. In the bathroom of the villa, The sound of running water echoed. The braised pork was inside, acutely aware of its own malodorous state, grumbling incessantly. Being a creature that cherished cleanliness, it found this odor intolerable. The shower had been activated by none other than it. The braised pork wriggled within, and with each movement, the dark substance flowed away with the water into the drain. As Luo Mi returned to the villa with the little dragon, she heard the persistent sound of water from the bathroom, and Tietao was no longer in the living room. Her heart raced increasingly faster. She resolved that upon counting to 1, she would burst through the door. 3, 2, 1. Luo Mi gripped the doorknob of the bathroom. To her surprise, the door swung open, revealing the braised pork, draped in Tietao's towel, waddling out. It greeted Luo Mi with a tentative gesture of its foreleg. Taking a deep breath, Luo Mi stepped into the bathroom with the little dragon. At that moment, Tietao was upstairs, administering pills to the celestial fish. A basket of pills was entirely consumed by the fish, which then floated back up into the sky. Tietao descended back to the living room. The sound of water persisted. Had the braised pork not finished its wash yet? He distinctly recalled hearing the water while ascending the stairs. This braised pork truly was slow. Tietao mused. He decisively pulled open the bathroom door. Luo Mi, drenched from head to toe, looked at him with astonishment. It seemed as if Tietao lost control, blood inexplicably trickling from his nose. With a loud thud, Luo Mi slammed the door shut. Tietao's mind was clouded with the memory of 2 sizable masses tightly wrapped in wet clothing, the lower part obscured by an indistinct dark hue. The sound of blood dripping from his nose jolted him back to reality, and he hurriedly grabbed a tissue to staunch the bleeding. When Luo Mi emerged from the bathroom again, her expression was devoid of fear. She rushed to Tietao, placing her foot upon the armrest of the sofa, her eyes fiercely fixed upon him. Speak. How will you take responsibility? Responsibility? What responsibility? Tietao queried, utterly bewildered. Tears welled in Luo Mi's eyes. Do you wish to consume me entirely? Tietao was even more perplexed, catching a glimpse of the 2 masses trembling in the corner of his vision. The tissue blocking his nose quickly became saturated with blood. Blood, blood, blood. Your nose is bleeding again, Luo Mi exclaimed excitedly, her eyes devoid of tears now. Tietao promptly reacted, frantically addressing the bleeding. An untimely sound of the door opening interrupted them. At that moment, only Tang Shuang returned. Upon opening the door, Tang Shuang swiftly closed it again. Ba, I saw nothing, she murmured. Cousin, you're quite the charmer, drenched and alluring, making bold advances. How scandalous. After the door closed, the 2 in the living room exchanged glances. With a sudden burst of laughter, Luo Mi exclaimed, Tietao, your nose with a tissue is quite the sight. Tietao's nosebleed had ceased, and with Tang Shuang's interruption, his mind was no longer clouded with fantasies. He removed the tissue from his nose and tossed it into the trash bin. The braised pork with scallions would be even more amusing. A warmth radiated from Tietao, quickly drying Luo Mi's clothes. The once vague scenery vanished. Ah, it seems you truly do not wish to take responsibility. I'm left exposed. I want to be able to marry now. Tears glimmered in Luo Mi's eyes once more. Tietao was bewildered by Luo Mi's antics, having hardly watched any dramas, and thus uncertain how to respond. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. I know. Just look back at me, and we'll be even. With that, Tietao began to remove his clothing. Luo Mi covered her face, grabbing a nearby pillow and flinging it at Tietao in a fit of anger. Her footsteps thundering down the stairs. The sound of a door slamming echoed, leaving Tietao utterly confused. Shouldn't they have reached an understanding? At least, that was what Tietao thought. Lying on her bed, Luo Mi pouted, hugging a large pillow, muttering incessantly, Woodenhead, Woodenhead, stupid Woodenhead. Can't you follow the lines from the dramas? Releasing one hand, she began to pound the pillow with a clenched fist. Before long, she resumed rubbing the pillow against herself. It seems I still possess quite the charm, bleeding nose and all. Hee hee. Luo Mi began to giggle foolishly on her bed. If Tang Shuang were to witness this version of Luo Mi, she would undoubtedly exclaim, Cousin, you've succumbed. But she would also wear an expression that conveyed, I understand you. Chapter 71, Registration. That evening, everything in the villa returned to normalcy. Tietao and Luo Mi dined at the table, displaying no signs of abnormality. While Uncle Luo and Aunt Tang had yet to return, Tang Shuang had deliberately chosen this time to return, eager to witness what might transpire between them. Yet, nothing occurred. She sat beside the dining table, pouting. What kind of expression is that? Don't think I'm unaware of what you're thinking, Tang Shuang. Luo Mi's gaze shot daggers at Tang Shuang. What could I possibly think? Tang Shuang whistled, leaning back in her chair, feigning ignorance. Humph. Luo Mi resumed her meal, ignoring Tang Shuang. Observing that Luo Mi had resumed eating, Tang Shuang began to eat as well. Their dining experience was unlike that of Uncle Luo and his family. They could converse freely at the table. Tietao, The class monitor asked me to inform you that tomorrow at noon, we will convene in classroom 101 for a class meeting. What for? Tietao found such meetings rather tedious and had never participated in one. This is the class meeting for registering for the upcoming sports event. Are you certain you want to attend? Tang Shuang stated, placing a morsel of shredded potatoes into her mouth. Oh, in that case, I shall make an appearance. Have you learned about the prizes for this sports event? Tang Shuang inquired, her voice slightly muffled as she picked at her meal. The qualification for the National Beastmaster competition, does that hold enough weight? The National Beastmaster competition stands as the most prestigious event in the country, akin to the Olympics of centuries past. Currently, with many nations isolated by vast wastelands, communication has ceased and international competitions have vanished. Thus, national events have become the pinnacle of competitive spirit, generating immense enthusiasm. Over the past 2 centuries, beastmasters and beast breeders have emerged as the most esteemed professions. And a national competition of such caliber, held every 3 years, is a rare opportunity. This year's entry slots are particularly coveted, especially for freshmen like them. Typically, participants hail from 3rd or 4th year classes, or even season hunters. Even the preliminary slots require a ticket, as the population in Huaxia is vast. And only a select few can secure such an opportunity. Will this sports event provide entry slots? Tietao asked, skepticism lacing his tone. Of course it will. I wonder why the school is being so generous this time. There are only about 300 slots available, Tang Shuang replied. How will the remaining slots be allocated? Tietao pressed. What other way is there? We'll just fight for them. Whoever is stronger gets the slot. She shrugged. So, this is our best chance to obtain a slot as freshmen? Tietao pondered. You could say that. You know, in this national competition, not only beastmasters can participate. Beastmasters can also join. Without the beastmaster secret techniques, we will be at a disadvantage. Yes, I am aware. By the time of the competition, I'll see if there is an opportunity to exchange for one, Tietao replied nonchalantly. But that requires 750 credits. That is a significant amount, Tietao. I should be able to manage it. Currently, I can earn dozens of credits weekly. I'll take on some quick tasks next time to exchange for a beastmaster secret technique, he declared, his ambition evident. The next day at noon, Tietao arrived punctually at classroom 101 in the teaching building. He noticed that many classmates were unfamiliar to him, yet it did not hinder their recognition of him. Iron God has arrived. Someone exclaimed. Oh, he is here, another echoed. Tietao responded absent-mindedly to the crowd, finally exhaling in relief as he took a seat beside Tang Shuang. Does this class make you feel pressured? She asked. Not really. After all, they are my classmates. But it is a bit awkward not knowing anyone. With a few minutes to spare, the instructor quietly entered the room. After a brief glance at the nearly full classroom, she addressed the students. You all know about this sports event, right? This year, in addition to the usual materials from the wild beasts, the top 3 in each competition will also earn a qualification slot. Who wishes to sign up? To Tietao's surprise, not many students raised their hands. Tang Shuang whispered in his ear, we will be competing against those beastmasters. We don't have the advantage. Many are opting out. Tietao nodded, raising his hand to sign up, indifferent to what he was registering for. He was not afraid of competing in terms of physical fitness. Even in a beastmaster duel, he felt confident. Most 3rd and 4th year students' beasts were stuck at the 4th tier, with only a few at the 3rd tier who deemed this competition beneath them. Much like Tietao had in the past, he believed these beasts could hardly compare to his blackwing wyvern or great shoe deer. He was determined to overcome them. His prized roast meat was also on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier. Once it did, there would be little difference between it and the older students' beasts. The school's sports event included a physical endurance test, a 20-kilometer joint run with beasts, incorporating flat terrain, cross-country, and obstacle sections. Tietao recalled that other events like long jump and high jump had been eliminated since high school. The number of slots available for the competition remained limited, with only 12 up for grabs. The second event primarily involved beastmaster dueling, and participants could only enter one of the 2 events. Observing the low number of sign-ups, the instructor continued, moreover, the first-year beast breeder who wins will receive an additional beastmaster secret technique. Does anyone else wish to register? Every hand in the classroom shot up. No one wanted to miss this opportunity. Even a gamble seemed worth taking. Tietao was still undecided about which event to enter, feeling confident in both. Since you all are ready to sign up, please write your names on a slip of paper and drop it into one of these 2 boxes. Box 1 for physical endurance and Box 2 for beastmaster duels. The instructor instructed. Tang Shuang stepped forward first, placing her slip into Box 2. Following her lead, Tietao chose a different box. Tang Shuang, curious about his choice, glanced back at him. Why did you opt for physical endurance instead of beastmaster dueling? It would have been a better choice, she questioned, puzzled. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to avoid drawing you into the same event. That way, we won't have to face each other, he replied. With that kind of reasoning, I owe you a meal. Let us also bring Luomi along. She hasn't had anything to eat at home. Understood, understood. I knew you wouldn't forget her. After arranging to meet Luomi, the three gathered in a modest wild beast restaurant for their meal. During lunch, Luomi learned about the rewards of the upcoming sports event. It seems this time the stakes are quite high for you all. You must give it your all, she remarked. Looks like I'll be spending a lot again in the next 10 days. The little money I just earned will vanish, Tang Shuang sighed. You don't have to spend excessively, Tang Shuang. After all, you have little hope of winning, Luomi teased. Cousin, that is not fair. I was among the top 10 during military training, and even without Tietao's later assistance, I could have made it to the top 10. Tang Shuang's prowess as a beastmaster was indeed commendable, placing her among the best in their first year. Tietao spoke earnestly. Your strength is impressive, Tang Shuang. See, even Tietao acknowledges my abilities. Tang Shuang tapped the table, directing her excitement at Luomi. You've only heard part of what I was going to say. Tang Shuang. It's uncertain now. Tang Shuang, still tapping the table, abruptly halted, her eyes wide as she stared at Tietao. Is he trying to throw me under the bus? She thought. You two are quite the pair. How can you expect me to perform well in such a short time? Tang Shuang said, somewhat helpless, yet curious about Tietao's reasoning. You are inherently too weak. Any student specializing in beastmasters can easily incapacitate your beast and defeat you. You won't stand a chance. After saying this, Tietao popped a piece of meat into his mouth. What do you mean I won't stand a chance? A man must never declare himself weak. Just wait and see at the sports event if I can hold my own. Tang Shuang sprang up like a cat whose fur had been electrified, striding towards the door, harboring the futile notion of escaping the bill. However, Tietao swiftly grasped Tang Shuang's arm, preventing his flight. All right, I will settle the bill, Tang Shuang relented, leaning back against the booth, awaiting Tietao to clear away the remnants of their meal. Tietao, are you up to the task? Tang Shuang inquired. You will find out shortly, Tietao replied enigmatically. After their meal, the trio returned to the villa, within the confines of their residence. There lay a modest gym equipped with a few sparse pieces of fitness equipment. Observing Tietao as he methodically added weights to a dumbbell until it was filled to capacity, Tang Shuang queried, Are you certain you wish to attempt this? That weighs 60 kilograms. Luomi echoed his astonishment, her eyes wide as she beheld the enormous dumbbell. This should be manageable. I doubt it will pose a problem. Tang Shuang, would you care to give it a try? Tang Shuang shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. 10 kilograms is already my limit. It's time to showcase true strength, Tietao proclaimed, his biceps swelling with power. Luomi marveled as his arms appeared to double in size, veins bulging prominently. With a swift motion, Tietao lifted the dumbbell effortlessly, as if it were a mere 2-kilogram weight. With a resounding thud, he set it down. So, Tang Shuang, do you think I can manage? He taunted, his mouth agape in disbelief. Absolutely. That's truly incredible. If the Olympics were to be held, the weightlifting championship would undoubtedly be yours. Are you interested in exploring other events? Tietao asked with a hint of mischief in his tone. No, no more. You're impressive. I shall commence my own training. With that, Tang Shuang hopped onto the treadmill, beginning to run while chanting an antiquated slogan. Exercise for the body, defend the homeland. Alas, Tang Shuang appeared utterly overwhelmed by the revelation. Luomi gently guided Tietao out of the modest gym. They settled onto the sofa. How did you achieve this? Luomi inquired. Her interest in Tietao's physique peaked, even more so than before. Consuming wild beast meat enhances physical capabilities remarkably, Tietao explained. I am aware of that, but relying solely on consuming wild beast meat to enhance one's physique has its limitations, Luomi replied skeptically. After all, there are few who, pursuing the path of beast tamers, possess the time to engage in regular training. As for me, I know not. My physical prowess is simply the result of my endeavors. Tietao shrugged. Freak, Luomi pouted. Their reaction seemed emblematic of the entire cohort of beast tamer students, who wouldn't yearn for the secret arts of beast taming. This coveted knowledge was worth an astounding 750 credits, a pursuit worthy of fervent dedication. As the sports meet approached, one could observe a group of physically unfit individuals fervently training on the school grounds. The following day, Tang Shuang joined this training brigade. Among the crowd, he stood out with his relatively superior physical condition. Occasionally, a voice from the rear would call out, "Wait for me, everyone." This served as a rallying cry for those ahead, spurring them to run even faster. Soon, they were close to lapping Ling Piaomiao. Oh my, everyone is so impressive. They've caught up to me once more, Ling Piaomiao exclaimed, waving a pink handkerchief at the group. Their pace quickened yet again. She had become their source of motivation, propelling their physical capabilities to new heights. The beast tamers were equally fervent, training as if imbued with newfound vigor. Those who triumphed would earn the privilege to select any materials needed for their beasts. Thus, The entirety of the freshman class was swept up in the competitive fervor, with some even skipping classes to train. Only Tietao remained an exception. He had no time for such intense competition and merely focused on consuming more wild beast meat when he could. During this period, he was consistently in the company of Ding Jianya as the Kirin project had officially commenced. For Tietao, everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. As time passed, the day of the sports meet finally arrived. The beast battles were always the main attraction. The arena for these contests was set within the school's sports hall, boasting a seating capacity of 150,000. Excluding the participating students, teachers, and their families, which accounted for roughly 2,000 seats. The remaining 130,000 seats were made available for public sale. Each year, tickets were exceedingly difficult to obtain. Yet this did not deter Luo Mi from acquiring three, one for herself and each of her family members, to witness the beast battles. Unfortunately, they could not attend Tietao's competition in person. They would have to rely on the broadcast displayed on the large screen. By 8 a.m., the three of them were already present in the sports hall, where the arena was still vacant. The broadcast commenced, announcing the check-in for the 20-kilometer race. Tietao appeared on the screen, where personnel were verifying the registration of his wild beast and participants. The individual conducting the check-in was none other than the unattractive male teacher. Your sky swimming fish cannot participate in the competition. It raises suspicions of cheating, he insisted. Tietao regarded the teacher with an odd expression. Why is it that others' flying beasts are allowed to compete, while my sky swimming fish is not? He had just witnessed another student's fire phoenix pass the check-in. That fiery bird could easily carry a rider and swiftly complete a segment of the race. Humph. I said it's not allowed, and that's final. The unattractive teacher seemed oblivious to the fact that a camera was trained on them. This exchange was broadcasted live, and the commotion in the sports hall fell silent. The event had not yet begun, yet issues were already arising. As their argument continued, a teacher responsible for handling emergencies approached. Hankaiga, what are you doing? A bespectacled instructor reprimanded the unattractive teacher, his eyes blinking rapidly to signal the camera's presence. Mr. Neo, this student's beast poses a potential for cheating. Then why are others' flying beasts permitted to participate? Tietao reiterated. Then ban all flying beasts capable of carrying passengers in the sky, Mr. Neo declared. That's more like it. Tietao prepared to compete with Lu Xiaoyu and Hong Xiaoro. The student who had previously seen his fire phoenix approved now wore a disheartened expression, as his hopes for victory had been dashed. Traditionally, flying beasts could participate in such races, but only in flat terrain. They were prohibited from the latter half, involving cross-country and obstacles. Now, it seemed that all flying beasts were barred from competing, thereby increasing the physical demands of the race significantly. Students with flying beasts directed their furious glares towards the unattractive boy. He was oblivious to whether any among them held a position of significance. However, he was already aware that the forthcoming days at school would be far from pleasant for him. Following a re-registration, everyone was preparing on the runway, each athlete bearing a 20-kilogram sandbag either draped over their shoulders or wrapped around their arms. At this moment, the playing field was leveled. All competitors gathered at the starting line. An ultimate test of physical prowess was about to commence. As the starting gun fired, the race officially began. Tietao exerted power through his legs, balancing a piece of roasted meat atop his head. Lu Xiaoyao, with a shimmering aura about her feet, seemed poised to race against Tietao. Each human and beast surged ahead, almost in the blink of an eye, reaching the forefront. Dad, look how fast Tietao is. One exclaimed. Can he maintain this speed? I'm not certain. I've never seen him train, came the reply. But his leg muscles appear significantly more developed than usual. Uncle Luo remarked thoughtfully. When he lifted weights previously, he handled 60 kilograms as if they were mere sticks. Luo, are you sure he hasn't utilized beast taming secret techniques? No, he is just as he is now, though his arms seem to have swelled. After this concludes, I'll take him for a physical fitness assessment. We'll find out everything, he assured. Curiosity piqued regarding Tietao's physical capabilities. The screen displayed Tietao in the lead, the distance between him and the others widening. Goodness, doesn't he know to conserve some energy? He is exerting himself to the fullest right now. Many shared this sentiment, convinced that Tietao would inevitably tire. The announcer's voice resonated within the sports hall. Greetings, esteemed audience. The same words are spoken every year. The same competition unfolds differently each time. The 20-kilometer race has commenced, with Tietao from the Beastmaster program currently in the lead. We eagerly anticipate his subsequent performance. It seemed the host anticipated the audience's inquiries regarding when the beast battles would begin. This year's beast competition, like those prior, would broadcast the preliminary rounds from an outdoor venue. The quarterfinals onward would take place indoors. Viewers could adjust various buttons to watch the broadcast, with competitors already displayed on the field. Luo Mi skillfully operated the broadcast panel, a live projection materializing before her. With the headphones plugged in, the event commentary commenced. The atmosphere in the arena fell silent, a measure to save considerable time. If all competitions were to be held within this sports hall, one could only wonder how much longer it would take, potentially spanning days. Tietao continued to sprint furiously, while Lu Xiaoyao appeared unfazed by fatigue. Even without having awakened her Qilin bloodline, her prowess was evident. One should never underestimate a juvenile beast. As the leading member of the first tier, Tietao had already distanced himself from the second tier. Despite the 20-kilogram burden, he felt no strain. After 20 minutes, he entered the second segment of the course, a mountainous terrain stretching 8 kilometers, followed by another 5 kilometers of flat ground, with the final 2 kilometers to be conducted indoors. However, preparations had yet to commence. Typically, setup begins halfway through the mountain course. But the teachers had not anticipated the early start of the arrangement. As Tietao entered the mountainous area, preparations commenced. No one knew if he could maintain such speed on the rugged terrain. Mountainous trails undoubtedly consumed more energy than flat surfaces, compelling Tietao to gradually decelerate. Upon entering the mountains, Lu Xiaoyao seemed to unleash her full potential, as if returning to the embrace of the forest. Her aura intensified, and her speed began to surpass Tietao's. Perhaps it had been a long time since she had run. She felt elated to maintain such endurance. Uncle Luo removed Luo Mi's headphones. Luo, look at Tietao's new contract beast. It seems to be running even faster in the mountains. Indeed, typically, speed diminishes upon entering the mountains, even for beast companions, she replied. Dad, look. The trees in the mountains are parting to create a path for them. Luo Mi exclaimed in astonishment. The great shoe deer truly deserved its title as the pet of the forest, a creature favored by nature. With Lu Xiaoyao leading the way and Tietao following closely. Their time spent in the mountainous terrain was only 15 minutes longer than the initial 5 kilometers of flat ground. This shattered the school's record. The announcer's voice reverberated through the venue. We are now broadcasting this 20-kilometer race. Currently, Tietao is in the lead, with the navigation indicating a 7-kilometer gap from the second tier. If Tietao maintains this pace, he will break the existing school record. What was the previous school record? Someone curiously inquired. The record stands at 1 hour, 57 minutes, and 28 seconds. Tietao's current time is 55 minutes. With 5 kilometers of flat ground and the final 2 kilometers of obstacles remaining. Chapter 74. Tietao's extraordinary existence. Upon re-entering the flat terrain, Tietao did not reduce his speed, sustaining the momentum he had achieved in the mountains. Although slightly slower than his previous 5 kilometers, he felt his stamina gradually replenishing. The last 2 kilometers would truly test his limits. The obstacle course under load often resulted in many being overtaken at this stage. Approximately 20 minutes later, Tietao had entered the sports hall. The scene was momentarily awkward. The setup was not yet fully complete, with an estimated 5 to 6 minutes remaining. Wow. The venue isn't ready, and he's already here. This kid is impressive, someone remarked. Those who can break records are certainly exceptional. I imagine many provincial teams will be eager to recruit him. Do you think provincial teams could recruit someone from this university? These remarks reached Luo Mi's ears. As they were uttered nearby, the pace of the setup began to quicken, with the busy beasts working even harder. Fortunately, the venue was barely prepared, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the teachers. Thankfully, it did not affect the competition. Tietao was required to complete 5 laps across the entire arena, which posed a significant drain on his stamina. Here, the challenges for the beasts were less demanding. The contest primarily assessed combat abilities, with a greater focus on physical endurance. For Tietao, the obstacle course was hardly a challenge. He felt the heights were almost trivial. With a mere exertion, he vaulted over the obstacles effortlessly. Taking a deep breath, his muscles swelled once more. Grasping the net, he propelled his entire body over it. No one could accurately gauge the time taken. Perhaps it was merely a few seconds. The obstacles on the sky bridge were effortlessly traversed, presenting no challenge whatsoever to him. Amidst the astonishment of the spectators, Tietao's individual race came to a close. Without a shadow of a doubt, he secured first place, clocking in at 1 hour, 27 minutes, and 1 second. This remarkable feat shattered the school's record, showcasing a level of physical prowess that could only be described as superhuman. Remarkably, this was achieved despite Tietao's infrequent training. Had he been more dedicated, his stamina would surely have been even greater. The second tier of competitors seemed oblivious to the presence of another runner ahead, continuing to race forward, convinced that they were the true contenders for victory. The competition pressed on, and after 40 minutes, participants began crossing the finish line in succession. The top 3 competitors emerged, and the results were promptly announced. The podium finishers were Tietao, Shenwan, and Feng Ning, with one of the top 3 being a woman, a surprising outcome for everyone present, though not for Tietao. This result is incorrect. I clearly crossed the finish line first. Shenwan protested to the judges. The first-place finisher completed the race over 40 minutes ago. If you dispute this, you may refer to the recorded footage. This is impossible. My time was only a few minutes behind the record. Shenwan slumped despondently in front of the judges. In the stands, Luo Mo and her companions, while engrossed in Tietao's performance, had missed Tang Shuang's initial match, uncertain of whether she had emerged victorious. After the announcement concluded, Tietao found his way to Luo Mo and her friends, taking a seat beside them. Luo Mo handed him a series of pre-prepared sandwiches. Without hesitation, Tietao devoured them eagerly, his hunger palpable after expending so much energy during the race. Aunt Tang was not idle either, feeding Lu Xiaoyu with the prepared beast snacks. Hong Xiaorou, feeling bored, returned and lazily sprawled across Luo Mo's lap. After consuming all the sandwiches and downing a bottle of water, Tietao finally felt restored. Congratulations, Tietao, on securing first place. What rewards has the school prepared for you? Uncle Luo inquired. A beast mastery secret technique and a qualifying spot for the national beast mastery competition. I am not well versed in the secret techniques, Tietao replied. Do you have any recommendations, Uncle Luo? The best initial choice for a secret technique is communication and ability sharing. Physical enhancements can be considered later, Uncle Luo suggested. In that case, I choose ability sharing, as it seems quite beneficial. Aren't you already capable of ability sharing? Mine is a low-tier version. My flames cannot compare to Hong Xiaorou's, Tietao retorted, glancing at Hong Xiaorou, who emitted a soft grunt. Well, since you have made your decision, proceed with it. However, communication is the second best choice, as it will enhance your rapport with your beasts. Understood, Uncle Luo. I will strive to exchange for another secret technique before the National Beast Mastery competition begins. Excellent ambition. Join me for an outing tomorrow. I wish to test the limits of your physical capabilities. All right, Uncle Luo, Tietao agreed readily. 5 hours later, at 1:30 p.m., the preliminary rounds had concluded, leaving only the quarterfinals. Tietao spotted Tang Shuang's name on the list. She was competing in this venue. Oh, so Tang Shuang made it through the preliminaries. I thought she had been eliminated, he remarked. Tang Shuang is not so weak. Her physical form may be lacking, but if she can capitalize on that, she may still have a chance. Indeed, once on the battlefield, being overwhelmed is inevitable. One must possess adequate combat power to ensure survival. Reflecting on Uncle Luo's words, Tietao contemplated what beast he would contract next. Noticing Tietao deep in thought, Uncle Luo continued, Tietao, you should learn the secret technique fight and shift. It's a life-saving skill on the battlefield. Fight and shift. This secret technique piqued his curiosity. I know of it. It allows one to transfer damage taken to their beast, leaving only the untransferable damage for oneself. Luo Mo interjected. Tietao fell silent once more, pondering. If the celestial fish's bloodline, the sky whale, were to awaken, he could transfer damage to it. The sky whale, unmatched in the skies, could soar to great heights and withstand immense damage. It was known as the Sky Fortress. It seemed imperative to accelerate the Kirin project and expedite the collection of materials for the sky whale. Before I venture into the wilderness again, I will ensure the sky whale's bloodline awakens and that I learn this secret technique, he resolved. That's the spirit. If you can achieve both, there will be few places in the wilderness you cannot access. Uncle Luo affirmed his determination. Look, Tang Shuang is about to take the stage, Luo Mo exclaimed. The announcer's voice echoed through the speakers. Next up is the quarterfinals for the first-year students, featuring contestant Tang Shuang against Ling Piaomiao. Chapter 75, The Fateful Battle. Tang Shuang versus Ling Piaomiao. The tension between Tang Shuang and Ling Piaomiao was palpable, having clashed numerous times in the past. Their beasts were equally familiar with one another. Ling Piaomiao's large, earthy yellow rat displayed its prominent incisors, while its black claws clutched a circular, charming girl figure. Beside it stood a gaudily adorned beast resembling an ostrich, known as the iron hoof ostrich, a type of riding beast. Tang Shuang appeared unfazed by the impending battle. Having often bested Ling Piaomiao in their encounters, he remained confident. As the announcer signaled the commencement of the duel, the iron hoof ostrich sprinted across the arena, the cacophony of its garish adornments creating an irksome noise. Unperturbed, Tang Shuang had already stuffed cotton balls in his ears, rendering him oblivious to the commotion. He had grown accustomed to the noisy antics of his own earthy yellow rat. Gold Pikachu, acting autonomously, charged towards the rat with golden bolts of electricity. As the vibrant energy approached, Gold Pikachu closed in. Meanwhile, the fierce fire mouse was burrowing beneath the ground, its target set firmly on Ling Piaomiao. Without the aid of the fierce fire mouse, Gold Pikachu began to struggle, its golden fur now caked in dirt from the sandy arena. The iron hoof ostrich dashed around, kicking up clouds of dust that obscured visibility. In such an environment, Only the ostrich with iron hooves, capable of stretching its neck high, had a clear line of sight. The two iron-hoofed ostriches relentlessly kicked towards the golden Pikachu. After their attack fell short, they circled the arena, once again seeking an opportunity to strike. Ling Piaomiao was no fool. She had yet to locate the position of the flame mouse. Tu Feiyuan, however, discerned its presence. The sharp sound of the clapper echoed through the arena's microphone, resonating throughout the venue. Oh my, what on earth is that? A male clapper? How utterly repulsive. The murmurs from the audience had no bearing on the intense confrontation unfolding on the stage between the two combatants. The earthy-hued rodent discarded the sign it had been holding and began to burrow into the ground. Tu Feiyuan also vanished from the arena. The ground was left with only two summoned beasts. Tang Xuang was likewise concealed amidst the swirling dust, inching closer to Ling Piaomiao. Ling Piaomiao cast a sidelong glance in Tang Xuang's direction. Tang Xuang abruptly halted his movements. He indeed wished to avoid close combat with Ling Piaomiao. Humph, Tang Xuang, don't think I won't see through your little tricks. Ling Piaomiao pointed at her own eyes with two fingers before gesturing towards Tang Xuang's eyes. Did you truly believe I intended to approach you? Tang Xuang also snorted coldly in response. Suddenly, the flame mouse erupted from beneath the ground at Ling Piaomiao's feet. Its body engulfed in flames as it collided with her. The flames scorched a massive hole in her clothing. This violent impact sent her crashing to the ground, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. At that moment, Tu Feiyuan emerged from the hole the flame mouse had just vacated, colliding directly with the fallen Ling Piaomiao. This unexpected impact took Tang Xuang by surprise, yet it was perfectly timed. Ling Piaomiao succumbed entirely to unconsciousness. With the loss of leadership on the field, the tide of battle swiftly shifted. The flame mouse charged towards Tu Feiyuan, who was still rubbing his head. The fiery impact knocked Tu Feiyuan to the ground. The flame mouse, perched atop him, unleashed flames while squeaking incessantly, as if taunting him. Beneath the weight of the flame mouse, Tu Feiyuan continually pawed at the ground, giving the impression of surrender. The golden Pikachu commenced its counterattack, the golden electric sparks emanating from its body increasing in intensity. The dust that had clung to it was now absent, restoring its resplendent golden appearance. Golden Pikachu leaped high into the air, breaking free from the swirling dust. The golden light shot towards the iron-hoofed ostrich. The speed of the electric surge was too swift for it to react. The electric discharge struck the still-running iron-hoofed ostrich, leaving it enveloped in a sensation of paralysis. Its steps gradually faltered, and it collapsed to the ground, convulsing incessantly. Tang Xuang's victory came with remarkable ease. Everything had unfolded as he had anticipated. The host's voice rang out once more. In the round of 8-4, professional beast tamer Tang Xuang emerges victorious. Following the announcement, medical personnel swiftly transported Ling Piaomiao and her two summoned beasts away. With just one more victory, Tang Xuang would secure a spot in the national competition. Tang Xuang's tactical choice was quite commendable, remarked Uncle Luo. Indeed, using oneself as bait to deceive the opponent and exploiting their weaknesses in battle is a clever strategy. Enough of praising others. The champion is undoubtedly his, interrupted Luo Mi. Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Aunt Luo inquired. It will undoubtedly be Tang Yanran. Tang Xuang cannot compete with her. Her three summoned beasts are formidable. Luo Mi asserted confidently, hoping that the stronger Tang Yanran became, the more satisfying it would be to defeat her eventually. The challenge had long been set. A confrontation between the two was inevitable. After Tang Xuang went to rest, the second match commenced. The second battle featured Tang Yanran against another student specializing in beast taming. This match commenced swiftly and concluded just as quickly, with Tang Yanran utilizing her three summoned beasts to decisively overpower her opponent. She successfully advanced to the top four. The remaining two matches also concluded, and the final four awaited the completion of the top 8 from other grades before proceeding with their battles. This also provided them with a respite, ensuring fairness in the competition. Time gradually passed. They had been in the sports hall for 12 hours. The beast battles finally drew to a close. Tang Xuang, fortunate enough to secure third place, could be regarded as the most formidable contender within the beast tamer specialty. The others were undoubtedly students specializing in beast taming. Iron Tao was delighted to see him qualify for the national beast competition. Participating in such an event, even in the preliminary rounds, was quite an accomplishment. After the competition concluded, the group departed, marking the end of the school's sports day. The upcoming competition would present even fiercer rivalries. The school planned a 2-week intensive training program for the qualifying lower grade students in preparation for the National Beast Tournament. This period would also serve to select the remaining candidates for the competition. Chapter 76, Secret Techniques of Cultivation. The day after military training concluded, Iron Tao received a text message instructing him to report to the principal's office for the selection of beast taming secret techniques. Iron Tao had already made his decision regarding the technique he wished to choose and, without hesitation, arrived at the principal's office at 8 o'clock the following morning. Upon his arrival, the door to the principal's office was ajar. After knocking, Iron Tao entered. A middle-aged man, his hair thinning and disheveled, adjusted his glasses and regarded Iron Tao. While Iron Tao did not recognize the principal was well aware of him. The student with the highest entrance exam scores, the best physical fitness, and the fastest task completion. Iron Tao was laden with accolades, oblivious to their weight. Hello, principal. I am here to select a beast taming secret technique. The principal pulled out a list from a drawer in his desk. Take a look and choose which one you prefer. The principal refrained from offering suggestions, allowing Iron Tao to make his own choice. I choose the beast taming secret technique, ability sharing. After a brief glance at the list, Iron Tao, having familiarized himself with the various techniques, proceeded with his predetermined choice. The principal stood up and retrieved a tome from a nearby safe, handing it to Iron Tao. You may only read it here, and you have 30 minutes. How much you can remember and learn depends on your own efforts. If you wish to obtain it again, you will need to exchange credits. Understood, principal. Iron Tao's hands did not pause as he flipped through the pages of the secret technique book. The tome was not particularly thick, and memorizing its contents was not overly challenging. After 15 minutes, he had committed the entirety of the secret technique to memory. Iron Tao returned the tome to the principal. You've memorized it so quickly? The principal expressed surprise. Indeed, I have. Iron Tao nodded in affirmation. Very well. Remember to gather at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning in Teaching Building 501. Your pre-competition training will commence from there. Understood, principal. As Iron Tao exited, he happened to encounter Tang Yanran, who was heading towards the principal's office. Tietao, I never expected to encounter you here. Oh, Tietao casually greeted. He genuinely did not know what to say to Tang Yanran, as there was no common ground between them. He left Tang Yanran at the entrance and departed. Instead of attending class, he returned to the villa. Tietao intended to practice the beast mastery secret technique in the courtyard of the villa. The principle of this technique is quite simple. It involves communicating with the contract mark within one's soul to access a portion of the beast's abilities. The soul marks they share act as a bridge, enabling a resonance at the same soul frequency, thus granting access to some of the beast's powers. Hong Xiao Ro lay beside him, peacefully asleep, while Tietao closed his eyes to sense the vibrations of his soul. Time passed slowly. Tietao still had no intention of opening his eyes. He was focused on feeling the vibrational frequency of his own soul, reminiscent of the initial practice of the beast mastery contract, where everything seemed elusive. He still felt no fluctuations within his soul. Perhaps mastery was not a matter of a single day. Tietao finally opened his eyes. What are you doing here? Practicing the beast mastery secret technique. I have yet to find the key to it, Tietao replied candidly. They say the beast mastery secret technique is difficult to practice, but once you grasp the basics, it becomes significantly easier. Luomi pointed her finger at her chin and spoke. Although the technique does discuss sensing the frequency changes in the soul, following the instructions in the book, he still could not perceive the vibrations of his soul. I understand. I've been sitting here for several hours with no signs of progress. No need to rush. Isn't there still some time before the competition? With such a long period, can you not learn it? Hearing Luomi's words, Tietao felt a sense of relief. Indeed, if such a priceless technique could be mastered in just a few hours, it would lose its value entirely. By the way, Luomi exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Tietao focused intently on her next words. You need to undergo special training with that woman named Tang Yanran. It's best to keep your distance. She has her eyes on you. Upon hearing this, Tietao felt a shiver run down his spine. Luomi's tone was sharp, indicating that any excessive contact with Tang Yanran would not be received favorably. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. Tietao sensed a peculiar feeling emanating from his soul. The vibrations of the soul? Tietao was uncertain. Luo, can you repeat what you just said? Tietao asked earnestly. Luomi, somewhat exasperated, repeated herself. This time, he did not sense any vibrations from his soul. So close, if only I had captured it. He mused. What are you talking about? Luomi inquired, puzzled. What you said earlier gave me insight into some aspects of practicing the secret technique, Tietao replied earnestly. Is that why you wanted me to repeat it? Tietao nodded. Having recognized that feeling, he believed he was not far from mastering the technique. Tietao felt quite confident. The transition from 0 to 1 is always the most challenging. Once that first step is taken, the rest follows more easily. Tietao returned to the villa with Luomi. He began to prepare a meal, his attention divided as he focused on the vibrations of his soul. Suddenly, he cut his hand. What happened? Did you cut yourself? Luomi rushed over with a first aid kit. Indeed, he had cut his hand. And Luomi placed the injured finger in her mouth. She had already prepared a band-aid. Tietao sensed that familiar feeling in his soul again. The vibrations were becoming more intense. He finally re-experienced the sensation of his soul's vibrations. He began to imprint every detail of this moment in his mind, all the fluctuations. The moist feeling on his finger faded, replaced by the snug band-aid. When chopping vegetables, one should not think too much. Otherwise, it's easy to get cut, Luomi remarked, clenching her small fist. I understand, Tietao replied, setting down the knife. He closed his eyes once more, recalling that earlier sensation. The vibrations of his soul returned. Luomi observed Tietao with his eyes closed, uncertain of his intentions, and did not dare to interrupt him. He began to discern the patterns of the vibrations. Once, twice, thrice. He had attempted to explore the vibrations of his soul countless times, and finally uncovered a hint of the secret behind it. He could even attempt to control the vibrations of his own soul. The vibrations extended in the direction of the beast mastery mark, reaching outwards. He could sense 3 distinct souls. Undoubtedly, these were the souls of his 3 beasts, each connected to him by a thread-like bond. He casually followed one of the threads, extending towards the soul of the beast. Hong Xiaoro, lying in the courtyard, opened her eyes, gazing incredulously in Tietao's direction. Chapter 77, Zhao Deming. Are you here for revenge? Tietao sensed the vibrations of the other beast's soul, while simultaneously adjusting the frequency of his own. This was made possible by his unique talent of possessing 9 brains and 3 hearts, allowing him to multitask effectively. His soul gradually synchronized with the vibrations of the beast's soul. A surge of heat coursed through his hand as flames ignited within it. The intense heat caused the temperature in the room to rise rapidly. Luomi glanced once more at Tietao, who had his eyes closed. He had succeeded. It was astonishing. Is this what genius looks like? Tietao opened his eyes, and the flames in his hand remained undiminished. Hong Xiaoro dashed in from the backyard, staring at the flames in Tietao's hand, grumbling incessantly. This is my fire, you thief. Tietao shot a venomous glare at Hong Xiaoro, silencing her with a mere look. The flames in his hand extinguished. He turned to the vegetables resting on the cutting board, which had already begun to wilt. Luo. How long have I been closed-eyed? 5 hours. It's nearly dinner time. Congratulations on mastering the beast mastery secret technique. At this point, Tietao no longer needed to constantly focus on his soul. He had already grasped the technique, and now he merely needed to become more familiar with it. You must be hungry since I didn't cook for you at noon. I'll get started, Tietao said to Luomi, a smile replacing his previously stoic expression. The knife in his hand flew through the vegetables, and the sound of stir-frying filled the air once more. Moments later, a table laden with dishes was ready. The two did not wait for anyone else and began to eat. I can't believe 5 hours have passed so quickly with my eyes closed. That's quite a gain. Mastering the beast mastery secret technique in less than a day is something no one would believe if you told them, Luomi said, her mouth full of food. Somewhat unintelligible. I've spoken too many truths before, but few believe them, Tietao replied with a hint of resignation, waving his hand. Can you share the practice methods for the beast mastery secret technique? I'd like to study it in advance, Luomi inquired. The mastery of the vibrations of the soul and the sudden shifts of emotion can indeed elicit resonances within the spirit. It suffices to grasp the emotional variations corresponding to each frequency. It sounds exceedingly complex, pouted Luomi. This is merely my approach. It may not necessarily suit you. After finishing their meal and engaging in casual conversation, Tang Shuang returned, plopping down beside the dining table. Don't forget we have to be at classroom 501 by 8 a.m. tomorrow. I know. It's impossible to forget. Just ensure you wake up on time, he replied. Following this, Tietao ascended the stairs with Luomi, each retreating to their respective rooms. Tang Shuang cast a peculiar glance at the pair ascending the stairs, certain that a significant secret lay between them. The following day, at 7 in the morning, Tietao extracted Tang Shuang from his slumber. Had Tietao not roused him, Tang Shuang undoubtedly would have overslept. After some procrastination on Tang Shuang's part, they finally arrived at the classroom precisely at 8. The first and second year students had already gathered, amounting to a modest total of 12 individuals. Just as they settled in, a familiar figure entered, none other than their military training commander, Zhao Deming. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Tietao and Tang Shuang's foreheads. It was likely that Zhao Deming had come to exact revenge for past humiliations involving electric batons. The next 15 days would undoubtedly be arduous. Clad in military attire that signified his authority, Zhao addressed the group. Who among you acquired the beast mastery secret technique yesterday? Tietao and Tang Yanran raised their hands. Zhao glanced over, recognizing the familiar faces. Ah, it's you two. I expect you both to master the beast mastery secret technique within 2 days and demonstrate proficiency in 3. You may find your own training space. The rest of you, follow me. The other 10 students exited the classroom, leaving Tietao and Tang Yanran behind. Tietao, where do you intend to practice the beast mastery technique? Oh, I can practice at home, Tietao replied, already heading for the door. Aren't you going to the soul training room for practice? No need. Home will suffice. Tietao continued on his way. I will surely seize an opportunity to delve deeper into your secrets, Tang Yinran remarked, watching his retreating figure. The training ground, once equipped with only basic apparatus, had transformed into a complex array of equipment that multiplied 5 or 6 times in number. All right, you little rascals. Your task this morning is to complete 20 laps of obstacle running. Fail to finish, and you shall go hungry. Zhao Deming's stern words carried an air of authority. Tang Shuang surveyed the intricate obstacles before him, swallowing hard. He was no Tietao, possessing not such stamina. The second-year students had already commenced their run, while the first-year students exchanged hesitant glances. Zhao Deming drew a long whip from his waist, cracking it loudly in the open air. Shall I deliver a lash upon your backs? Under Zhao Deming's relentless encouragement, they acquiesced and began to run alongside the others. Physically, Tang Shuang was at a disadvantage. His laziness in training had left him unprepared. At noon, Zhao Deming's voice rang out again. Only 4 of you have completed the task. Those who finished may eat. The rest must continue. The remaining 6 continued their obstacle course amidst groans of discontent. After the few who had eaten returned, Tang Shuang and his companions finally concluded their training. Zhao Deming offered them no respite. A series of sandbags had been prepared for them. Under his watchful gaze, they retrieved sandbags according to their assigned names and resumed their obstacle runs. 10 laps left uncompleted, with 20 laps to be finished. The weights were personally determined by Zhao Deming, varying for each individual. His aim was to push them all to their limits, earning him the title of a relentless taskmaster. Thus, training unfolded throughout the day. On the 3rd day, it was time for Tietao and the others to demonstrate their progress. Their objective was to master the Beast Mastery's secret technique. Tietao had no issues as his soul technique was already perfected, and the 3 days had sufficed for him to wield it adeptly. Tang Yinran's mastery of the Beast Mastery technique allowed for rudimentary communication with her beast, although she still needed to use gestures for certain commands. This indicated she had indeed grasped the technique. Originally, Tang Yinran assumed Tietao would also choose the communication technique, but he had opted for the ability-sharing method, which surprised her with its advanced proficiency. By harnessing the power of the braised meat, Tietao had acquired the phoenix flame. By channeling the strength of the sky-swimming fish, he had gained a spatial dimension, allowing him to retrieve items without frequently summoning the fish, enhancing his convenience. The ability sharing from the great shoe deer enabled him to move faster and even unleash 1 or 2 wind blades, though these lacked the potency of the deer's own release, merely adding to his arsenal of attacks. Chapter 78. Tietao, you are indeed extraordinary. Now that you've mastered the Beast Mastery technique, join the training. Your training will be doubled to make up for lost time, Zhao Deming stated. Tietao felt indifferent. He was unfazed. Tang Shuang had already informed him of the nature of Zhao Deming's training, which posed no challenge for Tietao, given his physical capabilities. Tang Yinran, naturally aloof, exhibited no outward reaction, merely nodding at Zhao Deming. Good, take up your own weights and keep pace with them. They have a morning training task of 15 laps. You too will do 30. Fail to complete it, and there will be no food. Tietao donned his weighted vest and joined the main group. As he moved to follow the others, he strapped on the vest, which indeed felt quite heavy. Tietao's muscles bulged as he strained to maintain pace with the group. Zhao Deming observed Tietao with a hint of a smile. At last, I have found an opportunity. Watch how I train you. Tang Yinran, burdened with her own weight, lagged behind Tietao, already falling significantly behind. Upon seeing the 100 kilograms written on Tietao's vest, she gasped in astonishment and bit her lip, hastening her pace. Conversely, Tietao found himself managing quite well. Although the weight was considerable, it was still bearable. Gradually, he began to position himself among the middle of the pack. By the end of the 3rd lap, Tietao was already leading the way, perspiration glistening on his brow. Those behind him could only watch as he bore the weight of the 100 kilograms vest. Swallowing hard and all, the only one confident in Tietao's ability was Tang Shuang. After all, he had witnessed Tietao effortlessly handling a 60 kilograms dumbbell, and this additional weight was merely a matter of familiarity. By the 5th lap, Tietao had caught up with the lagging Tang Yinran, who ran alongside him. Casting a glance in his direction, who exactly is he, and why is it that no matter what he does, he always surpasses her? Why must she always find herself beneath him? Even her desire to draw closer to him has been thwarted by the presence of other alluring women who have approached him before her. A sudden wave of inadequacy washes over her, enveloping her heart in a sense of decline. Yet, Tang Yinyan is not one to be easily defeated. She is not the type to simply join in when faced with adversity. The stronger he is, the more it ignites her desire for conquest. It is as if she has suddenly been infused with newfound strength, quickening her pace as she begins to chase after the main group. This surge of energy is a mystery to her. Perhaps it is the power of belief. Tietao, however, remains oblivious to this. He is focused on completing 30 laps before the dining hall runs out of food. With this thought in mind, he instinctively accelerates. The weight of 100 kilograms feels as though it has vanished from his body, and even his muscles begin to shrink back to their original size. Tang Shuang realizes that Tietao has adapted to the weight, and she admires his physique, pondering how he has achieved such a feat. Were it not for her knowledge of Tietao's choice of beastmaster secret techniques, enabling power sharing, she might have thought he was employing the formidable technique of celestial manipulation. Tietao's speed increases further. Zhao Deming watches in astonishment as Tietao bears such a heavy load. He had intended to assign Tietao 80 kilograms, but inadvertently imposed 100, which is already quite a challenge. The outcome is utterly unexpected. Zhao Deming silently retrieves an additional 80-kilogram weighted vest. Tietao, put this on as well. Keep running. With no choice, Tietao dons the extra vest. Immediately, his muscles swell once again, but his pace slows, gradually returning to his original speed, maintaining a position in the middle of the pack. Each step he takes reverberates through the ground, akin to a minor tremor. At 11:30, only Tietao and Tang Yinyan remain on the field. Tietao has 5 laps left, while Tang Yinyan has 20. The number of onlookers surrounding the field continues to grow, all eyes fixed on the two of them. Tietao, already famished, yearns for an early meal. He feels compelled to quicken his pace, his muscles bulging once more. Unbeknownst to him, he has yet to fully tap into his potential. The burden he carries has suddenly become significantly lighter. This is one of Zhao Mingda's training objectives, to elicit their latent potential. Others had already awakened theirs days ago. Now, only the two of them remain. As a beastmaster, Tang Yinyan's physical endurance is noticeably lacking. There are other girls in the group, all carrying the same weight, and they had all unlocked their potential on the first day. Yet, Tang Yinyan has only shown signs of release without fully achieving it. Tang Yinyan, if you don't speed up, you'll be exposed. Zhao Deming shouts at her. It is only then that she realizes her entire body is drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to her form. Especially now, during the sweltering transition from summer to autumn. Her white athletic attire reveals the color and contours of the garment beneath. His words seem to strike a nerve within her, prompting her to accelerate dramatically. Her speed now rivaling that of Tietao. Determined to reach the cafeteria in time, Tietao matches her pace. At 12:20, Tietao completes his task. He removes the heavy weights and heads to the cafeteria for his meal. Upon returning to the field, he finds no trace of Tang Yinyan. It appears she has finished her task as well. Their next gathering is scheduled for 2:30, with only 15 minutes remaining. All participants except Tang Yinyan have assembled and are discussing the afternoon's training. Typically, the afternoon would be dedicated to Beastmaster training. As it is the primary focus of the upcoming National Beastmaster competition, they are merely the support. Promptly at 2:30, Tang Yinyan arrives. Everyone else will engage in Beastmaster combat training, but Tang Yinyan, your opponent is me, Zhao Deming declares. Tietao, continue with 30 laps while carrying everyone's weights. It seems that only Tietao's potential remains untapped. He must continue training. Zhao Deming is equally curious about Tietao's limits. Both groups begin their training simultaneously, with all weights resting upon Tietao's shoulders. Not only others, but even he himself is beginning to struggle under such immense weight, which totals a staggering 450 kilograms. Zhao Deming is eager to discover where Tietao's limits lie. Tietao's muscles swell, the definition becoming increasingly pronounced. His shoes can barely withstand the strain, and as he stands firm on the ground, he begins his training on the field. Within him, it feels as though a furnace is igniting, continuously burning as if he has consumed high-quality beast meat. He can distinctly sense warm currents coursing through his body, accompanied by a surge of newfound strength. His steps become lighter, propelling him forward on the field. Zhao Deming, casually directing the Beastmasters, is momentarily taken aback by Tietao's transformation. Has this potential truly remained untapped? Is he some kind of anomaly? Chapter 79, The Roar of Beasts. Almost half a ton of weight has failed to extract his potential. This is still not his limit. A searing sensation radiates within his body, reminiscent of the burning fire of a furnace, as it seems to incinerate the energy accumulated from beast meat over time. Waves of warmth surge forth, fueling his advance. Zhao Deming can only resort to his phone, dialing a number. A few seconds later, he hangs up. Soon, the Beastmasters in training observe the soldiers carrying exceedingly heavy items. They watch in astonishment as the soldiers set down their burdens, revealing the extraordinarily weighted garments. As they gaze at Tietao, expressions of disbelief emerge. Is this weight still insufficient? Must it be increased further? According to the recorded maximum weight, even those with Beastmaster secret techniques and shared abilities, where the beast serves as the primary combatant, would struggle to endure such burdens. This exceeds the limits of human capability. Now, they begin to question whether Tietao is even human. He is simply too extraordinary. The weight on Tietao increases once more. With each increment, it feels as though he is struck by a hammer. His load has now reached 500 kilograms. The recently extinguished burning sensation reignites within him, and an even greater energy surges forth. Unbeknownst to him, scales resembling those of a serpent begin to emerge from the concealed areas of his body, darkening in hue towards an obsidian shade. Tietao's pace slows again as he continues his training. As the equipment on the field began to falter under the immense weight borne by Tietao, it swayed precariously. The latent potential within Tietao's body remained unawakened. Zhao Deming was acutely aware that once this potential was unleashed, Tietao's physical prowess would significantly enhance. However, it was evident that he had yet to reach his limits. Should Tietao also tap into his inner potential, it was uncertain how much weight he could bear. After completing a lap, he donned another 50-kilogram weighted vest and continued his training. Zhao Deming noted the prominent veins pulsating on Tietao's forehead, indicating that he was nearing his threshold. The question was whether he could transcend it. Such a promising talent, Zhao Deming fervently wished he were a beast tamer, envisioning the emergence of another beast king within their ranks. Unfortunately, Tietao was a student of beast cultivation and academic type. Upon graduating from the prestigious Beast Taming University in the capital, he would undoubtedly not enter the combat system. Tietao, struggling under the burden, seemed to awaken something deep within, a primal roar resonating within him. It felt as though something had opened its eyes, only to slowly close them again. This singular roar echoed before fading into silence, leaving Tietao momentarily stunned, transitioning from a hunched position to standing tall, his scales retracting in an instant. The suppressed aura he had been holding back was released. All the beasts engaged in battle halted, their gazes fixated upon Tietao. His body trembled involuntarily as the soaring flame bird plummeted toward the ground, momentarily forgetting how to fly. As consciousness returned to him, it felt akin to emerging from a fierce battle. The aura that unconsciously radiated from him receded rapidly, as if drawn back by an unseen tide. A newfound vigor surged within him, and Tietao began to sprint across the playground with remarkable speed, leaving deep impressions in the ground that betrayed his burdensome load. Zhao Deming, witnessing Tietao's extraordinary agility, was further astonished. He quickly called for Tietao to halt, fearing that the equipment would be damaged if this continued. Finally, Tietao removed the weights, and the ground reverberated with heavy thuds. His physical training had reached its conclusion, and it seemed unlikely he would require further conditioning. His physical capabilities had transcended typical human limits. There would be no place for Tietao in today's beast battle. He was free to return and rest. After bidding farewell to Tang Shuang, he headed back to the villa, raiding the refrigerator for an array of food, which he swiftly began to prepare. The sounds emanating from the kitchen drew Luo Mi from her room. She was taken aback by the sheer quantity of ingredients Tietao had laid out. "Tietao, what are you doing with all this?" she queried. "Eating," he replied succinctly. In Luo Mi's eyes, it seemed as though Tietao had transformed into an insatiable abyss. The ingredients, after a simple preparation, vanished rapidly. The refrigerator was soon emptied, devoid of any sustenance. Tietao then ascended the stairs to procure meat from the blackwing wyvern stored in the space of the sky-swimming fish for further cooking, consuming it at an astonishing pace. Witnessing such a prodigious appetite left Luo Mi astounded. "Tietao, don't eat so much. Your body won't be able to handle it," she implored, raising her voice. Tietao appeared oblivious to her concerns. She attempted to restrain him, but her small strength was no match for him. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she cried out for him to stop. It was as if Tietao had lost awareness, continuing to feast voraciously. Once he belched, clarity returned to him, and he found himself at a loss, gazing at the tearful Luo Mi. "Luo, what's wrong?" he asked. She lunged into his embrace, crying as she recounted the events that had just transpired. Tietao's memory had stalled at the moment he retrieved the copious amounts of blackwing wyvern meat. Beyond that, he had no recollection. Luo Mi helped him piece together the fragmented memory, prompting him to recall the primal roar that had emanated from within him. There were no records resembling that roar, and even if asked to imitate it now, he couldn't replicate it. It seemed this sound could only reside within his memory. Tietao comforted Luo Mi, sharing with her the occurrences at school, including the indescribable roar. Such an event had never transpired before, nor was it documented. They both understood that discussing this matter with anyone else would be futile. Only they could truly uncover its significance. This became their first secret, undoubtedly not the last. After Luo Mi washed her face in the bathroom, she joined Tietao for grocery shopping, as their home was devoid of food. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Tang Shuang returned, utterly exhausted from a day of training, collapsing onto the sofa with his eyes half closed. disregarding his appearance. Tietao emerged from the gym and spotted Tang Xuang sprawled on the couch. "What did you do after the beast battle that kept you out so late?" he inquired. "What else could we do? We were completing credit-earning tasks. Otherwise, why would we be so worn out?" Tang Xuang replied before fully closing his eyes, suddenly recalling something. He opened his eyes again to inform Tietao. "Zhao Deming asked me to convey that you should attend training tomorrow afternoon. There's no need to return for the morning's beast taming techniques." Chapter 80, Braised Pork 1v3. The following afternoon, Tietao arrived at the training grounds. He could only deploy 2 beasts, Lu Xiaoyu and Braised Pork. Lu Xiaoyu had yet to undergo training and remained at the 8th rank. Its potential and bloodline were unquestionable, though it lacked combat experience. A creature of this tier could not be trained, merely observed. Consequently, Tietao needed to procure some potions to enhance Lu Xiaoyu's level. His sparring partner was Tang Iran, who commanded 3 beasts, the Flame Bird, Starfall Falcon, and Rending Wind Leopard, all at the 6th rank, indicating substantial development, with potential also around the same tier. This likely explained why he previously sought Tietao's assistance in enhancing his beast's potential. Their levels had reached a plateau. Surpassing that potential to break through the rank would prove challenging. Tietao only sent 4th Braised Pork. The sky-swimming fish was more of a support-type beast and would not engage in battle. Should it truly enter combat, it could soar high above and remain undefeated. Thus, Braised Pork was the only viable contender. The battle commenced between Braised Pork and Tang Iran's 3 beasts. Tietao requested leave from Zhao Deming, intending to visit the laboratory to elevate Lu Xiaoyu's level. Initially expecting Zhao Deming to refuse, he was pleasantly surprised by his agreement. After leaving Braised Pork behind, he made his way to the laboratory. Observing the 2 beasts soaring in the sky, Braised Pork muttered, "Humph, don't disturb me, foolish birds." Tang Yanran was eager to ascertain the true strength of the little red pig, marking a pivotal step in her understanding of Tietao. She felt a surge of excitement, unable to contain her anticipation to test the prowess of the Braised Pork. The upcoming National Beastmaster competition was not merely a contest of individual skills. It also encompassed pairs and team battles. For the pairs, participants could form their own teams, while for team competitions, the school would arrange participants based on their abilities. Similarly, Tietao was keen to showcase his own strength and wished to engage in a pair match with Tang Yanran. However, the Braised Pork harbored no desire to engage in combat with the 3 beasts. Instead, it lay on the ground with squinted eyes, seemingly indulging in a nap. Tang Yanran had already issued her command. The Stellar Falcon descended from the heavens, plummeting towards the Braised Pork with ferocity. This was the Falcon's signature attack method, diving rapidly from lofty heights to strike its foes. Thus arose the name Stellar, reminiscent of a meteor descending from the sky. Any adversary unfortunate enough to be within its vicinity was destined to suffer injury. The sharp sound of its descent reached the ears of the Braised Pork, which instantly perked up its ears. It gazed skyward and swiftly leapt away. The Braised Pork was acutely aware of its fate should it fall in battle, propelling itself forward with the agility of a seasoned athlete. In the moment before impact, it evaded the strike, causing the Stellar Falcon to pull up sharply and ascend back into the sky, poised to find another opportunity to attack the Braised Pork. The Braised Pork cast a disdainful glance at Tang Yanran, feeling a growing aversion towards her. It resolved to take the situation seriously, moving even faster than before to evade the attacks. Consequently, the Stellar Falcon found it increasingly challenging to land a hit. Tang Yanran could only order the beasts to coordinate their efforts. The Flame Bird, enveloped in flames, dove towards the Braised Pork. The air was filled with ominous bird cries, warning the Braised Pork of impending danger. The Gale Leopard surged forward, launching an assault on the Braised Pork, compelling it into the attack range of the Stellar Falcon. This was a typical tactic employed by the trio of beasts. Previously, Tang Yanran had relied on her voice and gestures to direct their movements, which often resulted in slight inaccuracies. Now, by employing the Beastmaster's secret techniques for command, her directives flowed with remarkable swiftness. The 3 beasts coordinated their actions with newfound harmony. Observing from a distance, Zhao Deming nodded appreciatively. This strategy was indeed effective. It demanded minimal energy expenditure from the beasts, allowing for a prolonged engagement. Under this coordinated assault, the Braised Pork found no refuge. The shrill sound of the Stellar Falcon's dive echoed through the air once more. With no escape route available, flames ignited upon the Braised Pork's body. A pure crimson fire blazed forth, consuming it. Behind it, the Flame Bird's flames extinguished abruptly. Its once vibrant fire snuffed out. Through the secret techniques, the Flame Bird conveyed a sense of fear to Tang Yanran, emanating from its very essence. This little pig could instill fear in the Flame Bird, which belonged to the bloodline of the Phoenix. What kind of lineage did it possess? The temperature in the vicinity plummeted, revealing a breakthrough opportunity. The braised pork pivoted, charging towards the flame bird, which trembled in response and even plummeted from the sky. Tang Yinran commanded the flame bird, but it remained unresponsive. The braised pork collided with the flame bird, sending it hurtling back into the sky, albeit now adorned with 2 fresh wounds, blood dripping steadily from its form. In this state, the stellar falcon could not launch its attack, rendering Tang Yinran's strategy ineffective. To triumph over the braised pork, they would now have to confront it head-on. The Gale Leopard unleashed a torrent of azure energy, accelerating towards the braised pork, sending blades of wind slicing through the air. The braised pork expelled a torrent of fire, creating a wall of flames that not only incinerated the wind blades, but also obstructed the Gale Leopard's advance. The flames obscured the leopard's vision, yet it could not escape the braised pork's gaze. The stellar falcon, searching for an opening, relayed its observations to Tang Yinran's mind. Receiving the signal, she commanded the Gale Leopard to evade the braised pork's attack range. The braised pork quickly reversed direction, launching another assault on the Gale Leopard. The distance closed rapidly, resulting in a collision between the 2 beasts. The Gale Leopard's sharp claws raked across the braised pork, leaving 3 gory marks. Its flames also scorched the Gale Leopard, singeing its claws, which began to char under the heat. The injured braised pork was filled with indignation. As a seasoned beast, it had never endured such harm. Its eyes glowed with a fierce red, a harbinger of its wrath. A white mist emanated from its nostrils. Before the Gale Leopard stood a multitude of fleeting images of the braised pork, an effect it could normally replicate. However, in its current state, the flames still blazed upon its claws, causing pain that hindered its performance. Unable to pinpoint the genuine location of the braised pork, the Gale Leopard was left to adopt a defensive stance. The stellar falcon received its directive. As the braised pork lunged at the Gale Leopard, the stellar falcon plummeted towards the space between them. This was a desperate gambit, a perilous strategy seldom employed in beastmaster battles, more often seen in life-and-death struggles against wild beasts. Under Zhao Deming's command, the divine wind camel surged into the fray like a gust, shoving both the braised pork and the Gale Leopard aside, and swiftly returning to Zhao Deming's side. The stellar falcon found itself without a target, and at this distance, it could not recover in time, crashing into the ground with a tremendous impact. The sound startled most of the beasts present, sending vibrations through the earth that distracted them. As all attention shifted towards Tang Yinran, a commanding voice cut through the tension. Golden Pikachu, Thunderbolt. With Tang Shuang's declaration, his battle came to an end, as did the contest involving the braised pork. A recovery potion was tossed before the braised pork, which sniffed at it with curiosity, then plopped down on the ground. Lost in contemplation, a small hoof poked at its double chin, pondering the purpose of the potion while it emitted soft grunts. This creature certainly harbored no good intentions. It must be poison. The braised pork, with an increasing sense of certainty, nudged the pill away with its nose. It let out a dismissive snort towards Zhao Deming, showcasing its disdain. Eat if you wish. Zhao Deming responded with a cold snort, as though engaging in a silent rivalry with the braised pork. At that moment, Tietao returned with Lu Xiaoyu, who had already consumed the potion. Tietao's potions for his beasts were never hastily concocted. They always required a certain period for effectiveness. Consequently, Lu Xiaoyu would not be able to participate in combat for the time being, opting instead to learn through observation. Zhao Deming glanced at Tietao and remarked, "The healing potion has been administered. Let your beast consume it on its own. It is wary of me." "Oh, that is understandable. If it were to perish, braised pork would truly become braised pork," Tietao replied earnestly, prompting a puzzled expression from Zhao Deming, who failed to comprehend the implication of his words. Turning to the others, he declared, "Except for Tang Shuang, all of you will double your physical training tomorrow morning." "Instructor, why is only Tang Shuang exempt from the doubling?" The students were bewildered, questioning their focus. Why can he remain unaffected and continue to fight? The clamor of the audience at the national competition will be even more deafening. Will you not fight? Do you even deserve to be students of the capital Beastmaster University? Zhao Deming's reprimand left the gathering in silence. Since you comprehend, prepare for punishment. It's no longer merely doubling, but a super doubling. That will suffice for today's training. Return to tend to your beasts. The day's training concluded sooner than Tietao had anticipated. He and Tang Shuang departed together. Tang Yinran watched them leave, biting her lip in disbelief. She had never imagined that her 3 beasts could not even defeat a single little red-skinned pig, with even her fiery phoenix-blooded firebird succumbing to the pig's flames. What could possibly instill such fear in a phoenix's bloodline? She found herself lost in contemplation. What manner of bloodline could surpass the pinnacle? Suddenly, she wondered if it could be one of the legendary bloodlines. Yet, how could it be reduced to the likes of a mere pig? Confounded, she chose to dismiss the thought, but could not help but regard Tietao with newfound eyes. Upon returning, Tietao neglected the injuries on the braised pork, noting that they were not severe and had already begun to scab. The greatest advantage of the Phoenix bloodline lay in its remarkable recovery ability. The beast had performed admirably today, and Tietao intended to reward it with a substantial meal. Time passed swiftly during their training, and before long, the final day of the intensive training arrived. They were ushered into an enormous venue housing 200 individuals. This venue was designated for team competitions, as well as to confirm the pairings for the doubles event. Today marked the final day for submissions, necessitating decisive choices. Tietao was indifferent, as he planned to team up with Tang Xuang for the doubles event, being the one he was most familiar with. Despite the national beast competition permitting only 2 beasts in combat, he believed he could stand alongside them. Tang Xuang shared this sentiment, recognizing that even a single Tietao could rival 2 beasts. Even among strength-type beasts, he was not necessarily outmatched. The agreement to team up was swiftly established. Tietao had no interest in the team competition, as there were few acquaintances present. Tang Xuang held no particular thoughts about participating either. They were content to let the school arrange it. Their indifference towards the team event was apparent. The school would provide certain rewards to students who secured notable rankings, as long as they made it through the preliminary rounds, receiving beast materials as prizes. The higher the rank, the greater the rewards. Individual, doubles, and team competitions all offered such opportunities. Excluding Tietao and the 12 others, there were merely 30 students from the first and second years. Their team formations typically comprised the strongest groups, often pairing third-year students with first- or second-year students, providing invaluable experience for the lower-year students. The team arrangements had been finalized. Fortuitously, Tietao and Tang Xuang were placed in the same team, one of the few to include 2 lower-year students. Each team consisted of 5 members, and Tietao's team was a source of frustration for the upperclassmen, as it significantly lowered their chances of acquiring resources. Upon gathering, the upperclassmen displayed their disdain towards Tang Xuang and Tietao. What's this? Looking for trouble. Tang Xuang, having left the Tang family, had not intended to be intimidated by anyone. The severance of financial support did not equate to being easy prey for the Tang family. How audacious could these first-year students be? The upperclassmen disregarded the decorum of the gathering, laughing openly. Let us have a match. Tietao stepped forward, bolstering Tang Xuang's confidence. All right, how shall we proceed? The senior student, leading the group, inquired of his companions. They nodded in agreement, indicating their lack of objections. Let us find a venue, Tietao suggested. Chapter 82. The preliminary round begins. Let us head to venue 5. It's spacious. No problem, Tietao affirmed. He and Tang Xuang exited the venue together. Zhao Deming, having overheard this exchange, couldn't help but smile. He was eager to witness the confrontation. I wonder how long it will take Tietao to resolve the battle. The instructors quietly departed the venue, maintaining silence among themselves. Once outside, one inquired, how long do you think it will take Tietao to conclude the battle? Commander Zhao. Heh, I wager within 5 minutes. I say he can resolve it in 3 minutes. Zhao Deming interjected, it will certainly be settled within 50 seconds. According to the standards of the National Beast Competition, a beastmaster facing a life-threatening situation will concede. Commander Zhao, are you so certain? Will he personally engage? That would be the quickest resolution. Will he employ this strategy now? Probably not, but he needn't take long to deal with these beasts. My military training serves as the best example, Zhao Deming stated. There was no need for preparation on the battlefield. Once both sides took their positions, the match commenced. The 3 instructors observed from the sidelines. In the final days of the intensive training, Lu Xiaoyu also joined the sessions. This deer's speed surpassed even that of the divine wind camel by several degrees. Now at the 7th tier, Lu Xiaoyu's speed already eclipsed that of the 4th tier divine wind camel. He could only imagine what speed Lu Xiaoyu would attain upon reaching the 4th tier. Its bloodline was purer than that of the adult giant deer. All the beasts had gathered on the field, standing ready. Iron Tide issued a singular directive to Lu Xiaoyu to engage the 3 adversaries at the rear. Observing the lack of concern for its own fate, the braised pork flopped onto the arena floor, basking in the sunlight with a blissful demeanor, its eyelids already beginning to droop. The 3 upperclassmen across the field, upon noticing that only one beast would be dispatched for combat, could not help but feel a surge of indignation. You truly underestimate us. Soon, you shall learn, they thought. Iron Tide, however, remained taciturn. Lu Xiaoyu emitted a couple of soft bleats, and a verdant luminescence enveloped her, causing her speed to surge dramatically. In the blink of an eye, she traversed the arena, arriving directly beside the 3 beast tamers. A powerful gust of wind swept them off their feet, leaving them no time to issue commands before they were airborne. Their beasts remained in a state of confusion, yet the whirlwind gradually subsided, and the 3 individuals landed heavily on the ground. Commander Zhao, did that even take 20 seconds? Absolutely not, Zhao Deming affirmed. The speed of this beast far exceeds that of ordinary ones. Its lineage is undoubtedly remarkable. What a pity it was so brief. If only they could have held out a little longer, lamented an instructor. There's no helping it. If you watch Irontide's subsequent matches, they will likely follow this concise and efficient strategy. Once the formal rounds commence, I doubt he will utilize such a swift execution tactic again. That will be when the real excitement unfolds. I genuinely wish to recruit him, Zhao Deming mused. The three upperclassmen departed in silence, their expressions unreadable. Are you conceding now? Irontide inquired, glancing at the fallen trio. Not at all. You resorted to a sneak attack. If you have the capability, fight us openly. One retorted. Do you even partake in oil cakes? With such a mindset, you really ought not to participate in the beastmaster competition. Truly, you are a hindrance, Tang Shuang remarked, regarding them with a look of incredulity. The braised pork rose to its feet and scampered over to Tang Shuang, playfully nudging him with its hooves and emitting a couple of grunts. Oh, I wasn't referring to you, braised pork. I meant those three over there, who resemble domesticated plump pigs. You, on the other hand, are a wild boar, distinctly different. Only then did the braised pork relent. The three upperclassmen remained silent, unsure if they were embarrassed or simply at a loss for words. From now on, you shall heed our commands during team matches, understood? I truly wonder how you have managed these past few years, Tang Shuang declared before following Irontide back to the villa. They needed to prepare for the upcoming National Beastmaster competition, with the preliminary rounds set to take place on the country's largest island. Irontide organized his belongings in the usual manner, simultaneously redeeming all his credits for beast mastery techniques and exchanges, hoping to learn as much as possible with the time remaining. He felt confident in his ability to grasp these concepts quickly, despite some sharing of skills with others. Tang Shuang, however, was entirely different. He had almost forgotten about packing clothes. Instead, he produced an enormous camera, leaving Irontide puzzled about its purpose. Unbothered, Tang Shuang continued to fantasize while capturing the sun, sand, and beautiful women in bikinis. Irontide noted Tang Shuang's antics and resolved to bring him some red dates later, reputed to be effective for replenishing blood. The next day, under the school's arrangements, the competitors boarded a plane to the island ahead of time. This was intended to familiarize them with the environment, as Irontide and his companions had primarily operated in the mainland, and their circumstances differed significantly from those who resided by the sea. They would contract some marine beasts, and arriving early would allow them to acclimate to these oceanic creatures. A week-long intensive training session was scheduled to teach them how to confront marine beasts. Irontide was not particularly concerned about this special training. He simply followed along. It was his first encounter with marine beasts, a novel experience that he eagerly compared with the knowledge he had gleaned from books. In truth, he was also cross-referencing a cookbook. After a week, the preliminary competition commenced. The participants included not only students from Beastmaster universities, but also numerous members from renowned hunting teams, with some entire teams registering for the event. The ultimate prize for the National Beastmaster competition champion was a dragon's heart, not merely that of a beast with draconic lineage, but one excavated from a true dragon. Such a treasure would undoubtedly captivate anyone, Irontide included. Other rewards, while less grand, were still substantial, explaining the influx of competitors. After all, the threat of beasts to human existence loomed ever larger, and no one could predict where or when the next uprising might occur. Stemming from humanity's limited understanding of these creatures, Beastmasters served as humanity's defense mechanism, and hosting such a grand competition aimed to cultivate a populace of Beastmasters, ensuring that everyone could rise to arms in times of crisis. As the radiant sun beamed down upon the sandy shores, the preliminary rounds of the National Beastmaster competition began. Irontide faced his first opponent, a member of a hunting team, though he had little interest in their origins. The 8th grade Lu Xiaoyao was summoned. Irontide issued no commands, allowing her to engage freely in battle. Nearby, Tang Shuang similarly refrained from instructing his golden Pika. Yet, his camera was ever active, capturing the sun, sand, and stunning women in bikinis. Tang Shuang had lost track of how much blood he had lost from sheer excitement. Irontide's strategy was one of divided action, aiming to directly incapacitate the opposing beast tamer without engaging their beasts. He was surprised to discover that the first beast tamer he faced employed a similar swift execution tactic. Two beasts soared past Lu Xiaoyao, but her speed far surpassed that of her opponents. The whirlwind first lifted Irontide's adversary, just as their beasts finally reached him. The judge's whistle pierced the air. Irontide wins. The opponent's assassination attempt had failed, and the consequence was the forfeiture of their chance in the preliminaries. The matches proceeded in rapid succession, akin to a relentless wheel of competition. The contest was a test of both the endurance of the beasts and the strategy of their tamers. They were required to compete in 10 matches each day over the course of 10 days to complete the preliminaries. Throughout these matches, Iron Tide consistently opted for swift execution tactics. By the fifth day, it became common knowledge among spectators that a beast tamer utilizing a deer was employing assassination strategies. This awareness heightened vigilance among the competitors, significantly increasing the chances of failure for any similar tactics. Iron Tide swiftly adapted his strategy, ready to personally engage in combat. Few dared to take such a bold step, akin to a goalkeeper charging forward in football. Such scenes were rare. Yet Iron Tide did just that. Although he had never studied martial arts, there is a saying that strength can overcome 10 weaknesses. His speed was not lacking, capable of rivaling some beasts. He transformed into a humanoid giant ape and began to pummel the opposing beasts with fervor. Lu Xiaoyu did not make an appearance, and that side has already surrendered. The substantial injuries sustained by the beast would undoubtedly affect its subsequent battles. Even if it were to falter in the individual competition, there remained the duo and team contests. A severely wounded beast is hardly advantageous. Suddenly, Tietao realized that the prospect of stepping onto the field to unleash a torrent of blows upon the beast was rather exhilarating. That evening, within the respite quarters of the Beastmaster University in the capital, he asked Tang Shuang, "Do you know where one can learn martial arts?" "I don't know," she replied. "Are you thinking of taking the field yourself?" "Indeed, it would be thrilling to unleash a barrage of attacks on the opposing beast. You might want to look online. There are not many people learning such skills nowadays. Besides what persists in the military, most of what you find is merely an animated series, with scant real-life demonstrations." With no other recourse, Tietao turned to the internet in search of learning materials, confirming Tang Shuang's assertions. In desperation, he resorted to learning from the anime. Discovering a style known as Jin Fu Quan, which emphasizes raw power, aggression, and a disregard for finesse. Those proficient in it could potentially slay beasts. Leading to its reputation, Jin Fu, fierce and invincible, striking the wild beasts to tears. Among its most formidable techniques was Crow Takes Flight, reputed to send small wild beasts soaring to the heights of aircraft. Tietao diligently watched videos, immersing himself in the practice of Jin Fu Quan. His capacity for learning was beyond question, and his progress was remarkably swift. After a night of tireless study, he awoke invigorated. On the seventh day, Tietao stepped into the arena. This time, even Lu Xiaoyu remained absent, having consumed the potions he concocted and lying on the ground, observing him. He was eager to test the might of his newly acquired Jin Fu Quan. With a flick of his finger and a taunting gesture, he shouted, "Come here." The opposing team, undeterred, sent forth two beasts charging at him. Anyone who could endure until the seventh day was no weakling. A red earth white bear and a gale falcon lunged toward him. Standing resolutely in the center of the arena, Tietao faced the formidable red earth white bear. Readying himself, Crow Takes Flight. In an astonishing display, the massive bear soared into the air, colliding with the gale falcon. The resulting impact sent both beasts hurtling skyward. Shielding his eyes from the sun, Tietao gazed at the ascending figures, marveling, truly worthy of the name Crow Takes Flight. His mind began to ponder another technique from the repertoire. Elephant Kick. He wondered what effects it might yield. Tietao had become addicted to the thrill of battle, and 10 matches swiftly concluded. Yet he still felt a lingering desire for more. By the time the final day of competition wrapped up, his name had resonated throughout the ranks of contestants. Throughout these days, he had not encountered any fourth-tier beasts. Otherwise, his actions might have led to his elimination. He could barely overcome fifth-tier beasts through sheer physical prowess. Since defeating a fifth-tier beast, he had earned the moniker Han De Yuan. Before long, this name eclipsed Tietao's, becoming widely recognized. There were those who remarked on Tietao's preliminary competition. Avoid encountering Tietao at all costs. This fellow is the reincarnation of a wild beast. And not just any wild beast, but the legendary Han De Yuan, descendant of the mountain giant ape. This particular ape had no name at first. It was initially a beast of a Taoist surnamed Han, renowned in the realm of beasts, whose most distinctive trait was its ability to exhibit bulging muscles. The blue-clad beastmaster possessed the secret arts of beast mastery, enabling it to exhibit similar muscular prowess. Over time, this wild beast also came to be known as Han De Yuan. Tietao's matches were infused with an aesthetic of violence. In the subsequent duo competition, he and Tang Shuang persevered through 5 days, ultimately securing a place in the official matches. However, their performance in the team competition was dismal, as they faced a hunting squad composed entirely of fifth-tier wild beasts. No tactical alterations could salvage the situation. Their higher-tier beasts were only at the 6th rank, and they lacked any significant equipment. They were swiftly eliminated, unable to contend against so many beasts. Reluctantly, he had to forego the team competition. Fortunately, he and Tang Shuang had already qualified for 2 official events, securing the rewards from their school. After the team competition concluded, someone approached Tang Shuang. It was none other than Tang San. "Tang Shuang, just wait. This time, I will exact vengeance for our last encounter. Oh, little San. Do you think you can make such threats? Have you forgotten how I dealt with you last time? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. I am no longer the person I once was. Tang Shuang turned to Tietao. Why does this sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. Well, you said it yourself back then, he replied. Oh, I remember now. I was reading the history of the Shao family and took note of it. I must ensure to put down anyone who utters such a phrase in the future. Tang Shuang's expression shifted as she regarded Tang San. What are you planning? The beastmaster competition will not allow you to act recklessly. Tang San hastily tightened his clothing, instinctively retreating a few steps. Tietao, you see, Tang San is indeed just a child. A simple scare sends him retreating. I truly hope to encounter him in the competition. Yes, I share that sentiment. I should buy some candy beforehand, lest he ends up crying and embarrasses your Tang family. Indeed, it would be unfortunate to lead astray the younger members of the family. Especially the 36th brother. He has great potential as a beastmaster. You must assist him in the future. Just wait. Do not underestimate the youth. All right. Come up with some new phrases next time. The 36th brother can articulate better than you. Tang Shuang scoffed, eyeing Tang San disdainfully. Chapter 84. In-depth exchanges before the competition. What is the 36th brother compared to me? He is far superior, Tang San retorted. He is now one of the managers of the Tang family, unlike you. Who is nothing? Tang Shuang dismissed him with a wave. We are not the same. I am a beast breeder. Participating in such a tournament only elevates my status within the family, showcasing both my intellectual and martial prowess. Your kind are easily recruited from the Tang family. You are not irreplaceable. You are unaware of certain matters. You should delve deeper into understanding before making such claims. With that, Tang Shuang lost interest in further conversation, leading Tietao back to their designated quarters at the school for some much-needed rest. The national selection rounds had concluded, with a week remaining before the official competition commenced. 3 categories of contests each featured 128 teams, and the more intense elimination rounds were about to begin. Everyone began their final training, save for Tang Shuang and Tietao. The ocean was a novel experience for Tietao, who had always lived inland. He found great joy in witnessing the sea. Under a sunshade by the shore, Tang Shuang reclined on a yellow lounge chair, wearing sunglasses and shorts, her camera resting on her abdomen, seemingly uninterested in taking any more photographs. The beach was patrolled daily by beasts, their masters being the inhabitants of the island. This was a community of beastmasters, known as the Gale Tiger Magic Whale. On this island, the resident beastmasters forge a pact with a majestic flame tiger demon whale to safeguard these waters. This clan has long established its presence in this marine expanse, resulting in a rare tranquility, as ferocious oceanic beasts seldom intrude upon this territory. Over time, it has evolved into a sanctuary for the flame tiger demon whale, simultaneously becoming the sole region in the nation where one can intimately engage with the ocean. Immersed in the seawater, Tietao felt an overwhelming sense of joy, mirrored by Lu Xiaoyu, who was equally enchanted by this novel experience. Meanwhile, Hong Xiaorou lounged beneath a sunshade, occasionally emitting a sound reminiscent of smacking lips, seemingly at odds with the water, as it harbored an aversion to the sea. The ocean teems with various wild beasts, many of which are particularly delectable. Among them, the once feared wild octopus is a prime example. Alongside other culinary delights such as wild ocean clams and crabs that are abundant in this locale. Seizing such an extraordinary opportunity, Tietao embarked on an aquatic hunting expedition. In contrast, Lu Xiaoyu yearned to traverse the sea's surface. Bathed in a green luminescence, Lu Xiaoyu gingerly stepped onto the water, buoyed by its supportive embrace. Upon witnessing Tietao submerging himself into the ocean, Tang Shuang instinctively grasped his camera, capturing the image of a stunning young woman in a red bikini strolling along the shore. As he rapidly clicked away, he suddenly caught sight of Lu Xiaoyu running across the water's surface. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Is this even possible?" Unbeknownst to him, the bikini-clad beauty had approached and was now peering into his camera. Tang Shuang remained oblivious, deleting images until he halted at one, only to receive a sharp slap from her. Undeterred, he remained fixated on Lu Xiaoyu's graceful sprint across the waves. Incredible, he marveled. The girl in the red bikini, too, noticed the extraordinary sight of Lu Xiaoyu standing on the water. "Is that your beast?" she inquired. Tang Shuang, jolted back to reality by her cool voice, felt his cheeks flush and refrained from answering her question. "Did you just hit me? Are you not fond of fried cakes?" Tang Shuang's demeanor towards the bikini beauty had soured. "I can tolerate being photographed without permission, but to capture such unflattering shots, what's the harm in striking back? Are you questioning my photography skills? Come, let's find a quiet spot, and I'll take some proper shots of you," he declared, pulling the bikini-clad girl towards the coconut grove. Releasing her, he prepared to showcase his true talents. With his camera aimed at her, He shouted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4. The bikini beauty instinctively followed his commands, striking poses as a flurry of photographs were taken. Come see how my skills measure up, Tang Shuang boasted, his confidence soaring. The beauty walked over, examining the photos. The difference was stark. The new images were infinitely superior. Not bad. Send them to me, she requested. Do you think I'll share my precious photos with you? That's out of the question. I might add your QQ instead, Tang Shuang replied, a wary expression on his face. Fine, let's exchange QQ. The bikini beauty conceded, pulling out her phone. Once the photos were sent, she asked, is the beast running on the sea yours? Her curiosity was palpable. Ah, that one. Certainly not. It's my friend's, Tang Shuang replied, relishing the opportunity to impress. Are you here for the national beastmaster competition as well? She continued. What else would we be doing here, playing in the water? Well, in that case, I must introduce myself. I am Ding Lingling, the host of the national beastmaster competition. She extended her hand towards Tang Shuang. Your name has a nice ring to it. Calling it feels like starting a lecture. Tang Shuang reciprocated the handshake. Emerging from the sea, Tietao searched for Tang Shuang, oblivious to the photographic escapade. The ocean's bounty was abundant, and he had already captured a variety of delectable marine beasts. Ultimately, it was Lu Xiaoyu who located Tang Shuang, leading Tietao to him. Tang Shuang, it's time to eat. Tietao, unfazed by Tang Shuang's socializing, settled beneath the sunshade. Since the second day on the island, he had been sleeping alone in the room. As for Tang Shuang's escapades, they remained a mystery. He retrieved a grill and a series of cooking utensils from the space he had opened through beastmaster techniques, and began preparing the meal. By the time Tang Shuang returned, Taitao's cooking was nearly complete. Why did you take so long to come back? Tietao inquired, casting a glance at him. That was the host of the national beastmaster competition. I aim to establish a rapport for insider information. Planning for a deeper conversation tonight? Tietao raised an eyebrow at Tang Shuang, who wore an expression of affirmation, as if to say, you finally caught on. You're right. A more profound exchange is indeed necessary tonight. Tietao tossed him a vial of potion from his space. What is this? See for yourself, Tietao replied. Kinetonic? Tang Shuang looked at him quizzically. Why are you giving me this? Isn't it to prevent you from overexerting yourself? The advertisement was quite clear, don't you remember? Tietao placed garlic on the large wild clam he was grilling. I'm aware of the advertisement, but how did you end up with this? Oh, before Luomi left, she told me to bring you some to help you recover from overexertion, so I did. Humph. I'm fine. Even without this, I can manage. His bravado belied the truth, for he consumed the tonic. It seemed Luomi had influenced him more than he realized. A lavish feast of seafood wild beasts was soon prepared, featuring massive wild crabs and clams the size of soccer balls. Placed beside the two of them as they began their meal, Tang Shuang had encountered marine wild beasts before and had tasted them. But this was his first time enjoying them fresh from the ocean. Everything carried an air of novelty. As Tietao savored the seafood, he felt a warm surge coursing through him. He noted an enhancement in his flexibility, enabling him to perform movements that had previously eluded him. Consuming the wild crab similarly ignited a warmth within him, although he was unaware of any physical enhancement. Perhaps he was simply not eating enough to feel the effects and resolved to indulge in more marine wild beasts during their time at the beach. After all, it would be a shame not to, especially considering the exorbitant prices inland. Though he was no longer financially constrained, he still exercised restraint when it came to high-priced delicacies. 5 days later, the opening ceremony commenced. Tietao was still savoring his homemade feast of seafood and wild beasts, while Tang Shuang had long ceased to dine with him. He quietly relished the delicacies alone, neglecting to attend the opening ceremony. At that moment, the notification sound from his phone punctuated the silence. It was a video call from Luomi. Why aren't you watching the opening ceremony? She inquired. There's nothing of interest. Just a bunch of beast tamers putting on extravagant displays, Tietao replied, picking up a crab leg to gnaw at, the crunching sound echoing through the call. Such a large wild crab. How deep into the sea must you have ventured to catch it? I don't know. I just chased it when I spotted it. Luckily, it moved slowly, Tietao chuckled, his mind wandering to the potential extraordinary abilities he might acquire from these wild beasts. All right, take your time eating. We have a competition to prepare for tomorrow morning. My mother and I are boarding a plane shortly. We'll be there to watch the match, Luomi reminded him. Sure, be safe. After the competition tomorrow, I'll catch some more of these sea beasts, he replied. Okay, I'll hang up now. We need to board. Once the video call concluded, Tietao swiftly cleaned up the remnants of his meal, tidied everything away, and returned to rest. The next day, the competition commenced at 8 a.m., and he arrived at the arena an hour early. The venue was immense, capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators simultaneously. Unlike the arenas in the mainland, this one featured a water channel that introduced seawater into the venue, facilitating the presence of contracted marine wild beasts, while also exemplifying fairness. At the center of the arena lay a circular area of seawater, approximately 10 meters in diameter, encircled by more seawater. Access to the center was granted via a few automated mechanical bridges that would lower at the start of the competition. At 7:30 a.m., the lottery commenced. Those whose names were called entered the arena, pressing a button on a platform at the center, which displayed their competition number on the large screen. The draw concluded after 20 minutes, and Tietao and Tang Xuang would not have the opportunity to face each other until the top 16, which was indeed favorable news. The first group of competitors prepared to take the stage, with only 10 minutes remaining before the match began. The host's voice resonated. Now, we present the first match. Featuring local first-year student Tang San from Marine Beast Tamer University against third-year student Wang Qing from Sky Beast Tamer University. As the two competitors took to the stage, their sky beasts began to circle overhead. Tang San approached the arena holding a bundle of grass. And now, the match begins. The clock struck 8, and the bridges lowered, leaving no retreat for the contestants. With my trump card, you should just concede, Tang San declared confidently. Oomph, a freshman so arrogant, Wang Qing retorted. Whistling as a thunderous battle eagle with white feathers dove toward Tang San. The eagle unleashed a bolt of lightning aimed at Tang Xuang. In response, the silver-blue grass in Tang San's hand rapidly transformed into a shield, effectively blocking the electric strike. The lightning could not traverse the silver-blue grass, rendering the eagle's attack futile. Simultaneously, another fiery hawk swooped down toward Tang San as the thunderous eagle circled above, seeking an opportunity to strike. Tang San, holding the silver-blue grass, deftly extended a branch into his other hand, which swiftly thickened and transformed into a spear. He hurled it toward the fiery hawk, exclaiming, "Behold my silver-blue royal spear." The spear exhibited a tracking effect, relentlessly pursuing the fiery hawk, regardless of its evasive maneuvers in the air. "How did you accomplish this?" Wang Qing questioned. "That's a secret I shall not reveal," Tang San replied. Wang Qing attempted to advance toward Tang San to launch a close-quarters attack, recognizing that without such an approach, he stood no chance. However, Tang San denied him that opportunity, launching the spear again. As the fiery hawk evaded the incoming spear, the thunderous eagle, circling nearby, was caught unawares. In an instant, the spear ensnared the eagle, transforming into a large net woven from the silver-blue grass, ensnaring the beast. The thunderous eagle plummeted from the sky and splashed into the sea, fortunately buoyed by the water, or it would have perished on impact. Observing this, the fiery hawk retaliated by launching a fireball at the spear. The spear, empowered by speed, pierced through the flames, striking the fiery hawk. Wang Qing watched helplessly as his hawk descended into the sea. With no remaining resolve, he saw Tang San's spear aimed directly at him and could only raise his hands and surrender. Tang San emerged victorious in the first match. As Wang Qing's name dimmed on the screen, the crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the victor's triumph. Tang San extended the silver-blue grass toward two grass balls, which were swiftly absorbed, liberating the two contracted beasts. Wang Qing departed with his beasts, becoming the first competitor defeated by a lower-year student. Chapter 86. My fashionable skate shoes. Following the conclusion of the first match, the second began shortly thereafter, with an interval of no more than 5 minutes. As long as there were no significant changes in the arena, the competition progressed rapidly. By afternoon, it was finally Tang Xuang's turn to compete. Her opponent was a member of the Iron Man hunting team named Han Tai. With the announcement of the match, Tang Xuang realized that the environment was particularly disadvantageous for her, as the fiery mouse's power was significantly diminished in such conditions. The surrounding ambience was ill-suited for its capabilities, and should it burrow underground, it risked plunging into the sea, a perilous situation indeed. Upon hearing the opposing team's name, Tang Xuang resolved against engaging in close-quarter combat with such individuals. Unfortunately, she had not anticipated that every beast possessed by the Iron Man hunting team was a powerhouse. If Tietao were here, he could likely confront them head-on, but Tang Xuang could not. Han Tai's two beasts, swift-footed elephants, charged toward them with impressive speed. Tang Xuang, accompanied by Jinpika, began to run circles around the arena, grateful that her speed surpassed that of the elephants. The fiery mouse had vanished underground, leaving the scene. Han Tai, sensing Tang Xuang's evasive maneuvers, felt an unsettling intuition and sought to conclude the battle swiftly, joining in the pursuit to corner her. With Jinpika perched on his shoulder, a bolt of electricity struck Han Tai, forcing him to evade, thus allowing Tang Xuang to gain distance. The situation on the field swiftly morphed into a peculiar chase, with Tang Xuang leading the way, accompanied by her two beasts in pursuit. The peculiar aspect was that Tang Xuang's running rhythm differed from the norm, even causing her pursuers to falter in their chase. He ran in rhythm with a song, even breaking into song as he moved. Friction, friction, rubbing against the radiant ground. A strange silence fell over the arena, and even Han Tai, who was behind, paused momentarily upon hearing the lyrics. The two summoned beasts could not comprehend the song's meaning, yet they continued their charge toward Tang Xuan. Suddenly, the blaze mouse erupted from the ground, engulfed in flames as it lunged directly at Han Tai. This was the decapitation plan that Tang Xuan had devised. He finished the final line of his song, "My skateboard shoes, fashionable, fashionable, most fashionable." The blaze mouse had already knocked Han Tai to the ground, its sharp claws pressing against his throat. Tang Xuan emerged victorious. Breathing heavily, he made his way to the resting area, where he saw Tietao waiting at the entrance with a bottle of water. Tang Xuan accepted the water and gulped down several mouthfuls. "So how was my strategy?" "Not bad, utilizing auditory cues to guide the blaze mouse and tracking the enemy's position." "Just next time, choose a more pleasant song," he replied. "If I sing something delightful, he won't be able to stop," Tang Xuan quipped. "That makes sense." Before long, Tang Xuan had fully recovered and awaited Taitao's match. An hour and a half later, it was finally Taitao's turn to compete. The host announced, "Next up, we have Tietao, a first-year student from the Beast Tamer program at the capital's Beast University, facing off against Zhu Xiong from the Iron Man hunting team." The two contestants took the stage, and upon the host's signal, the match began. The braised pork lay flat on the ground, while Lu Xiaoyu leapt playfully across the water's surface. In the audience, Luomi felt her heart race as she noticed Taitao's summoned beasts were not engaging, her small hands growing cold. Aunt Tang seemed to notice her anxiety. "There's no need to be nervous. He has his own plans. Just watch." Yet Luomi remained tense. Nearby, an audience member remarked, "Looks like this guy has given up. He has already started to slack off." Luomi shot him an angry glare. While her little dragon flapped its wings, a glimmer of white light forming in its mouth as it stared at the man. Aunt Tang patted Luomi all right. "Focus on the match. Look at Lu Xiaoyu." Luomi turned to the stands and realized Lu Xiaoyu was indeed hopping joyfully across the water's surface. Lu Xiaoyu has become so impressive lately. Luomi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she began to daydream about riding Lu Xiaoyu across the ocean alongside Tietao one day. In the arena, Taitao's muscles began to swell. His height, of about 1.78 meters, seemed to surge almost to 2 meters. His arms had grown more than twice their original size. The two charging blaze apes halted in their tracks, momentarily stunned by Taitao's transformation. Although their levels were not high, at only rank 6, they were powerful beasts. Even their combined assault could hold its own against 2 rank 5 wild beasts. Their synchronization, honed through time, was impeccable. Upon seeing the approaching beasts, Tietao declared, "I just learned a new move that I haven't had the chance to showcase yet. I want to give it a try." He leaped and kicked at one of the blaze apes. Elephant kick. The blaze ape raised its arms to block Taitao's kick. But Tietao swiftly retracted his leg and followed up with, "I'm throwing a punch." Bang. His fist connected with the blaze ape's face, causing blood to spurt from its nose as it was sent flying. The other blaze ape froze, suddenly realizing who it was facing. "Oh no, you're the Han Great Ape." Tietao scratched his head. "What are you talking about?" "I'm Tietao." The title of Han Great Ape was the first he had ever heard, and the first time someone had called him that to his face. Many in the audience were unfamiliar with the rare Han Great Ape, prompting the big screen to display information about it. "Oh my gosh, I'm conceding this match." "What bad luck," the blaze ape said, dragging its unconscious companion off the stage. Silence enveloped the arena. No one had anticipated that Zhu Xiong would abandon the match so abruptly. The host stood dumbfounded for a few seconds before announcing Tietao as the victor. The audience erupted in boos directed at Zhu Xiong, akin to someone caught with their pants down. The cacophony of jeers was relentless, as many still struggled to grasp what had just transpired. Zhu Xiong had already exited, leaving Tietao with no choice but to depart as well. Just as Tietao was beginning to feel a sense of momentum, his opponent fled, leaving him utterly bored. "This is so dull. The blaze apes are no match for the larger wild crabs," he complained to Tang Xuan. As the two left the arena, Tietao set off to catch some seafood wild beasts while Tang Xuan headed toward the stands. Chapter 87. Victory and Defeat in an Instant. Let us go. In the audience, Tang Xuan located Luo Mi and her companions. "Cousin, are you still watching?" Tang Xuan settled into a chair beside them. There seemed to be only a few matches left. "Are you all planning to head back?" "Where's Tietao?" "He went to the beach to prepare for the ocean wild beasts. Lately, he has become obsessed with eating them," Luomi replied. Tang Xuan leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the big screen, contemplating potential opponents. "Then let's head over. It's not the right time to focus on opponents. We can gather information when we reach the top 16, Luomi suggested. "All right, let us go to the beach and wait for the seafood feast," Tang Xuan agreed. Rising and shoving his hands into his pockets while humming the skateboard song, he swaggered along, leading Luo Mi and the others toward the shore. By the time they arrived at the beach, evening had set in, with the sunset still lingering in the sky, casting a warm glow. A banquet of ocean wild beasts was already prepared. Tang Shuang felt a wave of aversion toward them. He was eager for a change of flavor and had brought along a box of fried rice. Why did that guy concede so easily? Luomi inquired. I have no idea. Winning was just as perplexing, Tietao admitted, equally baffled. But think about it. Who can knock out a wild beast with a single punch? Tang Shuang replied, shoveling rice into his mouth. Surely there must be some who can do it. There are indeed a few. But such individuals don't participate in major competitions. They are more focused on nurturing the strongest summoned beasts and surviving in the wilds, Tang Shuang remarked, setting down his chopsticks. It seems the information available online and in books is still too scarce. Tietao sighed heavily. What is the rush? After graduation, we'll have plenty of time to be like them, Luomi said nonchalantly. That is true. For now, let us tackle the immediate issues, Tietao concurred. As the sun gradually descended, darkness enveloped the sky. Their meal concluded, Tietao and Tang Shuang escorted the others back to their hotel. Tietao, is there more? Tang Shuang gestured animatedly toward him. What are you saying? Tietao was uncertain about the gestures he was making. It's the one you gave me yesterday, he said, as he retrieved a bottle of Shenbao from his spatial storage and handed it to Tang Shuang. There's not much left, so make it last for the remaining days of the competition. Understood, Tang Shuang replied, downing the Shenbao in one gulp. He waved goodbye to Tietao and proceeded towards an apartment building nearby the hotel. Tietao returned to his quarters to rest. In the subsequent days, the competition intensified. However, Tietao found himself particularly bored, as he had yet to engage in any genuine battles. Opponents would concede at the slightest hint of disadvantage, allowing him to advance to the top 16 almost without conflict. Conversely, Tang Shuang worked diligently to reach the same stage, but his journey proved much more arduous. The potions he had brought were constantly administered to his two beast companions, and it was only just before the quarterfinals that they managed to recover. It seemed that Tang Shuang's progress would be limited, despite his efforts to elevate the potential of his two beasts. The high-stakes nature of the competition had taken a toll on their stamina. Their recovery capabilities had significantly diminished. In stark contrast, Tietao's two beasts had not engaged in any battles and remained unscathed. Once again, it was Tang Shuang who took to the arena first, facing an opponent from the Beast Tamer University of Yunnan Province. This institution primarily trained tamers in the art of handling insect-type beasts, accustomed as they were to dealing with venomous creatures. As the match commenced, Tang Shuang's heart sank upon seeing the two beasts opposite him, realizing he was at a distinct disadvantage. Both adversaries were venomous species, a jade-green venom spider the size of a plate, and a massive purple-armored centipede. Tang Shuang refrained from executing a decapitation strategy. Should the opposing tamer employ secret techniques that allowed shared abilities, even a minor injury could result in his own poisoning. He could not afford to take such a gamble. The fiery mouse unleashed a torrent of flames towards the approaching insect beasts. A wall of fire erupted, yet the two beasts remained sheltered behind it, their only recourse to frantically paw at the ground, unwilling to cross the blazing barrier. The insect beasts hissed incessantly, and the jade-green venom spider soon leaped over the flames, charging towards him, followed closely by the purple-armored centipede. Tang Shuang could distinctly observe the ceaseless opening and closing of the beast's mandibles. Their speed far surpassed his own, leaving him devoid of effective strategies. The previously contemplated decapitation plan was now rendered impractical, for the purple-armored centipede could burrow underground and was not particularly averse to water. While urging the fiery mouse to maintain its fiery defense, Tang Shuang's mind raced to devise a countermeasure. The opposing tamer displayed no intention of attacking, surely confident in their beast's capabilities. It was evident that they were familiar with the art of shared abilities. As Tang Shuang moved closer to his opponent, he realized he had to take a risk. Should the two enemy beasts approach him, he would be left with no room to retaliate. The damage inflicted by the golden Pikachu remained minimal against the two adversaries, but he ultimately resolved to implement a decapitation strategy, though with a twist. The golden Pikachu perched on his shoulder was poised to unleash its electric powers at a moment's notice. As he closed the distance to approximately 15 meters, Tang Shuang grasped the golden Pikachu in his hand and shouted, "Go!" The Pikachu soared towards the enemy. The purple-armored centipede broke through the fiery defense and surged towards Tang Shuang, with both beasts poised to collide in a dramatic moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Shuang leaped into the adjacent seawater. The centipede hesitated, momentarily baffled by the water, its legs twitching in uncertainty. Meanwhile, the golden Pikachu, still airborne, unleashed a barrage of electric arcs towards the foe. The enemy had not anticipated such a bold gamble from Tang Shuang, and it was too late to evade. The electricity struck true, enveloping the beast in a cloud of smoke, leaving it writhing on the ground. Tang Shuang emerged victorious. The arena erupted in cheers. A cacophony of jubilant applause. Chapter 88. 80 for the big hammer, 40 for the little hammer. Tang Shuang, drenched and disheveled, crawled out of the water, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had won the gamble. Regardless of the outcome, he had secured a place in the top 8. This achievement would prompt the Tang family to begin supporting him. Tang Shuang found himself daydreaming of a life free from financial constraints. Upon entering the resting area, he found Tietao had prepared a towel and fresh clothes for him. The next match would see Tietao take the stage against Tang San. Tietao, be cautious. Tang San has yet to unleash his second beast. Stay alert, Tang Shuang advised. Don't you have any intel? Care to share a hint? Tietao inquired. Ha. I was too busy last night to ask, Tang Shuang replied sheepishly, scratching his head. It was only a matter of time before the truth would reveal itself. He estimated that Tang San's second beast was most likely a marine creature, though he could not ascertain its exact nature. Tietao stepped onto the battlefield, awaiting Tang San's entrance. Minutes later, Tang San made his grand entrance. Humph, Tang Shuang's lackey. How delightful it is that you made it to the top 16, he sneered. Am I hearing a mad dog barking? Tietao regarded Tang San with an expression of bemusement. Humph, just a lapdog daring to spout nonsense here. It seems I must teach you a lesson on behalf of Tang Shuang. Tang San's words echoed throughout the stands, inciting a chorus of jeers that drowned out Tietao's retorts. Silence, the host commanded, and the crowd gradually quieted down, allowing the match to commence. I've heard you're impressive in close combat. Let's see if that's true. Just what I need, a target. With that, Tang Shuang's muscles tensed as he launched himself at Tang San with a flying kick. Tang San, unfazed, transformed the silver-blue grass in his hands into a shield, effortlessly blocking Tietao's attack. To Tietao's surprise, Tang San did not budge an inch. The silver-blue grass morphed once more, this time into a massive hammer, which he swung at Tietao. Behold, 80 hammers, he bellowed, as the hammer rained down upon Tietao, counting each strike as if the incantation would amplify his strength. The force exerted by Tietao's arm intensified once more, delivering a powerful blow upon the hammer. A resounding crash reverberated through the arena, amplified by the loudspeakers, prompting the audience to instinctively cover their ears. Tietao shook his slightly reddened hand and resumed his stance, charging towards Tang San with even greater speed than before. His strength magnified. Take this punch, he declared. Tang San raised the hammer to block the strike, but at the very moment their weapons clashed, Tietao delivered a kick to his body. Just kidding. Reverse elephant kick. Tang San reacted swiftly, transforming a portion of the silver-blue grass into armor, absorbing much of the impact. However, the force of the kick still sent him flying several meters, nearly toppling him into the sea. You're playing tricks, he exclaimed, acutely aware of Tietao's overwhelming strength and recognizing that a direct confrontation was no longer viable. The hammer in his hands morphed again, now resembling 2 smaller hammers. Behold my 40 small hammers. Tang San charged at Tietao, engaging him in a flurry of strikes with the diminutive hammers. His skill in the Qin Wang rounding pillars was truly impressive, as he spun around more than 30 times without showing any signs of dizziness. Tietao, striving to defend against the relentless blows of Tang San's small hammers, gradually found the strikes to be rather pleasant. In a moment of indulgence, he ceased his defenses, allowing the hammers to rain down upon him as if receiving a massage. That feels nice. Right there. Hit me again, he directed, indicating his back. With a swift motion, Tang San struck his back hard. A cracking sound echoed as Tietao swayed slightly. Ah, that is refreshing. How much do you charge for this massage? 80 for the big hammer, 40 for the small. Tang San quickly distanced himself, panting, his eyes still swirling with golden stars. Tietao, having already received a massage, refrained from further attacks, granting him a brief respite. Tang San steadied himself, transforming the small hammers into a long spear, the silver-blue overlord spear. At that moment, a figure emerged from the ocean behind Tietao, revealing a colossal shark. The large screen in the arena displayed information about this fearsome creature, the savage sea man-eater shark, one of the most ferocious beasts of the ocean, adept at slaughter, capable of manipulating water, and able to fight on land for short durations. With a powerful swish, the shark's tail struck the ground, propelling it into the air, casting a shadow over Tietao. Shark arm attack. The massive pectoral fin of the savage sea man-eater shark lunged at Tietao, while the silver-blue overlord spear also soared towards him, leaving no room for evasion. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyu emitted a cerulean glow and charged at Tietao. In an instant, as Lu Xiaoyu bit into Tietao's clothing, he too was enveloped in a blue light. The two, one human and one beast, escaped the attack range. The shark's fin slammed into the ground with a thunderous impact. While the spear continued its pursuit of Tietao, he threw a punch, colliding with the incoming spear. Tang Sen smirked wickedly. The silver-blue overlord spear suddenly erupted, transforming into a vast net that ensnared Tietao. The silver-blue grass began to wrap around him, layer upon layer, until he was no longer visible. Is that all you can do? Flames erupted from the grass, scorching it with intense heat. The figure of the roasted meat, now on the ground, shook its head and stood up, observing the grass that continued to release flames. Humph, broken grass. The silver-blue grass rapidly ignited, reducing to ashes that floated throughout the arena. Try any other tricks you have, or perhaps another shark arm attack. The savage sea man-eater shark retreated into the water, searching for an opportunity to strike. As long as it remained in the water, Tietao felt assured that it posed no significant threat. Tang Sen transformed the silver-blue grass into a trident once more, slamming it down into the ground. The water in the arena surged upward dramatically. If you can withstand this attack, I'll concede defeat. Tang Sen hurled the trident at Tietao. Chapter 89. If you die, I will fulfill my promise. The gray trident shimmered with a blue light that sent chills down Tao's spine. He sensed that this blue light was fraught with danger. Tietao, surrounded by the cerulean glow, desperately evaded the incoming trident. Fortunately, unlike the spear, the trident did not possess homing capabilities. However, it struck the wall beneath the audience stand with tremendous force, leaving only the shaft exposed. Such power was beyond even Tietao's capabilities. It was evident that this was not merely Tang Sen's strength or that of the silver-blue grass. The immense force was undeniably a result of that ominous blue light. Suddenly, the savage sea man-eater shark leapt from the water, unleashing a column of water that surged towards Tietao. The water twisted and turned in the air, attacking him without granting any opportunity for defense or evasion. Even Lu Xiaoyu struggled to intervene. Lu Xiaoyu sprang from the ground, leaping into the air. The cerulean glow coalesced atop his head into two majestic antlers, resembling those of a mature deer. The antlers collided with the belly of the savage sea man-eater shark, shattering upon impact. This provided Tietao with a fleeting chance to evade the water column's assault, which had altered its trajectory. Seizing the moment, Tietao leaped towards the shark, muscles taut, and landed a punch squarely on its head. The roasted meat, engulfed in flames, charged at Tang Sen with fiery determination. The crimson flames enveloped the roasted meat, propelling it towards Tang Sen with ferocity. The trident, still lodged in the wall, was pulled back by the extending silver-blue grass. Returning to Tao's grasp. This pig is mine now. With a thunderous boom, the arena erupted with sound, overwhelming the audience, who instinctively covered their ears due to the sheer volume. The savage sea man-eater shark crashed to the ground, rendered unconscious and immobile. The roasted meat collided with the trident, its consciousness still intact, as the flames battled against the encroaching blue light. The energy fluctuations intensified, stirring a tempest within the arena. The blue light seemed to gain the upper hand, overpowering the red. The flames enveloping the roasted meat began to dwindle, for only extraordinary forces could extinguish the flames of a phoenix. What exactly was this blue light? Tietao accelerated to his utmost limit, his right arm coiling with power, as he delivered a decisive blow to the trident. The force of the blow exceeded Tang Sen's imagination by far. Without even grasping the trident, he was sent hurtling away, crashing directly into the wall of the audience area, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. The mark within the soul of the braised pork began to fade gradually, signifying that it was nearing death. I have not forgotten the promise made at that time. Once you perish, you will transform into true braised pork, Irontide remarked, gripping the ear of the braised pork as he gazed at it, unconcerned about the blood dripping from his hands onto the ground. It seemed Irontide's words had an effect, for the braised pork appeared to recall the words spoken earlier. It yearned to survive. Flames surged once more from its body, confronting the blue radiance once again. Yet, the blue light proved even more formidable, suppressing the flames anew. The soul mark continued to fade gradually. Yet it did not vanish entirely. Irontide observed the braised pork, seemingly awaiting the complete disappearance of the soul mark. The blue light appeared to reach its limit, dissipating from the trident. The trident transformed into a mass of silver-blue grass, its leaves seemingly devoid of vitality, becoming thin and withered. Irontide remained silent, casually slicing open a portal. A myriad of kitchen utensils were arranged neatly, with only the pot needing to be heated and oil poured. A series of clattering sounds echoed in the braised pork's mind, a sound it recognized well, one typically produced while cooking. It recalled Irontide's earlier words and felt that Irontide was observing through the soul mark. The soul mark that belonged to it began to dissipate, seemingly non-existent. Alas, it still couldn't hold on, Irontide mused as he raised his knife to stab the braised pork. The soul mark, which should have vanished, began to reappear, albeit in a crimson hue. Irontide halted his actions. The flames once again ignited upon the braised pork, their heat more intense than before. Its body gradually darkened within the flames, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Were it not for the existence of the soul mark, Iron Tide would have been certain that the braised pork was already dead. Sounds of cracking emanated from the blackened shell, which shattered into fragments. A smaller pig emerged from within, its size noticeably diminished. Ah, less meat now. What a waste, Iron Tide lamented as he collected all the kitchenware. Casting a glance at the charred remains strewn across the ground. Humph, he scoffed. You can't even let this go. It's turned to carbon. With a sigh, he kicked the charred remnants of the braised pork into the sea. At that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers, though it was unclear whether they were applauding Iron Tide or celebrating the braised pork's revival. Iron Tide faced off against Tang San, emerging victorious. Tang San remained unconscious and, following the announcement, was carried away on a stretcher, while a team of staff prepared to transport the sea-eating sharks into a large aquarium for rescue. Iron Tide exited the battlefield accompanied by 2 beasts. This had been the most thrilling battle thus far. Regardless of the outcome, he had achieved notoriety. Iron Tide entered the kitchen of a small restaurant near his home. Old Gua, seated before the television, remarked, I underestimated that little pig of Iron Tide. I knew your judgment was poor. You always fail to recognize the good things. Qian, you'd probably feel the same way. Who would have imagined such a pig could undergo a rebirth? It seems our plan is ready to proceed to the next phase. Yes. Send someone to guide him to join the society. His current level is sufficient. All right, I will arrange it. Outside, a voice called. A plate of Beijing-style shredded pork and 3 dishes, please. Coming right up. Qian replied cheerfully. Get to work. In the lounge, Iron Tide had his hands bandaged. Knowing all too well that the wounds beneath were already scabbed over, it wouldn't be long before he fully recovered. A sudden wave of hunger surged from his abdomen, and he pulled out a copious amount of food, devouring it ravenously. Whether energy bars or roasted lean meat, he continued to replenish his stomach. Slow down, don't rush. You're eating like a starving ghost reborn, Tang Shuang chided. As the feeling of hunger subsided swiftly, Iron Tide paused his feast. He removed the bandages from his hands. The wounds had completely healed. Tang Shuang stared in astonishment. In Chapter 90, the semifinals, Tang Shuang exclaimed, Wow, your recovery is astonishingly rapid. I don't know. I suddenly discovered my healing abilities have significantly improved. Honestly, I feel like I'm becoming your personal attendant, Tang Shuang retorted playfully. Iron Tide pulled out 20 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Tang Shuang. Tang Shuang accepted it, puzzled by Iron Tide's intent, looking at him with curiosity. It's a tip. What? Do you really think I'm a waitress? Isn't that how it goes in dramas? Iron Tide asked, intrigued. Don't emulate those useless customs. That's not how it works here. The information on your next opponent should have arrived on your phone. Study it carefully. Tang Shuang ruffled Iron Tide's hair. Don't pat my head. Iron Tide blocked Tang Shuang's hand and began watching the video of his next opponent. Armed with the information provided by Tang Shuang, he achieved victory once more, advancing directly into the semifinals. Unfortunately, Tang Shuang could progress no further. He was content with his place among the top 8. When Tang Shuang returned, he found Iron Tide still reviewing the data, examining the profiles of all the participants. Iron Tide, you need to pay attention to this person named Jin Buhuan, Tang Shuang advised. So far, he has only sent out a golden-striped bloodlion. He hasn't unleashed his second beast yet. The golden-striped bloodlion alone is a 4th-tier beast, powerful enough to dominate by sheer physical strength. I've obtained the information on his other beast. Did you go for another in-depth conversation? Tang Shuang inquired. If I had, I wouldn't have returned so quickly. She sent me the information voluntarily. Iron Tide scrutinized the details on his phone. The golden rock, his other beast, is actually a golden rock. How was this even discovered? I was equally shocked when I first saw this information. The golden rock possesses dual attributes, embodying unparalleled speed. The key is that it's also a 4th-tier beast. I can't fathom how he trained it. This type of beast has a relatively easy-to-awaken bloodline. Many magical beasts contain the bloodline of the golden rock. This fellow is likely to be either the first or second in this competition. There's no escaping it. Iron Tide was deeply engrossed, his mind racing with strategies to counter the opponent. Minutes later, he set aside the information, closing his eyes. Half an hour later, the broadcast in the lounge crackled to life, announcing, for the semifinal round, we invite contestant Iron Tide to the stage. Iron Tide opened his eyes and walked towards the arena, the details of his opponent firmly etched in his mind. And he had already devised the optimal approach to confront him. The host's cool voice resonated through the speakers. Contestant Iron Tide has made his entrance, and he will face off against Tang Yanran, also from the capital Beastmaster University. In recent days, Tang Yanran has achieved victory in her competitions with astonishing speed, employing a relentless and aggressive approach. This has allowed her to swiftly overcome her opponents, many of whom have surrendered in what can only be described as a crushing display. After several head-to-head encounters against equally matched adversaries, the majority have already conceded defeat. Her striking beauty, coupled with her iron-willed and incisive combat style, has earned her the moniker of Iron-Blooded Rose even before this match commenced. Coldness is not her defining trait. Rather, her indomitable spirit profoundly encapsulates her character. In this battle, she remained unconcerned, having sparred extensively with Tietao during training sessions, albeit without ever securing a win. Clad in a vibrant red tracksuit, Tang Yinran made her entrance. The crowd erupted in chants of Iron-Blooded Rose, Iron-Blooded Rose, Iron-Blooded Rose. Tietao stood by, awaiting the commencement of the match. Both competitors took their positions, and the competition began. The host's voice interrupted the fervent cheers, plunging the arena back into silence. I concede, Tang Yinran's voice resonated throughout the venue, leaving the audience in astonishment. Tietao, offering no further comment, retreated to the waiting room. Tietao, do you have a romantic involvement with her? I promise I won Tietao Luo me, Tang Shuang inquired. Huh. Tietao regarded Tang Shuang with a look of incredulity. You were always present during training. When would I find the time to steal away? Tang Shuang mumbled, still unwilling to give up, eager to press further. However, Tietao had already closed his eyes again, choosing to ignore him. The moment he exited the arena, the crowd erupted into chants of blackout, blackout, blackout. The reason behind this outcry remained a mystery, leading to an inevitable pause in the competition. The national competition's investigation team sprang into action. Contestant Tang Yinran. I am a member of the National Beastmaster Competition Investigation Team. May I ask you a few questions? One investigator presented his credentials, with a camera focused on her. Why should I exert myself in a fight I cannot win? Tang Yinran replied in a remarkably calm tone, betraying no emotional fluctuation. So, you have faced off against contestant Tietao before. When we trained prior to this event, I never emerged victorious. Is that explanation sufficient? After her words, she turned and departed from the inquiry. Her statement was broadcast live, leaving the audience in a state of shock. With such a declaration, the spectators fell momentarily speechless, still harboring disbelief in their hearts. The competition resumed, featuring Jin Buhin against Lu Weijia, the leader of the Flame Hunting Group. Lu Weijia's two beasts were also of the 4th rank, matching Jin Buhin in strength. As the battle commenced, the Jinwen blood lion charged towards Xinqing. Xinqing's Mongshan monkey attempted to grapple the lion by enveloping its head with its powerful arms, trying to execute a throw. Meanwhile, its other beast had vanished from sight. The Jinwen blood lion, a formidable powerhouse itself, clashed with the Mongshan monkey in a test of strength. While the Mongshan monkey possessed superior raw power, the Jinwen blood lion, with its razor-sharp claws and formidable fangs, posed a greater threat. The lion's claws relentlessly raked across the Mongshan monkey, inflicting a series of wounds across its chest, which ignited the monkey's ferocity. The Mongshan monkey ensnared the Jinwen blood lion by the neck, squeezing tightly, thereby constricting its breathing space. The lion's struggles began to weaken, its claws losing their previous ferocity. A flash of light flickered in the sky, a fleeting moment that no one could clearly identify. Even the camera failed to capture it. As the Mongshan monkey and Jinwen blood lion separated, the former's green fur was singed black, and several strands stood on end. The Mongshan monkey launched itself at the Jinwen blood lion once more, but before it could draw near, it too bore the marks of scorching. In a fit of rage, the Mongshan monkey howled at the sky, yet its roar was rendered impotent. A numbing sensation coursed through its body, causing it to collapse and convulse, reminiscent of Zhao Deming's earlier state. In Chapter 91, Jin Buhin, once gasping for breath, regained his composure and charged at Lu Weijia. Suddenly, a pink tongue struck the Jinwen blood lion with lightning speed, knocking it off balance and sending it teetering towards the sea. Just at the precipice of falling, the lion's claws latched onto the platform, preventing its descent. Another flash of light illuminated the sky. A gust of wind swept through the audience, suggesting something had darted past. Blood erupted in the arena, revealing the previously concealed beast, a colossal desert chameleon, larger and of a higher rank than the one Tietao encountered in the dense forest. Yet, this did not prevent the aerial beast from delivering its strike. Lu Weijia inhaled deeply, formulating a strategy as he sprinted towards Jin Buhin, disregarding the airborne beast, while the desert chameleon vanished from sight once more. Ha ha ha, this is perfect. Jin Buhin unleashed his attack on Xinqing, exchanging blows with relentless ferocity, their defenses unwavering. They struck each other with a series of punches, seemingly impervious to pain. Another flash illuminated the sky, a blood-red burst erupting near them, revealing the desert chameleon's form once again. A massive tongue shot toward Jin Buhin, who finally attempted a defense, the impact forcing him back 2 steps. Yet, he steadied himself, his arm merely reddened. Quite impressive. Do bring it on, Jean Buin laughed. The celestial dance of the stars? Indeed. You have a third beast? Of course, but it hasn't taken the stage yet. I concede. Lu Weijia recognized his lack of opportunity for victory. It would be wiser to allow the desert chameleon's wounds to heal in preparation for the next battle. The final match of the National Beastmaster competition would commence in 4 hours, marking the last bout of the individual competition. This 4-hour interval served as their final respite. Following the conclusion of the match, Tietao meticulously observed every moment of the competition. He remained unaware of what Jean Buin's third beast might be. Whether it was a colossal creature or a defensive one capable of absorbing significant damage, it placed him in an almost invulnerable position. To defeat him would require an immense output of power, promising a ferocious confrontation ahead. During this time, Tietao refrained from conversing with anyone. In his mind, strategies were incessantly being formulated while morsels of food were gradually making their way to his lips. For 3 continuous hours, the meat of the savage beast had not ceased entering his stomach. A warm current surged within his body, and Iron Tide could sense a fortification of his physical form. As the final hour approached, he began to rest. The loudspeaker in the lounge blared once more, announcing the arrival of Iron Tide to the arena. He opened his eyes and walked towards the battlefield, treading silently. The 2 competitors emerged onto the stage, and the crowd erupted in cheers for Jean Buin, the name echoing throughout the arena. With both contestants in position, the competition commenced. Iron Tide advanced towards Jean Buin, his muscles bulging violently, transforming him into an entirely different being. His attire bore the signs of strain, frayed at the seams. The targets of his 2 beasts were the golden eagle soaring above. The golden pattern blood lion sensed Iron Tide's approach and felt a wave of provocation emanating from him. The roar of the lion did not deter Iron Tide. Rather, it spurred him on, propelling his speed to its zenith. In an instant, he reached the side of the golden pattern blood lion, delivering a colossal punch to its flank. A flash of light flickered in the sky as the golden eagle prepared to intervene. Dozens of azure wind blades swept towards Iron Tide's head. In a blink, the light dissipated, revealing that the creature circling above was indeed a golden eagle. Iron Tide's fist collided with the golden pattern blood lion, leaving it no time to react. The lion stumbled and plummeted into the sea. The events unfolded in mere moments, all part of Iron Tide's meticulous plan. Deer Xiaoyu directed the wind blades in pursuit of the golden eagle, while red braised meat sought opportunities to roast the bird. Iron Tide approached Jean Buin, clearly with a strategy tailored to exploit his opponent's weaknesses. So what is your third beast? Let me see the strength with which I shall strike you. Perhaps the Tortoise Mountain? Care to test me? Upon hearing these words, Iron Tide's pupils constricted, and he inhaled deeply, his muscles swelling more than before. He could only rely on the damage he had absorbed to accumulate enough strength to potentially defeat him. In an instant, Iron Tide closed the distance between himself and Jean Buin. They exchanged blows, and a sharp pain surged through Iron Tide's hand. In contrast, Jean Buin merely shook his hand, signaling Iron Tide to continue. Without hesitation, Iron Tide resumed their exchange, trading punches in a manner that could only be described as a battle of attrition. Anyone could see that Iron Tide was at a disadvantage. At this moment, spectators no longer doubted Iron Tide's prowess. The chase between the 3 beasts intensified, with the golden eagle evading Deer Xiaoyu's wind blades. Despite their lack of offensive strength, the wind blades were still capable of breaching the eagle's defenses, as Deer Xiaoyu also wielded the power of the wind. The blades relentlessly pursued the eagle, ensuring it could not retaliate. This war of attrition allowed Iron Tide's 2 beasts to endure for quite some time. The crux of the match once again rested on the confrontation between Iron Tide and Jean Buin. Iron Tide unleashed a powerful kick towards Jean Buin. "You cannot deceive me," he declared. Jean Buin raised his arms to shield against the impending blow. "This time, I shall not deceive you." The kick landed squarely, sending Jean Buin flying several meters, even farther than when struck by the tongue of the desert chameleon. Jean Buin rubbed his abdomen, maintaining a smile as he faced Iron Tide. Impressive psychological warfare. This blow, however, had not inflicted any significant harm. Let us see how long you can endure. In a battle of stamina, you may find yourself outmatched. I am quite resilient. Iron Tide's fists rained down upon Jean Buin with the ferocity of a storm. Amidst the flurry of blows, flashes of red and azure light intermittently shimmered. As they created distance, Iron Tide could not help but gasp for breath. After unleashing so many punches, he felt the toll of fatigue weighing on him. Jean Buin's clothing had been reduced to tatters beneath Iron Tide's relentless assault. Standing tall, Iron Tide's own attire was similarly in shambles. They faced each other, bare-chested. Though Jean Buin bore only a small wound and a scorched patch, while Iron Tide was marred with extensive bruises. Remarkable attack, You actually managed to wound me. Jin Buhuan remarked. Have you never sustained injuries? Injuries are inevitable. Yet after my third beast reached the fourth tier, I scarcely felt pain, even when battling fourth-tier savage beasts. It seems you have absorbed a considerable amount of damage. Your mastery of the art of displacement is commendable. Your ability to share power is impressive at your age. I lack such prowess. Now it's my turn. Jin Buhuan swiftly launched an attack against Iron Tide. A green aura enveloped Iron Tide, and his speed surged dramatically, evading Jin Buhuan's strikes. Observing this, Jin Buhuan too was enveloped in a green glow, swiftly catching up to Iron Tide. His speed eclipsed Iron Tide's, and his fist struck with tremendous force, bolstered by the might of the golden-patterned blood lion. Iron Tide, unable to master the art of displacement, could only resort to passive defense. Red light emanated from him as Jin Buhuan anticipated his movements, his body crackling with golden electricity. The electric currents clashed with flames, each energy source depleting the other. It was a battle of attrition, with the phoenix flames consuming energy at a slower rate than the golden lightning. The golden eagle in the sky slowed its pace, as did red braised meat and deer Xiaoyu, who diverted part of their strength to their master. The second phase of their plan was now set in motion. Iron Tide shed the green light and crimson flames, leaving Jin Buhuan momentarily perplexed. Suddenly, the speed of his two beasts surged, and the wind blades drew closer to the golden eagle. At this moment, the wind blades carried a glimmer of hope in their pursuit of the eagle, forcing it to evade continuously. The golden eagle, being the swiftest of savage beasts, also possessed the weakest defenses. With strength in one aspect comes vulnerability in another, such as the law of nature. Iron Tide endured the brutal assaults, his gaze occasionally darting towards the golden eagle. The azure wind blades pressed the eagle closer to Iron Tide. The opportunity had finally arrived. Iron Tide erupted with an aura uniquely his own. The golden and azure light enveloping Jin Buhuan vanished in an instant. He exchanged a punch with Jin Buhuan, whose strike had lost its original force. With a powerful punch, Tietao sent him flying a considerable distance. The azure glow enveloping him intensified, and his speed surged. He charged toward Jin Peng, who had yet to recover from Tietao's formidable aura, catching him off guard with remarkable swiftness. In an instant, he had wrapped his arms around Jin Peng. With his index finger poised against his thumb, Tietao flicked Jin Peng's forehead, continuing the barrage without pause. By the time Jin Buhuan rushed back into the fray, Jin Peng had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Tietao hurled Jin Peng toward Jin Buhuan, who promptly halted to catch the fallen figure. After gently placing Jin Peng down, Tietao and his two summoned beasts advanced. Though one beast was of 5th rank and the other 6th, their bloodlines were undeniably powerful. Jin Peng's suppression was not particularly severe in terms of speed. The agility of Lu Xiao Yao was comparable, and in terms of aggression, the braised meat was not significantly inferior. Together, they posed a formidable challenge to Jin Peng, maintaining an equilibrium in strength. Jin Peng's fainting was akin to the tilting of a scale, prompting the two summoned beasts and one human to launch a coordinated assault on Jin Buhuan. At that moment, the lion roar slowly re-emerged onto the battlefield. Tietao immediately pivoted towards the drenched, golden-patterned blood lion, which had just struggled to rise from the ocean, shaking off water from its fur. Tietao's attack arrived swiftly. The crow took flight. The golden-patterned blood lion splashed back into the sea once more. The first time it was caught off guard and plunged into the waters. The second time, it was ambushed again. The lion felt a profound sense of frustration as it sank beneath the waves. Without Tietao, Jin Buhuan found it considerably easier to contend with the two summoned beasts. Upon witnessing Tietao re-enter the fray, Jin Buhuan realized that the prospect of a comeback was virtually non-existent. With a sudden retreat, Tietao's azure aura deepened, and he leapt skyward. He prepared to execute once more the self-sacrificial strike he had mastered during military training. As he plummeted, his body generated a sensation of searing heat through friction with the air. The flames of the phoenix enveloped him, burning even more intensely. The fiery glow effectively concealed the deep azure scales covering his form. The impact descending from above resembled the assault of a falling star. Lu Xiaoyao, clutching the braised meat, swiftly distanced herself. Tietao collided forcefully with Jin Buhuan, amplifying the cacophony of the battlefield. As the roar subsided, a cloud of dust hung heavy in the air, leaving all uncertain as to who would emerge victorious. Tietao had exerted every ounce of his strength in this battle. The lion's roar reverberated once more as the golden-patterned blood lion ascended from the sea. The outcome of the situation awaited the dispersal of the dust. Gradually, the haze settled. Standing alone on the battlefield was Tietao. Jin Buhuan could no longer rise. I concede, Jin Buhuan managed through gritted teeth, desperately suppressing the pain coursing through his body. Several ribs had been fractured. Tietao's gaze remained fixed on him, aware that any movement would likely invoke another thunderous strike. The champion of the finals is Tietao. A wave of cheers erupted, growing louder with each passing moment. No one dared to question Tietao's prowess any longer. His close-quarter combat skills, precise calculations, and intricately woven strategies, combined with the clever coordination with his summoned beasts, left Jinbu Huan without any grounds for dissatisfaction. Medical personnel swiftly ascended to the stage, lifting Jinbu Huan onto a stretcher. Tietao, when the opportunity arises, I will return to Tianpeng Ancient County. I desire another duel with you. Very well. I shall certainly return if the chance presents itself. Tietao watched as Jinbu Huan was carried away on the stretcher before he made his way back to the resting area. His own injuries were severe, yet they did not hinder his movements. In the resting room, Tietao began to devour food voraciously, akin to a starving ghost reborn. A wave of hunger swept over him as he consumed the provisions at an alarming rate. A tingling sensation coursed through his body. Under the watchful eyes of Luo Mi and Tang Shuang, the wounds on Tietao's body rapidly healed, scabbing and shedding. Once fully healed, the ground before him was littered with a multitude of empty food wrappers, along with a significant amount of consumed beast meat. After finishing his meal, Tietao closed his eyes and collapsed onto the long bench behind him, releasing a series of snores as fatigue finally engulfed him. The two summoned beasts also sprawled in the resting area, succumbing to their exhaustion. Chapter 93. The Little Green Bug Evolves. When Tietao awoke, he found himself no longer in the resting room, but in an empty chamber. On a table lay a tray containing 2 cartons of milk and a large piece of bread, with a note tucked beneath it. The note read, "After breakfast, proceed to room 612. Signed, Luo Mi." It appeared he had rested for an extended period. After finishing his breakfast, he followed the note's instructions to room 612 and knocked on the door. Behind it, he heard rustling sounds, and after a few minutes, the door swung open. Luo Mi, rubbing her eyes, remarked, "I had just settled down for a nap when you called me." She pulled Tietao into the room. "The doubles competition begins tomorrow. You still have a day to rest. How is your recovery?" Luo Mi finally opened her eyes to inquire. "I'm nearly back to normal. There are no significant issues with my body. In the doubles competition, don't push yourself so hard. The organizing committee advised that once you wake up, you should select materials from the wild beasts." "Understood. Where do I go to choose?" Tietao asked, uncertain. "I'll take you there. The committee staff informed me yesterday. Next time, don't overexert yourself. It's not worth getting injured like this." Luo Mi playfully thumped Tietao's chest. "Last time, I calculated the best strategy for victory, maximizing the odds of success. The doubles competition should be somewhat easier," Tietao replied earnestly. After a simple touch-up, Luo Mi led Tietao to the organizing committee to collect his prize. At the entrance, Tietao knocked and entered. "Hello. I am here to collect my prize for the individual competition." Upon entering, Tietao addressed the staff inside. A bespectacled worker began verifying Tietao's identity. A few minutes later, the staff member produced a glass box and handed it to Tietao. "The item is inside. Please keep it at low temperature." The staff member instructed. "Understood." With a swift gesture, Tietao accepted the glass box and, to the astonishment of the staff, stored it in his spatial compartment. The spatial compartment was indeed a marvelous tool, though it could not contain living beings. Other items placed within it appeared to be frozen in time. Whatever was placed inside would emerge unchanged. After leaving, they began preparing for the doubles competition. Tietao remained steadfast in his routine, returning to the seaside to replenish his supply of wild beast meat. The high-grade wild beast meat in his spatial compartment had been nearly exhausted. The meat of the black-winged swift dragon was dwindling, and he needed to process the remaining wild beast meat to prevent suffering from such hunger in the future. He could distinctly sense that beneath this overwhelming hunger, there existed an uncontrollable force within him, as if another entity was exerting dominion over his being. Perhaps his abilities were derived from this very essence. Presently, he found himself unable to ascertain the nature of this force. He could only resolve to attempt to master it should such a situation arise again. The sensation of losing oneself was far from pleasant. If given another opportunity, Tietao was determined to strive for control over this feeling. On the beach, Tietao engaged in a solitary barbecue, meticulously transforming the wild beast meat into a diverse array of culinary delights, some grilled, others cooked on a hot plate, and so forth. These delicacies were carefully stored away in his spatial inventory. The news of his championship victory had reached the capital's Beast Taming University, yet none anticipated that the victor would be a freshman beast tamer. The school was generous in its rewards for his triumph. Tietao was presented with several options: 2. 500 credits, a custom beast taming material, or 3 choices of secret techniques. Each had its own merits and drawbacks, and after a discussion among Aunt Tang, Luo Mi, and Tang Shuang, they concluded that opting for the custom beast taming material was the wisest choice. The secret techniques were readily available for exchange as long as the credits were sufficient, which Tietao believed he could amass within a year. Tietao intended to commission a set of awakening materials for the sky-swimming fish, primarily utilizing materials derived from the sky whale. This would save him considerable time in gathering the requisite materials, although it would still require significant effort. Even within the Luo group, the stock of sky whale materials was limited. Once the discussion concluded, they reported the desired rewards to the school, which began preparations. Though the duration of this process remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Tietao commenced his preparations for the upcoming doubles competition. As time swiftly passed, the doubles competition commenced in the same venue, with the same drawing process, albeit with different participants, including new faces such as Wang Feng and Lu Ming. Tietao was surprised to encounter them, having not seen them during the individual matches. Tietao, why are you so fixated on those two? Are they formidable? Tang Shuang inquired, casting a glance at them. Oh, it's nothing. They were my high school classmates. I didn't expect them to advance past the doubles qualifiers, Tietao replied. So how strong are they? Tang Shuang pressed. Neither too strong nor too weak, just average. It's hard to say how they will perform as a team. Let's hope we don't cross paths early on, considering we are both quarterfinalists in the individual competition. Tang Shuang's brows furrowed with concern. Tietao shot him a look. Tang Shuang always had a penchant for boasting. The doubles competition was not merely about individual strength. Coordination between partners was equally crucial. The strategies formed by their beasts could yield unexpected outcomes, just as it would for Tietao and Tang Shuang. Once the draws concluded, the matches began. The format mirrored that of the individual competitions, and today, they had only one match. As they took the stage, the opposing team turned pale, unprepared for the formidable pairing of Tietao and Tang Shuang. The sheer physical prowess of Tietao alone was enough to overwhelm their beasts, prompting the opponents to concede without a fight. Returning to the waiting area, Tang Shuang remarked, "It's good to be famous. We can win without even fighting." Enough with the boasting, Tietao chided, giving Tang Shuang a playful shove. "Hey, why so rough?" Tang Shuang protested, slightly off balance. At that moment, two more individuals entered the waiting room. "Tai Baba, it's been ages. Didn't expect to run into you here," Lu Ming exclaimed, his voice filled with cheer. "When is your match?" Tietao inquired. "Probably in the afternoon, but it's hard to say. The schedule is quite fluid," Wang Feng responded. A butterfly emerged from Wang Feng's sleeve, its wings strikingly different from the ordinary. The wing bones were genuine, and the wings were entirely composed of membrane. Its elongated form appeared peculiar, and where one would expect antennae, two small dragon horns sprouted. Each of its 8 legs bore a dragon claw, showcasing that this small green creature had successfully undergone dragon transformation, possessing a half-awakened dragon lineage, a fact evidenced by its dragon horns. The poison dragon butterfly. Tang Shuang gasped upon seeing the beast. Indeed, the poison dragon butterfly, Wang Feng affirmed. "I distinctly remember a wild one we captured that poisoned all the beasts in our enclosure. Such beasts are notorious for releasing clouds of toxic powder, capable of dispatching other creatures with ease," Tietao noted. "Your beast is exceedingly venomous. Who would dare compete against you? A moment's inattention could lead to poisoning," Tang Shuang said, his face etched with trepidation as he regarded Wang Feng. "You'd be even more alarmed if you knew he also has a purple dragon widow," Lu Ming teased, grinning at Tang Shuang. "Surely not. A poison user?" Tang Shuang's face blanched in horror as he stared at Wang Feng. "Relax, they're quite well behaved," Wang Feng assured, gently stroking the horns of the poison dragon butterfly. At that moment, a purple spider began to crawl up Wang Feng's pant leg, making its way to his shoulder, its 8 eyes fixated on Tang Shuang. Tang Shuang sensed the gaze upon him and turned to confront it. "Oh my goodness," he exclaimed, shoving Tietao forward. "There really is one. How can you contract something so toxic?" Tang Shuang's voice trembled as he avoided eye contact with the purple dragon spider. The roast meat beast greeted the widow with a little wave of its foreleg. "Humph." The purple dragon spider curled into a ball, seemingly lost in troubling memories. Tang Shuang, witnessing the spider's defensive posture, shot a confused glance at the roast meat beast. What is going on here? These venomous beasts inherently fear the flames of the roast meat beast. Perhaps it left a lasting impression, Tietao explained, pulling Tang Shuang forward. "No way. I've been afraid of such creatures since childhood. I can't handle this." Tang Shuang hurriedly retreated behind Tietao, with a resigned gesture. Tietao chose to ignore Tang Shuang's fears and turned to Lu Ming and Wang Feng. "Have you mastered your secret techniques?" "I've learned the technique of celestial rotation, and I'm still in the process of mastering it," Lu Ming replied proudly. Wang Feng was forthright about his skills. "No need to hide. I'm fully prepared. The technique of celestial rotation suits you well, considering your defensive beast," Tietao remarked. "Be sure to watch us when we take the stage," Lu Ming declared, thumping his chest with pride. Time passed swiftly during their idle chatter until a voice rang out in the waiting area. Competitors Lu Ming and Wang Feng, please proceed to the arena. The two made their way from the waiting room to the competition grounds. Tietao, do you think they can win this match? Tang Xuan whispered. Yes, they absolutely can. Though it will undoubtedly take quite a while, Tietao replied. Why is that? Based on their strategy, they're definitely playing a cunning game. Upon hearing Tao's words, Tang Xuan couldn't help but shiver. What could those two engage in besides their underhanded tactics? The only other option was to resort to poisoning. On the arena, there appeared another pair of competitors from the same hunting team, whom both Tietao and Tang Xuan were quite familiar with. They were formidable opponents they had faced before, Zhu Xiong and Han Tai from the Iron Man hunting team. Together, they commanded 4 beasts, 2 explosive apes, and 2 short-legged elephants. This hunting team was truly unfortunate, having encountered their natural nemesis, Tietao remarked. Even with defensive beasts, it was unlikely they could withstand such sheer brutality. Just watch. Lu Ming and his team are destined to win this match. As the grand gates of the arena slowly opened, the colossal earth wasteland turtle lumbered onto the field. Tang Xuan gaped at the sheer size of the creature, which occupied at least a third of the arena. Its mere presence deterred the physically oriented competitors. This match was their final chance. Losing the personal competition meant they had to give their all in this battle. Once the earth wasteland turtle entered the arena, Lu Ming and Wang Feng swiftly climbed onto its back. The competitors took their positions, and the match commenced. Upon the announcer's declaration, the earth wasteland turtle promptly lowered itself to the ground, retreating into its shell. Its yellow, earthen shell sealed off all potential points of attack. Lu Ming shouted at their opponents, "Come on, unleash your might. Let me feel the agony of strength." Wang Feng, standing beside him, grimaced, wishing to say nothing. "Is your classmate always this ostentatious?" Tietao questioned. "He has that tendency, but there's no way to lose this match. Just watch." Tang Xuan. In the arena, the 2 explosive apes and the 2 short-legged elephants bombarded the earth wasteland turtle without restraint. The turtle, however, exhibited no reaction, allowing the savage beasts to attack it freely. The 2 members of the Iron Man hunting team sensed something amiss and altered their strategy. The 2 short-legged elephants suddenly hurled the explosive apes onto the back of the earth wasteland turtle. A flash of yellow hurtled towards the airborne apes. "I knew you would do that. Did you think I was unprepared?" Lu Ming taunted the opponents with a smirk. Wang Feng could hardly bear to watch. The 2 explosive apes, upon impact, landed with a resounding thud, while the golden dragon bird vanished from sight once more. As of now, only Jin Buhuan's golden eagle and Lu Xiaoyou's adeptly swift beasts could rival the speed of the golden dragon bird. In terms of raw physical confrontation, the golden dragon bird was no slouch either. Hand-to-hand combat was its forte. After landing, the apes prepared to make another attempt to climb onto the turtle's back. However, the turtle's shell appeared slick, as if waxed, coated with a thin layer of pale yellow film that denied the creatures any chance of ascent. For a moment, the 2 opponents and their beasts found themselves at a loss. Just as they were formulating their tactics, one of the explosive apes collapsed, frothing at the mouth. Soon after, the other 3 beasts exhibited the same symptoms. "Yield now. They have fallen victim to the poison of my beast." Wang Feng pointed at the afflicted creatures. The 2 hunters gritted their teeth, their eyes reflecting a mix of rage and resignation. We concede. They had come with high hopes, but now left empty-handed. Their efforts in vain. Following the announcer's declaration, the beast medical team rushed in to administer detoxification treatment to the afflicted creatures. Turtle Grandpa, wake up. "WVE1. Lu Ming exclaimed, his face brimming with enthusiasm. The earth wasteland turtle gradually extended its limbs and began to march off the arena. In his moment of triumph, Lu Ming, caught off guard, slipped and tumbled down. Dusting himself off, he paid no mind, trailing behind the turtle as they exited the arena. Almost no one in the audience noticed how the savage beasts had been poisoned, igniting curiosity among the viewers. The director replayed the footage repeatedly until he discovered the clue, projecting it on the big screen. After Lu Ming and his companions climbed onto the earth wasteland turtle, a poisoned dragonfly of the same hue as Wang Feng's attire soared into the air, dispersing toxic powder across a section of the turtle's shell. The opposing beasts, upon contact with the powder, absorbed the toxin through their skin. The quantity entering their systems was minuscule at first, but as time progressed, the poison accumulated until it erupted in the arena, explaining their victory. Without the replay, no one would have noticed such a diminutive poison dragonfly. Chapter 95. Tang Xuan Study Materials. The duo competition between Tietao and Tang Xuan proceeded seamlessly, encountering almost no opposition. They had reviewed the finals of the personal competition multiple times. Tietao was a formidable rival, especially with Tang Xuan by his side. The more cautious the opposition became, The more Tietao unleashed his skills, showcasing the techniques he had meticulously learned from his phone. However, Tang Xuang could no longer endure the spectacle. In the resting room, he inquired, Tietao, where on earth did you learn those moves? They're so cringeworthy, especially that crow-flying plane and the tornado wrecking the parking lot. Didn't you say I shouldn't search online? This was one of the techniques I found. I just learned it because it looked interesting, Tietao replied. Could you tell me which video inspired these moves? There's one called Jackie Chan Adventures. I found Ah Fu's moves quite fierce, though he lacks timing. Unlike me, who has impeccable timing, Tietao said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Tang Xuang took a deep breath. I didn't mean for you to learn from cartoons. Why not try Naruto? You could even master some fire techniques. I can do that, Tietao responded seriously, mimicking hand seals before exhaling a burst of flame. Behold, the great fireball technique, he claimed, pointing to the lingering fireball in the air. Stop right there. That's clearly a beast's secret technique. Mimicking it 1T increase its power, Tang Xuang retorted. Fair point. So what should I learn then? Tietao asked. How about traditional martial arts? Tai Chi, Baji, or similar styles? Why resort to animated series? Tang Xuang suggested. I see. Next time, I'll ask Wang to teach me. I've seen him execute Tai Chi quite well. I'll give it a shot, Tietao resolved earnestly. Can you please detach your martial arts studies from the realm of animation and focus on the real world? Tang Xuang felt inexplicably fatigued. Were it not for their partnership, he wouldn't have bothered to remind Tietao. Yet Tang Xuang valued his dignity. He resolutely decided to prepare a study guide for Tietao to ensure he could learn properly. Tang Xuang worked efficiently, and by evening, he presented a USB drive to Tietao. This is a compilation of study materials. Make sure to review it thoroughly, he urged, prodding Tietao. All right, thank you. Tietao accepted the USB, though he had no computer at hand. Uncertain of Tang Xuang's whereabouts that evening, he could only seek assistance from Luomi. He arrived at Luomi's room, bearing fried chicken and cola, and knocked on the door. Upon opening it, Luomi's face lit up with a look of relief, akin to that of parents witnessing their child grow. After stepping inside, Luomi discreetly clenched the small box hidden beneath the television behind her back as she heard Taitao's voice. Luomi, do you have a computer? Yes. Why do you ask? Tang Xuang sent me some study materials, and I would like to take a look. May I borrow it? At this, Luomi's cheeks flushed a deeper shade. She tilted her head towards the bedside table and said to Tietao, I'm going to take a shower first. In a flurry, she hurried into the bathroom. Tietao, oblivious to her urgency, opened Luomi's computer and plugged in the USB drive. The files on the USB opened, accompanied by the sound of water from the bathroom. With her ear pressed against the door, Luomi listened intently to the commotion outside, eager to ascertain the reliability of Tang Xuang's study materials. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the computer, nearly causing her to choke in exasperation. The third set of radio calisthenics. The era calls upon you. The first stretching exercise. Outside, Tietao attentively observed the fitness routine, and after a thorough viewing, he felt confident in his ability to replicate it. He clicked on the second video. Tai Chi 24 forms. Everyone follow along. Luomi could no longer endure the absurdity. She quickly finished her shower, feeling foolish for her earlier excitement. Is this truly what they call study materials? Why is Tang Xuang so serious when it's unnecessary, yet frivolous when it matters? Glancing at the small box in her hand, she hurled it to the ground with a resounding thud. Luomi, what's wrong? Nothing. Just dropped my shampoo. Supporting her heaving chest, Luomi rapidly composed herself. She wrapped a towel around her body, her hair also swathed in a towel. In front of the mirror, she adjusted the towel's height until she was satisfied. Only then did she open the bathroom door and step out. At that moment, Tietao clicked on the third video. This clip was brief, showcasing a series of continuous movements, titled Baji 24 Forms. It was only after watching it for the third time that he noticed Luomi had emerged from the bathroom. Finished so quickly? Usually, you take over half an hour. Tietao remarked. You should wash up too, Luomi suggested. I think I'll pass. I'll shower after I finish watching these videos. How can Tietao be so oblivious? Luomi felt a surge of irritation, but refrained from voicing it. What other videos can we watch together? She asked, nuzzling into Taitao's embrace. Luomi did not believe in the concept of unshakable virtue. With incredulity in her eyes, she watched as Tietao opened the final video. This was an animated montage titled Away 18 Styles. The name rang a bell. It was a set of moves featured in anime, reputed for their immense power. Tietao was engrossed, while Luomi felt her face heat up. Perhaps this would enlighten him, she thought, burying her head in his chest. After watching the entire montage of 18 styles twice, he had memorized them. He needed to deduce how the muscles should move in these forms. With that, he opened a web page to research human muscle anatomy. In his mind's eye, the muscles of a body were in constant motion, each move he had just seen evolving. The mechanics of movement were vividly etched in his mind. Before long, Tietao shut the computer. A wave of hunger washing over him as he realized he had exerted himself mentally. Luomi had already curled up on him, seemingly asleep. He gently placed her on the bed. With her eyes closed, Luomi slyly loosened her towel, which began to slip away. Facing down, she wore a victorious smile. Honestly, what a troublesome towel. Tietao swiftly wrapped it back around her. After covering her with a blanket, he exited the room. Once assured of his departure, Luomi sprang up from the bed and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon her pillow. Tietao, you fool. You had it right in front of you, and didn't you take advantage? She huffed and puffed as she pummeled the pillow, which contorted under her assault. Eventually, she nestled her legs around the pillow and fell asleep. Chapter 96. Lu Ming's team versus Tang Yinran's team. In the subsequent 2 days, Tao's team encountered no formidable opponents in their matches. Either their adversaries were intimidated by Tao's prowess, fighting hesitantly, or they were swiftly defeated by him. Tang Xuang felt a sense of relief seeing that Tao had abandoned his earlier awkward techniques. The 2 days had allowed him to adeptly apply the moves he had learned. It was on that day that Lu Ming's team faced their strongest opponent yet, Tang Yinran's team. However, while Lu Ming and Wang Feng knew Tang Yinran, she did not recognize them. During high school, their lack of notoriety made it difficult for them to be remembered. Upon arriving at the arena, Lu Ming stood atop the earthbound turtle and called out to Tang Yinran, who stood across from him. Tang Yinran, we all graduated from high school. Please go easy on us. Tang Yinran was taken aback. She had not expected to encounter former classmates here. Clearly, she did not recognize them. Lu Ming continued. We were from class 9. Do you remember? You're in the same class as Tao? Yes, we're in the same class as Tai Baba. Lu Ming smiled, finally finding common ground for conversation. Meanwhile, the poison dragon butterfly had vanished from the field, preparing to deploy its toxic powder. Lu Ming's conversation with Tang Yinran served to buy Wang Feng some time. Once the toxic powder formation was complete, Tang Yinran's companions, with their 2 flying beasts, would be incapacitated. Tang Yinran commanded 2 flying beasts, while her companions had an abyssal moongale wolf and a shadow leopard. Both of these beasts belonged to the agile category, posing a considerable threat to them. However, the greatest danger did not stem from there, but from the 2 flying beasts still circling above. The poison dragon butterfly could sense some threats emanating from her flaming bird, indicating that if flames were to scorch the arena, there was a 70 to 80% chance the toxic formation would fail. Even more terrifying was the Starfall Falcon, which could deliver a lethal blow to both Lu Ming and Wang Feng. While Lu Ming could ensure his safety through the celestial shift, Wang Feng would not be so fortunate. His injuries would be severe. The purple dragon Poison Widow lay in wait, prepared for the Starfall Falcon's assault. Since you are close to Tietao, I won't hold back. Let us see how strong the people around him are. Surely not. Did you have some romantic entanglement with him? Or did you two share a moment of passion, only for him to declare that his affections lie elsewhere? You sound rather bitter, she sneered. Shut up, there's nothing good about being around Tietao, including him. Lu Ming suddenly understood. You have not faced your rival in competition. It must be so. Lu Ming's words, amplified by the microphone, rendered the audience in stunned silence. Not a soul dared to utter a sound. This was indeed a sensational revelation. Only Luomi stood there, laughing, her gaze towards Lu Ming beginning to soften. The Starfall Falcon descended swiftly from the heavens, its fiery tail igniting the air as it hurtled toward the back of the earthbound tortoise. Tang Yinran launched a lethal strike without hesitation. The venomous dragon butterfly had returned, resting upon Wang Feng's shoulder. The poison formation was now complete. Elder Tortoise, erect a layer of earthen shield. Lu Ming commanded the earthbound tortoise. A tawny barrier enveloped both him and Wang Feng, with layers of earthy hues stacking upon one another. Appearing unchanging in color, yet comprising numerous layers, the Starfall Falcon crashed down, landing heavily upon the tortoise's shell. The sound engineer, recalling the moment, severed the power to the speakers. Nevertheless, the sound reverberated throughout the venue. The tawny shield fractured, yet the two remained unscathed. You think you can breach Elder Tortoise's defense? Dream on. Lu Ming began to taunt Tang Yinran. Humph. The Starfall Falcon sought to ascend once more, only to be ensnared by a sticky net. The blazing firebird swiftly approached, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the net, liberating the Starfall Falcon from its entrapment. This flame, however, still caused discomfort to the purple dragon Venom Widow. Watching the firebird, her eyes were filled with disdain as flames and webs intertwined. The fire did not incinerate the web outright. It still had enough strength to advance toward the Starfall Falcon. The toxins clinging to the web were purged by the flames, leaving the flaming net to envelop the Starfall Falcon. The falcon remained indifferent to the flames, for the temperature of its descent was no less than that of the fire. Yet, being perpetually ablaze was undeniably unpleasant. The Starfall Falcon ascended once more, spiraling through the air. the flames cascading from its body without any sign of extinguishing in the high altitudes. At that moment, the audience realized this flame was no ordinary fire. The lineage of the blazing firebird was indeed formidable. Tang Yinran's companions, two beastmasters, began to ascend the back of the earthbound tortoise. The faster they climbed, the quicker their breaths became, inhaling the toxic powder in greater quantities. Just as the two beastmasters reached the top, they slid right back down. Not due to the slickness of the tortoise's shell, but because of poisoning. After sliding down, they foamed at the mouth, rendered unconscious. Despicable. You intentionally provoked me to make a mistake, Tang Yinran seethed. That statement is erroneous. You failed to manage the poison, yet blame us. How can one act so unjustly? Lu Ming countered, his confidence unwavering. Among the remaining beasts, only two hovered in the skies. The blazing firebird dove down first, spewing flames. The distance between Tang Yinran and the earthbound tortoise was engulfed in fire. The toxins of the dragon butterfly were cleansed by the flames. Both sides once again faced off. A stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Yet, Tang Yinran's companions remained anxious for their two beasts, for this was poisoning, not mere injury. Wounds may not always be fatal, but poison certainly could be. A toxin that acted so swiftly could not be underestimated. Especially after she had seen the purple dragon Venom Widow. Tang Yinran, concede, my two beasts' fates hang in the balance. I refuse, Tang Yinran insisted. The two beasts in the air again charged towards them. The dragon butterfly, silently, took flight once more. Attacks from both sides converged, and an earthen shell once again enveloped them. The dragon butterfly approached Tang Yinran and her companions, while the starfall falcon, entwined with the blazing firebird's flames, hurtled toward the two on the tortoise's back. Consumed by rage, Tang Yinran momentarily disregarded Wang Feng's beasts. Chapter 97, Rebellion, White Tiger Beast. A tremendous sound resonated through the arena once more. The two earthen shells shattered, accompanied by immense force, propelling the two from the tortoise's back. The earthbound tortoise, in pain, extended its body from the shell, charging recklessly towards the two. Tang Yinran's companion, witnessing the approaching behemoth, felt a surge of anxiety. There was no way to evade. Urging Tang Yinran to concede, she suddenly felt a sharp prick at her neck. In the blink of an eye, she rolled her eyes back and collapsed, foaming at the mouth like her beast. Seeing her companion fall, Tang Yinran steeled herself. A dragon butterfly settled upon her shoulder, its eyes fixated upon her. Tang Yinran turned her head, numb, to gaze at the dragon butterfly upon her shoulder. Taking a deep breath, she declared, I concede. A profound sense of unwillingness welled within her. She watched as her fallen companion was carried away, along with her two beasts. Ultimately, the outcome was defeat. She was not one to accept loss lightly, and she vowed to reclaim this moment one day. Turning, she made her way towards the resting area. Behind her, Lu Ming's voice echoed, Look, we did it. We'll have enough to boast about for years to come. We are in the top 8. Tang Yinran quickened her pace. Though the match had lost its significance, the audience still offered their cheers, for battling with toxin-wielding beasts was an exhilarating spectacle. The next contenders to challenge them would be few, unless they encountered someone capable of breaching the earthbound tortoise's defenses. Even the last collision had failed to shatter the tortoise's defenses. Indeed, the earthbound tortoise still possessed the strength to retaliate. After rearranging the arena, the next match was set to commence. At this pace, as long as no one was rendered unable to compete, the matches could conclude today. Yet, as is often the case, events did not unfold as hoped. The day did not see the completion of all matches. The tournament progressed from the top 8 to the semifinals. The semifinals and finals would commence the following day, with each participant facing 2 battles to determine rankings. Except for the Tietao group and Lu Ming's group, the other 2 groups were nervously preparing. Meanwhile, they relaxed by the seaside, sipping beer and enjoying barbecues, living quite comfortably, entirely unperturbed by the competition. Tietao had already secured a dragon heart, which sufficed for now, from what was evident. Tang Shuang had no need for it. The one who required the dragon heart most was undoubtedly Lu Ming, followed closely by Wang Feng, who needed even more. The next day, the matches began anew. Tietao and Tang Shuang were the first to take the stage, accompanied by 2 senior students from the Central Plains Beastmaster University. This battle would undoubtedly be a fierce clash. According to the information gathered by Tang Shuang from their recent discussions, one of their beasts had awakened a bloodline, the White Tiger Beast, whose power was on par with that of the Golden Rock. For Tietao, the threat posed by these 2 beasts was evidently greater from the White Tiger. Should he seize even one opportunity, the Golden Eagle would undoubtedly falter. The White Tiger Beast, as the primary force, would not fall into the water as carelessly as the Golden Pattern Bloodlion had previously. The White Tiger Beast evidently had only recently awakened its bloodline, its aura fluctuating significantly and its temperament unstable. Given sufficient time, its growth to the third rank would pose no challenge. However, it was unclear how so many materials for awakening its bloodline were procured. Moreover, the other 3 summoned beasts were also of the 4th rank. This battle was destined to be arduous. The summoners held no advantage. Even Tang Shuang's summoned beast barely reached the 5th rank. The 4 summoned beasts on the field had already engaged the other 3 beasts, aside from the white tiger. All 4 were under Tang Shuang's command. Though his guidance was somewhat inferior to that of their individual masters, the outcome hinged entirely on Tang Shuang's strategic direction, as it was the only chance to entangle the adversaries and secure a potential victory. Otherwise, they would stand no chance of triumph whatsoever. Iron Tide charged recklessly towards the white tiger beast, muscles rippling with power. He could scarcely believe that these 2 individuals possessed defensive-type summoned beasts akin to Jin Buhuan. He fought with the ferocity reminiscent of the legendary Han De Yuan, pummeling the white tiger beast with relentless fists. The white tiger retaliated with its sharp claws, inflicting wounds upon Iron Tide, creating an impression of an evenly matched struggle. Iron Tide felt fortunate to witness the clash of 2 4th-rank feral beasts. He emulated the feral creature, pouring his full strength into every strike aimed at the white tiger's vulnerabilities. Although literature offered scant descriptions of the awakened white tiger bloodline, its weaknesses remained unchanged. Iron Tide's fists now harnessed the full extent of his physical prowess. Striking at its weak points, the white tiger was not unscathed, and its furious roars echoed throughout the arena. Spectators began to perceive Iron Tide no longer as merely human, but rather as a humanoid feral beast, reminiscent of the renowned Taoist Han clad in blue from years past. Nearby, 2 4th-year students observed Iron Tide's fierce combat with the white tiger, uncertain how to respond. This was unprecedented, and they feared the white tiger might slay Iron Tide. Their trepidation inadvertently gave the white tiger the upper hand. After 10 minutes of fierce combat, the white tiger beast succumbed to rage, disregarding its master's commands. A bloodier melee ensued, causing the white tiger's master to pale. The mark of the summoned beast within his soul began to fade rapidly. The disappearance of this mark could indicate only 2 outcomes. Either the summoned beast perished, or the mark was forcibly erased. Such a phenomenon was indeed plausible. The more powerful the summoned beast, the more likely it was to achieve this. Had his soul power harmonized with that of the beast, this occurrence might have been averted, but he fell short. Cold sweat poured from his brow as his complexion turned ashen. His companion supported him, whispering reassurances. The backlash of the beast contract was evidently not easily borne. It seemed that forcibly enhancing the white tiger's bloodline was a grave misstep. The consequences he faced were the price of weakness. The dissolution of their contract would inevitably backfire on the weaker party. The mildest backlash could result in permanent damage to his soul, potentially halting his soul power altogether. Iron Tide truly battled a 4th-rank feral beast. The former master of the white tiger gritted his teeth and cautioned his companion, Zhang Feng. Do not let news of the white tiger's rebellion spread. We cannot afford to lose. Lives are at stake. If we must die, then so be it. I am beyond hope now, Zhang Feng replied. Once this is over, I can re-establish our contract. A little loss of soul power is a small price to pay. Very well, Zhang Feng hesitated. The white tiger's eyes gleamed with a murderous hue. Indeed, having awakened its bloodline, it relished in carnage. Chapter 98. The Ultimate Slaughter of the White Tiger. Unshackled from its master's constraints, the white tiger's attacks intensified. Its primal nature surged forth, and its strikes grew increasingly ferocious. The change in its mode of attack rendered Iron Tide momentarily disoriented, forcing him to create distance. Yet, as he retreated, a beam of white light hurtled towards him, striking him squarely. Gasps erupted from the audience, with some even shielding their eyes. Luomi cried out in alarm. As the white light dissipated, Iron Tide's garments lay tattered, blood streaming from his chest. Remarkably, he withstood the onslaught. Only he knew how perilous the moment had been. The emerald scales of his serpent form were now utterly shattered. Iron Tide had narrowly escaped with his life. Tang Shuang's expression darkened. This situation was undeniably abnormal, far from the bounds of a typical competition. He immediately raised his hand and shouted, "We concede." The moment his surrender was acknowledged, the host promptly declared the outcome. However, the white tiger showed no signs of relenting, continuing its assault on Iron Tide. A cerulean aura enveloped him as he swiftly evaded the white tiger's strikes. The beast's aggression matched Iron Tide's agility, making counterattacks increasingly difficult. This scenario required no confirmation. The white tiger had spiraled out of control. The man, drenched in cold sweat, glared at Iron Tide with venomous eyes. Though Tang Shuang had conceded, his summoned beast was now uncontrollable, and the final verdict would still favor Tang Shuang and his team. If he could not even manage his summoned beast, his career as a summoner was effectively over. What awaited him next were harsher consequences. Fortunately, his other summoned beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger, also joined the fray against Iron Tide, who was the cause of his current plight. It was all his fault. Jean Pika surged forth as well, unleashing arcs of electricity towards the Crimson Flame Tiger. Unfazed by the incoming assault, the Crimson Flame Tiger unleashed a torrent of flames upon Iron Tide. Suddenly, a blaze erupted around Iron Tide. The flames from the Crimson Flame Tiger melded with his own, as if assimilated. Panic swept through the audience. What had begun as a summoned beast contest had escalated into a life-or-death struggle. In the stands, Luomi mounted her little dragon, patting its neck. Dust swirled in the air as she soared into the sky atop the little dragon. Accelerating towards the battlefield, the creature conjured a white orb of light within its jaws, laced with flickering electricity. Its eyes glimmered with a cerulean hue as the glowing orb was hurled towards the white tiger. However, given the little dragon's current rank, this strike, while impressive, lacked the potency to alter the tide of battle. The luminous orb left a scorched mark upon the body of the white tiger beast, capturing its attention. The white tiger beast gazed skyward, exhaling a beam of white light from its mouth. Once more, the little dragon conjured a radiant sphere, poised to strike again. However, the white light veered off course, grazing the little dragon's wing as it passed. Iron Tide's fist collided with the abdomen of the white tiger beast, altering the trajectory of the white light attack. His muscles bulged anew, expanding even more than before. If moments ago he bore some resemblance to the great Han ape, now he could be likened to the great Han ape itself. The weight of his fists grew heavier, each strike more ferocious than the last. Away 18 styles. Poisonous Dragon Drill. Iron Tide's voice took on a gravelly tone. His colossal hand struck like a blade against the white tiger beast's abdomen. Meanwhile, the Crimson Flame Tiger was entangled in a fierce struggle with 4 other summoned beasts, utterly preoccupied and unable to interfere with Iron Tide. With a staggering force, Iron Tide struck, causing the white tiger to writhe in pain and tumble to the ground. He showed no intention of halting, leaping into the air. The ground beneath him fissured as he ascended nearly 10 meters high. He launched a knee strike aimed at the white tiger beast. Away 18 styles, Guanyin sitting on Lotus. The just-risen white tiger was struck by Iron Tide's knees, and both fell into the sea. All eyes were fixed anxiously on the waters, uncertain of what would transpire next. As the white tiger beast plunged into the ocean, its strength diminished drastically. It was ill-suited for combat in the water, having never encountered such an environment in its lifetime. Iron Tide pressed the white tiger beast downwards, submerging them toward the arena's depths. Beneath the water, the white tiger beast left a multitude of wounds on Iron Tide's back, and streaks of crimson blood began to mingle with the water. The white tiger beast suddenly lashed out with a claw against Iron Tide's back. They resembled 2 primal beasts locked in a fierce battle. Iron Tide felt the pain but ceased to suppress his aura. The ocean's surface erupted with waves, and underwater cameras captured the scene, projecting it onto the screens for the audience. It was then they comprehended the unfolding events. Iron Tide maintained his grip on the white tiger. The timer on the screen ticked away second by second, the limits of human endurance drawing ever closer. Everyone held their breath as the white tiger beast continued to struggle. Occasionally, wisps of red smoke emerged around Iron Tide. The white tiger's resistance weakened. A terrifying aura emanating from Iron Tide pressed upon it, a fear rooted in its very bloodline. Iron Tide's strength surged, as if he were on the verge of losing his consciousness, dominated by the energy within him. It felt as if a colossal beast was slowly opening its eyes, surveying its surroundings. Thankfully, the ocean provided a buffer. Had they still been on land, the consequences would have been unpredictable. He pressed his body against the white tiger, attempting to subdue this force, striving to contain it once more. This endeavor proved more challenging than anticipated. The timer on the screen surpassed 10 minutes, with merely 10 minutes remaining until the limits of human endurance would be reached. No one could assure that Iron Tide could endure as well. The white tiger beast ceased its struggles, lying quietly on the ocean floor, while Iron Tide, eyes closed, continued to wrestle with the force within him. He sensed a faint consciousness within the energy vying for control of his body. What this energy truly was, he could not discern. The bloodline of primal beasts was countless, with many still undiscovered, yet it was undoubtedly connected to the primal beasts. This, he could now confirm. This energy was also exerting pressure on his body, rapidly converting the undigested primal beast meat within him into energy to sustain his bodily functions. After 12 minutes, the energy began to recede, as if a ferocious beast within him had closed its eyes, lying in wait for its next opportunity. As the human limit for breath-holding reached 20 minutes, Iron Tide suddenly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 99. The Kunji Battle Team, Mighty Chicken. Iron Tide rapidly dragged the body of the white tiger beast upward, until his head broke the water's surface. The sensation of breathing in fresh air was exquisite. The taste of the air was truly delightful. As Irontide surfaced, a collective sigh of relief spread among the onlookers. With a thunderous crash, the white tiger beast was hurled onto the shore. Irontide climbed out, his body once again torn open by the white tiger beast's claws, blood streaming forth. As he emerged, 5 summoned beasts surrounded the crimson flame tiger, relentlessly attacking it. From the sky, a white dragon could be seen unleashing luminous orbs towards the crimson flame tiger. However, the disparity in levels rendered its damage minimal. Only the golden pika and the braised pork could effectively harm the crimson flame tiger. The senior enforcers of the National Summoner Tournament had yet to arrive, and the ordinary enforcers summoned beasts generally hovered around levels 6 or 7, leaving them with no opportunity to intervene. These individuals had instead managed to subdue the white tiger beastmaster. The crimson flame tiger did not relent in battle, continuing to fight. It was unclear whether it was under the master's orders or if the crimson flame tiger had begun to rebel. Tang Xuang, relieved to see Irontide's return, had no time to glance at the large screen. Irontide, meanwhile, was too preoccupied to dwell on anything else. He joined the assault against the crimson flame tiger. Initially able to maintain a stalemate, the crimson flame tiger began to show signs of faltering with Irontide's arrival. Particularly, its flames proved less effective and were continuously drained by the attacks from other summoned beasts. With Irontide's involvement, the crimson flame tiger quickly fell into a disadvantage. The awakens styles, with their cunning and treacherous techniques, proved highly practical in battle. The captured students could only sigh as they watched the crimson flame tiger succumb. Its breaths grew shallow, indicating its imminent demise. Irontide delivered a powerful punch to the head of the crimson flame tiger, blood staining his hands, and the creature exhaled its final breath. Unhurriedly, Irontide retrieved his tools to disassemble the 2 summoned beasts. Before the eyes of the students, he methodically transformed the beasts into components. The students under the control of the enforcement team could no longer withstand the sight and collapsed into the enforcer's arms. After the disassembly concluded, Irontide forcefully opened a spatial rift to store the materials, but he could no longer hold on. Fatigue and hunger overwhelmed him, and his once bulging muscles began to contract back to their original state. Supported by Tang Xuang, Irontide returned to the resting area. The arena lay in ruins, requiring time for restoration. Today, as competition could only be suspended, Luomi dismounted from the little dragon and, along with it, entered the resting area. Irontide sat before them, consuming the primal beast meat that had been prepared in advance within his spatial storage. As chunks of meat entered his stomach, they transformed into warm currents, rejuvenating his body. Before their very eyes, his wounds rapidly scabbed over, revealing tender, pink skin beneath. The 2 spectators were left utterly astounded, even beginning to wonder if some humanoid beast was present in their midst. Once the pangs of hunger subsided, Tietao collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. The 2 individuals returned him to his designated room, closing the door behind them as they departed. "Cousin, why not conduct a bloodline test on Tietao when we return? I can't shake the feeling that this fellow is not entirely human," one suggested. "What nonsense are you spouting? What's wrong with recovering quickly?" came the retort. Luomi sprang up and playfully smacked Tang Xuang on the back of the head. "No problem. No problem." Tang Xuang chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the spot where he had been struck, muttering under his breath, "It's all for your own good." Another light smack followed, and Luomi inquired, "What are you mumbling about?" "Nothing, nothing. Just idle chatter," Tang Xuang replied. Meanwhile, Tietao continued to rest, only awakening the following evening. Upon regaining consciousness, he realized he was in the standard room he had booked at school. It seemed that time had flown by. The duo competition was now down to the final match. Tietao switched on the television to catch a replay of the last battle. Munching on the scant remnants of beast meat, the opposing team, known as the Kuan-ji, was set to face Lu Ming and his comrades, a name that vaguely rang a bell but lacked any significant impression. As the replay introduced the Kuan-ji team, it was only when Coach Anshi was mentioned that he recalled where he had heard the name before, from the shopkeeper at the convenience store, who had expressed skepticism about their abilities. On the battlefield, 2 individuals caught his eye, one with red hair and the other with black. Clad in striking red uniforms adorned with a black emblem of a chicken-like beast, the red-haired competitor bore the number 10, while his black-haired counterpart sported the number 11. After a close-up of the duo, the camera shifted to their coaching staff. A young man dressed in overalls, and whose gender was difficult to discern, stood out. And Tietao mused that Ling Piaomiao would likely take a liking to him. Beside this figure sat a coach with an exceedingly round face, who remained silent as he observed the arena. The camera then returned to Lu Ming and his team, but the focus quickly shifted back to the announcer's voice. Both teams' beasts had entered the arena, and the camera panned to the Kuan-ji side as their creatures emerged, 4 chicken-shaped beasts. Tietao found himself curious about why these poultry-like beings were clad in overalls, their gait appearing peculiarly awkward. Suddenly, a colossal speaker on the audience stand blared the Kuan-ji team's battle anthem. "You are too beautiful, chicken." The 4 indistinguishable chicken-like beasts began to dance in rhythm with the music. The footage swiftly transitioned to Lu Ming and Wang Feng, who had taken their positions atop the earthbound tortoise. Observing the creature's movements, Tietao felt a shiver run down his spine, still haunted by the infectious background music. As the BGM was abruptly cut off, the match officially commenced. With a sudden burst, the 4 chicken-like beasts sprang forth, their overalls bursting apart, revealing their true forms. Each was a beast known as the mighty chicken, a common creature that had even led to the establishment of specialized farms for breeding. These chickens grew rapidly, reaching market size in just 15 days, and hens could lay eggs continuously, which had previously caused a significant drop in egg prices. It seemed that the Kuan-ji team possessed some degree of skill to cultivate such ordinary beasts to this level, prompting Tietao to reevaluate Coach Anshi, who was not merely an ordinary individual hidden behind the convenience store. As the 4 mighty chickens assumed their battle formations, the announcer declared the match officially underway, prompting the crowd to erupt in cheers. Mighty chicken, invincible in battle. This marked the Kuan-ji team's inaugural deployment of mighty chickens as their chosen combat beasts. And achieving such results was indeed impressive. The quartet of mighty chickens continuously clucked as they charged towards the earthbound tortoise. The commentators began their analysis. The mighty chickens are launching an assault on the earthbound tortoise. It appears the tortoise is rather dismissive of this attack, showing no inclination to withdraw into its shell. Have they adopted a new strategy? It seems they simply do not wish to evade, one commentator replied. The camera cut to the action. The mighty chickens are executing a series of wing strikes, but it seems ineffective. Do the mighty chickens possess any special techniques? Such attacks cannot possibly harm the earthbound tortoise, which has awakened its Xuanwu bloodline. It appears the mighty chickens are about to change their combat form. The 4 creatures began to shed their feathers, revealing robust musculature beneath. Their muscles bulged, enhancing their strength and ferocity. Remarkably, these mighty chickens are employing a technique of seduction. But the opponent is merely a tortoise, uninterested in chickens. No, this is not merely seduction. This is a secret technique of shedding. A long-lost method for enhancing beasts. Who would have imagined Coach Anshi could revive it? Truly remarkable. Could you elucidate this for us? This technique is specifically designed to strengthen beasts, and only those with feathers can learn it. Once employed, the beast will cease to grow any more feathers. What effect does it have? In essence, becoming bald equates to becoming stronger. They will unleash unprecedented power, a single punch surpassing 100, justly termed a one-punch beast. Oh, look, the bald mighty chickens are now able to challenge the defenses of the earthbound tortoise. Tietao watched in astonishment as the 4 mighty chickens, each emitting a blue glow from their fists, struck the earthbound tortoise, causing it to stagger back. He was incredulous at the sheer force emanating from these chickens. Touching his own hair, he murmured to himself, could it be that going bald truly leads to strength? The earthbound tortoise, now wary of these 4 featherless chickens, was suddenly targeted by a streak of golden light from above. The golden dragonbird's claws attempted to seize the chicken's wings. Contrary to expectations, the claws did not tear the wings away. Instead, the mighty chicken's bare wings pulled the golden dragonbird down with tremendous force, resulting in a heavy fall. The golden dragonbird released its grip, soaring back into the sky in search of another opportunity. The scene then shifted to Lu Ming and Wang Feng, who were strategizing. Confident that the earthbound tortoise would pose no immediate threat, Wang Feng's poison dragon butterfly has taken to the field. Is he setting a poison trap? One commentator speculated. That's unlikely. Now is not the optimal time for such tactics. Let us follow the action to see what unfolds. The poison dragonfly darted towards the mighty chickens, seemingly intent on a direct confrontation. This was undoubtedly an unconventional tactic for them. The incessantly fluttering poison dragonfly successfully captured the attention of the 4 mighty chickens, who pursued it with fervor. As the chickens were led further astray, the earth-breaking tortoise surged forward, charging towards the adversaries numbered 10 and 11. The poison dragonfly ascended higher and higher, while the featherless mighty chickens, flapping their robust wings, found themselves unable to take flight, resorting instead to frantic clucking. The 2 members of the Kuan-ji battle team began to evade the onslaught of the earth-breaking tortoise, issuing new commands within their souls to shift their attack targets. The arena was vast, yet it felt minuscule for the earth-breaking tortoise. In the blink of an eye, it closed a mere dozen steps separating them. Their strategy was straightforward, to relentlessly pursue the 2 individuals, exhausting the stamina of the Kuan-ji battle team. The earth-breaking tortoise could run those dozen steps hundreds or even thousands of times without issue. However, the ground beneath posed a different challenge. The tremendous weight of the earth-breaking tortoise created seismic tremors that hindered the movements of those on the ground. A moment's inattention could send them plummeting into the sea. And climbing back up was no simple feat. Not everyone possessed the resilience of Iron Wave. Iron Wave, having switched platforms, needed not watch the match to discern the outcome. An advertisement played, "Sweep the machine, infinite vitality." Following this, a mighty chicken took a bite of an energy bar and swiftly transformed into a muscular version of itself. Iron Wave gazed at it, his face a canvas of confusion. Who could fathom how the Kunji battle team had triumphed? Yet this advertisement had rendered them victorious. There were countless such advertisements saturating the market, and the price of mighty chickens had surged several-fold. Once a scarce resource for consumption, mighty chickens had suddenly catapulted to fame. Many clamored to contract a mighty chicken, seeking to transform it into a muscular variant. The elusive explosive clothing secret also began to fly off the shelves at a modest price, attracting many eager buyers. It appeared that the Kunji battle team's sole objective was to showcase the image of the mighty chicken, utilizing the Beastmaster competition as a promotional platform. This endeavor had yielded substantial profits for the Kunji battle team, and even those involved in raising mighty chickens reaped the rewards. Naturally, such occurrences would prompt an investigation by the organizing committee. Regardless of the investigation's outcome, be it a suspension or other repercussions, it mattered little to the Kunji battle team. Their goal had been achieved. At worst, they could simply adopt a new name in the future. By the time the investigation concluded, Iron Wave and Lu Ming had already parted ways. In the end, they did not compete. Victory was decided through a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. Tang Xuang participated in the contest, though he lost. Nonetheless, securing this ranking was a significant achievement. After all, as beast tamers, they could boast about such accomplishments for a lifetime. Upon returning to the capital, Iron Wave felt as though a considerable amount of time had passed. Having obtained the materials for the White Tiger bloodline, it seemed he could finally facilitate Zhu Zhuqing's exotic evolution. A new phantom White Tiger would soon be born under Iron Wave's guidance. The thought ignited a sense of impatience within him. Simultaneously, the Qilin project was likely already underway. By the time he returned, progress would surely accelerate. Chapter 101, The Paparazzi Army. As Iron Wave and Tang Xuang disembarked from the plane, they were greeted by a throng of people, best described by the phrase, "The drums thundered and firecrackers exploded, red flags fluttered, and a sea of humanity surged." However, they were oblivious to the true reason behind the commotion. "Tang Xuang, do you know why this crowd has gathered? How inconsiderate of them. They're causing quite a traffic disruption." Tang Xuang regarded Iron Wave as if he were a fool. "You don't know? They're here to welcome us back." "What? Why would they welcome us?" Iron Wave was momentarily bewildered. "You are the champion of the National Beastmaster competition. Is it wrong for them to celebrate your return?" Just then, a throng surged towards Iron Wave. "Hey, mind your manners," Iron Wave shouted, his body radiating a greenish glow as he swiftly maneuvered through the crowd. Tang Xuang observed Iron Wave's retreating figure, knowing he could not escape the onslaught. Despite this, several individuals still followed closely behind him, including a few journalists wielding cameras, who also emanated a green glow. This was nothing short of a tailing squad. Iron Wave hesitated to board any vehicle, uncertain if there were insiders among them. What if he unwittingly boarded a pirate ship? Reluctantly, he began a race against the crowd. To his astonishment, he found himself sprinting along the sidewalk, with a cyclist sporting a small camera mounted atop his head, keeping pace alongside him. This individual, too, radiated a greenish glow. Otherwise, he would be unable to keep up with Iron Wave. "Hey, Iron Wave, now that you've won the National Beastmaster competition, what are your thoughts?" "I can't think of anything." Iron Wave quickened his pace, leaping upwards to grasp a rope hanging from the sky fish. He intended to soar into the skies. The cyclist, one hand pressed against his earpiece, stated, "Number 12, the target is taken to the air. Proceed with interception." "Over." "Received." "Over." With a bird's call, a bluebird soared towards Iron Wave's sky fish, its speed far surpassing that of the sky fish. Two individuals rode atop the bird, one wielding a camera, the other a microphone. Iron Wave heard the rush of wind behind him and turned just in time to witness the scene. Unbelievable. They just won't quit. The attire of this individual mirrored that of the cyclist, but their number read 12. It was evident that this was a meticulously organized paparazzi operation. The sky fish ascended yet higher, the chill of the altitude enveloping him. Number 14, engage. The target has gained altitude. Execute aerial interception plan B20. Over. Received. Over. The bird released a drone, which flew towards Iron Wave. The drone hovered beside him, its camera recording his every move. "Iron Wave, could you spare a moment for an interview? How do you typically train your body?" "Unbelievable. They just won T-Relent." The sky fish climbed higher, distancing itself from the drone, which could not reach such heights. Finally, he felt a sense of relief. Before long, he returned above the villa. Entering through the courtyard, he collapsed onto the sofa. Iron Wave had never anticipated such a blockade from reporters. Now that he was home, he should be safe. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the situation. The reporters' surveillance network was already in place. The moment he stepped outside, they would monitor his every move. And some had already made appointments at the Beast Tamers Association to meet with Iron Wave. That night passed with a sense of tranquility. In the evening, he received a call from the school, instructing him to visit the principal's office the following day. This was likely related to the awards from the National Beast Tamer competition. The next morning, he boarded the Sky Fish and soared toward the school. As Tietao touched down, a figure emerged from the grass, microphone in hand. Addressing him, "Tietao, how have you trained to achieve such physique? Goodness, how do you all manage to be everywhere?" he exclaimed, noticing the journalist clad in a camouflage outfit, hidden in the grass. "Aren't you afraid of being trampled by a beast?" The journalist, bearing the number 5 embroidered on his attire, replied with pride, "We can interview anyone we desire. Let us put that to the test," Tietao said as he made his way into the principal's building, swiftly entering the principal's office. There, he observed the principal, whose hair appeared even thinner than the last time they met, with signs of thinning reminiscent of a Mediterranean condition. "Principal, what is it that you require of me?" Tietao inquired. "You performed admirably in the National Beast Tamer competition, bringing honor to the school. What sort of reward do you seek?" "Principal, how is the collection of materials for the Sky Whale coming along?" "It's nearly complete. I intended to consult you before delivering it. Since you asked, here it is." The principal retrieved a frosty blue box from his safe. "Inside are all the materials I could gather from the Sky Whale. You've hit the jackpot. These credits could never procure such treasures." Tietao accepted the box, swiftly storing it in his spatial pocket. He noticed the principal's face twitch slightly, undoubtedly pained by the loss. "Thank you, Principal. What comes next?" Taking a deep breath, the principal responded, "For the duo competition, you ranked second, and you have 3 options, each valued at 1,800 credits. I want the materials. I require the bloodline of a phoenix beast." The principal nearly fell from his chair upon hearing this. While there are many useful items related to the phoenix bloodline, acquiring materials from phoenix beasts is no simple task. After all, one cannot conduct physical examinations on all beasts in the wilderness to identify those with the phoenix bloodline and then eliminate them. Such materials can only be obtained by hunting beasts that have already awakened the phoenix bloodline, significantly increasing the difficulty. Even purchasing them would cost a fortune. "Understood," came the principal's trembling reply. He had also examined Tang Xuan's beast data. If she sought similar bloodline materials, the school would undoubtedly incur substantial expenses. "All right, off you go." The principal was already ushering him out, clearly eager to end the conversation. Tietao walked toward the window behind the principal, where the autumn breeze had begun to stir. He opened the tightly shut window, letting down a rope. The principal reminded himself to ensure good ventilation to avoid illness. Tietao descended the rope, leaving the school with his sights set on the laboratory of the Luo group, where he could effectively evade the persistent journalists. The principal, feeling a chill from the autumn wind, sensed that this was not a good omen. Tang Xuan knocked and entered. Chapter 102, Awakening of the Sky Fish. The laboratory was a secure location, typically inaccessible to the general public. This was the core of the Luo Group's Beast Cultivation Institute. Tietao had the privilege of entering the laboratory from the rooftop without obstruction. Otherwise, the station beast tamers would not easily allow uninvited guests to pass. Once inside, Tietao opened the box provided by the principal. A frigid aura emanated from within. Most of the contents were still fresh. He wondered how the principal had procured these materials. Donning gloves and a lab coat, he prepared to concoct the awakening potion for the Sky Whale bloodline. He had already devised a plan for the formulation, but was initially lacking the necessary materials. With the items given by the principal, he now had enough to create the potion. He began selecting from the laboratory's available materials, as this potion was not merely intended to awaken the Sky Whale bloodline, but also to awaken the bloodline of the Sky Fish. It could be described as a dual bloodline awakening potion, a feat made possible by the extensive literature provided by Ding Jianye during his training. This had bolstered his confidence to a solid 90. However, he could not find the last required ingredient in the laboratory, so he called Uncle Luo. Without hesitation, Uncle Luo began gathering the materials. In less than half an hour, he arrived at the laboratory with the required components. "Here is the Celestial Star Stone. Are you using this for the potion?" Uncle Luo tossed the stone to Tietao, who caught it deftly. Indeed, based on the literature from Teacher Ding, while the Celestial Star Stone is a rather uncommon material, it possesses unique effects, serving as a perfect medium for bloodline fusion. Does the Celestial Star Stone have such properties? Why is it then that no one seeks it? Currently, the trend is towards singular bloodlines and purity. As such, the Celestial Star Stone is deemed unnecessary. However, Mixed bloodlines can also be formidable, such as the Chilean bloodline. Are you suggesting that mixed bloodlines may become the norm in the future? I believe it's a possibility. Presently, pure bloodlines utilize high-quality bloodlines to suppress lower-quality ones, expelling the inferior bloodlines to enhance the beast's strength. Uncle Luo nodded in agreement. Tietao continued, but what if the qualities of the mixed bloodlines are comparable? What happens when 2, 3, or even more bloodlines awaken simultaneously? Uncle Luo was inexplicably reminded of the previously mentioned Chilean, the legendary beast. Is this the complete Chilean initiative? Sort of. The previous experiments were merely a part of it. They were foundational studies on multi-bloodline hybrid evolution and dual bloodline versatility in awakening. It seems this path will be arduous. Unfortunately, our Luo group lacks extensive data in this area to provide much assistance. We shall take it slow. All progress must be gradual. With that, Tietao began to prepare the potion, falling silent. He worked with meticulous precision, executing the established procedures with mechanical efficiency. The deep blue and light blue solutions remained distinct and incompatible within a test tube until the addition of the celestial starstone powder prompted their gradual merging, transforming into a royal blue hue. Under the laboratory's bright lights, it reflected a glimmering sheen. The first potion, the bloodline fusion potion, was successfully completed. The next step was to concoct the bloodline awakening potion, and Tietao once again slipped into a mechanical state. His muscles tensed. And Uncle Luo once again witnessed the lost art of potion preparation, Wuji. After half an hour, Taitao's body returned to normal. A bottle of pure white potion had been created, with only a few remnants of the sky whale materials left, consisting mainly of scraps. Let us go, Uncle Luo. It's time to administer the potion to the sky fish. Are you not going to rest? I'm fine, it's not that tiring. It seems that Taitao's physical prowess has once again ascended, and Uncle Luo's gaze has transformed as well. The two men ascended to the rooftop, where the sky fish descended gracefully. A cerulean potion was administered into the mouth of the celestial fish. In no time, the fish scales began to shed frantically. Gray-white scales scattered in all directions as the two men concealed themselves behind the door. The sound of persistent knocks reverberated against the door. After more than half an hour, the noise finally ceased. They emerged from their hiding place, only to find that all the scales of the celestial fish had vanished, replaced by skin radiating a delicate azure glow. Within the soul imprint, a signal of hunger emanated from the celestial fish. Tietao prepared to open a portal, revealing a small mountain of beast meat piled on the rooftop. The celestial fish voraciously consumed the beast meat, gradually replenishing its energy. Scales began to regrow on the celestial fish's skin, and its body started to expand. Its once round mouth, reminiscent of a carp, had transformed into a massive maw akin to that of a blue whale. The metamorphosis was rapid. Once the beast meat was depleted, the signal of hunger persisted within the soul imprint. Tietao cautiously produced a small quantity of 4th-grade crimson flame tiger meat, wary of offering too much. After the celestial fish consumed this meat, its rate of expansion gradually slowed, as tiny scales began to cover its body, nearly invisible to the naked eye. The celestial fish finally ceased its transformation, indicating a complete fusion of bloodlines, now verging on a new species. The next crucial step was the awakening of the dual bloodlines. This was a gamble. Tietao believed he had a 90% chance of success. Yet, there remained a risk of failure. Such matters could not rely on metaphysics, nor was there any safety net. Ultimately, it would depend on the celestial fish's fate. He poured the potion into the celestial fish's mouth once more. The celestial fish's form began to shift again. The remaining gills rapidly regressed, gradually vanishing. The celestial fish increasingly resembled a heavenly whale. As the celestial fish underwent bloodline awakening, its form shrank quickly, its energy being drained to support the awakening process. It was evident that the energy was dwindling. Tietao had no choice but to return to the laboratory to retrieve some energy potions. These potions were designed to provide the necessary energy for beasts, typically serving as a rapid supply during expeditions to the wasteland. They were also required in certain instances for leveling up beast tamers, yet were seldom used for bloodline awakening. He had not anticipated a need for them. This was a significant reason for his return to the laboratory. Tietao moved swiftly, retrieving the potions. One by one, he poured them into the celestial fish's mouth. This time, the energy potions he could bring back were limited, and he could no longer temporarily utilize the celestial fish's spatial abilities. The potions were about to run out, and it appeared they would still be insufficient. At that moment, the rooftop door swung open once more, and several crates of energy potions were brought up. Uncle Luo's timely supply alleviated their urgent need. Chapter 103: Evolution of the Great Whale and the Ethereal White Tiger. With Uncle Luo's support, potions flowed incessantly into the celestial fish's mouth. As 2 crates of potions neared depletion, another 2 crates were delivered. It remained uncertain how many potions the celestial fish would require to complete its bloodline awakening. After the consumption of several crates, the celestial fish's form began to expand once again, growing larger and larger. The gills had vanished entirely, and a massive breathing aperture emerged atop its head. Were it not for the lingering scales, it would be indistinguishable from a heavenly whale. The celestial fish soared into the air, causing the clouds to dissipate rapidly. Within 100 miles, all cloud cover vanished, and a resounding whale song echoed through the sky. Enveloping the entire capital, countless beast tamers took to the skies, drawn towards the source of the whale's song, with the colossal whale standing out prominently. The great whale gradually descended, returning to the rooftop of the laboratory. A swarm of flying beast tamers quickly surrounded the great whale, all remaining still. Uncle Luo spoke up. "Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. This is merely a beast that has recently awakened its heavenly whale bloodline. I, Luo Tianxing, can assure you of this. Produce evidence, or we shall not take anyone's word for it," a voice countered. "Very well," Tietao replied, patting the celestial fish. "From now on, you shall be named Great Whale." The celestial whale emitted a joyful whale call, which eased the tensions among the onlookers, allowing them to disperse. After the crowd had cleared, Tietao drew a drop of blood from the celestial fish's scales and handed it to Uncle Luo. "Uncle Luo, let us examine its bloodline." Tietao was eager to see the analysis results. Uncle Luo shared his curiosity as well. Upon entering the laboratory, they encountered Ding Jiangwo just as he walked in. "Perfect timing, Teacher Ding. The celestial fish has just awakened its bloodline. We are here to assess its transformation." "A dual bloodline awakening?" Ding Jiangwo inquired. "Indeed. I believe we are quite close," Uncle Luo affirmed with a smile. The blood was sent into the analyzer. The three of them focused intently on the progress bar. It moved agonizingly slow, each increment tugging at their hearts. Finally, the progress bar reached its conclusion, and a report was printed. New species, bloodline anomaly. Beast level, grade 6. Beast potential, grade 3. Bloodline, unknown bloodline, awakened. Awakening degree, 5. Beast attribute, space. Beast status, healthy. It appears that bloodline awakenings can indeed yield new species. We should bestow a name upon this new entity. Many take great pleasure in the act of naming a new species. Whenever they come across related materials in the future, they will see their name associated with it, akin to leaving a mark in history. "Let us name it the Celestial Whale, a space-type heavenly whale," Tietao declared. "So be it," Uncle Luo agreed, making the necessary modifications on the device. A new species had been born, marking a significant success for the Qilin project. The remaining tasks would require broader experimentation. After all, this was merely a singular occurrence. Academic research demands rigor and the pursuit of universal applicability. However, with a successful case before them, the upcoming experiments would undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. Tietao detailed the entire potion preparation process to Ding Jiangwo, meticulously documenting each step. Given that there were recordings, this evidence was irrefutable. Now, they needed to discover a method for formulating ordinary potions, and with a dozen successful cases, that would signify success. In the days to come, Tietao returned to a semblance of tranquility as Uncle Luo managed the paparazzi. During this period, he temporarily refrained from accepting appointments for beast nurturing, fully engrossed in the experiment alongside Ding Jianya. Their second experimental subject was chosen to be Aunt Tang's ethereal spirit cat, for which the materials required for its exotic evolution had already been prepared. Thanks to the white tiger beast, they managed to procure materials bearing the bloodline of the white tiger. The project, codenamed Ethereal Spirit Cat, commenced. Tietao was responsible for concocting the potions, while Ding Jianya meticulously documented the process. To ensure the success of their experiment, they opted for the Wuji method of potion making this time. As the video recording progressed, Ding Jianya observed Tao's potion preparation techniques with increasing admiration. Such physical prowess in potion making was indeed rare. Mastery over one's body and precise control over strength and timing were of paramount importance. If physical fitness constituted the primary prerequisite for this technique, then attention to detail became the secondary criterion. Even with enhancements from Beast Mastery secret methods, dedicating time to practice a single potion still led to a high failure rate. This method, by any reckoning, was fraught with risk. Apart from Tietao, Ding Jianya knew of no one else capable of employing such a technique. The first potion was finally concocted, a vial of white liquid marbled with traces of black. The ethereal spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing, was forcibly administered the exotic evolution potion. Gradually, its form began to swell, its dark body expanding as tufts of snowy white fur sprouted from its sleek coat. Its claws grew larger, increasingly resembling those of a tiger. The exotic evolution was completed, transforming the ethereal spirit cat into an ethereal white tiger. A creature that combined the agility of the spirit cat with the strength of the white tiger, a true dual A-rated beast. Yet, the ethereal white tiger remained oblivious to its transformation, sulking as it tucked its paws beneath itself, casting a disgruntled gaze at Tietao, its eyes filled with melancholic resentment. Upon witnessing that the ethereal white tiger had completed its exotic evolution, Tietao understood that the next step was to purify its bloodline. Fortunately, this was a school experiment, and a considerable supply of purification crystals was at their disposal. Tietao proceeded to utilize these crystals to concoct the purification potion. A vial of gray potion emerged, its unappetizing hue suggesting a repugnant taste. Not that it deterred Tietao, who promptly pried open Zhu Zhuqing's mouth and forced the potion down its throat. Dingjianya, standing nearby with the camera, swallowed hard, feeling a surge of sympathy for the ethereal white tiger. Upon ingesting the potion, the ethereal white tiger shivered violently, its black stripes deepening in color while the white parts of its coat became even more pristine. The black mark on its forehead grew more pronounced. The purification process was swift, retaining the characteristics of both bloodlines. The two formulas had been thoroughly documented, and after modifications, their efficacy was only likely to improve. Before long, the ethereal white tiger regained its composure. Suddenly, it caught sight of its reflection in the glass door across the room, leaping in shock and colliding with the ceiling. Letting out a startled yowl, it fell silent thereafter, succumbing to its emo state once more, tucking its paws in discontent. Chapter 104. Awakening. Dingjianya concluded the recording. This session had come to an end. Reflecting on the previous awakening of the sky whale's bloodline, which had consumed a substantial amount of energy potions, they decided to allow the ethereal white tiger to rest and regain its strength before attempting a bloodline awakening. With only a limited amount of white tiger materials remaining, their opportunities were dwindling. These materials could barely sustain one more use, necessitating a careful recalculation and analysis of their resources. 10 days later, Tietao had prepared the bloodline awakening potion for the ethereal white tiger in the laboratory. Whether it would successfully awaken now hinged on this moment. While records of the ethereal white tiger's cultivation remained accessible, instances of bloodline awakenings were notably absent. The ethereal white tiger, still in the lab, tucked its paws as it observed the potion in Tietao's hand, perceiving it as a harbinger of doom, letting out a series of distressed cries. Upon seeing Tietao approach, it quickly stifled its sounds. The potion was administered, with several boxes of energy potions prepared nearby, ready to be administered to the ethereal white tiger at a moment's notice. Only Tietao was authorized to feed the ethereal white tiger, for if any unexpected reactions occurred during the awakening, he alone could intervene. After all, this ethereal white tiger was only of the 6th rank. Should it awaken its bloodline and receive proper training, its potential could easily ascend to the 3rd rank or beyond. The awakening process of the ethereal white tiger was starkly different from that of the sky whale. The ethereal white tiger exhibited a fierce demeanor, its formidable claws leaving deep marks upon the ground. Indeed, signs of energy deficiency, akin to the sky whale's experience, manifested, necessitating a supplement of energy potions. Tietao swiftly opened a vial and poured it into the ethereal white tiger's mouth. The ethereal white tiger seemed resolute in one thing. It would not willingly consume the potion. With muscles straining, Tietao forcibly pried its jaws open, pouring in the energy potion. Upon ingestion, the ethereal white tiger's struggles intensified. Tietao's white coat became stained with crimson as he continued to administer the potion. Gradually, the fabric of his coat bore witness to the deepening hue of his injuries. The potion flowed relentlessly into the tiger's mouth. Finally, after half a box of potion had been consumed, the ethereal white tiger ceased its resistance, collapsing into a heap like a limp, black and white patterned carpet. Exhausted, Tietao slumped onto a nearby chair, the blood on his garments having dried to a dark hue. Several changes of clothes and healing potions were brought in, and Dingjianya began to collect blood samples from the ethereal white tiger. Tietao's bloodied coat was removed, revealing a similarly tattered shirt underneath. By this time, his wounds had nearly healed, aided by the potions. Within a few minutes, no traces of injury remained visible. After cleaning up the blood, he donned a new set of clothes, awaiting Dingjianya to place the collected blood into the apparatus. As before, they faced another agonizing wait. The report emerged. Ethereal white tiger beast level, 6 beast potential, 3 bloodline. Ethereal white tiger, awakened, awakening degree, 35 beast attributes, light, dark beast status. Healthy. Upon seeing the report, they all exhaled in relief. Their second attempt had succeeded. Next, they would endeavor to experiment with ordinary bloodline beasts, continuing until they could discern a method for potion making that would yield consistent results. Time flew rapidly, and autumn swiftly transitioned into winter. Tietao's mastery of the beast mastery secret techniques expanded, and the sky whale continued to grow in size. He acquired a space commensurate with the size of the sky whale, and likewise, the sky whale itself is proportionate in size. Presently, he finds himself at a loss as to how to fill this expansive area, which spans a staggering 200 to 300 square meters. His own space measures a modest 50 to 60 square meters, akin to a small studio apartment. The sky whale continues to grow, and each day he can sense this space expanding outward. To date, there has never been a documented maximum size for the sky whale, nor has anyone ever contracted one. Ever since the emergence of the sky whale, the skies above the capital have been a brilliant azure, unmarred by clouds. At home, Tietao is preoccupied with the intermediate beast taming examination questions. Tang Shuang is nervously revising for the impending subjects of her exams, while Luo Mi is also intensely studying, preparing for the onset of final assessments. Although she could forego school, the examinations must be taken, as they must be officially recorded. Besides, she still plans to accept Tietao's tutoring. The atmosphere at home is particularly tense. The sole individual unaffected by this tension is Tietao, who enjoys a remarkably leisurely day. He spends his time in the laboratory conducting experiments, and when school assignments arise, he earns some credits. After all, he is on the verge of swapping for a new beast taming secret technique, and this time he is determined to acquire the technique of celestial shift. Having a beast as colossal as the sky whale at his disposal is too significant an opportunity to squander. The damage he could redirect would undoubtedly surpass that of the earth-devouring turtle. However, it remains uncertain whether it could rival the defensive beasts of Jinbuhuan. The day of the final examinations has arrived. Tietao, accompanied by the fearless Tang Shuang, hastens to the examination hall. After 40 minutes, Tietao submits his paper and departs. Tang Shuang, watching him leave, is filled with self-loathing for not having accumulated enough credits to exchange for a communication secret technique. With such a technique, he could cheat by relaying all the answers through his contracted beast. As the thought crosses his mind, he begins to regret his desire for materials from savage beasts. He cannot fathom why the questions in this examination are so exceedingly difficult. Many around him were expressions of despair. Perhaps their presence has cost the school a considerable sum. The examination questions are exceptionally challenging. By the time Tang Shuang emerges, Tietao has already begun concocting potions in the laboratory. He intends to exhaust all available materials to enhance the bloodline awakening of the dish known as red braised meat. The principal's phoenix materials have now been secured. Once the potion is prepared, Tietao administers it into the mouth of the dish, mistaking it for food. The dish guzzles it eagerly. Only after consuming it does it sense something amiss. The potency is rather overwhelming. The dish belches, and flames erupt from its body, a blaze far more intense than before. The little piglet's size ignites flames comparable to that of a large sow. Tietao exclaims in astonishment. The smoke alarm in the laboratory has already activated, spraying water incessantly upon the dish. Yet the flames show no sign of extinguishing. Instead, the laboratory fills with steam, creating a sauna-like environment. He pulls out an ice-cold cola from his space and savors it, relishing the refreshing sensation. Chapter 105. The conclusion of examinations and the commencement of vacation. The flames on the dish continue to burn, showing no signs of abating. The sauna room grows increasingly hot, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Tietao's laboratory is typically devoid of visitors, as it is designated solely for him. The other lab workers do not enjoy such privileges. This temperature has begun to affect other floors. His laboratory is now surrounded, impeding any passage. What could be happening inside? The incessant steam billows outward, causing the temperature of the floor to trigger the sprinkler systems on other levels. Uncle Luo pushes through the crowd to investigate. The temperature within is indeed alarmingly high. Even he struggles to endure it. What is going on inside, Tietao? The dish is undergoing a secondary bloodline awakening, which can result in elevated temperatures. Just be cautious. We wouldn't want the entire building to catch fire. It should be finishing up soon. The temperature is already beginning to drop. Shortly after Tietao speaks, the steam rapidly condenses, transforming into droplets that fall to the floor. The red glow emanating from the dish slowly shifts to a deep azure. What was once a sweltering laboratory has now turned frigid, akin to being plunged from boiling water into icy depths. The blue flames gradually retract, and the red-skinned piglet's tail transforms into a frosty blue hue. The laboratory has become akin to an ice cellar, with the remaining steam crystallizing into hailstones. As time passes, the temperature rises, leaving only a trail of water in the laboratory. The dish awakens, gazing at the water beneath it, momentarily dazed, unsure of what transpired. Let us head to the testing area to ascertain the level of power achieved after this secondary awakening. Tietao instructs Uncle Luo. All right. Tietao and Uncle Luo proceed to the testing area, while personnel in the laboratory begin to tidy up. In the testing area, the dish emits flames that strike the target. To its surprise, it releases a blue flame that engulfs the target in a continuous blaze. Unfortunately, it shows no signs of igniting. Rather, the target becomes increasingly encased in ice, growing thicker with each moment. The flames exhibit no intent of extinguishing. Oink, oink, oink. Hey, did you break me? The dish cries out anxiously. No worries, try reverting to your original flame, Tietao suggests. Oink. Really? The dish follows Tietao's advice, and the once blue flames abruptly transform to red. The ice quickly ignites, and in an instant, the target is consumed by the flames. The dish lets out a couple of oinks and collapses to the ground, appearing as if it has returned its heart to its belly. So, this is how the flame transformation works? Isn't this the principal's doing? He is using bloodlines that are not purely phoenix. Most of them are ice phoenixes. Does that mean this is a mixed bloodline? Certainly not. These two types of phoenixes originate from the same source, merely adapting to different environments. Ice flames are indeed a form of fire. Does that imply the possession of dual attributes? Precisely. If the phoenix bloodline were to be fully awakened, one cannot fathom how many types of flames it could unleash. Fully awakening it is exceedingly challenging. Perhaps only upon reaching the first rank could one achieve total awakening of the bloodline. The world of savage beasts is replete with unsolved mysteries, with countless elements awaiting exploration. The wasteland likely harbors numerous secrets. However, the wasteland is not yet our domain. Only once we secure humanity's position in the world can we begin large-scale research. That seems plausible. His interest in the wasteland has intensified, particularly regarding the beastly roar resonating within him. No literature has ever documented such a sound from savage beasts. This transcends mere exploration. It is a deeper quest to understand why his body is as it is. Upon returning home in a dejected mood, the little piglet finds itself constantly fixated on its backside. The icy blue tail is simply too unsightly. The icy blue hue on his tail gradually faded from his eyes, reverting to its original crimson. Only then did he feel a sense of relief as he vigorously shook his little tail. The first floor of the villa was utterly devoid of any human presence. Logically, Tang Shuang should have returned by this hour to continue his studies. Unfortunately, he still did not see them. After all, he had already fallen behind in his studies for quite some time. Otherwise, he would surely be in jeopardy for this examination. Regrettably, no sign of Tang Shuang was visible on the second floor. It was not until nightfall that Tang Shuang returned, weary and exhausted. Upon his return, he looked at Tietao and said, Tietao, when you finish your exam tomorrow, make sure to recite the answers to Jean Pika. You must remember. After saying this, Tang Shuang collapsed onto the sofa, instantly drifting into sleep. The next day, Tang Shuang rose early, filled with excitement as he dragged Tietao to the examination hall. After a mere 40 minutes, Tietao emerged, and upon returning, he began to mutter incessantly to Jean Pika about the answers to the exam paper. Tang Shuang felt confident that he had mastered the beast taming secret art and communication. This time, there would be no issues. Otherwise, he would have reviewed yesterday, rather than simply practicing the beast taming secret art. This moment was precisely what he had been striving for. Sadly, he had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of the beast taming secret art, as no professional terminology was conveyed through Jean Pika's relaying. Tang Shuang could only rely on his foundational knowledge to continuously write down his answers. The bell signaling the end of the exam rang. He barely managed to finish and submitted his answer sheet, collapsing onto his desk, completely drained. Cheating was far less taxing than this. After a brief rest, he decided to return home. With determination, Tang Shuang began to buckle down, donning a headband embroidered with the word strive. Tietao observed him, but chose not to interrupt his enthusiasm. It seemed the effectiveness of their earlier cheating had not been very promising. That evening, apart from spending 2 hours assisting Luomi with her studies, Tietao devoted himself to preparing for the intermediate beast cultivation exam. 10 days later, all examinations concluded. The winter vacation finally arrived, stretching over 2 months, not counting the few days for the new year, leaving ample time for personal arrangements. Tietao was determined not to squander this holiday and considered making another trip to the wilderness, though he had yet to decide on a specific destination. Tang Shuang was hesitant about joining him. Luomi expressed a desire to accompany them, and Uncle Luo consented, albeit with a prerequisite. Little Dragon's level must be above grade 6 for him to feel at ease. Upon learning this condition, Luomi began to pester Tietao for assistance in elevating Little Dragon's level, having somewhat lost faith in Tang Shuang's beast cultivation skills. As for seeking external assistance, that was out of the question. How many beast tamers could surpass Tietao? Chapter 106, Gathering in the Capital. Just a few days after their exams, Tietao received a call from Lu Ming. On the phone, Lu Ming clearly stated their intention to visit, scheduled for 2 days later. The arrival of Wang Feng was more complicated, as his beasts were toxic, necessitating travel via a special train, which would delay him by a day compared to Lu Ming. By the time Lu Ming reached the capital, it was already midnight. He casually found a small inn near the capital Beast University to stay in, unexpectedly landing in the same room that Tietao had occupied during his visit, room 308. However, after lying down for a brief moment, the phone in the room rang, abruptly shattering his drowsiness. Hello? Lu Ming answered the phone irritably. After a long day on the train, he was clearly fatigued and slightly irritable. A female voice emanated from the other end, speaking in a sultry tone. Sir, would you like some services? What services? Lu Ming feigned ignorance. The kind you're thinking of. Oh, do you offer takeout? There was a pause on the other end. Sir, we offer companionship. The woman's voice grew even more enticing. Companionship? I don't know anyone like that. Sir, to accompany is a verb. You know, that kind of accompanying? Another pause ensued. Idiot. The call was abruptly disconnected. Ugh, being awakened by the call from that companion really makes it hard to sleep. Lu Ming muttered to himself before turning on the television. A romantic action film from over 200 years ago featuring the land of cherry blossoms played on the screen. After a couple of glances, he switched off the TV. He already had these classics on his hard drive and saw no reason to watch them again. Suddenly, a commotion from the side of the room caught his attention. The noise was far louder than that of the television, suggesting something far more intense. Damn it. How am I supposed to sleep with all this racket? Lu Ming cursed loudly. The noise from next door drowned out his words. A bright light burst forth from the darkened room next door. Strangely, the light shone through the wall. Did they turn on the lights? Lu Ming moved closer, peering through a small hole in the wall to block the incoming light. His mouth gaped wide, yet no sound escaped. The next day, Lu Ming, sporting enormous dark circles under his eyes, summoned Tietao. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Tietao nearly mistook him for an exotic beast that had wandered into the city. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw a punch. Tai Baba, don't hit me, it's me. Lu Ming hurriedly exclaimed. Goodness. I thought an exotic beast had invaded the city. What happened to you? Don't even mention it. I spent the night in a small inn, listening to a battle of intestines. Huh. Tietao looked puzzled. I mean, I stayed in a small inn where some rather unsavory noises kept coming from next door. You didn't stay at that inn, did you? Tietao pointed in a direction. How did you know? I stayed there too. Did you check on the noise next door? Lu Ming felt a strange excitement. With a wall between us, what could I possibly see? Are you curious? There's a hole in the wall, didn't you know? Looks like the next occupant of that room is quite the character. The two continued their banter as they made their way to Tao's residence. Lu Ming watched as Tao effortlessly opened the villa's door. Tao, you live here? For now, yes, while also serving as a tutor. A girl in a bear onesie came running down from upstairs. Tao, where's the ice-cold cola? Lu Ming stared in astonishment. Tao produced a bottle of cola from his storage space, igniting it with a fleeting azure flame. Instantly, the cola became chillingly cold. Here you go, ice-cold cola. Tao handed it over. Who is this? You're not keeping her, are you? Lu Ming whispered into Tao's ear. I'm responsible for her cultural studies and also work as a beast tamer at her home. Tao patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. Lu Ming nodded vigorously, wearing an expression that conveyed he understood everything without needing further explanation. This is my classmate, Lu Ming, the champion of the doubles competition. I know. I remember. He is the one who bickers with that woman named Tang Yanran, right? This time, it was Lu Ming's turn to look utterly baffled. What manner of acquaintance is this? Could it be that this individual holds a grudge against Tang Yanran? Countless thoughts surged through his mind. Tao, what are those two up to? They came to enjoy themselves, while also seeking my assistance in observing the awakening of the golden dragon bird's bloodline. I see, how uninteresting. I shall take my leave now. He is supposed to treat us to dinner shortly. Won't you join us? Very well, of course I shall go. Luomi went back to change her clothes. Your relationship is quite extraordinary, Lu Ming remarked, stroking his chin. In what way is it extraordinary? It appears quite unusual from any angle. The door of the villa swung open once more, and Tang Shuang entered, her golden skin shimmering. A fiery mouse peeked from her pocket, surveying its surroundings, reflecting light. When did Tao's scoundrel arrive? Today, he came to seek my company. What a joke. What could be entertaining about that? It is likely related to beast tamers. Both parties should possess some connection. Have you come into wealth? Tao inquired. My family has commenced restoring my allowance, so naturally, I am now financially secure. Indeed, then it is time to celebrate. No, I shall treat this time. You may treat whenever you wish. My stay here is not long. Lu Ming insisted eagerly. After Luo Mi changed her attire and descended, Lu Ming's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. What the heck? Tang Yanran is nothing in comparison. Luo Mi arched an eyebrow, a smile gracing her face. Let us go. It is time for dinner. The group ventured out to dine. Mere minutes after they finished their meal, Lu Ming's phone rang. Lu Ming, where are you? I've just disembarked from the train. I am dining with Tai Ba and the others. I will send you the address. Hurry over. All right, I shall be there shortly. Half an hour later, Wang Feng arrived. After exchanging pleasantries, he immediately began eating. The food on the train was decidedly subpar, and he had hardly eaten. After devouring a considerable amount, he finally regained his composure and noticed Luomi Tietao. Who is this? I am Luomi, Tietao's girlfriend. Tietao gazed at Luomi, utterly taken aback by her declaration, yet he offered no denial. Tang Xuang and Lu Ming exchanged knowing glances, seemingly thinking, indeed, they have something going on. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, Wang Feng. I have seen your matches. The poison dragon butterfly was quite impressive. Luomi spoke with poise. Lu Ming's understanding deepened. Clearly, this woman has a history with Tang Yanran, and it appears to be quite significant. He began to fantasize about when he might witness Luomi and Tang Yanran engage in an epic showdown. He would certainly prepare popcorn for that. Such a spectacle would be nothing short of riveting. Chapter 107. Two orioles sing amidst the green willows. Did you two come alone? Did you not bring your girlfriends? Tang Xuang inquired. Those superficial women pursuing me are of no interest to me whatsoever. Just because I am not accompanied does not imply that many are vying for my affection, Wang Feng retorted, dismantling the facade. Ouch, Wang Feng. Remember, not everything needs to be blurted out. Aren't you guilty of the same? Lu Ming attempted to retaliate, his collar revealing two miniature dragon horns, but he quickly faltered. At that moment, Tang Xuan's phone rang. Two orioles sing amidst the green willows. It was particularly fitting for the occasion. Lu Ming and Wang Feng found themselves suddenly awkward. Tang Xuang stepped outside to answer the call. Second brother, do we have any more of those wild beasts from last time? I urgently require a batch. And is there a source? 36. What is the matter? Speak slowly. Recently, a few significant figures have requested our family to supply some high-quality wild beasts. And as you know, our stock in the beast pen is dwindling. Naturally, I am anxious. This matter relies on luck. I can only give it a try. Where are you now? If you are in the capital, come over directly. I am not far. It will take me 5 hours by car to arrive. All right. Do you remember the laboratory from last time? Go there tonight. I'll find a way on my end. Thank you, second brother. Tang Xuang hung up the phone and returned after a minute or two. They finally began discussing serious matters. Are you certain you want to purify the bloodline before awakening it? Tietao inquired earnestly. I have no choice. This has become the standard procedure, Wang Feng replied, though his face bore some doubt. I believe it is better to purify the bloodline first. After all, this is the prevailing method of cultivation, Lu Ming concurred. Are you suggesting that using a non-mainstream approach could also work? Would that guarantee the strength of the beast? Tang Xuang discerned the implication behind Tietao's words. Let me show you an example. Lu Ming settled the bill, and they exited the restaurant. The sky gradually darkened, becoming increasingly ominous, until the shadow of a colossal whale loomed overhead, rendering the entire sidewalk impassable. My sky-swimming fish has awakened its dual bloodline, possessing the physique of a celestial whale and the spatial abilities of a sky-swimming fish. The three recalled the data regarding these two beasts. Your beast's space is remarkably vast, Tang Xuang mused. Indeed, generally, the larger the sky-swimming fish, the greater its space. However, beyond a certain threshold, the space can expand exponentially, Tietao elaborated. How expansive is your space now? Tang Xuang pressed. The space I have cultivated using beast mastery secret techniques is approximately 50 to 60 square meters and continues to expand. The ultimate extent is unknown to me. Can my beast undergo dual or multiple bloodline awakenings? That should be possible, but it requires specific analysis. Then why must my little dragon undergo bloodline purification first? Luomi asked, concerned not to weaken her little dragon. The dragon bloodline itself is a hybrid lineage, merely categorized as such by human definition. Purifying its bloodline simply eliminates other attributes, preserving the purest essence. I see, Luomi nodded, satisfied. What do you all think now? Are you still inclined towards bloodline awakening? Or multiple bloodline awakenings? Tietao, you decide. I currently have over 500,000, but I am aware it may not suffice, Wang Feng disclosed candidly to Tietao. This is not merely a matter of finances. The materials are difficult to procure, especially in your case, aside from the dragon heart. How many more materials with dragon bloodline can you find? Tietao queried. Wang Feng fell silent, having struck a nerve. Tietao continued. My sky whale can undergo dual bloodline awakening, utilizing a considerable amount of sky whale materials for the process. Luomi's mother's nether white tiger underwent the same. The entire awakened beast was invested in that endeavor. Lu Ming transitioned from shock to excitement, and now deep contemplation. Isn't this quite simple? We can just hunt for them. Tang Xuang's words illuminated the two, awakening them to a path they had previously overlooked. Wang Feng and Lu Ming reignited their hopes. The great whale once again soared into the heavens, causing the recently formed clouds to dissipate. It seemed they were preparing for a specific plan. Tietao observed their contemplation. Breaking the silence. Where shall we go next? Let us seek out wild beast eggs, Luomi suggested. This proposal is quite intriguing. Let us embark on the quest for wild beast eggs. Tang Shuang expressed his approval, feeling a small surge of happiness, as this was indeed a suggestion he had contemplated himself. For Lu Ming and the others, their inaugural visit to the capital lacked significance. The distance from here to Luomi's school is not considerable. It was from this very place that Xiao Longlong was acquired. She has a fondness for this location. Yet today she did not bring Xiao Longlong along. Otherwise, he would have certainly wished to showcase his prowess to the proprietor. This wild beast shop is situated near Luomi's school, and although exams have just concluded, there are still several days until the holiday break. The campus remains populated with numerous individuals. Luomi's arrival is sure to attract a throng of admirers, primarily comprising her followers. The group of 5 made their way to the wild beast shop, ready to select their beast eggs. Tietao served as their mainstay. The proprietor recognized Tietao, not solely from his triumph in the individual competition of the beastmaster contest, but also from the vivid memory of Tietao purchasing a hatching device for 20,000 yuan. Tietao, uncertain of the owner's thoughts, began to scrutinize the wild beast eggs with renewed diligence. His pace of selection significantly hastened compared to before. He could now more acutely sense the allure of certain beast eggs, likely due to that entity within him, which had grown stronger. His sensitivity to the strengths and weaknesses of the wild beasts had sharpened considerably. After carefully examining row upon row of eggs, Tietao selected 3. These 3 should be the finest here, he declared. He was careful to flip the labels on the boxes, observing Tietao's conduct. The owner could only sell them at the marked price this time. Surprisingly, Luomi did not haggle, opting instead for a swift payment. The 3 eggs were placed into the hatching device, and they began the process of incubation. What do you think these 3 wild beast eggs will yield? Tang Shuang inquired. Mediocre at best. They might barely qualify for admission to the capital's Beastmaster University, Tietao replied. That is still commendable, though not as exceptional as last time. Upon hearing this, the owner felt a pang of regret, realizing he had incurred a significant loss. He also became intrigued about the wild beast that hatched from the eggs they had purchased previously. What emerged from the last batch of wild beast eggs you bought? The proprietor interjected. Thanks to your supply, we were able to hatch a ground dragon last time, Luomi replied with a melodic laugh, akin to the sound of silver bells. The others felt a wave of delight, while the owner sank into a stupor, sitting down as disbelief washed over him. Chapter 108. Hatching the male bird. The combat bird among males time ticked away, and the eggs within the hatching device began to exhibit signs of movement. Cracking sounds echoed, drawing the attention of those nearby. The intensity of the breaking shells increased, signaling that hatching was imminent. Even passers-by paused to witness the emergence of these wild beasts. A resounding bellow reverberated. Unmistakably, that of a roaring bull. The roaring bull is a unique type of bovine wild beast, whose primary means of attack relies on its vocalizations. In specific environments, its power can amplify. There are indeed numerous wild beasts that utilize sound as an attack method. Regardless of its lineage, this egg has proven worthwhile. As the bellowing echoed, the other 2 eggs cracked more violently, as if the sound had hastened the shell's fragmentation. This time, no sounds emerged from the egg shells. As the rightful owners of these 3 wild beasts, they naturally moved closer to observe the other 2 beasts. Parting the crowd, 2 newly hatched wild beasts confronted one another. A small roaring bull faced off against a tiny crab and a diminutive centipede, heavenly blue killing crab, and purple-winged centipede larva. This is a lucrative acquisition. Tietao, you really have a knack for this, Wang Feng remarked, his interest piqued by the trio of wild beasts. Once contracted and nurtured, even a single one of these beasts could yield substantial returns. Wang Feng pondered how, had he chosen a beast back then, his achievements would be markedly different. His gaze toward Tietao shifted, filled with newfound respect. The 3 wild beasts were taken by Tietao. Luomi, however, found none of them to her liking, allowing Tietao to keep them for now, with the intention of letting Tang Shuang handle their future. Tang Shuang, hearing this, felt exhilarated. He had been awaiting such an opportunity. The wild beast shop was not the only one in existence. They intended to venture further into the commercial district. There, the abundance of wild beast shops would present a proportionately lower chance of finding superior beast eggs. After departing the stall, business at the wild beast shop surged, as the potential for excellent beasts meant their eggs were indeed of high quality. Within mere hours, the wild beast eggs were entirely sold out. The owner felt a mix of joy and sorrow. While he was pleased to have sold all the eggs, he lamented that many of the premium specimens had been swiftly claimed. As he gazed at the growing profits, he resolved to procure another batch of wild beast eggs. He began to consider the identities of this group, planning to offer them a complimentary egg when the next shipment arrived. Should a remarkable beast emerge, selling the new batch would pose no challenge. Unbeknownst to the group, the owner harbored these thoughts as they ascended aboard the sky whale, soaring towards the shopping district. The broad back of the great whale allowed them to picnic comfortably, though they primarily stood to gaze out over the entirety of the capital, without a flying beast. Witnessing such a panorama is a rare privilege. As the shopping district drew near, the sky whale descended gracefully. This marked Tietao's second visit to the shopping district. Although his activities remained consistent, indulging in a spree of shopping, this time, having lowered his standards to encompass beasts suitable for the capital's Beastmaster University, Tietao selected a considerable number of beasts. Their collective expenditures soon depleted their pocket money, yet the sounds of profit echoed, promising a safe return. With so many wild beast eggs, there simply wasn't enough time to hatch them all individually. At this juncture, Tang Shuang stepped forward. "No worries, I'll handle these. After hatching, I will transfer the proceeds to you at market value." The Tang family specializes in such matters. The previous batch of wild beasts had also been processed by the Tang family, and this time, the outcomes were similarly unsatisfactory to her. It was best to dispose of them promptly. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly made a realization. The Tang family, are they not the illustrious Beastmaster family renowned throughout the nation? He queried. Tang Shuang, perplexed, regarded Lu Ming. Indeed. Or else which Tang family could it be? Lu Ming clasped her leg eagerly. "Please, take me under your wing." Tang Shuang was momentarily flabbergasted. "Our Lu family is merely a subordinate dealer of the Tang family, and we also possess the largest wild beast shop back in our hometown." "Ah, I see. The Tang family's operations are not my concern," Tang Shuang replied, as Lu Ming abruptly stood, brushing off the dirt from his knees. "So, you don't handle the affairs?" he exclaimed, realizing the distinction. Lu Ming once again embraced Tang Shuang's thigh. "My esteemed leader, what is it?" "It's just that my little 36 pipes." Lu Ming, without any intention of releasing Tang Shuang, continued to speak in one breath. That evening, he returned to the capital to collect these wild beast eggs, hoping to hatch them all. "Do you know what to do?" "I understand, esteemed leader," Lu Ming replied, finally rising to his feet. Tietao and Luo Mi gazed at Lu Ming as if they had stumbled upon a new continent, their worldviews thoroughly reshaped. They were at a handover point near the Luo family's laboratory. This time, they had also arrived at this location first, leaving Tang Shuang and Lu Ming behind to oversee the hatching of the wild beast eggs while the others ascended to the laboratory. Before long, a young technician from the laboratory presented all the currently available incubators to Tang Shuang. "See, Tietao knows how to handle things," Tang Shuang remarked. "Indeed, indeed." Lu Ming concurred enthusiastically. The two of them placed all the wild beast eggs into the incubators for hatching. However, they found themselves at a loss when one egg remained without a place. Lu Ming suddenly recalled that he had brought the golden dragon bird with him this time. Although it was a male bird, hatching an egg should not pose a significant problem, right? Lu Ming hurriedly summoned the golden dragon bird using his soul imprint. Upon returning, he had not only acquired some wild beast materials due to his ranking in the National Beast Taming competition, but also obtained a tome of beast taming secrets for exchange. They communicated through their souls. "Bird, oh bird, please lend me your assistance." The golden dragon bird looked down at Lu Ming with a haughty expression. "What is it, human?" "Bird, oh bird, could you help me hatch this egg?" Lu Ming began to flatter the golden dragon bird. "That's a task for a female bird. I don't do such things." "Bird, oh bird, if you do this well, my allowance will surely increase. Our meals will not suffer either, will they?" Tang Shuang watched the exchange between Lu Ming and the golden dragon bird with an expression of bafflement. He had never witnessed such obsequiousness towards a beast before. It was utterly demeaning. No wonder some had referred to him as a turtle's grandson. Covering his face, Tang Shuang stepped outside, no longer wishing to observe Lu Ming. When he turned back, he saw that the golden dragon bird had already constructed a nest and was perched upon it, seemingly incubating the egg. Lu Ming truly was a remarkable individual. Chapter 109, The Egg Hatches. Naturally, the events unfolding downstairs were unbeknownst to those above. Tietao took Wang Feng to the laboratory, primarily to re-examine the bloodlines of his beast. The equipment in his laboratory was custom-made, and the data was not connected to the grand database of beasts. This specially designed apparatus had analytical capabilities several times greater than standard equipment, providing an exhaustive analysis of bloodlines. Tietao retrieved 2 test tubes. One contained a strand of spider silk, while the other held some scale powder. He placed the 2 test tubes into the device one after the other. In no time, 2 reports printed out. The bloodline examination reports for Wang Feng's 2 beasts emerged. Tietao examined the report in his hand. "Wang Feng, which beast do you plan to cultivate first? The poison dragon butterfly or the purple dragon venom widow? Review the materials. Either one is feasible." As he spoke, Wang Feng began to extract materials from the large box he had brought, laying them out on the table. Tietao scrutinized these materials, deliberating on which beast would be best to cultivate. Half an hour later, Tietao finally spoke. Both beasts can attempt a dual bloodline awakening, but the success rate is slightly higher for the purple dragon venom widow. Although the poison dragon butterfly is in a semi-awakened state, my confidence is not yet robust, as its bloodline is somewhat muddled. The reports indicated that the purple dragon venom widow's bloodline was merely a mixture of the widow's and the purple dragon's bloodlines. Under normal circumstances, purifying the bloodline for awakening would result in a significant reduction of the widow's bloodline, leaving the remaining bloodline entirely cleansed after the awakening of the purple dragon's lineage. The purple dragon venom widow would also gradually transform into a dragon-like form. The purple dragon was a type of wild beast capable of utilizing toxins. However, its venom was not particularly potent, relying more on its robust physique for hunting. Given Wang Feng's current trajectory, it appeared he was inclined to pursue a path involving toxins, thus the potency could not be diminished. The bloodline composition of the poison dragon butterfly was even more complex, intertwining not only its intrinsic bloodline, but also those of the powder butterfly and the flower butterfly, making simultaneous awakening a challenge for Tietao at this moment. The materials required for the poison dragon butterfly were more extensive. The dragon bloodline materials were merely a fraction, while the remaining materials were common. Most wild beasts of the powder butterfly variety lacked venom, primarily relying on mental prowess to confuse foes for self-defense. The flower butterfly was similar, possessing some venom, yet not strong. The mutations arose mainly from the contributions of the purple dragon leaf, which amalgamated these bloodlines. It was not that the materials for these butterfly-like wild beasts were easily obtainable. Rather, they required living specimens for preparation. Such materials were exceedingly rare on the market, and practitioners of this kind of beast taming were similarly scarce. The wild beasts of this nature were seldom seen, and even fewer ventured to hunt them. These beasts and their materials were only popular in niche circles, making it difficult for Wang Feng to gather them solely by his own strength. This was also the reason why Tietao advised him to choose to awaken the purple dragon venom widow. Very well, let us awaken the purple dragon venom widow. Wang Feng trusted Taitao's judgment. Tietao began selecting materials and subsequently contacted Ding Jianya. Soon, Ding Jianya arrived to document the data for the second dual bloodline awakening of the beast. Tietao commenced preparing the potion, while Ding Jianya recorded the process. The concoction, once completed, took the form of a paste. This ointment needed to be applied entirely to the purple dragon venom widow, which would undoubtedly cause the creature discomfort. Awakening the bloodline could only be accomplished in this manner, with no alternative options. Tietao was also concerned that the purple dragon venom widow might not be able to control itself and break free from the potion. He instructed Luo Mi to hastily return with the red braised meat. Luo Mi alone rode the great whale to fetch the dish. Wang Feng had invested immense effort into these materials, and he could not allow the potion to be wasted. The sky whale soon returned, with Luo Mi bringing the red braised meat. The purple dragon venom widow, which had been struggling against the ointment, suddenly ceased its movement, curling into a ball. The originally light blue ointment began to shift towards a purplish-black hue. As time passed, the blackish-purple paste shattered alongside the vibrations emanating from the purple dragon venom widow's body. The energy potion had long been prepared. Once poured in bottle after bottle, the size of the purple dragon spider finally ceased to expand. Its original shell had shattered significantly, with some muscles exposed. The purple dragon spider appeared unperturbed by this. Under the infusion of the energy potion, its shell began to regrow rapidly. What was once the size of a palm had now grown to that of a grinding disc. 8 scarlet eyes glared, their fangs more menacing and sharper than ever. The purple dragon poison spider curled itself into a ball once more, becoming motionless. The pitted spider shell rapidly shed away, vanishing to reveal a more fearsome and robust spider. Should it be placed in the national beast taming competition again, the jade spider of the same rank would undoubtedly be no match for this purple dragon widow. The sky gradually darkened. Outside, Lu Ming and his companion gazed intently at the golden dragon bird as it tended to its egg. Only this one egg remained unhatched. Lu Ming had contemplated placing the egg in an incubator, but the golden dragon bird vehemently opposed the idea. With no alternative, they could only watch as it continued to incubate the egg. The headlights of a vehicle shone toward them. Someone was arriving, and Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement. The newcomer was none other than Tang Sen Lu. Little 36, you're here. Come and see how this batch of wild beasts is doing. They've just hatched. Second brother, don't rush me. Let me change my clothes first. Tang Sen Lu retrieved a set of specialized clothing for inspecting wild beasts from the trunk and went back to the car to change. Once clad in the inspection attire, he transformed entirely, resembling someone donned in a protective suit, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. Ignoring the gazes of the two, Tang Sen Lu began to examine the wild beasts one by one. The newly hatched creatures were feeble, Even the venomous ones had not yet produced much toxin, posing little threat to humans, especially not to Tang Sen Lu, clad in such thick protective gear. Half an hour later, the inspection concluded. The wild beasts were generally in good condition, although few matched the caliber of the last batch. Come on, little 36, that's rather unfair. Where am I supposed to find so many exceptional specimens? If I can manage to acquire one or two, that would be commendable. So what's the verdict? Will you take them? Of course I will. Even in my family's beast enclosure, such creatures are scarce. I will transfer the standard price according to family rates. After removing his inspection suit, Tang Sen Lu stated, "All right, let us proceed. This is the son of one of our family's distributors, and also a classmate who helped select this batch of wild beasts. Please give him some consideration." "Sure. Second brother, you've truly alleviated my urgent needs this time. This is agreeable." Lu Ming suddenly embraced Tang Sen Lu's leg. "Thank you, esteemed one, thank you." The sound of cracking eggshells resonated. The golden dragon bird's egg had broken open. Chapter 110 Baka. The exclamation drew the attention of everyone present toward the golden dragon bird. Aware of the gazes upon it, the bird stepped aside to observe the newly hatched creature. The shell shattered quickly, revealing a small beak that poked through. The rest of its form remained obscured, but it was certainly a bird. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. If word got out that something peculiar had hatched, the golden dragon bird could no longer remain in the avian circle. The cracking intensified, and a small, waddling duck emerged, its feathers still damp and its demeanor rather daft. It waddled over, quacking excitedly at the golden dragon bird. What the hell? It hatched into a duck. Did Tietao mistakenly select a wild beast egg? This can't be a duck egg, can it? Tang Sen Lu leaned closer to inspect the duck. After a prolonged examination, he sighed. "We do not accept such wild beasts. It's not that they lack strength, but few wish to form a contract with them." "Esteemed one, what do you mean?" "This wild beast is known as the terror duck, a rather peculiar creature. One could say it lacks intelligence. It only unleashes its formidable power when attacked or provoked. Which beast tamer would want to contract such a creature? So, what level does this wild beast represent? In a full combat scenario, it can be quite fearsome. Even typical defensive beasts would struggle to withstand its assault. It has its pros and cons. What should we do with this wild beast? Let us keep it for now. If it's willing, we can form a contract later. Just try to minimize contact with it." "Understood, esteemed one." The raucous quacking echoed, sounding almost mocking. Tietao and the others peeked down from the upper floor, observing the entity producing such a captivating cry. "Tietao, how did a duck hatch?" Luomi inquired curiously. "The terror duck, what a remarkable wild beast. It has a decent lineage and can be considered among the finest in this batch of wild beast eggs. But isn't this duck something that few are willing to contract? Why purchase it?" Wang Feng asked. "We can utilize it in reverse, for instance, by giving it an infuriating name to provoke laughter from our enemies or to absorb some damage. Just think about how the mighty chicken grew stronger." "You mean to employ that secret method to evoke laughter from the opponent, thereby triggering its violent instincts?" Wang Feng quickly grasped the concept. "Precisely. If utilized properly, this could be an incredibly powerful wild beast." The new spider shell of the purple dragon widow had hardened, and its legs bore numerous sharp barbs, rendering it even more ferocious in appearance. The group descended with their beasts, observing as the newly hatched wild beasts were being loaded onto a vehicle. "Little 36. Hurry up with the loading. I have someone to introduce you to." "Second brother, wait a moment." Soon, Tang Sen Lu returned. "You are? Honda Yuan? Tietao, right?" Tang Sen Lu excitedly extended his hand for a handshake. "Oh, that would be me." Tietao reciprocated the gesture. "Why didn't you greet me upon seeing me?" "Little 36? Cousin, long time no see." Tang San Lu produced a small box from his pocket and handed it to Luomi. "What is this?" "A gift for you. Something someone gave me during this trip." "All right." Luomi opened the box, and a soft white glow emanated from within, illuminating the dimming surroundings. "This gift is quite substantial," Tietao remarked. "Hey, isn't this a gift from someone else? I'm not yet of age to contract a wild beast. I'll probably receive similar items in a couple of years." "No worries." Tang Sen Lu scratched his head. The gleaming object in the box was a fragment of a horn, rare and precious. Judging by the spiral markings on the horn, it undoubtedly belonged to a creature of exceptional lineage. "May I inquire where you obtained this from the wasteland?" "I found it while chatting near the southern streams of the wasteland." "Is this truly that rare?" "It appears to be a unicorn horn. I can't ascertain the exact type of unicorn, but using it for testing would be a waste. Let us see if it can be of use in the future." "Tietao, once I finish dealing with these wild beasts, I'd like to invite you to dinner. I'm curious to see just how formidable Honda Yuan truly is." "All right, you go ahead." Tang Sen Lu did not linger, as there was much for him to attend to. The wild beasts required nurturing, and he also needed to produce bloodline inspection reports. After Tang Sen Lu departed, he noticed Lu Ming struggling to separate the terror duck from the golden dragon bird. The scene unfolded with the newly hatched tyrant duck delivering a swift slap that sent Lu Ming tumbling to the ground before it charged toward the golden dragon bird. The golden dragon bird, discontent with the absurdity of having hatched what seemed to be a foolish duck, broke free and soared into the sky, leaving its whereabouts unknown. Enraged, the tyrant duck cast a malevolent glare at Lu Ming. No way, Lu Ming thought, as he found himself compelled to execute a series of backward rolls under the duck's command, shifting from left to right and back again. The gaze of their small group followed Lu Ming's movements in a synchronized dance. Eventually, the tyrant duck, exhausted, plopped down onto the ground. Lu Ming, how about you contract this duck? Wang Feng suggested. I refuse. Even if I meet the criteria for contracting a third beast, I would never choose it, Lu Ming retorted. With a sudden punch, he found himself rolling on the ground once more. I'll contract it, what's the problem? The tyrant duck quacked loudly. Once I am contracted, you shall call me Baka. After all, you can't help but call out Baka 8 times. The duck's voice echoed again, seemingly pleased with its new name. Since you are resolved to contract, you might as well commence your soul cultivation, Wang Feng advised. Wait for me. I feel I'm nearly ready, Lu Ming replied, causing Wang Feng to fall silent. Irontide's gaze shifted toward Tang Xuan. What are you looking at me for? I just haven't decided on my third beast yet. I'm already at level 20. Eligible to contract, Tang Xuan explained. Oh, I thought you hadn't reached that yet. Lu Ming was already inscribing the contract mark into the soul of the tyrant duck. The little duck was successfully contracted. Look, I've reached level 20. How about that? Baka, follow me. The tyrant duck quacked as it mimicked Lu Ming's swagger. Waddling towards the inn, as time pressed on, Wang Feng found himself without a place to stay. Irontide recommended the guest house at the Beastmaster University in the capital, which boasted decent accommodations and proximity. The group bid each other farewell. Chapter 111. New alchemical techniques. The following day, when they reconvened, Lu Ming appeared much less haggard. You slept remarkably well last night. Your dark circles have vanished. Tang Xuan exclaimed. Don't even mention it, Lu Ming replied, recounting the previous night's tribulations with tears of frustration in his eyes. He had prepared thoroughly but had not anticipated that the moment any unusual sounds emerged from the neighboring room, the duck would erupt into a chorus of quacks, extinguishing any semblance of peace. It was a rather tranquil night, Tang Xuan remarked, patting Lu Ming's shoulder. You truly are a genius. Who would have thought this duck would be so oblivious to romance? Lu Ming, determined to distance himself from that topic, swiftly shifted the conversation. Irontide, how can I awaken the bloodline of my golden dragon bird? Just gather the necessary materials and proceed, Irontide replied nonchalantly. Everything is right here. Take a look. Lu Ming gestured to a large box behind him. Let's head to my laboratory. The group followed Irontide to his lab. It was Tang Xuan's inaugural visit, and he surveyed the room in awe. Wow, your equipment is impressive. It's even better than the school's lab. Not bad, right? This is the gear I've been using for recent experiments, Irontide responded modestly. Impressive. At that moment, Ding Jianya entered, noticing the gathering in Irontide's lab. Professor Ding, what brings you here? Oh, I'm just following Irontide. I heard he was here, Ding Jianya replied, turning his attention away from Tang Xuan and toward Irontide. The conventional methods of alchemy can indeed facilitate the awakening of a beast's bloodline, and we have some preliminary results. He handed a report to Irontide. Irontide quickly perused the document. So, it appears that standard alchemical techniques can indeed be utilized for beast awakening, albeit with a very low success rate. Is that correct? Currently, yes. Among the techniques we use, only the divine transformation method produces results comparable to those achieved by the limitless method, and we will be employing divine transformation this time, Ding Jianya explained. Professor Ding, once my classmate's golden dragon bird awakens, I would like to accompany you to the lab. I have some ideas. Ding Jianya showed no intention of leaving, instead observing Irontide as he conducted the bloodline awakening experiment. After a thorough reevaluation, it was determined that the golden dragon bird's bloodline was remarkably pure, consisting solely of dragon lineage. That's quite manageable, Irontide stated, retrieving materials from Lu Ming's box. Observing the selection, Ding Jianya furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. Irontide continued to employ the limitless technique for the concoction. Seeing this, Ding Jianya was confident in the efficacy of the potion, yet he still harbored some doubts regarding the material selection. The awakening of the golden dragon bird proceeded smoothly. Its once golden plumage now gleamed even more brightly, surpassing the luster of a well-maintained golden Pikachu. Wow, it's blindingly brilliant, Tang Xuan exclaimed, enviously gazing at the golden dragon bird. His own golden Pikachu had also awakened, primarily enhancing its offensive capabilities, but its color remained unchanged. The quacking of the tyrant duck echoed nearby, as it flapped its little wings around the golden dragon bird, which regarded the duck with disdain, unable to escape at that moment. You all go explore. I'll conduct an experiment with Professor Ding, Irontide said before following Ding Jianye to his lab. Lu Ming's mission in the capital was nearly fulfilled, and with Irontide's assistance, they had saved a considerable amount of money, particularly benefiting Wang Feng. Tang Shuang. What does Professor Ding specialize in? Wang Feng inquired. He teaches bloodline courses at the Beastmaster University in the capital. He is among the best in both theoretical and practical aspects. Currently, he is focused on teaching. And those others? They seem to be collaborating on an experiment recently. Wang Feng responded. Could it be that Irontide is already participating in experiments of such a high caliber? Wang Feng expressed disbelief. Others might not. But Irontide is a schoolyard bully. Isn't that to be expected? Lu Ming replied with a look of nonchalance. In Ding Jianye's lab, he posed a question to Irontide. Why didn't you select higher quality materials when choosing? Wasn't that a bit reckless? To save money. Not everyone has the resources to train their beasts. That's part of the reason behind the myriad of formulas and techniques available, Irontide explained. While that may be true, wouldn't using superior materials increase the success rate? Honestly, they are quite similar. As long as the appropriate techniques are used, one can achieve the same results. Irontide replied earnestly. Ding Jianye could only smile wryly as he handed Irontide a document detailing the methods and success rates from previous experiments, along with profiles of beasts yet to be tested. Irontide scrutinized the report intently. It appears that the awakening of the dual bloodlines has yielded certain results. I believe there is still room for refinement in the technique employed. I shall endeavor to utilize a novel method, a new alchemical approach. This method amalgamates 2 or 3 commonly used techniques, serving as an experimental endeavor. Irontide scrutinized the data concerning the feral beast and commenced gathering the necessary materials. The components were swiftly calibrated in his hands. Ding Jianye observed Irontide as preparation technique, recognizing the initiation of 100 refinements, the process of 1,000 forges, and the culmination of transformation. However, something felt amiss. There were other elements intermingled within. With his eyes closed, Ding Jianye reflected upon Irontide's methods. It was not as he had previously imagined. Numerous distinctions emerged. Many techniques were intertwined, each exhibiting hints of other methodologies. This was truly astonishing. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld Irontide administering the potion to the feral beast, eagerly anticipating its transformation. The experimental creature began to grow in size, its teeth elongated, and its tail similarly transformed. Originally a hybrid of the grass mouse and rock scorpion bloodlines, this experimental rodent, after consuming the potion, sprouted a scorpion-like tail, and its skin took on a tawny hue. This undoubtedly exhibited the characteristics of both bloodlines, verging on the creation of an entirely new feral beast. Such creatures were exceedingly rare, even within the wilderness. Irontide, unperturbed, extracted a small vial of blood from the beast, indifferent to its fury. As he closed the cage, the creature began gnawing at the bars, creating a small breach in the specially designed enclosure. Irontide released a faint aura, causing the beast to immediately halt its assault. Chapter 112. Gathering on the Wilderness after a year. Following the release of the testing report, it confirmed the awakening of both bloodlines, aligning with Irontide's expectations. The alchemical method he employed bore a striking resemblance to the infinite technique, perhaps serving as a simplified version thereof. It seemed that these methods were merely fragmented simplifications derived from the infinite. How did you conceive the idea of combining so many techniques? Ding Jianye inquired. I felt that these techniques were quite akin to the infinite, so I attempted to merge them, Irontide replied. Ding Jianye closed his eyes once more, reminiscing about the infinite technique and the new potion preparation method. Indeed, similarities emerged. I never considered the possibility of blending multiple techniques. You have pioneered a new approach. You might as well experiment further. It could be regarded as a simplified version of the infinite. However, practice is essential. After all, the laboratory has recordings. I will follow along and try it myself. Very well, let us attempt it later. If successful, we may explore the realm of multiple bloodlines. Satisfied with the experimental results, Irontide departed from the laboratory. Ding Jianye did not impede him, instead retrieving the recordings to meticulously study Irontide's potion preparation technique. After leaving, Irontide was unsure of where the others had gone, so he made inquiries via phone. He then boarded the great whale and set off toward their location. Upon his arrival, he found them engaged in fervent discussion at the Star 9 coffee shop. The focal point of their discourse revolved around a singular matter, their intention to hunt in the wilderness during the holiday. Irontide's sudden arrival did not dampen their enthusiasm. Irontide, your timing is impeccable. We were just deliberating on the hunting expedition. Do you have any suggestions? Tang Shuang called out to him, unabashedly. Hunting is feasible, but it requires extensive preparation. Lu Ming asserted confidently. There are indeed numerous preparations to be made. For instance, the level of Luo Mi's little dragon must also be elevated. It would be prudent for your beast to ascend in rank as well, Iron Tide remarked earnestly. After all, this time we are certainly not venturing into the dense forest as before. The stronger we are, the better. I shall invest all my savings to maximize our profits. Otherwise, I shall find it utterly impossible to cultivate my beasts later, Wang Feng stated sincerely. Iron Tide, our future excursions to the wilderness will undoubtedly become routine. Familiarizing ourselves with life in the wilderness is far preferable to being forced into survival training later on. Besides, I also need to save for breeding expenses for this idiot. Lu Ming lamented, as the cost of maintaining 3 beasts was substantial. Currently, his beasts were all of the 6th rank, and the support from home for their cultivation required considerable funds, leaving little assistance available. After all, the expenses to cultivate them to the 4th rank were exorbitant. But why do you wish to venture into the wilderness, Tang Xuan? It seems you are not short on pocket money. For fun. It's exhilarating. If you all leave, I'll be dreadfully bored, Tang Xuan remarked with a sense of entitlement. Iron Tide found himself at a loss to counter her reasoning. Since you are all going, I shall join as well. Have you decided where to go? No, but certainly to a relatively safe location. What about the southern wilderness forest? Luomi offered, handing her phone to Iron Tide. Upon reviewing the information displayed, Iron Tide discerned that it was not an optimal choice. This locale had seen numerous hunters meet their demise in recent years. However, it also boasted an abundance of resources, with a variety of feral beasts available for harvest. The forest depths lay 36 kilometers beyond, and it was highly probable to encounter 3rd-rank feral beasts within. Should they cross paths, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. The disparity in strength between 3rd and 4th-rank beasts was monumental. The gap between low and mid-tier beasts was not as vast. According to existing records, a 3rd-rank beast could contend with 7 or 8 4th-rank beasts without faltering. Iron Tide frowned. This location is not particularly safe. If all our beasts were to reach the 4th rank, it would still be unwise to venture there. Our priority is safety. Now is not the time for recklessness. What about this one, Iron Tide? Wang Feng suggested, passing his phone over. Iron Tide examined the information, which detailed the wilderness stream. Nestled within a mountainous region, its danger level was relatively low, with most of the feral beasts residing at around the 5th rank, making it a favorable destination for them. High-ranking beasts were seldom encountered, with historical records indicating few instances. The resources available from the stream's beasts were relatively abundant, posing minimal danger. The stream seems acceptable. Do you have any other locations to discuss? The rest the desert. Any plans? Tang Xuan casually remarked. Let us not bring up the already dismissed options, and refrain from mentioning the volcano. That place is far too perilous. Even after strengthening, it is not somewhere we can consider venturing to at present. Luomi firmly negated the remaining suggestions. When shall we set off? Iron Tide inquired, sensing they had nearly concluded their discussions. Let us gather at the wilderness stream's safe zone on the 10th, Lu Ming replied. Iron Tide, you're all right with that, yes? I harbor no objections. I wish to make some preparations in anticipation of the upcoming new year. Iron Tyrant, how much do you intend to pack? Is there still space within the Sky Whale? At the very least, I require a complete set of laboratory equipment for potion preparation and testing. I ought to prepare some food and other supplies as well. Surely, Iron Tao, are you truly taking these items for a hunt and not for experimental purposes? Is this not merely for the convenience of nurturing your beasts? Very well. As long as you can carry it, do as you wish. Tang Xuan, too, was rendered speechless and decided to cease her inquiries regarding the matter. After the arrangements for Star 9 were finalized, they each set off to make their own preparations. Iron Tao completely vacated the laboratory, hoarding the remaining supplies. During this time, he was also concocting potions to elevate the levels of his 3 beasts. Others, such as Lu Ming and Wang Feng, who were prepared, returned home early. Over this period, Luo Mi's little dragon had already reached the 7th tier, and it was expected to approach the 5th tier after the new year. As for Tang Xuan, little could be said. No one knew what she was preparing, as she had remained enigmatic, claiming to be planning a surprise. No one could discern what she was concocting. As the year drew to a close, Iron Tao bid farewell to Luo Mi's family and boarded the Great Whale, returning home. Chapter 113, De-Operations Society. Under Iron Tao's guidance, the Great Whale soared towards his hometown. The Great Whale's speed surpassed that of the green-skinned train. Yet the journey still consumed the better part of a day. At long last, he arrived back at his ancestral home. During the new year, Iron Tao's parents would also be working, returning late into the night. For many years, he had spent the new year in the adjacent small tavern. This year would likely be no exception. Iron Tao first returned home, where a thick layer of dust coated the surfaces. He couldn't help but frown. How long had it been since anyone had lived here? Although he had kept in touch with them during his studies, they had always urged him to call less frequently. Upon returning to find so much dust, he sensed something was amiss. As customary, he headed straight to Grandpa Gua's restaurant. Iron Tao, you've returned quite late this year. Grandpa Gua remarked. Not too late, just finished up and came back. Where are my parents? The last time they visited was over half a month ago, and I was instructed to inform you that they have gone with the exploration team. The signal has not been very good. An exploration team? Were they not ordinary researchers? How could they join an exploration team? That remains unclear. They mentioned it was their final expedition before leaving. They should be back soon. Do you know exactly when? Aunt Qian placed a serving of rice with gravy before Iron Tao. I cannot say for certain. They should be returning shortly. Has Aunt Qian added extra ingredients to this meal? With the new year approaching, of course, I have, Aunt Qian replied, taking a seat across from Iron Tao. Iron Tao, during this time, be vigilant against those who may seek to recruit you. I haven't noticed anyone attempting to recruit me, Iron Tao replied, somewhat bewildered. Surely not. You are the champion of the individual competition. There must be hunters or other groups vying for your attention, Grandpa Guo observed, his gaze shifting uneasily. I genuinely don't know. I've been quite busy since the competition, primarily moving between 2 points, rarely encountering others. Grandpa Guo and Aunt Qian exchanged glances, realizing they had not made contact with anyone, and now they could only rely on their own knowledge. They began to recount Iron Tao's past experiences. Initially, he paid little heed to their narratives. However, as their stories unfolded, he sensed something was amiss. They began with tales of normal wilderness exploration, which Iron Tao found intriguing. As he heard accounts that diverged from textbook knowledge, gradually, their discussion delved into the depths of the wilderness, revealing information not typically accessible to the public, a closely guarded secret among various families and even military factions, known only to a select few. As Iron Tao scrutinized the two of them, his expression shifted. He was acutely aware of how formidable Grandpa Gua and Aunt Qian had once been. Those who ventured into the profound wilderness possessed extraordinary strength. Their beasts ranked at least tier 3. Grandpa Gua, Aunt Qian, what of your beasts? Iron Tao inquired, his gaze wandering toward the kitchen. Just keep listening, and you'll find out soon enough, Grandpa Gua said, waving his hand in front of Iron Tao's eyes to redirect his focus. Iron Tao resumed listening to Grandpa Gua's narrative. In the depths of the wilderness, the number of wild beasts is both minimal and maximal. Upon hearing this, Iron Tao frowned. Such a statement appeared contradictory and should not have escaped Grandpa Gua's lips. The wild beasts of the wilderness are driven out from the deepest recesses, including those of tiers 3 and 2. Do you know what drives them out? Grandpa Gua spoke with an air of mystery. Iron Tao, of course, had no inkling and shook his head in response. There exists a void in the deepest part of the wilderness, the destination of which remains unknown. I once witnessed countless wild beasts surging forth, and behind them were a group of people. A group of people? Like us? Iron Tao's curiosity was piqued. Indeed, akin to us. After the wild beasts departed, we had previously made contact with them. Iron Tao remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. Aunt Qian continued, following our interaction, conflicts arose. Our beasts fought fiercely to ensure our escape. Then why didn't you contract with the wild beasts? Iron Tao questioned, perplexed. It was not that we could not contract. Rather, it was that we could no longer do so. Our soul marks were shattered, and our souls were damaged, rendering us incapable of forming new beast contracts. Iron Tao gasped upon hearing this. The individuals on the other side of the void were indeed terrifying. The sound of the door opening at the entrance of Grandpa Gua's modest establishment interrupted the conversation. At this hour, it was rare for any patrons to arrive. Iron Tao's parents entered, seemingly having already arrived, and overheard Grandpa Gua and Aunt Qian's discussion. Iron Tao, his father began, 5 years later, we too discovered that void. Unfortunately, we did not encounter its inhabitants. Just as we were about to give up, we found you amidst the throng of wild beasts. Iron Tao gazed at his father in shock, rendered speechless by the revelation. His mother continued, after locating you, we resolved to bring you home. We engaged in a fierce battle with the beast horde, and it was only after our beasts fell that we carved a path to safety. Iron Tao remained silent, lost in thought, while no one could discern what weighed on his mind. What, then, do I truly represent? Am I one of the void's inhabitants, or merely akin to you? Iron Tao furrowed his brow. Our initial intention in bringing you back was to comprehend the nature of the void's inhabitants. Ultimately, we discovered that we were not so different. Do you recall what I once said to you? Iron Tao queried. His parents nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, we remember. You mentioned that consuming the flesh of wild beasts could grant you their abilities. Then, why didn't you pursue that path? We merely wished for you to live a life akin to that of a normal person, never venturing into the wilderness, and hoped you would become a beast nurturer. To think it has come to this extent, Iron Mother remarked. There have been numerous children abandoned from the void, and over the years, many have been discovered. Their descendants exhibit certain peculiarities, much like yourself. Are there still individuals like this among us? Not many. The majority have already intermingled. There are some with unique abilities who have established an organization, led by a few of us. Iron Tide gazed in astonishment at the 4 individuals before him, as if he were encountering them for the first time. What exactly do you intend to do? Iron Tide's calm demeanor rendered it impossible to discern his thoughts. We aim to protect you. Once your abilities are known, being taken for research is inevitable, which is why we founded the D organization. Iron Tide, would you be willing to join this collective? Aunt Qian inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Chapter 114, Those with the Bloodline of Beasts. No, at least for now. I am not inclined to join. Perhaps in the future, Iron Tide responded with a hint of nostalgia. So much had transpired in such a short span of time. There were countless things he wished to verify, and the words of these individuals were undoubtedly not falsehoods. They had no reason to deceive him. The championship title in the National Beastmaster competition did not necessarily reflect the strength of his abilities. True powerhouses do not partake in such contests. They explore the wilderness and cultivate their prowess there. They merely reside in urban areas for a time during the nurturing of their beasts. The wilderness is their true home. Iron Tide absorbed this wealth of information, yet he yearned for solitude to ponder his future. He exited the small restaurant unimpeded. The great whale descended, and he boarded it, slowly ascending into the sky. From the back of the sky whale, he retrieved the bloodline testing device and drew a vial of blood from his own body. Disconnecting the device from the network, he placed the blood sample inside. He awaited the results on the whale's back. Time dragged on, each second feeling interminable. He paced back and forth atop the whale. The bloodline testing report was finally produced, and Iron Tide scrutinized it. Upon finishing the report, flames erupted from his hand, incinerating the document into a pile of ashes. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he recalled the bloodline report. Indeed, his lineage was unlike that of others. The analysis revealed that human blood constituted only half, with the remainder composed of various beastly bloodlines. One unknown bloodline occupied a significant proportion, nearly equal to that of human blood. Bloodlines such as the chameleon of the wilderness, firewolf demon, ink-scaled python, and the 8-legged beast filled the remaining quota. These bloodlines belonged to the beasts from which he had acquired abilities. This must be considered as having seized the bloodlines of those beasts. He pondered whether, upon gaining abilities again, it would diminish his human blood or the unknown bloodline. Iron Tide speculated it would surely decrease his human lineage. The roars of beasts, his uncontrollable hunger, and his extraordinary regenerative capabilities, all these were abnormal. Even his soul power, derived from the flesh of beasts, bestowed him with physical attributes far surpassing those of others. All of this underscored his divergence from normal humans. Standing atop the sky whale, he looked down upon the earth below. Everything beneath him appeared minuscule, and only by reaching such heights could he ensure his safety. At least, that was how he perceived it now. He simply wished to live his life well. Iron Tide retracted the equipment, and the sky whale gradually descended to the ground. Inside the small restaurant, the 4 gathered around a table laden with dishes, awaiting Iron Tide's return. The new year approaches. Let us share a reunion meal. Aunt Qian beckoned Iron Tide to join them. He sat down and shared a meal, each person tacitly avoiding mention of the earlier conversation. After the meal concluded, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Each individual had indulged in drink, and Iron Father had succumbed to slumber atop the table. Iron Tide stepped outside alone. Iron Tide, if you wish to depart, wait a couple of days, Old Gu advised. The descendants of the Void Dwellers are on their way here. I hope you can engage with them. It will be beneficial for you. Old Gu did not elaborate further, but his gaze remained fixed on Iron Tide. Very well. I shall wait 2 days. Iron Tide departed and returned to his room. Iron Father, who had been snoring moments ago, suddenly sat upright. Old Gu, if he arrives, will it lead to conflict? That fellow is rather difficult to converse with. No worries. They are merely young people. A bit of a tussle can sometimes forge friendships. Then we shall wait and see the spectacle unfold. For 2 days, Iron Tide did not emerge from his room, choosing to remain in solitude, until a voice from outside called to him. The person you wish to meet has arrived. Head over to Old Gu's shop. Understood, Iron Tide replied, climbing out of the window and making his way to Old Gu's establishment. Upon entering, Old Gu led him towards the kitchen. He had been there before and found nothing particularly mysterious about it. Old Gu lifted a long and used chopping board, revealing a hidden door beneath. At Old Gu's gesture, Iron Tide descended. The staircase was lengthy, taking about 5 minutes to reach its end. As he arrived, dim lights flickered to life, illuminating the underground space. It was a large training ground. Iron Tide was astonished to discover that Old Gu had excavated a training area beneath the restaurant. Shaking his head, he ventured deeper into the training ground. A figure clad in a black hood sat quietly on the ground, awaiting Iron Tide's arrival. You have come. The voice was crisp and efficient, as if shaped by rigorous training. Who are you? I am Qing Long from the D organization. Old Gu must have been expecting you. What is it you seek? I wish to test your strength, to ascertain what lies within your bloodline. I too wish to know. Shall I go all out? Iron Tide twisted his neck, loosening his joints, preparing for battle. In another room of the small restaurant, the four individuals had gathered. They watched as Iron Tide and Qinglong prepared to engage, sensing that a confrontation was imminent. Why is it Qinglong? Could his strength be too formidable? Iron Mother expressed her concern. If you have seen his performance in the Beastmaster competition, you would understand. This time, we aim to elicit his bloodline power, which will only make him stronger. Just observe. The Beastmaster competition is merely child's play. Qinglong is different. He has fought against fourth-tier beasts barehanded in the wilderness. Iron Mother continued. Let us not fret too much. Simply watch. Iron Tide may not necessarily be defeated. In the training ground, dark green scales sprouted on Iron Tide's body, and his form vanished from Qinglong's sight. This time, he could unleash his abilities without restraint. Qinglong, witnessing Iron Tide's disappearance, was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of disdain crossed his face, and a light shone from his eyes. As he swept his gaze across the training ground, it suddenly fixated on a particular spot, unmoving. Such a trivial trick could hardly escape my notice. Iron Tide gradually emerged in the direction of his gaze. It seems that this insert possesses some degree of prowess. Allow me to witness your strength, to behold your bloodline. The Azure Dragon launched the first assault towards Iron Tide. Clad in scales from head to toe, Iron Tide assumed the stance of the Eight Extremes fist. The duel between the two commenced. The sound of dull thuds reverberating throughout the empty training facility. The green scales enveloped him, his hands began to morph, fingers sharpening into claws akin to those of a mighty dragon. Chapter 115, Beast Soul. The dragon claws sliced through the air with a fierce wind, aiming directly at Iron Tide. He raised his hand to block, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at the Azure Dragon. The latter showed no inclination to evade. Iron Tide's heavy fist struck him, yet the Azure Dragon exhibited not a trace of reaction. It was as though Iron Tide's blow had landed upon solid iron, causing the scales at the point of impact to stand erect. Iron Tide's fist was scraped by the Azure Dragon's scales, blood seeping forth. Observing the bloodied barbs retract swiftly, it was clear that these were explosive scales, using their sharpness to inflict harm upon Iron Tide in return. It appeared that my application of these savage beast talents was still lacking in comparison to these individuals. The wound on Iron Tide's hand rapidly sealed, ceasing the flow of blood. The pierced scales healed swiftly as well. The Azure Dragon, adorned in scales, would retaliate with every attack, inevitably suffering from such counter-injuries. Iron Tide contemplated his strategy, but the Azure Dragon afforded him no respite. The sharp dragon claws lunged at him once more. Iron Tide, unwilling to engage directly with these lethal claws, deftly evaded the Azure Dragon's strikes. His style had transitioned from the Eight Extremes fist to Tai Chi, engaging in a battle of techniques with the Azure Dragon. Yet, Iron Tide still found no advantage, his body drenched in blood. Each time he attempted to block, the Azure Dragon's scales would leave him with fresh wounds. Though the injuries were not severe, in a protracted battle, he remained at a disadvantage. The Azure Dragon bore no signs of injury whatsoever. Old Gua, is it a bit excessive to have the Azure Dragon face off against him? Iron Father remarked, observing Old Gua. It should be fine. He has yet to adapt to the Azure Dragon's onslaught. Let us watch a bit longer. The Azure Dragon knows its limits, Old Gua replied, continuing to watch the monitor. On the screen, Iron Tide had commenced his counterattack. His strategy was quite straightforward. Since these scales posed his greatest obstacle, he would simply remove them. At worst, it would result in an exchange of injuries. Iron Tide maneuvered swiftly, appearing suddenly behind the Azure Dragon. His palm, like a blade, scraped against the scales in a motion reminiscent of scaling fish. Iron Tide's hand was lacerated by the scales, blood splattering outward. Simultaneously, the Azure Dragon's scales flew away in a flurry. The scales in the air dissipated like rootless duckweed, transforming into azure light. Beneath the scales, the Azure Dragon too was drenched in blood. However, the Azure Dragon's assaults were more focused on physical engagement, unlike Iron Tide, who maximized every attack and defense. Crimson droplets fell from Iron Tide's fingertips, seemingly signaling something. The Azure Dragon intensified its onslaught against Iron Tide. Iron Tide prepared to eliminate all the troublesome scales from the Azure Dragon's body. The Azure Dragon's regenerative capabilities were significantly inferior to his own, showing no signs of recovery. The scales once more took flight. Iron Tide grew increasingly adept. Regardless of how the Azure Dragon attacked, he found a way to evade while simultaneously dislodging its scales. In terms of injuries, it was evident that the Azure Dragon was at a disadvantage. Iron Tide's attacks became increasingly fluid, while the Azure Dragon struggled to land a blow. Now only on the receiving end of Iron Tide's strikes. It seems this Dinsura possesses only this level of capability, Iron Tide declared to the Azure Dragon. Just wait. This is merely the most basic of tests. Allow me to demonstrate the true boiling of beast blood. With that, a luminous azure light erupted from the azure dragon, the previously vanished scales reappearing. Its body began to transform into that of a savage beast, were it not for the human visage still present. Irontide would scarcely recognize it as the azure dragon. Irontide's mind began to traverse through all the diagrams he had ever encountered, comparing them with the visage before him, until his mental catalog halted abruptly. The azure dragon bloodline. Indeed, it was the awakened azure dragon bloodline. The azure dragon's voice had shifted as well, now resonating as though emanating from the maw of a wild beast. Flames ignited around Irontide. He had yet to harness the power of roasted meat. This was the manifestation of his own fiery abilities. His figure swiftly vanished within the underground training ground. As he doubted the azure dragon could locate him so swiftly, the azure dragon no longer remained grounded but floated in the air, its eyes scanning a particular direction with rapidity. There's no need to hide. I can see you, it declared. Irontide remained unfazed, believing the azure dragon was attempting to deceive him, continuing to conceal his presence to buy time. Noticing that Irontide had not revealed himself, the azure dragon rapidly conjured a sphere of azure light in its mouth. It directed this azure orb towards Irontide. In an instant, the azure sphere was upon him. He crossed his arms, his scales rising in defense much like the azure dragon's. He braced himself against the orb, yet his form was forced backward until he was pressed against the wall. Irontide's figure became exposed. Blood flowed freely from his arms, as his scales had completely vanished. How did you find me? Can such a rudimentary bloodline's concealment truly evade my eyes? Any beast of comparable bloodline should be able to detect me with minimal effort. It appears that my earlier success was sheer luck. Irontide's words were lost on the azure dragon, which transformed into a streak of azure light, lunging at Irontide. The speed exceeded his expectations. The azure dragon's massive form collided with Irontide, causing immense cracks to appear in the wall behind them, even shaking the small dining area above. Why hasn't he forced the beast bloodline within him out yet? Aunt Qian inquired. I don't know. Perhaps this bloodline far surpasses our expectations. Old Guo responded with a hint of doubt. Look, it seems Irontide is holding his ground against this wave. They all focused intently on the screen. Irontide gritted his teeth, barely managing to resist the azure dragon's force. His aura began to leak out gradually, and he was struggling to maintain control. The pressure of his energy intensified. The azure dragon sensed this aura, trembling uncontrollably. This energy was undeniably not that of an ordinary beast, capable of imposing some form of bloodline suppression upon him. The aura continued to surge forth. Irontide had not yet reached his limit. The azure dragon forcefully suppressed the discomfort within its body, increasing the force of its dragon claws. Blood trickled from the corner of Irontide's mouth, the result of exerting himself too forcefully, causing blood to seep from his gums. His focus was entirely consumed by the confrontation with the power of the azure dragon, and he could no longer suppress the energy surging within his body. The fierce beast within him opened its eyes. A dark stream of energy began to spread across his form, forming intricate black patterns that continued to extend, gradually enveloping his entire being. Tietao's once black pupils had transformed into a golden hue. His strength surged dramatically, allowing him to push the azure dragon aside effortlessly. With golden eyes fixed on the azure dragon, saliva dripped from his mouth, as if he had become a different person altogether. Chapter 116, Soul Control Secret Art. Is this the awakening of his bloodline? Tai Mu inquired. No, this is not an awakening. His bloodline had already awakened, albeit to a minimal extent, and he has yet to harness it properly. Old Guo, are you suggesting that the bloodline is now in control of him? Indeed, it appears we have misjudged the situation. We must suppress this bloodline. Observe the azure dragon's performance. If it proves ineffective, you shall intervene, Old Guo stated earnestly. In the training ground, Tietao's consciousness seemed to have been isolated. He could sense his own body but was utterly unable to exert control over it. It was the inner consciousness that dominated him. Tietao began to attempt to suppress this consciousness. The training ground echoed with his primal roars. The azure dragon instinctively felt a surge of fear. Yet, this fear was surmountable. The azure dragon was human, not a wild beast, possessing its own judgment. A green pattern began to spread across the azure dragon's scales, its aura steadily rising. The feelings of fear diminished, and a new green energy sphere coalesced in its mouth. Aimed at Tietao, the black pattern Tietao did not flinch in the face of the energy sphere. Swiftly, he extended a hand and grasped the sphere, which did not explode upon contact, but was held firmly within his grip. The azure dragon watched in astonishment as Tietao brought the energy sphere to his mouth, consuming it as one would savor a jelly, gradually absorbing it into his body. With each intake, the patterns on his skin multiplied, as if the sphere was nourishing him. The speed of pattern proliferation accelerated. The energy sphere vanished within Tietao's mouth. When Tietao's gaze returned to the Azure Dragon, the formidable beast had vanished from sight, only to reappear behind the Azure Dragon in an instant. A powerful punch struck the Azure Dragon's body, leaving no time for its scales to erect in defense. The Azure Dragon was heavily slammed down, and Tietao descended upon it, delivering blow after blow. The suppressed Azure Dragon had no capacity for resistance. Forced to endure the onslaught, its clawed limbs left no mark upon Tietao, as the dark patterns had elevated his defensive capabilities to a remarkable degree. The Azure Dragon's form began to shrink rapidly, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. Tietao observed as more saliva dripped from the Azure Dragon's mouth, each drop seemingly imbued with corrosive properties, leaving circular burn marks upon its body. At that moment, more individuals entered the training ground, none other than Tietao's parents. 6 summoned beasts charged towards Tietao, exhibiting a remarkable level of coordination, even in his compromised state. Tietao's parents frowned at their summoned beasts, noting that they had been suppressed to such an extent that their true power was not being realized. Use the secret technique, Tietao's father urged, brows furrowed. Fortunately, Tietao was temporarily subdued, for summoned beasts restrained his limbs while the remaining 2 pinned down his body. Despite their efforts, Tietao's body still struggled fiercely against their hold, nearly breaking free on several occasions. The secret technique had enhanced their powers, allowing them to maintain a tenuous grip on Tietao. At that moment, Old Gua slowly entered the training ground. Addressing Tietao, "We must suppress the power of the bloodline. When you awaken, I shall impart the soul control secret art to you." The restrained Tietao emitted a series of furious roars. Within his consciousness, he found himself in a similar training ground, facing a fierce beast, its form shrouded in darkness, rendering it indistinct. The battle within his mind was far more terrifying, a struggle where blood was not shed. Observers in the training ground watched as Tietao's expression gradually contorted in pain. The patterns on his body fluctuated between clarity and obscurity, oscillating back and forth. During moments of obscurity, Tietao's struggles weakened. When the patterns solidified, his resistance intensified. Time passed incrementally, and the patterns on Tietao's body continued to flicker. Finally, the patterns vanished, signaling his victory in this internal battle. His eyes regained their original hue, and his consciousness returned. The oppressive energy controlling the summoned beasts dissipated, causing them to swell in size, thereby enhancing their ability to restrain Tietao. He lay on the ground, utterly immobilized as the beasts targeted his pressure points, leaving him no opportunity to rise. It seemed they had done this many times before. Following his parents' commands, the 2 summoned beasts released Tietao. The aftermath of the battle swiftly ensued. Fatigue and muscle soreness surged within him, accompanied by an overwhelming weariness from the depths of his soul. He lay on the ground, unwilling to move. Old Gua produced a pill and placed it in Tietao's mouth. The pill dissolved rapidly, a bitter taste spreading across his palate. Its effects were equally swift, rejuvenating his stamina and alleviating his fatigue, as if restoring him to the state he was in before confronting the Azure Dragon. Tietao sat up abruptly, gazing at Old Gua. "What exactly is this medicine? Its effects are remarkable." "It is, of course, a secret elixir, quite difficult to concoct." "Oh, if it's a secret, then I shall not pry." Old Gua, initially thinking Tietao was inquiring about the formula, relaxed at his response. "Do you wish to control the bloodline of the wild beast within you? The soul control secret art you mentioned?" "Indeed. Most members of our D-Operation Society possess the bloodline of wild beasts. What you experienced earlier was the consequence of bloodline backlash, once it spirals out of control." Old Gua paused. "If it spirals out of control, one would be supplanted by the consciousness within the bloodline?" Old Gua nodded. "It appears I cannot refrain from joining after all. This will enable you to survive to the fullest extent, preventing the bloodline from consuming you. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? Speak freely." "Follow me," Tietao said, trailing behind Old Gua as they exited the training ground. Unclear as to where Grandpa Gua had procured a stack of books bound with plastic twine, it seemed as though they had been meticulously prepared for many years. As Tietao gazed upon these somewhat yellowed volumes, it became evident that they had been in the making for quite some time. For now, he could only observe these books, realizing that Grandpa Gua would not divulge the secrets of the soul control technique until he had perused them thoroughly. Chapter 117, The Wasteland. Battle of Consciousness. Tietao swiftly flipped through the yellowed pages, the contents rapidly imprinting themselves upon his mind. Upon closing the final book, he turned to Grandpa Gua and remarked, "It appears that there have been humans possessing the bloodline of wild beasts for quite some time, has it not?" Grandpa Gua nodded and began recounting what he knew about these bloodline bearers. This tale dates back nearly 2 centuries, to a time when global communication was prevalent, and research on wild beasts was a collaborative endeavor. This joint research lasted for approximately 15 years, during which the influx of wild beasts increased significantly. Communication was severed, and nations commenced their independent studies. However, the overarching research directions remained similar. One side focused on embedding the blood of wild beasts within superhumans, while the other sought methods to control these creatures. As wild beasts began their assaults on cities, modern weaponry was deployed against them, yet the results were disheartening. The higher the level of the beast, the more challenging it was to vanquish. Firearms and similar weapons lost their efficacy, marking a significant reason for their current disuse. Ultimately, methods for controlling the wild beasts were developed, becoming a prevalent approach. Meanwhile, research into the other method persisted until the first capture of a hollow person, which further popularized the technique. They extracted numerous beast taming secrets from the hollow persons, some of which found their way into military hands, while others seeped into civilian life. The beast taming marks currently in use also originate from the secrets of the hollow persons. The success rate of bloodline embedding was exceedingly low. The stronger the bloodline, the more arduous the process, resulting in the demise of numerous test subjects. Most individuals who succeeded in embedding the bloodline fell under its control, revealing a critical flaw in this approach. Subsequently, they resorted to breeding with the descendants of the hollow persons to procure offspring with the wild beast bloodline. Unfortunately, without the secret techniques, these descendants exhibited similar issues, leading to the abandonment of bloodline embedding altogether. Those who succeeded in experimentation, along with the descendants of the hollow persons, were exiled to the wilderness. Remarkably, these individuals did not perish. They somehow acquired the soul control technique from the hollow persons, becoming the founders of the Dune Society. After listening to Grandpa's lengthy exposition, Tietao inquired, "Then how is it that individuals with such formidable wild beast bloodlines exist today?" He pointed to the bandaged figure of the Azure Dragon. "He is a hybrid of our kind and the hollow persons. Those with such bloodlines remain a rarity." I have another question. Are there still individuals possessing such bloodlines who have not been gathered? Indeed, there are. There will always be those who remain undeterred, and some of them will inevitably wander out. We have personnel dedicated to managing this matter. Very well, what about the secret techniques? The mummy-like Azure Dragon leaned in close to Taitao's ear, whispering the incantation. As Tietao listened, he nodded in understanding. Within 5 minutes, he had committed the entire technique to memory. From then on, upon encountering this mark, it would signify the territory of the Dune Society. Tietao observed the stamp in Grandpa's hand. Grandpa then instructed Tietao, "Remember our code. It must be recited within a minute and a half." Curiosity piqued. Tietao asked, "What is the code?" "Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flour duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, pine flour, small belly, dried meat, sausage." After memorizing these words, Tietao returned to rest. He vividly recalled the Azure Dragon's final advice. It was best to perform the secret technique in the wilderness. Even in the event of an accident, no one would notice, making it the safest option. Tietao found this sentiment quite reasonable. That year, he had no intention of celebrating the new year, instead preparing to venture into the wilderness early. After bidding farewell to his parents, he boarded the great whale and set off toward the stream. 2 days later, Tietao paid the fee and entered the safe zone. After a brief resupply within the safe zone, he proceeded directly to the vicinity of the stream. Clutching a map, Tietao advanced toward the area with the least resources, where the number of people was minimal, especially with only 2 days remaining until the new year. Carelessly, he leaped into a tree and began to perform the soul control technique. His aura was no longer suppressed. Black patterns began to crawl across his body, quickly enveloping him. Within his consciousness, Tietao finally glimpsed the true visage of this ferocious beast. This wild beast was entirely absent from contemporary texts, yet he discovered a creature resembling it within ancient tomes. This was a Taodai. In his consciousness, Tietao engaged in battle with the Taodai, lacking a robust physical form. His strength was tied to his soul power, and he had not practiced soul cultivation for an extended duration. Without a dominant position in the spiritual realm, he was compelled to confront the Taodai in a life-and-death struggle. The clash was nearly instantaneous, as the Taodai appeared behind Tietao in a flash, its horns piercing directly into his back. Excruciating pain surged through his soul, rendering his body immobile. Tietao barely registered how the Taodai had approached. When he turned to look, the beast had vanished once more, leaving him in a precarious position. Summoning his will, Tietao forced his pained body to move, darting back and forth to diminish the Taoia's chances for a surprise attack. This tactic indeed reduced the number of opportunities for the Taodai to strike, although he still suffered occasional blows. Eventually, the Taodai blocked his path. Tietao had no intention of engaging in a head-on confrontation. He sought to retreat. Casting his gaze toward a nearby spot, he suddenly found himself there in an instant. "What?" Tietao thought, incredulous, with no time to ponder the reason behind this phenomenon. He teleported again, this time behind the Taotai. Curse it! Tietao struck the unsuspecting Taotai with a heavy blow. The Taotai emitted a shriek as its form began to wane. Noticing this, Tietao glanced at his own body, which had also begun to fade in certain areas. It seemed they were engaged in a contest to see who could diminish the other first. Gradually, Tietao grasped the rules of this game, his mind racing with possibilities. Victory was not out of reach. Chapter 118, Bloodline Devouring. Still perched in the tree, Tietao suddenly stood upright. Golden pupils continuously scanned the surroundings, as if in search of prey. This was a barren land, where the beasts of the wild were of low caliber and resources favorable to them were scarce. After surveying the area, Tietao's gaze fixed upon a nearby 9th-grade wild rabbit. In but a fleeting moment, he was at the rabbit's side. Just his presence suffocated the creature's breath. Tietao seized the rabbit from the ground and voraciously devoured it, tearing into the flesh with gusto. Fragments of bone littered the earth as he chewed relentlessly. A warm current surged within him, the rabbit's meat fully digested. Tietao's eyes soon alighted upon other wild beasts in the distance. Every action of his body relayed feedback to both man and beast within his consciousness. This warmth began to restore the ethereal aspects of the gluttonous entity within him, albeit subtly, making it hardly discernible. Tietao instinctively glanced at his chest, where he had been attacked by the glutton, and noticed some recovery there as well. It appeared that this restoration was reciprocal, though it remained unclear who had benefited more. The glutton continued to manipulate Tietao's body to consume more wild beasts. The more it did so, the more Tietao resisted, battling for control over his own physical form. This was a struggle of consciousness. Suddenly, Tietao's body froze, standing still and motionless. His aura still emanated, ensuring that no wild beast would dare approach. The true battle would unfold within the realm of their minds. Tietao and the glutton flickered back and forth in their consciousness, akin to a game of Go. As long as there was breath, there could be no defeat. They awaited each other's missteps. The moment one faltered, a fatal blow would ensue. This was a gamble, a high-stakes game of life and death. Neither party initiated an attack. Within the soul control secret technique, there existed a recorded method of attack at its conclusion, though it had never been employed. This was an experiment. He was curious whether this technique might pose a threat to the glutton. Such details were absent from the records. The probability of consciousness manifesting within the bloodline was exceedingly low. No one knew the effect it would yield, and Tietao had no superior alternatives. Following the technique's instructions, he slowly conjured a golden light in his palm. His body became somewhat ethereal. The glutton instinctively felt fear at the sight of this light and momentarily closed its eyes. This technique was undoubtedly effective. In that brief moment of closure, the glutton exposed a vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Tietao thrust the golden light into the glutton's body. The light spread within the glutton, rapidly filling its form, with more golden radiance returning to Tietao. The golden light re-entered Tietao's body, reviving his nearly ethereal form, even improving upon its previous state, with his soul power enhanced. The warmth within his soul was the finest proof of this. The dark patterns on Tietao's body remained, while the golden hue in his eyes began to fade. The wild rabbit he had been consuming had vanished, leaving only a small pile of bones. Tietao regained his consciousness. With a deep sigh of relief, he acknowledged his victory in this life and death struggle. Warm currents surged anew within him, nourishing his body. As impurities were expelled, summoning the great whale from the sky, Tietao mounted its back. The whale soared high, where Tietao cleansed himself with ease. He then retrieved a bloodline testing device, depositing his blood within, eager to observe any changes. While awaiting the results, he attempted to harness the power of his bloodline using the soul control secret technique. Shortly thereafter, a report printed from the device. At that moment, Tietao's body was adorned with intricate patterns, and a pair of long horns, reminiscent of the glutton's, materialized upon his head. He lifted the report, his eyes scanning it intently, as the peculiar characteristics he had displayed earlier faded, returning to normalcy. He had begun to wield some of the glutton's abilities, although he was yet unable to fully transform into a wild beast like the Azure Dragon. The report indicated that his human bloodline had integrated approximately 20 of glutton bloodline traits, while the remainder remained unchanged. This conversion was likely responsible for his newfound capabilities. He suddenly recalled the returning golden light, which could be regarded as a method of devouring and controlling the bloodline. It appeared that completely resolving the gluttonous influence would require more than just a momentary effort. Regular bloodline testing would be essential, and he also needed to enhance his cultivation of soul power. He had, at least, achieved preliminary control over the glutton. According to the soul control secret technique, he would need a minimum of 5 additional instances to fully suppress the glutton's bloodline. The human bloodline was fragile and would gradually be transformed by the glutton's influence. This approach resembled a competitive struggle, each vying for the opportunity to dominate the other's bloodline. He required a stronger soul power. As stated in the secret technique, his current soul power barely reached a mid-level threshold. 6 months prior, he had attained level 27 in soul power, a modestly adequate level, to reach the pinnacle. He needed to surpass level 50. He had no inkling if anyone had ever achieved such a feat. If Tietao wished to completely control the glutton within him, he would need at least level 50, ideally surpassing that threshold. The secret technique also provided an alternative, akin to the Qilin project he was currently undertaking, which involved bloodline fusion, typically the preferred method. This was the Azure Dragon's approach, directly merging the bloodline of a wild beast with one's own. However, Tietao was hesitant to pursue this path, as his own bloodline harbored a soul. The technique offered no guidance regarding such circumstances. The outcome of a soul fusion remained uncertain, and he dared not attempt it lightly. Who would dominate post-fusion was also unpredictable, rendering it less stable than his current method. This was the rationale for his earlier decision to forego this option. Sitting atop the great whale, Tietao began to cross-reference the map in his hands, frequently making adjustments. The map was sorely lacking. Numerous areas were unmarked. It appeared that the maps sold in the safe zone were not entirely comprehensive. He commenced the task of refining the map to prepare for Tang Shuang and the others' arrival. The expanse of this stream region was immense, and Tietao worked diligently to verify the map. Chapter 119, Solo Hunting. Every location on the map was annotated with potential resources, though not with great clarity. Tietao instructed the great whale to descend from the sky to explore each marked area, simultaneously gathering rare materials. After all, there were not many individuals venturing into the wasteland at present, and the resources available for collection were at their peak. The expanse of this map is rather limited, lacking any reference to perilous zones. The area he is currently exploring lies solely within the realm of 6th and 7th tier wild beasts, which presents a relatively safe domain for him. There are no maps available for the deeper regions. Alone, he must seek a more detailed and comprehensive map for his exploration of the stream. After spending the better part of the day meticulously enhancing this map atop the back of the great whale, he returned to the safe zone, preparing to procure a new map. It remains uncertain whether any are currently available in this secure area. The safe zone is similarly devoid of many inhabitants, with only a few shops still operational. Irontide diligently searched each establishment. After much effort, he managed to acquire an old map from a shopkeeper. This map, evidently aged, is substantial, encompassing the area he had just meticulously charted. Upon cross-referencing, it proved accurate, though he would need to survey the remaining regions. This time, he could wholeheartedly immerse himself in the stream's depths and ascertain the extent of enhancement the soul control secret art could bestow upon him. Guided by the map atop the great whale, Irontide ventured deeper into the stream. The antiquated map bore only regional markings, with other details having faded into obscurity. This was, indeed, the sole comprehensive map he could find in this vicinity. Strolling alone within the stream, he observed his 2 beast companions resting on the back of the great whale. As he walked, intricate black patterns began to emerge across his body, exuding an aura that instilled fear in the wild beasts. This aura also enabled him to better locate the wild beasts nearby, a double-edged sword of sorts. Not far off, sounds emerged from the underbrush, indicating the flight of a wild beast. The creatures were acutely sensitive to Irontide's presence, and upon sensing his aura, most fled without hesitation. A greenish glow enveloped Irontide as he surged towards the source of the sound, his speed surpassing that of the fleeing beast. In a matter of strides, he caught up with the creature, a wild beast adorned with dark blue fur, bearing its sharp fangs, a 5th-tier ironclad blue bear. The ironclad blue bear exhibited no intention of aggression, its gaze darting nervously, clearly poised for escape. Irontide clenched his fists, muscles taut, and in a few swift steps, he was at the bear's side, delivering a powerful punch to its resilient forearm. A resounding crash echoed through the tranquil stream. The ironclad blue bear lost its balance and toppled to the ground. Irontide's fists showed no mercy, raining blows upon the creature. Remarkably resilient, the beast remained steadfast in its desire to flee, sustaining no injuries and showing little inclination to engage in battle. Above, a shadow flitted through the sky. Irontide sensed the presence of a far more formidable beast. He paid no further heed to the ironclad blue bear, quickly distancing himself and seeking refuge in the nearby woods, all the while keeping his eyes fixed on the shadow descending from the heavens. The silhouette gradually descended, revealing black wings adorned with razor-sharp blades. This was a creature he recognized all too well, the black-winged swift dragon, which he had encountered in the depths of the dense forest. This particular black-winged swift dragon bore a strength akin to the one he had previously faced, though its aura and pressure were distinctly more potent. The creature had no interest in Iron Tide. Its target was the ironclad blue bear. The descending Blackwing swift dragon lunged directly at the ironclad blue bear. In mere seconds, after a brief moment of charging, it pounced upon the fleeing bear. The dragon's razor-sharp teeth proved far more lethal than Iron Tide's fists, easily tearing into the bear's flesh. Blood gushing forth, Iron Tide felt his muscles swell once more, eager to gauge the extent of his prowess against the Blackwing swift dragon. He charged at the dragon with remarkable speed. The Blackwing swift dragon, seemingly unwilling to engage, recoiled from Iron Tide's aura, which made it exceedingly uncomfortable. Ignoring its discomfort, Iron Tide struck, landing punches against the dragon's blade-like wings. The Blackwing swift dragon responded by lifting one of its wings, sending Iron Tide hurtling away. It resumed its savage assault on the nearly defeated ironclad blue bear. This was a grave underestimation of Iron Tide. The patterns on his body expanded once again as he unleashed the full potential of the gluttonous bloodline. 2 long horns sprouted from his head, further resembling a wild beast. The aura he emitted intensified, enveloped in a dual hue of crimson and azure. All his strength converged upon him as the Blackwing swift dragon prepared to attack. At last, the fluctuations in Iron Tide's presence caught the dragon's attention. It finally began to acknowledge Iron Tide's existence. A dark, swirling energy enveloped his fists. Iron Tide dared not confront the dragon's blade-like wings directly, uncertain of their true power. He swiftly dodged the oncoming attack. To the side of the dragon, Iron Tide unleashed a flurry of punches against its flank. Flames reminiscent of the phoenix ignited upon the Blackwing swift dragon, burning fiercely. These flames were infused with the essence of gluttony. Iron Tide's blows sent the dragon staggering, the flames continuing to spread across its body, singeing its black fur. The dragon's eyes glowed with a fiery rage as its fur rapidly regenerated, expelling the lingering flames in a burst. The black fur rained down upon Iron Tide, who retreated rapidly. The torrent of fur ensnared his movements, filling the space before his feet, some even emitting wisps of smoke. With the fire extinguished, the Blackwing swift dragon's speed surged, surpassing Iron Tide as it prepared to strike with its glowing white wings. There was no time left to evade. The blade descended. Chapter 120, The Black Pattern Teachings. The blade struck downwards. Iron Tide braced himself, his horns meeting the impact. The horns shattered, deflecting the Blackwing swift dragon's attack. And Iron Tide swiftly retreated, evading the dragon's assault range. The remnants of his horns began to regenerate gradually. The patterns on his body spread once more. Was this yet another sign of losing control? Iron Tide had no time for contemplation. He needed to deal with the Blackwing swift dragon first. Escape was out of the question. The Blackwing swift dragon had no habit of relinquishing its prey. The black patterns on its body deepened, compelling Iron Tide to launch an attack against the dragon involuntarily. Tietao could sense his body, yet remained unable to exert control over it. The intricate patterns adorning his skin seemed to dominate his form, compelling him to launch an assault on the Blackwing swift dragon. His speed had notably increased compared to before. When his body began to move autonomously, he refrained from employing the soul control secret technique, fully aware that halting his movements could lead to catastrophic consequences. All he could do was observe how the dark patterns enabled his body to perform at such extraordinary levels. He had believed he had reached the zenith of bodily control. Yet he was taken aback to discover that, with the aid of the beast mastery ability combined with the bloodline power of Tietao, he had once again become unacquainted with his own physique. The strength unleashed by the black patterns was greater than ever. As the sweeping blade of the dragon's wing descended upon him, Tietao caught it with both hands, sustaining only shallow gashes, an outcome he would have never dared to imagine previously. He continued to feel the way the dark patterns orchestrated his bodily movements. His attacks were inherently primal, yet the application of his strength transcended his comprehension. Following the guidance of the black patterns, he learned to harness the energy within him. It felt as though he was undergoing a lesson imbued within his very bloodline. Time passed swiftly, and the patterns on Tietao's body began to fade, relinquishing their control over him. He regained mastery over his own form. The black-winged swift dragon panted heavily, saliva occasionally dripping from its maw. It bore numerous wounds, primarily scratches, with a few penetrating injuries. Once recovered, Tietao confronted the dragon once more. The crimson glow in the dragon's eyes had vanished. Assuming the same stance as before, he charged at the creature, albeit with a newfound clumsiness, reminiscent of a seasoned warrior returning to the rudimentary skills of a novice. The dragon, too, exhibited diminished vigor, its once formidable agility now faltering. Tietao's hands clumsily left scratches upon the dragon's hide, his nails shattering in the process. As Tietao grew increasingly familiar with his movements, they accelerated in speed. The unfamiliar sensation gradually dissipated. and he was oblivious to the fact that the black patterns had vanished from his skin. His attacks retained a sense of supremacy, though they lacked the potency witnessed when adorned with the intricate designs. The black-winged swift dragon began to show signs of exhaustion, propping itself on its forelimbs, attempting to leap into the sky to escape the dire situation. The great whale descended rapidly from its aerial vantage point, its colossal form perfectly obstructing the dragon's intended escape route. The whale's tail struck the dragon, sending it crashing violently to the ground. A cloud of dust erupted from the dragon's point of impact, swiftly expanding outward. Tietao pursued the fallen creature, which now struggled to move. It appeared evident that its body had sustained fractures. Without a moment's hesitation, Tietao retrieved his specially crafted dismemberment knife from his spatial storage and plunged it into the dragon's neck. Blood gushed forth as he withdrew the blade, the creature's life force waning rapidly. Its furious roars now sounded feeble and hollow. 15 minutes later, the black-winged swift dragon lay motionless, its eyes gradually closing. Tietao approached cautiously, confirming its demise before exhaling a sigh of relief. The dragon's carcass was disassembled and stored within his spatial realm. He intended to return and collect the ironclad blue bear beast, but upon his return, it had seemingly vanished, having fled to an unknown location. It seemed this bear was not so foolish after all, managing to escape with a semblance of life. Tietao did not dwell on it further. Upon returning to the safe zone, he began his recuperation. As he reminisced about the familiar nature of this combat style, it felt increasingly akin to the primal ferocity of a wild beast, wholly detached from the realm of human aggression. This instinctual manner of attack could be attributed to the innate tendencies of Taodai. He roasted cuts of the black-winged swift dragon and consumed them, feeling the warmth within his body transform into a substantial flow of energy. He could distinctly sense that this warmth was significantly more potent than before. It seemed that the physical qualities or abilities he derived from consuming beast flesh were proportionate to his bloodline. Suddenly, he ceased his consumption of the beast's flesh. It was a double-edged sword. While he restored his own vitality, he inadvertently provided Taodai with an opportunity for recovery as well. This was undeniably unfavorable. Once his bloodline approached a state of equilibrium, the internal conflict would inevitably resume. It appeared that the cultivation of his soul was urgently required. After a moment's hesitation, he resumed eating the beast's flesh. His wounds healed rapidly, and once his body had fully recovered, he ceased his consumption. He closed his eyes and began the process of soul cultivation in the resting chamber. This was a monotonous and introspective endeavor. The method provided by the Academy involved visualizing a stone within the soul, continuously using it to hone and strengthen the essence of his being. This approach was painfully slow, explaining why the beastmasters had struggled to cultivate many students with elevated soul levels. There was no time to seek out alternative soul cultivation techniques. He resolved to find a more effective method upon returning to school. The following day, Tietao re-entered the wilderness to further hone his skills. The wild beasts served as the ideal adversaries, presenting no risk of fatality. A creature that could not be slain was the perfect sparring partner. Those that could be slain provided sustenance and materials. In every regard, it seemed advantageous. Tietao spent his days in solitude, tirelessly practicing control over his body. In terms of strength, he remained inferior to fourth-tier wild beasts, yet he could still vanquish some of the weaker specimens. His map had become somewhat worn, and his exploration into the less common territories of fourth-tier wild beasts remained slow. The appointed day of their agreement approached, prompting Tietao to return to the safe zone. Upon his return, he found that many had gathered there, and shops had opened for business. As he made his way back, he observed several teams venturing into the wilderness and streams. Amidst the relatively tranquil atmosphere, a familiar voice resonated. It was none other than Lu Ming, who was being dragged outward by Wang Feng, his body refusing to budge. Chapter 121, R&M, Refund. Tietao moved toward Lu Ming, who continued to hurl insults, drawing an increasing crowd. You charlatan. You claimed that the body enhancement pearl could boost physical prowess. What a blatant deception. Tietao approached the makeshift stall, noting that it had been vacant prior to his expedition into the wilderness. In the 2 days he had been away, many had begun to set up stalls. Dear customer, our principle of trade is buy it and leave it. Wherefore is there any notion of refunds? The man at the stall erupted into a hearty laugh. I don't care what your rules are, refund me this instant. Lu Ming exclaimed, angrily throwing a string of celestial beads onto the vendor's table. At that moment, Tietao squeezed his way through the crowd. Lu Ming, what's the matter? Turning to the source of the voice, Lu Ming recognized Tietao. Tai Baba, you're here. Everything at this stall is a scam. It's all fake. Before Tietao could respond, the vendor interjected. Don't spread rumors. Our celestial beads are perfectly functional. Others have used them and praised their efficacy. Are you incapable? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming grew agitated. Who said I was incapable? If you dare, Let's settle this with a one-on-one challenge. I'll show you what Lu Grandpa is capable of. The vendor feigned a look of compassion. Aye. I'll teach you a lesson. Lu Ming was on the verge of striking the man, but it was a safe zone, leaving him powerless. The onlookers began to snicker, indicating that the vendor's deceitful tactics were not new. Hey, don't be angry, a bystander chimed in. Zhou Weiqing is notorious for scamming newcomers like you. Just let it go. It's not worth the trouble. With no other option, Lu Ming decided to leave, but Tietao held him back. Lu Ming looked at Tietao in surprise. Boss, what effects do these celestial beads have? Tietao, displaying an unhurried demeanor, crouched in front of the stall, inspecting the celestial beads laid out before him. Zhou, the vendor, sensed trouble brewing and remained indifferent, having seen this scenario unfold countless times. This is our complete series of celestial bead bracelets, 15 in total. 7 body beads and 8 intent beads. Zhou casually picked a string from the ground and handed it to Tietao. The crowd outside began to smile, anticipating an entertaining spectacle. Tietao took the string of beads, examining each one. They were gaudy, with a slightly cold touch, resembling mere stones. What are the effects of these celestial beads? Tietao inquired patiently. The body beads, when worn for extended periods, can enhance physical fitness. The intent beads, when worn, amplify the power of beast taming techniques, granting a boost to shared abilities, the vendor explained. They won't be damaged by the abilities of the tamed beasts, will they? Tietao asked. Not at all. As long as your beast doesn't exceed rank 4, these celestial beads will remain intact, Zhou Weiqing replied confidently. Suddenly, flames ignited around Tietao, glowing a vivid red. The flames seemed ordinary, indistinguishable from any other fire. Tietao had never heard of anything that could augment secret techniques. The phoenix flames spread over the celestial beads, igniting them. Gradually, the beads began to char, and the sound of cracking filled the air. Tietao swiftly withdrew the flames and presented the beads back to Zhou. Is this what you call unbreakable? Surely, you aren't selling counterfeit goods? Zhou insisted. Impossible. Your beast is definitely rank 4. I want to see your beast. Zhou was convinced that the beads he presented were genuine and could withstand anything below rank 4. Very well, I shall oblige, Tietao responded as the sky darkened and a massive whale descended. The surrounding crowd quickly cleared a space, casting wary glances at Tietao. A small pig with red skin leaped down from the whale's back, looking curiously at Tietao, grunting inquisitively. Mind your words. I can't hear you, Tietao said, silencing the little pig. Has this little pig reached rank 4? Tietao asked earnestly. Zhou picked up the red pig, inspecting it closely. At this juncture, there was no turning back. It is indeed rank 4, without a doubt, Zhou confirmed. Ah, you truly are unyielding, Tietao remarked, retrieving a simple testing device from the whale's space and handing it to Zhou. Some in the crowd began to revel in Zhou's misfortune, sensing that he had indeed bitten off more than he could chew. Zhou took the testing device and directed it at the red pig. The screen displayed a bold rank 5. It seems you are selling counterfeit goods, Tietao stated, reclaiming the device and returning it to his space. What do you intend to do now? Zhou resigned himself to the situation, realizing that with so many witnesses, he had no choice but to seek a resolution. Tietao pointed to a black bead on the stall. Consider this as compensation. We shall not pursue the matter of the counterfeit celestial beads. Zhou examined the black bead, uncertain of its purpose, but recognizing that being noticed by such a person must signify it was a valuable item. He hesitated to part with it. Tietao noticed Zhou's reluctance. What? Are you loath to part with a counterfeit bead? I'll take it, but you must tell me what it is. Agreed. Tietao replied readily. Zhou tossed the black bead to Tietao, who wrote Dark Demon Evil Tiger Soul Bead on a piece of paper before stowing the bead away. Without looking back, he led Lu Ming and Wang Feng away. Once outside, they returned to the lounge. Tietao, what exactly is that black bead? It's undoubtedly a treasure, a gem within the body of the Dark Demon Evil Tiger. I wonder how this vendor came by it, Wang Feng reflected, shaking his head in uncertainty. An ancient tome recorded that within the adult Dark Demon Evil Tiger lies a bead, as dark as ink, gleaming white under sunlight, and capable of glowing on its own in darkness, Tietao recounted thoughtfully. What exactly does this bead do? Lu Ming inquired, embodying the virtue of asking when in doubt. It is said to be used in potion concoction, though the records do not specify, Tietao shrugged, expressing his frustration. However, he intended to utilize this item to enhance the bloodline of the yumming white tiger, propelling its abilities to new heights. Chapter 122. Assemble. The day of their gathering was drawing near. Lu Ming and his companion arrived 3 days early, which was quite early indeed. Tang Xuang and Luo Mi would likely arrive right on time, and Tietao had begun his preparations over the past few days. Lu Ming observed Tietao entering a state of soul cultivation, feeling quite perplexed. Wasn't Tietao usually reluctant to practice soul cultivation? Why had he suddenly begun? Lu Ming was also curious, especially since Tietao was using high school methods of soul cultivation, which seemed inefficient. Suppressing his curiosity, he too began his training. However, he was abruptly interrupted from his meditation by the cacophonous quacking of the eight-sound duck resonating within his soul. With a rather irritable demeanor, he exited the resting chamber. Observing the little duck flapping its wings in a futile attempt to ascend to the rooftop of the resting area, akin to the golden dragon bird. Its diminutive wings offered no assistance in flight, resulting in a frantic series of quacks. What a racket! Once your feathers have fully grown, you'll naturally be able to fly. He chided. Quack, 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 quack. Hey. Spare me the quacking and communicate through the soul. Lu Ming exclaimed, smacking his forehead in exasperation. How can you grow your feathers properly? Time. You've only been born for a few days. How many times must I reiterate this? Are you truly a fool? The duck tilted its head, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment as it gazed at Lu Ming, producing another series of quacks. Lu Ming, feeling defeated, decided to ignore the duck and return to his training. The hours spent in meditation were rather monotonous. Lu Ming and Wang Feng meandered through the safe zone by day and resumed their training by night. Iron Wave, however, secluded himself, dedicating all his time to cultivation. 3 days later, Iron Wave was still immersed in his practice when Luo Mi and Tang Xuan arrived punctually. Lu Ming guided them to the resting chamber. Rousing Iron Wave from his trance. Why are you still employing such antiquated methods of cultivation? He inquired. Currently, I possess a plethora of techniques that are ineffective. I can only resort to this for now, Iron Wave replied. This method is excessively slow, not to mention mentally taxing, Wang Feng interjected. Is he still resorting to the most primitive form of soul cultivation? Luo Mi asked, her brow furrowed. Wang Feng nodded in affirmation. Concerning soul cultivation, given your extensive practice, have you encountered anyone who has transcended level 50? Luo Mi inquired. Level 50 is the ultimate threshold. While I have heard of a few who have reached that level, I have yet to hear of anyone who has surpassed it, Tang Xuan remarked, her astonishment evident as she gazed at Iron Wave. I am merely curious. Does anyone truly surpass level 50? Iron Wave had no intention of disclosing the existence of beings surpassing level 50 mentioned in the Diyun Society's secret methods. Regardless of the matter, there will always be those who are aware. However, we are currently not privy to such knowledge, Luo Mi stated calmly. This remark, in turn, piqued Tang Xuan's interest in Luo Mi. However, I once heard a saying at home, one cannot surpass level 50 here. I was quite intrigued by it for a time. Tang Xuan confessed, shaking her head with a hint of self-deprecation. The speaker may have been oblivious, yet the listener was attentive. This saying illuminated Iron Wave's thoughts. If surpassing level 50 is unattainable here, then the place where one might achieve it must lie within the void. Ultimately, he would one day explore the void. Perhaps the resolution to the Tao to problem lay there. Luo Mi unfurled a map from her backpack, spreading it across the table. Tang Xuan, enough of this fruitless chatter. Let us first examine the map and strategize our hunting approach. Understood, my lady, Tang Xuan responded, raising her hands in surrender. Iron Wave scrutinized the map brought by Luo Mi, noting its remarkable detail compared to the one purchased here, which was considerably more outdated. Luo Mi's map contained more specific information, while the old map held additional sections not present in hers. Lu Ming and Wang Feng produced their own maps, which mirrored the one Iron Wave had previously acquired, essentially a simplified version of Luo Mi's detailed map. Iron Wave brought forth his antiquated map. Overlaying the two maps under the ambient light of the resting chamber revealed a minute area on Luo Mi's map that was absent from the old one. Iron Wave meticulously marked this area on Luo Mi's map, noting that the rest of the features were largely similar. Have you ventured to the wasteland recently? Luo Mi inquired, her gaze fixed on the map. Indeed, I did conduct a reconnaissance to verify the accuracy of the map and to mitigate any potential mishaps, Iron Wave replied. Are you unaware of the dangers of the wasteland, or do you believe you can traverse it alone? Luo Mi admonished, poking Iron Wave's chest. Iron Wave scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words, enduring her relentless scolding. Iron Wave, consider this location. It may be connected to the rumors I've heard, Tang Xuan interjected, cutting through Luo Mi's admonishments. Both their eyes turned to her, intrigued. This was mentioned by Xiao San Lu, Tang Xuan quickly clarified, sensing Luo Mi's disapproving glare. Proceed. Luo Mi commanded, her tone still fierce. Xiao San Lu stated that within each distinct terrain of the wasteland lies a secret realm, albeit with significant challenges to access. Could this location be one? The term secret realm was familiar to Iron Wave, Lu Ming, and Wang Feng, as Iron Wave had previously entered a secret realm within a dense forest, forging a contract with Lu Xiaoyu and acquiring numerous materials there. He pondered whether the secret realm here would mirror his previous experience. Iron Wave, do you think it is possible? Wang Feng queried. Iron Wave pointed at the map, contemplating. It is quite probable such areas are often frequented by fourth-tier wild beasts, yet the nature of the secret realm within remains uncertain. Fortunately, we can contend with fourth-tier wild beasts, Lu Ming remarked. In their collective view, they possessed the golden dragon bird for reconnaissance, the earth turtle for defense, poisonous beasts for offense, and agile fighters like the braised meat and golden pickup truck. Generally, they harbored little fear of ordinary fourth-tier wild beasts, save for the potential of encountering multiple beasts simultaneously. In the face of genuine danger, they could swiftly retreat to the sky. With thorough reconnaissance and careful avoidance of third-tier beasts, they deemed themselves largely safe. However, in the wasteland, nothing was absolute. Anything could occur. Therefore, contingency plans were essential. Iron Wave resolved to formulate a strategy, prioritizing an escape plan over exploration. A comprehensive evacuation protocol was imperative to ensure their successful withdrawal upon encountering a third-tier wild beast. They even dedicated half a day to rehearse several times in preparation for any unforeseen events. Thus commenced their hunting expedition in the stream of the wasteland, following their rehearsals. Chapter 123, Braised Meat. Do you look down upon me? In the stream of the wasteland, a brook cascaded down from the mountains, weaving through the surrounding terrain. It featured waterfalls and pools, as well as dense forests and towering mountains. This brook ultimately flowed into the ocean, occasionally welcoming wild beasts from the sea into its waters. It was a most suitable environment for wild beasts to thrive. Iron Wave ventured only into the periphery of the forest, not straying too far into the unexplored territories. Their destination was that location marked on the old map, but absent from the newer version. The truth of whether it was indeed a secret realm would soon be revealed. Upon entering the stream, they began to advance according to the map's guidance. Their water boots splashed into the brook, traveling along a path that diverged from Iron Wave's previous explorations. This route led against the current of the stream, gradually ascending into the forest. The surroundings were relatively simple, with no wild beasts in sight. The golden dragon bird, soaring high above, remained vigilant in its reconnaissance, never pausing for a moment. Fortunately, their journey thus far had been remarkably smooth. In the stream, they occasionally spotted a few stream crabs resting on rocks, while small fish leapt playfully above the water's surface. The environment along this stream was decidedly more pleasant than that of the dense forest. After half a day's travel, they arrived at the first destination marked on their map, the Waterfall Gorge. This location served as an excellent resupply point, abundant with food resources, making it an ideal spot for rest. They took a moment to recuperate and prepare lunch. It was said that the golden koi fish found here were exceedingly rare and valuable. Catching even one or two would suffice. Tang Shuang retrieved a fishing rod from his backpack, intending to fish during their break. Why not? Isn't hunting the only way to make a profit? Lu Ming remarked. How mundane, Wang Feng retorted after Lu Ming, leading the purple dragon widow to commence bug catching. The insects varied from region to region, many of which could be utilized as materials for cultivating beast companions. The toxic dragon widow was currently engaged in such work. On the other hand, Tietao busily sketched and recorded details on the map, while Luo Mi prepared a campfire alongside Lu Xiaoyu and Hong Xiaorou. At this moment, Lu Ming was the only one idling, uncertain of what to do. Tietao casually tossed a fishing rod to Lu Ming from his spatial storage. Go fish, he suggested, his pen still gliding across the map, meticulously detailing the surrounding environment. If this map were to be taken back, its value would multiply exponentially, as no other map contains such detailed geographical records or production markings. With the fishing rod in hand, Lu Ming sat beside Tang Shuang, casually digging up a worm from the ground, which he baited onto the hook before casting into the still waters beneath the waterfall. Shall we wager our luck to see who can catch a golden koi first? Lu Ming proposed. You might regret that, Tang Shuang replied as his fishing rod suddenly dipped, signaling a bite. He rose to his feet, reeling in a fish no larger than his palm. TCH, just a money carp, he scoffed. That's quite small, Tang Shuang. Lu Ming teased. You didn't even get a nibble, Tang Shuang chuckled in response. Their banter continued as Tietao completed the map and joined Luo Mi in preparing the meal. Tang Shuang demonstrated considerable skill in fishing, catching one money carp after another without pause. A small pile of money carps had accumulated beside him, and Tietao began processing them for lunch. Nothing could compare to the delight of consuming the freshest catch. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had yet to land a single fish. The fragrant aroma of fish soup wafted through the air as Wang Feng returned triumphantly, with Tang Shuang reeling in his line, leaving Lu Ming the only one without any success. Frustrated, he was determined to catch a fish against all odds. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps splashing through the stream caught their attention. It was the approach of a wild beast. Tietao and the others looked towards the source of the noise. An iron-armored blue bear, its forearm armor damaged. lumbered towards them with a massive beehive strapped to its back. Upon recognizing Tietao, the bear stood upright, fixated on him with an intense gaze. The iron-armored blue bear seemed to acknowledge Tietao, letting out a low growl. What the hell? How did this creature end up here? The bear then cautiously set down the enormous beehive, pushing it towards Tietao while retreating, as if hoping to barter its life for the hive. Witnessing the bear's peculiar behavior, the three companions turned to Tietao, silently urging him to reveal the hidden truth. With no choice, Tietao recounted how he had once dealt a severe beating to this beast. He refrained from mentioning the subsequent encounter with the black-winged swift dragon, fearing another reprimand from Luomi. After retrieving the beehive, they extracted all the honey within it after their meal. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's fishing rod remained unresponsive. Just as he prepared to leave, Wang Feng called out to him. At that moment, the rod suddenly dipped sharply. Wait, I've got a bite. He ignored the warning from the golden dragon bird's soul that echoed in his mind. A series of splashes approached rapidly from the direction where the iron-armored blue bear had vanished, as a colossal wild boar charged towards them. This massive creature, covered in coarse white bristles, boasted tusks that extended over a meter in length. That wild boar is enormous. It must be a fourth-tier beast, Wang Feng stated. The small dragon that had been quietly observing released a glowing orb towards the approaching wild boar, but the boar merely flicked its tusks, sending the orb soaring into the sky. Stay calm, don't panic. With Turtle Grandpa here, you'll be safe, Lu Ming reassured them, displaying no signs of concern. Just ahead of the wild boar, the great earth turtle finally emerged, its massive shell rising from the ground and sending the wild boar flying back. A resounding splash echoed as the boar landed heavily on the ground. Hong Xiaorou, it's your turn. This is your predecessor, Lu Ming declared. Humph. Hong Xiaorou responded, what are you saying? We're not even the same species. The little creature scampered forward, greeting the giant boar with a tap of its front hoof. Humph. The wild boar responded in kind. Humph. Get lost, little pig. Humph, humph. You'll soon learn why I'm called Hong Xiaorou. Chapter 124. The boar is slaughtered. Without hesitation, Hong Xiaorou unleashed a torrent of flames upon the wild boar. The fire enveloped the beast, releasing a foul odor of burning protein that drifted over the stream. The wild boar, still sprawled on the ground, rolled in the shallow water, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames. It had severely underestimated the fire's intensity. The water could not quench it, and the flames continued to burn even in the water. The wild boar emitted a series of distressed grunts. Humph. Let us be civilized. No need for foul language. Elegance is key. Hong Xiaorou gestured in a teaching manner towards the wild boar. Clearly, this fifth-tier creature did not regard the massive boar, which dwarfed it by nearly 100-fold. Tietao, too, bore intricate patterns on his body, hidden beneath his clothing, unseen by others. This was his trump card, a safeguard against harm to his companions. The golden dragon bird's call echoed from above as its sharp talons descended towards the wild boar, provoking the creature's fury. Smoke billowed from its nostrils as it swiftly rose to its feet. Ignoring the flames still licking at his body, he lowered his head, his forehooves relentlessly scraping the stones in the creek. The massive wild boar charged towards Lu Ming, who was still engaged in a struggle with the fish. He appeared to be the most prominent leader among the group, thus making him the prime target for the initial assault. The boar's charge was swift, and a green glow emanated from Tietao as he rushed to assist Lu Ming. Even with the celestial shifts of fate, the impact from such a collision was beyond Lu Ming's capacity to withstand. The white orbs of light bombarded the boar, yet it did not relent. Instead, it accelerated. The ground trembled as the colossal tortoise stomped heavily, sending ripples across the earth. The waterfall nearby momentarily ceased its flow before resuming. Both Tietao and the boar paused momentarily. The boar's speed diminished suddenly, allowing Tietao to close the distance, delivering a powerful punch to its belly. The boar stumbled forward a few paces before toppling onto the ground, its enormous tusks perilously close to Lu Ming, a mere 5 centimeters away. Yet, Lu Ming remained fixated on his fishing rod, oblivious to the danger as he leaned against the tusks. The sharp ivory pierced his rear, drawing blood. In pain, Lu Ming exerted force, flinging the fish from the small pond. Ignoring the ache in his backside, he exclaimed, Tang Shuang, a golden-scaled fish. Haha, I've won. You fool. You're quite the nuisance, Tang Shuang retorted, irritation evident in her voice. At this moment, Tao's muscles bulged even more, and his fighting techniques had evolved significantly. His fists and claws left deep gashes on the boar's hide, revealing a more savage approach to his attacks, though undeniably more potent than before. The boar remained defiant, rising once again to engage Tietao with its massive tusks. Its colossal frame meant that even Tietao would require considerable time to bring it down. The thick layer of fat provided substantial cushioning, dissipating much of the force behind Tietao's blows. The boar's tough hide also absorbed a significant amount of damage, making it challenging for Tietao to grip it effectively. The boar wielded its long tusks as weapons, relentlessly thrusting them towards Tietao while occasionally charging at him. Reinforcements from other feral beasts soon arrived, alleviating some of the pressure on Tietao. The fourth-tier wild beasts proved far more formidable and troublesome than their tamed counterparts encountered in the Beastmaster tournament. Even a previously uncontrollable white tiger would find itself outmatched by this enormous boar. The differing environments in which they thrived naturally led to disparities in strength. The world of wild beasts was infinitely more brutal than that of tamed beasts, which elucidated why the combat prowess of wild beasts far surpassed that of their tamed counterparts. The life-and-death struggles fostered immense growth. Tietao had a profound understanding of such deadly confrontations. Life and death hung in the balance in mere moments. The onslaught allowed Tietao to find some relief, as even the strongest of wild beasts could not withstand such coordinated attacks. In a short time, the boar, overwhelmed and unable to resist, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The fourth-tier boar posed a significant challenge for them. Tietao could handle the wild boar alone, but it would require considerable effort, certainly not as swiftly as this. However, it would undoubtedly be easier than slaying that black-winged swift dragon, as he would at least avoid severe injuries. Lu Ming held a fish in one hand and a knife in the other, making a small incision in the boar's neck. Though not a drop of blood was shed, the blade in Lu Ming's hand had already dulled somewhat. No way. My newly purchased filleting knife is already like this after just one use? Tietao produced his specially crafted filleting knife from his spatial pouch, plunging it into the boar's neck. It was truly a case of the white blade entering and the red blade exiting. The boar's blood stained the creek red. The roasted meat observed this scene with continuous squeals. Oh dear, this is just practice for killing pigs. Its upright ears drooped, and it began to grunt mournfully, seemingly paying respects to the fallen wild boar, covering its eyes with its small hooves. Yet, through the gaps in its claws, it could still see Tietao expertly slaughtering the entire pig. The sight unnerved it further. The motions were far too proficient, making it feel a sense of empathy. I must survive to become the strongest, it silently vowed, its gaze growing ever more resolute, albeit still shielding its eyes more tightly. The thick bones and large tusks of the boar were excellent materials, though unsuitable for potion making. However, they would serve as exceptional crafting materials for filleting knives. Once we return, forging a filleting knife from these tusks will undoubtedly surpass the one you wield, Tietao remarked. Ah, this is still the old brand. The craftsmanship is exceptional, Tang Xuan commented as she examined Lu Ming's filleting knife. You purchased an inferior steel for this knife. It's suitable for filleting, but utterly useless for hunting wild beasts. A dull blade is fortunate enough. It's impressive it didn't break. Is there really a distinction for this? Shouldn't a kitchen knife also be suitable for smashing garlic? Next time, just have someone custom make a filleting knife, she suggested, pointing at the glimmering filleting knife in Taitao's hand. All right, from now on, I'll also seek a custom-made filleting knife, Lu Ming conceded, reluctantly stowing his knife away, determined to confront the vendor after they emerged from this ordeal. He could not let this grievance go unaddressed. Chapter 125, Peril lurks everywhere. After the boar was slain, they took a moment to regroup. Tietao stored the fish Lu Ming had caught into his spatial pouch, the best way to maintain its integrity and freshness. With this fish in hand, they could afford to craft several filleting knives. The golden-scaled fish was exceedingly rare, but aside from its culinary value, it held little significance. Such fish were typically brought out by those like Tietao using spatial beasts. Hunters would never abandon an entire hunting mission for a single fish. The resources gathered from hunting and gathering far outweighed the value of a fish. After a brief rest of over half an hour, Tietao and the group prepared to set off once more. Perhaps due to the lingering sense of the iron-armored blue bear and the wild boar, they encountered no wild beasts until nightfall, not even a ninth-tier beast. Shortly thereafter, they entered a forest, the second target marked on their map. The environment in this forest was relatively dry, making it an ideal spot to spend the night. The tents were already erected, and the beast-repellent powder had been sprinkled. This powder would prevent fifth-tier and lower wild beasts from entering, allowing them to take turns keeping watch. Tietao was assigned to the second watch, the most challenging shift, as it was the time when one was most prone to drowsiness. The first watch was Lu Ming's, while others rested in their tents. Lu Ming found himself alone by the campfire, idly toying with the flames. Even Baga had succumbed to slumber. Feeling quite bored, he picked up his phone to play a game. As the battery drained rapidly, a low battery warning flashed across the screen. With a sigh, Lu Ming locked the device, extinguishing its light. Peering into the darkness illuminated only by the fire, he suddenly shivered, sensing that numerous eyes were watching him from the shadows. Upon closer inspection, he discerned over a dozen pairs of glimmering green eyes surrounding the camp. It appeared they were not of high rank, as they were deterred by the beast-repelling potion. The number of green eyes multiplied. Hastily, Lu Ming roused Tietao, whispering the situation into his ear. Tietao emerged from the tent, flames igniting in his hands, which he hurled towards the direction of the eyes. The fire flickered slowly, illuminating the area around them. The light revealed a motley group of hybrid dragons in various hues, blues, yellows, and reds, huddled together. Tietao frowned. The low rank of these mixed dragons was concerning, indicating something amiss with their congregation. The leader of the mixed dragons was surely nearby, yet it had yet to reveal itself. Tietao remained patient, waiting to see when this leader would arrive. After an hour and a half, still no sign of any dragon leader appeared. This was troubling. It indicated that a savage beast was hunting them. Lu Ming, wake everyone up. We must prepare to depart on the great whale. Lu Ming remained silent, methodically rousing each member of the group. The tents were swiftly folded, and all belongings were packed into Tietao's space. The great whale had descended, and they boarded it with efficiency. Suddenly, sharp, high-pitched sounds pierced the air. The dragon leaders had arrived, 3 in total. The lower-ranked dragons clustered around these leaders, showing no intent to attack. Rather, they anxiously watched the approaching figures. They successfully boarded the great whale, which ascended rapidly into the sky. As they climbed higher, clusters of blue light surged towards the mixed dragons. The blue light outlined an elegant and proud silhouette. This beast was undoubtedly a rank 4, perhaps even surpassing that level. The blue light flickered more frequently, pulsating until it radiated continuously. The image of the savage beast materialized before them, a verdant body emanating an eerie blue glow, with golden claws, horns, and the tips of its tail. Its fur stood on end. It was the Thunder Wolf. Wang Feng gasped in alarm. This savage beast was one of the most formidable encountered near streams, a tyrant of the waters. It was said that several peaks in the area served as gathering grounds for these thunder wolves. Wang Feng, fear not. We are in the air. The Thunder Wolf cannot reach us. Just as he spoke, the Thunder Wolf leaped from the ground, matching the altitude of the great whale. Its remarkable agility left Lu Ming speechless. The great whale ascended once more, gaining an additional 100 meters in height. The Thunder Wolf, crackling with electricity, descended upon the mixed dragons. Lightning ravaged through the crowd, and several lower-ranked dragons were struck down, unable to even emit a cry of despair. Tietao observed as the mixed dragons began to retreat, distancing themselves from the Thunder Wolf. However, the beast seemed intent on pursuing the 3 dragon leaders, its speed far exceeding that of the fleeing dragons. Clearly, these dragons had nowhere to flee. All aboard the great whale watched the Thunder Wolf's hunt unfold. With the added power of lightning, it swiftly blocked the escape routes of the mixed dragons. Realizing they could not escape, the 3 dragon leaders prepared to confront the Thunder Wolf head-on. They issued a series of calls to the sky, prompting all the mixed dragons to scatter, overtaking the forest. In response to their leaders' cries, the dragons launched an assault on the Thunder Wolf. The red dragon exhaled toxic fumes towards it, heedless of the potential harm to its companions. Focusing solely on attacking the Thunder Wolf, the Thunder Wolf swept through the area like a spinning top, sending mixed dragons flying with its ferocity. The 3 leaders seemed to have calculated their timing perfectly. As the Thunder Wolf was fatigued from dispatching the last of the mixed dragons, they launched their coordinated attack. This triangular ambush left the Thunder Wolf with no chance to evade. With a piercing howl, the Thunder Wolf's electrical aura flickered out, and it vanished from Lu Ming and the others' sight, leaving only the echoes of beastly roars behind. Chapter 126, The Clash of Beasts. The 3 dragon leaders proved to be cunning. Regardless of the sacrifices made by their kin, they relentlessly sought opportunities to strike at the Thunder Wolf. Without the support of electricity, their attacks grew more fervent. In the high night sky, visibility was limited, but they could just make out the 3 leaders in a fierce battle with the Thunder Wolf. The beast's counterattacks proved ineffective, evaded by the leaders. Gradually, a glimmer of blue light began to re-emerge in their vision. The previously indistinct skirmish became clearer. Tiny blue motes coalesced around the Thunder Wolf's form. The leaders intensified their onslaught, occasionally releasing bursts of purple mist. The blue motes swiftly extinguished within the poisonous haze, indicating that the gathered lightning worms had perished. The Thunder Wolf twisted its body, dispersing the toxic fog with a gust of wind. More lightning worms continued to converge. The 3 dragon leaders recognized it was time to retreat. This was their best chance. Once the Thunder Wolf regained its former state, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. The blue electric glow began to subtly flow across the Thunder Wolf's body, its fur standing on end. The blue motes continued to gather around it. The 3 dragon leaders issued several calls to the sky, prompting all the mixed dragons to turn and prepare for their retreat. The Thunder Wolf, however, was unwilling to let them escape. Its condition had yet to return to its zenith, and its current athletic prowess was incomparable to that of the chaotic dragons. The blue lightning darted swiftly, as though nothing could impede its movement. The blue arcs of electricity obstructed the escape route of the dragons. The blue lightning amassed in increasing numbers, becoming ever more distinct around it. Thunder seemed to roar, and even those high above could faintly hear the crackling sounds. The horde of chaotic dragons altered their direction of retreat, moving towards the opposite side, accompanied by a roar from the Thunderwolf beast. The fleeing chaotic dragons abruptly halted their escape. This signified a desperate struggle. The Thunderwolf beast had inexplicably positioned itself in front of these chaotic dragons. Its eyes radiated contempt towards them. In a state fully charged with electricity, the Thunderwolf beast appeared unafraid of anyone, a stark contrast to its powerlessness when devoid of energy. Its condition was entirely transformed. The cacophony of the chaotic dragons echoed through the forest, unceasing. The sky had reached its darkest hour, just before dawn. All that was visible was the blue silhouette of the Thunderwolf beast. Gradually, white light began to emerge in the sky, sunlight illuminating the earth. The forest became clearer. The low-ranking chaotic dragons had dwindled significantly, leaving only a few scattered remnants. The three chaotic dragon leaders bore numerous charred marks and wounds. The Thunderwolf beast similarly showcased several patches of dried blood. However, the three chaotic dragon leaders appeared far worse for wear. The chaotic dragons did not relent in their assault, disregarding the electric shocks they endured. Their sharp claws continued their relentless ambushes on the Thunderwolf beast. Each of the three chaotic dragon leaders was of a different hue: red, yellow, and blue. The blue one was tasked with luring attacks, while the yellow and red ones executed sneak assaults. With a swift strike, the yellow chaotic dragon leader plunged its claw into the Thunderwolf beast, drawing forth a considerable amount of blood. In retaliation, the Thunderwolf beast swatted the blue chaotic dragon leader away. Just as it turned to face the yellow chaotic dragon, it suddenly froze. A sensation of paralysis coursed through its body, distinctly different from the shock of electricity. For a moment, it could not overcome this paralysis. The red chaotic dragon expelled a torrent of purple toxic mist, enveloping the entire Thunderwolf beast. As it breathed, the mist visibly seeped into its body. The mist weakened, only for a second wave of toxins to envelop the Thunderwolf beast once more. The blue chaotic dragon leader had managed to rise, albeit with a pronounced limp, rendering its movements cumbersome. Undeterred, it forcefully twisted its body, charging at the Thunderwolf beast. The other two chaotic dragon leaders began to gather strength, preparing to collide with the Thunderwolf beast. With a resounding crash, the Thunderwolf beast fell to the ground, yet the electric currents coursing through it did not dissipate. The sensation of paralysis faded. It could now move its body. The Thunderwolf beast gradually rose, still trembling slightly. The poison had begun to take effect, steadily sapping its vitality. The power of electricity surged within it, exceeding any prior usage. Threads of electricity expelled the toxins from its body. The discomfort rapidly dissipated, and its gaze towards the three chaotic dragon leaders became increasingly ferocious. The Thunderwolf beast's attacks grew more ferocious. The three chaotic dragon leaders, confronted with such intense aggression, dared not to withstand it head-on. The blue chaotic dragon leader, hindered in movement, became the first casualty, struck down by the golden paw. The fallen blue chaotic dragon leader lay on the ground, unable to rise again, its breaths growing shallow. The Thunderwolf beast's gaze shifted to the remaining two chaotic dragon leaders, who stood no chance against it. In a short span, both chaotic dragon leaders collapsed. The forest fell silent, devoid of any sound. The Thunderwolf beast began to feast, having expended considerable energy during the Night-S battle. Tietao, shall we take advantage of this moment? Tang Xuan remarked, somewhat intrigued. Confronting such a wounded fourth-tier beast was indeed a rare opportunity. They decided to observe further, checking for any other beasts that might approach. Tietao scoured the surroundings atop the massive whale, constantly scanning potential directions from which a beast might emerge. He also discerned the scents carried by the wind. Nothing enticing reached his nose. It seemed unlikely that any formidable beasts would arrive. Upon returning, Tietao nodded to them. The massive whale began to descend. All the beast tamers prepared for the forthcoming attack. The Thunderwolf beast, not far away, paused its feeding, pacing while observing the descending giant whale. Small black dots began to leap from the body of the whale, which then floated above the forest. The Thunderwolf beast's attention shifted from the whale to Tietao and his companions, indicating that another confrontation was imminent. The Thunderwolf beast let out a fierce roar. Chapter 127, Perilous Situations. Now was the prime moment to hunt the Thunderwolf beast. Opportunities to play the role of the cunning mantis were rare. The chances to strike a downed opponent were few. All their beasts charged forward to surround and assail it. Tietao stealthily approached the rear of the Thunderwolf beast, ensuring it had no chance to flee. Traps had begun to be set. They might not hold for long. But even a moment's delay would suffice to allow their beasts another chance to engage the Thunderwolf beast. These beasts were not to be compared with the chaotic dragons. Their attacks were significantly more potent than those of the three chaotic dragon leaders. However, in terms of coordination, these beasts could not rival the three chaotic dragon leaders. Each fought independently, causing the Thunderwolf beast to find itself in a dire struggle. As time passed, the frequency of errors among the beasts increased, presenting the Thunderwolf beast with opportunities to break free from the fray. Blood flowed from its body, and numerous charred marks marred its form. The most severe wounds bled black blood, indicating deep poisoning. After breaking free, it surged towards Tietao, where defenses were thinnest and the distance to escape was shortest. The Thunderwolf beast, crackling with electricity, charged forward rapidly. Just as it neared Tietao, a net ensnared the Thunderwolf beast, suspended from a massive tree. The electric arcs dissipated from its form. Numerous insects fled from its body, quickly scattering. For a moment, it could not attract enough lightning insects still charged with electricity. The crisis for the Thunderwolf beast had arrived. Its sharp claws severed the ropes of the net, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon rising, they found themselves once again surrounded by a horde of ferocious beasts, and given their current condition, escape seemed utterly infeasible. The Thunderwolf, despite the dire circumstances, harbored no thoughts of surrender. It was determined to fight until its last breath, embodying the primal survival instinct of wild beasts. In a desperate struggle, caution became paramount. Any misstep could lead to casualties among the tamed beasts. Irontide swiftly returned to the group, engaging in urgent communication. Each individual began to instruct their beasts to attack with greater caution, retreating after each strike to ensure their own safety. The repeated probing attacks soon depleted the Thunderwolf's stamina, its movements growing increasingly sluggish, signaling a likelihood of success in their hunt. Just as Irontide and his companions exhaled a sigh of relief, the piercing cry of the golden dragonbird echoed through the skies. Alarmingly, two wild beasts approached from above, both formidable at the fourth tier. Lu Ming hurriedly relayed the intelligence gathered by the golden dragonbird. At the mention of this, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. They needed to swiftly eliminate the Thunderwolf and seek refuge in the forest to guarantee their safety. The nature of the approaching beasts was unknown, compelling them to avoid confrontation. 2 minutes later, the Thunderwolf breathed its last. There was no time to dissect the beast. Irontide dragged its remains into a spatial pocket and followed the others into the cover of the woods. Their gazes remained fixed on the sky, anxiously awaiting the identity of the descending wild beasts. The golden dragonbird perched upon a nearby tree, while the great whale soared high above. Moments later, two shadows swept past overhead, diving toward the lifeless body of the mixed dragon below. The wild beasts commenced their feast. It turned out to be a pair of fire dragons bearing the bloodline of the dragonkin. It was prudent to keep their distance. "Let us retreat deeper into the forest," suggested Irontide. They steadily withdrew as the two fire dragons tore into the carcass of the fallen dragon. Their feeding was swift, and even as they distanced themselves, the silhouettes of the fire dragons remained discernible in their vision. Suddenly, a bird's cry resonated through the air, hinting that someone else had noticed the scene. They watched as a crimson-hued bird rapidly approached their direction. What unfortunate tamed beast does that belong to? Do they not understand the rules of hunting on the plains? Lu Ming cursed. The bird's call undeniably captured the attention of the two dragons, who hastily pursued the source of the sound. The roars of the fire dragons echoed thunderously, even reaching the farthest corners of their vision. "They've spotted us. Whoever's bird this is. I will not let them off easily," growled Tang Xuan. One of the fire dragons, a bright red male, soared toward them, while the green female, with a more volatile temperament, charged directly through the trees. They dashed through the forest, the sound of snapping branches echoing ominously behind them. "This is utterly reckless. Are these fire dragons all brutes?" Lu Ming quipped amid their frantic escape. No one had the luxury to respond. They pressed onward, urgency fueling their flight. Among them, Luo Mi, the weakest, struggled to keep pace and began to fall behind. Irontide swiftly scooped her under his arm, propelling himself to the forefront of the group, clearing a path as they ran. The cacophony of collapsing trees grew ever closer. The female fire dragon was nearing their position. Meanwhile, fireballs rained down from above. Irontide set Luo Mi down, flames erupting around him. He leaped from the ground, delivering a powerful punch to one of the fireballs. The resulting explosion ignited the surrounding fireballs, sending a shockwave that hurled Irontide against a nearby tree. "Irontide, are you all right?" Luo Mi cried out. He managed to rise, the smoke dispersing to reveal the remnants of his protective scales. Had his clothing not been torn, one might not have noticed he had been attacked. The great earth tortoise emerged from the ground, colliding with the approaching female fire dragon and toppling her. For the moment, they had temporarily evaded death. Yet the looming threat of the two fire dragons remained. One hovered above, the other on the ground, and the ensuing battle would surely not be easy. The toppled female fire dragon regained her footing, standing resolutely as she unleashed fireballs toward Iron Tide and his companions. It seemed their coordination was impeccable, as the male fire dragon also spewed fireballs in tandem. "Old Turtle, brace yourself," Lu Ming urgently commanded. Iron Tide leapt into the air, striking a fireball with a powerful punch. The great earth tortoise raised several earthen walls, successfully blocking the oncoming fireballs. The impact of the fireballs against the walls produced a deafening roar. Iron Tide, reminiscent of their previous encounter, shattered the fireballs with his strikes. Clearly, the male fire dragon was unwilling to let Iron Tide escape so easily. As the fireballs detonated, its claws grasped Iron Tide, lifting him into the sky. Luomi, witnessing Iron Tide's prolonged absence, grew anxious. As the smoke cleared, she beheld Iron Tide ensnared in the male fire dragon's claws. Before the dragon could reposition itself, the great whale emerged above, its massive tail sweeping across the dragon's body. The sheer force sent the male fire dragon crashing to the ground, shattering several trees upon impact. Instinctively, it released its grip. Dazed, Iron Tide staggered to his feet, shaking his head as the severity of the fall registered. The female fire dragon raced toward the male. The tremors of the ground jolted Iron Tide back to reality. He concealed himself behind the male fire dragon, black patterns spreading across his body. With both hands, he savagely tore at the dragon's vulnerable wing membrane, shredding the most delicate parts. The agonizing roar filled Iron Tide's ears. He had to cover them to withstand the overwhelming sound. Just as the roar subsided, Iron Tide attacked the wing membrane once more, completely obliterating one side. The male fire dragon was now utterly grounded, while the female fire dragon soared higher, adjusting her attack trajectory toward Iron Tide. He continuously shifted positions, evading a direct confrontation. As they maneuvered, dozens of white orbs struck the female fire dragon's wings. The pain was acute, causing her to abruptly halt her wing beats. The female fire dragon, which had not been flying at a considerable altitude, plummeted directly onto the male fire dragon, toppling it once more as it attempted to rise. Following this, the other beasts gradually made their way over. Dense strands of spider silk began to ensnare the two fire dragons. This silk was laced with potent venom, and any contact with a wound would significantly diminish their strength, even if it did not slay them. The silk multiplied, layer upon layer, binding the two ferocious beasts together. The constrained fire dragons struggled incessantly, gradually tearing at the silk, which clearly lacked the strength to fully bind them. The dark patterns on Tietao's body faded away as he retreated to join the others. Have all the beasts return. Lu Ming, instruct the earth tortoise to cover these two beasts with its shell. We withdraw, Tietao swiftly commanded. All remained silent, complying with his orders. Had it been anyone else in that moment, death would have been inevitable. 3 minutes later, all beasts had retreated, and the shell enveloped the two fire dragons. The great whale began to sink rapidly as they prepared to board. A roar echoed from within the shell, causing it to tremble, while the earth tortoise kept only its head above ground to monitor the situation. Should the fire dragons emerge, it would immediately burrow underground. A second shell then covered the first. The forest limited the descent of the great whale. The golden dragon bird seized one person in its claws, carrying Lu Ming and Wang Feng onto the great whale's back. Luo Mi and Tang Shuang boarded the great whale atop the little dragon. Tietao and the beasts that had not ascended awaited the next wave of flying beasts to arrive. The sound of an explosion resonated within the shell. The shell shattered, and the earth tortoise sank into the ground. The little dragon clutched Tietao's garment and swiftly flew him toward the great whale, while Tietao cradled Lu Xiaoyu in his arms. The golden dragon bird followed closely behind, carrying Hong Xiaorou and Jin Pai Ka. Below, the two fire dragons also spotted the airborne beasts. The female fire dragon flapped her wings, pursuing the two beasts. The male fire dragon's wing membrane had been torn, rendering it temporarily incapable of flight. It could only unleash fireballs at the flying beasts. The fireballs significantly slowed their ascent. In close proximity, the female fire dragon unleashed fireballs at the two beasts. Hong Xiaorou, unable to evade, turned to meet the incoming fireballs with a torrent of flames. The flames rapidly transformed into icy blue, freezing to the core. The temperature of the fireballs from the female fire dragon plummeted, ultimately dissipating into smoke. This prompted a sigh of relief from the four atop the great whale. As the two beasts landed on the great whale, it began to ascend swiftly. The female fire dragon ceased her fireball assaults and instead prepared to charge at the individuals on the great whale's back, leaving them vulnerable to defense. Tietao commanded the great whale to counterattack. Brace yourselves. The great whale's body surged forth, its pectoral fin striking the female fire dragon's face. The female fire dragon was sent tumbling through the air, rolling and adjusting her form. The great whale returned to a smooth state, while those nearly thrown off were assisted back onto its back by the flying beasts. The ascent accelerated once more. In the distance, the female fire dragon charged at the great whale again, seemingly emboldened by her previous attempt, eager to collide with Tietao and the others once more. The great whale began to match speed with the female fire dragon. She surged upward, swiftly lunging toward Tietao and his companions. Hong Xiaorou unleashed several streams of blue flames at the female fire dragon. This icy flame was a memory etched in his mind. He wished to avoid any contact with it. The female fire dragon adeptly evaded the blue flames, while Hong Xiaorou scoffed at her attempts to dodge. A small fragment of the ice-blue flame landed on the female fire dragon's wing, rapidly freezing it, adding weight until she eventually plummeted to the ground. This tactic, relayed through a soul imprint from Tietao to Hong Xiaorou, allowed them to ascend rapidly to greater heights. The sound of the female fire dragon crashing to the ground echoed through the air. A familiar bird call resonated from afar, as a crimson bird circled the site of the female fire dragon's fall, seemingly guiding them. After a span of more than 10 minutes, the fiery bird dove towards the earth, indicating the arrival of another group. Chapter 129, The Conflict. As long as the ice-blue flames persisted, the female fire dragon would remain grounded for the foreseeable future. Tietao directed the great whale toward the vicinity of their skirmish, eager to discover who had drawn the two fire dragons here. It was essential to respond to the casualties incurred in the wilderness. A cloud of mist billowed from the great whale's mouth, cloaking its form in obscurity, yet this did not hinder Tietao and the others from observing below. The great whale descended, revealing a familiar figure. Clad in red, they recognized the individual, none other than Tang Yanran, a classmate of Tietao, Lu Ming, and Wang Feng, an adversary of Luo Mi and an acquaintance of Tang Xuan. 10 individuals, Luo Mi remarked. The male fire dragon has not arrived, Wang Feng noted. I'll lure the male fire dragon here, Lu Ming declared, pleading with the golden dragon bird. Tietao remained silent, though a bloodthirsty impulse flickered in his gaze. The bloodline of the gluttonous beast continued to influence him, intensifying his ferocity. The black patterns hidden beneath his clothing flickered, as if on the verge of solidifying, yearning to burst forth and engage in battle. The golden dragon bird took flight, a flash of yellow light disappearing in an instant. From the distance, a dragon's roar echoed, signaling that the male fire dragon was en route to their location. The roar of the female fire dragon followed suit, as the two fire dragons converged. The golden dragon bird returned to the great whale's back. The female fire dragon flapped her wings and began to ascend. The ice-blue flames had vanished, and the ice had shattered. The damage inflicted by Hong Xiaorou was minimal. The female fire dragon soared once more, her claws retracting, and her tail curling in a predatory stance. In midair, she launched herself at a sizable Mang mountain ape. The ape's defense thwarted her initial strike, yet it could not guard against the force of her tail, which struck the ape, drawing blood from a moderate wound. Unfazed, the Mang mountain ape continued its relentless assault on the female fire dragon. At last, the male fire dragon had arrived, unleashing fireballs toward the gathered beasts. The fireball, of course, posed no threat to these individuals, as the blazing sunbirds soaring in the sky had already relayed the pertinent intelligence. The beasts under control had long since laid an ambush, poised to hunt the mighty fire dragon. The flaming sunbird exhaled flames to nullify the oncoming fireballs. Over a dozen controlled beasts surged forth from the nearby woods, launching themselves at the male fire dragon. This exemplifies the advantage of numbers. With more participants come more controlled beasts, and even if they are merely of the 5th or 6th tier, they can overwhelm a 4th-tier savage beast. By employing certain strategies, one can significantly enhance the survival odds of one's own beasts. Among the combatants was not Tang Yanran. His two aerial beasts were conducting reconnaissance throughout the forest, vigilantly guarding against the incursion of other savage beasts and unforeseen events. The two besieged fire dragons wielded their tails as weapons, sweeping the area relentlessly. Occasionally, a controlled beast would be struck by the tail of a fire dragon. Among them, a bespectacled individual extracted a pouch of white powder from his backpack. The powder danced in the wind, enveloping their controlled beasts. The tails of the fire dragons were venomous, and this drifting powder served as an antidote. Such antidotes were exceedingly rare, seldom carried by anyone. The most commonly encountered were liquid potions in bottles, which were typically more effective and acted more swiftly. Several lethargic savage mountain monkeys, upon inhaling the powder, immediately perked up, engaging fiercely with the female fire dragon. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it became for the two fire dragons. After 20 minutes, the female fire dragon could no longer conjure a single fireball, her stamina nearing its limit. The male fire dragon could hold out for a while longer, still engaged in combat with the controlled beasts. The dozen or so fifth-tier beasts besieging it were also in a state of exhaustion, with the savage mountain monkey in the worst condition. Its complexion had begun to take on a purplish hue, as the antidote's effects were far from ideal. While a small amount of poison could be neutralized, the venom from the female fire dragon had been injected in substantial quantity. The antidote had minimal effect. The bespectacled man hastily called the savage mountain monkey over, producing a syringe to inject directly into its arm. The potion took effect swiftly, visibly improving the monkey's complexion. Once its color was fully restored, it would be ready to fight again. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and the clouds above vanished, plunging a vast area into shadow. They quickly realized this darkness was merely the shadow of a beast. To approach them at this moment could only be the result of deliberate intent. The great whale descended slowly into the somewhat dilapidated forest, where the surrounding trees had already been shattered. Iron Tide and his companions disembarked from the great whale. During their time of combat, they had rested and nearly restored their strength. "Heavenly whale?" exclaimed the bespectacled man. "No, this is not the heavenly whale," Iron Tide countered. "Do you understand why we sought you at this juncture?" Tang Shuang glared at Tang Yanran, a flicker of anger evident in her eyes. "If we have offended you, I apologize here and can offer some form of compensation." The bespectacled man bowed respectfully to Tang Shuang and her companions. Tang Shuang's gaze dropped, scrutinizing the bespectacled man, her finger pointing at Tang Yanran. "You simply need to kill her flaming sunbird." The bespectacled man straightened, his expression toward Tang Shuang turning somewhat hostile. "Friend, this is going too far. Whether it is too far or not is not for you to decide. It is her flaming sunbird that violated the hunting rules of the wilderness, leading the two fire dragons to us. Demanding the life of this flaming sunbird is not excessive, is it?" Tang Shuang stated nonchalantly, uttering the harshest words. Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man was momentarily taken aback. He understood the necessity of adhering to the wilderness hunting code. As long as it was confirmed that no one was around, calling out twice was permissible. But if someone was present, such actions were absolutely forbidden. This was still excessive. "We can provide you with compensation." "Compensation? If we perish? Do you expect the dead to demand compensation from you?" Iron Tide's words caused beads of sweat to form on the bespectacled man's forehead. "Iron Tyrant, why waste so many words with him? Just take action." Lu Ming had grown impatient, ready to strike when the moment called for it. The earth tortoise emerged from the ground, causing a tremendous tremor across the battlefield. The two fire dragons and the controlled beasts battling them were all knocked to the ground. The scene was poised to erupt into a bloody tempest. Epilogue 1. The birth of braised pork and its diary in the oasis of the wilderness desert. A group of jovial prairie boars lived freely and happily. One day, a brilliantly colored bird soared in from the horizon. The boars lifted their heads in unison to gaze upon the approaching bird, which was undeniably exquisite, with 5 long tail feathers shimmering in the light. As it drew nearer, the boars instinctively lowered their heads, a response stemming from their bloodline suppression. At that moment, a black shadow streaked from the horizon, engaging in combat with the colorful divine bird in the sky. The entire herd of boars, nearly 100 in number, encircled a clutch of eggs, diligently guarding the unhatched offspring. The battle above showed no signs of abating. The energy in the air was overwhelming, and tendrils of power occasionally cascaded downwards. Some prairie boars could not withstand the strain, and several had already perished. These eggs represented their progeny, the future of their clan. Could they truly abandon them? The grunting sounds grew increasingly numerous, as if holding a collective discussion. Soon, the murmurs ceased. The surviving boars endeavored to transport as many eggs as possible. They were about to migrate. The herd of boars departed, leaving behind over 10 unclaimed eggs, those deemed the weakest, with the most feeble life signatures. They had been forsaken by their kin. The random energies that fell from the sky inadvertently cascaded upon these pitiful eggs. The shell shattered. The yolk flowed forth. A life thus came to an end. The last egg shell also cracked under the strain. A cascade of blood fell onto the fractured egg. This jewel-like blood seeped into the egg, gradually absorbed by the egg's contents. The shell sealed once more, and the life force within the egg surged rapidly. A large red mark remained on the shell, signifying its distinction from the ordinary prairie boar eggs. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had cleared, and the splendid bird had vanished, along with the shadow that had battled it. Days later, an exploration team entered the desert oasis, adorned with an ancient phoenix emblem. They sought the trace of the legendary bird. Witness reports had surfaced regarding this oasis, yet nothing was found. However, they did not return empty-handed. A single feather from the phoenix had fallen near an egg marked with red splotches, confirming the phoenix's existence. The team members also brought back the beast egg. After several twists and turns, this beast egg found its way into an auction. Few were interested in the egg of the red-spotted wild boar, for the wild boar is not a rare beast, but rather a low-tier creature of feeble strength. Had it not been discovered in the vicinity of the phoenix, this egg would never have graced the auction house. An elderly gentleman purchased the beast egg, intending to keep it as a collectible. He was an educator who later became the principal of the esteemed Beast Taming Academy, serving as its inaugural headmaster. He generously donated 3 beast eggs from his collection to the school, yet the egg remained in obscurity. Students either brought their own tamed beasts or contracted those provided by the academy. Ever since the first principal's tenure ended, the quality of tamed beasts at the academy has seen a sharp decline, with few promising specimens to be found. Successive principals also contributed some of their treasured beast eggs. Until the arrival of Tietao, at long last, these eggs found their purpose. He became the first to select from the beasts left behind by previous principals, choosing the egg adorned with a crimson mark. The following entries are from the diary of Hong Xiaoro. I am a joyous little pig, contracted even before hatching from my shell. Although I know not what a contract entails, I consider myself fortunate to have been born into this world. However, it appears that my contractor harbors sinister intentions. Why do I sense that this individual wishes to consume me? 3 bites for a pig? Oh, my noble elder pig. May you guard me from being roasted as a suckling pig. Thankfully, that fate has not befallen me, yet. Soon after, I endured a terrifying ordeal. My master's family turned out to be quite deranged, all intent on devouring me. Why would they wish to consume one so small and adorable? And to make matters worse, they named me Hong Xiaoro. Is it ignorance on my part, or mere mockery of my naivety to bestow such a name upon me? My master, how desperately do you wish to feast upon me? Fortunately, such a calamity has not occurred, yet the fear lingers in my heart. As long as I remain alive, this individual will undoubtedly refrain from consuming me, which serves as a motivation for my growth. Henceforth, I am determined to become a colossal and magnificent pig, destined to upend the heavens and trample the earth. A favorable environment for survival is conducive to my development. Upon my arrival in the capital, I was truly taken aback. My master, Tietao, had the audacity to feed me slop. Does he not realize that even domesticated pigs today dine on feed? I must enhance my diet, consuming copiously to maximize my chances of survival. I am indeed the wisest of beasts. Fortunately, I did not have to endure slop. Rather, I received a peculiar tasting ration. It was not unpleasant and resolved my hunger issue. Just as I was nearing the end of this ration, I finally tasted beast meat for the first time in my life. For this, I owe my gratitude to that lovely reporter. What a commendable individual, so warm-hearted and self-sacrificing. Her noble character is a model for Tietao. I ought to discuss with her the proper way to nurture a proud pig. Alas, Tietao appears disinterested in conversing with me, and I can sense his gluttonous gaze upon me. No, this is not lust. It is the hunger for consumption. It seems this fellow has not abandoned his desire to devour me. Oh, my pig deity. May the pig god bless this adorable little piglet to successfully ascend to greatness. In just a few days, I gained my first companion, a sky-swimming fish that appeared quite delectable. However, it soared too high for my flames to reach. Deep down, I understood that this fish was not meant to be a meal. Otherwise, I would face dire consequences. I, the astute pig, recognized the wisdom in this. After becoming companions with this fish, we participated together in Tietao's military training. Chapter 130, The Price. On what grounds do you accuse us of leading those 2 fire dragons to you? The bespectacled man gestured with one hand behind his back, all the while responding. The battle between their beasts intensified as they sought to swiftly eliminate the 2 fire dragons for reinforcements. Currently, they were accompanied only by a recovering Mongshan monkey, which stood no chance against their foes. Need I remind you of your actions during the reconnaissance? Tietao retorted. What did we do? We merely spotted 2 fire dragons in tandem. It became evident that he had no intention of divulging anything further. Tietao, recognizing the delay, flexed his muscular arm and delivered a powerful punch to the Mongshan monkey. Despite the monkey's defensive stance, it was still sent flying by Tietao's blow. The bespectacled man squinted at Tietao. Is it possible to converse properly now? Tietao's gaze hardened. If we cannot speak amicably, then we must resort to violence. 2 anguished cries echoed as the fire dragons seemed to perish simultaneously. The advantage held by Tietao and his companions began to wane. Their adversaries, accompanied by their beasts, converged and confronted Tietao and his team. Tang Yanran, you are truly formidable, so ruthless as to violate the hunting code, remarked Luo Mi with narrowed eyes. Despite this, Tietao and his companions showed no signs of fear. The state of their beasts differed. They were not without the capacity to fight. What have I done? Tang Yanran, who had been in a state of vigilance, was unaware of the recent events. Seeing the familiar group composed of these individuals, she was taken aback. Do not tell me you are oblivious to what your foolish bird has done? Tang Shuang interjected. Wildland hunting is a dance with death. One must tread with utmost caution. Naturally, one must also strive to avoid conflict, lest such incidents arise. Minor missteps can lead to catastrophic troubles. This was the predicament faced by the bespectacled man at present. What transpired was merely a reconnaissance. We did nothing else. Tang Yinran maintained her icy composure in response to the accusatory tone. Is that so? Then why did your fiery bird cry out and lead those two fire dragons to us? Her questions were met with silence. Tang Yinran continued to uphold her cold demeanor. I hope you can sustain such an attitude. With a wave of Luo Mi's hand, the little dragon began to gather white light in its mouth. The swirling white light crackled with electricity, and the power of the white energy ball was even greater than when it struck the fire dragons before. Tietao's muscles bulged as he rapidly grew in stature, exceeding 2 meters. All their beasts readied for an attack. Were they truly prepared to engage in a fight for their lives? The bespectacled man spoke up. Isn't this precisely what you wished for? As so many gather around, do you not wish to resort to force? Tang Shuang remarked disdainfully. If you can substantiate the veracity of your claims, I shall offer an apology and compensation. If not, we shall be left with no choice but to act without courtesy. It appeared that the bespectacled man was also growing irate. Examine the membrane of that male fire dragon. It bears wounds, he gestured. One individual proceeded to inspect the injuries on the fire dragon's wing membrane. Moments later, he whispered something into the bespectacled man's ear. Indeed, there are injuries on the wings. However, this does not imply that you are responsible. Describe the nature of the injuries. Lacerations, Iron-Tide responded in a deep voice. A flicker of surprise crossed the bespectacled man's eyes before he composed himself, turning his gaze towards the beast tamers confronting them. None of you possess the strength to rend its wing membrane. Allow me to demonstrate, Iron-Tide declared, planting his feet firmly on the ground. A deep pit formed beneath him, yet he had already vanished from sight. Iron-Tide seized the approaching Mongshan ape, wrenching its arms with a forceful grip, resulting in a sickening crack. The Mongshan ape let out a harrowing cry, its broken arm inflicting immense pain. Iron-Tide then hurled the creature towards the bespectacled man. Tell me, do you believe I can tear apart this male fire dragon's membrane? Iron-Tide clenched his fist tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds. A beast swiftly rushed forward to catch the Mongshan ape. The bespectacled man shuddered at Iron-Tide's actions. This is no human. It is merely a savage beast clad in human skin. Iron-Tide's display had effectively incapacitated one of their beasts. They lacked any power-type beasts here, indicating that such strength stemmed solely from human might. This fundamentally altered his understanding of human capability. You have certainly overstepped, the bespectacled man remarked. No sooner had he uttered these words than he convulsed, foam spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Others soon followed suit, succumbing to similar symptoms. Some severely fatigued beasts exhibited the same affliction. The remaining beasts hesitated to attack, realizing that any sudden movements would exacerbate the poison's effects. Only Tang Yinran remained standing. Her 2 beasts flapped their wings beside her, ensuring the air around her remained fresh. Lu Ming patted Wang Feng on the shoulder. Heh, you are becoming increasingly adept at this. Lu Ming wore a mischievous grin. Alas, this was not the outcome I desired. What a pity, young man, as a poison master. One must engage with toxins without mental burdens, Lu Ming cheerfully remarked, wrapping an arm around Wang Feng. What, do you think we are deceiving you? Tang Shuang addressed Tang Yinran. You are absolutely forbidden to harm my beasts. The others are fair game. Tang Yinran spoke with unwavering conviction, implicitly acknowledging the issue regarding the blazing firebird, offering Iron-Tide and the others no opportunity for rebuttal. Very well. We shall take one of those fire dragons as compensation. And the antidote? Tang Yinran inquired, directing her gaze at Iron-Tide. You may administer the antidote to them. I did not strike with lethal intent. Wang Feng interjected on Iron-Tide's behalf. Very well then. Iron-Tide approached and secured the male fire dragon within his spatial confines. Tang Yinran rummaged through the bespectacled man's bag, retrieving the antidote powder, which she tore open in midair, with the assistance of her 2 beasts. The powder was swiftly inhaled by the afflicted individuals. Iron-Tide and his companions then boarded the great whale. As the poison group gradually regained their composure, they noticed that Iron-Tide and his company were preparing to depart. Confusion ensued as they were unsure of what had transpired. Among them, only Tang Yinran stood tall, her beast still by her side. Tang Yinran, what transpired? The bespectacled man inquired. The matter was resolved at the cost of a fire dragon. Tang Yinran chose not to elaborate further. The loss of that fire dragon rests upon your shoulders, the bespectacled man stated. Chapter 131, On-Site Medication Preparation. Very well. I shall bear the responsibility, Tang Yinran replied calmly, fixing her gaze upon the bespectacled man. Do you know those individuals? He continued, observing her intently. Tang Yinran nodded. Who are they? Students. I mean, do they possess any background? I am unaware. The bespectacled man fell into contemplation as he gazed towards Iron Tide. The terrain of the streamlands is not vast. We shall inevitably encounter them again. Next time, they shall not be so easily dismissed. Iron Tide set off towards the second marker atop the great whale, avoiding many disturbances from wild beasts. Likewise, they relinquished the pursuit of numerous beasts. The second marker denoted a former abandoned camp. This camp was expansive, once a safe zone before it fell into disarray, leading to the establishment of a new secure area. It had never been reclaimed. Relative safety prevailed here, making it a favored resting spot for many hunting groups. Iron Tide disembarked from the great whale to conduct a brief respite. Numerous tasks awaited, as the 2 Grade 4 beasts required dissection. Otherwise, even the most spacious confines could not accommodate additional items. Iron Tide, Tang Shuang, and Wang Feng commenced their dissection of the 2 beasts. After 5 hours, the trio completed their task. Luomi had prepared a simple meal, consisting merely of instant noodles. They were not picky, washing away the bloodstains from their bodies before beginning to eat. As they dined, the atmosphere grew lively once more. That was truly perilous. Had we not reacted swiftly, we would have undoubtedly perished, Lu Ming remarked, still shaken by the experience. Tang Shuang shared similar sentiments. They seldom faced such hardships, and this encounter was unprecedented. I will surely exact my revenge on that Tang Yinran. After all, we are both at the capital Beast Taming University. There will surely be opportunities, Tang Shuang seethed internally. Luomi rested her head on Tang Shuang's, squinting her eyes as she spoke. You need not wait long. Once I enroll next year, I shall bring her down from her pedestal. Cousin, are you truly that confident? Tang Shuang regarded Luomi with skepticism. Tang Yinran's prowess is well documented. Once my little dragon advances further, I shall pluck every feather from her firebird. A glimmer of determination shone in her half-closed eyes. We must rest well and depart from this place tomorrow. It is not suitable for prolonged respite. Iron Tide, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Iron Tide, what do you mean by that? Lu Ming questioned, puzzled by Iron Tide's words. That hunting group we encountered was clearly seasoned. They would not easily accept this loss. You believe those individuals may seek revenge against us? Lu Ming posited. The likelihood is significant. In the wilderness, anything is possible. Iron Tide's words served as a cold splash of water on their enthusiasm. After all, communication in the wilderness is far from convenient. We still have some time to recuperate. Let us first assess our gains. Tietao extracted a crimson stone from the depths of space, its surface still radiating a gentle warmth. Taibaba, what is this? He inquired. The fire dragon bloodstone, also known as red jade, is a rare gem that can be fashioned into exquisite jewels, came the reply. Oh, so it's utterly useless. Lu Ming dismissed it, losing interest. Do you have any idea what this red jade is worth? A stone of this size could be equivalent to nurturing a 9th-tier mixed-blood beast into a 4th-tier pure-blood one. Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he mechanically turned towards Wang Feng. No way. This seemingly worthless item carries such value? Indeed, its rarity is astounding. Even among 100 fire dragons, one may not yield a single gem. Just this one makes the trip worthwhile, Wang Feng mused. His satisfaction evident as he regarded the fire dragon's red jade. Alas, it's not of the finest quality. Had the crystal within been more refined, it could have been classified as a precious gem. Tang Shuang scrutinized the red jade under the sun. You have some knowledge of this? Tietao asked. Of course. I have researched such matters, Tang Shuang replied, tossing her hair with a playful flourish before tossing the red jade to Tietao, who caught it and placed it into his spatial compartment. The haul from this male fire dragon is rather modest, he noted, glancing at Tang Shuang and Wang Feng. We haven't fared much better, just some ordinary materials. Perhaps we can utilize some of the Thunder Wolf beast materials for Golden Pikachu, Tietao suggested, contemplating further. Tang Shuang appeared particularly serious this time, her eyes gleaming with desire for the Thunder Wolf beast's electric qualities. If Golden Pikachu could harness such power, it would undoubtedly experience a tremendous enhancement. After a simple meal, Luomi and Lu Ming observed the remaining trio delve into discussions on how to nurture Golden Pikachu. Their deliberations stretched on, lasting until dusk began to envelop the landscape, culminating in a concrete plan. Tietao meticulously pinned a nurturing strategy, deeming it feasible, though he acknowledged the necessity of more materials from at least 3 Thunder Wolf beasts for the later stages. I have most of the materials for the initial phase, none of which are particularly precious, he stated. We will purify the exotic bloodline of Golden Pikachu, initiate bloodline fusion, and subsequently awaken it. Tang Shuang and Tietao began laying out the required materials. Tietao, this is all we have for the Thunder Beast. Be judicious with it, Tang Shuang cautioned. Fear not, my equipment is comprehensive. There will be no issues, he assured, as the enormous whale descended, unfurling a collection of devices from his spatial compartment, including a diesel generator to power them. Lu Ming and Wang Feng stood in awe. Wow, Tai Baba is incredible. Did he just bring an entire laboratory? They watched as Tietao deftly prepared the potions, executing each step with precision and no extraneous movements. Soon, 2 vials were ready, one containing a pale yellow bloodline enhancement potion, the other a golden bloodline fusion potion. The awakening potion will take a bit longer. I didn't bring enough energy potions. We'll address that upon our return, Tietao explained as Tang Shuang received the potions and began administering them to Golden Pikachu. As the potions coursed through Golden Pikachu, strands of blue electricity intertwined with its original golden arcs, hinting at the awakening of some abilities of the Thunder Wolf Beast. The surrounding atmosphere crackled with energy as the golden electricity enveloped Golden Pikachu, activating the blue sparks. It exhibited a state reminiscent of the Thunder Wolf Beast, albeit with a dazzling blend of gold and blue hues, exuding an air of arrogance. Tietao observed, sensing that this transformation was indeed the result of the Thunder Wolf Beast's bloodline. Yet, when Golden Pikachu caught his gaze, it seemed to falter momentarily. The following dawn, Tietao and his companions gathered to advance towards their next designated location. At that moment, a hunting party entered the abandoned campsite, boasting a formidable number of over 30 members. This substantial gathering was well-equipped, clearly seasoned in traversing the wilderness. Tietao and his group wished to avoid any interaction, intent on steering clear of potential complications. The wilderness posed dangers not only from beasts but also from humanity itself. Accounts of banditry during military training were frequent, and the perils of murder and theft in the wild were even more prevalent. Statistics indicated that a significant portion of annual fatalities in the wilderness were due to human actions rather than monstrous ones. As the great whale descended swiftly, they opted to forego hunting beasts in favor of a hasty retreat. The hunting party appeared to have journeyed through the night, arriving at their current location just as the colossal whale floated down. Many members of the hunting team gazed up with envy at the sight. Just as they prepared to board the great whale, one of the hunters approached Tietao and his companions. Uninterested in engaging, they continued towards the whale, dismissing the hunter's presence. "Wait, please. We wish to invite you to join our team for a hunt," the hunter implored. "We appreciate the offer, but we prefer to decline." Tang Shuang replied courteously. The hunter grasped her arm, insisting, "Please, hear me out first. If you truly wish to refuse afterward, that is perfectly fine." This action provoked a reaction from Golden Pikachu, who, newly empowered, unleashed a jolt of blue-gold electricity towards the hunter's hand. The flash of energy struck quickly, serving as a warning rather than an attack. The sensation of paralysis compelled the hunter to release his grip. Rather than expressing anger, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. "I would like to invite you to join our team. We are preparing to hunt a third-tier beast. Most of my companions have joined along this journey," he continued, gesturing to his group behind him. Upon hearing this, Tietao paused, glancing at the beasts accompanying the hunting party. Numerous fourth-tier beasts were present, more than a dozen in total. "No thanks. Our beasts are not particularly high in rank, and joining would be of little benefit," Tietao reiterated. "Haha. Though your beasts may seem low-tier, their presence here suggests otherwise. Hear me out regarding the rewards. If you're unsatisfied, I'll take my leave immediately." "All right, speak your piece," Tietao replied, cutting through the formality. "I will offer each of you a vial of S-grade soul enhancement potion." The mention of the potion piqued interest. Aside from Wang Feng and Tietao, the remaining 3 had experienced its effects before. This potion not only enhances spiritual power, but also fortifies the resilience of the soul. This can effectively prevent the rebellion of the beast companions at maximum strength. The S-grade potion is the most potent. It is, in fact, an item that cannot be purchased on the market. Currently, Tang Shuang and Luo Mi can only occasionally access A-grade potions, having never even encountered an S-grade potion. "An S-grade soul enhancement potion? Are you certain?" Tang Shuang regarded him with a skeptical gaze. "Of course, my Jiang family specializes in such potions. Although the production is limited, we can certainly supply for this operation." "Seeing is believing. We must first take a look," Luo Mi interjected. "All right." The Jiang family member, without further ado, produced a vial of potion and handed it to Luo Mi. She opened the vial, dipped her finger into it, and placed it on her tongue. A refreshing sensation coursed through her soul, causing her to shiver involuntarily, while simultaneously, she felt the imprint of her soul deepening. Luo Mi resealed the vial and returned it to him. "The potion is indeed real, but we shall opt to forego it." Luo Mi spoke on behalf of Tietao. "Are you truly willing to abandon an S-grade soul potion?" This time, the Jiang family members were taken aback. "Of course, we do not wish to relinquish it. The cost is too high. That third-tier savage beast possesses formidable strength. We prefer to avoid any risks." Luo Mi boarded the great whale. Her words instantly awakened Tang Shuang and the others, diminishing any allure the potion had held. The Jiang family watched as they each boarded the great whale. bidding them farewell as they departed. In the high skies, Tietao pondered the situation regarding the stream. If someone was searching for a third-tier savage beast here, they could not traverse the same path as those individuals. Walking the same route would undoubtedly lead to danger. After a brief discussion, they remained aloft, refraining from any actions, biding their time in the sky for the hunting party to make their move. Their current altitude was not entirely safe either. Encountering a large group of flying savage beasts could spell disaster. Thankfully, no flying savage beasts approached for the time being. They awaited in the sky for an entire day before the hunting party began to move. Tietao scrutinized the map, calculating their intended direction. After half a day, he deduced that the hunting party's destination was likely different from theirs. The great whale in the sky also veered off course, heading towards their predetermined location. The Jiang family member, surnamed Jiang, lifted his gaze towards the colossal whale in the sky, a smile gracing his lips. The hunting party swiftly altered their direction, advancing towards another path. This route diverged from Tietao and the others, yet their destinations were not vastly distant from one another. That night, Tietao spent aboard the great whale. As dawn broke, they departed from the third marker. This area had transformed into a vast plain, and beyond lay a range of towering mountains. After scaling the highest peak, the marked location on the map would be within reach. This plain, indicated on Luo Mi's map, was a gathering zone for fifth-tier savage beasts. As they traversed this expanse, they felt significantly more at ease, laughing and chatting as they strolled. Occasionally, they would discover a herb or two suitable for harvesting. Just as they reveled in their good fortune, a group of individuals appeared in the distance. Both parties, in an unspoken agreement, chose not to approach one another. However, Tietao recognized their counterparts immediately. The fiery red flame birds stood out vividly against the plain. Once again, they had crossed paths. Chapter 133, A Chance Encounter. You are it, Baka. Tietao and his companions had not anticipated encountering the hunting team led by Tang Yanran once more in this location. Similarly, Tao's group possessed their own conspicuous beast companions, and it was likely that the other side had recognized them as well. Neither group harbored intentions of approaching the other, and they both tacitly moved in opposite directions. The previously jovial atmosphere had dissipated, replaced by a palpable tension. Reconnaissance on the plain became considerably easier. The savage beasts inhabiting this expanse were predominantly social creatures, and such hunting scenarios were commonplace. The cries of the flame birds echoed across the plain, indicating that Tang Yinran's team had already spotted their prey. Following the bird calls, a cacophony of sounds emerged, accompanied by swirling dust. It appeared that the savage beasts emerging alongside the flame birds were indeed of a volatile temperament. Tietao and his companions observed from a distance as the opposing group formed a defensive formation. The flame birds, accompanied by the savage beasts, slightly altered their trajectory, preparing to brush past them. In doing so, they intended to launch a surprise attack, aiming to eliminate just a few beasts. Through this repetitive strategy, the entire group of savage beasts would eventually be hunted down. Tietao and his companions chose not to dwell on this scene. Yet they gained valuable insights from such hunting tactics. After all, they had primarily relied on their individual capabilities for hunting thus far. While this approach suited solitary endeavors, it was ill-fitted for teamwork. In the wilderness, cooperation was essential, and their current coordination required further refinement. The golden dragon bird scoured the skies in search of nearby savage beasts. After a prolonged search yielded nothing of worth, they proceeded towards their next destination. The golden dragon bird transmitted information to Lu Ming, informing him that a considerable horde of savage beasts was charging towards them. The ground trembled slightly beneath their feet. Tietao hurriedly called for the great whale to descend from the sky. They needed to secure their safety before the beast horde arrived. Gradually, the sound of approaching footsteps became audible, growing ever closer. As the great whale ascended to a height of 5 or 6 meters, the beast horde surged forward. It was a pack of wild boars, each sporting long, protruding tusks. The foremost boar was particularly massive, rivaling the size of a mountain giant boar. The great whale soared higher and higher, while the beasts below continued their relentless charge. Such a sudden influx of savage beasts is disconcerting, Lu Ming commented, gazing apprehensively at the horde below. I can't shake the feeling that this group has no end in sight. Goodness, how could this horde be comprised of so many different species of savage beasts? Tang Shuang exclaimed through binoculars, observing the distant throng. Such occurrences typically arise when driven by other higher-tier savage beasts, Wang Feng replied. Tietao, understanding Wang Feng's point, detected an unusual phenomenon through his binoculars. In his view, a patch of darkness appeared, from which relentless savage beasts emerged. A sudden realization struck him as he recalled old Guo's words. Could that dark area possibly be a void? He remained uncertain. The dark region in his binoculars gradually faded from sight. Witnessing this development, He finally confirmed that the dark area was indeed a void. The beast horde slowly receded, and a dozen varieties of savage beasts began to establish territories suited for survival within the plain. As Tietao surveyed the array of savage beasts, he noted the absence of predatory creatures. All were herbivorous or omnivorous. He could not fathom the purpose behind unleashing such a multitude of these wild beasts in this realm. What exactly were they attempting to accomplish on the other side of the void? The ambiguity perplexed him. Meanwhile, Tang Yinran's team faced a far graver situation. This massive wave of beasts had surged across nearly half the expanse of the plain, leaving them no chance of escape. They were scattered by the onslaught of these wild creatures. Fortunately, Tang Yinran possessed a flying beast. The flame bird soared high into the sky with her, while another creature, the meteor hawk, clutched the wind-split leopard, allowing her to evade the chaos of the beast tide. The others, however, were not so fortunate. Many of their beasts perished under the stampede. The team members were strewn across various locations. Their hunt in the wilderness had reached its conclusion. The unpredictability of the wilds had revealed its harshness to Tang Yinran. The dwindling number of personnel rendered them incapable of continuing their hunt. A colossal whale descended near Tang Yinran's position. "So, you are here to witness our misfortune," remarked the bespectacled man as he bandaged his wounds. Addressing Tietao and his companions, Tietao retrieved some potions from his space and offered them. "Witness our misfortune? That seems rather excessive. Surviving under such circumstances is commendable enough." The bespectacled man accepted the potions, and the animosity in his gaze toward Tietao lessened considerably. "We are withdrawing. Exercise caution. This place will soon become even more perilous." "What do you mean?" Tietao inquired, a frown creasing his brow. "This is merely the first wave. Several more will follow. It is advisable for you to retreat as well," the bespectacled man advised. "You mean there will be other wild beasts appearing here?" The man nodded silently. Tietao considered this a plausible scenario. If the void reemerged, it would be unsurprising to unleash an assortment of wild beasts. "Tietao, may I join your team?" Tang Yinran asked him, unwilling to abandon the hunt and eager to persist for a while longer. Before Tietao could respond, Luomi interjected, "We have enough members already. We do not require any additional scouts. What if I take charge of the offense?" Lu Ming offered. Tang Yinran glanced at Lu Ming with a disdainful expression, clearly looking down upon him. "Let us each send out one beast to battle. If you win, you may join us," Lu Ming proposed. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Lu Ming stepped forward, revealing a yellow duck with an outward splayed gait. "Baka, you're the one." The duck quacked in a manner that seemed to mock Tang Yinran. "You've even brought out a duck that hasn't fully matured. You should stick with the earth-bearing turtle." "No need for that. Baka will suffice." Lu Ming replied confidently, waving his finger at Tang Yinran. "Very well." The fiery red flame bird landed before Baka. Chapter 134. The Secret Art of Garment Explosion. The Violent Bold One. During this time, Lu Ming had also trained the Baka duck, which had now reached the 6th tier and had grown significantly larger than when it was first born. Now it was the size of 2 soccer balls, still adorned with yellow fluff. Although its bloodline had yet to awaken, its strength was quite commendable, having surpassed the previous 4 mighty chickens. Lu Ming, of course, had his plans. He had spent money to learn a secret technique specifically for this Baka duck, eager to discover its potential. Tang Yinran would serve as the perfect test subject. The battle between the Baka duck and the flame bird commenced. The flame bird, dismissive of the underdeveloped duck, enveloped itself in flames and charged at Baka. Yet, Baka remained motionless, tilting its head to observe the incoming attack. The flame bird collided with Baka, sending it flying and igniting its yellow fluff. Remarkably, Baka stood up directly after the impact and let out a series of 8 quacks directed at the circling flame bird. The sound held no particular meaning, but resonated with an unmistakable sense of mockery. In response to Baka's quacking, the flame bird emitted a bird call that was undeniably filled with derision. "Quack, are you referring to me?" Another bird call echoed from above, confirming Baka's suspicion. Angered, Baka felt the flames searing its skin. "Baka, are you ready?" It turned to Lu Ming, its gaze sharp, giving him a thumbs up with its wing. "The secret art of garment explosion," Lu Ming bellowed. Everyone turned to Lu Ming, astonished that he had indeed learned the explosive garment technique. Was he truly attempting to transform the duck into a powerhouse? Lu Ming paid no heed to their astonished looks. He had grown accustomed to such scrutiny. In fact, he felt uneasy without it, as if his inner masochist had awakened. The yellow fluff on Baka suddenly burst into flames, scattering in all directions. Its muscles began to bulge, far surpassing those of the mighty chickens. Its size doubled. The flame bird continued to taunt Baka with its mocking calls, believing its aerial advantage would keep it safe. Unbeknownst to it, Baka's training, influenced by Tietao's videos, followed a distinctly unique path. Baka leapt high into the air, aiming for the flame bird. Unfortunately, it missed and crashed heavily to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the flame bird swooped down with its claws aimed at Baka. Facing the ground, Baka quacked again. Baka, that was intentional. The flame bird hesitated, its attack losing significant force. It sought to ascend to a higher altitude once more. Baka executed a remarkable flip, springing up and striking the flame bird's claws with its featherless wings. The sheer force sent the flame bird soaring away. With its characteristic quacking, Baka activated its turbo quack. Reaching the spot where the flame bird was descending in the blink of an eye, its wings relentlessly beat against the flame bird. The fiery phoenix was denied even the slightest opportunity to take flight. Flames engulfed its body as it endeavored to thwart the assault of the Baka. It had indeed underestimated the ferocity of the tyrant duck. The flames seared the Baka, causing its strikes to wane in intensity, while its form grew even more colossal. It appears that your fiery phoenix is incapable of flight, quite inferior to my Baka duck, Tang Yinran remarked with a disdainful huff. She then unleashed a secret technique, one that belonged to her family's lineage. The flames surrounding the fiery phoenix intensified, simultaneously accelerating the healing of its wounds. It swiftly broke free from the Baka's grasp and soared into the sky. This time, the fiery phoenix had learned its lesson, relentlessly tormenting the Baka with flames from above. Whenever the Baka leaped, the fiery phoenix ascended to greater heights, gradually depleting the Baka's stamina. This same affliction only served to enhance the Baka's strength, as pain was the most expedient catalyst for its temporary empowerment. The Baka's body continued to expand, leaving one to ponder just how immense it could become. Tietao, is this all right? Lu Ming inquired, his gaze fixated on the tyrant duck, which now towered over a person in height, a hint of concern etched across his face. No worries, this is a characteristic of the tyrant duck. Its current size is not its ultimate limit. It should be capable of doubling in size, Tietao reassured Lu Ming, who then felt a measure of relief. The tyrant duck could now reach even greater altitudes. The fiery phoenix was nearing its maximum height, its breathing becoming labored. Meanwhile, the tyrant duck's form continued to swell. The contest had now devolved into a battle of endurance. The Baka's haunting call incessantly tormented the fiery phoenix in the skies. From that sound, one could hardly discern the Baka's current state of stamina. The fiery phoenix, too, could only continue its ascent, surpassing its limits. The heights accessible to the Baka were progressively increasing. Gradually, the Baka could no longer sustain its form. It shrank rapidly back to its original size, its muscles restored. The fiery phoenix was not faring any better, plummeting from the heavens as it succumbed to unconsciousness due to the thin air at such altitudes. With a resounding crash, the fiery phoenix struck the ground. The cacophony of its cries echoed once more. Standing tall was the Baka, without a doubt victorious in this bout. Once the cacophony subsided, the Baka collapsed to the ground, having reached its own limits. Tietao produced a potion from his storage and handed it to Lu Ming. After consuming 4 vials of energy-restoring elixirs, the Baka let out a contented burp, followed by another series of quacks, signaling its recovery. At this moment, the Baka noticed its own body, now devoid of any feathers, completely bare. Inquiring within its soul, it asked Lu Ming, "Where are my feathers? Have they fallen off? Will they grow back?" "No," Lu Ming replied. In a fit of irritation, the Baka playfully swatted Lu Ming, sending him tumbling like a football. This scene felt oddly familiar. Tietao stroked his chin, contemplating. It does seem reminiscent of something. Tang Shuang and Luo Mi concurred. Chapter 135, The Unknown Dragon. Tang Yinran remained silent, tending to the injured fiery phoenix, her intentions of teaming up with them evidently extinguished. After this interlude, Tietao and his companions resumed their journey. Danger was ever present, lurking within the wilderness, an inevitable consequence of traversing such desolate land. Unless one vowed never to step foot into the wild again, they hastened their pace, intending to reach their marked destination before deciding whether to return to safety. The 5 individuals on the great whale swiftly advanced toward their goal. As they drew nearer, the sky darkened ominously. The clouds thickened, heralding an impending storm. The great whale ascended higher, surpassing the storm clouds. Below it, the black rain clouds roiled, accompanied by the sound of distant thunder. The tempest had begun, the winds swirling violently. A dragon's head emerged from the storm clouds, only to submerge back into the depths. It undulated within the clouds. The great whale ascended further still. This dragon was unfamiliar to them, its existence undocumented. They had never heard of a dragon capable of summoning winds and rain, coexisting with storms. Should such a creature enter a city, it would spell utter catastrophe. Fortunately, the dragoness' attention was not directed at them. The great whale sped through the skies, while Tietao meticulously documented their findings. Half an hour later, they finally escaped the tempest, releasing a collective breath of relief. The great whale slowed its pace, weary from the exertion. Tietao checked their location. They were close to the point marked on the map. 3 hours later, they successfully reached their destination. However, this place bore no resemblance to what was indicated on the map. It was a desolate expanse, utterly ravaged, with various footprints scattered across the ground. These tracks were clearly left by different species of wild beasts. It was evident that this was the path of the dragon-shaped beast. Tietao turned to gaze back toward the storm, his mouth agape in astonishment. The tempest was gradually dissipating, revealing in the distance a towering mountain peak that pierced the clouds. This mountain, soaring majestically, seemed almost insurmountable. Such a formation had never been heard of before. It appeared to have materialized out of thin air. Observing Tietao's prolonged silence, his companions followed his gaze, their expressions mirroring his disbelief. Tang Shuang checked the map repeatedly, incredulous. What in the world is this beast? How could it achieve such a feat? I don't know, but its rank is surely formidable, came the reply. It looks like it's beyond our current capabilities. Lu Ming queried, should we deter? Let us search here for a day, then reconsider our return in the afternoon tomorrow, Tietao decided. No one opposed this resolution. Having invested considerable effort into reaching this destination, abandoning it would not sit well with anyone. Thus, the search commenced, following the map's guidance. Here, the terrain had transformed completely, bearing no resemblance to what it once was. The alarm of the golden dragon bird reached Lu Ming's ears. Wild beasts are approaching. We must be cautious, he warned. A faint tremor rippled through the ground, signaling a pack of wild beasts. Climb the trees, Tietao commanded as they ascended to the branches, preparing to observe the approaching creatures. Just as they reached the treetops, a thunderous roar resonated through the air, indicating that this pack of wild beasts had also been driven from their lair. Tietao turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. As a cherry-red fire dragon soared towards them, the fire dragon swooped down onto the ground not far from their position and, after making its strike, ascended rapidly into the sky, clutching a wild boar in its claws. It was evident that a horde of wild boars was charging towards them. As the fire dragon departed, the herd of boars continued their advance. The tremors on the ground ceased, and the sound of countless grunts emerged from below. The noise was quite cacophonous. Observing this scene, Tietao pondered whether he should push the braised pork he had placed in the tree down. Before long, the grunting sounds came to a halt. All the wild boars lay on the ground, commencing their search for food within the woods where they were located. The wild boar, a rather formidable beast of the wilderness, was known for its indiscriminate appetite. When gathered in groups, they could easily render a vast area desolate. Their reproductive capabilities were comparable to domestic pigs, capable of producing a dozen or more eggs at a time, marking them as a prolific species. However, the usable parts of this beast were exceedingly limited. The most valuable aspect was its meat, while the rest held little worth. Were it not for the unique lineage of the braised pork, Tietao would not have chosen such a wild beast's egg. For low-tier beasts, elevating their registration to a higher level is quite a challenging endeavor, requiring substantial resources, and the outcome of such cultivation is often mediocre. The braised pork benefited from its bloodline advantage, though it was uncertain whether it was a case of fate or mere coincidence that linked the phoenix and the pig. Once the advantage of high-speed impact was lost, Tietao and his companions felt at ease. The wild boars showed no inclination to engage in conflict with them. Each group minded their own business, with the boars foraging while Tietao and his companions searched. The grunting sounds persisted. The braised pork closed its eyes, pressing one front hoof against its head, shaking its little head. Grunt. I can't believe Lu Ming actually managed to snatch food from a pig's mouth. Impressive. Baka. After all our efforts to find this, how could you eat it? The raucous noise began with Lu Ming, and it was far from ceasing. The wild boars were adept at locating a plethora of good finds. Their acute sense of smell allowed them to unearth items with distinct aromas. Tietao and his companions felt as though they had entered a grand treasure hunting scene, each person scrambling to seize items from the pigs' mouths. The grunting sounds echoed throughout the forest. Gradually, the boars began to gather, locking eyes with Tietao and his companions. The little red pig, the braised pork, was pushed forward, honored to serve as the diplomatic ambassador for this exchange among its kin. The leader of the wild boar herd emerged, and the two pigs engaged in a continuous exchange of grunts. Grunt. Pig diplomacy. Grunt, grunt. I'm just a young pig who has recently been born and knows nothing. Chapter 136. Return. The braised pork and the leader pig communicated through a series of grunts. Tietao sought to glean information about the cavern's interior from their interaction, as being prepared would greatly facilitate their endeavors. Unfortunately, no useful information regarding the cavern was obtained. They merely learned that the interior remained largely unchanged from the world they currently inhabited. However, they did gather some insights from the leader pig, particularly about the dragon they had encountered earlier. The legend spoke of this dragon as an embodiment of wind and thunder, a master of lightning, whose emergence was often heralded by calamity. Moreover, Its survival conditions were exceedingly stringent upon migrating to a new area. It would construct its own mountain to reside upon for an extended period. Centered around this mountain, as long as one did not intrude upon its territory, they would remain unscathed. However, once provoked, tempestuous winds and torrential rains would arise, obliterating everything in their path, be it mountains or rivers. Tietao diligently recorded the details concerning this dragon. It was evident that this was yet another undiscovered wild beast, one of terrifying prowess. He gazed into the distance towards the mountain, recognizing it as a potential forbidden zone. After parting ways with the boar herd, they continued their search. Time was of the essence. If they could not find what they sought, they would have to return. The emergence of unknown factors in the wilderness had already begun to jeopardize their safety. The pace across the plains was swift, and they soon reached a towering cliff, reminiscent of the secret realm encountered in the dense forest located at the edge of the map. This time, there was no need for Tietao to ride the great whale for exploration. The golden dragonbird could easily soar over the precipice. The golden dragonbird took flight over the cliff to commence its exploration. Within mere minutes, news arrived. It had been targeted by a flying dragon. The flying dragon, though not as swift as the golden dragonbird, was nonetheless relentless in its pursuit. As the golden dragonbird attempted to return, it failed to locate the secret realm but inadvertently brought along a flying dragon. The golden flash swiftly returned to Tietao and his companions, who were already prepared for battle. The great whale was on standby in the sky, while the flying beasts on the ground were ready to engage. Above the mountain peak, a green figure emerged, becoming clearer through the lens of a telescope. It was an electric dragon, a highly aggressive flying beast, covered in green scales adorned with spikes. Its head crowned with a vertical fan-like crest. Its elongated hind legs were poised for a pounce. The electric dragon dove down rapidly, targeting the small dragon flying in the sky. A sphere of white light surged towards the electric dragon as it charged. The electric dragon twisted and turned in the air, evading the white orb. Ultimately, the small dragon's combat experience proved insufficient, and the white sphere failed to connect with the electric dragon. The distance between them, however, continued to diminish. In the sky, a chase ensued between the white and green lights, leaving those on the ground unable to intervene, merely watching in anticipation. Fortunately, the small dragon's altitude steadily increased, inching closer to the awaiting great whale. A resounding whale call echoed through the air, its sound deafening, causing both lights in the sky to halt. The giant whale's tail struck fiercely against the green electric dragon. The electric dragon plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Not far off, atop a high peak, a furious roar erupted in the direction of the great whale, emanating from the mountain where the dragon that commanded wind and thunder resided. Cold sweat cascaded from their brows. The electric dragon crashed to the ground with a tremendous roar. The dragon atop the peak showed no intention of descending. Its bellow resembled a warning more than anything else. They redirected their focus to the fallen electric dragon. The beasts on the ground lunged towards it, seizing the opportunity while it remained disoriented. A flurry of red flames, blue-golden electricity, white orbs of light, and purple toxic mist enveloped it. The electric dragon emitted a faint whimper, still in a daze, as the excruciating pain hastened its awakening, gradually restoring its control over its body. Sparks of electricity erupted from its form, and its scales began to stand on end. Green currents of electricity flowed continuously across its body, and the unique roar of the dragon echoed forth. The electric dragon was finally alert, marking the commencement of its fierce battle. The green currents danced upon its body, with the carapace along its back rhythmically undulating. Its eyes gleamed with a frenzied intensity. The green currents gradually transformed into a deep azure, washing away the flames that had clung to it. Even the fiery phoenix flames, reminiscent of roasted meat, were swiftly extinguished by the azure electricity, leaving clusters of embers on the ground. However, the flames continued to burn fiercely upon impact. This electric dragon exhibited a ferocity exceeding that of the fire dragon, its desire to attack even more pronounced. With a powerful flap of its wings, it lifted slightly off the ground. "Retreat!" shouted Tietao. The beasts on the ground turned to withdraw. Just as they had not retreated far, azure lightning erupted behind them. A vast expanse of blue electricity flickered beneath the electric dragon. The crackling of thunder reverberated through the air, punctuated by explosive sounds. "Surround it, wear it down," Tietao commanded again, his voice catching the electric dragon's attention. Its gaze shifted towards him. Tietao distanced himself from the others, acutely aware that the dragon's focus had followed him. The electric dragon flapped its wings and soared towards Tietao. The ground beasts, unable to halt its advance, pursued closely behind. A colossal tortoise shell emerged from the earth, rising ever higher. The electric dragon's foot collided with the shell of the earth tortoise, causing it to lose its balance. Its lunge was disrupted. Tietao skillfully evaded a direct confrontation with the electric dragon. The black patterns hidden beneath his clothing began to spread across his body, releasing an aura of gluttony. The electric dragon's power far surpassed their expectations. Its level hovered between the 3rd and 4th ranks. They still possessed the strength to fight back. Chapter 137. Large-Scale Continuous Hunt. Tietao quickly climbed onto the back of the earth tortoise and charged towards the electric dragon. Azure light enveloped him, significantly enhancing his speed as he closed the distance. The electric dragon's crescent-shaped tail swung towards him, but at this range, it posed no threat. He remained unfazed as a burst of azure lightning shot from the tail directly at him. The strike was too sudden for Tietao to evade, and dark green scales materialized over his body. The electric bolt struck him as he crashed into the earth tortoise. With both hands pressing down on its shell, he pushed forcefully, surging forward again towards the electric dragon. Azure wind blades sliced through the dragon's scales, while the sharp claws of the golden Pikachu latched onto its body, gnawing incessantly to tear away its protective armor. The pain from its back made the electric currents flicker wildly across its form. Bolts of electricity struck the golden Pikachu, leaving traces of azure energy clinging to its fur. Gradually, the fur transformed into a vibrant azure golden hue, enhancing its strength. The electric dragon thrashed its body, attempting to dislodge the Pikachu, but its claws remained firmly embedded in the scales. The dragon's erratic movements made it difficult for Tietao to approach. The other beasts, being smaller, found opportunities to attack from the dragon's blind spots. Realizing it could not shake off the golden Pikachu, the electric dragon ceased its spinning, anchoring its wings to the ground. While azure electricity crackled around it, a massive current expanded outward from the electric dragon, sending nearby beasts flying. Tietao was also swept away in the chaos. The electric shock rendered the beasts momentarily paralyzed, and Tietao felt a similar sensation, albeit fleeting. The black stripes on his body seemed to possess a devouring ability, consuming the electric energy that coursed through him. Remarkably, Tietao was the first to recover, charging back towards the electric dragon. His muscles bulged, the black patterns spreading further, and the aura of gluttony intensified. The azure light allowed him to evade the dragon's attacks with greater ease. Continuous discharges had nearly exhausted the electric energy stored within the dragon, requiring time to recharge for another large-scale discharge. After several shakes, the golden Pikachu was finally dislodged, still clutching a piece of the electric dragon's back armor in its mouth. Once on the ground, it spat out the armor fragment and prepared to charge at the dragon's rear once more. The Pikachu, now charged with electricity, moved with increased speed, joining Tietao in a pincer attack against the dragon. The wings of the electric dragon were its most vulnerable point, with membranes as delicate as those of an insect. Tietao and the golden Pikachu coordinated seamlessly as they climbed onto the dragon's back. He leaped onto its wing, his hands slicing through the membranes with fervor. The Pikachu, tasked with tearing away the armor from the dragon's back, faced a far greater challenge. However, the membranes of the wings were relatively easier to damage, allowing Tietao to work with remarkable efficiency. After tearing through nearly half of the wing membranes, the electric dragon lost its ability to fly. The remaining task was not urgent. With continued wear and tear, they would eventually tire the electric dragon to death. However, their numbers were too few. Had they been a 10-member team, the hunt would have been far less arduous, as long as the dragon did not flee, maintaining a safe distance. Even a gradual assault would suffice to wear it down over time. Yet, this approach carried significant risk. If other wild beasts attacked during this interval, they would undoubtedly find themselves in peril. After being thrown aside, Tietao retracted all the patterned scales covering his body. The remaining task was entrusted to these beast companions, who would gradually engage in the practice of gua sha. For now, the primary concern was to guard against the onslaught of other wild beasts. They rested upon the back of the earth-devouring turtle, observing the increasingly feeble electric dragon. Golden Pikachu remained perched on the electric dragon's back, no longer intent on tearing through its carapace, but rather indulging in a feast, ravenously gnawing at the flesh behind the electric dragon. It was evident that Golden Pikachu was slowly burrowing into the electric dragon's body. The others turned their gazes towards Tang Xuan. "Why are you looking at me?" "This is not something I taught," he replied earnestly, explaining that prior to their arrival, Golden Pikachu had witnessed a fierce battle at Lion Turtle Ridge, where Sun Wukong had burrowed into the Lion King's belly. This seemed to have inspired Golden Pikachu, prompting it to contemplate internal destruction. It appeared to be the right moment to impart some innovative offensive strategies to these beast companions. If they all adopted Golden Pikachu's approach, they would possess diverse tactical plans for future battles. The few individuals atop the turtle's shell began to devise their own strategies, considering what to show these beasts for their learning. Only Tietao remained oblivious, unsure of what could be presented for their education. Would they really show them Bright Sword? Would he need to prepare heavy artillery for them in the future? Just as Tietao was lost in thought, the alarm of the golden dragon bird echoed once more within Lu Ming's consciousness. A horde of wild beasts was charging towards them. Preparations were needed. Tietao lifted his binoculars, scanning the direction Lu Ming indicated. A swarm of ironhide rhinos was rushing towards them, their overall level rather low. With even the leader being merely a 6th-rank beast. Lu Ming, prepare for defense. We must rely on ourselves now. Tietao leaped down from the back of the earth-devouring turtle, igniting a fire before it. The flames were those of roasted meat, burning at a temperature significantly higher than ordinary flames. A fiery circle formed, encircling them and the battling beast companions. They silently observed the approaching ironhide rhinos, stirring up clouds of dust as they drew closer. If they could withstand the initial wave of attacks, subsequent assaults would be far more manageable. The electric dragon was already swaying precariously. The poison dragon butterfly began to set up a close-range poison formation. Tietao and the others donned gas masks to shield themselves from the poisonous onslaught. The toxin released by the poison dragon butterfly was far deadlier than the previous. Low-potency poison. After all, this was a hunt in the wild, not merely a competition. The offensive had become significantly more severe. Layers of soil continuously enveloped the earth-devouring turtle, reinforcing its defenses. Finally, the ironhide rhinos broke through the flames, charging into the poison formation, colliding against the earth-devouring turtle. A tremendous sound erupted as layers of soil armor on the turtle shattered. Yet, by the final layer, only cracks appeared without complete destruction. The earth-devouring turtle successfully defended itself, with both the poison formation and flames proving effective. The searing pain of the flames wreaked havoc among the rhino herd, creating chaos as the noise of the wild subsided. This hunt had come to a close. Chapter 138, Aerial Refuge. After the battle concluded, the remaining time was dedicated to collecting the spoils of war. A vigorous disassembly process commenced, with Luo Mi and Lu Ming joining in, despite their limited experience, assisting in the dismantling of the numerous ironhide rhinos. As night gradually fell, it eventually brightened again, leaving behind only a blood-stained terrain and the remnants of wild beasts. Exhausted from a night of labor, they set up tents upon the back of the earth-devouring turtle to rest. The beast companions enjoyed a peaceful night, while they took turns keeping watch during the day. However, their respite was short-lived as tremors once again reverberated across the plains. What on earth? Have the wild beasts gone mad? Why are they all charging over? Tang Shuang quickly emerged from the tent, hastily gathering their belongings. Upon rising, Tietao observed the approaching horde with increasing gravity. This situation felt amiss. The small spirit deer were not typically aggressive beasts, yet they were now launching a large-scale offensive. Something was clearly wrong on the plains. What should we do? Luomi inquired. The earth-devouring turtle will hold the defense. We will ascend the great whale. The great whale swiftly descended towards the ground. While the earth-devouring turtle positioned itself defensively, dust billowed as the sounds of collision against the earthen walls resounded. The great whale also landed forcefully on the ground, and they quickly transferred to its back. The clouds of dust thickened as the previously encountered wild boars charged towards them. The speed of the boar herd was overwhelming, diminishing their time for retreat. The earthen wall erected by the earth-devouring turtle could not withstand the onslaught. A second wall was hastily raised as the earth-devouring turtle began to slowly withdraw. The wild boars collided with the small spirit deer. Contrary to expectations, there were no cries of anguish. The small spirit deer, seemingly oblivious, remained silent even in death. It became apparent to everyone that something was amiss. These wild beasts exhibited signs of impaired consciousness. The earthen wall crumbled as the wild boars assaulted the earth-devouring turtle. The massive herd of pigs relentlessly pushed against the turtle, causing it to retreat further, carving deep furrows into the ground. Tietao was the last to board the great whale, which began to sink into the earth. Everything appeared to be unfolding favorably. The skyward fish soared higher, while the earth-devouring turtles submerged below ground. They were now detached from the chaos below. Their altitude continued to rise, leaving the turmoil on the ground far behind. The landscape was in disarray, with wild beasts engaging in a brutal melee, disregarding species or rank. Such a scene had never been documented before. Everything felt profoundly unusual. As the great whale ascended higher, they breathed a sigh of relief, believing themselves to be safe. In the distance, a dark figure wandered across the plains, shrouded in a veil of black mist. Upon seeing this figure, Tietao was overcome with a sense of impending danger. This feeling emanated from deep within, akin to an innate hostility. The great whale's altitude climbed once more. Instinctively, Tietao wished to distance himself from the ominous figure. At that moment, a group of individuals arrived on the plains. These were none other than the hunting party that had previously attempted to recruit Tietao and his companions. They were converging towards the dark wild beast. This group comprised several small factions, lacking any coordinated effort. All their beast companions surged towards the shadowy creature without hesitation. The black beast paid no heed to their onslaught, not even casting a glance in their direction, until it abruptly lifted its head to fixate on the great whale's position. Tietao was jolted, sensing the creature's gaze upon them. A rumbling roar resonated, not loud, but echoing deep within their hearts. All living beings experienced discomfort, and the attacking beast suddenly halted, coming to an abrupt standstill. The ebony creature flapped its limp wings, releasing tendrils of dark mist that wafted from its form. Its gaze fixated unwaveringly on the direction of Iron Tide, seemingly yearning to ascend and seek him out. This black beast took flight, heading resolutely towards Iron Tide. That fiend intends to flee. Intercept it. The leader of the hunting party bellowed. The flying beasts within the team swiftly maneuvered to intercept the dark creature. A flurry of wind blades struck the ebony beast, halting its advance. At last, it turned its gaze towards these incoming assaults, its demeanor turning hostile. As the massive whale drifted further away, upon witnessing the black beast's resolve to no longer flee, expressions of elation adorned the faces of the hunters. The leader, clutching a map, confirmed, indeed, it is the black corrosion dragon. Eliminate it. His words brimmed with uncontainable joy. Following his confirmation, the other team members intensified their attacks. Their beasts unleashed a barrage of strikes, leaving numerous wounds upon its hide. It appeared that this beast lacked the strength of a third-grade creature. The black corrosion dragon emitted a piercing roar that reverberated through the air, echoing far and wide. This was not a prelude to an attack. It seemed to summon something. Over 30 beasts disregarded the dragon's roar and continued their relentless assault. At that moment, two mighty dragon roars resonated in the distance, seemingly in response to the earlier cry. A pair of oddly colored male and female fire dragons soared swiftly across the sky. Their scales shimmered with an unusual red hue, but they appeared indifferent to the hunters. With the arrival of the dragons, the hunters grew even more fervent in their assault. The black corrosion dragon refrained from retaliating, its wounds oozing black blood that transformed into puffs of dark smoke in the air. Amidst the chaos of battle, who could notice such details? Especially as the beast tamers maintained their distance, their vision obscured, the beasts themselves began to emanate a faint reddish glow, significantly enhancing their attack power. Yet, they remained oblivious, believing that the stronger their beasts grew, the better their chances. They felt that this third-grade beast was remarkably easy to overpower, and that this hunt would yield bountiful rewards. Joyful expressions lit up the faces of all. Iron Tide found himself increasingly distanced from the group, who were already preparing to retreat. The two fire dragons, glowing with crimson light, were now heading directly towards them. The altitude where Iron Tide and his companions soared was not conducive to the fire dragons. Yet they continued their relentless approach. As the dragons drew nearer, beads of sweat trickled down Iron Tide's forehead. In the sky, their resistance was at its weakest. The fire dragons were closing in. Brace yourselves and hold on tight. The great hammer is coming. Some scales on the massive whale stood erect, providing them with additional support to prevent their fall. Chapter 139. Emergency landing at such altitudes. The two fire dragons refrained from launching fireballs at the great whale. As their efficacy diminished in the thin air, the dragons rapidly approached the whale's position. The altitude imposed certain limitations on their physical capabilities. The pale red glow on their scales deepened to a dark crimson, their eyes reflecting a frenzied intensity as their speed surged to an alarming degree, charging straight towards Iron Tide and his companions. Iron Tide grasped the scales beneath his hand, anchoring himself to the massive whale while it evaded in the skies. However, those seated upon its back found the experience far less tolerable. They were jostled violently, and with every slight movement of the whale, they were compelled to cling desperately to its scales. Iron Tide's situation was somewhat better. He managed to hold on with one hand while using the other to direct the whale's evasive maneuvers with a telescope. As the fire dragons approached, the whale's movements grew more pronounced. Fortunately, under Iron Tide's command, they narrowly avoided being thrown off. The dragons were now close enough that their sharp claws aimed for the whale's tail. Iron Tide tightened his grip on the scales and began to orchestrate a counterattack. In the sky, the whale's size made it difficult to evade the dragon's assault. The claws of the fire dragon scraped against its scales, producing sparks and drawing blood. Hold on tight. We're about to flip, Iron Tide shouted, observing as the others gripped firmly. The whale let out a resounding cry, swiftly altering its course. The sound traveled great distances, even reaching the far-off black corrosion dragon, which instinctively looked up towards the source of the sound. The whale's call generated a colossal wave of air that rippled outward. The two fire dragons were thrust away by this force, uncontrollably plummeting towards the ground. As the sound faded, the whale righted itself once more. Despite the rapidity of the whale's maneuver, the companions felt the effects of the sonic wave. Blood trickling from their ears. The cacophony seemed to vanish from their world, yet the echo of the whale's cry lingered in their minds. Irontide shook his head, adjusting the telescope around his neck to continue monitoring the movements of the two fire dragons. He scanned the surroundings but found no trace of them, which unsettled him greatly. The whale opened its massive jaws, releasing puffs of cloud that enveloped them. This cloud not only obscured their surroundings, but also served as the whale's eyes, enabling it to monitor objects within its mist. Soon, the whale detected the two fire dragons within the shrouded expanse. The dragons continued to search for the whale's whereabouts. The cloud's breadth was considerable, and locating the whale would require time. On the ground, the abnormal state of the beast tamers engaged with the black corrosion dragon finally came to light. Their attacks had grown increasingly ferocious, slipping further from their control. Within their soul bonds, a crimson hue began to taint their connection with their beasts. This invasive red overwhelmed their essence, rendering them unable to synchronize with their beast's spiritual fluctuations. Most of these tamers fought instinctively against the black corrosion dragon, their rationality fading. Though the dragon bore numerous wounds, it still refrained from retaliating. In a frantic response, someone hastily scattered detoxifying powder towards their beasts. It seemed a chain reaction, as others followed suit, casting various antidotal powders into the vicinity of the beasts. A dense fog enveloped them immediately. As time passed, the fog gradually dissipated, yet it failed to erase the fear that gripped their hearts. The soul bonds with their beasts, submerged in red, began to show signs of being erased. Some among them had already started to retreat. No longer do I wish to involve myself in this hunt. Survival is of utmost importance. With one gone, another follows. The number of those departing grows ever larger. The crimson within the beast's souls has begun to invade their very spirits. The individual from the Jiang family, whose beast primarily serves in reconnaissance, has yet to engage in the fray, affording him a chance to retreat. He too mingles within the crowd, slowly withdrawing. As long as he draws breath, there remains an opportunity to hunt. If this information remains undisclosed, he can bide his time for another chance. Generally, the strength of human souls surpasses that of beast souls. Yet the encroachment of this red invasion is significantly swifter. The man from the Jiang family melds with the throng, retreating. Only his soul remains untainted. However, those around him have halted, their eyes ablaze with a manic crimson. They all turn towards him, encircling him. The reconnaissance beast from above descends, its talons gripping his shoulder. The Jiang family member is lifted swiftly, directed towards another escape route. Suddenly, he hears the rush of wind at his side and turns to behold gaping jaws, speechless. Several flying beasts, radiating a crimson glow, charge towards him. In an instant, his beast has no avenue for escape, and he is rent asunder by these maddened creatures in the sky. Plummeting to the ground, agony envelopes him, rendering him immobile, let alone capable of fleeing. The frenzied beasts encircle him, bearing their fangs, yet they show no intent to strike. In astonishment, he watches as they gradually part, allowing passage for the black erosion dragon to approach. A stream of black energy is unleashed upon him, offering no chance for resistance. His body rapidly succumbs to the crimson, dissipating in an instant. This transpires with alarming swiftness, culminating in the extinguishing of his life. The black erosion dragon appears to savor its feast, eyes closed in utmost delight. Upon finishing its meal, it lets out a thunderous roar. The surrounding beasts and their masters surge towards the two flying dragons. The black erosion dragon leisurely follows in their wake. The great whale's altitude persists in its descent. After an extended period at great heights, some among them begin to falter. High-altitude sickness has begun to manifest, with Wang Feng and Luo Mi being the most severely affected. Tietao is compelled to lower the great whale's flight altitude. At this height, they can mount a suitable counterattack while seeking a defensible position. Before long, they discover a small cave. The entrance is modest, at most. It can accommodate a single fire dragon. At the base of the cavern lies a hole, sufficient only for smaller flying beasts. Should they seal the entrance, they would gain precious time to recuperate, a necessity in their current state. Chapter 140, Pursuit. The great whale swiftly approaches the small cave. Fortuitously, the cover of clouds grants them ample time to descend. However, their rapid movement exposes the great whale's position. The speed of the clouds fails to keep pace, leaving the great whale vulnerable outside their embrace. Fortunately, the two fire dragons remain concealed within the clouds, still disoriented. The roar of beasts reverberates, guiding the two dragons as they break through the cloud cover, lunging towards the great whale. Their speed in the assault surpasses their flight. The great whale has landed, and its passengers are disembarking one by one. The clouds once again envelop the area, shrouding the entire cave. The two fire dragons, in the midst of their charge, find their vision obscured by the cloud cover. They halt their attack, flapping their wings to adjust their positioning. Yet, the persistent flapping fails to disperse the dense clouds, which cling tightly to the vicinity of the cave, obscuring all life form's sight. Tietao and his companions enter the cave. The earth tortoise rises from the ground, sealing the entrance securely. The great whale, accompanied by the clouds, ascends into the sky. The fire dragons have never targeted the great whale, allowing it to depart without concern. Gradually, the clouds surrounding the cave dissipate. The two fire dragons regain their focus, aiming for the cave entrance. The earth tortoise has assumed a defensive stance, leaving behind only its shell above the surface, most of its body submerged. The fire dragon's claws scrape against the tortoise's shell, creating showers of sparks. Yet they cannot breach its defenses. Inside the cave, the group begins a brief respite. Tietao retrieves potions from his spatial storage, distributing them to the ailing Luo Mi and Lu Ming. As they consume the potions, their conditions gradually improve. Meanwhile, Tietao has ascended close to the cave's apex. Peering out through the opening, he can faintly discern the two fire dragons relentlessly attacking the earth tortoise. Fortunately, the tortoise is capable of transferring damage underground, allowing it to endure. The two fire dragons begin to spiral upwards, searching for a new path of attack. Soon, they locate the opening at the mountain's peak. However, the entrance is far too small to accommodate their full forms. Seeing the fire dragons approach, Tietao swiftly retreats towards the entrance. The dragon's attack misses its mark. Tietao quickly descends from the summit. Debris cascades from the top of the opening as the fire dragons claw at the surrounding rocks. Yet, all their efforts prove futile. No matter how they destroy the area, they cannot gain entry. One fire dragon extends its head into the opening, its gaping maw exuding the scent of sulfur. The light within the cave dims significantly. All eyes turn towards the dragon's head intruding into the cave, flickering flames visible within its depths. Fireballs erupt from the dragon's mouth, and the dish, red braised pork, swiftly meets them, the icy blue flames colliding with the fireballs. The two opposing flames seem poised to determine supremacy above them. Ultimately, the sustained output of red braised pork prevails, the icy blue flames engulfing the fireballs and reaching towards the dragon still at the cave's mouth. The fire dragon struggles to withdraw its head from the opening, narrowly avoiding being consumed by the icy blue flames. Recognizing the ineffectiveness of their assault, the two fire dragons ascend once more, unleashing a series of roars. The black erosion dragon answers their call, granting them ample time to recuperate. Tietao once again retrieves potions and beast meat from his spatial storage. They need time to recuperate. While the beasts are manageable, the humans face a more serious predicament, requiring at least a day or two for full recovery. They kindle a fire to prepare a meal, commencing their much-needed rest. The golden dragon bird recovered swiftly, and upon regaining its strength, it soared out through the hole atop its head to conduct reconnaissance. Fortunately, the black erosion dragon had granted them a respite. By the third day, the golden dragon bird had detected the presence of the black erosion dragon. This information was transmitted to Lu Ming through his soul imprint, and with his relay, everyone became aware of the situation. The black erosion dragon was accompanied not only by a pack of feral beasts, but also by a considerable number of humans. How peculiar this was. Tia Baba, do you think these black feral beasts are under some form of contract? Lu Ming inquired. I'm uncertain. Let us observe the situation first. Tietao replied. Released from the cave's entrance, he stood upon the back of the earth turtle, peering through binoculars at the ascending path. There was only one route up the mountain, yet the dark figures remained elusive within his line of sight. He returned to the cave and climbed to the higher opening to gain a broader perspective. At last, he spotted the shadowy figures on the mountain trail. Accompanying the black erosion dragon were a group of people and their beasts, some of whom appeared familiar. Tietao strained his memory, recalling that he had encountered these individuals at the dilapidated camp. However, he did not see the one surnamed Jiang, who led them. Originally, they were meant to hunt feral beasts, yet now they walked alongside one such creature. This situation was decidedly abnormal. The expressions of these individuals conveyed a sense of numbness, devoid of life. Moreover, the beasts they bore emitted a crimson glow, indistinguishable from that of the two fire dragons. Tietao, too, was oblivious to the significance of this red light, but he was certain it boded ill. The black erosion dragon seemed to sense Tietao's gaze, their eyes locking in a confrontation. Tietao felt an ominous intensity in that gaze. Simultaneously, the bloodline of the Taotai within him surged to life. Standing at the cave's opening, black patterns began to spread across his body, as if the Taotai bloodline declared war upon the black feral beast. With a roar, the black erosion dragon unleashed its voice into the sky. All creatures enveloped in red began to hasten towards the mountain's summit, while the black erosion dragon lagged leisurely at the rear. This gradual approach quelled the Taotai bloodline, retracting the patterns upon Tietao's body. He swiftly retreated into the cave. Prepare for battle. These individuals are clearly not themselves. They seem to be under some form of control, Tietao stated earnestly. Controlled? Is it possible for feral beasts to manipulate humans? Tang Shuang exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 141, The Mysterious Land. The world is vast and full of wonders, and the situation at hand exemplifies this. I have never encountered records of feral beasts exerting control over humans, Tietao admitted with resignation. How then shall we defend against such tactics? Wang Feng posed the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Tietao could only shake his head in helplessness, indicating he had no insight. The path up the mountain was not particularly treacherous, allowing the crimson-clad individuals to reach the cave entrance in a relatively short time. The cave's mouth remained guarded by the earth turtle. This group, along with their beasts, launched an assault simultaneously. The earth turtle conveyed the essence of this attack through its soul to Lu Ming. Indeed, these individuals posed a problem. Lu Ming affirmed Tietao's words and shared the information relayed by the earth turtle with the others. Gradually, the earth turtle began to falter under the assault. Among these individuals' beasts were several of the 4th rank, their attack intensity surpassing that of the 4th rank feral beasts they had previously encountered. Tia Baba, what shall we do? The turtle elder cannot withstand much longer. Lu Ming's expression turned anxious. Let them in. Holding out like this will not last much longer, Tietao declared. The other beasts had already positioned themselves at the cave's entrance, prepared to fight to the death. This might be their final battle, one that would undoubtedly determine life or death. As the earth turtle sank into the ground, the entrance was cleared, contrary to expectations. The group of beasts did not continue their assault. Instead, they opened a path, allowing the black feral beast to stride in slowly. I shall consume you, the black erosion dragon declared, fixing its gaze upon Tietao, its voice dripping with a peculiar tone. By the heavens, the feral beast can speak, Lu Ming exclaimed, momentarily rendered speechless. What manner of creature are you? Tietao, however, remained notably composed. I am the sovereign of slaughter, the future master of all beasts. The black erosion dragon proclaimed, its eyes brimming with arrogance and avarice directed at Tietao. I ask again, what are you? Tietao's form expanded suddenly, the black patterns beneath him spreading outward. His fist struck relentlessly against the black erosion dragon. The resounding impact echoed throughout the cave, yet the black erosion dragon seemed unfazed, regarding Tietao with disdain. With a sweep of its wings, the black erosion dragon sent Tietao crashing back, leaving deep gouges in the ground. At that moment, several of their beasts charged at the black erosion dragon with fervor. Blades of azure wind, flames of crimson, bolts of azure golden lightning, and beams of white light. Various attacks converged upon the black erosion dragon. However, the black erosion dragon paid them no heed, instead advancing towards Tietao. Its wounds oozed black blood, which gradually transformed into black dust in the air. Tietao observed this intently. Flames erupted from his body as he swung his arm forward. In an instant, fire engulfed the entire cave. The black dust swirling in the cave was ignited, releasing tendrils of black smoke. This black smoke instilled fear in all present. The silent, unseen poison was the most lethal. Perhaps it was this blood that had morphed into black dust, controlling these individuals and their beasts. As the black smoke dissipated, the flames vanished simultaneously. The enraged black erosion dragon let out a furious roar, slowly retreating, while the beasts and humans outside the cave surged in like a tide. It seemed the black erosion dragon had no desire to engage them directly. The crimson-tinged crowd and their beasts entered in part, frantically attacking them. Over a dozen 4th-rank beasts led the charge, a number far exceeding that of Tietao's group, compounded by their superior ranks. In an instant, Tietao and his companions found themselves retreating step by step, quickly pushed to the innermost recesses of the cave. The light from the opening illuminated the black erosion dragon positioned just below. With a contemptuous gaze, the black erosion dragon regarded Tietao and his companions, opening its mouth to unleash a jet of black breath. This breath resembled a gathering of black dust, freshly scorched by flames. The onslaught came swiftly. Tietao had no time to issue commands to the red-braised meat. He could only momentarily borrow its power, using flames to counter the black breath. A soft, milky glow emanated from Luo Mi's backpack, unnoticed by all. The radiance expanded, as if it were awakening something. Behind them, a luminous pearlescent glow emerged. This ethereal light, radiating from their rear, swiftly dissolved the dark breath that engulfed them. Unbeknownst to them, they were rapidly consumed by this pearlescent brilliance. Their vision darkened, and they lost consciousness in an instant. Simultaneously, their figures vanished from the cavern, seemingly transported to another realm. The roar of the black devouring dragon echoed persistently within the cave. Enraged, the dragon loathed this pearlescent light. never anticipating that it would encounter the very essence it despised in such a place. As Tietao's consciousness gradually returned, he realized they had entered an alternate dimension. He meticulously recalled the events that had transpired. What was this pearlescent light? Why had it engulfed them and transported them to another realm? He could scarcely fathom whether this was indeed the world beyond the void. This place was entirely dissimilar to the void he had previously witnessed, and it bore no resemblance to the wild boars he had come to know. The land within the void was not extensive, yet it exuded an aura of tranquility. The sky, devoid of stars, radiated brightness akin to daylight. Countless diminutive creatures of feeble strength thrived here, their curious eyes fixated upon them, devoid of any wariness, as if they inhabited a serene paradise untouched by conflict. Could this be a secret realm? One by one, the others began to awaken, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon the scene before them. Regardless of the circumstances, this space had salvaged them, although they remained oblivious to how they had arrived here. The pearlescent light permeated the surroundings, gradually infiltrating their bodies with each breath. They could distinctly sense the discomfort within their bodies dissipating rapidly, while the wounds on their beasts healed at an astonishing pace. Everything seemed to be evolving favorably. Upon surveying their surroundings once more, they noticed that the wild beasts that had been frolicking had transformed into wisps of white light, leaving no trace of life behind. This felt like a predicament. They were unable to exit, and their only course of action was to explore this place. Every cause has its effect. Once they had regained their strength, they commenced their exploration. Chapter 142. The benefits of grazing. The golden dragon bird scouted the area. Tietao and his companions searched diligently. The expansive meadow revealed nothing. In fact, there was a complete absence of sustenance. Finding no exit here meant certain death. If the exit they discovered was not the same as the one they had entered through, they would be safe. Yet, that was contingent upon them finding an exit. Over there, a river. There are wild beasts. Lu Ming pointed in a direction. Let us go see, they said, moving toward the direction the golden dragon bird had indicated. Gradually, a small river appeared before them, yet the wild beasts Lu Ming had mentioned were nowhere to be found. Tietao meticulously searched for signs of the previously present beasts. After some time, he uncovered numerous tracks resembling those of horse-like wild creatures. Everything within this secret realm fascinated them. It was entirely distinct from the previous secret realm Tietao had visited. Although it lacked abundant resources, the pervasive pearlescent light was undeniably precious. It appeared as though this world was composed entirely of that luminous glow. Tietao bent down and snapped a blade of grass, from which a pearlescent liquid oozed. It seemed as if this liquid was the essence of the pearlescent light, and he placed the grass in his mouth to chew. The sweet flavor lingered on his palate, and he could feel his body gradually growing stronger. This substance appeared to have fortifying properties, and he sensed even more. The bloodline of the beasts within him also craved this pearlescent liquid. Thus, under Tao's encouragement, they initiated a grazing activity, starting with their beasts. The little dragon was quite resistant to grazing, but after Luo Mi forcefully stuffed a handful of grass into its mouth, it began to munch on the weeds autonomously. The beasts that had entered the secret realm all commenced their own grazing. Among them, the one named braised pork relished it the most. Finding it far superior to the grass he had nibbled on back in school. Does this stuff really have benefits? Lu Ming inquired. Without a word, Tietao pulled up a handful of grass and stuffed it into Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming, caught off guard, could only chew in silence. The pearlescent juice dribbled from the corners of his mouth, a sight both peculiar and comical. Gradually, he too began to appreciate the advantages of this juice, swallowing every morsel with fervor, fearful of wasting even a drop. He even licked his lips clean of any remaining pearlescent liquid. I can feel an inexhaustible strength within my body, Lu Ming exclaimed, throwing a punch into the air that produced a loud crack. Wang Feng shot him a surprised glance. Lu Ming's physical prowess had not reached a level capable of such force. Could it be that the grass had beneficial effects on the human body? Wang Feng questioned Lu Ming. Indeed, that is precisely it. Lu Ming nodded vigorously, eyes closed. With his enthusiasm, others began to follow suit, sampling the grass. The initial group of beasts that grazed emitted various colors of light, suggesting their levels were on the verge of rising. The flames emanating from braised pork indicated that he was at a critical juncture of ascension. However, his flames could not scorch the grass beneath him in the slightest. The same phenomenon occurred with the other beasts. After consuming some grass, Tietao felt a surge of black light emanating from his body. He sensed the awakening of the gluttonous bloodline within him. The others looked at him with bewilderment, uncertain of what was transpiring. Fortunately, he managed to maintain control over his aura, preventing it from disrupting the ascension of the other beasts. Soon, the luminous auras surrounding the other beasts extinguished, signifying their levels had once again risen. Tao's body was now adorned with an array of intricate black patterns, more than before. with markings creeping into areas his clothing could not cover. 2 horns sprouted from his head, giving him an unmistakable resemblance to a wild beast. The gluttonous presence within his consciousness stirred, and he sensed that the gluttonous entity he had suppressed was on the verge of reemergence. This was not the ideal moment for an internal conflict. He feared losing control in this place. From the riverbank, a pure white wild beast approached them with graceful strides. Tietao turned his gaze toward this creature, and only when he did the others notice its presence. What is that? Tang Xuang hesitated, uncertain. It resembles a divine unicorn, Wang Feng remarked, his tone tinged with uncertainty. The unicorn emitted a radiant white light from its horn, soaring into the heavens. This brilliant luminescence captivated their attention, their gazes trailing after it. None noticed that a similar white glow emanated from Luomi's backpack, seemingly resonating in harmony with the unicorn's brilliance. The light from the sky enveloped Tietao, swiftly eroding the dual horns and intricate patterns adorning his form. The consciousness of the Taotai within him was subdued by this light, returning to a state of tranquility, as if the bloodline's Taotai was reluctant to oppose him. Tietao was certain that this was indeed the sacred unicorn, and this locale must be its sanctuary. The golden dragonbird must have seen it too, upon observing that the Taotai aura emanating from Tietao had vanished. The unicorn itself also disappeared, coming and going without a trace, rendering it difficult to truly ascertain its whereabouts. As they turned back towards Tietao, he had returned to his normal state. Boss Tietao, what on earth has happened to make you so terrifying? This is a long story, he replied, momentarily at a loss for where to begin. After a brief contemplation, he decided to share how he had come to possess this form. Could it be? Is there truly someone with the bloodline of a savage beast? Luomi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, and there are quite a number of them. Moreover, much of the documentation regarding such matters has been destroyed, making it quite challenging to find any now. Tang Xuang furrowed his brow in deep thought. He recalled having seen similar studies in the family's literature. Others gazed at Tang Xuang, awaiting his continuation, relaxing his tightly knit brows. He looked back at them and continued. I can't recall much. It only mentioned a few fragments, and I regarded it merely as an oddity. Tietao, what is the bloodline within your body? Luomi inquired. Taotai, he answered. Chapter 143, Another Savage Beast Speaks. Could it be that what you said before was true? Luomi recalled Tietao's previous words. Yes, I have never lied to you. Tietao stated earnestly. Such words sound familiar. We have indeed heard them before. Who would know if they were genuine? Lu Ming remarked, astonished as he regarded Tietao. If I lacked such abilities, I would have perished during our last venture into the secret realm, Tietao declared, demonstrating the abilities of the wasteland chameleon. In an instant, his form vanished before their eyes. Wow, this bloodline is incredible. It can even render one invisible. Lu Ming exclaimed in disbelief. But that is not all. Upon reappearing, Tietao was clad in a new set of dark green scales, flickering with flames. Roast meat approached, extending a foreleg to touch the flames, and then bringing it to its mouth. After a couple of attempts, it shook its head. Ugh, this is truly unpalatable. The aura belonging to the Taotai surged forth from Tietao. Roast meat immediately shivered, retreating step by step to the side, burying its head in the ground and munching on grass, quite self-aware. Other beasts sensed this aura, with those who had encountered it before faring slightly better. Those unfamiliar with such an essence trembled uncontrollably, as if they had encountered a natural enemy, their souls transmitting a message of fear. The dark green scales and flames on Tietao receded, and the patterns on the mountain began to spread across him. His horns sprouted anew, and his aura intensified. The trembling of the beasts grew more pronounced. The black patterns on his body swiftly vanished, and his aura contracted. Gradually, the beasts ceased their trembling. When they looked towards Tietao again, their eyes were filled with awe. This was the power of bloodlines. Perhaps in the future, he would possess even greater abilities, but with them would come greater dangers. Tietao spoke sincerely, revealing no secrets from them. The sacred unicorn reappeared, unnoticed by anyone until it stood beside Tietao. It leaned in close, sniffing as if searching for the rich Taotai scent that had just been present, yet it found nothing. Its gaze upon Tietao turned peculiar as it nudged closer, attempting to rediscover that elusive aroma. All fell silent, watching the unicorn's actions with bated breath. The moist breath from its nostrils gently brushed against Tietao, yet it still failed to find what it sought. Gradually, the unicorn's form dissolved into white light, vanishing as mysteriously as it had appeared. How can this unicorn appear and disappear at will? Lu Ming pondered aloud. It must have sensed something, Tang Xuang suggested, pointing at Tietao. Perhaps it was drawn by the Taotai aura emanating from me, Tietao speculated, though uncertainty lingered. Why not test it and see? Luomi proposed calmly. Nodding, Tietao allowed the black patterns to once again crawl across his body, releasing his aura without restraint. Before long, The unicorn reappeared, clearly attracted by Tietao's essence. The unicorn's horn radiated white light, illuminating Tietao and causing the Taotai aura around him to diminish, the patterns on his body fading gradually. Just as the patterns began to retreat, they re-emerged. As if he were attempting to match strength with the unicorn, dark mists began to swirl around him. In response, the unicorn's horn emitted a white light that clashed against the black smoke enveloping Tietao. "Dear cousin, something in your backpack is glowing," Luomi exclaimed, turning her backpack around to rummage through it. Before long, she retrieved a box, recalling that it was a gift from Tang Sanlu from years past. At that time, Tietao had mentioned it was a fragment of a unicorn's horn, and now the white light radiating from the box was undeniable. Luomi scrutinized the glowing fragment. Indeed, there was a small notch on it, perfectly matching the size of the missing piece from her memory. She opened the box, and the fragment seemed irresistibly drawn towards the unicorn, flying slowly yet steadily in its direction. As it traversed the air, black dust billowed from the fragment, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, reminiscent of the blackened breath of the dragon. "It seems this unicorn holds a grudge against that black savage beast outside," Tang Shuang remarked, observing the dark smoke. The fragment fit seamlessly into the notch on the unicorn's horn, leaving no trace of damage. With the horn restored, the emitted white light intensified considerably, swiftly suppressing the aura surrounding Tietao, causing all patterns to vanish. This time, the unicorn did not prepare to leave. It remained fixed upon Tietao, who was equally perplexed as to the unicorn's intentions. Thus, man and beast locked eyes, each pondering the other's purpose. Exiled individuals, exiled lands. Having encountered the articulate wild beasts, their astonishment had diminished considerably. Why must they be exiled? Irontide calmly posed the question that lingered in his mind. From the words of the unicorn, he had gleaned a wealth of information. All these wild beasts that manifested in this world were cast out, himself included. Threats. This statement left Irontide somewhat perplexed. While he could comprehend the exile of formidable wild beasts, the exiled creatures varied greatly in strength. Why then, were even the lesser beasts subjected to exile? To maintain balance. With this explanation, Irontide could somewhat fathom the rationale behind the thoughts of those in the void. What is your relationship with the wild beasts outside? Archenemies. And what of its relation to Taotai? Mutual sustenance. It appeared that Taoye's power had waned, rendering it prey for the black erosion dragon. It seemed this unicorn could indeed be a potential ally. After all, there is a saying that an enemy's enemy is a friend. Thus, we might collaborate to hunt the wild beast outside. Refusal. The reason? Irontide's responses had become increasingly terse. Unless you can fully master the Taotai bloodline. Irontide's head began to ache. The mastery of the Taotai bloodline was not within his grasp at this moment. His soul power was still insufficient, and it was not yet the time to fully control the Taotai bloodline. For now, it was unattainable. He needed more time. I will assist you, suppress. Irontide meticulously analyzed the possibility of mastering the Taotai bloodline at present. Regardless of the perspective he adopted, he realized he was still lacking the necessary finesse to exert complete control over the Taotai bloodline. Chapter 144, The Awakening of Taotai. Am I still not certain? Irontide shook his head at the sacred unicorn. The unicorn let out a shrill cry, and the milky light here continued to converge into his body. He could feel the Taotai bloodline within him stirring once more. The unicorn was forcibly awakening the Taotai bloodline inside him, leaving Irontide with a profound sense of helplessness. In such circumstances, he could only place his trust in the abilities of the sacred unicorn. Everyone, step back a bit. Upon hearing Irontide's words, they silently retreated. Further back, following his command, they distanced themselves even more. Once they had retreated to a considerable distance, Irontide ceased to suppress the bloodline within him. The aura of Taotai surged wildly outward, expanding at a pace far exceeding that of before. His form gradually became more beast-like, increasingly resembling Taotai. Is this truly Taotai? Lu Ming remarked, peering through binoculars at the beastified Irontide. Luo Mi seized the binoculars from Lu Ming and gazed through them. To the naked eye, the dark gas emanating from Irontide had intensified. The scales belonging to Taotai began to sprout, and his transformation was more pronounced than before. The figure of Taotai in his consciousness slowly emerged, rapidly consuming the bloodline of humanity within Irontide. He employed the soul control secret technique, once again encountering Taotai within his mind. This meeting devolved into a fierce battle. A roar echoed in his consciousness as a white light materialized in his mental space, gradually morphing into the form of the sacred unicorn. Upon seeing the sacred unicorn's presence, Irontide's heart felt a measure of relief. The sacred unicorn charged directly into Irontide's being, and he sensed his soul power escalating dramatically. The clearest manifestation of this was his form growing larger and more substantial within the mental realm. Clearly, his current soul power had the upper hand over Tietao. Thus commenced a fierce confrontation. He no longer needed to skirmish in search of an opportunity to strike. Strengthened, he decided to be audacious. Adopting the stance of the 8 Extremes fist, he launched an assault on Tietao. With his superior soul power, each strike visibly diminished Taoya's form. As the battle progressed, he even discovered he could harness the power of beast mastery. Flames of crimson erupted from one fist while azure flames ignited from the other. A cerulean glow enveloped him. Was this the advantage of possessing formidable soul power? Iron-Tide marveled at the myriad colors shimmering upon his form. He again invoked the contract of beast mastery to borrow the capabilities of the great whale, eager to discern its effects. A white light subtly enveloped his body. Yet it did not obscure the assistance of the cerulean glow. Where his gaze fell, there was his immediate vicinity. This movement surpassed his speed within the mental realm by several folds. It seemed Tietao had sensed the looming threat, manifesting a layer of dark green scales upon its body. Flames erupted from its limbs, and its form began to fade. Iron-Tide unleashed a beam of white light toward Tietao. The white light detonated, engulfing the entire mental space in brilliance. Tietao let out a wail, its form immediately becoming discernible. Its eyes bore an expression of unspeakable fury directed at Iron-Tide. Iron-Tide's fists, one cold and one fiery, continued to pound upon Taoya's body, causing the dark green scales to shatter. The flames upon its limbs were subdued. After creating some distance, Iron-Tide found himself left with only the solidifying ice and a flame that continued to scorch him. Taoya's form grew increasingly insubstantial, seemingly devoid of the capacity to resist this time. Its body, once becoming ethereal, began to regain its original form as the black patterns upon it flickered, devouring the flames and ice that enveloped it. In Iron-Tide's hand, a golden light coalesced, the very essence he had wielded to vanquish Tietao previously. However, this time, the hue was deeper and more profound. A white light enveloped this golden essence, imbuing it with a heightened sense of sanctity. Iron-Tide hurled this golden light toward Tietao. The golden radiance appeared to traverse the very fabric of space, vanishing within Taoya's form upon release. A mournful cry resonated as Taoya's body swiftly became insubstantial. Gradually, the wailing subsided, and Tietao opened its gaping maw, directing a powerful suction towards Iron-Tide. Iron-Tide found himself irresistibly drawn toward Taoya's mouth, and in an instant, he was consumed. Within the belly of Tietao, all was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. A corrosive liquid enveloped him, and Iron-Tide's form rapidly began to dissipate. The radiant white light illuminated this space in an instant, causing the corrosive liquid to evaporate. He could distinctly perceive the patterns left behind from the abilities gained through consuming wild beast flesh. Each wild beast's bloodline manifested as a unique pattern in this realm. If he were to be digested here, would his bloodline not also be inscribed among them? Iron-Tide pondered. This white light seemed to possess a formidable restraining power over Tietao, gradually weakening its soul force. The space itself began to grow increasingly insubstantial. Through the ephemeral form, he discerned 2 beams of golden light. This was not something he had infused into the body of the Tietao. How could it have persisted until now? It seemed that the Tietao possessed a means to suppress this golden radiance. The white light that had moments ago clung to the golden glow resonated in response. The golden light surged once more, eliciting another mournful wail from the Tietao. The white light pierced through the Taoya's corporeal form, carrying Iron-Tide along with it. Upon glancing back at the Tietao, he observed that its entire being had nearly dissolved into nothingness. He needed to obliterate the Taoya's soul entirely and absorb its bloodline. The soul control secret technique was swiftly invoked. The black patterns adorning the Taoya's body began to transfer onto Iron-Tide, rapidly enveloping him. He also opened his mouth, reminiscent of how he had once been engulfed by the Taoya's maw. The nearly incorporeal Tietao could not resist Iron-Tide's drawing force and was drawn into his belly. The bloodline was in the process of being plundered. The white light encapsulated the Taoya's consciousness, gradually dissolving it bit by bit. Before long, Iron-Tide could sense that the Taoya's consciousness had ceased to exist. The white light separated from his body, transforming once again into a unicorn, vanishing from his awareness. His consciousness began to return, yet it felt as though a colossal dam had been breached within him, flooding his entire being with dark power. Iron-Tide's physical prowess surged rapidly, and his spiritual strength ascended at an alarming rate. Through the telescope, it was evident that Iron-Tide's transformation into a savage beast had intensified significantly. He had become a living embodiment of a savage beast, merely standing still. The sacred unicorn reformed into white light and vanished. Chapter 145, Semi-Complete Form. Gradually, the beastly features on Iron-Tide diminished, and he began to revert to his human form. The Taoya's aura dissipated entirely, and the patterns vanished, restoring him to his normal state. Without the assistance of the sacred unicorn, it would have been impossible for him to conquer the Tietao so swiftly. In fact, he could no longer perceive any remnant of the Tietao's soul. He glanced at his companions in the distance, suddenly realizing he could see the boundaries of this place. It seemed that the sacred unicorn had exerted great effort to contend with the Tietao, paying a significant price in the process. As they gathered together, white light materialized before them. It offered them no time for communication, revealing through its luminescence that the black savage beast still lingered within the cavern. It appeared that stepping out of the white light would lead them back into the cave. The ground beneath their feet began to shift, propelling them towards the white light. The moment they made contact with it, they reappeared inside the cave. The black-eaten dragon, upon witnessing their arrival, became exhilarated once more. One by one, the savage beasts, glowing with red light, entered the cavern, seemingly intent on launching an assault. The sacred unicorn also emerged from the white light, beams emanating from its horn, illuminating the entire cave. Each creature entering the cavern, imbued with red light, rapidly regained their senses under the white illumination. The black-eaten dragon let out a furious roar, releasing a cloud of black dust to combat the white light. Clearly, the dark forces vastly outnumbered the white. The unicorn summoned additional beams of white light, thoroughly suppressing the black dust. Other creatures gradually returned to normal, retreating inch by inch towards the cave's exit. Only the black-eaten dragon remained, locked in confrontation with them. The sacred unicorn turned to Iron Tide, signaling it was his turn to enter the fray. He did not hesitate. The black patterns swiftly enveloped his body. His form expanded rapidly, initiating his transformation into a beast. Gradually, he morphed into a humanoid savage beast, distinctly different from the complete Tietao. Iron Tide dashed to the side of the black-eaten dragon, delivering a dual strike of ice and fire upon its body. His fists inflicted no wounds. Yet the dual flames incessantly corroded its form. The black-eaten dragon swiftly leaped back, unleashing plumes of black breath towards Iron Tide. In response, Iron Tide opened his mouth to inhale the entirety of this breath. The Tietao's bloodline within him rapidly decomposed the black substance contained in the breath. The black-eaten dragon's gaze towards Iron Tide grew increasingly serious, as more dark matter emanated from its body. This dark substance coalesced upon it, forming two long, purplish-black horns atop its head, and its entire being radiated a purplish-black glow. The black-eaten dragon had transitioned into an alternate form, its wings also enveloped in this dark matter, solidifying into a black shell. Its previously soft body had become exceedingly rigid. With a flap of its wings, an onslaught of black material surged towards Iron Tide and the others. The white light emanating from the sacred unicorn continuously thwarted these dark intrusions. Iron Tide was still acclimating to his body. The brief skirmish did not allow him to master his current state fully. He required more time. The white light flickered as the sacred unicorn, accompanied by its companions and beast, re-entered the grassy expanse. Observing the battlefield through the white light, it was evident that this area had shrunk once more. The black-eaten dragon's movements had noticeably accelerated, and its combat style had transformed entirely. The assaults grew more ferocious, with dark matter exploding around Iron Tide. The confined cavern afforded him little room for evasion. Most of the black substance was consumed by the black patterns on Iron Tide's body, leaving only a small portion to infiltrate him. He could feel this black matter gradually eroding his sanity. It was clear that this battle could not be prolonged. Iron Tide charged towards it, at least harnessing the strength of his three summoned beasts. Unexpectedly, he discovered he could, much like in the realm of consciousness, wield some spatial abilities drawn from the great whale. His consciousness locked onto the rear of the black-eaten dragon's body. In an instant, his form was teleported there. The intense tearing sensation in space was palpable, and even with his enhanced physicality, he felt a sharp pain. Iron Tide disregarded everything else, his hands like claws, fiercely raking at the purplish-black shell. With a vigorous pull, the shell was torn away. Everything transpired too swiftly for the black-eaten dragon to react. It let out a wretched cry, enveloped in a cloud of black matter. This dark substance detonated, triggering a chain reaction that shook the cavern to its core. Debris rained down from above. The cave could no longer withstand such an assault. Neither combatant, human nor beast, showed any intention of retreating. The falling debris had no bearing on them. Iron Tide moved with uncanny agility, tearing off piece after piece of the purplish-black shell. The black-eaten dragon's defenses weakened further. Once again, black matter surged forth, spreading throughout the cavern. Iron Tide continued to teleport as before, but this time, the black-eaten dragon struck him with its tail, slamming him against the cave wall. Numerous cracks appeared in the wall, evidencing the immense force behind the blow. Iron Tide teleported once more, yet unexpectedly. He was met with the same devastating attack again. He rose from the cave wall, hesitant to teleport again. Tietao's form underwent a further transformation, becoming more beast-like. His physique expanding once more, and two horns sprouting from his head. With increased velocity, he charged at the black, eroding dragon, delivering a powerful punch that struck its head. The dragon's horns clashed against Tietao's fist, crimson blood trickling slowly onto its skull, now adorned with only one remaining horn. The dragon's piercing howl compelled Tietao to retreat slightly, creating distance as he sought to dispel the surrounding dark matter. Flames erupted from his body, dispersing the black substance into thin wisps of smoke that were carried away by the wind. As the howling ceased, vast quantities of black matter were incinerated by the flames. The dragon's eyes gradually turned a fiery red, and its attacks intensified, each strike filling the voids of black matter. Slowly, the darkness reclaimed the area. In this clash of strength, Tietao found himself at a disadvantage. The black eroding dragon distanced itself from him, a glimmer of gold appearing amidst its dark form. As if shedding its skin, half of the dragon underwent a violent metamorphosis. The severed horn reformed, no longer composed of black matter, but now a solid horn. With half of its body transformed into brilliant gold, dense scales now covered its entire being, and it was imperative to prevent any further evolution. Chapter 146, Complete Form. Tietao evades. Tietao regarded the creature, half golden and half black, with heightened caution. He had unleashed all his power. Yet he was uncertain if he could breach the golden scales. Utilizing spatial transfer, he instantaneously appeared on the golden side, eager to test the defenses of this golden armor. He struck with the same force as before against the golden scales, only to feel as though he were hitting a thick steel plate. Redirecting his focus, he resumed his assault on the black side, which still retained its previous responsiveness. Unexpectedly, a crimson glow began to emanate from Tietao, raising concerns of potential control. No one answered Lu Ming's inquiry, as none could foresee how the situation would evolve. They could only observe. Tietao's attacks grew increasingly formidable, forcing the black eroding dragon to adopt its golden side for direct confrontation, concealing its black side behind. However, Tietao's ability to teleport allowed him to continue targeting the black side. Gradually, he discerned something amiss. With each attack, the black half diminished, while more black matter scattered in the air around him. Explosions erupted nearby, prompting Tietao to distance himself. The dragon's black skin rapidly shed, transforming into swirling black matter that coiled around it. Its once violet-black horns solidified into gold, signaling that the black eroding dragon had seemingly evolved into an entirely different creature. Faced with this beast, Tietao found himself at a loss. Unbeknownst to him, the crimson glow enveloping him began to fade, replaced by a surge of black light. His aura intensified, as if confidence surged back within him. As the explosion subsided, Tietao swiftly teleported behind the creature. Black light coalesced into sharp claws upon his hands, which he drove into the golden scales, causing black blood to seep from the fractured armor. The black matter continued to proliferate. In mere minutes, the crimson glow re-emerged around Tietao, sharpening the ferocity of his attacks, though his consciousness began to wane. He sensed a delay in his brain's responses. Yet his innate talent of 9 minds and 3 hearts allowed him to switch between his main and auxiliary consciousnesses. In an instant, clarity returned to his mind. Despite the influence of the black matter, his awareness remained untainted. The black eroding dragon, feeling smug in its previous offensive, was taken aback by the rapid recovery of Tietao's consciousness. More black matter erupted from beneath the golden scales, and the crimson glow intensified, the rate of erosion surpassing that of before. Gradually, his second brain began to respond sluggishly. He swiftly switched to his third brain. At this pace, he could endure for some time. Tietao's claws inflicted numerous wounds upon the creature, each scar showing no signs of healing. Time flew by, and after half an hour of combat, he had switched to his 6th brain. At last, the power of devouring surged within him, consuming all the black matter in his body. His consciousness was clearer than ever, though his strength had diminished somewhat. It was likely that the next act of devouring would require more time, and he needed to slay the beast before losing consciousness entirely with his final brain. Black light erupted around him, more abundant than before, coalescing into a suit of pitch-black armor that bore no resemblance to the azure dragon of the Diyun Society. Anomalies had begun to manifest on his body, and he resolved to seek knowledge regarding this phenomenon or to consult with the azure dragon at a future opportunity. The golden beast's forepaw struck Tietao, but the obsidian armor absorbed the blow, sending him crashing against the wall. At the moment of impact, Tietao reappeared beneath the golden beast. His awareness was at its peak, one claw engulfed in scarlet flames, the other suffused with icy blue fire. Executing the 18 styles of awe, poison dragon drill, the The juxtaposition of fire and ice surged through Tietao as he plunged into the golden creature's form. Black blood seeped from the wounds, rapidly infiltrating his armor and reaching his skin. The black liquid coursed swiftly into him, and in an instant, Tietao's consciousness faded. As he switched brains, he lost awareness once more. During this transition, the flames and icy fire vanished from his hands. Yet he continued to tear at the golden creature's flesh. More black blood flowed toward him, forming a lethal cycle. His brain switched rapidly, unable to keep pace with the speed of the encroaching darkness. It was a race to see who would falter first. Black blood holes emerged across the golden beast's body. At the moment of switching brains, he sensed the foul aura of the golden creature diminishing. It became a contest of endurance. With the seventh brain activated, his body became inundated with black blood. A radiant white light reappeared within the cave. The milky glow enveloped the entire space, ensuring the golden beast could not escape. The creature's crimson eyes fixed upon the holy unicorn. He found himself locked in a life-and-death struggle with the grotesque, humanoid beast. At this critical juncture, he faced a dire choice. Either abandon the fierce battle against Tietao or brave the onslaught of attacks from both sides to escape. Regrettably, the path to retreat had been sealed behind him, and breaking through would demand precious time. Thus, he resolved to fight with all his might. The sacred unicorn launched an assault on the golden creature, their horns clashing with a resounding impact. The pearlescent radiance collided with the dark matter, each force countering the other, simultaneously depleting both combatants. Tietao could distinctly sense the diminishing flow of black blood from the creature. He shifted his focus to his final cerebral reserve. Though his consciousness felt sluggish, he managed to retain a semblance of awareness. He knew he must hold out for at least another half-hour to regain his previous state. Gradually, he began to adapt to the golden beast's movements, for time was of the essence. The pearlescent glow enveloped him as well, and his awareness began to sharpen, allowing him to regain control of his actions. His brain could now fully command his body. Flames reignited in his hands, and a barrage of fireballs hurled toward the beast, initiating Tietao's signature ranged attack mode. Chapter 147, Mutual Destruction. The battle reached its climax, with fireballs of contrasting colors bombarding the creature. Under the extremes of heat and cold, its scales began to fracture. Yet, the black blood did not seep from its form. The remaining dark matter was evidently scarce. Tietao's assaults, though impactful, could no longer significantly alter the tide of battle. The clash of black and white light persisted, with more and more scales shattering. The golden beast paid no heed to Tietao, emitting a low, resonant growl that echoed through the air. A faint sound traveled beyond the white glow. Two fire dragons stationed nearby responded to the call, soaring back toward the cavern. One dragon burst through the cave entrance, but the other was blocked from entry. Upon entering, the dragon's body swiftly melted, transforming into dark matter that flowed into the golden beast, rapidly repairing its scales. In less than a minute, the dragon was reduced to a pile of bones. Just then, the second fire dragon made its entrance, pouring more dark matter into the creature's body. A process Tietao could not avert. The golden beast's growl intensified, its body glowing red as it approached the cavern. The sacred unicorn managed to maintain the current situation, protecting those within, who were enveloped in a layer of white light and promptly transported out of the cave. The red glow loomed ever closer, undoubtedly signaling an imminent assault from the crimson-tinged beasts. Oh no, what should we do? Lu Ming gazed at the multitude of beasts scrambling up the mountain, utterly at a loss. With no path of retreat remaining, they had no choice but to stand their ground. Tang Shuang's two summoned beasts were prepared for battle. Having not idly passed their time in the sacred unicorn's domain, their strength had indeed grown. Shortly after Lu Ming and his companions were expelled, Tietao too was sent forth. Upon witnessing Tietao's emergence, Lu Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Tietao had become their pillar of strength, arguably their most formidable warrior. Before Lu Ming could utter a word, Tietao surged forward, tearing apart low-level beasts effortlessly. Even the more formidable fourth-tier creatures could scarcely withstand his relentless assaults. It seemed that a single individual was sufficient to hold the line against the oncoming tide of beasts. As fatigue began to set in, he did not hesitate to seize a few fragments of the fallen beasts from the ground, devouring them whole. The flesh rapidly digested within his stomach, transforming into invigorating warmth that replenished his stamina. With each battle, Tietao grew bolder, his digestive prowess accelerating. The dark aura surrounding him surged once more as the black matter within him was completely purged. The speed of his consumption and digestion far exceeded his expectations. He had yet to fully harness this formidable ability. His aura intensified, now several times more potent than before, instilling a primal fear in the beasts that once dared to confront him. The roars from the cavern echoed again, more urgent than before. The golden beast within seemed increasingly agitated, as reinforcements meant to replenish its dark matter were still absent. Scanning the area, the number of glowing red beasts dwindled. One beast suddenly split open, and a smaller black creature emerged from within. Tietao, upon seeing it, felt a surge of murderous intent. It bore a striking resemblance to the golden beast in the cavern. In an instant, he traversed the expanse, reaching the creature's side. Grasping its wings with his claws, he tore with all his might, ripping them away. The black beast emitted low growls, but Tietao showed no signs of mercy. His fiery claws plunged into its chest, flames raging within as the black matter was swiftly consumed, leaving only the crackling sounds of combustion. Not a single red glowing beast could be spared. Each one posed a grave threat, a potential future calamity. Tietao's slaughter accelerated, his strength now rivaling that of certain third-tier beasts. The mountain path became increasingly coated with black blood. As the count dwindled to fewer than 100, the beasts simultaneously ruptured. More black creatures emerged, having developed their own consciousness, no longer advancing toward the cavern, but seeking to flee. Their wings lacked the strength to lift them into the air, and they would require time, perhaps precious little time at that. In the face of these defenseless creatures, Tietao remained relentless and unforgiving. It was not until he felled the last black beast that his spirit finally reached its limit. Collapsing onto the mountain path, he gazed up at the cerulean sky and closed his eyes. The dark armor enveloping him, along with his aura, vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and his three companions remained hesitant, wary of making a move. The blood-soaked mountain path still presented a perilous threat. Having witnessed Tietao covered in black blood, they felt their own resolve wane regarding their equipment. In the cavern, both beasts had reached their limits. The white light sealing the cave entrance had inexplicably dissipated, and the sacred unicorn's form grew increasingly indistinct. The golden beast, too, could no longer rise, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, its wounds unable to draw forth another drop of blood. In a final desperate attempt, the golden beast rose once more, its claws striking fiercely at the sacred unicorn. Piercing through its form, a torrent of blinding white light assailed the body of the golden beast, swiftly corroding its form, revealing patches of exposed bone. Should anyone have been present to witness this spectacle, they would have observed the white light gradually dimming, while the golden scales within the cavern diminished in number. The emerging skeletal remains became increasingly prominent. As the light within the cave began to fade, the sound of bones clattering echoed throughout. All of this had transpired. They turned their gaze back towards the cave, finding neither white nor gold remaining. Only a heap of white bones lay before them. The black blood on the mountain path began to evaporate, dissipating into ethereal wisps of smoke. The mountain trail reverted to its original state, the only discernible change being the addition of several skeletal remains. Upon glancing into the cave, they found nothing but a pile of white bones. No other remnants remained. It could not have been in vain. Lu Ming ventured into the cave and emerged with a pair of golden horns. Though uncertain of their potential uses, he was convinced they were valuable artifacts. Chapter 148, Return. The mountain path had returned to its former appearance, with the sole alteration being the presence of additional bones. Lu Ming and his companions descended the trail, eventually spotting the fallen Iron Tide. Tang Shuang leaned in to check for signs of life. Still breathing. Together, Tang Shuang and Lu Ming hoisted Iron Tide up. The team reassembled and continued their descent. Several hours later, they emerged from the mountains. The ancient earth carried them upon its back, progressing towards the safety zone. As the stars shifted in the night sky, Iron Tide slowly regained consciousness the following day. Witnessing the moving sky and feeling the vibrations beneath him, at least they were safe now, though his body felt hollow. "Iron Tide, you're awake," exclaimed Tang Shuang upon noticing Iron Tide's opened eyes. Awake, but reluctant to move, he replied, continuing to gaze at the sky. He still struggled to comprehend the world of the beasts, as well as the enigmatic nature of the void world. It seemed as though the two realms were starkly dissimilar. "Hey, rise and shine, it's time for breakfast." Tang Shuang playfully kicked Iron Tide's backside. Before Iron Tide could get up, Tang Shuang let out a yelp. "Goodness, is your backside made of steel?" Seated atop the ancient earth turtle, Tang Shuang massaged his foot. Iron Tide climbed to his feet, retrieving a substantial amount of beast meat from his spatial storage. Flames danced upon his hands as he roasted the meat, golden drippings sizzling and cascading onto the turtle's shell. Sprinkling seasonings over the sizzling morsels, he began to feast. Goodness, paired with a bowl of rice, this would be the ultimate soul-stirring meal. Lu Ming gasped in awe. Ignoring Lu Ming, Iron Tide continued to consume the roasted beast meat, opting to remain focused on his own cooking rather than joining the others. Once Tang Shuang and the others finished their meal, Iron Tide showed no signs of halting his consumption. The beast meat was rapidly digested within him, as if he had transformed into a gluttonous entity with an insatiable appetite. The heat surged through his body, steadily alleviating his sense of emptiness. The dripping oil from the ancient earth turtle flowed down in droplets. After more than 2 hours, Irontide finally ceased his feasting. His strength had been restored, yet he still felt no sense of fullness. Unlike before, he could distinctly sense the benefits he had derived from the beast meat. The gluttonous bloodline vividly communicated these sensations to him. Irontide realized that the beast meat had transformed into energy for storage rather than bestowing him with additional abilities. For days later, they successfully returned to the safety zone. Throughout their journey, they encountered no beasts. Upon arrival, they were immediately surrounded by a contingent of soldiers, which stirred a sense of unease within them, as disputes were prohibited within the safety zone. "Have you encountered any other hunting teams?" the soldiers inquired after escorting them down. "We saw a few on the way out, but none on the return," Tang Shuang replied, shrugging his shoulders in an honest manner. He navigated the situation with ease. They were soon granted passage and returned to the lounge. The stream is no longer suitable for hunting. The beasts are scarce, and the military has tightened its control here. "Wow, there are so few people returning this time," Lu Ming lamented, struggling to find the right words to express his thoughts. Over the span of half a month, only a handful of individuals had returned. Numerous hunting teams had not made it back. "Shouldn't we investigate the reasons?" Tang Shuang said, reclining. "It's likely due to that black beast," Luomi remarked pensively. Such a beast was exceedingly lethal. No living creature could survive in its territory. Wang Feng also expressed his fear of the black beast. "But how could that be? The sacred unicorn should be capable of confronting that beast, right?" Luomi countered. "Indeed. We owe our return to it. Otherwise, we would not have made it back." Tang Shuang had closed his eyes, unwilling to ponder these matters any further. Since the area had been sealed off, the shops and street vendors had dwindled by more than half. With fewer people around, business had naturally declined. Their recent haul had been decent, and they entrusted the unnecessary materials to the Luo Corporation for processing. There was insufficient time to prepare for another expedition to different hunting zones. They planned to return home and utilize this interval to dispose of the beast materials they had collected. The wealth garnered from this expedition could hardly be equated to the risks undertaken. In terms of beast mastery, this experience had yielded only a marginal profit. After all, within the sacred unicorn's realm, not only had their beast mastery increased, but Irontide's physical prowess had also seen considerable enhancement. Irontide had even harnessed the gluttonous entity within him. Lu Ming needed to return home, first to return the ancient earth turtle. The remaining time would be spent preparing to reunite in the capital. The team temporarily parted ways, while the others boarded the great whale, soaring towards the capital from the skies. On the back of the great whale, Irontide retrieved a bloodline testing device and once again submitted his blood for analysis. The results were markedly different from before. The report indicated that Irontide possessed a mixed bloodline, akin to that of the great whale, signifying a new biological lineage. The mixed beast bloodline was marked as unknown. As Irontide perused the report, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. If he could find another individual with a beast bloodline and ascertain their similarities, he would feel a sense of relief. He tread a path uncharted by records. Life must persist, and he had to process the materials at hand. 3 days later, they arrived at the headquarters of the Luo Corporation in the capital. This place could be described as a trading hub for beast materials. They entrusted all unnecessary beast materials to the Luo Corporation for processing. The materials from the iron-skinned rhino were substantial, supplemented by the remains of the male fire dragon and various miscellaneous materials, which netted them a considerable sum. The tusks of the colossal boar from the mountains were also entrusted to the Roche group for the crafting of 2 disassembly knives. Lu Ming held a pair of golden horns in his arms, and they remained uncertain about how to proceed with them. The Roche group had not collected them for several days. The research required for such unknown materials was extensive. They could not simply be dismantled for use as materials for wild beasts, and even repurposing them for other creations would necessitate a series of trials. Thus, the horns were kept within Tietao's storage space, perhaps to be utilized in the future. Once these tasks were concluded, they found themselves with more than enough time before the commencement of classes. For Tietao, this was manageable, but Lu Ming began to feel a twinge of boredom. During the holiday, he had little to occupy his time, and his beast taming skills had already reached a considerable level. Wang Feng was busy revising for the junior beast tamer examination, diligently following in Tietao's footsteps. Meanwhile, Tang Shuang had mysteriously vanished. Luomi was contentedly practicing her soul power at home. Lu Ming, therefore, resorted to watching the match footage of the master of reverse attributes, Sha Dushi, along with various other beast battles, hoping to gain some combat experience. Chapter 149, The Underground Beast Battle to the Death. In just a few days in the capital, Lu Ming stumbled upon an intriguing venture, an underground beast arena. He felt a surge of excitement, realizing that among his beasts, Only Ba Jie was suitable for participation, while the others were not particularly suited for such competitions. He planned to borrow a few beasts for the event. Without hesitation, Tietao lent out the roasted meat, aware that it understood the consequences of defeat and recognized the bloodline within Taitao's being. Under Lu Ming's persistent persuasion, Tang Shuang decided to accompany him to the underground beast arena. He did not even bother to ask Wang Feng, knowing full well that he would refuse to lend any beasts. The two of them, accompanied by 4 beasts, confidently made their way to the underground arena. Naturally, the arena was situated beneath the ground. They had never imagined that such a grand arena existed in the capital. Although they had heard of it before, they had never visited. Upon entering, they realized it was their first time there, and the question arose, would they be spectators or participants? Of course, they intended to participate. A glint of pride shimmered in Tang Shuang's eyes. Follow me, said a man, leading them. The beast arena determines both life and death. You must first sign the death contract. Tang Shuang felt a shiver run down his spine. He had not anticipated such a contest, especially since he would be using his own beasts. However, having gained confidence from their earlier venture, he strode forward proudly behind the man. 2 contracts were presented to them. After a quick inspection revealed no issues, they signed them. The underground beast arena involved wagering. Winning would yield a reward of 20 of the battle stakes. You two may rest in the lounge for a while. I will notify you before your match. Here are your identification cards. Please keep them safe. As the man departed, Tang Shuang remarked, this feels akin to a spa treatment, receiving identification cards upon arrival. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. How would I know? Mine says 36D, which is rather peculiar. And mine is 37, he retorted. As they bantered, the man returned, announcing, contestant number 36, please bring your 2 beasts to the arena. Damn. It turns out it's not 36D, Lu Ming quipped, following the man along with the roasted meat and baga. Upon entering the arena, the brightness was several times greater than that of the lounge. The arena had been well designed to protect the beasts, allowing for close-range commands without the need for secret techniques, ensuring an exhilarating event. The roasted meat strutted into the arena, and being a 4th-tier beast, it faced another beast of the same rank. Ba Jie, however, had a tougher match against a similarly ranked wild beast, making its participation a bit more challenging. Upon entering, the roasted meat simply lay on the ground, refusing to move. Laughter erupted from the audience. Ignoring the jeers, the roasted meat flopped its ears down, blocking out the noise. Humph, not listening, it seemed to declare. As the opposing beast was slow to enter, the roasted meat's eyes began to droop, on the verge of sleep. After a 10-minute wait, the opponent finally appeared, another pig-like beast, though its size was comparable to that of the colossal boar. However, this one was entirely black. What on earth is that pig? It's pitch black, Lu Ming exclaimed, surprised to find the sound system amplified. The black pig emitted puffs of white vapor from its nostrils, glaring menacingly at Lu Ming from behind the transparent wall. The host, seeing both beasts ready, announced, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 31st match, the Great Pig Showdown. The battle to the death begins. As the host concluded, a voice echoed from the opposing corner, trample him, Black Mountain Old Pig. The massive black pig raised its front hooves, preparing to stomp on the prone roasted meat. Humph, piggy, slaughtering piggy, why the haste to turn on each other? Rolling and tumbling, the roasted meat narrowly evaded the black pig's onslaught. Slowly, the roasted meat opened its eyes and began to rise. Flames flickered to life around it, causing the arena's temperature to surge. What is wrong with your air conditioning? Why is it so hot? Disgruntled murmurs arose from the audience. Dear spectators, our air conditioning is being adjusted to the optimal temperature. Please bear with us, the host announced as the heat gradually subsided. The black pig watched the roasted meat warily. It had no desire to engage with those flames. The roasted meat, however, showed no intent to attack, merely extending a hoof towards the black pig, which appeared to be taunting. The black pig, irritable and snorting, charged forward. Yet before it could get close, its fur began to curl under the heat. Suddenly, a wall of ice materialized before it. With a resounding crash, the black pig collided with the icy barrier, shards scattering everywhere. The temperature in the arena plummeted rapidly, causing spectators to shiver. Ads on the arena walls flashed. Caution, sudden temperature changes, beware of colds. Try our fluffy pastries. Are you doing this on purpose with such advertisements? Lu Ming grumbled, while the host silently lowered the banner. The black pig shook its head, now even more cautious of the roasted meat. Observing this, Lu Ming relaxed, reclining in his seat with a casual demeanor, humming a tune in a tuneless manner, unbothered by the melody. The roasted meat pressed its ears against its head to block out the sound. The black pig has become increasingly irritable, relentlessly launching assaults across the arena, while the braised pork evades its attacks with an air of leisurely grace. The black pig consistently fails to make contact with the braised pork, grunting softly. It seems to ponder, shall I attack? With that, the braised pork gathers its strength and charges toward the larger black pig. The icy blue flames enveloping its body swiftly transform into a vibrant crimson, trailing behind as it takes flight. The braised pork soars into the air, its forehooves extended like a superhero, colliding with the black pig. The impact is swift. The braised pork manages to latch onto the black pig's back, leveraging the force to flip over and ride atop it. Chapter 150. The pork Superman. The rosy-hued pig perches atop the black pig, flames scorching its back, intensifying the pain. The black pig writhes, attempting to dislodge its diminutive rider, but to no avail. The braised pork clings tightly, refusing to be shaken off. As this is a battle of life and death with no option for surrender, the black pig's dark fur regenerates, becoming even more resilient than before, resembling sharp black steel needles that the phoenix flames struggle to consume in a brief span. The old hairs are rapidly shed, replaced by new ones, shooting toward the braised pork. In response, the braised pork instantly transforms its flames into an icy essence. The collision of the hard bristles against the thin layer of ice produces a series of sharp clangs. The once charred skin, seared by the flames, quickly cracks under the extreme cold, blood oozing from the wounds, splattering the black pig with fresh crimson stains. This agony drives the black pig into a frenzied state, and it charges toward the arena wall. With a resounding crash, the braised pork is finally flung away, tumbling through the air before landing with a thud. Now thoroughly enraged, the braised pork emits wisps of red flames from its nostrils, signaling its fury. Even as the black pig shakes its head in confusion, the braised pork swiftly regains its footing and charges once more. The flames enveloping its form ignite anew, propelling it forward with remarkable speed. A colossal jet of flame bursts forth from its mouth, engulfing the entire black pig. The searing heat jolts the black pig back to awareness, its body ablaze. Desperate to extinguish the flames, the black pig attempts its previous strategy, but this time the flames cling tenaciously to its skin, far more resolute than before. The torment of being scorched drives it to charge at the braised pork, jaws wide open to bite. The braised pork, however, does not grant this opportunity. Using its flames to accelerate away, two fiery pigs race around the arena, with the black pig unable to catch up to the braised pork. Had this taken place on the plains, the black pig would have fled long ago, but within the confines of the arena, there is no escape. The black pig's fur is singed away until only its pale skin remains, which soon begins to char again under the relentless flames. It is unclear how many laps they have made around the arena, but when the braised pork finally comes to a halt, it is nearly stumbling over its own feet. Disoriented, the now white-black pig lies motionless at one side of the arena. Though still alive, death is surely imminent. This battle, without a doubt, belongs to the braised pork. As the braised pork exits the arena, there is no applause, only the sound of countless sneezes. The alternating extremes of heat and cold have left many spectators with colds. The flames in the arena extinguish, and the staff removes the charred black pig, leaving behind a pool of golden grease. Lu Ming's second match features Baga, facing off against the fourth-ranked Aoyama monkey. Baga, a fifth-tier competitor, stands only at the height of the monkey's shins. In terms of might, Baga is clearly outmatched. Clad in a specially made-down jacket by Lu Ming, Baga strides onto the arena with a confidence that seems oblivious to its surroundings. Inside the arena, the Aoyama monkey awaits. Unfazed, Baga unzips its jacket, revealing its robust physique. Mimicking a move seen on television, it swiftly discards the jacket onto the stage, beckoning to the Aoyama monkey with a wing. "Come at me," it seems to call, but the monkey remains unimpressed. Before the announcer can declare the match's commencement, the two have already begun to engage, with Baga being overwhelmed. Seizing a brief opening, Baga glances at Lu Ming and nods. Understanding the signal, Lu Ming bellows, invoking the exploding garment technique. The command reverberates, and Baga's form rapidly expands until it matches the size of the Aoyama monkey. With newfound strength, Baga pushes aside the monkey with a wing. At this moment, Baga and the Aoyama monkey are nearly equal in power. Lu Ming shouts for a flurry of slaps, and Baga's other wing begins to rain blows upon the monkey's face. Baga, however, is rather single-minded, focusing on one side of the monkey's face. The Aoyama monkey seizes an opportunity to push Baga away, preparing for another strike. Baga tilts its head, sensing something amiss. It is far too asymmetric. The left side of the monkey's face is swollen, while the right remains unscathed. Baga, the divine, demands fairness. Strike his right cheek. Lu Ming insists. Enlightened, Baga rushes toward the monkey, but before it can reach, the Aoyama monkey seizes its wing and slams it to the ground. Quickly recovering, Baga feels a surge of power coursing through its body, believing itself to be stronger than before. It charges once again at the Aoyama monkey. After several exchanges, Baga finally closes in on the monkey, delivering a series of slaps to its right cheek. Instantly, the monkey's right side swells, and Baga tilts its head, observing the newfound symmetry. Seating itself atop the Aoyama monkey, Baga alternates slaps, ensuring both sides of the monkey's face match. After 3 or 4 dozen strikes, Baga finally nods in satisfaction and climbs off, giving Lu Ming an awkward thumbs up. Looking at the Aoyama monkey, Lu Ming finds it now far more agreeable. Both sides of its face are strikingly symmetrical. The fallen Aoyama monkey struggles to rise, its eyes glowing with a blood-red hue as its injuries begin to heal rapidly. Seeing this, Baga's displeasure mounts. Its masterpiece is vanishing. With chest puffed out, it strides toward the Aoyama monkey. In a fit of rage, the monkey lands a powerful punch squarely on Baga's chest. The force of this punch far exceeded Baga's expectations, colliding forcefully against the arena's wall. The more pain he endured, the greater his strength became. He pried himself off the wall, dusted himself off, and charged once more towards the Aoyama ape. Turbo duck, Lu Ming promptly warned. Baga suddenly understood. His webbed feet began to flail rapidly, carving a deep gash into the arena floor. The Aoyama ape, caught off guard by Baga's swiftness, was sent flying, one of Baga's wings pinning its fur against the wall. Baga resumed crafting his masterpiece. Chapter 151, The Villa, a scene so familiar. The Aoyama ape was pried off the wall by Baga and crashed heavily onto the ground. Baga looked down at the fallen Aoyama ape with a disdainful gaze. The Aoyama ape attempted to rise. Each time it tried, Baga delivered a swift kick to thwart its efforts. It remained down, even as it entered a frenzied state. The true strength of the terror duck lay in its resilience. As long as it was wounded but not dead, overcoming higher-level opponents was merely routine. Coupled with the nourishment from the unicorn's space, its bloodline had awakened partially. While it had become more foolish, it had also grown stronger. With the enhancement of the explosive garment secret technique, its power had surged even further. Ultimately, the Aoyama ape surrendered, no longer wishing to rise, seemingly resigned to its fate, awaiting Baga's final blow. However, Baga seemed too indifferent to deliver that final strike and prepared to leave. Picking up his duck-down jacket, he draped it over his shoulder. Suddenly, the Aoyama ape surged up and charged at Baga. In this arena of life and death, there was little room for mercy. A punch landed on Baga, who turned to face it, his expression filled with contempt. He spun around and struck back, sending the Aoyama ape flying against the opposite wall. Baga gazed pityingly at the Aoyama ape embedded in the wall as he walked step by step towards the exit. With a resounding crash, Baga collided with the specially designed transparent wall. The Aoyama ape fell from the wall, struggling to rise, emitting a hoarse roar filled with rage towards Baga's retreating figure. Many of its teeth had already fallen out. Baga glanced back at the Aoyama ape, whose mouth was now nearly devoid of teeth. Gaga gaga. What did you say? The Aoyama ape crashed heavily to the ground, blood oozing from its mouth and ears, becoming motionless. The transparent wall opened, and Baga exited. Lu Ming, clutching braised pork, hurriedly led the way to the lounge. Upon entering the lounge, Baga's backlash hit him. His form rapidly shrank, becoming mottled with blue and purple. He collapsed to the ground, motionless. Had it not been for the soul contract ensuring his well-being, he would have been quite alarmed. Finished? Tang Shuang inquired. Yes, a complete victory. Is this truly a complete victory? Tang Shuang pointed at the collapsed Baga, having defeated a rank 4 Aoyama ape. Lu Ming hoisted Baga from the ground and retrieved a triangle bell from his backpack. A single strike roused Baga from his stupor. Gaga gaga gaga. He swiftly devoured the food provided in the lounge, leaving even the braised pork beside him in stunned silence. His eating speed surpassed even that of the braised pork. Just as Baga indulged in his feast, a voice announced, "Today's matches have been temporarily concluded. All present are requested to leave." Many in the lounge began to grumble. "What's this? Aren't you continuing the matches today?" "We can continue, but there are hardly any spectators left. If you wish to proceed, be my guest." After this, the speaker fell silent, and one by one, they exited the lounge, grumbling under their breaths. It appeared that there would be no opportunity for me to compete today. "You earn money today, treat us." Upon hearing the word treat, the braised pork immediately clamped onto Lu Ming's pant leg, signaling him frantically to pay. All right. I shall treat you." Only then did the braised pork release its grip. Lu Ming settled the match's prize money and left with Tang Shuang and the others. His face contorted in frustration after being thoroughly drained by the braised pork. "You eat far too much. This meager prize money is already gone thanks to you. Having earned money, how could we not enjoy a good meal?" Tang Shuang replied with an air of entitlement. "But you can't eat like this." Huh. I exerted effort. I shall eat as I please." The braised pork declared, pointing its front hoof at Lu Ming in a lecturing manner. All right. You are all the big shots. I shall take my leave. After settling the bill, Lu Ming took Baga away. Baga had consumed enough in the lounge and showed no interest in further food. Had this fellow eaten here too, they would have barely enough prize money to go around. After Tang Shuang returned with the braised pork, the villa was entirely empty. Do you know where Tietao is? Tang Shuang asked the braised pork. The braised pork anthropomorphically scratched its chin, pointing upstairs. Tang Shuang understood and stealthily ascended the stairs, pressing his ear against Luo Mi's door to listen intently. Tietao's door opened without a sound. Luo Mi and Tietao stood in the hallway, gazing at Tang Shuang in bewilderment. Suddenly, Luo Mi's expression changed, and heavy footsteps echoed behind Tang Shuang. That must be Tietao's footsteps. Just as Tang Shuang murmured this, he clamped his mouth shut. Now was not the time for speech. Luo Mi kicked Tang Shuang in the backside, sending him tumbling down the stairs. The familiar scene unfolded before her eyes. It turned out he had fallen in precisely this manner last time. Indeed, this fellow was incorrigible. At the bottom of the stairs, Tang Shuang lay awkwardly on his back, gazing up at Tietao and Luo Mi. So you're all here. Tang Shuang quickly sprang up, straightening his clothes as if nothing had transpired moments before. I just got back. I brought you guys some takeout from Xingchang's. Tietao remained silent, knowing through experience that it was best to refrain from speaking at such moments. Time to eat. Tietao followed Luo Mi to prepare for their meal. Ever since his bloodline awakened, Tietao's appetite had increased dramatically. After every regular meal, he needed to consume vast amounts of wild beast meat. This energy continued to accumulate within him, perhaps waiting for the day when he could seize the bloodlines of other wild beasts. After finishing a simple meal, Tietao suddenly noticed the tag hanging from Tang Shuang's hand. Luo Mi noticed it as well. Clearly off to indulge in some pampering. You didn't even return the tag. What are you talking about? This was given for participating in the beast taming competition downstairs. As he spoke, Tang Shuang removed the tag from his hand. Tietao took it and examined it, confirming the mark. This is the domain of the Dianshura, and it appears that he will also make a trip to the beastmaster competition beneath. Next time you venture to this place, do give me a shout. What? Are you interested as well? I'm not particularly interested. I merely wish to take a glimpse. All right, just remember not to bet against me. Tang Shuang declared with unwavering confidence. Now, follow me to the laboratory shortly to awaken your golden Pikachu. I shall. Chapter 152, The Stream Assault Plan. After finishing their meal, Tietao escorted Tang Shuang to the laboratory. Previously, they had intended to awaken the golden Pikachu in the wilderness, but due to relentless demands, they had not found the opportunity to proceed. Inside the laboratory, all equipment was meticulously restored to its rightful place. The once desolate laboratory regained its former semblance. Tietao's alchemical skills had noticeably accelerated compared to before. Aside from the time needed to heat the herbs, all other processes were significantly expedited. Tang Shuang gazed at Tietao, eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? The alchemical process has improved again? Tang Shuang appeared thoroughly taken aback. Shortly thereafter, a vial of potion was successfully concocted, depleting the remaining materials from the Thunder Wolf beast. The awakening process was akin to the previous method, however. The creature exhibited no resistance. Having witnessed Tietao's formidable prowess, it dared not resist like the spectral white tiger. It was aware of the consequences. Fully cognizant of Tietao's might, the golden Pikachu was exceedingly compliant, following instructions without hesitation, and the awakening was completed seamlessly. After the awakening, the pair parted ways, with Tang Shuang taking the golden Pikachu for grooming while Tietao headed to Ding Jianya's laboratory, only to find it deserted. He turned and left, casually seeking a buffet to satiate his hunger. Dining at a typical restaurant was excessively costly. Thus, he deemed the buffet the most economical solution. The buffet's prices were indeed reasonable, and for 2 hours, Tietao did not pause for a single moment. The proprietor, observing the table overflowing with plates on the monitor, felt a swell of emotion, gritting his teeth. He printed Tietao's image, preparing to blacklist him. Boss, we're running low on rice in the kitchen. What should we do? An employee rushed to the monitoring room to inform the boss. Buy it, the boss replied through clenched teeth. On the monitor, Tietao's table was laden with an array of fried rice, each platter brimming to the brim. Surrounding it were even more hot dishes, completely occupying the 4-person table. At that moment, someone entered the monitoring room. Boss, we're also low on today's dishes. Buy, let us see how much he can eat. The employee followed the boss's gaze to the monitor, unable to suppress a gulp of saliva. Is this even human? The employee hurriedly exited, scrambling to fulfill the demand. Tietao arrived around 2 in the afternoon, typically the most leisurely time of day. Yet, it turned out to be busier than during peak hours, as the staff struggled to keep pace with Tietao's insatiable appetite. Before accommodating the gluttonous bloodline, Tietao was considered a hearty eater. Now, labeling him merely a rice bucket was an understatement. The boss in the monitoring room calculated the costs, feeling his heart bleed. The day's revenue had been largely consumed. And even without indulging in extravagant fare, the boss could not help but feel a headache brewing. The stacks of plates beside him towered to a height of 1 to 2 meters, not just one stack, but they filled over half the table. Tietao was ushered out as if in a trance. Upon exiting, he still managed to eat more. This had already transformed into energy stored within him, and he could sense that the energy in his body was approaching saturation. After dining, Tietao sprinted back to the villa, retrieving a piece of ironhide rhinoceros meat to offer to the little dragon in the backyard. He ignited the beast's flesh with the flames in his hand, wishing to test whether consuming wild beast meat after reaching energy capacity would grant him the beast's abilities. Tietao was also grilling a sizable piece of ironhide rhinoceros meat. The aroma of the barbecued meat wafted through the open windows of the second floor. "Tietao, are you stealing food?" Luomi hurried down the stairs, rushing to the yard, knife in hand and a large plate ready. Soon, the meat was grilled to perfection, and after Luomi cut a piece to taste, she set it aside. It was flavorful but excessively tough for consumption. Tietao, however, paid little heed. As he consumed the meat, he felt it rapidly break down within him, the bloodline components gradually separating. A massive chunk transformed into a drop of dark gray blood, gradually manifesting as a pattern imprinted on his body. With a mere thought, a layer of iron gray emerged from his form, only to fade away gradually. "Is this the ironhide rhinoceros's armor?" Tietao nodded. It seemed he had begun to discern the pattern of acquiring wild beast abilities. Speaking of which, he retrieved the meat of the fire dragon, grilled it, and consumed it as well. Once more, a fiery red pattern coalesced within him. The pattern flickered, flames igniting in his hands, and with a casual flick, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. "This is the fire dragon's ability, explosion." A glimmer of azure light enveloped Tietao as he pointed skyward. A blade of wind shot upward, soaring higher until it erupted with a thunderous explosion in the sky. It appeared that this explosive ability could be infused into other powers, which held immense significance for practical combat. Tietao seemed to have discovered a new toy and began grilling another piece of meat, this time from the Thunderwolf beast. True to form, a deep azure pattern emerged within him after consumption. "All right, that's enough eating. What if you reach a limit on the abilities you can acquire? You should select some superior wild beasts to experiment with," Luomi advised. While she spoke, the only wild beasts at their disposal were these. There were no additional options. That evening, the television broadcasted news about the stream. In the wilderness of the stream, an unknown wild beast had appeared. The military had already dispatched forces for exploration. The screen displayed a towering peak. They recognized it as the domain of the dragon capable of commanding wind and thunder. Previously, they had disregarded it. And now Tietao felt no confidence in confronting such a dragon. The creature was far too agile in the skies, making it challenging for someone accustomed to ground battles to exert force. The military was preparing to hunt this dragon, an unstable element indeed. The dragon would undoubtedly be a formidable target, likely requiring the most elite forces to engage. Alas, another unknown wild beast has emerged, and this time, every faction must participate. Uncle Luo sat on the sofa, stroking the Black Panther beside him. "Uncle Luo, will the Luo family also send personnel?" Tietao inquired. "Of course, I shall return. I won't bring a die, but I will take other beastmasters along," Uncle Luo responded. "Are they flying beastmasters? If so, do exercise caution. This dragon is no ordinary foe." "Oh, have you encountered this dragon before?" Tietao nodded and recounted to Uncle Luo what they had observed amidst the clouds. Uncle Luo fell into deep contemplation. The journey was indeed imperative, yet ensuring their safety was of utmost importance. Chapter 153. Farewell to the Azure Dragon. It appeared that this preparation entailed considerable effort. Thus, Tietao had time to further enhance Adai, as the company's resources were at his disposal. This time, he had no choice but to bring him along. Very well. If they succeeded in the hunt, it would be splendid to bring back some of the meat. Tietao readily agreed. It was no trivial matter. The following day, after compiling a list of necessary materials, he forwarded it to Uncle Luo for allocation. Once the materials were assembled, he would proceed to concoct the potions. Tang Shuang approached Tietao, intending to head to the underground beastmaster competition. Tietao accompanied her, albeit without a beast in tow. Lu Ming and Wang Feng were still awaiting the completion of the disintegration knife. Once ready, they would depart from the capital. By the time they arrived, Lu Ming was already waiting at the entrance, with the braised pork by his side. The trio descended into the underground arena, and as the two entered the lounge, Tietao whispered rapidly in the ear of a server, "Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail." Before he could finish, the server halted him and led him in another direction. Tietao descended further underground, to a depth unknown. observing that it bore little difference from the training grounds beneath Old Gua's modest eatery. The one stationed here was none other than his acquaintance, the Azure Dragon. The server departed, leaving the space for them. What was this about? It felt as though uttering another word could cost him his life. I require a drop of your blood for testing. What do you mean? I merely wish to ascertain whether the results differ from mine. Have you controlled the bloodline of the wild beast within you? Come, let us fight. The Azure Dragon's eyes brimmed with combativeness. You are no match for me. Tietao advised. Only through battle can one ascertain the truth. The loser shall treat the winner to a meal. He had no desire to deplete his own power. No problem. The Azure Dragon strode onto the training ground, rapidly transforming into a dragon. This transformation was even more complete than the last, as he fully embodied the dragon. Tietao did not hold back, as intricate patterns swiftly adorned his body. A sleek, black armor manifested upon him, and sharp claw covers enveloped his hands. He gestured towards the Azure Dragon. Given the current state, Tietao still retained some reserve. He estimated that if he unleashed his full power, the Azure Dragon would not last long. The Azure Dragon unleashed a stream of azure light directed at Tietao. With a flick of his finger, a burst of red flames surged forth, colliding with the azure light, and resulting in a violent explosion that scattered the azure glow. Dust enveloped the training ground. The Azure Dragon charged towards Tietao, who made no attempt to evade. Their claws locked together, fingers interlaced. As Tietao exerted force, the Azure Dragon found it increasingly challenging to maintain his grip, azure light swirling from his mouth. At close range, the azure energy struck Tietao's armor. Yet, Tietao did not relent, allowing the azure light to bombard him. The black armor rapidly absorbed the energy, leaving no trace behind. Tietao gazed with satisfaction at his armor, noting that the energy expended had been largely replenished. The transformation of the armor yielded commendable results. How about it? Shall we continue? Tietao inquired, eyeing the Azure Dragon. Let us. In an instant, the Azure Dragon's form diminished, breaking free from Tietao's grasp and reverting to his original shape. Tietao remained unfazed. A silvery glow enveloped him, and with a mere thought, he appeared atop the Azure Dragon. With a single punch, he struck the Azure Dragon, sending him plummeting to the ground with a heavy thud. Tietao, with azure light flickering around him, seized the horns atop the Azure Dragon's head. Shall we continue? The Azure Dragon's eyes still held defiance. His tail lashed out at Tietao in an attempt to escape. Tietao exhibited no intention of dodging, allowing the tail to strike him. A resounding crash echoed off the armor, which remained unscathed, while the Azure Dragon let out a pained wail. Tietao pressed his thumb against his middle finger, propelling it forward to accurately strike the Azure Dragon's forehead. A sharp sound rang out. The Azure Dragon's head reeled, and he swiftly shifted back to human form. Tietao hastily released his grip on the hair. The Azure Dragon fell once more to the ground. Tietao retracted his ornate armor, crouching down with a bottle of mineral water he had retrieved from his space. He had deliberately chilled it with the flames of the braised pork and poured it over the Azure Dragon's head. The braised pork above, still consuming its meal, let out a soft grunt before resuming its feast. The Azure Dragon shivered and immediately regained consciousness, looking up at Tietao, who was pouring water. Ah, you're awake. Tietao promptly stowed away the water. Your hair is a bit messy. Let me clean it up for you. The Azure Dragon shot a glare at Tietao. Sitting in the training arena, he said nothing, extending his arm and turning his head away. Understanding his cue, Tietao retrieved a blood sampling device and extracted a small vial of blood. All done. Let us eat. The Azure Dragon remained silent, leading Tietao to a nearby dining area. Once inside, both fell silent, focusing on replenishing their energy with the food laid before them. They devoured an entire table of dishes. The Azure Dragon produced a card, tossing it to Tietao. From now on, just use this card to access here. Understood. I'll head to the spectator stand. Tietao tidied up, preparing to leave. He had no intention of training here. If he sought to hone his skills, he could simply find a wasteland. Training here held little significance. He ascended to the spectator stand to observe the matches. Such life and death contests could indeed provide some training for beastmasters. It was amidst the intensity of life or death struggles that the most rapid progress could be achieved. However, as he watched, Tietao soon grew bored, finding it akin to watching chickens peck at one another, failing to stir his interest. In sheer ennui, he even began to doze off, regardless of the raucous cheers that surrounded him. Even when the braised pork took the stage, he remained in the throes of slumber. The stands were empty by the time he was awakened by Tang Xuan. Tietao, you truly are something else. You can sleep through all this noise. Come on, let us go eat. Tang Xuan pulled Tietao to his feet. All tasks had been completed, and whether he watched or not was inconsequential. This life and death match could not compare to the dangers faced in the streams. Enough talk. This time, we're treating. Tang Xuan wrapped her arm around Tietao as they exited. Tai Baba, We're having a buffet. The most expensive one. Lu Ming had already reached an agreement with Tang Shuang, and due to Tao's hearty appetite, they had compromised on the most economical option. Chapter 154, Go How. Amidst the lamentations of the buffet owner, the three individuals were placed on a blacklist. Tao's energy had been fully restored. Upon returning, he headed straight to the laboratory. Inside, after severing the network connection of the bloodline testing device, he submitted a blood sample. After several minutes, the results emerged. As Tietao had anticipated, the bloodline was indeed of an unknown origin. The report was reduced to ashes in his hands, alleviating his concerns. He recalled the pill that Grandpa Gua had given him, and resolved to acquire the formula and learn the art of alchemy. It would serve as a valuable means of self-preservation. With determination, he set about his task. In the capital's Royal Beast University, the library remained perpetually open, regardless of whether it was a holiday. After leaving the laboratory, he made his way directly to the library. Reading had always been one of Tao's strengths, and he intended to borrow a collection of books to study pharmacology. He wanted to ensure that when he obtained the formula, he would be capable of concocting the medicine himself. As he perused the shelves, he amassed a considerable number of texts on pharmacology just before closing time. Upon returning home and finishing dinner, he settled on the sofa to delve into his books. What has drawn you to study pharmacology? Uncle Luo inquired. I wish to broaden my knowledge in this area, so that I might be able to concoct remedies in times of dire need, Tietao replied candidly. He saw no reason to conceal his intentions. Acquiring new skills was undoubtedly beneficial, and such a diligent learner should seldom find himself idle. Uncle Luo expressed his admiration for Tietao's ambition. Tietao retrieved a black orb from his spatial storage and tossed it to Uncle Luo. What is this? It's for Aunt Tang's Zhu Qing. It can enhance her strength. However, it possesses a certain malevolence, so it is advisable to purify it with a divine attribute before use. What exactly is this? Uncle Luo pondered as he examined the black orb. It is the dark demon evil tiger's soul orb, he mused, furrowing his brow in contemplation, struggling to recall its significance. It is said to be a gem condensed within the body of a legendary savage beast, albeit one with evil attributes. Should Zhu Qing use it, her temperament may shift, necessitating divine purification beforehand. Very well, I will pass it on to her. However, finding a divine attribute for purification may prove challenging. Indeed, Tietao acknowledged before retreating to his room to continue his reading. The following morning, after breakfast, he sought out Qinglong. The latter was surprised by Tao's early visit. Do you have the formula for the potion you gave me last time? Tietao inquired directly. No, you need to ask your parents. They were the ones who created it. I understand. I have another question. How do you enhance your strength? Tietao sought to explore this aspect further. Through eating and combat. Those are the only two methods, Qinglong replied. Tietao nodded. But can't you form contracts with beasts? No, it would lead to a soul clash, akin to a life and death duel. Then why can I form contracts? Tietao was puzzled. We awaken around the age of 5. Perhaps it relates to the timing of our awakening, Qinglong speculated, though he was uncertain. He surmised that he would likely never be able to form contracts with any savage beasts again. Can we obtain information on savage beasts? Of course. As long as there are images available, we can track them down. Should I negotiate in person, or will you handle that? I will have him come. Return in 2 days. All right, I shall return then. Tietao did not engage in further conversation with Qinglong. Instead, he contacted his parents, but the call went unanswered, leaving him without any information. Can you reach my parents? Tietao asked Qinglong. Try contacting Grandpa Gua and the others, Qinglong suggested with a shake of his head. How can I reach them? Is it still that little restaurant? Qinglong shook his head again. After your awakening, they departed. Tietao felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He realized he had completely lost contact with them. How can I possibly reach them? When you speak with that person in 2 days, you can ask him about the information, Qinglong advised. It seemed that communication within the Dainsero was quite laborious. Is this how you maintain contact? Doesn't it seem cumbersome? Safety is paramount, Qinglong responded, and Tietao shook his head in disbelief. Such methods of communication felt archaic. One-sided communication is indeed safer, he conceded. Very well, I'll return in 2 days, Tietao said as he departed. Dedicating all his time to the study of pharmacology in preparation for his upcoming encounter with the informant. Tao's own bloodline situation bolstered his confidence in Lu Xiaoyou's Qilin bloodline. He felt an inexplicable urgency. He sensed that time was not on his side, and that this place would one day no longer accommodate him. An unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, prompting him to seize every moment available to him for self-expansion. 2 days later, Tietao returned to meet Qinglong once more. Through Qinglong's introduction, he finally encountered the informant. Following the Dainshere's protocol, they exchanged a brief passphrase. After they both provided their codes, the informant initiated his beast transformation. Tietao witnessed a dog-headed humanoid appear before him. In response, he activated his own transformation, though it did not emit a particularly strong aura. The dog-headed man sensed the energy radiating from Tietao and reverted to his original form. Truly impressive. Few can suppress my beast form, he remarked. You flatter me. I am Tietao. Gohao. I recognize you. I have been monitoring your information closely. You've been monitoring me? Tietao was taken aback. Few can emerge from the void. In the past decade, you are the only one. Are there others in a similar situation? Tietao inquired curiously. There were once, but none remain now. This left Tietao bewildered. You are the first to emerge from the void and survive to this age. The others have long since transformed into savage beasts. Those who cannot revert. Gohao nodded. Currently, 80 to 90% of the rare savage beasts in the wasteland are those who were once like us. Upon hearing this, Tietao fell silent, realizing that the savage beasts he sought were also of the same ilk and not of low rank. Go, I need the location of my parents, as well as that of several savage beasts. If they too are like us, there is no need to disclose their locations. There is no need for such caution. Even if you hunt them, there is no psychological burden. Those who lose their self-awareness are merely savage beasts, forever unable to return to humanity. Tietao took a deep breath and presented the names and images of the savage beasts he sought. It may be a bit challenging, but it's manageable. Gohao assured him. What price must I pay? We are family. I will contact you once I find them. Gohao's form faded from Taitao's sight. Chapter 155. The Black Erosion Dragon reappears in the capital. How will he relay the information to me? Tietao asked Qinglong. You will know when the time comes. Tietao scoffed, finding the operations of the Dinshur rather unreliable. Since Gohao has already consented, he is reluctant to linger here any longer. Perhaps Gohao possesses a unique method of conveying messages. After departing from the underground beast tamer competition venue, Tietao was summoned by Ding Jianya. He has spent the last few days immersed in the laboratory. The experiment on the fusion of dual bloodlines has matured considerably, now entering the experimental phase of beast taming. Initially, Ding Jianya intended to name this novel pharmaceutical technique after Tietao, but he declined. Ever since his return to the capital, a persistent sense of crisis has haunted him, stemming from the bloodline and the alertness to the wild beasts. It seems that something significant may soon transpire. An incessant desire to augment his strength reverberates within him. His interactions with Ding Jianya over the past few days have been tinged with a sense of restlessness. Upon returning, he attributed these thoughts to his recent experiences in the wilderness, dismissing them as not particularly severe. However, frequent encounters with wild beasts and beast tamers have intensified these feelings. Especially after leaving the laboratory, Tietao sensed an unusual shift within him. His thoughts grew increasingly fervent, marked by an inexplicable agitation that has become all too frequent. For several days now, he has received no information. He is aware that urgency is futile, for emotions are the most challenging to control. Just after exiting the school library with a newly borrowed book, Tietao noticed a dog waiting in front, adorned with a collar, clearly belonging to someone else. Upon seeing Tietao, the dog tugged at his leg, urging him in a specific direction. Tietao furrowed his brow but allowed himself to be led to a secluded part of the campus, devoid of surveillance cameras, arguably the most hidden spot in the school. At that moment, the dog spoke. Tietao, it is I, Gohao. The dog's body elongated into that of a human, although its head remained canine. A testament to one of Gohao's abilities, which Tietao chose not to question directly. Your power is quite remarkable, exhibiting high levels of concealment. As the best intelligence operative of the Dinshura, your abilities are undoubtedly formidable. What intelligence do you bring me this time? I have located your parents. They are now at the suburban research facility of the capital. Gohao mysteriously produced an identification card. Tietao accepted it, retrieving a bottle of water from his spatial pocket to cleanse it. This is from my internal space. It's clean and does not require washing. No worries. It's merely a psychological urge. I always feel the need to wash it. Please continue. Tietao diligently cleaned the identification card. Information regarding the wild beasts will take a bit more time. Please wait. Before Gohao could finish, a woman's voice echoed in Taitao's ears. Fugaway, Fugaway. Where have you run off to? Gohao reverted to his canine form. Remember, you owe me a serving of 4th grade wild beast meat. No need. I shall provide it now. With a swift motion, Tietao conjured and tossed a piece of mountain giant boar meat onto the ground. Gohao wasted no time, devouring it in one gulp. Prepare the wild beast meat. I will return to seek you. After nodding at Tietao, Gohao darted off towards the direction of the voice, barking incessantly as he ran. Are you off to chase after a little female dog again? Tonight, you'll be punished and not allowed to sleep in bed. Peering through a gap towards the sound, Tietao spotted a large woman in a red coat struggling to retie the dog leash. It turned out Gohao had a fondness for this. After the woman departed, Tietao returned home, lying on his bed while toying with the identification card given to him by Go Hao. The information printed on the card bore his own name, marked prominently with AD, signifying its association with the research facility and the Dean Shah. The following day, Tietao set off for the Wild's laboratory. The entrance to the laboratory was unguarded, entirely controlled by intelligence systems. Tietao simply swiped his card and entered without any hindrance. He casually donned a lab coat, admiring the insignia emblazoned upon it. Suddenly, an alarm blared, flooding the corridor with crimson light. Subject 15, out of control. Initiate rapid containment, echoed the intercom throughout the hallway. A glass door shattered, and a dark creature burst forth. The instant it appeared, it ignited Tietao's appetite. Wasn't this the juvenile form of the black creature he encountered in the stream? Claws manifested on Tietao's hands, shimmering with silver light. He grasped the creature's neck. As dark matter began to seep outward, this black substance was gradually being absorbed into Tietao through his claws, leaving only a trace lingering in the air. Cautiously, he regarded the dark substance expelled by the wild beast. Mother Beast, a voice called from behind him. Tietao turned towards the sound. Is it necessary to eliminate this wild beast? His mother could sense the force he exerted, causing the black creature to struggle even more fiercely. No, it still holds value. Bring it with you. Wearing a gas mask, she led Tietao into a laboratory containing a massive glass jar. She had already opened the jar's lid, gesturing for Tietao to place the creature inside. After doing so, she sealed the jar once more. The creature was firmly ensnared within the confines of the jar. Once sealed, a large air pump began to extract air from within, effectively trapping the black wild beast securely. What manner of wild beast is this? Tietao inquired, though it was not his primary concern. The black erosion dragon, a virus-type organism in its juvenile stage, has been around for over a decade. And that black substance? It is a highly infectious virus, utilized by this creature for reproduction. In essence, the entire wild beast is composed of this virus. Are you researching this virus? You cannot fathom the consequences of being infected by this virus. We are in the process of developing it. I have encountered and slain several black erosion dragons before. I understand the dangers posed by this virus. How is it to be developed? Chapter 156, The Secret Medicine. This virus not only infects wild beasts and beast tamers, but also enhances physical strength. She retrieved a report from the computer and projected it into the air. Tietao scrutinized the contents of the report. So, the potion I consumed at the small restaurant contained this virus? Indeed, this represents an alternative application of the virus developed over the past 2 years. We refer to this potion as the secret medicine. I have come seeking its formula. She effortlessly summoned the recipe. The medicinal ingredients utilized are few, yet this virus proves exceedingly elusive. Tietao quietly documented the formula. Is it true that anything derived from the body of this black erosion dragon can be used as medicine? Tietao inquired once more. Theoretically, that is indeed the case. Have you ever encountered such a feral beast? Tietao nodded and retrieved 2 golden horns from his spatial storage. These are the horns from the head of the black erosion dragon after it shed its skin. He extended the horns towards her. She was intrigued. What kind of creature would it become post-molt? Tietao produced a sheet of paper and began to sketch, narrating the scenes he witnessed during their fierce battle against this beast by the stream. The illustration was completed, and the description of the encounter left Taimu utterly astonished. Such a formidable creature, controllable by humans, even capable of absorbing and commanding other feral beasts. These were revelations we had yet to comprehend. It appears we must bolster our defenses. Can these horns serve as medicinal ingredients? Tietao voiced his primary concern. A simple analysis will clarify that. Taimu scraped a minuscule amount of powder from one of the horns for component analysis. The results promptly revealed that it bore no distinction from the black virus within the black erosion dragon. The concentration of the viral components was alarmingly high, necessitating dosage adjustments. Taimu feverishly calculated on the computer. Once the formula was finalized, she handed it to Tietao. Take this. Taimu placed the 2 horns and the formula into Taitao's hands. You must also enhance your defenses. The black erosion dragon grows rapidly. Tietao reiterated with concern. Understood. Did you come merely for the formula? Yes, that was my purpose, and I sense that the capital is unsafe. Exercise caution. Unsafe? What do you mean? I cannot specify. It is merely an instinctive apprehension rooted in my lineage. Tietao himself could not articulate the source of this peril. We will be vigilant. Here, take this. Taimu produced a USB drive and handed it to Tietao. What is this? Some information you may find enlightening. Tietao accepted the USB drive and prepared to depart. Upon leaving, he resolved to procure the necessary herbs to concoct the secret medicine. Within the apothecary, these ingredients were not particularly rare. In fact, they were remarkably accessible. The challenge in crafting the potion lay solely in acquiring the virus from the black erosion dragon. However, the preparation itself posed no difficulty, especially since he had been diligently honing his potion-making skills in recent days. Returning to the Luo family's laboratory with the materials, he commenced the potion preparation. The process was surprisingly straightforward, and within a mere 10 minutes, a vial of the secret medicine was complete. Tietao sampled a dose, attempting to recall the sensations experienced during his previous ingestion of this potion. The flavor remained consistent, and a surge of power coursed through his body, swiftly consumed. However, the stored energy had reached its limit. Otherwise, it would have significantly conserved energy reserves. It seems that even for beast tamers, the dosage of this potion must be considerably reduced. Tietao began to recalibrate the potion's dosage. As night fell, the horns in his possession were entirely depleted. Yet 3 sealed bags of potions remained on the table. Each bag contained a varying dosage. He divided the potions into 5 portions. For beasts of the 4th tier, a half dose would suffice for rapid recovery. Beasts exceeding the 4th tier could benefit from a full dose, while the 10th of a dose was designated for human use, sufficient to preserve a life even in critical condition. He intended to distribute these potions to Lu Ming and a few others, as they might prove useful when they ventured into the wasteland. Each grain of this medicine represented a life. After organizing the potions, he returned home, where dinner had already concluded. Tietao, the materials for the feral beast have been prepared. Will you have time to concoct the potions tomorrow? Certainly. Uncle Luo. What tier are the beasts you plan to bring, aside from Adai? 3 tier 3 beasts and 1 tier 4. Tietao nodded and retrieved a dozen secret potions from his spatial storage, handing them to Uncle Luo. What are these? A type of potion. If a tier 3 beast faces mortal peril, it can consume the largest potion. The medium-sized one is for tier 4 beasts, and the smallest is for human use. Uncle Luo examined the potions. Do these potions truly possess such effects? I once ingested one. It rapidly restored the strength within my body. The same applies to beasts. Thank you, Tietao. Keep them safe. Opportunities to concoct such potions may not arise again. Is it difficult to procure the materials? I have confidence in my ability, as well as in the resources of the Luo family. Uncle Luo spoke with assurance. It is not a matter of procurement difficulty. The danger posed by such feral beasts is immense, and live extraction is exceptionally challenging. That is not a problem. Just tell me what kind of beast it is. Tietao, at a loss, presented a drawing of the black erosion dragon to Uncle Luo. This creature? Are you certain? Tietao nodded. Follow me. Uncle Luo led Tietao into his study. Did you encounter this beast during your last expedition to the wasteland? Tietao nodded. This potion is crafted from the black substance found within this feral beast's body? Indeed, that is correct. The formula provided by the D-Transport Society? Tietao affirmed with a nod. Those reckless individuals dare to engage with such a feral beast. They truly have no regard for their lives. Is there some hidden truth here? Tietao was uncertain of what Uncle Luo was hinting at. This feral beast is classified as a taboo creature, one that poses tremendous dangers, capable of leading to the extinction of other beasts. Once these beasts perish, it is humanity that must confront the aftermath. 32 years ago, records indicate that this creature appeared in the wasteland, leaving a trail of countless other beasts in its wake, radiating a crimson glow. They dissolve their victims, do they not? Did you learn this from the D-Transport Society? No, I witnessed it. A golden beast emerged from beneath the blackened hide. Chapter 157, Entangled Powers. Tietao could distinctly perceive Uncle Luo's body tremble slightly. You have seen that golden creature? His voice carried a tremor. Indeed, I have. You were fortunate to have returned. Over 30 years ago, there was an expedition to hunt this feral beast. Almost all the top experts participated, their beast companions no less than tier 3. Only those fortunate enough to return did so at the expense of their beasts. Tietao nodded. Encountering a creature like the black erosion dragon could indeed lead to such dire consequences. This tale has circulated among all top beast tamers, prompting a second offensive. The D-Transport Society joined this endeavor, marking their ascent into the upper echelons of visibility. Yet, the D-Transport Society remains shrouded in mystery. We hear little about them. They regard us with caution, and their existence is a byproduct of our actions. Is it related to the bloodline experiments? Uncle Luo paused, seemingly taken aback. It appears you are also a member of the D-Transport Society. Well, working as a researcher within could be advantageous. One can learn a great deal there. Uncle Luo found himself once again ensnared in contemplation, succumbing to a brief silence. What manner of organization is the D-Transport Society? Tietao finally broke the stillness. Luo raised his gaze to meet Tietao's. It would be more fitting to refer to them as the Watchers of the Wasteland. No information pertaining to the wasteland escapes their notice, and they possess numerous resources that we lack. Take this secret potion, for instance. Indeed, such items are in abundance. No one understands the wasteland better than they do. We desire what they have, but ask for them. Luo chose not to elaborate further, and Tietao understood. For it was due to the bloodline of the savage beasts coursing through their veins, was it not? Luo nodded in affirmation. It could be said that these two factions held mutual disdain while simultaneously advancing along the path of beast taming. Most of the potions produced by the D-Transport Society are compatible with human physiology, albeit requiring precise dosage adjustments. Conversely, the mainstream beast-taming potions are exclusively designed for beasts and are utterly intolerable for humans. In this regard, the D-Transport Society excels. Attempting to forcibly seize their achievements would be foolhardy, as they possess formidable strength. Likewise, there are masters stationed within their ranks, and an unspoken understanding seems to have been forged between the two parties. Gradually, their presence has faded from society, yet their existence is tacitly acknowledged. With a modest volume of clandestine transactions taking place, they resemble the marginalized elements of this society. Tietao had come to a general understanding of the relationship between the D-Transport Society and other factions, yet it did little to alter the overall situation. When shall the expedition commence? We shall depart in 10 days, and safely convene 15 days hence. Tietao nodded in agreement. Tomorrow morning, I shall accompany you to the laboratory to enhance Adai. Their conversation concluded, yielding insights that deepened their understanding of the D-Transport Society. As long as Adai could lead a normal life, the existence of the D-Transport Society was of little consequence. Upon returning to his quarters, Tietao retrieved the USB drive from his possession. Inserting it into his computer, he perused the countless records contained within. The volume of documents was staggering, encompassing potion-related studies, information on savage beasts, and more. These materials were all-encompassing, touching upon a plethora of topics. Particularly, the beast-taming potions diverged significantly from the theoretical knowledge Tietao had acquired, though many principles remained interconnected. As night transitioned to dawn, the hours slipped away. Rubbing his temples, Tietao noted that he had absorbed a considerable amount of information on beast-taming potions. Compared to his previous understanding, his knowledge had evolved, allowing for greater flexibility in potion formulation. However, his comprehension of other potion-related fields remained insufficient to reach the pinnacle of standards documented within the D-Transport Society's materials. He required more time. The following day, in the laboratory, Tietao began the urgent task of enhancing Adai's bloodline and level within a limited time frame. This endeavor necessitated a focus on expediency. Adai had suffered enough hardships. After all, every achievement comes at a cost. The potions Tietao concocted were largely inspired by the information gleaned from the USB drive. He had devised a new cultivation plan in his mind, markedly different from the previous one. The cultivation methods employed by the D-Transport Society were far more direct and rapid, yet they demanded that the beast withstand greater power. Tietao, wary of potential repercussions, made slight modifications before preparing several vials of potion. Sequentially, he administered them to Adai. Under the influence of the potions, Adai's physique underwent rapid transformation, and after several iterations, it gradually regained its former shape. The alloy floor bore the marks of Adai's struggles, with some traces even penetrating the floorboards. Those below could hear the sounds of metal being scratched, the clattering of metal shavings, and the continuous shedding of plaster from the walls. After more than 3 hours, Adai finally settled down. Although it seemed unchanged, it was evident that the latent muscles within its body now contained greater energy. Calmly resting on the ground, Adai displayed a reluctance to move. The potions had utterly drained its strength. Tietao, is Adai all right? Let's first assess its level and the extent of any changes in its bloodline. All right. Luo went to retrieve the testing device while Tietao produced vials of energy potions from his spatial storage, placing them before Adai. Adai began to lick the potions, rapidly replenishing its energy, and its overall condition visibly improved. Yet, it remained unwilling to move, as any motion elicited pain from its body. Recovery would depend solely on its ability to heal gradually. The energy potions were ideally suited for the current situation. With energy restored, Adai could begin to recuperate. As the open vials gradually emptied, Adai regained some semblance of mobility. Luo initiated the testing process, and Adai's level remained at Tier 4, still shy of Tier 3. The results of the bloodline assessment indicated a significant increase in awakening potential, surpassing Luo's prior expectations. Tietao observed Adai's condition, noting that its potential for leveling up was likely not yet exhausted. How long will this take? I can't say. It depends on when it stops consuming energy potions. The number of empty potion vials on the floor continued to grow. More open vials were placed before Adai, and the subsequent arrangements would be dictated by Luo. Based on his calculations, even if Adai did not reach Tier 3, it would be close enough. Its power was certain to experience a remarkable surge, with the awakening of its bloodline exceeding initial projections by a margin of 15. Chapter 158. An urgent return to school? In the days that followed, Tietao continued his studies in pharmacology, gradually deepening his understanding of the pharmaceutical knowledge within the D-Transport Society. 10 days later, Luo set forth on his journey. With the secret potion in hand, Tietao felt a significant alleviation of his earlier anxieties. By the 12th day, the customized disassembly knife had been completed. Lu Ming and Wang Feng were preparing to return, and as they did, Tietao gifted each of them a packet of the precious potion, cautioning them that it was irreplaceable once consumed. After parting ways, the day of return to school was drawing near. Tang Shuang was increasingly absent from the villa, not due to revelry, but rather because each return found him resembling a lifeless creature sprawled on the sofa, devoid of energy. The nature of his recent experiences remained a mystery, yet it was evidently grave. On the 15th day, Tang Shuang finally returned to the villa in his original state, accompanied by an additional beast, his third contract. This defensive beast was far from aesthetically pleasing, entirely mismatched with his taste, rendering the situation exceedingly peculiar. Tang Shuang, why did you contract such a creature? Luo Mi inquired, pointing at the small mud figure trailing behind him. There was no choice. It was for survival. Did Uncle not inform you? Survival? What do you mean? The wasteland has erupted into widespread chaos. Even the city may bear the brunt of its impact. Perhaps it may be akin to 2 centuries ago. Upon uttering these words, Tang Shuang seemed to have drained every ounce of strength from his body. Is the information accurate? Tietao inquired. Indeed, it is exceedingly precise. Otherwise, would I be able to forge a contract with such a magical clay effigy? Tietao produced 2 vials of elixirs, handing one to each of them. In times of life and death, the larger vial could be administered to their beast, while the smaller one was for themselves, an assurance of survival. From this moment forth, you must fortify your physiques, Tietao asserted with grave seriousness. The intelligence provided to Tang Shuang by the Tang family was, in all likelihood, not fabricated. It is undoubtedly true, he acknowledged, though he too felt a warning resonating from the depths of his bloodline. Surely not. This is the capital city. Luo Mi vehemently opposed the idea of training. No. It is imperative. If the scenes of 2 centuries past were to replay, your current physical condition would be insufficient even to withstand the dosage of the elixir. Luo Mi puffed out her cheeks and silently made her way to the gym. Tao's gaze shifted to Tang Shuang. Surely I must go as well. Yes, hasten. I need to visit the laboratory to enhance your capabilities. And bring me the bloodline report of Tang Shuang's magical clay effigy. Reluctantly, Tang Shuang handed over the report, observing as Tao's figure abruptly vanished before him. Damn, what a peculiar fellow, Tang Shuang muttered as he too trudged towards the gym. Inside the gym, Luo Mi queried, do you think Tietao has lost his mind? Why the urgency? I don't know. Perhaps he has some information, Tang Shuang replied. He conversed with my father for an extended period yesterday. What else do you know? Elaborate. They paused their workouts. Surely you recall the historical arrival of the wild beasts 2 centuries ago. It is highly likely that such an event may recur. As for which city it may occur in, that remains uncertain. Then why venture forth to confront the dragon in the stream? To preserve our elite forces, and simultaneously, it serves as a means of filtering individuals. The current strength of our beast tamers is woefully inadequate. After an extended period of complacency, they require rigorous training. Only by surviving can there be a future. That is what the family has conveyed. Isn't that rather cruel? No, it is simply the prevailing trend. If the events of 2 centuries ago were a mere trial, this time it is a reality. Can we manage with our present abilities? Luo Mi shivered at the thought. Silently, she stepped onto the treadmill and began her exercise. The gym was filled only with the sound of droplets of sweat falling. By 10 o'clock that evening, Tietao returned, clearly fatigued. After delivering the elixirs to them, he retreated to rest. Luo Mi received 1 vial for her little dragon, while Tang Shuang received 3 vials. Without the technical expertise of the Dian Society, such elixirs would have been utterly unattainable. It was not merely a matter of funding. The materials available were exceedingly scarce. The market for wild beast materials had limited offerings, and even within the school's experimental buildings, many items were noticeably absent. The same was true for the Luo family. Numerous resources had been requisitioned, leaving little behind. It felt as though an air of tension had enveloped the entire capital overnight. This aura of crisis rapidly spread, swiftly reaching the surrounding cities, with the capital at its core, extending outward. 5 days later, Tietao and Tang Shuang received word that school would commence in 2 days. The start of the academic term had been hastened. Luo Mi also received similar news. Her school mandated that all students report for centralized training, and attendance was compulsory. With no other recourse, Luo Mi complied with the school's directives, temporarily vacating the villa. Fortunately, her little dragon had made considerable strides in awakening its bloodline. Nearing the 4th tier of strength, its length had grown to 5 or 6 meters, and with its flying and speed advantages, it could escape even if it could not win. Its safety was assured. Many of the capable beast tamers with commendable performance had been reassigned to the secure zones of the wilderness. Likewise, competent beast cultivators had been dispatched, ostensibly for practical learning to enhance their field-based alchemical abilities. Tietao and Tang Shuang, however, rejected the school's demands. They intended to remain in the capital. Prior to her reassignment from the capital, Aunt Tang had specifically instructed Tietao to look after Luomi. With the location tracking on Luomi's phone continuously active, Tietao was able to monitor her whereabouts. The signal eventually lingered at a location, fluctuating intermittently. Luomi was not far from them. Remaining within the confines of the capital, Tietao had inspected this area. It was densely populated with buildings, situated in a well-known CBD of the city. Luomi's position was below ground, reminiscent of air raid shelters from centuries past. It was only after receiving subsequent messages that he learned of this. The deep underground environment provided relative safety, but it was precarious. Such confined quarters were perilous for Luomi. Should a crisis arise, it could prove fatal. The cramped space was ill-suited for the little dragon to operate, especially since few high schoolers were bonded with beasts. Following Luomi's guidance, Tietao utilized spatial traversal to gradually infiltrate. In a concealed area, he affixed several emergency supplies to the little dragon before departing. Take this. Aunt Tang gave it to me. If danger arises, activate it, and I will come to your rescue. Tietao whispered close to Luomi's ear. Luomi felt her cheeks flush at the breath escaping Tietao's lips. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from her side. Most of the Tang family had not fled, and Tang Shuang could not leave the capital either, as he had a duty to safeguard the Tang family. In fact, many of the Tang clan's younger members had been recalled to the capital, and Tang Shuang even noticed that Tang San had returned to the Tang family. Chapter 159, The Arrival of the Wild Beasts. This was a cascading reaction. Gradually, society began to engage in a military arms race. Every beast cultivation center was besieged by individuals clamoring at their doors, yet not a single establishment was operational. Everyone was preoccupied with enhancing their beasts, resorting to methods they had previously shunned. An unsettling feeling spread rapidly. In the villa, Tang Shuang and Tietao were informed by the school that classes had commenced. Yet not a single lesson had taken place. All students lounged idly in their dormitories, with only a few having ventured out. While reading on the sofa, Tietao abruptly closed his book with a loud clap. What's the matter? The VE arrived. Hong Xiaorou rushed over, no longer daring to be lazy, with Lu Xiaoyu following closely behind. Observing this, Tang Shuang hastily summoned all his beasts. Have you learned the art of the celestial shift? Tietao inquired. Not yet. Follow me to the principal's office. If they refuse, we shall seize it. Is that permissible? In these exceptional times, we must be treated with exceptional measures. With that, Tietao tucked Tang Shuang under his arm and instructed Hong Xiaorou and the others. Guard the house. I'll return soon. Upon exiting, a blue aura irradiated from Tietao, enhancing his speed as he dashed away in a blur, disappearing in an instant. Fortunately, the school was not far, and upon reaching the ground floor, Tietao exerted force with his legs, causing the earth beneath to shatter. He carried Tang Shuang directly towards the principal's office window, effortlessly leaping through it and into the principal's room. Once he set Tang Shuang down, she appeared utterly disoriented, her tousled golden hair resembling that of someone who had just endured a tempest of chaotic winds. Her mind was still reeling. The principal's office was vacant. Iron Tide brandished his claws, forcefully prying open the safe. He swiftly retrieved the secret technique, celestial transposition. Memorize it quickly. Iron Tide slapped Tang Shuang on the back, jolting her back to reality. She glanced at the spell in Iron Tide's hand, celestial transposition. As she observed it, Iron Tide also studied it intently. Within 10 minutes, he had committed it to memory. Do you remember? Iron Tide urged. I still need a bit more time, just a moment longer. There's no time left, just take it. Iron Tide's expression grew increasingly urgent. A resonant dragon's roar echoed through the skies. Sweat instantly cascaded down Tang Shuang's forehead. The proximity of the sound was alarming. The wind around them intensified, and the clouds in the sky thickened. Whenever the great whale was present in the capital, the sky remained clear. Now, however, dark clouds loomed ominously overhead. The sound of rain began to patter around them. Iron Tide leaned out of the window to peer at the sky. The clouds crackled with lightning, flickering ominously. I will escort you back. Wait for me at the villa. Iron Tide moved with unprecedented speed, delivering Tang Shuang to her destination in mere minutes. The great whale awaited him nearby. As the great whale soared higher, its form broke through the clouds, continuing its ascent. Sunlight began to pierce through the clouds, broadening their field of vision. A black void emerged at a higher altitude, blocking out the light. A familiar dragon's head appeared before Iron Tide, identical to the one they had encountered by the stream, the same target they had sought with Uncle Luo and the others. As the dragon's head burst forth from the void, it was clear that it was not a solitary creature. A colossal dragon body gradually emerged from the opening, its immense head plunging into the dense clouds below. This dragon, shrouded in dark clouds, seemed to be searching for something, though Iron Tide was uncertain of its purpose. Mere minutes after the dragon emerged, a torrent of savage beasts began to rain down from the sky. It felt less like rain and more like a deluge of monstrous creatures. Iron Tide was unsure how long this void would persist. He hastened towards the villa. There was no suitable place for defense within the city. Back at the villa, Tang Shuang, we must leave. This place cannot withstand the impending onslaught. What is happening? The dragon we encountered by the stream has returned, and countless savage beasts are descending. This villa is utterly indefensible. We must retreat. Tang Shuang's phone buzzed with a message. Survive this disaster. She read the message aloud, bewildered. What does it mean? This is a survival competition. Our Tang family has summoned our younger generation. I assumed we would unite our family's strength to resist the calamity. Instead, it seems the family views this disaster as a test, does it not? Tang Shuang nodded. Survival of the fittest, everyone for themselves. Let us go. We need to retrieve Luomi. We still don't know where that dragon has settled. The two of them, along with their 6 beast companions, set off towards Luomi's location. As they approached, Iron Tide's expression darkened further. The dragon was circling above the CBD where Luomi was located, and the winds were intensifying. The strongest skyscraper became the center of swirling winds, causing nearby buildings to be shredded and drawn toward the center. The central building twisted grotesquely, glass shards swirling like razor blades, creating a forbidding atmosphere that practically screamed no trespassing. Iron Tide, we cannot enter. Tang Shuang shouted into Iron Tide's ear. She and her beast struggled against the pull of the winds. Layers of earth were being swept away, the velocity far surpassing Iron Tide's expectations. The underground shelter might not hold. I will go to bring Luomi out. Lend me the blazing fire mouse. We must approach from below. Take the magic earth clay golem. It moves faster. Tang Shuang shouted, fearing Iron Tide wouldn't hear her. Understood. Iron Tide released the blazing fire mouse and summoned the magic earth clay golem. A pitch-black armor enveloped him, encasing both himself and the golem. He advanced step by step toward the eye of the storm. The entrance to the basement lay ahead. Iron Tide could not teleport. He couldn't take the magic earth clay golem with him. His pace quickened, drawing closer to the eye of the storm. Suddenly, a column of water shot towards Iron Tide. Damn it, earth wall, rise now. He commanded the golem telepathically. The earth wall came up too late. The water column struck Iron Tide, sending him flying. The massive dragon head loomed above, observing him. Their gazes met, and Iron Tide defiantly raised his middle finger at the dragon. The water column failed to breach his armor, propelling him closer to the entrance of the shelter. Chapter 160, Underground Evacuation. Iron Tide rushed towards the underground shelter. Halt! Who goes there? The guards at the shelter shouted sternly. I'm here to find someone. Step aside. Iron Tide's tone was anything but polite. The sight of his dark armor instilled a sense of fear. Even the adults blocking his path did not allow him to pass. Iron Tide, uninterested in exchanging words, unleashed his aura, forcefully pushing the obstructing guard aside. The roar of a small dragon echoed from deep within the shelter, as if it had sensed Iron Tide's arrival. Luomi realized the situation was dire and turned to sit atop the small dragon. From her elevated position, she could see further. A familiar silhouette drew closer to the white small dragon. Stop right there. This is not a place for you. The voice rang out, but Iron Tide disregarded it. Others, upon seeing Iron Tide's armor, parted to make way for him. Behind him, only voices were heard. No beast attempted to drive him away. He quickly reached Luomi. Do you remember the dragon we saw circling above the stream? Luomi nodded. Another one has appeared. Iron Tide pointed upward. His armor dissipated, and his aura rapidly retracted. It's up there? Iron Tide nodded. Can you dig us out? Iron Tide inquired of the recently revived magic earth clay golem. The golem approached the innermost wall, pressing its hands against the stone. It nodded at Iron Tide. Dig a tunnel. The magic earth clay golem began its work. Have you also borrowed Tang Shuang's beasts? Without this, how could I lead you out? You follow behind it. I will cover our retreat. At that moment, a classmate recognized Tietao. Isn't he Lumo's partner? What brings him here? Could it be that the rumors circulating outside are true? The whispers among the students echoed incessantly within the air raid shelter. The guard, previously ignored by Tietao, approached with his beast. Who are you? Do you realize this is a military-restricted area? Who permitted you entry? Who allowed me in is of little consequence. What matters is that this place is unsafe. I intend to take people out. Is there a problem with that? Tietao stood his ground defiantly. We have our guards here. This place is absolutely secure. It's just that there are too many students here to take action directly. Otherwise, you would not be able to leave. Under normal circumstances, I would be inclined to believe in the safety of this place. But you must be aware of the situation outside, right? Regardless of what is happening outside, this location is secure. Perhaps after you step outside to see for yourself, you may reconsider your words. As Tietao finished speaking, the nearby students began to murmur excitedly. Some recognized Tietao. Despite Lumo's absence from school for quite some time, they still retained memories of the individuals involved in the earlier rumors. What has happened to Lumo's partner outside? Indeed. Please share with us. Silence, all of you. Focus on your training here. Whatever occurs outside will not affect us here, the guard shouted. The noisy students fell silent, and after 3 or 4 minutes, the mud golem had excavated the rear wall, reaching the soil. It could now manipulate the earth, and a hand made of mud patted Tietao. He glanced back to see the mud golem nodding at him, signaling that it was ready. Lumo followed, instructing, "Send me a message when you go out. I will join you shortly." Tietao said nothing further and prepared to leave with Lumo. Xiao Longlong quickly trailed behind the golem, with Tietao bringing up the rear. Just then, all the newly installed LED lights above the air raid shelter abruptly went out. A wave of foreboding washed over the students. The entire shelter plunged into darkness, and the sound of metal against concrete reverberated ominously above their heads. The students grew increasingly anxious. A few who had already contracted beasts like Lumo approached Tietao, still lingering. "Big brother, may we accompany you?" Tietao did not refuse, clearing a path for them. He was indifferent. The presence of these individuals could bolster their combat strength. Those who contracted beasts at the same time as Lumo would not be lacking in ability. With the encouragement of these few, many others hesitated, contemplating following suit. However, they recoiled in fear from the guards, and the tense atmosphere lingered. "Who exactly are you to dare take people from us? Who I am is of little importance. What truly matters is how much longer this place can hold out. The power has been lost. It won't be long before the ventilation system also fails, correct?" The guard hesitated. "We have a backup power source. The situation you describe will not occur." The guard's words were meant to reassure the students present. After several minutes, light returned to the shelter as the backup power activated. The guards, seeing the switch to backup power, felt a sense of relief. The students quickly cleared a space, leaving a significant area open for the guards. It seemed as if these guards were preparing for a confrontation with Tietao. Just then, Tietao's phone chimed with a message. He took out his phone, the only source of illumination in the shelter, confirming it was a message from Lumo. He realized the mud golem was quite swift, and it was time for him to exit. In an instant, Tietao vanished from the air raid shelter, leaving no trace behind. The occupants of the shelter were caught off guard, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of a living person. Tietao reappeared at the location he had previously vacated. He swiftly located Tang Xuang's hiding spot using the coordinates. Upon seeing Tietao emerge, both he and Lumo felt a wave of relief. "What are your plans? Will you act independently or join us?" Tietao inquired of the few students who had followed him out. After a brief discussion, 3 of them expressed their willingness to accompany Tietao, while the others planned to return home with their families. Tietao did not object. Among those willing to follow were 2 males and 1 female, each possessing formidable beasts: a forest poison frog, a twin-winged gale wolf, and a lightning falcon. "Let's take a look at this city. It won't look the same next time we return," Tietao remarked, his phone now pinpointing a new location. This place was familiar to both him and Tang Xuang. It was where they had undergone military training. It was a location unlikely to be occupied by powerful wild beasts, making it an ideal stronghold. When the 3 turned around, they heard Tietao call out, "Let us move out." Tang Xuang and his beast, along with Lumo, settled onto Xiao Longlong's back, trailing closely behind Tietao. Even Xiao Longlong found it challenging to outpace Tietao by much. Chapter 161. Rebuilding the cottage, encountering the evil tiger. The 3 individuals they had brought along somehow procured 3 bicycles. They stared wide-eyed, struggling to keep pace behind Xiao Longlong. Tietao did not fully unleash his speed. Otherwise, these individuals would be left in the dust, even if they pedaled furiously. Approximately an hour and a half later, they reached the entrance of the forest park where they had trained years ago. The trio immediately collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Had it not been for the bicycle's quality, the tires would have burst long ago. "Are you planning to set up camp here?" "Indeed, this place is quite suitable. There's a stable food source, and the wild beasts here are unlikely to be numerous. It is relatively safe, as long as we conduct proper reconnaissance. First, let us check if the small cottage I built before still stands." Upon entering the forest park, they all relaxed, slowly making their way toward the small waterfall at the park's center, following Tietao. "How nostalgic. It feels like we're back in training camp." "This is not training camp anymore. I don't have much beast-repelling medicine left. At most, it can last a week." "Does that mean we'll need someone on night watch every day?" "Not necessarily. We can just replenish the beast-repelling medicine. Do you have the materials with you? If not, we can source them locally." "Since when did you acquire such abilities?" "You've gained them during your time away." As they chatted, They approached the vicinity of the small waterfall. The cottage was still standing, albeit covered in a layer of moss. Enough talk. Let us set up the house first. With that, Tietao headed directly into the nearby woods. Brother, can he manage alone? Shouldn't we help him? One of the boys asked Tang Xuang. No need to worry. This guy is extraordinary. I have never seen anyone with such physical prowess. The intricate tasks will be ours to handle shortly. Before the echoes of his voice had faded, the sharp crack of breaking branches resonated through the nearby grove. Without waiting for them to turn back to Iron Tide, the sound of trees splintering continued to reverberate. Prepare to work. Do not appear as though you have never seen the world, Tang Xuang instructed the newcomers. Brother, we lack tools. Can't you command your beasts to work without tools? Almost immediately, they witnessed trees soaring towards them, crashing into the ground and creating deep craters. Tang Xuang and his companions acted swiftly. Little Dragon was in charge of transportation, the gale-winged wolf handled the cutting, while the lightning falcon ventured out for reconnaissance. The poison dart frog could do little but watch. By the time Iron Tide returned, the logs had already been transformed into planks, including those from the small cabin he had previously erected. He casually retrieved tools from his storage space, carving out each mortise and tenon joint with precision. Fortunately, they worked efficiently, and by dusk, the cabin was nearly complete. The mud golem sealed the structure with earth, ensuring it was snug enough to withstand the lingering chill of the weather. The aroma of braised meat wafted through the cabin as flames danced, gradually drying the damp soil. The temperature inside began to rise, and despite the dim lighting, the atmosphere was otherwise quite comfortable. After scattering some beast repellent, Iron Tide returned with firewood, setting up a simple campfire within the cabin. A pot was suspended over the flames, and the heat from the braised meat gradually extinguished its flames. Everyone's eyes eagerly fixated on the food in Iron Tide's hands. They had been waiting for this meal for a long time, having not eaten since they set out. Iron Tide remained unfazed, his reserves of energy ample. This minor expenditure was trivial, especially considering the plentiful supplies he had stored in the vast space of the Great Whale. As they dined and conversed, Iron Tide also got acquainted with the three individuals trailing behind them: Fong Qingmiao, Zhang Shang, and Yang Susu, 2 men and a woman. Except for Yang Susu's lightning falcon, which had been procured in advance by her family, the other 2 had contracted their beasts from fortunate gambling on eggs. Iron Tide, when do you think this feral beast reign will cease? I'm uncertain. It depends on when the void disappears. The dragon in the city is not easy to handle. We must prepare for a protracted battle. As feral beasts truly descended, the anxious feeling within him subsided, as if he had transformed into a hunter in this realm. As night deepened, the cabin was filled to capacity. The other 3, each wrapped in a blanket, rested against the wooden walls while Iron Tide and his companions settled into sleeping bags. After a night had passed, the campfire within had extinguished. Upon emerging from the cabin, they discovered a plethora of feral beast footprints surrounding them. Without the beast repellent, it was impossible to fathom how many creatures might have visited this place. Iron Tide produced 3 fishing rods from his storage space. Luomi, take those 3 to fish. You and Tang Xuang will keep watch. I will search for materials to make more beast repellent. Understood, Luomi responded promptly. The 3 of them had hunted together across the plains, and their tacit understanding was unmatched by the other 3. Iron Tide preferred to have Lu Xiaoyu accompany him in the forest park, as her innate affinity for nature made traversing the woods much easier. Images of potential medicinal herbs flowed from Iron Tide's spiritual imprint into Lu Xiaoyu's mind. She dashed ahead, moving through the forest as if it were flat ground, undeterred by any obstacles. Here, Lu Xiaoyu's talents shone brilliantly. The herbs Iron Tide needed were quickly located by her. Nearby the cabin, Yang Susu and her companions fished with their rods, feeling as though they were not facing disaster but rather engaged in a hunt. The mud golem crafted a clay stool for Tang Xuang, who sat upon it with an air of confidence, his eyes half closed. The roar of beasts echoed, prompting Tang Xuang to open his eyes. Finally, we can move. Who is up? He glanced at the beasts lounging nearby. The braised meat lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly uninterested in moving, letting out a soft grunt as it closed its eyes. The mud golem stood vacantly by Tang Xuang's side, while the blaze mouse had already burrowed underground. Only Little Dragon and Golden Pika remained. Tang Xuang turned to Golden Pika, who surveyed the surroundings but found no one else standing. Then it's your turn. Owl. That's unfair. Golden Pika slowly approached, moving with utmost grace. The trio fishing turned their gazes towards Golden Pika, who radiated a majestic aura as electric sparks danced around him. From the forest, a black-striped tiger emerged, its sinister appearance accentuated by a scorpion-like tail trailing behind it, evoking a sense of dread. Extra 2. Braised Meat S Diary 2. I cannot fathom why this operation is dubbed military training. What distinguishes it from playing house? At least from my perspective as braised meat, This entire military exercise has been rather pleasant. Except for a few days ago when I encountered the creature Iron Tide referred to as Little Snake. To be honest, Iron Tide is quite unreliable. He actually had me. Such an adorable creature. Attempt to slay a massive green python. Its head was several times larger than mine. No, dozens of times larger. Thankfully, my flames were powerful, otherwise Iron Tide would surely have devoured both me and the python in one bite. This guy is cunning. For the sake of my pig life, I shall persevere. I must admit, Iron Tide's culinary skills are commendable. The snake stew was delectable. After consuming it, Iron Tide inexplicably developed scales akin to those of the green python. What in the world? Is Iron Tide even human? Or is he some sort of humanoid feral beast? My pig mother didn't pass down this kind of ancestral memory to me. Life as a pig is arduous. I am utterly clueless. Watching Iron Tide's scales vanish without altering his form, braised meat, felt a sense of relief. Truly, who is the master here? Although I bore the responsibilities of gathering food and starting fires during this military training, I was quite satisfied to frequently enjoy Iron Tide's cooking. The remaining time in military training was rather dull. Catching 1 or 2 feral beasts each day sufficed. Most of the time, I was simply lounging around. I could feel the fat accumulating on my belly once more. However, during this period, Iron Tide insisted on force-feeding me a rather unpalatable pill daily. After swallowing it, I felt utterly depleted. All the hard-earned fat I had accumulated vanished, as if by magic. Oh, my poor little belly, no longer plump. Fortunately, in the days that followed, there was hardly any fighting. I spent most of my time lounging around. Finally, the military training culminated in a token battle, of which I, braised meat, was quite satisfied. That fellow named Zhao Mingda, however, fared quite poorly. Initially, he held his head high, but soon after, he fell silent. Upon encountering him, I noticed wisps of white smoke rising from his hair. It must be said that Tang Shuang is truly merciless in his endeavors. After the conclusion of military training, we returned to a serene existence, which was delightful. However, all of that tranquility was disrupted when Tietao expressed his desire to venture into the wilderness. An utterly incomprehensible notion. Was it not preferable to remain comfortably at home? Why the urge to go out? And to make matters worse, he insisted on dragging me, the esteemed Lord Braised Pork, along with him. Lord Braised Pork, was decidedly displeased. In such moments, Tietao would cast a fierce gaze in my direction, one that unmistakably conveyed his intent to devour me. The sensation was quite unbearable, although I had grown somewhat accustomed to it. As Lord Braised Pork, my discomfort was palpable. During this period, I delved into the annals of human history, which proved to be an intricate tapestry, one that I, Lord Braised Pork, struggled to comprehend fully. Yet, I recalled a text mentioning something akin to the Huan Renjing. I yearned to glean insights from it. Alas, I perused the entire work, only to find nary a mention of the Huan Renjing. How frustrating. It seems I, Lord Braised Pork, have come to understand that strength reigns supreme. One day, when my power is sufficiently formidable, I shall compel Tietao to prepare my meals incessantly, without pause. Observing my feeble physique was a pitiable sight. Despite my potential for weight gain, I remained so emaciated. It was nothing short of torment for a pig. Until one day, after watching videos of pig farms on Tietao's phone, I realized that he truly cared for my well-being. A well-fed pig is one destined for market. I gazed upon robust pigs being bled, and my heart ached for them. I rescinded my previous thoughts. I aspired to be a free-range, svelte pig. Then came the day when Luo Mi's mother took me to the market. The human world is terrifying. Pigs like me, raised freely and robustly, fetch a higher price. I even spotted a pig of similar stature, its body a tempting crimson, yet it had been cleaved in two and sealed in plastic, labeled roast suckling pig. Is that not a description of me, Lord Braised Pork? I have barely begun my life. The fate of pigs is indeed tragic. I declared, I shall never return to the market. It is the most dreadful place. This marked the final moments of my enjoyment before the journey into the wilderness. The wilderness, an uncharted territory. I had never ventured there before, and I was uncertain of what awaited. Tietao joined a small team heading into the wild. Though I was not particularly fond of this group, their antics were rather unsavory, even resorting to the peculiar habit of sniffing feces. I took the liberty of providing them with a sample, yet Tietao refused to partake. At that moment, I truly doubted their capabilities. When confronted with prey, they were inept, unable to even take down a clumsy bear. They were exceedingly sluggish, squandering the ample time I afforded them, which delayed Tietao's barbecuing. He pressed me for results. Reluctantly, I, Lord Braised Pork, had to take matters into my own hands. Dispatching the bear was no trivial task. Yet I had overindulged in play. Time slipped away, and with Tietao's urging, I swiftly ended the bear's life and returned for a delightful feast of roasted meat. The time in the wilderness stretched long ahead of me. I had not anticipated encountering familiar faces here, nor did I foresee becoming an auxiliary for others, participating in yet another round of military training. Military training. A mere amusement sufficed. I found great admiration for a fellow named Lu Ming, who was quite adept at navigating social dynamics, though at times he could be foolish. The offerings he presented were quite agreeable, their flavors delightful. He suggested feeding purple dragon leaves to a small green caterpillar. If he wished to undertake that task, so be it. I was content to observe. After the caterpillar transformed, I unexpectedly gained a little subordinate, the purple dragon widow. This creature shrank into a ball upon seeing me, clearly intimidated. This fear lent me greater insight into the Huan Renjing. Lu Ming's actions served as an exemplary case, what with all the old tortoise and birdmaster titles. One day, I shall also be addressed as pig grandmother. For now, I can only dream. There shall come a day when Lord Braised Pork will realize this ambition. Following this, military training proceeded rather smoothly, albeit with unforeseen developments. My standing at home diminished, as Tietao had contracted a deer. The simple-minded creature served well as a makeshift backpack. Remaining silent, despite its naivety, its lineage was not inferior to mine. My status had been significantly undermined. I, Pig Outyin, would not accept this, especially upon returning home, when Luomi no longer embraced me, opting instead to frolic with the little deer. Life as a pig is arduous. I had no choice but to resign myself to this fate. Suddenly, one day, Tietao surprisingly managed to wield my flames. I sensed an ominous shift. My status had diminished, and my utility waned. When would I ever comprehend the Huan Renjing? Chapter 162, The Lion and Tiger Clash. The wild beast Tang Shuang encountered was unfamiliar to him, and he could not ascertain its strength. His knowledge of wild creatures remained rather limited. Nonetheless, it was evident that this beast was extraordinary. Protect yourselves, Tang Shuang called to the three behind him who were fishing, before giving Lord Braised Pork a nudge with his foot. Lord Braised Pork was gazing intently when he turned to Tang Shuang. Following his gaze, he lazily rose from the ground. The electrically charged golden Pikachu stood fearless in confrontation with the black tiger. In that moment of locked eyes, their battle commenced. The speed of the golden Pikachu far surpassed that of the tiger, leaving claw marks upon its dark fur, droplets of blood seeping forth. The black tiger retaliated fiercely, its scorpion-like tail delivering a few stings to the Pikachu, of which only one could be deemed effective. This prompted Tang Shuang to clench his fists, as dark splotches began to appear on the golden Pikachu, an ominous sign of poisoning that was evidently potent. As a fourth-tier beast tamer, for the Pikachu to fall victim to poison, this wild beast must possess considerable strength. Tang Shuang retrieved an antidote from his backpack, and the Pikachu's spirit conveyed reassurance that he could handle the toxin. The darkness on the Pikachu began to coalesce, while the black tiger too was gathering dark thunder within. The dark energy was gradually drawn towards the golden Pikachu, electric currents coursing through its body, the darkened areas rapidly diminishing. Upon contact with the dark thunder, the previously receding blackness surged forth, enveloping its entire back in shadow. With a flash of red light emanating from its body, the Pikachu retreated and launched itself at the black tiger. Left with no choice, the golden Pikachu unleashed all the lightning within it skyward. The currents coursing through the body abruptly vanished, leaving it enfeebled and unsteady. Step by step, he staggered towards Tang Shuang, his body swaying uncontrollably. With determination, Tang Shuang opened the antidote, swiftly inserting the needle into the flesh of Jean Pikachu. However, the antidote did not have the anticipated effect. It merely postponed the spread of the toxin. Electricity. What was needed was electricity. Suddenly, an idea struck Tang Shuang. He turned to Yang Susu. Command your lightning falcon to discharge electricity towards Jean Pikachu. Quickly, without hesitation, Yang Susu gestured towards the falcon soaring in the sky. A surge of electricity enveloped Jean Pikachu, reviving its spirit slightly and causing its fur to bristle. Yet, it was still far from achieving an electrified state. Not enough. Continue, Tang Shuang shouted. The electric sparks continued to surge forth, gradually shifting Jean Pikachu closer to the electrified condition. If it could attain that state, there was hope for Jean Pikachu. After several rounds of electricity struck Jean Pikachu, it still had not entered the electrified state. The energy stored within the lightning falcon had been depleted, and it settled on Yang Susu's shoulder to rest. Tang Shuang tossed several vials of energy potions to Jean Pikachu, continuing to recharge it. The dark hue on Jean Pikachu's body began to diminish, albeit at a much slower pace than during its previous electrified state. Meanwhile, Hong Xiaoro was engaged in a fierce battle with the black tiger. Their initial clash singed a patch of fur from the black tiger. The two continued to circle each other, with the black tiger sensing that this red-skinned pig was far more formidable than the earlier Jean Pikachu. Hong Xiaoro, aware of the precarious distance between them, sought assistance from Tietao through its soul, hesitant to attack or allow the black tiger to strike or flee. The black tiger, unwilling to remain in a stalemate, charged at Hong Xiaorou, its body gathering dark lightning. Its scorpion tail lurked, poised to strike. Observing this, Hong Xiaorou's flames transformed into a brilliant blue. In an instant, a wall of ice materialized before the black tiger. Unwilling to retreat, the black tiger decided to press on, intent on seizing the abundant food available. It aimed to attack again. As Hong Xiaorou evaded the assault, flames blazed behind it, melting the icy ground and leaving a trail of fire in its wake. The black tiger, losing its footing on the shimmering ice, stumbled. Hong Xiaorou exhaled in relief. The tiger's claws struck the ice with ferocity, creating numerous cracks. Humph. Well, this one has some brains. Roar. The black tiger let out a roar and lunged forward, its dark electricity intensifying, sending tendrils towards Jean Pikachu. In its attack, the black tiger also sought to ensnare Jean Pikachu. The mud golem rapidly expanded, towering over 10 meters, effectively blocking the dark lightning. Hong Xiaorou's flames shifted back to a deep crimson, rapidly dissolving the ice behind it, leaving trails of fire in its wake to impede the black tiger's advance. Suddenly, the sound of wind ceased behind Hong Xiaorou. It turned to see the black tiger charging towards the trio. In the sky, Luomi patted the little dragon's neck, gathering white light in her mouth. A sphere of white light, imbued with destructive power, struck the black tiger, momentarily halting its advance. Seizing the opportunity, the mud golem extended the earthen wall, enveloping the three. The black tiger, unwilling to linger in a situation it could not easily breach, planned to hunt them down at a later time. The urban landscape around them felt as desolate as a wasteland. The roles of hunter and prey could reverse at any moment. Gradually, the black tiger retreated. Suddenly, its tail collided with an unseen obstacle. Tietao, clad in black armor, blocked the black tiger's path. The black tiger sensed a familiar aura emanating from him, recognizing it as a shared source of power, and did not exhibit the same fear as other wild beasts. Tietao was resolute in preventing the black tiger's escape. He recognized it as a beast he had once acquired the soul orb of. This was the dark demon tiger. With a swift motion, Tietao seized the dark demon tiger's tail, using his strength to hurl it upward. The earthen wall gradually restored itself. With his powerful physique, Tietao relentlessly pounded the dark demon tiger. Dark lightning continually surged from its tail, while the black patterns on Tietao's body absorbed the energy. In an instant, the dark demon tiger retracted the dark lightning, revealing two hidden tails that lashed out at Tietao. The sharp tail pierced through the armor, embedding itself in Tietao's flesh. Chapter 163. Did you think this was sufficient? Did you think piercing my armor was enough? The armor on Tietao vanished, revealing iron-gray skin underneath. The tail left several drops of venom on him, which rapidly mingled with the black patterns on his body. Clearly, the dark demon tiger was somewhat weaker than Tietao, yet stronger than both Jean Pikachu and Hong Xiaorou. The emergence of such a wild beast indicated that the wave of beasts attacking was far from ordinary. Bringing Luomi along was undoubtedly a prudent decision. Tietao intended to hold nothing back, as his claws materialized. The dark demon tiger's tail severed at the base, akin to a lizard shedding its tail. After losing its tail, it darted into the forest. Tietao would not allow it to escape. He vanished from sight and reappeared directly in front of the dark demon tiger, blocking its path. The dark demon tiger, caught off guard, received a powerful punch to the head from Tietao. The dark demon tiger shook its head, attempting to dispel the dizziness. However, Tietao's fists were swifter and more ferocious, raining down blows upon it. With a crack, the dark demon tiger felt the unmistakable ache of a fracture. Unable to withstand the relentless onslaught from Tietao, it was left with no recourse. In a desperate move, it expelled a black orb, which struck Tietao before he could react. The orb embedded itself in Tietao, halting his movements. The dark demon tiger had entered Tietao's consciousness space, its final trump card. This was a realm Tietao knew all too well, and he remained unafraid. The dark demon tiger roared at Tietao, and soon, a pitch-black armor enveloped Tietao, adorned with intricate patterns and crowned with two prominent horns. Within this state of consciousness, Tietao tapped into his most formidable power. As golden light from the soul control secret technique materialized in his hand, he had not anticipated that the state of affairs within the realm of human consciousness would mirror that of the external world. Do you think this suffices? Tietao reiterated the same query, yet received no reply. Unperturbed, he executed his adept teleportation within the consciousness space, his proficiency surpassing even that of the dark demon tiger. This marked his inaugural foray into another being's consciousness realm. The golden light in Tietao's hand occasionally grazed against the creature's form, causing the dark demon tiger's silhouette to become increasingly ethereal. It had never expected to encounter a hexagonal warrior. Gradually, the dark demon tiger faded from the consciousness space, and awareness returned. Tietao grasped the orb that was on the verge of falling from his grasp, while his other hand supported the dark demon tiger as he made his way back to the camp. Within the encampment, azure lightning danced incessantly, while the darkness receded from the golden Pikachu's body. He cast the dark demon tiger onto the ground, placing one hand upon the golden Pikachu. The black markings on his arm surged upward, as toxic electrical energy was swiftly absorbed through the wounds by the black patterns. The now detoxified golden Pikachu lay weakly on the ground. It seems I have underestimated the peril of encountering such a savage beast. I never imagined that even a fourth-tier beastmaster would find themselves in such dire straits. Who knows how many lives will be lost this time? Luomi descended from the sky. What manner of savage beast is this? Do you recall the black orb obtained from that unscrupulous merchant when Lu Ming purchased the Heaven Pearl during our last visit to the stream? That soul orb of some sort? Tang Shuang struggled to remember, only vaguely recalling. The dark demon tiger is indeed this exceedingly rare savage beast. Tietao produced an orb identical to the previous soul orb, albeit this one shone with greater brilliance. Tang Shuang glanced at it briefly before returning to administer energy potions to the golden Pikachu. What is the situation in the capital? Is there any intelligence available? Tietao inquired. Not much. The signal here is intermittent. The sky is somewhat better, Luomi replied. She retrieved her phone and opened a video app. The video loaded slowly, perpetually buffering. After 7 or 8 minutes, a 5-minute video finally emerged. Take a look at the current situation, Luomi said. Tapping to play the video. Everyone gathered around to watch the footage on the phone. It was evident that this video was not from the capital, but rather from a more remote city, the identity of which remained unknown. The city had devolved into a paradise for savage beasts, with numerous creatures clashing and delineating territories. A small cluster of humans huddled together, struggling to survive. The video concluded with a drone crashing, symbolizing the collapse of hope. This was filmed by a drone. The city is undoubtedly perilous. Surely the situation in the capital is somewhat better? Yang Susu asked uncertainly. Not necessarily. If a fourth-tier savage beast can emerge in such a remote and resource-poor area, the capital is bound to host numerous third-tier beasts, Tang Shuang asserted confidently. At the very least, there must be third-tier beasts in the vicinity of your air raid shelter, Tietao added. Fortunately, we left early. Even if we find safety in the shelter, it won't last long. Yang Susu's words were affirmed by the other two. Tietao suddenly recalled that many capable individuals had been reassigned. Similarly, those surviving in the city, both humans and beasts, were likely not of significant strength. Are they preparing forces for a counteroffensive? Tietao surmised, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. Survival was the only hope. The capital's location was inland, making it exceedingly difficult to locate a safe zone. Tietao pulled out a map and began to sketch and annotate. After more than an hour, he set down his pen. We shall head to the volcano. It should be the safest place. He wiped the sweat from his brow. The volcano? What makes that place safe? Tang Shuang inquired, puzzled. There are few savage beasts willing to inhabit that area, and even if some do appear, those capable of surviving in such an environment would likely relocate. The most dangerous places have now become the safest, he explained. However, reaching the volcano requires us to traverse the capital. Given our current circumstances, that seems impossible, Luo Mi pragmatically pointed out. It appears we must venture into the city, otherwise, the savage beasts will proliferate, and our space for survival will dwindle, he acknowledged. The reasoning is sound, but how do you propose we proceed? Tang Shuang raised her gaze to Tietao. You three remain here. Even if it means abandoning the camp, ensure your survival. I will enter the city alone. Procure a vehicle and gather more fuel. When the time comes, we will drive there. Chapter 164, Returning to the Capital. Wait a moment. Once I have collected sufficient information regarding the capital, you may return. Luo Mi stated before taking flight on her small dragon to seek a location with better signal for her research, not waiting for Taitao's response. Tang Shuang, take this opportunity to master the art of teleportation. We will rely on you to guard this place afterward. Understood. I will hasten my studies. Tang Shuang promptly retreated to her small dwelling to begin learning the teleportation technique. You three, ensure a steady supply of food. The provisions I can leave you will not last long. Understood, boss, the three responded in unison. They recognized that Tietao exhibited strength far surpassing that of others. Gazing at this individual, only slightly their senior, they felt a profound respect. How many could tear apart a fourth-tier savage beast? Even among those capable of such feats, how many could do so with such ease? Tietao also entered the small dwelling, depositing all the instant food from his spatial compartment. Stepping outside, he retrieved tools and began to prepare beast-repelling potions. This undertaking was uncertain in duration. He needed to ensure at least a week's worth of beast-repelling potions remained. The materials he gathered from the forest with Lu Xiaoyu were nearly complete, although a few specific ingredients remained elusive. Nevertheless, he had acquired similar alternatives that could yield comparable effects. The three individuals fishing by the stream stared in astonishment at Tietao's actions. This is incredible. He is not merely an apothecary or a beastmaster. It is rumored that he is also a beast breeder. How can one person possess such versatility? A fish bit the hook, redirecting their focus back to fishing. The data collection process was sluggish, as the internet speed here was dismally inadequate. He would need to remain for several days until Tang Shuang mastered the teleportation technique. Nightfall arrived swiftly. The three returned with 7 or 8 fish. Though their catch was modest, it was sufficient for the day's needs. That evening, Luomi's phone had already downloaded several videos. Each video clearly depicted the dangers within the capital, revealing a situation that was not localized. All areas displayed a state of crisis, with countless savage beasts battling for territory. In just a day, several low-rise buildings had collapsed entirely. Locations rich in savage beast resources faced the most assaults. Tang Shuang, how much longer until you master the teleportation technique? One day, at most a day? Tang Shuang provided his response with utmost certainty. He had commenced his studies at an unprecedented pace, for this secret technique pertained to the realm of the soul. Very well, I shall set forth tomorrow. I have meticulously prepared all necessary medicines and provisions. The beast-repelling powder should suffice for nearly 2 weeks. I trust that this duration will be ample for his return. Tietao began to rest here, and by the dawn of the 3rd day, he embarked on his journey to the capital. The capital lay in utter disarray. The once thriving city had been transformed beyond recognition. The devastation wrought by the wild beasts was extraordinary, particularly those capable of altering the terrain. The city's structure had undergone a monumental transformation, and he needed to seize this opportunity to gather essential supplies and maps. In the capital, the Tang family. Within a 3-mile radius surrounding the Tang estate, no wild beasts dared to tread. Any that ventured into this vicinity were swiftly exterminated. The number of wild beasts encircling the area was steadily increasing. Such creatures, when faced with external threats, united against the foe. However, in the absence of enemies, they engaged in internal strife. Clearly, these beasts had designated the Tang family as their adversary. The Tang family was among the few clans that had managed to preserve their integrity during these tumultuous times, largely due to their proximity to a protective moat that deterred many wild beasts from encroaching. After the gathering at the Tang estate, everyone remained behind, opting for solidarity against the impending threat, which was indeed a prudent choice. In the struggle for survival, mutual support was undoubtedly the wisest course. How many waves has it been? Tang 16 inquired, stroking the beast at his side. 15 waves. It seems they wish to deprive us of rest, Tang 27 replied. It is a pity that second brother is absent. Had he been here, our strength would surely have increased significantly. Tang Shuang is of no consequence. He is no match for us, Tang 3 scoffed, wielding a trident forged from silver bluegrass. Second brother possesses 2 4th-tier beasts, which greatly enhances our overall power. What of the 4th tier? It cannot withstand a strike from my silver blue trident, he retorted. Enough talk. I am going out. Tang 3, disinterested in further conversation, exited the Tang estate, preparing to confront the wild beasts. His beasts guarded the moat, and few wild creatures dared to enter the waters. The trident in his hand struck the ground, creating ripples that radiated outward. As he advanced, the wild beasts surrounding him began to retreat gradually. The azure light emanating from his trident seemed to instill fear in these creatures, causing them to distance themselves from the area. Had the gluttonous beast been present, it would have noted that the trident glowed with even greater intensity than during their last encounter. Meanwhile, Tietao had seamlessly teleported into the city. Abandoned vehicles were strewn about, and locating a functioning one on the streets proved to be exceedingly challenging. With no other option, he decided to visit a 4S dealership in hopes of finding a suitable vehicle. The intricate patterns adorning his skin exuded the aura of a voracious beast. Following the navigational map, Tietao quickly arrived at a 4S dealership, only to find it deserted. The cars parked outside were damaged beyond repair. Fortunately, 2 vehicles on display remained relatively intact, albeit with considerable paint wear. Tietao paid no heed to the blemishes and entered the dealership in search of keys. Upon opening the door to the employee lounge, he discovered a woman hiding inside. Startled by his entrance, she let out a piercing scream. Silence. A command echoing the essence of humanity instantly quelled her cries. It's a person. Please, help me escape, she implored, her voice now laced with desperation. I am not your caretaker. Do you know where the keys for the display cars are? If you rescue me, I will tell you, she promised. Forget it. I will find them myself. Tietao noticed the woman's gaze shift toward a particular direction. Reaching out, he followed her line of sight and uncovered a box filled with keys. Found it. Let us see if they work. The woman slumped in defeat. collapsing onto the lounge floor. There are 2 cars outside and no wild beasts nearby. You have a chance to flee. Upon hearing Tietao's words, she perked up again, following him into the showroom. This time, she was much more cooperative, retrieving the keys for both vehicles. Tietao opted for a fuel-powered SUV, storing it within his spatial realm, leaving the electric vehicle behind, as it was ill-suited for his needs. In an instant, he vanished from the 4S dealership. Chapter 165, The Summoning from the Moat. After Tietao's departure, he teleported directly to a gas station. The scent of gasoline permeated the air, a fragrance many wild beasts found repugnant, rendering this place relatively safe. A secure location implied the presence of others. As Tietao sought to procure gasoline, the station's guards emerged, armed and ready. None of their beasts dared to show themselves. They sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from Tietao, though the humans remained oblivious. Armed with weapons, they confronted him. Go to another gas station. You are not permitted to touch the gasoline here. Tietao continued his task, pouring gasoline into a large barrel. I told you to stop. Did you not hear me? One of the guards hurled a wrench at him. Without even glancing, flames erupted from Tietao's form. The wrench disintegrated into molten iron before it could reach him. The flames heightened the tension among the guards, as they recognized the peril of being in a gas station. Yet, the gasoline in Tietao's hands showed no signs of ignition. It felt almost solid within the bag. The melted wrench continued to emit heat, further unsettling the guards. After filling the oil barrels, he placed them into his spatial realm, preparing to acquire another vehicle as a backup. A mere few barrels of gasoline would undoubtedly prove insufficient. He needed to find more containers. With that thought, Tietao's figure vanished before their eyes. He had already moved to another 4S dealership. As Tietao tirelessly scavenged for supplies, the ground beneath him began to tremble. He turned towards the source of the quaking, furrowing his brow. This disturbance occurred near his intended destination, where a pharmacy specializing in medicinal herbs was located. Boasting the most comprehensive selection, he wished to ascertain what remained there, but now he hesitated. The tremors clearly indicated the presence of a colossal wild beast in the vicinity, complicating matters. With the vehicles and fuel secured, he still had numerous tasks to attend to. Quickly, Tietao teleported to the highest building in the area. The structure had long since lost its windows, and numerous avian-like wild beasts had taken residence inside. He gazed towards the source of the tremors and beheld a massive beast, akin to a bull, complete with 2 humps on its back. Its entire body was enveloped in black armor, adorned with patches of green moss. This is the black-armored Quilliu. Tietao's pupils contracted sharply. Such a savage beast had unexpectedly made its appearance here. He hastily observed the black-armored Quilliu approaching. Indeed, such a creature was a rarity, and it was also a crucial material for the Kirin bloodline of Lu Xiaoyu. From the tallest building, 2 kilometers away from the black-armored Quilliu, Tietao peered through his binoculars. This direction pointed towards the Tang family. Why was the black-armored Quilliu heading to attack the Tang family? What had they done to provoke such a savage beast? Tietao spotted a familiar figure standing before the black-armored Quilliu, wielding a trident, seemingly unafraid. Was Tang San out of his mind? Only Tang San among the Tang family was prepared to confront this wild beast. The others had already made arrangements for evacuation. The family's strongest forces were not present, and such a beast posed a lethal threat to them all. Before the black-armored Quilliu, Tang San was reciting fervently, "Great Lord of the Deep Sea, I thank you for bestowing upon me your power. Your faithful servant requires your strength. I shall offer the soul of this savage beast in exchange for your ephemeral descent." The azure light on the trident pulsated continuously, and the nearby moat seemed to begin to churn violently. The blue light shot forth from the trident, plunging into the waters of the moat. The light before him vanished. The black-armored Quilliu charged towards Tang San, its horns scraping the ground, carving deep furrows in its wake. The reinforced concrete road was utterly destroyed, and less than a kilometer lay between Tang San and the beast, leaving him with scant time. With his eyes closed and still murmuring incantations, Tang San's trident had transformed into a pool of grass, as if it had lost its vitality. The tumultuous waters of the moat surged even more violently, countless life forms within being reduced to pulp. Amidst the carnage, a bizarre figure began to take shape. The water of the moat formed the majority of its body, while its head was crafted from flesh and blood. This watery giant was even larger than the black-armored Quilliu, its hands gripping a trident made of water. The azure glow on this trident bore a striking resemblance to that of the one Tang San held, albeit more profuse, almost enveloping the entire weapon. Beneath the flesh and blood head, countless red tentacles writhed incessantly. Describing it as resembling an octopus was an understatement. It was an indescribable entity. The only recognizable feature were the tentacles reminiscent of an octopus, which Tietao decided to dub Octopus Brother. Tietao watched all of this through his binoculars, utterly confounded as to what this creature was. Yet, its similarities to Tang San were too pronounced to dismiss. To claim there was no connection would be incredulous. He lowered the binoculars. The scale of this battle was such that he could see it clearly even without them. In the sky, thunder rolled ominously, and the winds intensified. Tietao furrowed his brow, sensing that a dragon was also approaching. It was as if powerful savage beasts were converging upon this location. He took several photographs and recorded a video for posterity. The horns of the black armored Quiliu collided with the tentacled body of Octopus Brother. The water-formed body held firm like an iron wall, blocking the charge of the black armored Quiliu. The trident thrust toward the back of the black armored Quiliu. The dark shell barely impeded the attack, resulting in 3 gaping wounds appearing on its back. Crimson blood streamed along the trident towards the head of Octopus Brother. As if the blood of the black armored Quiliu was becoming the lifeblood of Octopus Brother. The blood coursed through its body, seemingly navigating its vascular system. The black armored Quiliu, feeling the pain, retaliated fiercely. Octopus Brother swayed as the trident was dislodged from the creature's body. The immense force caused Octopus Brother's watery form to dissipate considerably. The water expelled from its body sank into the ground, leading to a swift contraction of its form. The black armored Quiliu appeared to have discovered a method to counter Octopus Brother. Its horns relentlessly struck against the creature's body, causing water to be forcefully expelled. The azure glow from the trident surged into its body. The black armored Quiliu collided with the azure light, as if the strongest spear had struck the most formidable shield. A tremendous sound reverberated, with sound waves expanding across a radius of over 10 miles. A fragment of a horn splintered off, and the azure light dimmed slightly. A golden opportunity. Tietao seized the moment and teleported towards the direction where the horn fragment had flown. Chapter 166. Chaos. The winds grew fiercer, and thunder echoed across the sky. Occasionally, dragon heads appeared in the heavens. Yet, Tietao paid them no mind. The broken horn of the black armored Quiliu was his target. His claws manifested, gripping the fragment tightly in the air. The fragment still propelled him far, crashing through glass and into a building. Within the same floor, avian savage beasts, in a panic, launched assaults against Tietao. Their armored claws raked his back fiercely. However, they inadvertently assisted in dissipating much of his momentum, nearly sending him flying out of the floor once more. In gratitude, Tietao swiftly ended the lives of the 2 avian beasts. They had posed no resistance. He pried the horn fragment from his palm, which was no larger than half a palm size. The shard had nearly pierced his hand, yet no blood was shed. The energy accumulated within his body had already healed him. His claws restored to their original state, though this had consumed a fair amount of his energy. He was acutely aware of the strength of his own claws. This fragment would suffice, though more would certainly be welcome. The hardness of the fragment proved challenging to handle. Tietao did not overlook the corpses of the 2 savage beasts, collecting them alongside the fragment into his spatial storage. Once more, he activated his teleportation, returning to his previous position to continue observing the battle. The dragon in the sky had also joined the fray, though it mostly lurked, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Once Octopus Brother's body was compromised by the black armored Quiliu, the sky would unleash a dragon siphon, drawing away all the water from the moat. Octopus Brother had diminished considerably, but had absorbed a significant amount of the black armored Quiliu's blood. Its physical form had also regained some solidity, reaching shoulder height. Such consumption was not unwelcome to Octopus Brother. The dragon in the sky had also absorbed some azure light, and it was evident that the scales on its body now shimmered with a blue aura. Time ticked by, and Octopus Brother continued to shrink, gradually matching the size of the black armored Quiliu. However, its physical mass had grown significantly, nearing half its body. It seemed Octopus Brother was reluctant to continue this way. A series of unintelligible murmurs began to emanate from its vicinity, expanding outward. Tietao listened to this sound, and his thoughts began to spiral into chaos. In his mind, an underwater city materialized, within which lay an indescribable creature in slumber. From its depths emerged whispers. "K, please share some sweets. K, please share some sweets." Iron Tide hastily shifted his thoughts, striving to plunge his mind into a state of dormancy. He had no desire to be indoctrinated by the creature's voice. Those around him, however, were not so fortunate. A dragon plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. The octopus, wielding a trident, pierced the dragon's skull. Blood gushed from the dragon's body, flowing into the octopus, causing it to grow at an alarming rate, while the dragon's form visibly withered. This savage beast possessed no combat prowess whatsoever. Iron Tide's heart raced in terror as he distanced himself from the octopus, peering through a telescope. The fallen dragon seemed to regain its senses, emitting a thunderous roar as its consciousness resurfaced. Blood ceased to flow into the octopus, and winds and thunder began to coalesce around it. Lightning struck the octopus, yet it remained unfazed, as though the tempest bore no threat to it. The dragon's tail lashed out, striking the octopus with newfound vigor. The sheer force caused the octopus to teeter, while the dragon ascended once more. The winds intensified, slicing through the air like blades. Blood began to waft through the atmosphere. Yet it was not from the octopus. Blood droplets oozed from the black-armored bull, as the gale grew ever more potent. The black-armored bull gradually retreated, seeking to escape the tempest's grasp. The octopus, intent on seizing the bull's soul, advanced steadily towards it, distancing itself from the wind's razor edge. The dragon above adjusted the tempest's perimeter. The three entities moved in synchrony, their trajectory aligning towards Iron Tide. He quickly teleported away from the scene. It seemed as though the bull was determined to draw Iron Tide into the fray, persistently retreating in his direction. The situation increasingly felt amiss. Iron Tide felt his energy coalesce inward. He teleported again, successfully evading the advancing threat. In the capital, only the howling winds and heavy footsteps echoed. No other sounds broke the silence. Though there were still formidable beasts of the third tier and above in the vicinity, they remained hidden. The roar of the lion resounded, indicating that the bull had summoned another beast into its tempestuous domain. Iron Tide's telescope reached its limits, rendering it impossible to discern the creature's identity. He suppressed his aura to its utmost, entering the tempest sphere. Finally, through the lens, he discerned the beast, the nine-tailed lion king. A legendary creature said to possess 9 lives, with each tail representing a distinct attribute. Each time it shifted its attributes, it lost 1 life. The complete disappearance of all tails signified its ultimate demise. This fully realized nine-tailed lion king was a sight recorded only in texts, with scarcely a handful of sightings in reality, chronicled by the very authors of those tomes. Iron Tide silently withdrew from the perilous tempest. In mere minutes, countless wounds had accumulated upon him. Had it not been for the remaining energy within him, he would have long since bled out. He dared not re-enter the tempest's domain. It was no longer suitable for his involvement. There was no point in seeking out the apothecary, for after being ravaged by the tempest, little would remain. Thus, Iron Tide opted to search in another direction. In the largest apothecary in the southern city, many were gathering medicinal herbs, just as he was. Ling Piao Miao? Iron Tide, what brings you here? Come over and gather some herbs. Don't bother with the apothecary in the west. What happened over there? A few third-tier beasts are engaged in battle. At that moment, Ling Piao Miao and another individual collided as they reached for the same herb. Damn it! How dare you snatch my herbs? Ling Piao Miao delivered a swift kick, sending the individual sprawling. Turning back to Iron Tide, she exclaimed, "What were we discussing again?" "Oh right, the beasts are fighting." Iron Tide, quick of hand, continued to converse with Ling Piao Miao while gathering herbs into his spatial pouch. Despite this, his collection remained scant. The ground trembled beneath them. "We need to go. The tremors are approaching," Iron Tide declared, ignoring Ling Piao Miao as he exited the apothecary, his form vanishing in an instant. Seeing Iron Tide's swift departure, Ling Piao Miao followed suit. Mounted atop an iron-footed ostrich, she raced towards the eastern city. The ostrich fully capitalized on its speed advantage. Iron Tide observed the distant battlefield, though he could not partake. He still assessed the strength of the ongoing clash. Indeed, the conflict drew nearer, with the situation still at an impasse. 2 beasts on the ground were wounded, and the red markings on the octopus's body were increasingly diminished. 3 beasts found themselves at a disadvantage, continuing to advance towards Iron Tide. It seemed a powerful beast lurked in the southern city as well. Iron Tide maintained his observational distance. A beast from the southern region joined the fray. He did not scrutinize it closely, but it appeared to be a serpentine creature, not smaller than the black-armored bull. The octopus pursued relentlessly, its body now entirely crimson. The trident in its grasp had turned blue, resembling a humanoid figure with an octopus head, its face still unrecognizable. For the first time, the octopus's voice rang out, "Share some sweets." This proclamation extinguished the very essence of the tempestuous zone. Iron Tide retreated yet again, the sound sapping his spirit. His earlier mental chaos had yet to subside, and he was uncertain when it would. He wished to avoid suffering further losses here. Skin rapidly sprouted from the octopus's form, its verdant exterior adorned with sharp claws and webbed appendages, a testament to its aquatic origins. By instinct, Iron Tide felt no affinity towards the octopus. However, the ability to invade souls was sufficient to incite his disdain. Even a soul nearing level 50, like his, would struggle against it. One could only imagine the fate of others. The collapse of their souls would be a light burden. Iron Tide repositioned himself towards the original battlefield. The silence that enveloped his path was eerie, as if life itself had been extinguished. The number of beasts had indeed diminished significantly. Nearly 2/3 of them vanished, leaving no traces behind. The remaining beasts appeared to be in a stupor, continuously bowing towards the octopus. Their roars bore no resemblance to their original cries, closely mirroring the octopus's utterances. Iron Tide struck down one of the beasts with a single punch. The blood of the savage beast gushed forth from its body, hurtling towards the direction of the octopus. The nearby savage beast remained utterly unresponsive. Tietao inhaled deeply. The creature unleashed by Tang San was indeed extraordinary. Soon, he found himself within the familiar confines of the Tang family mansion. There stood Tang San, his gaze vacant, murmuring to himself. Was this the power of the sea god? He was completely oblivious to Tao's arrival. Tao delivered a sharp slap to Tang San, rousing him from his stupor, though he was still not entirely himself. A second slap followed, and Tang San finally regained full consciousness, clutching his face as he glared at Tao. How dare you strike me? First, observe the creature you've unleashed, then we shall discuss further. Tao presented the photos and videos he had captured earlier for Tang San's perusal. Impossible. The great sea god would never act in such a manner. Tang San, in a frenzy, dashed through the Tang residence. The vast majority of the Tang family members were muttering incoherently, their eyes vacant, fixated on the octopus. Only a small fraction remained lucid. Yet even their beasts had succumbed to a similar state. Without exception, those who were still aware had utilized the star shift technique. Otherwise, they would surely have perished. Tang San plopped down in the courtyard of the mansion, at a loss for words. A few of the remaining conscious individuals rushed over, pulling Tang San up by his collar. What on earth have you done? What is that creature? How could this happen? The sea god would never do such a thing. Tang San continued to mutter incoherently. The members of the Tang family turned their attention to the newly arrived Tao. Who are you? I am a friend of Tang Shuang, having just come from the vicinity of the creature he summoned. How do we know you are indeed a friend of Tang Shuang? Tao retrieved his student ID from his space and tossed it to the individual. Same class, same dormitory, residing in the same villa. The person scrutinized Tao's ID with skepticism before nodding in acknowledgement. I believe you. What has transpired outside? At this point, Tang San had entrusted the interrogation to others. Tao showed them the videos stored on his phone. Is this the result of that creature Tang San conjured? Tao nodded. The situation is dire. If this creature roams freely, how many will survive in the capital? And if it traverses the entire nation? Tao dared not continue, knowing the creature must be eradicated. The individual sighed. We are powerless. Look at the members of the Tang family. While they may not be the elite, they are either lucid but without their beasts or completely unresponsive along with their beasts. I would rather confront a few third-grade savage beasts than face that creature. Just then, a voice echoed. Tang Lu. Tang San has regained his ability to speak. A voice resonated from the courtyard. Tao, come with me. Let us assess the situation together. Tang Lu invited. Very well. The two approached Tang San. He began to recount the origins of the octopus in a fragmented manner. After passing the Sea God Beastmaster University entrance exam, while summoning his second beast, he inadvertently stumbled upon a statue. He noticed a blue luminescence emanating from the statue and picked it up, initially believing that forming a contract with the second beast would be arduous, yet to his surprise, the process was remarkably smooth. He had chosen to contract the strongest among them, a leader of a small clan. Unexpectedly, during the contract, there had been no resistance. It had gone effortlessly. Over the following month, he frequently dreamt of an underwater city, where a formless humanoid creature continuously called out. Tang San mimicked the pronunciation of this being. As the sound escaped his lips, the others who had lost consciousness turned their gaze towards him. The remaining few who were still aware felt a chill run down their spines. Tang San continued to speak. Chapter 168, Cthulhu Tang San. It was indeed such a call. I seem to have entered that city in my dreams, calling out in this language. The slumbering creature responded to me, appearing in my mind and referring to me as its apostle, urging me to summon it at the appropriate time. Then I awakened from my slumber, having gained a part of its power. Is that the blue energy you exhibited during the National Beastmaster competition? Tang Shuang inquired, and Tang San nodded. Then why summon it now? There is no shame in fleeing, Tang Lu said, tugging at Tang San's collar. At that moment, I could no longer control my body. That power was in command. And what of your current state? I have now freed myself from its control, but have lost all my soul power. My beasts are all dead, and I can no longer perceive any soul marks. Tang San realized he had nothing left. Everything was the doing of that creature. At that moment, those around them began to call out. Tang San's eyes turned blue, and he violently broke free from Tang Lu's grasp. He began to call out, as silver-blue grass rapidly spread from a distance. The few remaining conscious individuals hastily distanced themselves from Tang San. The silver-blue grass swiftly enveloped him, encasing him like a suit of armor. A trident formed from the silver-blue grass materialized in his hands. Go, you must evacuate from this place. The city is swarming with savage beasts. Where do we go? Sweat beaded on Tang Lu's brow. To the forest park. The military training area of the capital Beastmaster University, near the waterfall. Contact Tang Shuang there. Tang Shuang had already turned around, the silver-blue grass at his jaw resembling writhing tendrils. Hurry, Tietao urged. The Tang family members sprang into action. In the family garage, several vehicles remained intact, and they vanished from sight. Dark armor enveloped Tietao, fully armed. In a swift motion, his shadowy figure appeared beside Tang San. His claws, sharp as blades, did not shred the silver-blue grass enveloping Tang Shuang. Tietao could hear the sound of engines revving. How many would survive was now in their hands. The noise gradually faded away, and Tietao's figure vanished before Tang San's eyes. He too did not wish to confront such a creature head-on. However, to his surprise, he found himself merely 50 meters away from his intended destination. Tang San surged forward like a cannonball, the trident thrusting forcefully into Tietao's side. The trident was not as sharp as he had anticipated. The armor remained unscathed. Yet, Tang San pressed him forcefully against the wall, causing it to crumble, and Tietao was thrust into the interior of a room. Tietao rolled aside, narrowly evading Tang San's assault. With inertia, Tang San continued his advance. Tietao's figure vanished, and Tang San abruptly halted, scanning his surroundings with keen eyes, suddenly lifting his head to gaze at the ceiling. He hurled the trident in his grasp. The trident pierced through the floorboards and ascended further into the air. As the sounds from below grew increasingly imminent, Iron Tide dared not hesitate and teleported once more. 50 meters, another 50 meters of instantaneous movement. He was gradually distancing himself from Tang San. Yet, the trident seemed to possess a relentless tracking ability, perpetually trailing Iron Tide. No matter where he went, the trident remained steadfastly behind him, an unshakable presence. Even when he attempted to obstruct it with other savage beasts, he could not evade the trident's assault. Its velocity exceeded that of his teleportation. 50 meters was traversed in the blink of an eye. Iron Tide had fully transformed into a savage beast, unleashing all his power to brace for the impending impact. His body could no longer withstand the strain of such frequent teleportation. As his dual horns clashed against the trident, he gripped its long handle tightly with both hands. Maintaining this stance, he shattered wall after wall. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he felt the blue glow of the trident invading his being. It sought to consume him. Iron Tide summoned every ounce of power within him, awakening the limit of his gluttonous bloodline. His form expanded, towering to a height of 5 or 6 meters, resembling a colossal savage beast from a distance. With his formidable strength, he crushed the trident into fragments. But the blue light had already infiltrated his body. The azure luminescence coursed through him, and dark patterns emerged on his skin, each one intercepting the blue light. Indeed, upon contact, they absorbed portions of the azure glow. The blue light, seemingly aware of the savage beast bloodline within Iron Tide, attempted to flee. How could Iron Tide allow it such an opportunity? He had expended so much energy to confront it. There was no way he would relinquish his efforts now. The dark patterns emanated a powerful pull, continuously drawing in the blue energy, which gradually dissipated within Iron Tide's body. In the distance, a massive octopus let out a furious roar. Iron Tide could feel the energy within him rapidly replenishing. The blue energy contained an abundance far beyond his expectations. If the braised pork had possessed the phoenix bloodline, it would have undoubtedly met its demise by now. This minuscule amount of energy surpassed that of a fourth-tier savage beast, revitalizing Iron Tide, who had previously been depleted. Though he had yet to fully regain his energy, his current state was exceptional. Seizing the opportunity, he prepared to gather the necessary resources swiftly. Over the course of 5 hours, he traversed the streets, the resources in the space around him multiplying. None of the savage beasts he encountered along the way could escape their fate of being devoured. The energy continued to accumulate. However, the energy he had previously harnessed was entirely exhausted, and his form gradually shrank back to that of a human. Iron Tide hastily donned a new set of clothes, for his original garments had been reduced to tatters during his complete transformation into a savage beast. As night fell over the city, various eyes appeared in the darkness. Iron Tide stowed away 31 barrels of gasoline into his space. In the forest park, the sound of engines reverberated. The few individuals in the small camp had already taken up defensive positions, and the lights of approaching vehicles could be seen from afar. Through binoculars, they observed the vehicles bearing numerous scars, seemingly having fled from the capital. The vehicles appeared to be heading directly towards them. A white energy sphere in Xiao Longlong's mouth exploded nearby, illuminating the surroundings. Still, the vehicles did not halt, continuing towards the small camp. Tang Shuang, accompanied by a golden pickup truck, proceeded towards the vehicles, having mastered the art of spatial manipulation. He was suddenly struck by the sight of a sign illuminated by the white light. It was familiar. This was the Tang family's vehicle. But why had the Tang family returned here? Chapter 169, Breaking Free. Inside the car, Tang Lu spotted the figure ahead and quickly slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a stop. The silhouette in the headlights grew clearer. It was none other than Tang Xuan. Tang Lu seized the intercom within the vehicle. Everyone disembark. We have arrived. All members of the Tang family exited the vehicle, 15 individuals approaching Tang Xuan. How did you end up here? Where are your beasts? They're gone. All of them are gone. Come back to the camp with me and tell me what happened. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed by the unfolding events. Upon entering the camp, the living conditions here were considerably better than those of most in the capital. A large pot of steaming fish soup was set before them. In a few brief exchanges, they recounted the day's upheavals to Tang Xuan. Luomi expressed her astonishment. Sixth cousin. I sensed something was amiss with Tang San during the Beast Tamer competition. After all, he was never around. He was always elsewhere. And we don't know much about him. Now we have no idea what has become of Iron Tide. Do not worry about that fellow. He can handle a third-tier savage beast on his own. He will be fine in the capital. I noticed he had no beasts with him. But even with the Beast Tamer's secret techniques, he shouldn't be capable of this. He has his own methods. You need not fret. Just make do for the night. We will plan our next steps in the morning. In the depths of the night in the capital, Iron Tide wandered the streets, as clear as day. Everything was vividly visible. He was unaware of the origin of this newfound ability. The looting continued, with nocturnal savage beasts frequently appearing. Iron Tide bore no scent of a savage beast. He was merely a living target. Yet, not a single savage beast dared to launch an attack against him. Iron Tide's supplies had increased significantly, and his space was nearing its limits. He casually entered a nearby inn, which bore no traces of savage beasts, indicating it had likely been free from invasion. Upon entering, Iron Tide released his aura outward. He traversed the establishment, and not a single savage beast emerged. This was a safe haven. He selected a room at random and kicked the door open. A sharp scream echoed from within. A snow wolf trembled in fear. What the? There's someone here. You should quickly find another room. Iron Tide stepped out and made his way to another room, kicking the door open once more. He found it empty. Iron Tide settled into a chair within the room, roasting a piece of savage beast meat over the flames in his hand. The enticing aroma wafted through the damaged door, spreading into the distance. Just as he was about to take a bite of the meat, his door swung open, and 5 or 6 individuals squeezed into his room. 2 of them shone their flashlights on Iron Tide. What do you want? Iron Tide continued to chew on the meat in his hand. Hand over the food, and we'll let you go. A young man wielding an iron pipe tapped it against his palm, his gaze fixated on the meat in Iron Tide's mouth. Has the order already collapsed in such a short time? Iron Tide pondered within. Desiring sustenance, one must venture forth to hunt the wild beasts. There is an abundance of meat to be had. If I were capable of defeating them, I would have done so long ago. Do you know the origin of the flesh I possess in my hands? Tietao abruptly stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. The newcomers fell into a profound silence. The space beside Tietao was once again disrupted as he produced another chunk of wild beast meat. Flames erupted from his body, transforming the raw meat in his grasp into cooked delicacies, which he then consumed with an audible swallow. Would you like some? The group nodded, their previous bravado having evaporated. To survive, they must venture out and hunt the wild beasts. Tietao retrieved a third piece of meat, a droplet of oil cascading down its surface. The individual wielding the steel pipe could no longer contain himself. Impulse triumphed over reason. The steel pipe struck Tietao's head repeatedly. Observing Tietao's lack of reaction, the others surged toward the meat in his hands. Only the one with the steel pipe began to retreat slowly, the pipe now severely deformed. He gradually backed out of the doorway, hastening towards his dwelling. Tietao's aura surged, releasing an overwhelming presence that repelled those who had encircled him. Do you still desire more? Flames erupted from Tietao, their intensity igniting the table behind him. The beasts accompanying him had collapsed to the ground, trembling, too fearful to move or lift their heads. The onlookers, akin to having encountered a specter, hastily fled from Tietao's chamber. As the flames surrounding Tietao extinguished, he resumed his leisurely grilling of meat, the strength within him gradually replenishing. By the time dawn broke, the energy within him returned to its former state prior to his encounter with Tang San. The space around him had also expanded considerably. Tietao's figure had vanished from the inn. He roamed the city restlessly, feeling the tremors beneath his feet once more. It appeared that Octopus Brother and his associates were drawing near. Tietao swiftly teleported to a higher vantage point, surveying the distance with binoculars. Several wild beasts continued their fierce battle against Octopus Brother. Despite the prolonged conflict, no resolution was in sight. Apart from the dragon in the sky, which had ceased to sustain the winds, the other 3 wild beasts exhibited little change. Tietao suspected that these beasts had stored an immense amount of energy. far exceeding his own reserves. It seemed his limits had yet to be reached. The energy he had consumed from the wild beasts was insufficient to advance his bloodline. The situation for Octopus Brother was indeed grim, with a significant portion of his crimson hue faded. If he could endure just a bit longer, Octopus Brother would likely fall first. However, it remained uncertain how many more days this battle would last. Once it concluded, hunting these wild beasts would likely not take long before liberation from the capital was realized. So long as no more voids opened in the sky, they would be safe. At the waterfall camp, activity resumed, the camp undergoing expansion. Without Tietao's lumberjacking, their progress had significantly slowed. Every wild beast capable of cutting was summoned. Makeshift wooden huts were being constructed at a rapid pace. They awaited Tietao's return. Once he returned, they would be ready to set forth. Tang Xuang's phone rang. It was a call from Tietao. Chapter 170. Tang Xin strikes again. The call connected. Tietao, how fare things on your end? Tao's voice was intermittent, yet Tang Xuang could still hear him clearly. The wild beasts are still embroiled in chaos within the city. I shall return once the turmoil subsides. What? Please repeat that. I said, once the chaos in the city concludes, I will return. The floor beneath Tietao trembled. He quickly shifted his position, and the call ended. He turned the binoculars towards the previous building's location. A figure entangled in silver-blue vines appeared. The silver-blue grass octopus brother Tang San had reemerged. He gazed in Tao's direction, charging towards him like a projectile. Tietao teleported once more, midway through. Tang San seemed to lose momentum. His inertia appeared to falter as he charged again towards Tietao. Damn, Newton would surely be rolling in his grave. Tietao continued to flee, but his teleportation range was again restricted to 50 meters. This sensation was intolerable. The distance between Tietao and Tang San diminished, and the sounds emanating from Tang San's mouth gradually reached Tao's ears. An unsettling heaviness enveloped Tao's mind, interrupting his teleportation. Tang San was now perilously close. After a day of clearing the mental corruption, this new phenomenon emerged. Unlike the black erosion from the black erosion dragon, Tang San's influence resembled a form of brainwashing, far more challenging to eradicate. Tietao quickly initiated his transformation into a wild beast, though the metamorphosis was incomplete. Once more, Tang San wielded a trident. Though its luminescence had dimmed considerably, indicating substantial energy loss since its last use. The trident soared toward Tietao. He teleported above it, stepping onto the trident and launching an attack against Tang San. In midair, Tietao continued his transformation into a wild beast, the energy within him surging. His form grew increasingly colossal, and his massive claws struck down upon Tang San. Tang San muttered incoherently, his eyes reflecting a frenzied glint as he extended his hands. The claws formed from silver-blue grass fiercely gripped Tao's body. Sparks erupted from Tietao as the strength of the silver-blue grass failed to penetrate his armored hide. The fully transformed Tietao boasted a defense far superior to before. Tang San plummeted to the ground, and Tao's imposing form followed, his colossal foot descending upon Tang San. Desperately, Tang San clung to Tao's foot. A gust of wind heralded the approaching trident, which redirected toward him. Tao's form was once more enveloped in a layer of dark gray, bolstering his defense. He pivoted and seized the trident firmly in his grasp. The trident transformed back into silver-blue grass, coiling around Tao's arm. The silver-blue grass on Tang San began to transfer to Tietao. There was far too little left on Tang San's body, barely enough to bind Tao's shins. The silver-blue grass proliferated, gradually wrapping itself around Tietao. Freed from the silver-blue grass, Tang San resembled a desiccated corpse, devoid of any semblance of life. The madness in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming terror. Tietao began to devour the silver-blue grass within him. The blue luminescence surged wildly into Tao's being. His consciousness began to waver, the influx of blue light intensifying its mental impact. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tietao swiftly switched his focus. Focusing intently once more, he engaged in battle with the azure luminescence. Drawing from previous experience, it sufficed to obliterate this blue radiance. Tietao summoned the energy of sound within his body, harnessing the power of devouring to mount a counteroffensive. The blue luminescence was gradually torn asunder, its mental influence over Tietao waning significantly, revealing its diminishing strength. Attempting to flee, the azure radiance sought to flow back into the silver-blue grass. However, Tietao would not allow it to escape. The power of devouring surged within him, capturing the vast majority of the luminescence within his being. The blue luminescence that entered his body was swiftly shredded and assimilated by the energy within Tietao. The flow of azure light returning to the silver-blue grass dwindled, and the vitality of the grass diminished correspondingly. A segment of the silver-blue grass broke away from Tao's body, filled with the blue luminescence. It writhed like a living creature, struggling to escape into the distance. Inching forward in a desperate crawl, Tietao remained engaged in combat with the residual blue substance within him, leaving him momentarily immobile. Meanwhile, Tang San, resembling a desiccated corpse, crawled slowly toward the silver-blue grass. Tang San's speed, albeit slightly faster, allowed him to grasp the fleeing segment of silver-blue grass. He bit into it, chewing fervently as blood seeped from his mouth, causing his teeth to fall one by one. His bones appeared to be unable to withstand the weight of his body. Crumbling gradually, the blue luminescence within Tietao rapidly transformed into stored energy, significantly less than what he had expended. He turned to face Tang San, who was now struggling as a blood-red silver-blue grass erupted from his body. In an instant, Tang San was reduced to dust by a distant tremor. Tietao stomped on the silver-blue grass, unleashing the full force of his devouring power. The grass could not resist, as the final vestiges of blue light vanished. It withered into dry straw. The tremors intensified, signaling that the battleground of the savage beasts was drawing near. Just as Tietao intended to teleport to create distance, a sudden weight pressed down on him, interrupting his movement once more. This sensation was all too familiar. The octopus brother had turned his gaze upon Tietao, letting out a furious roar, the first sound beyond whispers, brimming with wrath. The trident shot toward Tietao, cursing inwardly. He realized this trident was far beyond what Tang San could contend with. Tietao moved swiftly, uncertain of his ability to withstand the assault. He could only rely on the nearby savage beasts to aid him in avoiding the attack. Fortunately, a surge of azure light enveloped Tietao, accelerating his speed. The three savage beasts, perceiving that the octopus brother was now unarmed, launched a counterattack. The lower half of the octopus brother's body transformed into water, controlling the currents to mentally assault the three savage beasts. Tietao had no time to ponder how the beasts had endured such a prolonged mental onslaught. The trident was closing in too closely behind him. He needed a scapegoat to absorb the damage. The nine-tailed lion king was the ideal candidate. Sacrificing one life would not diminish their combat strength, allowing them to continue opposing the octopus brother. Chapter 171, Alliance. Tietao dashed toward the battlefield, entering the watery domain of the octopus brother. Within his mind, it felt as if countless octopus brothers were whispering, incessantly eroding his will. This was far more formidable than what Tang San had faced, causing his movements to slow considerably. The trident loomed ever closer, and Tietao had no choice but to press against the nine-tailed lion king. By drawing near, he successfully allowed the trident to pierce the beast. Bai Jia let out a sigh of relief, but the nine-tailed lion king suffered greatly, the trident impaling it. A tail fell away, and wounds began to heal rapidly. All negative statuses dissipated swiftly, even granting it increased agility within the water controlled by the octopus brother. In that fleeting moment, both Tietao and the two savage beasts found their movements within the water significantly slowed. Below, the water brimmed with blue luminescence. The dragon in the sky continued to vie for control over the water, yet it still fell short, barely managing to dominate a small portion. This imbalance was the primary reason they had endured for so long. The black-armored Kuei Nyo's strength had waned, leaving only the nine-tailed lion king and Tietao in relatively good condition. The azure luminescence persisted in its attempts to invade them, wrapping around them with relentless vigor. Tietao immediately shut off his devouring ability, wary of consuming even a modicum more, for the encroachment of the luminescence was alarmingly swift. He need not actively devour. It had already begun to invade him. An overwhelming influx of luminescence surged into Tietao, causing the energy he had just accumulated to erupt anew. His form expanded, growing from 3 or 4 meters to over 5, nearly matching the height of the black-armored Kuei Nyo. The blue luminescence that entered him was rapidly crushed, transforming into energy that reintegrated into Tietao's being. Yet, the replenishment of the luminescence occurred at a pace far exceeding the rate at which Tietao could obliterate it. Energy burst forth once more, and his stature continued to rise. The octopus brother's attention was drawn to Tietao, directing an increasing volume of water toward him. This inadvertently liberated the two savage beasts, alleviating the pressure upon them. Their mobility within the water became more fluid as the water around them receded. The black-armored Kuei Nyo surged with dark light, charging fiercely at the octopus brother, seemingly intent on launching a brutal assault. The nine-tailed lion king dashed forward, aiming to rend the octopus brother. In terms of combat prowess, the octopus brother appeared inferior to the two savage beasts, and despite its desperate counterattacks, the results were dismal. The crimson substance of its body rapidly diminished. The tide of battle seemed to shift favorably, as the distant trident remained unable to retract. This caused the octopus brother to grow increasingly agitated, for the dragon in the sky persistently controlled the trident, preventing it from returning to the octopus brother's grasp. After much hesitation, the octopus brother once more conjured a trident. With the blue luminescence surrounding Tietao reduced by a quarter, the pressure around him suddenly lessened. His form expanded at an accelerated rate, yet the sole drawback was his complete immobility. He had to devote every ounce of his being to battling the azure luminescence. Armed with the trident, the octopus brother's combat capability surged. The trident swung in its grasp, each strike precisely inflicting wounds upon the two savage beasts. The blood from the wounds served as sustenance for the octopus brother, gradually restoring its body. This blood was the source of the octopus brother's power. The two savage beasts' onslaught evolved into a war of attrition, with the outcome hinging on whether the beasts would succumb to blood loss first or ultimately vanquish the octopus brother. Tietao had become the sole variable. As long as he could extricate himself swiftly, the tide of battle would sway in their favor. The psychological assault had weakened considerably compared to before, which offered him a measure of reassurance. The sky gradually darkened, shrouded in dense clouds that concealed any light from gracing the earth. The only illumination came from the ethereal blue glow surrounding them, casting a cerulean hue upon everything nearby. Upon closer inspection, this blue luminescence was dimming slowly. This night was destined to be extraordinary. The roars of wild beasts echoed throughout the city, yet the timid creatures dared not venture forth. The hiding populace burrowed deeper into their sanctuaries. Gradually, Tietao adjusted to the corrosive intensity of the luminous flow. Presumably, these two wild beasts were enduring the same onslaught of this radiant energy. His body began to regain its mobility, although the binding effect of the light persisted. It had diminished to a manageable level. Energy surged within him, gradually pressing against the blue luminescence while simultaneously storing some for himself. The reservoir of energy within him expanded once more, leaving him curious about the extent of his capacity for energy storage after enduring several such tribulations. As his energy swelled, the surrounding blue light faded further into obscurity. Shadows began to form, revealing a fierce battle between wild beasts. Tietao sprinted towards Octopus Brother, his speed increasing with each stride. Clenching his fists tightly, he delivered a powerful blow to Octopus Brother's chest. It struck like a cannonball, visibly dispersing the crimson substance within. As it began to reassemble, the process was noticeably sluggish. Witnessing the impact of his punch, Tietao's fists ignited with searing flames, while his other hand was enveloped in an icy blaze. The juxtaposition of heat and cold unleashed a relentless barrage upon Octopus Brother's form. At times, moisture within his body boiled, while at others, it crystallized into solid ice. Octopus Brother staggered backward under the relentless assault. The ultimate being, shall inevitably descend upon this world. Tietao roared, but that can wait for another time. His fist struck Octopus Brother again. Ever since the nine-tailed lion had shielded Tietao from a blow, its once mighty tail had dwindled to a mere 3 remaining appendages, a testament to its waning strength. The black-backed Kuei-Nyo was equally nearing its limits, its blood-red eyes betraying exhaustion. The dragon in the sky mirrored this fatigue, visibly worn out. Eternal life. Shall return once more. With a thunderous roar, Octopus Brother hurled his trident towards the dragon soaring above. The trident pierced the dragon's flesh, blood gushing forth as it plummeted to the ground. 2 tridents fell into Octopus Brother's grasp, wielded with lethal intent for a final confrontation. The 3 wild beasts disregarded their own peril, launching themselves at Octopus Brother with unwavering ferocity. In the pitch-black night, the dim glow reflected a wild beast poised for battle, its hands aglow with contrasting radiance. Chapter 172, The Fall of the Divine. The shadow moved with remarkable speed, its movements swift and elusive. In the twilight, only a fleeting flash of darkness was discernible as the writhing tendrils began to retract. Yet, this retraction was but a partial retreat. Each swing of the trident was accompanied by the resounding roars of beasts, thunderous bellowing from bulls, the fierce growls of lions, and the roars of dragons. Additionally, muffled groans echoed, suggesting a human engaged in combat with the tendril-clad figure. As dawn approached, the previously visible forms vanished from sight. Those fortunate enough to witness this spectacle became part of the city's folklore, tales of the unknown wild beast transforming from a human, with the muffled sounds distinctly audible. In the search for the fallen wild beasts, only a puddle remained, nothing else was found. After an extended absence, the great whale descended from the heavens once more, collecting the corpses of the 3 wild beasts within its form. Tietao, drained of all energy, opened a vial of restorative elixir and consumed it, alleviating some of the parched sensation within, though discomfort still lingered. He then produced a secret medicine and swallowed it whole. The energy within him began to replenish gradually, the sensation of dryness improving. The reservoir of energy within expanded further, seemingly boundless, with no end in sight. However, he wished to avoid such an experience again. The power of a mere avatar was formidable. If his true self were to manifest, Tietao could only imagine the extent of that strength. For now, he regarded himself as a first-tier wild beast. After a prolonged period of rest, Tietao felt considerably rejuvenated. If he were to embark towards the capital now, he would be at half capacity. However, this energy still accounted for less than 10% of his current maximum. To elevate his energy limits and restore his strength, he would need to hunt within the city, as resources remained crucial. Who could say if another wave of beasts would arise? The more resources he possessed, the better prepared he would be. After 5 days, the capital had become significantly safer. Fourth-tier wild beasts had nearly all been hunted down by Tietao, leaving only those with hidden talents. No matter how he searched, Bai Jia remained elusive. Upon returning to the camp after 5 days, Tietao found that his energy still had not fully restored. His return, however, brought relief to those in the camp who had been anxiously awaiting his arrival, particularly the Tang family, whose members had little to occupy their time aside from cooking and watching the days pass. Tang Shuang had kept vigil there for days, her exhaustion evident to all. Tao's return was akin to a soothing balm for their worries. Tietao, you're back. I'm going to sleep now, she said, retreating to the wooden cabin after exchanging pleasantries. What transpired? Tietao inquired, gesturing towards Tang Shuang's departure. For days ago, the beast-repelling powder became ineffective. Tang Shuang has been on watch every night. The beast-repelling powder failed? That shouldn't be the case. I concocted it myself. The reality is that numerous fifth-tier beasts have appeared nearby, along with a few fourth-tier ones, Tang Shuang replied. Tietao nodded, astonished by the influx of beasts surpassing the powder's effects, grateful for Tang Shuang's vigilance. The capital was relatively secure now, yet uncertainty loomed over whether other beasts would migrate there. What of the creatures summoned by Tang San? Tang Lu pressed eagerly. It perished in the battle against the wild beasts. We can return, but I'm unsure if your control over the beasts has been lifted. Tietao chose not to mention Tang San's whereabouts. The soul imprint has vanished completely. He is likely dead. We shall form a new contract once the soul recovers. What are your plans thereafter? I will stay with you for a while. Once we've re-established our contracts with the wild beasts, we shall part ways. Very well. Let us return to the city. I have cleared the visible fourth-tier wild beasts, so the danger should have subsided. If the previous situation arises again, we will retreat towards the volcano. This was to be their final night of rest in the camp. The following morning, a convoy of trains gradually made its way into the city. Mobile phones regained their vitality, the signals re-established, albeit not as swiftly as before, allowing calls to be made once again. Along the route, numerous parts of the city had already succumbed to ruin, with bloodstains sporadically visible. The Tang family had arrived. The Tang residents lay in utter disarray, yet those whose minds had been liberated from control had seemingly returned to their former selves. Upon witnessing this restoration, Tang Lu felt a sense of joy, but his heart sank at the thought of Tang San. If these individuals were to become like Tang San in the future, the Tang family would truly be doomed. As they disembarked from the vehicle, Tang Yaoxi inquired about the current situation. Tang Lu stepped off, but refrained from approaching him. Sixth brother, I cannot fathom what transpired. It was as if we suddenly regained consciousness. What happened? Reflect on your memories. Do you retain any recollections from before your awakening? Tang Yaoxi shook his head. His last memory before regaining consciousness was of the colossal monster summoned by Tang San using the water from the moat. Is it the same for the others? Indeed, but we all sense that our powers have intensified. Tang Yaoxi exclaimed with delight. Tang Lu's heart grew cold. This was likely the reason for Tang San's newfound strength, now manifesting in them. Allow me to observe how you have grown stronger. Tang Yaoxi summoned his beast. Placing a hand upon the armored red beast, a stream of blue light entered the creature's body, causing the vibrant red of its shell to fade slightly. Shifting towards a purplish hue, faint tendrils emerged at its neck, barely perceptible unless one looked closely. It appeared they, like Tang San, had been affected, though not to the same extent. Who are you, and what do you mean by that? Do you think I would, like Tang San, summon such monsters? Regardless of the source of this power, it is mine to command. Tang San once thought the same. Do you wish to know Tang Shuang's fate? He went mad, didn't he? If only it were that simple. Tietao then recounted the battle with Tang San and what he had witnessed of Tang San's ultimate demise. You lie. In that state, Tang San was certainly not someone you could defeat. You covet my strength. If you must believe that, there is little I can do. Tietao casually approached the armored red beast, its aura intensifying as intricate patterns began to emerge on its surface, far more refined than in its initial form. Tang Shuang's beast felt this aura for the first time, trembling involuntarily, even though it knew it was on the same side. Chapter 173, Cleansing the Tang Family. Tietao drew closer, yet the armored red beast showed no inclination to retreat. Rather, its eyes were filled with a fierce fighting spirit. Tang Shuang observed his beast, noting the unusual state of the armored red beast. Yao Si, observe your beast's reaction. There is certainly something amiss. Clearly, your beast is afraid. Mine will not cower. Without waiting for Tang Yao Si's command, the armored red beast sprayed a yellow liquid toward Tietao, mixed with hints of green. Tietao did not flinch, continuing to advance toward the armored red beast. Tietao, that substance can paralyze a person, Tang Lu quickly warned. No matter, Tietao replied dismissively, as the yellow liquid adhered to him, vanishing almost instantaneously as if it had never existed. The beast's claws lunged at Tietao. Had he not been concerned about damaging his clothing, he would have allowed the beast to strike him. Tietao grasped the beast's outstretched claws with both hands. The blue luminescence coating the beast's surface flowed towards Tietao, transforming into black as it melded back into the dark patterns. The purplish armored red beast began to regain its composure, fear evident in its eyes. It trembled. The armored red beast trembled. Minutes later, it could stand no longer. Tietao released his grip, and the patterns on his body swiftly faded. It should be about done. I just hope there are no remnants left. I cannot ascertain if this will entirely resolve the issue. Step by step, Tietao returned. The now uncontrolled armored red beast cowered behind Tang Yao Si, trembling incessantly. Its claws clutching its head, eyes cast downward. Now that is more like it. That is the appropriate response. Yao Si, do you still possess that kind of power? Do not question whether I do. Did you not see how it absorbed that power into its being? You mean me? This energy need not even enter my body for me to have assimilated it. Perhaps you are the source of this power. Tang Yao Si remarked with hostility toward Tietao. Tang Shuang, Tang Lu, this is your family matter. I find it inconvenient to intervene. You must decide for yourselves. Tietao stepped back, producing a piece of roasted beast meat to consume. Yao Si, you do not wish to become like Tang San, do you? How could I ever be like him? He is he, and I am I. We are different. Do you know what Tang San said after summoning that creature? Tang Lu pressed Tang Yao Si. How would I know? Even if I did, I would never relinquish this power. Tang Yao Si inadvertently let slip a thought. Tietao, do you have the means to expel that power from within him? I do not know. Perhaps I can. Perhaps I cannot. Can you try? Very well. Tietao consumed the meat in his hand, wiped his hands with a towel, and approached Tang Yao Si. Do not come any closer. Tang Yao Si retreated deeper into the Tang courtyard, his gaze fixed on Tietao. In his eyes, Tietao suddenly vanished without a trace. Tang Yao Si scanned left and right, searching for Taitao's location. Are you looking for me? Tietao patted him on the shoulder from behind. Tang Yao Si shuddered, feeling Taitao's grip on his shoulder. Despite being adorned with patterns, Tietao still did not sense that power within him. It was evident that in his desperation, Tang Yao Si would release that power willingly. Taitao's grip tightened, producing cracking sounds from Tang Yao Si's shoulder. It seemed that with just a little more pressure, he could crush his shoulder. The armored red beast beneath them curled up, trembling incessantly, unresponsive to Tang Yao Si's calls. Tietao placed his other hand on his other shoulder, causing intense pain in Tang Yao Si's shoulders. With the hospital yet to recover, by the time it does, your arms may well be useless. Are you certain you do not wish to use that power? Even if my arms are rendered useless, I will not resort to that power. You have spirit. Taitao's grip intensified, cracks forming in Tang Yao Si's shoulder blade. The pain radiating from his shoulder was unlike anything he had felt before. Sudden excruciating pain pierced through Tang Yao Si's body, from which a cerulean luminescence erupted. Indeed, at this stage, he could wield such power. The blue radiance was forcibly assimilated by Taitao's energy, visibly darkening as it gradually transformed into black. It extended inch by inch into Tang Yao Si's being. Although Tietao had released his grip, Tang Yao Si felt utterly immobilized. He sensed a ferocious beast of primal nature lurking within him, ravenously searching for sustenance. The blue glow resembled a fish cornered in a drying pond, its struggles proving futile. The last remnants of blue were consumed by the encroaching darkness, enveloping his entire being in shadow. As Tietao lifted his hand from Tang Yao Si's shoulder, the darkness departed with it. Tang Yao Si collapsed to the ground, as though his essence had been siphoned away, his gaze fixed on Tietao, brimming with terror. You are definitely not human. Whether I am human or not is not for you to decide. Ignoring Tang Yao Si's words, Tietao nodded towards Tang Shuang and Tang Lu. Tietao, please take care of everything. Once the city has recovered, remember to treat me to a meal. That would indeed be a significant favor. Sure, don't mention just one meal. I could manage several. Tang Shuang led Tietao into the Tang family residence, guiding him to a relatively clean room. Meanwhile, Tang Lu began to engage the rest of the Tang family in addressing the situation. Others did not share Tang Yaoxi's fascination with the blue luminescence. In fact, many wished to extricate themselves from its influence. They queued to enter Tietao's room. As Tietao assimilated this energy, his own reserves were replenished, though regrettably, it remained insufficient. Nonetheless, it effectively contained this perilous energy within the Tang family. Once the tasks were completed, Tietao began to feast, while the others busied themselves with their own affairs. He was unaware of their exact undertakings. Before long, the Tang family had prepared a lavish spread, calling him to dine. The meal was not particularly refined, but the sheer quantity was overwhelming. After the feast, Tang Yaoxi lay on the ground, his belly full, utterly disinclined to move. His eyes were half closed, as if he had slipped into slumber. The dining table was left with only Tietao, who continued to eat with seemingly no intention of stopping. Damn it, I should not have boasted about treating him. This fellow has turned into a bottomless pit. Chapter 174, The Second Wave Descends. The Tang residence had become their temporary sanctuary, currently deemed safe. Here, there were more beast tamers than anywhere else. The capital had grown significantly quieter. The rampant beasts had diminished in number. The following day, Tang Shuang took her kin for a drive around the city, intending to assist them in recapturing the beasts. The journey was far from smooth. With the roads riddled with potholes, a cloud of dust appeared in the rearview mirror, unmistakably signaling a beast in pursuit. The golden pickup instinctively discharged a bolt of electricity towards the dust cloud. The beast within the dust seemed to predict the attack, skillfully evading it. The golden pickup recognized this evasive maneuver as familiar and launched several more electric strikes at the approaching dust cloud. The beast adeptly dodged again, drawing ever closer. A familiar voice reached Tang Shuang's ears. Hey, isn't that Tang Shuang, dear sister? When did you return to the capital? Damn, how are you still alive? Ling Piao Miao. Tang Shuang's voice called out from the window. Tang Shuang, dear sister, if I were dead, how could you be alive? She slammed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt, delighted to see a familiar face. The ostrich also came to a stop. Where's Tietao? Why isn't he with you? He's guarding the Tang family. I'm taking the clan members to contract some beasts. When did you see Tietao last? A few days ago. At the pharmacy in the southern part of the city. We were there to procure medicine. Surviving in the capital is no small feat indeed, quite challenging. A few high-tier beasts were battling, shaking the earth. Many beasts dared not emerge, which allowed me to escape unscathed. Exciting, isn't it? Exciting? When you're always ready to flee. There's hardly time to consider the thrill. However, there is something peculiar. It seems one high-tier beast prevailed but then vanished. Where could a 3 to 4 meter high beast hide? It must be severely injured. We should go investigate if there's a chance. Forget it. A starved camel is bigger than a horse. Let us pass. Ling Piao Miao recounted the events of the high-tier beast battle while perched upon the ostrich, even striking a pose reminiscent of the one she had seen while gathering study materials for Tietao. Coupled with Ling Piao Miao's description and Tietao's previous remarks, Tang Shuang was nearly certain that the victorious beast was indeed Tietao. There was no one else who could match him. This fellow is impressive. After defeating the creatures summoned by me, he managed to hunt down several others. Remarkable. Thankfully, we met early and shared a roof. I'll have a strong ally from now on. Tang Shuang, dear sister, what are you grinning about? Are you preparing a gift for me? Ling Piao Miao's teasing tone brought her back to reality. Nonsense, I have nothing. It's not safe elsewhere either. The beasts in the city have all migrated to my side. They are all above mid-tier. I am fortunate to be alive. What are your plans moving forward? We'll assess the situation in the capital. If circumstances change, we will immediately head to the wilderness. Then take me along. An extra pair of hands won't hurt, and a missing one won't matter. Resources in the city are dwindling. Bringing you along is feasible. Do you know where to find some decent beasts? I do, follow me. Ling Piao Miao led the way, with Tang Shuang trailing behind. 6 beasts were captured by Tang Shuang, and the Tang family members accompanying him struggled to contract one. The remaining 5 were firmly ensnared by the magic clay golem. With only their heads exposed, Tang Shuang then returned to the Tang residence with Ling Piao Miao. Upon seeing Tang Shuang return with a companion, the majority of whom were notably feminine, someone remarked, Tang Shuang, have you been gallivanting? How did you find a restaurant at this hour? Stop the nonsense. He is a male, with a certain stature. My classmate, a beast tamer. Tang Lu regarded Ling Piao Miao with great respect. Surviving in such conditions as a beast tamer was no small feat, all right. Find me a room. I haven't slept in a proper bed for several days. One of Tang Shuang's companions led Ling Piao Miao to an unoccupied room. Have the others restore the remaining beasts. I brought back 5. It's not great, but it's not too shabby either. Understood. 3 days later, the Tang family members had somewhat regained their combat prowess. The sky was overcast, resembling the conditions from a few days prior. I wonder how such conditions could lead to the city's complete destruction. It appears that the beasts from a century ago did not all arrive at once. Tietao murmured as he gazed at the sky. He had sensed that a void had opened above him. The call connected to Tang Shuang's phone. "Come back, prepare to head to the wasteland," was his only response. Succinct and devoid of elaboration. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, it took merely a few minutes for Tang Shuang to return to the Tang residence. The convoy was poised for departure, awaiting his arrival. Moments later, the caravan embarked towards the wasteland, specifically the volcano's location. As the convoy sped through the city, the sound of roaring engines drew the attention of numerous onlookers. Some appeared contemplative, others began to take action, while a few remained indifferent. Within the city, these were the only three types of individuals present. The sky above was already choked with dark clouds, reminiscent of the preceding days. The wild beasts had begun to descend. The convoy accelerated further, prompting the hesitant to finally act, and those preparing to evacuate began their departure. Many in the capital followed the direction of Tietao and his group as they too sought to escape. An hour later, Tietao and his companions exited the urban area, the number of vehicles dwindling behind them, while the presence of wild beasts in the city grew increasingly alarming. The second wave had arrived. The expressway between cities remained relatively intact, with few wild beasts traversing its expanse. The surrounding environment was more conducive to survival, with only a handful of flying wild beasts trailing the convoy. As they distanced themselves, these aerial creatures ceased to follow. Before long, they entered a small county town, where wild beasts densely populated the streets, effectively blocking all passage. Vehicles could not advance, and they were now a mere 500 meters from the swarm of beasts. Seated atop the first vehicle, Tietao instantaneously shifted to the roof. He unleashed his aura to its fullest extent, even before the vehicles drew near. His presence had already reached the beast horde, causing them to scatter in fear, leaving the battered roadway clear. Fortuitously, Tietao maintained his position atop the vehicle, safeguarding the convoy with his formidable aura. After 3 days of relentless travel, they finally reached the safety zone. The area surrounding the volcano was considerably more secure than the city, with numerous individuals present, some even clad in student uniforms. Indeed, the safety zone proved to be the optimal refuge. They had managed to arrive at the right place. Chapter 175, The Safety Zone. Within the confines of the safety zone, they failed to spot any familiar faces, indicating that Lu Ming and his companions were nowhere to be seen. The vehicles continued to queue, preparing to enter the safety zone. After an hour of waiting, they found themselves halted at the entrance. "Why are we being denied entry to the safety zone?" Tang Shuang inquired. His brow furrowed as he regarded the sentinel guarding the perimeter. "Due to special circumstances, the safety zone is currently at full capacity and is not permitting further entry," came the reply. "What if we insist on entering?" The sentinel, seasoned in handling such inquiries, barely glanced at Tang Shuang. His beast companion let out a resounding howl. And soon an orderly march of soldiers approached. Tietao frowned, observing the multitude of guards advancing from within the safety zone. "Are you looking for a fight?" he questioned, as the beasts behind him began to gather. The tense atmosphere drew the attention of those who had just departed, prompting them to turn back. The crowd swelled as onlookers, driven by curiosity, awaited the unfolding conflict. Tietao patted Tang Shuang's shoulder and stepped forward, releasing his aura into the air. The beasts among the approaching guards halted in their tracks. None dared to advance, save for the soldiers themselves. As they neared, it became evident that the beasts had ceased their forward motion, remaining behind. "What's the matter? Why aren't your beasts joining you? Are you seeking a brawl?" He taunted the guards, who turned to see their own beasts trembling at the rear, utterly unmotivated to move. No amount of mental commands seemed to spur them into action. The leader of the guards, furrowing his brow, turned to face Tietao, suspecting him of being the cause of their beast's reluctance. "What have you done to our beasts?" he demanded. "I stand here in plain sight, with so many witnesses. What could I possibly have done?" Pointed out. Tietao remained unflinching, confronting the leader directly. The safety zone had no available accommodations, nor were there supplies to be had. They either needed to remain in the vicinity or venture into the wasteland. As the beasts remained obstinately behind, Tietao finally received an explanation. "Disembark. We are heading into the wasteland." The sky gradually darkened, and a colossal whale descended. All vehicles and supplies were swiftly gathered, leaving no opportunity for those hoping to scavenge for bargains. The gates of the safety zone swung open, and Tietao and his group traversed through to enter the wasteland. Few dared to venture into the wasteland in such a manner. The safety zone was indeed an anomaly. The dangers posed by the volcano were immense, and even those seeking refuge were hesitant to truly step into its depths. From a distance, one could see the volcano still belching thick smoke. Upon entering the wasteland, they initially encountered a fair amount of greenery, but it rapidly diminished thereafter. They retrieved the map of the volcano, surveying their designated camping site. Survival was the goal, and hunting was not paramount. Prior to their departure, Tietao had made a thorough visit to a construction materials store, filling his space with supplies. 3 hours later, their group finally spotted their first campsite. The location bore remnants of dilapidated tents, yet these shelters were now abandoned, overtaken by a horde of miscellaneous dragons. The attackers were undoubtedly not the miscellaneous dragons. The precise nature of the assault remained indeterminate for the time being. A party of over 10 individuals surged forth, accompanied by 6 or 7 beasts. These beasts were of considerable caliber, more than capable of dispatching the miscellaneous dragons, albeit the dragons were predominantly red, indicative of their venomous nature. However, this poison posed no lethal threat to the beasts. The miscellaneous dragons, sensing the confrontation, quickly retreated from their territory. Aside from their leader, who emitted a series of defiant roars directed at the newcomers, the environment here was optimal, with a stream flowing from the volcano nearby and an ample supply of herbivorous prey. The remnants of the tents were reduced to ashes in the flames of their cooked meat. A steel-structured dwelling soon began to take shape, as a surrounding cement wall was constructed, primarily utilizing enchanted earthen clay. Concrete was poured onto the reinforced framework. Within a day and a half, a steel structure capable of accommodating several individuals was erected, with each person assigned their own room. The guards stationed in the safety zone were acutely aware of their endeavors, yet were astonished that anyone could achieve such a feat. Transporting such a volume of supplies indicated extensive preparation. The guards were also aware of the situation in the capital. To have successfully navigated to this point with such comprehensive provisions suggested either exceptional prowess or meticulous foresight. This realization dissuaded the guards from antagonizing Tietao and his group. The challenges within the safety zone were already plentiful, and resources within the volcano were exceedingly scarce, with wild beasts representing the most abundant source of food. The majority of creatures reside within the confines of volcanoes, and once one enters, returning alive proves to be quite the arduous task. Casualties are a frequent occurrence in this realm, yet a dynamic equilibrium is perpetually maintained within the safe zone. The guards, too, rely on the inhabitants of this area. While they provide security, they also partake in the spoils of each hunt upon their return. Thus far, an uneasy peace has prevailed, with no reported casualties occurring within the safety of the zone. Though incursions into the safe zone have occurred, they are indeed infrequent, which accounts for the guards' willingness to permit some individuals to venture into the wilderness, thereby alleviating pressure on the safe zone. However, they did not anticipate that Tietao and his companions would establish a camp vastly superior to its predecessors. If they were to procure some beast-repelling powder, their defenses against the wild beasts would rival those of their foes. The camp's objectives are modest. In the misty skies of the volcano, a situation reminiscent of the capital city began to unfold. How can there be such phenomena, even within a volcano? Tang Xuan lamented, as the great whale descended. When it reached a visible altitude, Tietao vanished from sight. Upon reappearing, he found himself atop the great whale, driven by a desire to investigate the mysterious void within. A dark aperture materialized in the sky, gradually expanding. The great whale inched closer to this void. On the ground, the enchanted soil began to manipulate the surrounding sand and mud, forming a spherical dome above the camp, adorned with menacing spikes, reminiscent of an inflated pufferfish. The only remaining entrance to the camp was now surrounded by a sprinkling of beast-repelling powder, and their defenses were firmly established. How far could the impending battle be? Chapter 176. The return of the wild beasts. The wild beasts have finally descended, and even within the wilderness, they cannot escape their fate. In this volcanic environment, few can truly survive. Tietao gazed at the expanding void in the sky, seemingly under the influence of some unseen force. His eyes remained fixated on the aperture, where wild beasts began to emerge. The first to appear were the weakest, rank 9 wild beasts, plummeting from the heavens. Their cries echoed in the air, elongating, until they landed, leaving behind only a gruesome mass of flesh. The void continued to expand, and within its growing radius, the ranks of the beasts steadily increased. Some managed to survive the fall, while the void's expansion persisted. Half an hour later, the fallen beasts had escalated to rank 4, and the void remained unyielding in its growth. Could it be that even rank 3 beasts were among the attackers? Tietao felt a surge of anxiety. One beast, adorned with horns akin to a bull yet resembling a lion in stature, its hue a fierce crimson, emerged from the void, wings unfurling as it hovered above. Seemingly pleased with its surroundings, it cast a fleeting glance in Tietao's direction before soaring away. Tietao was reluctant to engage such a formidable foe, aware that with only half of his energy remaining, he stood no chance against it. The void showed no signs of vanishing. Another beast emerged, akin to the previous one but cloaked in blue, with slightly smaller horns. Upon its emergence, it twitched its nose and took flight towards the direction of the preceding beast. The void began to seal itself, and Tietao glimpsed a figure within it, as if someone were orchestrating the opening of this rift. He even perceived the figure flashing a smile, its pearly white teeth suggesting a silent communication. A faint sound emanated from the void, though Tietao could not discern its meaning. Gradually, the void began to close, and the figure faded into obscurity. He felt a twinge of inadequacy. If only he could ascend to rank 2 or even rank 1, perhaps he would possess the strength to explore that very void. Moments later, Tietao returned to the camp. He stood at the entrance, observing as the wild beasts, previously engaged in fierce combat, retreated, gradually distancing themselves from the beast tamers. The tamers chose not to pursue, also opting to withdraw. The wild beasts redirected their efforts towards the safe zone, seemingly uninterested in assaulting Tietao's modest camp. "You truly are formidable," he mused, watching as the beasts retreated merely at his presence. Soon, the volcano will witness a significant upheaval. That is where the focus must lie. Yet, what transpired in the skies? 2 rank 3 wild beasts entered the volcano, heralding an impending clash of titans. The wild beasts organized themselves and launched an offensive against the safe zone. Fortunately, the safe zone was populated with ample defenders, making it feasible to counter such assaults from the wild beast horde. After all, these creatures were predominantly of lower ranks, typically around 6 or 7. The higher-ranked beasts began their march towards the volcano, allowing the guards to withstand the onslaught. Only a meager number of rank 4 and 5 beasts remained, drawn to the vulnerable inhabitants of the safe zone and the myriad of two-legged prey. Those residing near the city yet outside the safety of the zone found themselves in dire peril, becoming the first line of defense against the encroaching horde. The sheer number of wild beasts launched an assault upon them, forcing groups of people to scramble. As the beasts descended, panic ensued, and small clusters formed into larger collectives. However, this makeshift defense was inherently temporary. The onslaught of wild beasts appeared relentless, crashing upon them in wave after wave. Gradually, the hastily assembled Beast Tamer Defense Brigade faltered, as the approaching beasts revealed bloodied jaws. Casualties spurred the desperate individuals to push towards the safe zone. Once inside, they would be secure. The guards of the safe zone fought valiantly against the encroaching tide. Yet, should any of the wild beasts breach their defenses, the safety of the zone would be jeopardized. The confines of the safe zone had already become exceedingly cramped, even if these individuals managed to enter and fend off the beasts. The limited space would render them even less secure, as the existing beasts within would continue to wreak havoc. No matter the approach, it was an exercise in futility. Yet, the guards and allied defenders were resolute in their refusal to allow entry, mounting a fierce resistance. Ultimately, the defenses of the safe zone were breached. As the outside individuals surged in like a swarm, the breach occurred with startling abruptness, akin to a dam crumbling under the weight of a mere ant. The defenses on the wilderness side collapsed, and Tang Shuang, who had just stepped outside for a breath of fresh air, was taken aback by this turn of events. Is the safe zone truly so easily compromised? There must be some unforeseen circumstances. I shall investigate. You all hold the line for now. Tietao's form flickered and appeared within the safe zone, where wild beasts had mingled among the panicking crowd, relentlessly slaughtering those within reach. Though their movements were sluggish, they steadily cleared the surrounding populace. Tietao yearned to intervene, but there was scarcely a foothold to be found, denying him the opportunity to act. Entering the safe zone were merely small wild beasts. Their chaotic movements amidst the crowd only intensified the pandemonium. With no other recourse, Tietao instantaneously transported himself to the rear of the wild beasts that had yet to breach the haven. His sharp claws swiftly harvested the lives of these creatures. He dared not unleash his aura, for these frightened beasts, in their panic, surged into the safe zone, rendering them even more perilous. Regardless of their size, none could withstand the ferocity of Tietao's claws. The number of wild beasts began to dwindle, and with it, the throng of people in the safe zone diminished significantly. The situation on Tietao's side had been somewhat contained, though he was now drenched in blood. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Tang Shuang and others, the situation on the plains gradually stabilized, leading to the retreat of the wild beasts in that region. This was merely one of their options. They still had opportunities within the volcano, and expending all their lives here was not judicious. The wild beasts, too, calculated their moves, as none wished to suffer losses. The atmosphere within the safe zone began to improve, and after several swift movements, Tietao vanished beyond its confines, quickly changing into a fresh set of garments. He resumed his post at the camp's entrance as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 177. Entering the volcano 3 hours later, the safe zone settled into a semblance of tranquility. The ground was drenched in crimson, with many having perished here. An eerie silence enveloped the area, no words exchanged. This was the calm before the storm. Upon witnessing the stabilization of the situation, Tang Shuang and his companions returned. Regardless of the outcome, their assistance had been rendered, and the safe zone could hardly voice its grievances. More crucially, after driving out the formidable wild beasts from the volcano, the strength of the safe zone had become equally vital, serving as a guarantee of their safety. The safe zone could not afford any failures, and the wild beasts lingering nearby began to retreat in search of more suitable habitats. As they distanced themselves, the sounds of their roars echoed from the direction of their departure, followed by the onset of their internal strife. The nearby wild beasts had vacated, rendering this area relatively secure, though it remained uncertain how long this tranquility would endure. On the following day, a resounding roar emanated from the volcano, intermittent bursts of molten rock visible against the horizon. It seemed a titanic battle was unfolding amidst the magma. No one could ascertain what transpired within the volcano, yet they could certainly sense the ominous signs Tietao had alluded to. A great conflict was raging within the volcano. In stark contrast to Tietao's small camp, discord had erupted within the safe zone. The majority of the guards and longtime residents of the safe zone found themselves at odds with those who had recently arrived from outside its confines. Such matters were beyond their ability to resolve. The rule of non-combat within the safe zone was paramount. The cacophony of verbal skirmishes echoed throughout the small camp. Tietao, when do you think they will cease their infighting? Soon. Tietao's gaze shifted toward the volcano. You mean they will only quiet down when a crisis emerges from within the volcano? Without a common enemy, uniting them would prove challenging. Resentments were not easily dissolved. As long as they did not violate the rules, we would refrain from interfering. Tietao continued to gaze at the distant volcano. Enough daydreaming. Do we have sufficient provisions? I'm not certain. A couple of months' worth should suffice. One can never have too much. Are you considering a jaunt into the volcano? Absolutely. Tang Shuang produced a pickaxe, his eyes gleaming with excitement as they met Tietao's. The volcano was a treasure trove, abundant with rare ores, albeit fraught with danger. Are you certain you wish to enter the volcano now? Of course, it's also an opportunity for reconnaissance. Know thyself and thy enemy. Very well, I shall accompany you. But we only have a day at most. Then let us not tarry. I must inform my beast companions and designate Luo Mi to command. Safety is always paramount. After a few minutes of instructions, Tietao and Tang Shuang ventured toward the volcano. Tietao did not bring a single beast, while Tang Shuang trailed behind him with 3 of his own. As they entered the volcano, a wave of heat enveloped them. Tietao appeared unfazed, while Tang Shuang was unable to bear it. Damn, why is it so hot? Follow me closely. It will be cooler ahead. Is that true? Tang Shuang, skeptical, moved forward. Indeed, the temperature dropped considerably. A faint blue flame emanated from Tietao. Roasted meat is best, both icy and fiery. I could contract 2 more beasts later. You still have spots available. You handle the hunting. I shall take care of mining. Are you sure? Tietao scrutinized Tang Shuang's physique, his expression laced with doubt. Of course. I am not the same as I was months ago. I have been training diligently. Then I shall await your performance. The duo meandered through the volcano, observing as lower-level wild beasts fled at the sight of Tang Shuang's companions. Some burrowed underground, while others scampered away. They paid little mind to these creatures, as they were not their quarry. Tietao continued to survey the volcanic terrain, noting the absence of high-level wild beasts thus far. There were no signs of such creatures in the vicinity, which was rather peculiar. The battle within the volcano should have commenced. Why was it so quiet? As Tietao pondered, he was abruptly pulled by Tang Shuang toward a nearby rock face. Fire blue crystal, a premium material for decomposing knives. Tang Shuang's eyes sparkled as he eagerly approached the rock wall with his pickaxe. Tietao cast a glance before refocusing on his surroundings. Such vibrations could attract wild beasts sensitive to tremors. Vigilance was prudent. Suddenly, the ground quaked violently. Are you nearly done? Are wild beasts approaching? Almost there. Without hesitation, Tietao kicked Tang Shuang away, swiftly prying the fire blue crystal from the rock face and stowing it away. The ground seemed to tremble beneath them, reminiscent of a small hill pressing against Tietao's feet. He was thrown back, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear beside Tang Shuang. The mountain rock dragon, one of the strongest defensive wild beasts in the volcano, known for its pack behavior, Tietao stated calmly. Damn, how did we attract this creature? We should retreat. Tang Shuang was already inclined to withdraw. I'll test the waters. I've heard its meat is quite tender. In a flash, Tietao's form vanished, his black armor materializing around him. When he reappeared, he stood atop the mountain rock dragon, his claws embedded in its side. As he dug into the rocky shell, inching closer to the soft flesh beneath, the vibrations coursed through the mountain rock dragon's body. The creature was highly sensitive to pain, thrashing about in an attempt to dislodge Tietao. With his claws firmly anchored into the dragon's shell, Tietao braced himself. A piercing roar erupted, and the ground erupted with small hills, likely fragments of the mountain rock dragon's shell. The swarm of mountain rock dragons had made their presence known. Tao's assault intensified, every ounce of strength converging in his claws as he pressed down with all his might. The formidable mountain rock dragon was forcefully pinned to the ground, its robust claws having penetrated the dragon's rocky shell. Withdrawing its claws, it delivered powerful strikes against the mountain rock dragon's carapace, sending shards of stone flying in every direction. Sensing the danger, Tang Xuang hastily retreated, knowing he was no match for this group of mountain rock dragons, unlike Iron Tide. While he could handle 1 or 2, facing more than 10 was beyond his capacity. Nevertheless, a few of the mountain rock dragons pursued him relentlessly, their progress impeded by the magical earth beneath. Gradually, he managed to lure 2 of them outside the volcano's perimeter, fortunate that their entrance had been swift, allowing for a quick exit. Once outside, a refreshing breeze invigorated him, and upon glancing back, he saw only 2 mountain rock dragons in pursuit, which relieved him. These 2 he could still contend with, as his 3 summoned beasts were prepared to attack, with the swift blaze mouse already scaling the back of one of the mountain rock dragons. Chapter 178, Adult Mountain Rock Dragon, Rock Kaijun. The blaze mouse, inheriting the lineage of the lava fire mouse, adeptly maneuvered against the cumbersome mountain rock dragons, which moved slowly on the ground. It seemed as though this wild beast had awakened its innate prowess, instinctively positioning itself atop the chest of the mountain rock dragon. Its sharp teeth gnawed at the lava skin, causing rock fragments to cascade down. With remarkable speed, the mountain rock dragon, feeling the pain, charged at the golden Pikachu, resembling a massive truck in its clumsy assault. The lightning within the golden Pikachu surged forth, its speed unmatched by the sluggish mountain rock dragons. In a matter of moments, it leaped onto the back of another mountain rock dragon, though the electric discharge had no discernible effect on the rocky shell. Tang Xuang quickly commanded the golden Pikachu to shift tactics, realizing that electricity was futile and that physical attacks were necessary. The golden Pikachu attempted to claw at the mountain rock dragon's armor, akin to scratching at stone, leaving only superficial marks. "Damn, your claws are weaker than Iron Tide's," it exclaimed. "Roar, roar, roar. This creature's attributes counter mine. The electric shock is ineffective. Hurry up before they catch up to me." No sooner had Tang Xuang spoken than the 2 mountain rock dragons, lacking any other target, turned their attention toward him. 2 heavily laden trucks charged at Iron Tide. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xuang began to evade the oncoming assaults of the 2 mountain rock dragons. While he did not possess the formidable computational skills of Iron Tide, he was still capable of rudimentary rapid calculations. He continuously adjusted his position to lure the 2 mountain rock dragons until he reached his desired spot. Confidently, he stood still, waiting for the 2 dragons to collide. Everything unfolded as anticipated. The 2 mountain rock dragons crashed into each other, propelled forward by their inertia, yet Tang Xuang reacted swiftly, sidestepping to avoid them. That was a close call. He patted his chest and sighed in relief. The golden Pikachu on the back of the mountain rock dragon had been thrown off, leaving only the blaze mouse clinging to the carapace of another mountain rock dragon. The blaze mouse's teeth were far sharper than the golden Pikachu's claws, having already created an opening in the armor to access the soft flesh beneath. Tang Xuang nodded approvingly. He had not been mistaken about the strategy from Journey to the West. Attacking from within was indeed the most effective approach, and the blaze mouse had learned this tactic well. Previously, the golden Pikachu had employed it, and now it was the blaze mouse's turn, which was truly commendable. The golden Pikachu climbed back onto its feet and launched an assault on the dazed mountain rock dragon's chest armor. Almost simultaneously, the 2 mountain rock dragons regained their footing, swaying unsteadily. The mountain rock dragon, with the blaze mouse biting its soft flesh, writhed even more violently, attempting to shake off its tiny assailant. Alas, this was merely a futile hope, for the mountain rock dragon's body expelled a cloud of white gas. Noticing the situation, Tang Xuang recognized the danger, but had no time to communicate through spiritual transmission. The gas erupted from coral-like rock cavities along its abdomen, quickly enveloping its entire form. He was aware that the mountain rock dragon contained 2 types of gases. One was a red molten heat gas, and the other was a soporific gas for self-defense. This was clearly the latter. The blaze mouse, which had been able to cling on, was now beginning to lose its grip. The golden Pikachu delivered an electric shock to the blaze mouse. Tang Xuang commanded the golden Pikachu through their bond, while he continued to maneuver to evade the mountain rock dragon's attacks. The golden Pikachu moved swiftly, and upon spotting the blaze mouse, unleashed a surge of azure electricity upon it. The sizzling sensation jolted the drowsy blaze mouse awake, prompting it to tighten its grip on the mountain rock dragon's body and continue its internal excavation. As long as it could hold on, Tang Xuang was confident he could wear down these 2 wild beasts. The mountain rock dragons were not formidable creatures, merely ranked at level 5. Their thick hides were noteworthy, but they preferred to work in groups. Moreover, These were juvenile dragons. Upon reaching adulthood, their size would swell significantly, potentially achieving a peak level of 4, with some even reaching the 3rd tier. Meanwhile, Iron Tide, having dispatched a mountain rock dragon after Tang Xuang's departure, turned his attention to another. Iron Tide was more direct. As the mountain rock dragons charged at him, he made no attempt to evade. His muscles bulged as he seized the head of a mountain rock dragon, forcefully pinning it down to halt its advance. Nearby, a red light began to coalesce within the mouth of another mountain rock dragon, and Iron Tide sensed a surge of energy emanating from it. The patterns on his body rapidly spread, enveloping him in black armor, significantly augmenting his strength. Iron Tide lunged forward, his sharp claws piercing through the mountain rock dragon's hard shell and plunging into its brain. Red beams of light surged toward Iron Tide, not just one, but a dozen beams simultaneously assailing him. As the beams struck, the black patterns on his body seemed to come alive, greedily absorbing the energy from the beams. Iron Tide reveled in the sensation. It felt akin to recharging his batteries, an exhilarating experience. He could feel the energy within him replenishing rapidly, several times more efficient than consuming the flesh of wild beasts. This was sheer bliss, but the moment was fleeting and the energy soon dissipated. Iron Tide could only catch his breath. A tremendous roar echoed from afar, and the mountain rock dragons seemed to receive a signal, all of them burrowing into the ground below. Before Iron Tide's eyes, a much larger wild beast approached him step by step. The roar had emanated from its maw. The rock kaijun had arrived. Iron Tide regarded this rock kaijun with interest. The adult form of the mountain rock dragon had come forth. The mountain rock dragons stood roughly 2 meters tall, while the kaijun towered at 4 meters, its rocky exterior replaced by a layer of hard armor. This armor encased its entire body, leaving no exposed surface, and its proportions appeared far more harmonious. The rock kaijun flapped its wings, summoning a hot wind that swept toward Iron Tide. Tietao gazed intently at the lava dragon, its head sprouting twin horns, signaling its transformation towards semi-beasthood. The aura and power emanating from it surged once more as he meticulously assessed the lava dragon's rank, a crucial factor in determining whether he should fully embrace beastification. After several observations, Tietao concluded that this was indeed a 4th-grade lava dragon, perilously close to the threshold of 3rd grade. In Chapter 179, titled Mining Mentor Tang Xuang, Tietao refrained from pursuing complete beastification, opting instead to maintain his current state. He was reluctant to expend the energy within his body, reserving it as a last resort. Using it recklessly in this moment would constitute a significant waste. The conversion of energy was excruciatingly slow, and amassing such a vast reservoir required considerable time. In an instant, Tietao teleported onto the lava dragon, seizing a piece of its armor with the intent to attack its interior. Unlike the mountain dragon, the lava dragon bore numerous coral-like cavities across its body, exuding red magma vapor from every pore. As he pried off a section of white armor, a torrent of red vapor erupted forth. The flames of the phoenix ignited around Tietao, rendering the vapor utterly inconsequential to him. The second piece of armor was forcibly removed, prompting a roar from the lava dragon as it twisted and turned, its back seething with pain that only intensified with each movement. In desperation, the lava dragon charged furiously against the nearby rock wall. Such tactics were futile against Tietao, having experienced the might of the black-armored Kuei Nyo. The lava dragon's strength paled in comparison. Indeed, Tietao felt confident that even in his current state, he could easily engage the creature in a test of strength. While not on par with the fully powered 3rd-grade black-armored Kuei Nyo, he possessed at least half of its strength. Tietao had yet to consume the flesh of the black-armored Kuei Nyo, choosing to wait until his energy was fully replenished before harnessing its formidable powers. The lava dragon, realizing its predicament, recognized that the mountain dragon had already departed. If it continued to entangle itself with Tietao, it would undoubtedly find itself at a disadvantage. In a bold move, the lava dragon charged into the magma, its speed surpassing that of the mountain dragon. Unfazed by the molten heat, it felt a tremor of uncertainty about its ability to navigate the magma seamlessly. The moment the lava dragon plunged into the lava, Tietao seized a substantial chunk of flesh from its body, swiftly retreating from the magma's reach. He returned to his original position, the armor dissipating to reveal its former form, while the flesh was stored within his spatial pouch, duly labeled. Nestled amidst the remnants of 2 mountain dragons, Tietao meticulously peeled away pieces of rock, revealing a complete lava dragon carcass, from which steam continued to rise. With a dissection knife in hand, he deftly extracted 2 unique organs, one white and one red. These organs were exclusive to the mountain dragon, one serving to store sleep gas and the other to contain red magma. These were invaluable treasures. If enough were gathered, they could be fashioned into a fire-resistant garment. a rarity recorded only once in history, reputedly crafted from the contributions of 36 mountain dragons, allowing the wearer to traverse flames as if on solid ground, remaining unscathed even in magma. Recognizing the scarcity of such items, he carelessly tossed them into his spatial pouch. The volcanic heat was intense, and the stone slabs were more than adequate for roasting. He retained only the tails of the 2 mountain dragons, using the nearby rocks to grill them, as yellow oil began to sizzle and bubble from the tails. Before long, Tietao heard Tang Xuang's voice approaching. "I've finished processing over here. You should store it in your space, or you won't be able to take it with you. Leave it for now. Let's eat first. I've roasted the tails of the mountain dragons. Hurry over." "All right." Tang Xuang arrived with 3 wild beasts in tow, eyeing the nearly cooked tails. Tietao couldn't help but drool. He promptly picked up one and began to feast, relishing it at the perfect medium doneness. Tang Xuang took out a dissection knife, dividing the tail into 3 portions, reserving the smallest tip for himself while distributing the rest to Jin Pika and Meng Huoshu. The magical soil creature, however, would not partake in this feast. Tai Tao's eating pace was swift. By the time Tang Xuang had barely finished, he had already devoured his portion. It was now 12:30, and they had a mere 4 hours before they needed to return. "You must hurry," he urged. Standing up, Tai Tao began scanning the vicinity, seemingly unable to locate any trace of ore. No matter how he searched, he could not uncover a single mineral. "Are you looking for ore?" Tang Xuang inquired, somewhat ambiguously. Tai Tao nodded, continuing to scrutinize his surroundings. "There's a spot over there." Tang Xuang pointed to a minuscule crevice in the rock wall. Approaching, Tai Tao strained to see a glimmer within the narrow gap, but it quickly vanished from sight. With fingers as sharp as a blade, he began to excavate the rock wall until he extracted a small white crystal. Though diminutive, the crystal was remarkably hard. Diamond crystal, the premier material for crafting high-quality dissection knives. Tang Xuang, from a distance, seemed to possess an uncanny ability to spot such treasures. Returning to Tang Xuang, Tai Tao inquired, "How did you see that? Do you possess X-ray vision?" "Don't make it sound so mystical. My eyes can detect all treasures, and nothing escapes my notice," Tang Xuang confidently replied, tossing a bone behind him. The bone struck the ground with a resonant clink. "There's something here. I just can't tell what it is, but it seems substantial," he added. Tai Tao approached, brushing away the dust to reveal a hint of blue light. If not for that tailbone falling here, he would have never discovered anything. Could it be that Tang Xuang truly possesses such extraordinary abilities? Tai Tao pondered skeptically. Tang Xuang joined him, exclaiming, "Oh, a fluorescent blue stone. It's not particularly valuable. Let us move on. Is this something you deem unworthy?" Tai Tao began to excavate, and after a mere 10 minutes, he unearthed a sizable fluorescent blue stone. "This quality is decent, and it's sufficiently large. It should fetch a good price in the art market," he declared, confident in his assessment, recalling how the fiery red jade from the previous expedition had sold for a commendable sum. Storing the stone in his spatial pouch, he instinctively followed Tang Xuang, acting as a diligent assistant. Wherever Tang Xuang pointed, valuable gems seemed to emerge. Tai Tao felt a nagging suspicion that this wasn't solely Tang Xuang's ability. Yet he had no grounds to dispute it. By 6 in the evening, they returned to camp successfully, where preparations for dinner were underway. The lava dragon they had brought back would serve as a delightful addition to the meal. That night, Tai Tao took the first watch, holding a dissection knife and contemplating the least valuable fluorescent blue crystal, seemingly considering what to carve. In truth, he was uncertain about what to sculpt. After a few tentative motions, he set it aside. His stock of wild beast meat was steadily dwindling, while the energy within him continued to replenish. The sense of impending crisis had yet to surface. At least for now, the wild beasts in this area posed no threat to him. In Chapter 180, titled Volcanic Eruption, the wild beasts made their return 5 or 6 days later, and the volcano grew increasingly restless. The magma began to spread outward, and the frequency of beastly roars echoed ominously in the air. The number of ferocious beasts appearing near the safe zone has been steadily increasing. All of this foreshadows a growing danger from the nearby volcano, leading to a temporary cessation of internal disputes within the safe zone. The exact nature of these changes remains unknown to Tai Tao and his companions. Even if they were aware, it would hardly pique their interest. During this period, apart from eliminating the beasts surrounding their camp to stockpile food reserves, Tai Tao and Tang Xuang have been diligently treasure hunting within the volcano. Their efforts have yielded an abundance of ores and gemstones, along with a significant number of hunted beasts. As long as the beasts are not pack hunters, Tai Tao swiftly dispatches them, and as they delve deeper, the presence of 4th-tier beasts becomes increasingly common. There are still many, some of which are not native to the volcano and seem to have descended from the caverns above. Remarkably, these beasts are rapidly adapting to the volcanic environment, gradually exhibiting traits characteristic of those that have long inhabited the volcano. Tietao has keenly observed these transformations. He has encountered numerous such beasts and has discerned that the high success rate of many mutated species is primarily rooted in the beasts themselves. Perhaps this marks the first invasion of the ferocious beasts into this realm, triggering a swift evolution. This adaptation is instinctual, a latent talent ingrained in their very essence. The ability to alter one's innate gifts to suit the environment may also explain why the bloodline of the Taodai can accommodate a broader range of talents. The activation of bloodlines merely amplifies the inherent gifts that have already developed. This has been Tietao's assessment over the past several days, though it is rather revolutionary. And he requires further observational data. Such findings could potentially warrant a publication, but that would only come after societal order is restored. There has never been a record detailing the ways of ferocious beasts that descended a century ago. No one truly knows. A thick plume of smoke billowed from the volcano, capturing the attention of everyone within the camp, as if an eruption were imminent. The inhabitants of the safe zone turned their gazes toward the volcano. The ash began to blanket the sky, and a scorching wave surged down the cliffs. Volcanic ash gradually descended, and lava erupted from the summit of the volcano, an unmistakable sign of an eruption. Some of the beasts within the volcano surged outward in response. Those creatures that reveled in the molten lava emitted jubilant roars, a sound of ecstasy, as if partaking in a grand baptism. At that moment, the map in Tietao's hand became obsolete. With the emergence of molten rock, the very landscape of the volcano had transformed, rendering the map meaningless. He tucked the map away and approached the gate of the outer wall. What a splendid sight! The volcano has erupted. Wolf beckons us. This substance holds little value, at least until societal stability is restored. The ground began to tremble as swathes of ferocious beasts surged forth. The atmosphere within the safe zone grew tense, and all eyes turned toward the expanse of wilderness. The side facing the city was now deserted. Just a day or two prior, the beasts had retreated in that direction. Shadows flitted across the sky, and some beasts fled outward. This confined area could not possibly accommodate such a multitude of ferocious creatures. The brief calm of the wilderness lasted only a few minutes before the charge of the beasts commenced. The weak and numerous mixed dragons led the charge, acting as vanguards toward the safe zone. Following closely behind were predators hunting them down. Perhaps there was a chance for survival in the advance. But retreat was undoubtedly a dead end. Among the mixed dragons, herbivorous beasts like the tail armor dragon and grass-eating dragon also rushed outward. The flying dragons in the sky circled, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment to strike their prey. A spider, towering over 3 meters and adorned with white webs, followed closely behind the mixed dragons, occasionally spitting silk to ensnare one of them. The rapidly entwining silk encased the unfortunate creature in a white cocoon, which began to accumulate on the spider's legs. This scene resembled a grand buffet of ferocious beasts, with countless others present. The number of beasts assaulting the safe zone gradually diminished, yet the remaining numbers were still considerable. However, defense was not overly challenging. As long as they could withstand the initial onslaught, they would be secure. Remarkably, none of the beasts seemed inclined to charge in Tietao's direction. The faint aura he emitted was sufficient to deter these lesser beasts from approaching. At least for now, the effect was promising. The sounds of flesh colliding echoed, marking the beginning of contact between the safe zone and the beasts. Blood flowed freely, yet the frontline beast tamers sustained minimal injuries. The scent of blood was irresistibly alluring to most ferocious beasts, akin to a siren's call for great white sharks in the ocean, a signal of sustenance. The beasts continued to gather, including high-tier ones, and those circling in the sky descended lower. An imminent attack was palpable. This wave of ferocious beasts was successfully repelled by the safe zone, leaving a carpet of carcasses in its wake. The airborne fire dragons swooped down to seize the fallen beasts, but they would undoubtedly return. In the current climate, no beast refrained from stockpiling food reserves, though their claws were limited and could not carry away many carcasses. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the safe zone engaged in similar endeavors, as the food was equally vital. The reasons for the urban dwellers' willingness to advance toward the safe zone were clear. Food scarcity in the city meant that only a fortunate few would survive. Resources were limited. Apart from battling beasts for sustenance, there were few alternative means. The initial invasion of ferocious beasts compelled humanity to establish defensive lines over the course of 60 to 70 years, but the time required now would undoubtedly be shorter, though still spanning several years. Prolonged conflict had already directed orders to the soldiers stationed here. It is uncertain who foresaw the emergence of the caverns or who devised the current strategy. The situation in the city remains obscure, and it is unknown how many can still endure. Yet, opportunities do exist within the city, at least far better than 2 centuries ago. Chapter 181. Visitors to the Safe Zone. The wave of ferocious beasts driven to attack has now concluded. The brief period of calm in the wilderness seems to have established an unspoken agreement, awaiting the spark of conflict. Tietao and his companions refrained from initiating an assault, merely guarding their small encampment. The aura he emitted would not be released excessively for long, as most of the beast tamers present could not withstand it. This has also alerted some of the higher-tier beasts, prompting them to linger nearby, drawn by the intermittent aura that serves as a beacon for their curiosity. As days passed, the presence of these high-tier beasts drew ever closer. It seems that the focus of these wild beasts has shifted towards the direction of Irontide's camp, causing those within the safety zone to feel a sense of unease. Previously, the wild beasts had not launched attacks on Irontide's camp, but this time, one has finally collided with them. The inhabitants of the safety zone are somewhat pleased to witness this development, as it alleviates the pressure of defending against higher-level wild beasts. They are also curious about how this small camp has managed to evade 2 previous assaults. Should these wild beasts retreat, they intend to investigate the camp further. The distance between the wild beasts and the small camp is diminishing rapidly, and a confrontation looms imminent. To be honest, Irontide is reluctant to engage, as revealing their position completely is not advantageous. The approaching wild beasts possess strengths ranging from rank 5 to rank 4. Tang Shuang, why don't you go? Irontide suggested. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go now. I'll take charge, Tang Shuang replied. Let them practice a bit. A combined attack would suffice as a form of training. I'll hold the line. That sounds reasonable. You go handle them, Irontide agreed. If all else fails, I will step in. After a brief discussion, Tang Shuang took it upon himself to rally the Tang family. A few minutes later, they decided to engage in battle. Alongside them was Luomi, whose practical combat experience is relatively limited. The Tang family, led by Tang Lu, had begun to restore their souls and were contemplating a second contract with the beast. Irontide did not oppose this request, as greater strength is always advantageous. Irontide and Tang Shuang stood guard at the entrance, observing as they clashed with the approaching wild beasts. How has Luomi's mastery of beast taming progressed? Tang Shuang inquired. It should be nearly complete, came the reply. Should be? You've been in her room every day after meals, Tang Shuang remarked. Just watch how she collaborates with the little dragon. They are currently engaged with 4 wild beasts, which is the perfect opportunity to gauge their strength. Within the safety zone, many gazes turned towards the small camp, with numerous telescopes trained on the unfolding battle. After more than half an hour, one of the 4 wild beasts fled, one was slain, and the remaining 2 were captured. Tang Lu, who will make the contract? I will contract with Tang Ba. You all proceed. I will keep them subdued. Irontide placed a hand on each of the 2 struggling wild beasts, and they instantly became docile. With minimal resistance, the contract was swiftly completed, bolstering the strength of the small camp. Releasing his grip, Irontide looked at Tang Lu. How many more do you need? There are plenty ahead. Choose a few, and I will bring them back. Irontide, that's too dangerous. Tang Lu hesitated. Just say the word. If Irontide goes all out, these wild beasts wouldn't stand a chance against him. Surely not, Tang Lu replied. Listen to your brother. Hurry up and choose. If you miss this opportunity, it may not come again. Very well. After assessing the situation, Tang Lu selected a few wild beasts. Irontide moved with incredible speed, relying solely on his physical prowess without the use of teleportation. A vengeful spider, adorned with a multitude of white cocoons, attempted to hinder Irontide's advance by launching strands of silk. However, a greenish glow emanated from Irontide, further enhancing his velocity. Each thread of silk brushed past him as he surged forward, leaving the spider unable to retreat. An intense confrontation was imminent. Brother, is this speed achievable by a mere human? Hasn't someone done it? Tang Shuang responded, glancing at Tang Lu, who had a large mouth. Close your mouth, it's embarrassing. Don't make a fuss over everything. As Irontide approached the vengeful spider, black armor materialized upon his body, and he unleashed his full aura. The surrounding wild beasts hastily retreated, distancing themselves from Irontide. Unfortunately for the vengeful spider, it was mercilessly beaten by him. 5 minutes later, Irontide returned, holding the spider, now devoid of any silk. Quickly administer the medicine. I may have been a bit too rough, he remarked. Tang Lu finally reacted, promptly pushing Tang Yao Yao forward. You can't be serious, Tang Yao Yao, a young girl contracting this hideous spider? What kind of taste is that? At this moment, aesthetic concerns were secondary, survival took precedence. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yao Yao placed her hand upon the vengeful spider, closing her eyes. Half a minute later, she nodded at Irontide, a smile gracing her face. This was the first smile Tang Yao Yao had displayed in days, feeling a sense of security with 2 tamed beasts by her side. Luomi, however, was uncertain if she could contract a second beast, as none of the ones she desired were present. Relying on the azure-eyed white dragon, she could escape if necessary. Thus, she was not overly anxious about acquiring her second beast. Irontide's next move was delayed, as the nearby wild beasts had all fled, making capture increasingly difficult. They would attempt to catch a few more when they returned later. The evening passed swiftly, especially for Tang Lu and his companions, as their strength had finally been restored, instilling them with newfound confidence. Previously reliant on Tang Xuan's protection, they now felt capable of standing their ground. With stronger beasts at their disposal than before, their power had significantly increased. Given additional time, he would undoubtedly contract a third beast. However, his soul had only partially recovered, and the volcano had yet to erupt in its entirety, offering them a chance. He eagerly anticipated the impending eruption. A member from the safety zone approached, recognized as the guard who had previously barred their entry. "Who are you?" Tang Xuan asked nonchalantly, his eyes filled with disdain. "I am Zhao Mingming, the captain of the guard for the volcanic safety zone." "Zhao? Like Zhao Deming? He is my uncle. I am here to inquire about how you managed to fend off the wild beast attacks. You need not bother. Even if you ask, no one here could replicate it." Tang Xuan replied, patting him on the shoulder. "That may not be the case. It is worth attempting," Zhao Mingming insisted. "It's not that we are unwilling to share. Even if you knew, you wouldn't be able to do it." Irontide interjected. Chapter 182, The Beast Raising Grounds. "You must reveal it for us to assess if we can learn it," Zhao Mingming persisted, still hopeful. "That is simple enough. Whenever you can make wild beasts or tamed beasts retreat, consider it your entry into the realm of beast taming. That is akin to saying nothing at all. If I could do that, why would I even be here?" Irontide shrugged, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Zhao Mingming had garnered no useful information during his visit. "Is there anything else you wish to know?" Tang Xuan began issuing a dismissal. Zhao Mingming had come not only to uncover the method of repelling wild beasts, but also to gauge the camp's strength. The tamed beasts here generally ranged around rank 5, with only a few reaching rank 4. Compared to the safety zone's power, it was insignificant, yet with fewer inhabitants, this camp's strength was commendable. It was likely that their ability to repel wild beasts was what allowed them to maintain a foothold here. Zhao Mingming speculated that it might be due to a special repellent potion, but such potions seemed to be in short supply. If the camp could indeed concoct them, the safety zone would offer materials for their preparation. Regrettably, the camp failed to provide them with any useful information, which significantly disappointed Zhao Mingming. "By the way, we can engage in item exchanges at any time. If you find yourself lacking in medicinal supplies or similar items, feel free to seek us out for a trade. We possess a considerable stock in that regard." Upon hearing this, Tietao wasted no time and promptly produced a piece of paper listing the materials he required, which he handed to Zhao Mingming. "This is the list of beast materials we need. If you have any of them, we can trade." Zhao Mingming took the list from Tietao, her brows furrowing deeply. "The materials you seek are not only unavailable to me, but would be difficult to find even in Anding. How many do you have?" "Mo Lin Tiger, 10 scales. This is my personal collection. What can you offer in exchange?" "Or, medicines, beast materials, beast taming potions, custom potions. Choose freely." Tietao was determined to acquire what he sought, and allowed Zhao Mingming to select from the options. "I want to exchange for a custom beast taming potion." "Very well. Bring your beast, and I shall prepare it for you." "You are a beast tamer? We have more than one beast tamer here." Saying this, Tang Xuan casually tossed his student ID towards Zhao Mingming. "All right then, the trade will take place tomorrow at noon. I will arrive at the beast tamer's location. You are responsible for ensuring the safety of the transaction." Zhao Mingming pointed towards the outside. "Agreed, it is settled." Zhao Mingming swiftly departed the camp, vanishing into the darkness. Aside from Tietao, no one could discern what kind of beast Zhao Mingming possessed. This elusive individual is certainly no ordinary person. A leader of a safe zone cannot be so simple. However, there are indeed some issues to address. Enough of that. Have you brought everything needed to prepare the potions? Not everything, just the most fundamental supplies. Most of the equipment in the laboratory has been damaged. Given the current conditions, do you really dare to take on this task? Are you overconfident? Not at all. Tomorrow we shall see what kind of beast it is. It shouldn't be too difficult. The foremost priority now is to convert what we have into strength. Then let us await their arrival tomorrow. Dealing with wild beasts is troublesome. After saying this, Tang Xuan cradled his head and walked towards the dormitory. As dawn broke, the retreating wild beasts returned, most of them fixating on the direction of the safe zone, none glancing towards the camp. The events of the previous day were still fresh in their memories. Around 10 o'clock, Tietao set out alone towards a group of wild beasts near the safe zone. The second target appeared. Tietao aimed to capture it while simultaneously driving the group away. At 11:30, Zhao Mingming led a team of 11 onward. At noon, they arrived at the camp punctually, only to find Tietao subduing a wild beast that showed no signs of struggle. "Tang 16, how many attempts is this? Is it not working yet?" "No. This wild beast still resists me. Try once more. If it refuses, we shall stew it," Tietao commanded, a dark pattern already spreading from beneath his clothing, his aura intensifying significantly. Zhao Mingming observed for 5 minutes, and then Tang 16 completed the contract. All right, the contract is finalized. Tang 16 was elated. From now on, you have no other tasks, aside from eating. Focus solely on cultivating your spirit. Understood, second brother. Tang 16 trudged back towards the dormitory, looking rather dejected. How did you manage to instill such fear in that wild beast? The more you kill, the more it becomes so. Now, let us commence the trade. Tietao turned his gaze back to Zhao Mingming. Shortly thereafter, the 10 individuals behind Zhao Mingming approached with their beasts, presenting their inspection reports to Tietao. After reviewing each report, a colossal whale descended from the sky, casting its shadow over the entire camp. This is your beast. Indeed, it is mine. It is an auxiliary type. The whale continued its descent, halting 3 meters above the ground. Tietao extracted a basic potion preparation device from it. We have no choice. Let us make do with this, as the complete equipment is no longer available. The whale ascended once more. Zhao Mingming gazed at the whale, momentarily lost in thought, until Taitao's voice snapped him back to reality. So it is a sky whale. No wonder you possess such confidence in concealment. Enough of that. Let us get down to business. Bring forth the materials. I shall begin preparing the potions. Tietao paid no heed to Zhao Mingming's exclamation regarding the sky whale. The 10 individuals behind him hesitated to present their materials, glancing at the rudimentary equipment before them. Hurry up. Do you intend to keep these items for your own burial? After Zhao Mingming's prompt, they reluctantly handed over their materials. Tietao took the materials, quickly scanning them before commencing the preparation process, while Tang Shuang stood by, showing no inclination to assist. Are you going to do this alone? How long will it take you? It will certainly be faster than I would. I estimate it will be ready by nightfall. After all, there is nothing particularly challenging about it, just the equipment is somewhat rudimentary. You have such confidence in his skills? Among the lower-grade beast tamers, there is no one who can rival him. I cannot either. You speak as if you were so capable yourself. A sharp voice emerged from behind Tang Shuang. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine, forgetting everything in terror. We have a third beast tamer here. I am not sure of their level. Indeed, your camp has quite a few beast tamers. We should have ample opportunity for exchange during this time. Are you suggesting we assist you in preparing beast taming potions? That is indeed our intention. Then we must discuss this further. It is not a task for one alone. Chapter 183. All over the land. At 6 o'clock in the evening, darkness had settled in, yet a hint of red still lingered in the sky. 10 bottles of potions had been successfully prepared. Had the equipment here been of better quality, Taitao's speed could have been even greater, a fact Tang Shuang was well aware of. Previously, the potion preparation had always been completed at a much faster pace. Tietao, Zhao Mingming wishes for us to establish a beast taming center here. Shall we proceed? Yes, as long as the remuneration is sufficient, we shall open it. Idleness is not to our benefit, and this opportunity allows us to gather materials. That is a splendid idea. Let Tang Lu and the others assist as well. It will provide them with something to do. Once settled, the beast taming center was effectively established. Now it was a matter of whether the inhabitants of the safe zone would dare to come. The potions had already been prepared, and when administering them to the beasts, remember to include some energy potions, as these wild beasts lack sufficient internal energy. Understood. Zhao Mingming promptly produced a small box and handed it to Tietao. Upon opening it, he found 10 black scales inside and nodded in approval. In the future, this place can serve as a small beast taming center, ready to accept tasks. Very well, if these potions prove ineffective, you must return these scales to me. Rest assured, I guarantee these potions will work. After bidding farewell to Zhao Mingming, Ling Piaomiao pulled Tang Shuang away, the purpose of which remained unclear. The duration of this current peace is uncertain, yet the enhancement of strength remains the most critical task. The temporary tranquility had yet to be disturbed. The volcano was also considerably quieter. Recently, the roars of the feral beasts have diminished significantly. It appears that a semblance of balance has been restored within the volcano, which is indeed a positive development, as it has greatly enhanced safety. Iron Tide's decision to establish a presence here has proven to be astute. The more inhospitable the environment, the more formidable the beasts that inhabit it. Even those feral creatures adept at adapting swiftly to their surroundings are struggling to survive in this locale, allowing the ecosystem to rapidly revert to its natural state. This area can now be considered safe. A month later, the beast rearing facility has seen a considerable influx of individuals waiting in line. There are no longer any feral beasts lingering near the safety zone, as they seem to have returned to their respective ecological niches. This area appears to have formed a small sanctuary, with feral beasts seldom venturing here. The 3 beast rearers within the camp tirelessly prepare concoctions daily, with numerous tools crafted by Iron Tide adorning the space, showcasing a spectrum of colors. These items were sculpted from recently unearthed minerals. Over the course of the month, this modest camp has accumulated an abundance of resources, all garnered through beast-rearing endeavors. They have even ceased hunting, as maintaining their current status suffices. Remarkably, a network connection has been established with the safety zone, and mobile signals have emerged, albeit with limited stability and intermittent communication with the city. When the communication signals first arrived, the camp's phones crackled with notifications. Most were messages from family members, filled with both joy and sorrow, but predominantly tinged with anxiety. The lack of communication has rendered waiting for information a nerve-wracking ordeal. Luo Mi and Iron Tide found themselves in the best situation, with Luo Mi receiving a response. While Iron Tide remained unconcerned about the Deing Society's circumstances, everything seemed to have settled into a tranquil rhythm, with life proceeding as usual. In contrast, Luo Mi's classmates faced graver challenges. The air raid shelter had fallen to the relentless onslaught of feral beasts. Only a fraction managed to escape, resorting to playing hide-and-seek with the beasts in the city, and some even forged contracts with a few lesser-ranked feral beasts to barely sustain their existence. In the wilderness stream, Uncle Luo, having received Luo Mi's message, felt a sense of relief. The situation there was considerably worse than at the volcano, with an overwhelming number of feral beasts assaulting the safety zone, stretching endlessly into the distance. The original hunting targets had been eliminated following the arrival of the beasts. The cost of survival was evident. Uncle Luo still bore bandages wrapped around his body, and of his 4 contracted beasts, only 2 had yet to recover from their injuries. He counted himself fortunate, as several companions had lost their beasts during the encounters. Luo Mi was originally meant to accompany him, but was swept away by chaotic orders, a consequence of the beast's sudden emergence. All preparations were thrown into disarray, with conflicting commands leading to widespread confusion. This chaos instilled a sense of unease in those who appeared calm. The feral beasts were coming. Preparations were essential. Uncle Luo's beast, Adai, had already charged into the fray, skillfully engaging the beasts. Each leap claimed the life of a feral creature. As this 4th-tier beast became a relentless harvesting machine amidst the throng, its speed was astounding, leaving the densely packed beasts with little time to evade. The higher-tier beasts lingered at a distance, yet to make their move. From afar, most feral beasts were gradually advancing toward the safety zone, while various avian beasts circled above, occasionally launching attacks that seldom inflicted harm on those within the safety zone. Within the dense forest safety zone, Wang Feng inquired, "What do you think Iron Baba is up to now? I've heard troubling news from the capital. It's exceedingly perilous there. Rather than worrying about him, shouldn't we focus on our own situation? What is wrong with us? No beast can rival my Grandpa Turtle's defenses. With him here, we have little to fear." "That may be true, but we are fortunate. There are no high-tier beasts in our vicinity. We have secured a good position. Though I wonder if Iron Tide remains in the capital. I wager he is not." At that moment, Lu Ming's phone pinged with a response from Iron Tide. "Damn, that guy is doing better than us. He has established a small camp and opened a beast-rearing facility," Lu Ming relayed to Wang Feng. "The volcano is also unsafe. The beasts there are of a considerably higher tier. Well then, as you said, let us focus on our own affairs. He seems to be thriving." Lu Ming showed Wang Feng a photo on his phone, displaying a variety of self-made concoction devices and a stockpile of food and materials, more than they had managed to gather within their safety zone. "Iron Tide, impressive as always. We need to prepare for action. Our time of rest has come to an end." With a sigh, Lu Ming discarded his chopsticks and, alongside Wang Feng, exited the tent. "Grandpa Turtle, it's time to get to work." The ground began to tremble gently as a massive turtle shell shielded the entrance between the dense forest and the safety zone. It evoked memories of military training, with toxic formations sprawling across the ground behind the great tortoise. The charge of the feral beasts came to an abrupt halt, as they recalled the fate of those who had attempted to scale the turtle's back. Hesitation blanketed them. They were reluctant to advance. Chapter 184. The arrival of power across various regions. There exists a dichotomy of stability and unrest, and the safety zone is no exception. Nevertheless, choosing the volcano as a refuge has undeniably been a wise decision. Life continued to unfold steadily until a fortnight later, when unrest re-emerged in the vicinity of the volcano. The voids reappeared, yet only 3 or 4 feral beasts emerged, disregarding the safety zone and heading directly toward the volcano, some burrowing into the earth toward its depths. Each was advancing toward the volcano in its own manner. Low-tier beasts ceased to appear, replaced instead by high-tier beasts. After a significant duration, Iron Tide and his companions received news that similar phenomena were occurring across various safety zones. However, those feral beasts had joined the ranks attacking the safety zones, contrasting starkly with the situation near the volcano. The arrival of high-tier beasts had not disrupted the safety zone, and the beasts showed no inclination to assault them. Iron Tide's beast-rearing facility remained bustling with activity, entirely unaffected. Within just a couple of days, the voids opened once more. The frequency of these occurrences had escalated. High-tier feral beasts were emerging from the voids every few days, advancing toward the volcano. It was at this juncture that Iron Tide's beast-rearing facility shuttered its doors. This was not due to a lack of visitors, but rather a palpable fear of continuing operations, as the lava had begun to flow perilously close. Numerous feral beasts had begun to congregate in the vicinity, their survival space dwindling as the lava encroached. The safety zone heightened its defenses, surrounding the camp. A 5-meter-deep trench had been excavated using enchanted soil, a barrier against the encroaching lava. From the second floor of the camp, one could observe the relentless flow of red molten rock inching ever closer. The frequency of the void's emergence continued to rise, suggesting that as the feral beast's living space was further constricted, another wave of attacks was imminent. The voids in the sky have once again manifested, their ominous blackness visible even from the ground, and the expanse of these voids continues to widen. For many, this is the first encounter with such a phenomenon, and Iron Tide, recalling previous occurrences, cannot help but ponder the scale of the wild beast that might emerge from such a void. The thought is daunting. What looms above is likely far more immense than what is visible from the ground. Gradually, the colossal form of the beast begins to emerge. 2 gigantic fangs protruding from its lower jaw, its emerald eyes surveying the earth below. Its gaze swiftly locks onto Iron Tide, as if it has identified a tantalizing prey. The creature inches forth from the void, its ebony shell revealing veins of molten red. Iron Tide meets its gaze and involuntarily shudders, instinctively preparing to retreat towards the city. This beast is perilously formidable, far exceeding the typical third-tier threats. It is suspected to be a second-tier wild beast. Iron Tide speaks rapidly, yet there is no doubt among them regarding this assessment. The supplies in their camp are meager, and wild beast materials have been hastily collected by Iron Tide into his spatial storage. In just 10 minutes, the camp is entirely dismantled, and they hasten towards the city. For this beast could disrupt the balance of wild creatures in the volcanic region. Navigating through the safe zone proves to be seamless. Zhao Mingming does not hinder their passage or inquire about their motives. The wild beast in the sky still has not fully emerged, a fact that constitutes a grave danger. Its size surpasses any wild beast they have encountered, rendering even a 3 to 4 meter tall iron-armored Kuei Nyo diminutive by comparison. As Iron Tide and his companions exit the safe zone, a thunderous sound reverberates as if a meteor has struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. A shockwave radiates outward, awakening the eyes lurking just beneath the surface. Nearby, volcanic magma cascades down, accompanied by the incessant sounds of explosions. The magma surges forth, acting as a signal, igniting the remaining wild beasts to charge towards the safe zone. As the dust settles, a colossal figure emerges, traversing the magma like a small mountain. Its immense head scans the surroundings, seemingly unaware of Iron Tide's presence, and continues to search relentlessly. Before long, the massive creature abandons its search, its hunting instincts ignited, targeting the wild beasts clustered around the safe zone. With a deep inhalation, it unleashes a tremendous roar towards the safe zone. The sound forms a spiraling shockwave that crashes into the horde of wild beasts. The smaller creatures are swept away, unable to withstand the overwhelming sonic force. Even those who might endure are torn apart by the ensuing turbulence. Blood rains down upon the safe zone, leaving no inhabitant untouched by the cacophony. Tinnitus and temporary deafness are merely the lesser afflictions. Many are left truly deafened. Upon exiting the safe zone, Iron Tide and his companions immediately commandeer a vehicle, fleeing in the direction opposite to the volcano. Given their current food supplies, surviving for several years in a completely sealed environment is not beyond the realm of possibility. The defenses within the safe zone have been considerably eased at this moment. The wild beasts that assaulted the safe zone have perished, none surviving the onslaught. The frontline defenders within the safe zone lie dead, and without them, the toll on human life remains unknown. Iron Tide's humble camp has been reduced to ruins by the reverberating shockwave, the walls shattered into debris. The number of wild beasts that have died within the safe zone is incalculable. An eerie silence blankets the area, no one dares to move, watching as the colossal wild beast feasts. The corpses of the fallen creatures dwindle, its massive jaws methodically tearing through their remains. They witness all as the ground's carcasses vanish into its maw, yet it remains insatiable. Its consumption persists, and the great figure steadily advances towards the volcano. The life forms within the volcano seem to sense the arrival of their adversary. A wild beast of apex predation has come forth. The fire dragons, sensing the threat, flee from the volcano. They ascend to their usual altitude of over 10 meters, but the countless spines protruding from the beast's back writhe menacingly. The fire dragons are compelled to fly higher, yet their efforts prove futile as the spines launch forth, sending them plummeting to their demise, transforming into sustenance for the beast. Chapter 185, Fire and Ice. Iron Tide and his company forge ahead towards the city, where uncertainties abound. Survival here entails not only battling wild beasts, but also contending with a considerable number of humans. Information flow within the city is severely disrupted. The remaining signal towers capable of maintaining communication are dwindling, the reception far worse than that experienced in the volcanic camp. Fortunately, they have managed to escape quickly, avoiding significant repercussions. The massive wild beast, having consumed the recently fallen fire dragon, continues its march towards the volcano. With each step, magma oozes forth, reshaping the landscape. And the volcanic expanse expands. Zhao Mingming's expression grows grim within the safe zone as lava begins to bubble up from beyond its confines. Like a fountain, the magma erupts, threatening to merge the safe zone with the volcano in no time. This area, once merely an extinct volcano blanketed in greenery, has become a site of renewed volcanic activity since the beast's arrival. In under a year, it has transformed into the nascent form of a volcano, and its reach continues to grow. However, once the wild beasts are contained, the volcanic expansion ceases. Now, they are once again squeezed into a constricted existence, with their living space reduced to less than half of what it was prior to the beast's arrival. With this new emergence, their survival space faces further encroachment. Zhao Mingming makes a decisive choice. The defensive apparatus of the safe zone begins to be dismantled. He plans to withdraw the safe zone by 500 meters, maintaining a secure distance from the wild beasts to ensure their safety while also preserving a relatively habitable environment. In a small county town near the safe zone, Iron Tide and his convoy have arrived. They stand before the most intact residential building in the area. Nearby, a sizable garden serves as a territory for a pack of fourth-tier wild beasts, the savanna hyenas, deterring other creatures from approaching. This is their domain, and they seem indifferent to the adjacent high-rise, showing no inclination to occupy it. The arrival of Iron Tide and his companions prompts alertness among the hyenas, baring their teeth and preparing for a charge. In this region, there is no shortage of fourth-tier beasts. The majority of the savage creatures captured during this period are indeed of the fourth tier or higher, and they do not fall behind in strength. A confrontation is imminent. The clash between the savage beasts has commenced, with the prairie hyenas acting as a pack-oriented species. Individually, they are significantly weaker and could hardly contend with some fifth-tier beasts. It did not take long for this area to be overtaken by Tietao and his group. The small town is located approximately 20 kilometers from the safety zone, a distance deemed secure, and it also provides a vantage point to observe the volcanic activity. After several layers of examination, it was surprising to discover that there were still a few individuals clinging to life within this building, albeit their beasts were no longer by their side. Each of them appeared gaunt, surviving solely on meager rations of instant food, and had it not been for Tietao and his companion's arrival, they would have surely succumbed to starvation. Tang Shuang reclined lazily on a comfortable bed, relishing its softness, far superior to a military cot. He mumbled to himself, enjoying the comfort. Each of them occupied their own suite, with their beasts stationed downstairs. Tietao, alone, surveyed the direction of the volcano through a high-powered telescope, resembling a solitary figure yearning for a distant beloved. The volcanic eruptions intensified, with streams of magma radiating a fierce red glow. Tietao even spotted a savage beast engaged in a fierce struggle with another beast in the very spot they frequently entered the volcano. The fiery lava burst cascaded over the creature. He recognized the savage beast by its size as a rock dragon, albeit smaller than the one he had previously encountered. However, it was not alone. Several larger rock dragons surrounded this unknown beast, each significantly larger in size. Despite this, the savage beast displayed no signs of fear, instead charging forward, illuminated by the red light, and swiftly sank its teeth into the neck of its adversary. The flames extinguished abruptly, followed by a series of mournful cries, as the smaller rock dragon breathed its last. The remaining rock dragons dared not engage further and began their retreat, evidently seeking refuge elsewhere, burrowing quickly into the ground. The savage beast paid them no heed, continuing its meal to replenish its energy, while its long spines began to grow anew. The volcanic eruptions became increasingly violent, casting the entire region in a hue of crimson. Waves of heat surged forth, making even the small town feel the intensity emanating from the volcano. Tietao pondered the potential consequences of such a massive beast fully replenishing its energy, yet he understood that this process would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. Even after an extended duration within the volcano, it had merely restored a fraction of its energy. To regain its full strength could take months, if not longer. The beasts it battled were not to be underestimated. Rock dragons, known for their formidable defenses, could hardly withstand its assaults. How many other savage beasts could endure such a strike? Even in his complete form, Tietao felt uncertain about his ability to withstand a blow from such a creature. Unconsciously, he retrieved several types of beast meat acquired in the capital from his spatial storage, hesitating before igniting a flame in his hand. After a brief roasting, he consumed it. He recognized that his abilities were insufficient, and thus resolved to resort to devouring, as there was no time left for optimization. In the icy expanse of the polar regions, no human safety zones existed. Amidst the frigid landscape, a snow-white savage beast wreaked havoc, its size comparable to that of the one in the volcano. With a shovel-like, crescent-shaped jaw, it incessantly gnawed at the solid ice of the tundra, leaving no local beast unscathed. Thus, while one beast thrived in the fire, another ravaged the ice, each oblivious to the other's chaos, for the polar expanse lay desolate and unmonitored. Chapter 186. The volcano is not its habitat. Since the arrival of the colossal savage beast, the cavern had regained a semblance of calm. Tietao harbored a lingering intuition that the cavern would open again, though he could not predict when. The volcanic landscape continued to evolve, its reach extending further, with hills occasionally belching forth magma. The pungent scent of sulfur filled the new safety zone, and Zhao Mingming's expression grew grim. It would not be long before this safety zone succumbed. He remained uncertain about the identity of the savage beast, yet even the third-tier beasts within the military were no match for it. He suspected it to be a second-tier beast, and some might even believe it to be first-tier. He had already reported the volcanic situation to his superiors, yet assistance remained elusive. There were many other pressing crises surpassing that of the volcano, and resources had been dispatched before the first wave of savage beasts had arrived. The costs of transporting supplies were exorbitant, as traversing numerous cities laden with beasts posed significant risks. It would be more effective to support other safety zones directly. The personnel originally stationed at the volcano were of elite caliber, and reinforcements sent prior to the beast's appearance were drawn from across the nation. Zhao Mingming was still able to send out a plea for help, indicating that a grave crisis indeed loomed within the volcano. The safety zone remained relatively tranquil, devoid of savage beast incursions, the only notable change being its gradual relocation, inching closer to the small county town where Tietao resided. In the distance, the lava flowed steadily from the volcano, and even from the county town, the billowing black smoke was visible. The number of beasts within the county town dwindled, their presence growing increasingly sparse. Upon entering the town, Tietao and his companions commenced the eradication of the remaining beasts. Though new beasts continued to infiltrate the county town, they were unable to impede the swiftness of their extermination efforts. For the time being, the small town existed in a state of equilibrium, allowing them to enjoy a reprieve of relative stability. After spending half a month in the small town, Tietao observed that the volcano's expansion had accelerated beyond previous rates, and the safety zone had now encroached upon the town itself. The original location of the safety zone had transformed into a gathering ground for the volcanic beasts, which lay hidden beneath the surface amidst the molten lava. The moment any living creature passed, these beasts would spring forth without hesitation to prey upon them. The competition within the volcano had intensified greatly, and the eruptions had not ceased, reshaping the landscape significantly. Tietao had inquired with Zhao Mingming, who had recently relocated, about the last occurrence of a beast incursion, hoping to uncover any military intelligence on the matter. However, his efforts proved fruitless, yielding no useful information. However, from Zhao Mingming's words, a wealth of useful information was gleaned. The recently encountered wild beasts were predominantly of lower rank, with most being 7th or 8th tier, and only a scant few reaching the 4th tier. Over this extended period, humanity has managed to cultivate numerous third-tier beast tamers, while second-tier beasts remain exceedingly rare. Unfortunately, these second-tier beasts often appear only fleetingly, vanishing entirely after news of their existence spreads. Consequently, there are currently no second-tier wild beasts, which has led many beast tamers possessing third-tier beasts to hesitate in elevating their beasts to the second tier. Reports suggest that second-tier beasts have a notably short lifespan. According to Zhao Mingming, they endure for merely half a month. These beasts emerged during times of peace, rendering them largely ineffectual, as they can only manage to contend with a handful of third-tier beasts. This uncertainty has left Tietao reluctant to further elevate his own rank. Although he currently possesses the capability to contend with some ordinary third-tier wild beasts, a significant gap remains when compared to formidable creatures such as the fully matured black-armored Kuolong. During this time, he has consumed the flesh of the black-armored Kuolong, the nine-tailed lion king, and an unnamed dragon, but the energy derived from these meats has dwindled. After indulging in such a substantial feast, Tietao inscribed the runes of these 3 wild beasts within his body. The strength of the black-armored Kuolong. the energy reserves of the nine-tailed Lion King, and the buoyancy and water manipulation of the dragon. Tietao was pleasantly surprised to discover that the dragon granted him two abilities, which proved advantageous. The more abilities one possesses, the better one can safeguard oneself in an increasingly unstable environment. The Beast Taming secret art, the turning of stars, has become largely obsolete for him. In fact, even the defensive capabilities of the great whale pale in comparison to the armor he now wears, particularly after consuming the flesh of the rock-armored dragon. The defense of his armor has ascended to a new level. Should he redirect damage, the great whale would be unable to withstand it, making such a valuable storage space far too precious to lose. In this relatively stable environment, Tietao found himself at a loss for activities. Having fought against wild beasts almost incessantly, a tremor resonated through the town, a phenomenon that had occurred multiple times before, each instance causing the safe zone to retreat further. However, this tremor was the most intense yet, as a colossal wild beast emerged from the volcano, advancing toward the town. The expressions of the townspeople darkened. None possessed a single beast capable of withstanding this creature, and even sheer numbers would not suffice to deter it. Evacuation was imminent. Vehicles roared to life, slowly making their way toward a more distant city, albeit at a frustratingly sluggish pace. The tremors adversely affected the speed of the vehicles, which only seemed to amplify in intensity. A similar occurrence unfolded on the icy plains, where a massive white wild beast approached the colossal creature. The white beast left a trail of frozen seawater and solid ice in its wake, while the other beast, in stark contrast, transformed everything it touched into volcanic wasteland. Vehicles lined up to evacuate the small county, and gradually, the ground's tremor subsided. It was not that the wild beast had ceased its advance, rather, they had deviated from its path. Its departure revitalized the volcano, expanding its area of activity, leading to an influx of wild beasts emerging from within. The hierarchy within the volcano became apparent. The more powerful wild beasts resided deep within, where resources were plentiful, while the weaker ones roamed further from the volcano. Chapter 187. The arrival of second-tier wild beasts on other continents. Upon arriving in a new city, Tietao and his companions sought refuge. Yet, the restlessness from within his bloodline surged once more, signaling an impending threat to his life. Notably, the previous massive wild beast in the volcano had not instigated any such agitation, which was why he had felt unafraid. Shortly after relocating, this unsettling sensation emerged, distinctly not originating from the city, but from afar. He was unsure of the source, but if it followed the pattern of previous events, it likely involved a wild beast emerging from the void. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Tietao summoned Tang Xuan and Luo Mi, the only individuals privy to the intricacies of his bloodline. He confided in them about the turmoil brewing within. Could it be? The last time this happened, a wild beast descended. Surely, it cannot be another one. Tang Xuan speculated. It's unlikely, Tietao replied. Having been in the volcano for so long, there has been no such feeling. Even that colossal beast did not evoke this sensation. Are you suggesting that this time, the wild beast could be even more formidable than the last? Luo Mi queried, uncertainty lacing her tone. That seems plausible. I merely wish to caution you. We must remain prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Understood. But we cannot predict when that will be. There is no safe haven anywhere. All places pose their own dangers. Just alert us when it's time to run, Tietao affirmed, concluding their brief meeting. He yearned to continue his self-improvement, seeking ways to enhance his capacity for energy absorption through full beast transformation. Yet, amidst the turmoil, time slipped away slowly. As the agitation reached its zenith, it began to disrupt Tietao's daily life. He gazed into the distance, his gaze seemingly transcending space itself. The void in the sky widened beneath it. Two enormous wild beasts, one black and one white, awaited the descent of the aerial wild beast. The void gradually expanded. A creature adorned with massive antlers emerged, its eyes ablaze with a crimson ferocity. Its elongated neck slowly extended from the void, two pairs of colossal wings unleashing a red-black energy that tore through the void. Its sleek, obsidian body flowed into view, a long tail trailing behind, and its limbs dangled in the air, as if it were the sovereign overlooking the world. As the void began to restore itself, only the area ravaged by the red-black energy remained untouched, suggesting that the space had been irrevocably altered, requiring even more time to mend. The airborne wild beast launched an assault on the two creatures below, who offered no resistance, seemingly intent on providing energy to their aggressor. Before long, the two beasts were reduced to mere skeletons. Their wings flapped as they ascended, careening off in random directions. The agitation within Tietao's body lessened, as if the sense of crisis had receded, allowing him to exhale in relief. It seemed that tranquility had returned. On the other side of the ocean, a pure black dragon touched down upon the land. The situation on this continent remained unknown to those in Huaxia, as a disconnect had persisted for over a century. The arrival of the dragon incited resistance among the inhabitants, who had been aware of the wild beast's presence for several days. Compared to Huaxia, they appeared to fare somewhat better, experiencing fewer instances of wild beast incursions, resulting in a relatively stable society. However, with the arrival of this monstrous beast, it appears that everything is destined to undergo a transformation. A coalition of dragon slayers, composed entirely of Caucasians, has long awaited the dragon's landing upon the shore. Beside each individual are 3 or 4 tamed beasts, the majority of which are classified as third tier, with even 3 second-tier beasts visible amongst them. These creatures are the product of their meticulous research, capable of forcibly elevating the rank of a wild beast to the second tier. The lifespan of a second-tier wild beast is limited, serving as their trump card in resisting the dragon. A surge of crimson-black energy envelopes the creature. Its obsidian form suffused with a scarlet hue, with scales standing erect in defiance. The ferocity in its gaze intensifies. The crimson-black energy descends, crashing onto the earth. The tamed beasts below unleash a kaleidoscope of energies, colliding with this tumultuous force. The instability of this crimson-black energy exceeds their expectations, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion upon contact. There is no smoke or dust, only a relentless gale raging in the surroundings. Seizing this opportunity, the dragon in the sky gradually hovers above them. Its red luminescence transforms into a frosty hue of white and blue. The ground beneath is soon blanketed in ice and snow, a sudden chill enveloping the area. A bird call pierces the air as a magnificent avian, swathed in crimson light, hurtles toward the white-blue dragon. "Phoenix, incinerate it," shouts a youth of barely 20. His blue eyes piercing the heavens as he calls upon the fiery bird. A responsive cry echoes, yet disappointment washes over him as the fiery avian fails to strike its target. With a powerful flap of its wings, the dragon unleashes a mighty gust, seemingly dismissing the bird as assault. The phoenix is propelled away, its speed augmented by the gale, but upon crashing against the dragon's scales, it plummets from the sky. Flickers of flame ignite upon the scales, strikingly vivid against the white-blue body, yet are extinguished in an instant. The dragon's form shifts to crimson, and the freshly formed frost on the ground instantaneously transforms into a sea of flames. A molten energy sphere erupts from its maw, plummeting toward the earth. Its descent is slow yet ominous. Those still on the shoreline, accompanied by their tamed beasts, hastily retreat, recognizing that the power contained within this energy sphere is insurmountable. "Rex, what manner of wild beast is this, so formidable? Oh God, how should I know what this creature is? Perhaps it is divine retribution." The young man who commands the phoenix laments. "We cannot flee. Our families are back in the nearby town." Rex's words are drowned out by the thundering impact of the energy sphere. A mushroom cloud rises, transforming the landscape into a volcanic wasteland, with sands and gravel turning to glass. Tremors shake the ground, reshaping the terrain in the most catastrophic manner. "Rex, we must withdraw. Even second-tier beasts cannot alter the landscape like this. We are no match for it. We require reinforcements." "You are correct. We need support." The young man produces his phone, presses a button, and turns to join the retreating throng. This defensive position has been abandoned. Chapter 188. The Resistance of the Free Nation. This abandonment signifies more than just the loss of a position. The wild beast traverses without opposition, its path unimpeded, as all defenses are forsaken. Not only has territory been lost, but the very geography has been irrevocably altered. Once vibrant locales have been reduced to desolate ash. The beast advances toward the heart of civilization with a cataclysmic presence. They were not unprepared, they merely required time. Even artificially created second-tier wild beasts are unable to match such speed. They still need more time. Within a white palace, in a grand circular hall, tiered seating is filled to capacity. At the center, a white-haired elder stands upon a raised platform, surveying the assembly before him, gesturing to the recorded images of the wild beast behind him. "Esteemed council members, does anyone possess a solution to confront this creature?" The previously bustling hall falls into a profound silence, no voice daring to break the stillness. They, too, dread facing such a beast, and even if they wish to, they possess no means to do so. Their own tamed beasts are of insufficient rank, and while they have ample resources to shield themselves, they spare little thought for nurturing their beasts. They lack the resolve to venture into perilous territory. What is the matter, esteemed council members? Why the silence? If we allow this beast to roam free, our nation of liberty, equality, and sweet air shall cease to exist. Do you intend to remain idle? No, Mr. President. The Morgan family is willing to fund the training of 10 second-tier beasts for the battlefield. The Peter family stands ready to do the same. Many voiced similar sentiments. Yet how many could truly mobilize these beasts in time? Cultivating such creatures demands considerable time and resources. The longer they delay, the more precarious their nation's situation becomes. The populace of this free nation is not entirely ignorant. Many are aware of the wild beast's emergence, yet a significant portion remains skeptical, perceiving it as a governmental ruse to justify increased taxation. The relatively low population mitigates the impact of losses, though the devastation of land is substantial. This has indeed inflicted some losses upon the families, yet they are not insurmountable. The coastal regions inherently yield limited benefits, with most inhabitants having already migrated inland. The vast expanse of their free nation allows for the abandonment of less profitable lands without significant concern. Should the beast alter its course, they would save a considerable fortune. Hence, they remain unperturbed. In the palace meeting, the elder on the platform finds himself powerless in the face of this situation. The free nation is not his domain. He is merely the presiding officer of the National Assembly. His authority within the governmental structure is limited, especially in this assembly. The meeting persists. As a message swiftly disseminates through the council, the anticipated trajectory of the wild beast has been estimated, revealing that the free nation's technology surpasses that of Huaxiao in this regard. The probability of the beast entering the heartland of the free nation exceeds 95. Upon receiving this news, the assembly falls silent once more, only to be interrupted by the sound of telephones ringing. The ongoing meeting within the palace is seemingly disregarded. The elderly figure stands in a state of awkwardness, uncertain whether to raise his hand or let it fall. Whenever their interests are at stake, the efficiency of these council members reaches its zenith. Such occurrences have transpired countless times in this nation, which has yet to reach 500 years of existence. It is hardly surprising. The ringing gradually subsides, and the meeting resumes its normal course. Following this revelation, the council members find themselves aligned with the war effort. And by the conclusion of the assembly, the free nation has acquired 6 additional second-tier beasts. The formidable power of these parliamentary families is evident, as is the vast array of resources at their disposal. 15 days later, the second-tier beast tamers of the free nation, stationed 5 kilometers from the savage beast, were poised for action. They awaited the moment when the creature would enter their strike zone, at which point they would launch a relentless assault. These beasts, being inherently short-lived, would be squandered if not utilized in battle. A saying circulates here: a third-tier beast lasts but 3 days, a second-tier but half a month, and a first-tier merely half a day. This reflects the research outcomes of the free nation, which starkly contrasts with the direction taken by Huaxia, who ultimately abandoned such methods. With a thunderous roar, 60 second-tier beasts charged towards the lumbering savage creature. The dark silhouette disdainfully regarded these beasts, perceiving them as mere inferior specimens, too flawed to even be considered food, mere refuse. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and flashes of light pierced the ominous clouds, heralding an impending thunderstorm. The rapidity of these events was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the beasts had reached the creature without so much as a roar. The savage beast remained unperturbed, its gaze filled with contempt for the approaching adversaries. The smaller, faster beasts launched themselves at the creature, viciously tearing at its scales. As they did, an increasing amount of blue energy coursed through the raised scales, sending a tingling sensation through the attacking beasts. Yet, in their frenzied state, they paid little heed to the minor electric shocks. The remaining beasts continued their assault. Thunder cracked in the sky, and the black dragon was instantly engulfed in blue energy, lightning wreaking havoc upon its form. All the beasts upon it were knocked to the ground by the electric discharge. A powerful savage beast managed to break off a scale and hurled it backward. The beastmaster behind retrieved the scale and placed it onto a drone, which swiftly ascended into the distance. The savage beast paid no attention to the drone. Instead, the shattering of its scale ignited its fury. The blue lightning surrounding it vanished in an instant, replaced by a shadowy crimson glow. This peculiar energy was imbued with uncertainty as its forelimbs struck the ground with tremendous force. It was unclear how deep this strike penetrated the earth, but the ground trembled slightly, an almost imperceptible quiver. However, the subsequent reaction from the earth was far more violent. As a surge of molten lava erupted from the depths below, the savage beast flapped its wings gently and took to the sky. Chapter 189, Sweeping the Free Nation. The lava spread across the ground, causing it to swell as if the earth itself had been punctured, with magma gushing forth like blood. There was no geological movement. This eruption was purely the result of the beast's might. The savage beast was assessed as second tier. In the free nation's understanding, had it reached first-tier strength, it would not have rampaged for so long. The lifespan of a second-tier beast is merely half a month, and containment would suffice. Even if all its energy were expended, the savage beast would not endure for long. The demise of numerous second-tier beasts would not concern the parliamentarians, for as long as they eliminated these creatures. Reclaiming their lost resources would take little time. This savage beast severely threatened their interests. The molten lava posed no hindrance to the second-tier beasts. Rather, it spurred them to mount even fiercer assaults against the creature in the sky. In the distance, some beast tamers began to retreat, recognizing that the environment was no longer conducive for their continued presence. Their capacity to control their second-tier beasts was limited, and their own spiritual strength could barely manage them. The beast tamers were all over 50 years of age, the peak of their spiritual potency, having reached level 50 by Huaxia's standards, the highest attainable by humans. Even so, they struggled to control these beasts, as rebellion was a constant threat. Fortunately, the long-standing bond with these beasts minimized the likelihood of revolt, though their disobedience had notably increased. In situations like the current one, should these beasts become unruly, they could easily abandon their masters. In the air, the savage beast was not exempt from the onslaught of the beast tamers. Regardless of the energy type, evasion was a matter of mere moments for these agile beasts. In midair, they continued to scale the creature's body, unleashing a barrage of colorful energy attacks that countered the red-black energy enveloping it. Yet, they underestimated this red-black energy. Its density far surpassed that of the energy emitted by the beasts. The red-black luminescence diminished, but the energy expended was still insufficient to make a significant impact. Physical assault was the most effective strategy, prompting the beasts to forego other methods and swarm the creature's body, channeling their own energy to negate the encroaching red-black energy. Scales rained down from the sky, and crimson blood dripped onto the ground, corroding the earth into a darkened stain. However, the beastmasters were no longer present to relay this intelligence. The beasts, consumed by their frenzy, focused solely on stripping the scales from the savage creature. Many upright scales had already fallen, inflicting pain upon the beast, which continued to flap its wings and ascend into the skies, its massive form soaring ever higher. Suddenly, it dove toward the ground, the powerful winds flinging many of the beasts off its back. Those that fell scattered without a trace, with only a solitary few remaining upon its body. In the sky, it found its destination more easily, no longer drifting aimlessly, ignoring the beasts around it. It surged toward the city. Its speed far exceeded the monitoring capabilities of the Free Nation, leaving behind only a faint shadow in the surveillance footage. No matter how one amplified the resolution, the creature's full form remained elusive, appearing merely as a blurred silhouette reminiscent of a dragon. In mere minutes, it soared above the city. These moments were insufficient for the inhabitants to evacuate, as the red-black energy dissipated and plummeted into the urban landscape. The sound reverberated as if piercing through the very heavens. Even those far away in Huaxia could sense the seismic waves generated by the colossal explosion. Towering waves began to rise upon the sea. It was akin to an asteroid colliding with the Earth, leaving the Free Nation in a state of shock. No one could have anticipated such an extent of destruction. This power far exceeded their expectations of second- and first-tier beasts. Even the first-tier beasts they had previously cultivated could not unleash such a formidable assault. The prowess of this feral beast has exceeded their expectations. As the city was laid waste by a crimson radiance, leaving behind only a vast chasm and remnants of smoldering ruins, the beast's tamed creatures, witnessing such a scene, momentarily ceased their assault. Engaging in battle against such a feral entity was tantamount to courting death. Even an abundance of their second-tier beasts would prove futile. The red glow emanating from the dragon-shaped beast erupted once more, causing the creatures bonded to it to shatter into fragments in an instant. The next city loomed ahead as the dragon-shaped beast soared towards it, seemingly deriving endless pleasure from the annihilation of such urban landscapes. It was born from devastation itself. Cities crumbled under the red and black luminescence, reduced to ruins, leaving no survivors, neither humans nor beasts. The emergence of desolate cities grew increasingly frequent, darkening the countenance of the legislators. If second-tier beasts were insufficient, they would resort to first-tier beasts, enhanced creatures, and hybrids. The Free Nation possessed ample means. They simply refrained from unleashing their full arsenal until truly desperate. The consequences of such actions could be dealt with later, once survival was secured. The electrical currents of the city surged towards these beasts, causing the lights to flicker and gradually extinguish. Even the energy from the nuclear power plant proved inadequate, as the reactor's heat was wholly consumed by these creatures. Similar occurrences transpired in other cities, with energy converging here. The presence of first-tier feral beasts proliferated, their individual energy signatures intensifying, prompting the inhabitants to flee to neighboring cities. 2 days later, the dragon-shaped beast finally arrived at this city. A peculiar assortment of tamed beasts appeared before it, unbound and driven mad, their internal energies incessantly tormenting them. They yearned to rend apart all living beings in sight, with the hovering dragon before them being the prime target. Countless energy blasts surged towards the dragon-shaped beast, some of the tamed creatures radiating a similar black and red glow. It seemed that here, it had encountered formidable adversaries. Chapter 190, Cataclysm. The disparity in power between first-tier and second-tier beasts remained vast, compelling the dragon-shaped beast to take this seriously. The first-tier beasts created by the Free Nation differed from typical ones. Their strength stemmed not from physical form, but from their capacity to unleash greater energy. Many of these creatures were akin to mages, with none capable of standing as a tank. The dragon-shaped being, however, was entirely different, exhibiting strength both in physique and energy, representing a well-rounded entity. The energy fluctuations from the first-tier beast struck the dragon-shaped beast, causing its own energy to dissipate entirely in an instant. It reverted to a pure black hue, the sole distinction being the scales that remained erect. Its eyes glinted with a ferocious crimson as an even greater surge of black and red energy erupted from its form. The space around this energy began to warp. It was furious. This energy, unleashed with reckless abandon, rained down upon the tamed beasts, while the dragon charged towards them. Such magnitude of energy was trivial for the first-tier beasts, which were filled with boundless energy. This energy rendered them exceedingly uncomfortable, as if on the brink of explosion, a contributing factor to their volatile temperaments. The scattered red and black energy in the sky began to detonate under the onslaught of the beast's attacks, creating explosive bursts. As the shockwaves dissipated, the pitch-black dragon drew near. Every part of its body seemed to possess eyes, relentlessly assaulting the tamed creatures. The mages at close range were left to suffer, with little recourse unless they could eliminate their opponent in one blow. The tamed beasts were simply incapable of such feats, as the dark dragon sent many of them flying. Though these injuries were not fatal, the only change was in their formation. Those tamed beasts that were hurled away quickly regained their composure, directing their various energies towards the dark dragon. The brief lapse in energy allowed it to fully absorb the subsequent attack. Each burst of energy against its form produced an immense explosion, sending shockwaves through the air. Black scales flew in all directions. This marked the first time it had sustained injury since arriving in this world. A roar erupted from its throat, a sound stifled within, containing boundless rage. The heavens and earth began to shift in hue, as the energy within it transformed from a singular fluctuation into two distinct and rapidly changing energies. Blue ice, infused with black and red energy, continuously formed around the tamed beasts. The red-black light pulsed like a heartbeat, poised to erupt at any moment. Lightning crackled around its dual horns, while flames readied to erupt from its maw. The brightness of the fire eclipsed even that of the sun. Ultimately, the flames were unleashed, accompanied by the discharge of electricity. The lightning activated the red-black energy within the ice, resulting in an explosion. These brilliant red-black lights kicked up clouds of dust upon striking the ground. Countless shards of ice scattered, reminiscent of a powerful grenade detonation. However, this was not the end. The flames that fell to the ground wrought even more terrifying devastation than mere geographical alteration. It was sheer annihilation. As the flames descended, colossal explosions ensued. In that moment, the world seemed to fall silent, with no sound save for the blasts. The earth vaporized rapidly. The flames on the ground suggested a locale akin to the sun's core, where terrestrial matter evaporated at an alarming rate. The tamed beasts vanished under this onslaught, with no survivors. None could have anticipated the dragon's capacity for such destruction. The temperature plummeted rapidly. The city was obliterated, leaving not even ruins to speak of. The metropolis had been entirely erased, with most areas flattened, resulting in a vast chasm over 10 meters deep before the dragon-shaped beast, where the soil had vanished, revealing only a smooth layer of rock beneath. This was the true consequence of provoking this feral entity. Yet, such an expenditure was severe. It had returned to its original state, now cloaked solely in darkness, with no remaining energy released. The Free Nation's trump cards had been nearly exhausted in this assault. However, they did not cower in fear, despite its relatively short existence. The Free Nation excelled in intelligence enhancement. As long as there were still people and beasts remaining, that sufficed. Numerous devices capable of rapidly elevating the feral beast's ranks remained, and producing another batch to contend with it would suffice. To reclaim what has been lost would suffice, provided it does not disrupt their societal hierarchy. The lofty officials, ensconced in their positions, would hardly take notice. Even amidst the considerable losses they have already sustained, they still perceive themselves as superior. The dragon-shaped aberration has noticeably slowed its advance, its internal reservoir of energy waning, rendering it incapable of unleashing its formidable attacks more than a few times. Therefore, dispatching additional contingents would be prudent. After a significant portion of the day, the power supply in the Free Nation has been restored, and the beastmasters have resumed their efforts to expedite growth. The second batch of beastmasters will be ready for cultivation in a short span of time. The dragon-shaped aberration's pace has indeed diminished considerably, taking a full 10 days to reach the next city. The city itself is largely unscathed, with only a few wild aberrations having ventured in to scavenge for sustenance. These low-level, scarce aberrations are reluctant to feed, providing negligible energy in return. The city remains intact as it continues its journey toward the next destination. Meanwhile, the populace is in a state of constant flight. The number of refugees from the last few cities in the Free Nation is steadily increasing. Public order has deteriorated, with protests, strikes, and incidents of zero-yuan purchases becoming alarmingly frequent, suggesting a lack of faith in the nation's beastmasters. The dragon-shaped aberration draws ever closer, and such scenarios are becoming increasingly common. The second batch of first-grade beastmasters is now prepared, yet several remaining cities have faced power outages lasting several days. Nevertheless, the officials appear quite satisfied, as the opportunity to cultivate such beasts is dwindling. Chapter 191, The Final Requiem. This batch of beastmasters has been transported toward the dragon-shaped aberration, poised to awaken and once again deplete the energy contained within the creature. The people of the Free Nation have also discerned that the aberration's energy is nearly exhausted, its assaults on cities significantly slowed. Should they manage to exhaust its energy completely, controlling the aberration could yield the creation of even more powerful beasts. This, too, is a matter of profit. The more destruction wrought by the aberration, the greater the demand for beasts bred from it, thereby increasing their own gains. The focus of these individuals has shifted here, no longer contemplating past losses, but rather devising ways to extract wealth from the remaining populace, rendering the safety of the aberration a secondary concern. High above, drones have meticulously documented the aberration's path. Vehicles laden with first-grade beastmasters surged forward, engines roaring as they sped toward the dragon-shaped creature. Within the transparent nutrient chambers of the vehicles, the green nutrient solution began to diminish, and within minutes, the beasts would awaken. The impending chaos of the beastmasters losing control was imminent. As the vehicle's dashcam captured the lumbering form of the dragon-shaped aberration, the roadway remained intact, and the vehicles maintained their maximum speed. With only 3 minutes remaining to reach the aberration, the AI within the vehicle announced its status, relayed to the ears of the officials within the White Palace, all of whom were closely monitoring the unfolding events. Much sooner than anticipated, contact was made at just 1.5 minutes. A surge of crimson-black energy shot toward the vehicle, which charged ahead fearlessly, akin to Don Quixote confronting a windmill. The release of this energy prompted the vehicle's AI to accelerate even further, surpassing previous speeds. The crimson-black energy detonated around the vehicle, causing it to veer slightly. Within seconds, the vehicle corrected its trajectory and continued its relentless approach toward the dragon-shaped aberration, maintaining its pace unwaveringly. The beasts within the vehicle began to tremble, teetering on the brink of awakening. The intelligent AI played a centuries-old requiem within the cabin, its rhythmic intensity resembling a farewell tribute to the beastmasters. The melody ceased upon impact with the dragon-shaped aberration, followed by an explosion, a remote-controlled bomb planted prior to departure, intended for this very moment. Such a minor explosion was of little concern to the dragon-shaped aberration. Its strength rendered the blast negligible. Yet, in an instant, its gaze shifted toward the flames birthed by the explosion. From the inferno emerged 37 first-grade beastmasters, resembling those previously encountered. Yet in greater numbers and devoid of the grotesque forms, they appeared rather normal, albeit with size being a significant issue. These aberrations had not matured in size. Their dimensions starkly contrasted with those typical of their level, yet they still retained a considerable amount of energy. Compared to the dragon-shaped aberration, the energy they held was of a wholly different magnitude. Naturally formed high-grade aberrations store energy within their bodies for normal-level advancement, similar to how a steadfast river requires time to accumulate power before releasing it. This energy also serves as the foundation for their ascension, albeit through varying methods among different aberrations. The beastmasters produced by the Free Nation have had their energy forcibly injected, reaching the limits of what their bodies can contain. This energy incessantly torments them, significantly shortening their lifespans. Even if they were to release all their internal energy, their corporeal forms would still collapse. This is the fate that awaits these aberrations. Such practices have faced considerable opposition, yet dissent has proven fruitless, reminiscent of a young environmental advocate prior to the aberration's arrival, failing to sway the officials in their pursuits. The battle between beastmasters and aberrations is poised to ignite. However, the conclusion arrived far too swiftly, with the devastation wrought exceeding that of the last encounter, extending into the city's outskirts. The dragon-shaped aberration appeared increasingly despondent, eliciting smiles from the officials. The second wave of beastmasters descended from the skies, aircraft hovering above, awaiting this precise moment. This time, the arriving beasts were second grade. Nutrient chambers opened, and the semi-conscious beasts fell from the heavens, awakening upon impact. The energy stored within the dragon-shaped aberration was indeed depleted, its various energies rendered ineffective, leaving only its physical form to draw upon. The arrival of second-grade beasts stood dwarfed before the dragon-shaped aberration. Its claws swatted the aberrations away, inflicting limited damage. The second-grade aberrations posed little threat, yet continued to sap its strength. At this critical juncture of existence, it paid little heed to the surrounding chaos. The dragon, clutching a second-tier wild beast in its jaws, incessantly chewed, striving to forcibly absorb the energy within. Though it managed to extract only a meager amount of energy, an explosion ultimately ensued. Several dragon teeth were expelled. After a mere 10 minutes, the battlefield between the wild beasts and their tamers fell into a hushed stillness. All second-tier wild beasts lay defeated, while the dragon-shaped wild beast gasped for breath, fiercely gnawing on a tamed creature to extract the scant energy it possessed. Within the opulent White Palace, many council members bore smiles of satisfaction. Their objective had been achieved. This formidable wild beast was vanquished. Its demise was now merely a matter of time. Footage of the beast's impending death was broadcast across the dwindling cities, assuaging public fears. They now sought to maximize the benefits derived from this wild beast. Countless third-tier beast tamers, affiliated with these council members, surged towards the dragon-shaped wild beast, while the faint echoes of a soul lament lingered in the air, as if offering a final requiem to the creature destined for research. Chapter 192. A Path to Self-Destruction. The capture teams of the Free Nation swiftly mobilized. Within half an hour, they arrived at the battlefield, familiar with handling such wild beasts from prior encounters. With practiced ease, needles over half a meter long pierced the dragon-shaped wild beast's flesh as potent sedatives were injected. Its eyes slowly closed, seemingly slipping into slumber. Yet a glimmer of defiance remained in its gaze. Cheers erupted from nearby personnel as sturdy ropes bound the creature securely. Helicopters overhead attached harnesses to the ropes, gradually lifting the dragon-shaped wild beast into the skies, directing it towards the city. Over an hour later, the dragon landed in the courtyard of a laboratory on the outskirts of the Free Nation. Its lengthy body shimmered under the scrutiny of numerous researchers clad in white coats. Once more, sedatives were administered to ensure their safety. This was the Free Nation's most formidable laboratory, one they could ill afford to lose. The unique experiments of the Free Nation commenced. However, even in slumber, the dragon-shaped wild beast's body grew increasingly frail. They had no desire for its demise. The death of this creature would yield them no benefit. Live experimentation was paramount. After thorough examination, it was evident that the energy within the beast was depleting, a critical factor for its continued existence. Thus, energy replenishment became necessary. Maintaining minimal consumption was paramount, yet this approach was fraught with risks. For a moment, even the researchers were at a loss, hastily relaying feedback to their superiors. Soon, the directive came: keep it alive. This felt akin to playing with fire, and indeed, it was. The instant energy was introduced, the situation began to spiral out of control. Energy surged uncontrollably into its body, and within minutes, the dragon-shaped wild beast abruptly opened its eyes. The energy supply was swiftly cut off, yet it was too late. The flow could not simply be severed. Gradually, the dragon rose to its feet, seemingly regaining some strength. No one dared approach it in this state. Vehicles hastily fled towards the nearby city. This experimental subject had barely warmed in their grasp before it regained some of its former power. The researchers were acutely aware of the creature's destructive potential, feeling as though the vehicles beneath them were moving far too slowly. The lights in the city flickered back to life. Those who had just begun to feel safe were once again engulfed in anxiety. Some even began to question the authenticity of the footage set to air shortly. Fleeing deeper into the city, nearing the borders of the wilderness. The wilderness here bore no resemblance to that of Huaxia. It was a desolate plain devoid of life. The wild beasts preferred to inhabit urban areas or suburbs, with many hunters targeting them regularly. Maintaining such an ecosystem proved challenging. Most of the tamed beasts here were products of laboratories, mass-produced, while contracting wild beasts was deemed a mark of disgrace. The Void showed little interest in the Free Nation, lacking even the inclination to deploy wild beasts against them. There existed a forbidden zone, known as the Amazon Forest, teeming with wild beasts that continuously expanded outward, leaving no trace of the inhabitants who once thrived there. Peripheral nations had long since relocated far away. However, the Amazon Forest remained distant enough from the Free Nation to pose no immediate threat. The dragon-shaped wild beast had been charged for half an hour. What should have been a night of revelry was now shrouded in darkness. The energy once sufficient to create a batch of first-tier tamed beasts had lost its significance, as there was no longer enough power to mass-produce high-tier beasts. The edge of the wilderness met the ocean, where even more wild beasts dwelled, and survival was uncertain. 3 hours later, the last flicker of light in the free nation extinguished. The first wave of escapees had reached the wilderness border, standing guard along the coast. With the sounds of vehicles still echoing in the distance, headlights piercing the darkness, more individuals continued to advance towards this refuge. A beam of light illuminated the coastline, emanating from the direction of the city. This was a cataclysmic radiance. Surely, the city had vanished, thought the council members on the shore, murmuring to themselves. Their cities were dwindling, and none could ascertain how much energy they had provided to the dragon-shaped wild beast, nor how many more times it could unleash its fury. Only those within the White Palace could still flee. This plan was merely one they had reluctantly set in motion. They remained among the fastest to escape. The majority of the populace, in their profound ignorance, became part of a world on the brink of destruction. Another 3 hours passed, with mere minutes remaining until dawn. In the last moments of darkness, the most profound shadows prevailed. A distant light once again illuminated the city, as yet another metropolis disappeared. Along the entire coastline, every location was occupied. The first light of dawn began to dispel the rising glow. Some gazed longingly towards the distant city, while others looked out to sea, hoping to cross the ocean and discover a new land. The relentless waves continued to lap at the shore, never tiring, perhaps to bring forth something entirely different. A pure white statue, adorned with patches of green moss, stood sentinel, revealing the faint outlines of its strange form. The statue, though modest in size, merely the length of a small forearm, drew significant attention. A young boy, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, was oblivious to the happenings around him. Nevertheless, the joy of playing at the beach was undeniable. "Jim, do not venture too close to the sea. It is not a safe place," cautioned his father. "Look, Dad, I found something on the beach," the boy exclaimed as he held up a white statue, brushing off the moss that clung to it. In his hands, a figure resembling a humanoid with an octopus head swayed, signaling to his father the treasure he had discovered. Chapter 193, The Return of Mr. K. "What do you have in your hand, Jim?" the boy's father inquired, crouching down and wrapping an arm around his son's shoulders to peer closely at him. "Mr. K?" the boy replied. "What?" The man furrowed his brow, puzzled by Jim's words. "He is sleeping, waiting to awaken. Do you wish to see him?" At that moment, a fleeting glimmer of eerie red flickered in the boy's eyes, accompanied by a strange smile that sent chills down the man's spine. Sensing something was amiss, he remained silent. Just as he prepared to rise, the boy tapped him lightly with the statue in his hand. The man froze momentarily, his body instinctively rising. Yet, a flicker of red light passed through his gaze. "Mr. K, give us candy," he shouted, drawing the attention of those nearby, who were left bewildered by his exclamation. "Hey, Mike, what are you shouting about?" The boy transferred the statue into Mike's hands. Holding the statue aloft, Mike called out, "Mr. K, are you out of your mind, Mike?" voiced the man who had just questioned him. As Mike raised the statue, red light flickered in its eyes, and both he and his son Jim experienced the same flash of crimson. They lifted their hands once more, gazing skyward, their backs turned to the sea. "Mr. K?" With this utterance, the people along the shore echoed the same phrase, their expressions vacant, as if robbed of thought. This phenomenon was not confined to Mike and his group. The entire coastline was engulfed in a similar trance. One by one, individuals began to converge in a singular direction. A series of explosions reverberated through the air. The closest city to the shore was obliterated. This was the last bastion. The throng around Mike grew, with even those who had not yet reached the beach succumbing to this fervor, leaping from their vehicles en route to the gathering point. A roar erupted, infused with a sense of exhilaration, a thrill born from the destruction of the city. Soon, the attention of the dragon-like beast shifted towards these congregating individuals. Striding arrogantly toward them, "Great Lord of the Abyss, deities slumbering beneath the sea, we offer our flesh and blood as a sacrifice. Please descend upon us." Unlike Tang San's summons, when he still retained some semblance of consciousness, these souls were far weaker, completely under control. The ritual of invocation had commenced and could not be halted. The participants contorted into grotesque postures, their limbs twisting into impossible angles, their heads gradually tilting as if attempting to rotate 180 degrees. They strained to twist their necks, the sounds of cracking bones echoing as blood poured forth. Coalescing toward a singular direction, humanoid figures emerged from the sanguine pool, flesh and blood peeling away from these individuals, ascending towards the sky. The deity sought to resurrect itself through human vessels. In the ocean, numerous wild beasts gathered nearby, their gaze fixed upon the god materializing from the blood. The skins of these aquatic creatures began to soar toward the sanguine deity, transforming into a deep-sea hue as they adhered. The blood spilled from the wild beasts also sought to converge upon this figure. Those nearby were left with only grotesque skeletal frames, their flesh and blood vanished. The dragon-like beast, observing this bizarre entity, felt an instinctive trepidation as its scales bristled in alarm. It began to conjure a ball of crimson flame, directing it toward the creature now cloaked in blue skin. The blue-skinned being, towering over 2 meters, remained diminutive in the presence of the dragon-like beast. It pointed backward, summoning the endless ocean to surge forth and collide with the flame. A thick cloud of steam billowed, enveloping the area in obscurity. When the mist dissipated, the blue-skinned being had grown to a height of 5 or 6 meters, now nearly matching the dragon-like beast, clutching a trident adorned with swirling blue tubes. Its eyes shimmered with countless azure lights, exuding a profound depth. All energy from the dragon-like beast had been unleashed. It was prepared for a fight to the death. Yet it was evident that this creature's power had not reached its zenith. In its current state, it found itself at a disadvantage against the blue-skinned entity. Its form began to shrink, energy accumulating as it diminished, yet the potency of the energy it gathered surpassed all previous measures. Devastating energy surged forth, relentlessly targeting the blue-skinned being. In that instant, the blue-skinned entity raised its trident, shouting at the oncoming cataclysmic energy, "Mr. K, return to the soul." The sea parted, revealing a profound chasm as if the ocean had been cleaved in two. From the depths of this abyss, the outline of a palace emerged, accompanied by a pair of blue glowing eyes opening within. At that moment, time itself seemed to halt, as those eyes drew nearer to the dragon-like beast. The palace, too, began to manifest here, gradually merging into existence as time resumed its normal flow. The light emitted from the energy illuminated the palace, though it remained shrouded in darkness, revealing its true nature. A small vortex appeared within the palace, and the energy radiating from the dragon-like beast surged toward it until it vanished entirely. At last, a hue emerged within the palace, a blue hue, mirroring the flowing light. The dragon-like beast, gazing at the inexplicably manifested palace, felt a pang of dread. Beasts capable of absorbing energy, such as this, were among the most fearsome, for their growth culminated in annihilation. It could only obliterate life and civilizations. Such extinction meant the utter destruction of an entire planet, rendering it a lifeless sphere. Now significantly diminished in size, the dragon-like beast became more agile, propelling itself eastward in a desperate bid to escape the blue-skinned entity. Chapter 194. The ritual reemerges. The ocean was not the dragon-like beast trump card. However, it should not impede its speed. Yet, the blue-skinned being traversed the waves, closely pursuing it. Thus, they soared over the sea, one trailing the other. Not long had passed, with the day transitioning between light and darkness only a few times. A modest expanse of land emerged before the dragon-like beast, which soared towards it. Land signified the presence of humanity, suggesting a possibility to thwart the creature that pursued it, allowing the beast to stealthily hunt some wild beasts to regain its energy before delivering a fatal blow. This shore was not particularly expansive, appearing as a mere fragment of a continent from the heights above, which instilled a sense of disappointment within it, for the time it could delay was scant. Unhindered by any obstacles in the sky, it swiftly traversed into the terrestrial realm. However, the blue-skinned creature did not enjoy such favorable treatment. The populace, regardless of gender, adorned themselves with turbans, each emblazoned with the visage of a cunning, beady-eyed figure shrouded in a black turban, none other than their hero, Park Jong-hwan, wielding the country's nominal artifact, the high-power stick. This stick possessed a certain remarkable power, granting its bearer enhanced strength, which also resonated within their tamed beasts, elevating their physical attributes. This artifact came into existence after the emergence of the wild beasts, crafted by the plant beast contracted by their hero, Park Jong-hwan. This tree has since been revered as a national treasure, named the Park Tree. Now, every beastmaster receiving their first beast is rewarded with a stick infused with the essence of this Park Tree. The males wield longer versions, while the women predominantly use them as hairpins. Were this in Huaxia, such a practice would undoubtedly seem outdated. There are myriad methods to enhance one's physical prowess. So why fixate on a mere stick? A few genuine heavenly pearls would suffice. After all, given the small area and dense population, any semblance of resources is a boon. Their tamed beasts predominantly hail from the ocean, as the wild beasts in the interior are scarce, with threats largely emanating from the sea. As the blue-skinned creature, Ku, entered their monitored vicinity, alerts had already been triggered. Information cascaded through the ranks. They had never encountered such a being, a humanoid figure riding the waves. One advantage of their nation lay in their shared faith in various deities, which provided them some respite. 5 kilometers from the shore, dorsal fins surfaced, encircling the blue creature. seemingly awaiting the signal to strike. Ku, unleash the sweets. The call of the blue-skinned Ku echoed from afar, deviating significantly from its expectations of controlling them through language. The meanings embedded in this utterance were lost on the listeners, their eyes devoid of any frenzied glimmer. The psychological control exerted did not affect them. Rather, the wild beasts nearby launched an assault against it. However, the levels of these tamed beasts were indeed formidable, hovering around rank 3. Perhaps due to the abundance of marine wild beasts, their tamed creatures boasted high levels. Yet, for the blue-skinned Ku, this was not a formidable challenge. Its trident incessantly jabbed at the surface of the sea, reminiscent of primitive hunters. The waters gradually turned crimson, interspersed with glimmers of blue, signifying that the blue-skinned Ku had sustained some injuries, though not severe. The blood in the ocean gradually vanished, as if something were absorbing it. A hint of blue emerged from the depths, yet significantly less than before. Slowly, the ocean's surface calmed, revealing a layer of tamed beasts, their bellies upturned, being gradually pushed towards the shore by the waves. The beastmasters on land instinctively retreated, their eyes betraying fear. The blue-skinned Ku remained present, its gaze more concentrated. The trident pointed at the retreating crowd as it continued to proclaim, "Ku, unleash the sweets." This time, its voice seemed to pierce the hearts of those who heard it. The majority of fleeing individuals halted, their bodies twisting unnaturally, as if to offer themselves as sacrifices to the blue-skinned Ku. Those not under control witnessed this bizarre transformation and fled even faster. The waves carried the blue-skinned Ku to the shore, stepping into the midst of the crowd, watching the fleeing figures, and once again uttering, "Lorei awaits your sacrifice." This phrase echoed in the ears of those still escaping, prompting them to hasten their flight. While the blue-skinned Ku appeared more inclined to let them flee, the flesh and blood from those around began to coalesce towards it. The blue-skinned Ku murmured to itself, seemingly guiding these souls towards the slumbering city of Lorei. It absorbed the flesh and blood of these individuals, moving towards those it had previously suggested to. Gradually, it distanced itself from the ocean, venturing into the interior. Beneath the surface of the sea on the other side, a dragon-shaped wild beast relentlessly hunted marine creatures, the scent of blood attracting even more wild beasts. These too became its sustenance, as its form slowly recovered and its energy replenished rapidly. A veritable arms race had commenced, with the dragon-shaped beast diving deeper, encountering increasingly powerful wild beasts at this depth. The reason these two entities, the dragon-shaped beast and the blue-skinned Ku, clashed lay in their divergent concepts of destruction. The dragon sought merely to extinguish humanity, allowing wild beasts to thrive in this realm. Even the law of the jungle resonated with its ecological views, and it spared no mercy for the traitorous beasts of the opposing camp. Conversely, the blue-skinned Ku aimed to annihilate the entire world, consuming not just the lives of wild beasts, but all living beings within its grasp. The blue-skinned Ku's insatiable hunger was such that it remained oblivious to the vast energies it could absorb from the submerged city within the ocean. Nor could it fathom the city's true size. In its current predicament, it had no choice but to rely on these wild beasts to replenish its energy, transforming once more into an embodiment of destruction. Most wild beasts would stand by its side in this struggle against it. The blue-skinned Ku gradually approached its first city after making landfall. Chapter 195, The Clash Between the Dragon and Ku. Those who had initially escaped into this city now stood atop the city walls. This city, which had never boasted such fortifications, had erected its walls nearly 2 centuries ago, constructed in response to the incursion of marine wild beasts. Once, they had been driven back to this point by the ocean's ferocity, relying on these defenses to barely hold their ground. After mastering the contracts, they gradually reclaimed their lost territory. This city was dubbed the Invincible City, but that title was on the brink of becoming a relic of the past. One by one, tamed beasts leapt from the towering walls, landing upon the ground without pausing, charging towards the blue-skinned Ku. With no ocean or rivers nearby to lend it strength, the blue-skinned Ku had no choice but to confront these wild beasts head-on. Had they known that the blue-skinned Ku's avatars could once contend with several top-tier rank 3 wild beasts, they would realize that now its true form had descended, making their own beasts no match for it. Moreover, the majority of beast tamers here have forged contracts primarily with the ferocious creatures of the sea, the terrestrial beasts. In contrast, generally possess lower ranks. These tamers rely on breeding to establish their bonds, engaging in combat infrequently, rendering their strength exceedingly feeble. Despite the presence of a few third-tier beasts among them, their prowess remains notably weak. Indeed, many of these beasts are venturing onto the battlefield for the very first time. As the trident danced incessantly around General Blue Peak, the lives of the surrounding beasts were relentlessly reaped. Some of the feral creatures began to retreat slowly. In less than 10 minutes, their psychological defenses had crumbled, Only those of rank 4 and above could maintain their composure, yet their situation remained perilous. This environment was far from favorable for General Blue Peak, as he could not draw upon external strength and could only exhaust his own. His physical form had never been robust. He thrived solely in water, particularly in proximity to La La Yi. However, the energy within La La Yi was insufficient. He required far more. The trident swung around him, warding off the approaching beasts. Pointing the trident towards the city, he proclaimed, La La Yi awaits your sacrifices. Have faith in the abyss. Offer yourselves and attain the abyss. The magnificent La La Yi needs you. General Blue Peak ceased to concern himself with the offensive of the beasts surrounding him, his eyes radiating a multitude of azure lights as he surged towards the city. The few individuals who had previously fled atop the city walls were momentarily stunned before their expressions turned to confusion. For the great La La Yi, for the abyss. After murmuring these words, they swiftly slit their own jugulars, blood gushing forth. Onlookers were rendered speechless, as streaks of blue emerged amidst the crimson liquid. These azure strands appeared as if imbued with life, extending outward in all directions. A sense of foreboding enveloped their hearts, yet none could fathom what was about to transpire. Those who came into contact with the blue blood mimicked the actions of the initial few, with some resorting to tearing their own arteries with their bare hands in the absence of blades. The pool of blood continued to swell, and the beast contract marks on the souls of the beasts surrounding General Blue Peak gradually faded away. These beasts, having reverted to their feral state, instinctively prepared to retreat. Realizing they were no match for this onslaught, the blue light enveloped the entire city, forming a silhouette of La La Yi. The sacrificial ritual was on the verge of commencing, casting a shroud of terror over the city as uncertainty loomed. No one could predict what horrors awaited. Many within the city screamed in terror as their flesh began to detach from their bodies, their blood ascending towards the heavens, an agonizing form of execution known as lynching. A dragon-like figure materialized in the sky, unleashing a cataclysmic flame upon the azure city of La La Yi. The apocalyptic energy obliterated the blue city in an instant, the remnants of the flames incinerating the last vestiges of blue. The city too suffered from the ensuing shockwave, resulting in numerous casualties, though a handful managed to survive. The dragon-like beast, having turned away from the city, fixed its gaze upon General Blue Peak. You have destroyed the projection of La La Yi. You must perish. Ignoring its words, the dragon unleashed a torrent of flames at him. The clash between the trident and the flames marked the first occasion General Blue Peak had used his abilities to withstand such an assault. In that moment of collision, the trident suffered a breach, causing him to stagger backward several steps. No longer in the ocean, General Blue Peak was no match for the dragon-like beast. Raising his hand, the trident struck fiercely against the ground. The distant ocean seemed to respond. The offerings he presented were quite agreeable, surging forth with their flavor colors delightful. Colossal waves. A tsunami of unprecedented magnitude, should anyone have chronicled it, would undoubtedly surpass any historical records of destruction. The dragon-like beast emanated a chilling aura as it turned towards the impending tsunami. Before the waves could reach, they transformed into solid ice, freezing in place. General Blue Peak was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating such an outcome, yet he knew it was ultimately futile. The trident slammed into the ground once more, as successive waves crashed forth, shattering the freshly formed ice into fragments. The waves returned, the chilling aura emanating from the dragon still present, and the ice reformed, thickening with each passing moment, entirely binding it and General Blue Peak together. Unrelenting, General Blue Peak continued to summon the waves, which battered against the ice, solidifying it further, cascading down the circular icy barrier. Realizing this was a fruitless endeavor, he ceased summoning the waves and directed the trident towards the dragon-like beast. Whispering, it seemed he was attempting to communicate with the submerged city of La La Yi. The flames collided with the trident, leaving it with merely a half-length shaft, the remainder obliterated in the fiery clash. However, General Blue Peak halted his communication, turning to face the dragon-like beast as the truncated trident embedded itself forcefully into the ground. The waves crashed against the icy barrier with a thunderous roar. The ice shattered, and tendrils of blue light began to seep through, gradually merging with the trident. It grew rapidly, restoring itself to its original form, while beneath the icy barrier, a layer of seawater remained, granting General Blue Peak dominion once more. The red flames erupted throughout the icy barrier, evaporating the encroaching seawater, leaving the interior of the barrier extraordinarily dry. Yet, the ice had sustained some damage as cracks began to appear, allowing seawater to trickle in. If enough water infiltrated, the dragon-like beast would still be vulnerable. It was time to brace for the onslaught of the feral creature. Threads of blue seawater infiltrated the ice barrier, presenting a final opportunity for attack. Once the seawater surged in, it would hold nothing back. Flames coiled within its mouth, awaiting the dispersal of steam from the ice barrier. As the flames erupted forth, its form shifted instantaneously to an icy blue hue, bolts of lightning crackling from its dual horns, resounding through the air. The remaining moisture within the ice barrier morphed into a thin wall of water, but it was far too fragile. As the flames made contact, it evaporated instantly. The trident once again played a pivotal role, nullifying the explosion of flames, yet it reverted to its half-length form. General Blue Peak's eyes blazed with fury directed at the feral beast. It must die. There could be no other outcome. It had inflicted harm upon the illustrious denizens of the abyss. The trident continued its slow restoration, the incoming blue luminescence serving to repair it, yet this too required time. Before it was half restored, the dragon-like beast surged forward, enveloped in lightning. Electric currents coursed through its body, causing the countless tendrils upon its chin to writhe uncontrollably, as if no longer under its command. General Blue Peak, too, found himself in a similar predicament, his muscles convulsing incessantly. It appears that lightning is exceedingly lethal for it. In the inky depths of the ocean, few creatures are imbued with such electric power, making it arduous to resist this force. However, in an instant of paralysis, the elongated horns atop the dragon-shaped beast pierced into the corporeal form of the azure Pikachu. As the horns drove deeper, crimson and azure blood surged forth from the wound. The blood seemed almost sentient, gradually flowing back towards the injury. The icy power seized this unabsorbed energy, spreading further into the wound, attempting to infiltrate the beast's body through this chilling invasion. The crimson and azure blood, possessing a semblance of consciousness, severed itself from the unfrozen areas. The frost could no longer extend its reach, severing its connection with the azure creature, which rapidly faded amidst the frost, transforming into a frozen mass of blood. At this moment, the azure Pikachu had regained its senses from paralysis. Armed only with a long-handled trident, it resolutely thrust it into the dragon-shaped beast, penetrating its scales and embedding it within its flesh. The dragon-shaped beast, stung by pain, lashed its long tail against its own body, sending the azure Pikachu hurtling towards the ice wall. Since awakening, the azure creature had never endured such grievous harm. Its wounds had yet to heal, and it sustained a new injury from the beast's abdomen. Almost immediately, the electric force from the dragon-shaped beast surged towards the direction of the azure Pikachu. Ignoring its own pain, it flapped its wings and soared towards the azure creature, a torrent of icy blue energy coalescing in its maw. As the lightning grazed the azure Pikachu's form, the icy blue mist erupted upon it, offering no opportunity for retaliation. Before it could activate the trident embedded in the dragon-shaped beast, a sensation of paralysis coursed through its body. The dragon-shaped beast's assault was fluid and unhesitant. The azure Pikachu collided with the ice wall and was instantly encased in frost, adhering to the wall and becoming a solid block of ice. The ice thickened progressively. Within the ice, the only part of the azure Pikachu that could move were its eyes, composed of blue light, still capable of observing the dragon-shaped beast. Whether it could see clearly remained uncertain. However, a flicker of fear was evident in its gaze, as crimson and black energy continued to accumulate, gradually mixing with the frost within its mouth. The swirling red-black light intertwined with the icy mist, expanding the ice block further. The dark hue seeping into the previously formed mass. The red and black hues pulsated as if alive, reminiscent of a heart's rhythmic beating. With a clang, the trident fell to the ground, while the dragon-shaped beast ascended towards the sky, heading for the enclosing ice wall. The ice wall, seemingly sentient, parted to grant it passage. Rising ever higher, an explosion of red-black light erupted from within the ice wall, which disintegrated into fine powder, dissipating into the air. Along with this, the azure Pikachu vanished, becoming one with the dust. As the trident struck the ground, it reformed into a liquid state, merging into a small azure Pikachu. Following the explosion, the fragmented blue light coalesced into this petite azure form, causing it to grow larger. Its size was nearly half compared to before, as if it were a manifestation of the gathered blue light. The ocean surged once more, waves rushing towards the azure creature with unprecedented speed, now infused with even more blue. The dragon-shaped beast, from its lofty perch, gazed into the distant sea, faintly perceiving a city aglow with blue light, from which countless azure streams flowed into the waters. The city's hue began to fade. As the frost from the sky descended, the waves were encased in ice. Yet the azure light remained unscathed, continuing to surge towards the azure creature. The azure form gradually expanded, and the trident coalesced back into its grasp. Upon regaining its previous stature, the azure energy had entirely dissipated, returning to darkness. The azure Pikachu gazed skyward and hurled the trident, which vanished the moment it was cast. reappearing embedded within the dragon-shaped beast. The external injuries were not the most severe. The blue trident began to merge into the beast's body. Countless thoughts from the abyss swirled in its mind, rendering its body rigid and beyond control. Suddenly, it plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The azure Pikachu, with its webbed hands, brushed against the dragon-shaped beast's head, quietly reciting an incantation. Instantly, the beast began to thrash, its eyes, once tinged with blue, now blazing crimson, flecked with black. The azure light within was shattered by the encroaching red-black energy, leaving the beast's maw stained with blood. Chapter 197. The Pursuit of the Azure Beast. The dragon-shaped beast gradually rose, fixing its murderous gaze upon the azure creature, its intent palpable. The destructive essence within it seemed to have been activated, continuously exuding a sense of annihilation. The trident reappeared in the azure creature's grasp, yet its form had diminished significantly. This trident was an extension of its being. As long as a fragment endured, the azure creature would not perish. The city deep within the ocean was its ultimate origin, a fact the dragon-shaped beast also recognized, though the city lay concealed beneath the waves, rendering it impossible to locate. Thus, annihilating the creature before it became the most prudent course of action. The red-black energy surged forth, spilling from its form. This destructive energy was more than capable of contending with the azure being. The leaking energy increased, and the dragon-shaped beast's size diminished, shrinking even further than before. Its form entirely enveloped by this energy, compressing its internal wounds and ceasing the flow of blood. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared high into the sky. Below, an explosive surge of energy erupted, sending shockwaves that caused the recently ascended dragon-shaped beast to tumble through the air, its gaze fixed intently below. As the dust began to settle, a flicker of blue light emerged, and the dragon-shaped beast hastily flew towards the distant land. Pursued by a trident aimed at it from the sky. Though battered, the trident remained steadfast, trailing closely behind the dragon-shaped beast. Its wings beat rapidly, transforming it into a shadow of darkness amid the sky, flying frantically. The trident followed closely, maintaining its pursuit despite the widening gap. However, the beast's speed could not be sustained. It could only ensure the trident remained in tow, for its internal energy was nearly depleted, leaving it no chance to destroy the trident. As the dust gradually dispersed, the azure creature remained, though its form was grievously damaged. Little by little, its fragmented body began to mend, shrinking to a mere tenth of its original size, scarcely larger than that of a human. The waves surged once more, bearing the blue creature into the depths of the ocean. The seawater enveloped its form, gradually restoring it to its original size, though the energy within remained abundant. The currents propelled it towards the trident, while the surrounding marine beasts retreated in haste. Any creature that dared approach sacrificed its flesh and blood, which merged into the blue being. Its energy continued to replenish, enhancing its pursuit speed. This increase was mirrored by the trident, which now advanced with greater swiftness than before. The time for the dragon-shaped beast to recover diminished, as a colossal landmass drew near, its warmth palpable. It charged towards the source of heat, the silhouette of a volcano now visible on the horizon. The trident followed closely behind as the blue entity breached the shoreline, the waves ceasing to ferry it into the city, instead making its way step by step toward the volcano. In a city not far from the volcano, Tietao shivered violently, quickly leaping onto the balcony to gaze at the distant sky, where a fleeting black shadow crossed his line of sight. He could not discern its nature, but its power undoubtedly surpassed his own, an instinctive tremor coursing through him. It felt as though he were fleeing for his life. Was a more formidable beast in pursuit? Such thoughts raced through Tietao's mind. Yet soon he recognized the true dilemma. A blue shadow followed the black figure into the volcano, reminiscent of the octopus summoned by Tang Sin not long ago. The blue creature strolled through the city, where few inhabitants remained. Only a dozen or so had come to hunt for sustenance, residing a considerable distance away. This was their final hunt. Upon the blue creature's arrival, all living beings in the city had offered their souls in sacrifice. The flora withered, leaving no trace of life. Areas had transformed into volcanic terrain, gradually vanishing, leaving behind cracked earth, all energy absorbed by the creature. A cold breeze swept through, evoking desolation. The blue entity continued its advance towards the trident, and after a few steps, it abruptly turned to gaze in Tietao's direction. This aura was familiar. Tietao felt as though he were being watched by some malevolent force. His body bristled with dread as he searched for the source of his unease. This sensation was more oppressive than that of the beasts in the sky. In an instant, Tietao teleported to Tang Shuang's bedroom. Witnessing Tang Shuang just as he discarded his garments, a woman wrapped in blankets revealing bare shoulders on the bed. "Tang Shuang, we must retreat. I am being targeted." and this beast's power far exceeds that of the colossal creature we encountered months ago. I will stay behind to divert its attention. Tietao exclaimed. What a time for this to happen. If you had arrived any later, I might have needed Viagra just to get it up again, Tang Shuang retorted with mild annoyance, yet promptly donned his clothing, preparing the team and instruments to depart. They had enjoyed a comfortable existence for several months, free from beastly incursions. It seemed that a positive turn was on the horizon. Within 2 or 3 years, they might restore their former state. Tietao chose not to bring any beasts with him, leaving them by Luo Mi and the others, who needed their assistance more. As they assembled, the Tang family members previously tainted by the blue light began to murmur, Kazong, give us candy. What are you mumbling about, Tang Yaoxi? One queried. Nothing. I said nothing. Despite having relied on Tang Shuang and the others for survival, his yearning for power remained unchanged. I heard that. Tang Shuang, take the first group to the camp. I have a sense of what is approaching. Tietao mused thoughtfully. Speak plainly. We have weathered many storms. What is there to conceal? Tang Shuang replied, still bewildered by Tietao's cryptic words. Enough, brother. The creature summoned by Tang San has returned. Otherwise, they would not utter such words. Tang Lu quickly explained to Tang Shuang. Are we abandoning Tang Yaoxi? Is there still hope? Tang Sin questioned the current situation. Still uncertain. It has taken this long to be normal. It is best to maintain our distance now, Tang Lu advised. Reluctantly, Tang Shuang resolved to part ways with Tang Yaoxi and the others. Leading a group, he set off towards the capital, where they would be safe as long as no third-tier beasts were present. The area was rife with fourth-tier beasts, all seasoned by past encounters with the creatures. Their combat experience undoubtedly extensive. Just minutes into their departure, the remaining Tang family members, preparing to board their vehicle, found themselves frozen in place, instinctively emerging from the car. Their consciousness began to blur, a hint of blue light gleaming in their eyes. This blue light was familiar to Tietao, as he had once engaged in a mental struggle with a vast quantity of blue liquid. He recalled having purged this light from their bodies. Yet he wondered where it had been hidden. Placing a hand on one individual, he felt the black patterns on their skin reach their limits, even extending to him. The dark energy invaded his body, striving to intercept the blue light. He sought to determine if he could still save the person. After all, humans generally harbored aversion to such forces, with the exception of Tang Yaoxi. Tietao's consciousness followed the black energy into the person's body, sensing that the blue light resided in the brain, gradually infiltrating their awareness. Even after Tietao had eliminated most of the energy, complete eradication of the blue light proved elusive. It had fully entrenched itself within the brain, intricately woven. Each time Tietao's energy approached, it constricted around the brain. It appeared to be a stalemate, and Tietao hesitated to act recklessly. If this continued, the person would surely perish. However, his greater concern was the possibility of becoming like Tang San. If that were to occur, the devastation unleashed upon the world would be immeasurable. Ultimately, death was inevitable. So he resolved to take a chance. If he could save this individual, it would shatter the current impasse. The black energy began to advance towards the brain, gradually enveloping it, lingering at the edges without haste to attack. It was akin to jamming a signal. In that moment, the individual regained their consciousness. Tietao, kill me. I can see that thing. It's about to enter the volcano. I refuse to become part of its existence. Let me try to save you. If I fail, the energy within you will kill you, Tietao replied. Then let us take the plunge. Whether we live or die, I leave it in your hands. I hope at least one among us survives, the individual concluded, closing their eyes in preparation to assist Tietao in his endeavor. As the pitch-black energy gradually encroached upon his mind, the azure energy retreated deeper into the recesses of his consciousness, tightening its grip. A wail escaped his lips, the agony within his head compelling him to writhe, yet Iron Tide's ironclad hands held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, the black energy within his mind dissipated entirely, and the overwhelming pressure vanished in an instant. The blue light reclaimed its dominance, and he began to murmur once more. Had Iron Tide truly surrendered? No, the dark energy lingered within his mind, biding its time to employ a strategy of gradual erosion against the blue energy. He could no longer directly engage with the black energy. Now, he could only observe whether the blue light could prevail against it. Aware that the remnants of the black energy far exceeded the totality of the blue light, he was confident in the potential to conquer this azure force, yet uncertain of whether he could preserve his own life in the process. A fierce battle erupted within his consciousness. As the blue light flared, the black energy surged forth to consume it, retreating once more as the blue attempted to retaliate. The blue light found itself ensnared in a dilemma, and the quandary now lay before him. Ultimately, the blue light opted for concealment, vanishing into a dormant state, poised to re-emerge when the opportune moment arose. He suddenly regained awareness, though the pain in his head persisted, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Am I recovering? As Iron Tide's energy reconnected with that of his mind, he grasped the situation. He shook his head. The circumstances had grown increasingly intricate. The blue light had merely gone into hiding, and for now, he could only suppress it. In the future, as one grew stronger, there would inevitably come a day when it would break free from his constraints. Alas, our fate is indeed tragic. We thought we could reclaim our lives, yet find ourselves in such a plight. At least he was still alive, and perhaps there would be opportunities ahead. Though precautions must be taken, I shall attempt to see if I can suppress them all once more. Iron Tide turned to another individual. As one by one, the others began to awaken, Iron Tide's expression grew increasingly grim. I fear I may no longer have the capacity to maintain control. Their minds have likely been nearly consumed by this blue light. He regarded Tang Yaoxi and another member of the Tang family. Is there truly no chance left? Do you see any distinction between their beasts and the wild beasts? When have your beasts ever bared their teeth at you? It was only then that they realized the pronounced rebellion in the two beasts before them. What shall we do now? As I suppress you, the blue light multiplies. And this dormitory requires time to recover. I shall make one more attempt to see if I can salvage the situation, though I fear hope is dwindling. Then let us try, they replied. At Iron Tide's signal, they gradually distanced themselves from him, observing from afar. However, it was not long before an explosion reverberated through the air, sending crimson and azure blood splattering in all directions. Just as the blood was halfway through its arc, it all converged into Tang Yaoxi's body. His beast had once absorbed such power, its skin and fur erupting, as the red and blue blood swirled around him. An iconic trident manifested in his grasp, while countless tendrils sprouted from his chin, rendering him unrecognizable as human. Chapter 199, Journey to the Volcano. Before Tang Yaoxi could raise the trident, Iron Tide was already cloaked in pitch-black armor. He delivered a devastating punch to Tang Yaoxi, a force far beyond what Iron Tide had possessed mere months prior. The fist collided with the trident, and Tang Yaoxi's body was unable to withstand Iron Tide's speed. He was sent crashing to the ground, the red and blue hues within the trident quaking as if unable to bear such overwhelming power. The source of Iron Tide's strength was the formidable black-armored bull, a crucial component of his power. Tang Yaoxi lay on the ground, his body convulsing, as he coughed up copious amounts of red and blue blood, which, with a mind of its own, sought to return to his body. Yet this was nothing but a futile fantasy. With a single step, Iron Tide pressed down upon Tang Yaoxi, the black energy surging forth to overwhelm him. As the red and blue energy began to shatter under the pressure, the colors separated, with red splattering in every direction and blue fracturing. The blue energy, sensing its escape was futile, surged forth a final time, expelling a torrent of red and blue blood toward the other members of the Tang family. The blood flew through the air at an astonishing speed, leaving them no time to evade. However, Iron Tide remained unfazed, vanishing from sight to intercept the oncoming blood. The impact against Iron Tide was akin to striking a wall, as the black energy instantaneously crushed the assault, assimilating it into his very being. The expressions of the other Tang family members grew grim. They seemed to foresee their own fate. Tang Yaoxi was reduced to little more than skin and bones, his body appearing to be held aloft solely by his skeletal structure, devoid of anything else. Just as they began to empathize with him, each person was beset by headaches. As the blue light clashed against the suppressed black energy within their minds, Iron Tide, oblivious to the unfolding events, could only perceive the intermittent glimmers of blue light, which betrayed their current state. Before long, they settled into a disquieting calm, their gazes hollow, saliva dribbling from their lips. It appeared that the blue light's assault was still wrought with destruction. Iron Tide waited for approximately an hour and a half, with no sign of recovery from them. It seemed the final surge of blue light had severely damaged their minds, and the destruction was thorough, albeit not fatal. Such a semblance of life was but a torment, and their beasts mirrored their plight, as if their souls had been irrevocably harmed. With a heavy sigh, Iron Tide realized he could no longer save them. He set forth on his solitary journey toward the volcano. The safe zone had stabilized further, though the signal remained somewhat diminished compared to before. Nevertheless, he was able to receive a signal and relayed the recent events to Tang Shuang, detailing the circumstances of the Tang family members, uncertain of when they might receive it. Yet he felt no worry. When the signal returned, their location would be revealed. Zhao Mingming, upon noticing Iron Tide's intent to venture toward the volcano, inquired, "Are you planning to go to the volcano?" "I wish to investigate. I have an unsettling premonition. You should prepare yourselves as well." Iron Tide concluded his words and stepped out of the safe zone, continuing toward the volcano. Zhao Mingming watched Iron Tide's silhouette depart, muttering, knowing the danger yet still proceeding. How foolish. It has been quiet for months. How could there still be a threat? He paid no heed to Iron Tide's warnings. Yet within the volcano, chaos had already erupted. Deep within, 7 or 8 third-tier wild beasts launched an assault against the blue creature. Seemingly driven by an instinctual desire to obliterate such beings, a memory imprinted in their very essence. Even the usual skirmishes were set aside as they collectively launched an assault towards the azure-clad beast. The majority of the feral creatures in this desolate region were predominantly of the fire attribute, with scarcely any of other elemental types. There was an absence of water and no energy source to rely upon. However, this was not a cause for concern, for even in such an inhospitable environment, these third-tier beasts were still capable of putting up a formidable resistance. This was something he was well aware of. The trident had long since been embedded within the body of the draconic beast, a sense of frailty enveloping him. Unlike before, this trident no longer bore the intent to invade. Instead, it incessantly siphoned his blood. Its placement incited a frenzy within the draconic creature, as it could never reach it. Unable to extricate the trident, energy within its body ignited, transforming it into a fiery state, causing its form to diminish, while the trident gradually receded from its body. However, at such close proximity, the azure creature could effortlessly manipulate the trident. With each reduction in the draconic beast's size, the trident sank deeper. A crimson glow began to emanate from the trident. Although it could not rival the enhancement of seawater, the blood could serve as a substitute. It could be said that in any combat scenario, it would always possess the advantage. This was the reason behind its fearless disposition in any environment. Though this regenerative speed was not without its limits. Otherwise, such a creature would indeed be invincible. Yet, under its current state of total victory, it might accelerate the process considerably. The flames exhaled by the feral creatures were no match for the destructive force unleashed by the previous draconic beast. Amidst the fiery onslaught, the azure creature recited hymns to the abyss, extolling its virtues. Yet, the flames truly failed to inflict any harm upon it. The draconic beast ceased its corporeal reduction, releasing the energy it had compressed. This power, while significantly weakened, remained considerably sharper than the attacks of the third-tier beasts. Not far away, 2 feral creatures, one red and the other blue, gradually descended into the volcano, roaring in fury as they charged towards the azure entity. Their speed was not lacking, even rivaling that of the draconic beast's current pace. The 4 horns collided against its body, flames swirling around them, entering the azure creature. However, once the flames penetrated its form, they extinguished, leaving only a few wounds, which healed within a few breaths, the azure light flowing effortlessly. This force was insufficient to breach the limits of the azure light's endurance. 2 diminutive tridents were introduced into the bodies of the 2 feral creatures, marking the current maximum number of tridents the azure entity could control. As the tridents pierced their bodies, the slight pain did not concern them. Such wounds were trivial for feral beasts. Merely seconds later, they began to take notice as the tridents gradually expanded, slowly consuming the blood within their bodies and weakening them incrementally. Fortunately, being 2 in number, they were able to assist each other in extracting the tridents, alleviating the discomfort within their forms. Once the tridents fell, they instantly returned to the azure creature's body, causing its form to swell slightly once more, now tinged with blood. The other trident, yet to be reclaimed, awaited the absorption of more blood to replenish itself. Greed was indeed part of its nature. At present, no creature here posed a genuine threat to it. Even the draconic beast, in its weakened state, had managed to endure thus far, while the third-tier beasts within the volcano were no exception. The only entities capable of inflicting any harm were the 2 feral creatures in the sky, the red and blue ones, but even that was minimal. Meanwhile, Tietao continued his trek towards the volcano, estimating it would take 2 more days on foot to reach its interior, with at least another day required to delve deeper. Throughout this journey, he aimed to maintain his energy at its zenith, simultaneously engaging in hunting to further enhance his own capabilities. Acquiring high-quality abilities proved increasingly challenging. He had even begun to consume some of the feral materials he had stored prior to leaving the capital. The first consumed was the material from the celestial whale. Although little remained, there were still some leftovers, along with materials containing the bloodline of the phoenix. There were slight remnants within this range. Aside from the massive whale floating above his head, while the other 2 beasts had become unreachable in terms of spiritual connection. Consequently, he had also lost the benefits of speed and flames. Now, he could only strive to acquire as many abilities as possible. After the emergence of a new ability, Tietao finally commenced consuming materials from the celestial whale, phoenix, and even the scales of the inkling lion, having also retrieved the blood of the deer he had previously gathered. The only absence was the blood of braised meat. Otherwise, his chances of acquiring phoenix flames would have significantly increased. The quantity of high-grade materials around him dwindled, while the feral beast marks within his body multiplied, resulting in the addition of several new abilities. Upon testing them, he found that most were passive abilities. For instance, the Inkling Lion had enhanced his claws, rendering them sharper than before, and he could now emit icy blue flames. However, the mark belonging to the Celestial Whale's bloodline had yet to activate. Fearing excessive energy expenditure, he refrained from using it. Based on his assessments, the Celestial Whale was most likely to confer abilities related to size alteration, which could lead to a rapid increase in stature, potentially wasting considerable energy. The Celestial Whale's abilities were limited, with the most advantageous being size enhancement. The blood and scales of the massive whale provided him with teleportation capabilities. Even now, he could carve out his own space, allowing for teleportation without relying on the massive whale's power. When stacked, this would further extend the distance of his teleportation. This was indeed a positive development, perhaps allowing him to surpass the previous limitations on teleportation. The more abilities he possessed, the stronger his chances of survival became. Tietao now had numerous capabilities, enabling him to evade even second-tier feral beasts. According to the original Qilin plan, he was now only one beast away from acquiring all the materials necessary to assemble the Qilin bloodline within him. Fully aware of the changes that would ensue once they were unified, however, he was not concerned about any adverse transformations. This fueled his desire to explore the volcano further, eager to ascertain the strength of the creature resembling an octopus. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to its true power when it eventually approached. Knowing oneself and one's enemy, Tietao felt it imperative to have a clear assessment. He was prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Rising to his feet, Tietao pressed onward into the depths of the volcano, quickening his pace slightly. After 2.5 days, he successfully ventured deep into the volcano. The third-tier feral beasts within this volcano proved to be far more formidable than the Azure entity had anticipated, exhibiting strengths far superior to those he had encountered in the Free Nation and the Land of the Stick. Even in this environment, which could be deemed somewhat constraining for them, they remained a considerable challenge. The distance required to summon the sea was an impossibility, were the forces of Yejuan intact. He could have exchanged the entire ocean's power to aid him. Yet, he was not a sea god. Calling it the god of the abyss would be far more fitting. From a distance, Tietao observed the unfolding situation. Several third-tier savage beasts were utterly exhausted, struggling to move with great difficulty. The two savage beasts soaring in the sky, one red and one blue, bore numerous wounds. Judging by their auras, it seemed they were on the brink of reaching their limits. In the depths, there lay a dragon-like savage beast, its body marred by a massive injury, appearing even more feeble. Yet, in terms of the energy it exuded, it was in a relatively better state than the others. The crimson-black energy coalesced once more, but compared to the previous manifestation, it was akin to the heavens and the earth. Its body could no longer produce any more of this energy. The blue creature, however, fared much better than these savage beasts, bearing no wounds and appearing entirely different from their earlier encounter. It seemed to be composed entirely of energy, still wielding a trident and standing less than 2 meters tall. It appeared to be in a state of complete dominance, with numerous savage beasts still lurking within the volcano, particularly third-tier ones. Gradually, many savage beasts began to converge towards this location, the injured ones slowly making their way towards the lava. This occurrence was not unprecedented. The blue creature had already taken precautions. 2 tridents continuously flew out, weaving through the impending savage beasts heading towards the lava, systematically reaping lives. The blue creature seemed to sense Tietao's gaze and turned its head towards him. The 2 savage beasts in the sky and the dragon-like beast also took note of Tietao. The dragon-like beast's eyes suddenly brightened as the scent of Tietao's bloodline reached its nostrils. This was a power that resonated with its own, albeit still too shallow and underdeveloped. After mutual consumption, their odds of triumphing against the blue creature would significantly increase. The dragon-like beast's thoughts raced, and it unleashed a burst of crimson-black energy towards the blue creature. It then moved swiftly towards Tietao, one claw landing on his shoulder. Energy surged into Tietao's body, extinguishing all his abilities, leaving only his physical strength. Chapter 201. In a Foreign Land. Tietao was grasped by the dragon-like beast and soared into the distance. No matter how he struggled within the dragon's grasp, he could not break free. The speed of this dragon-like creature far surpassed that of the great whale. Tietao attempted to summon the power of his bloodline, but it remained unresponsive. The power he could wield dwindled, and influencing the creature with mere physical strength proved challenging. The dragon-like creature emerged from the volcano and flew eastward. The blue creature, under siege by the crimson-black energy, had a significant portion of its body disintegrated, yet it still clung to life, with its trident flying out in the explosion's aftermath. Following closely behind, the blue creature, clutching its mangled body, pursued as well. Tietao, preoccupied with thoughts of activating his bloodline, ceased to resist. His vision was now enveloped in a vast blue. They had arrived at the ocean, and he was uncertain where the savage beast intended to take him. Based on the national borders before the beast's arrival, they had already flown far from Huaxia. Now, he could only see an endless expanse of ocean. Gradually, a long, narrow stretch of land came into view, growing larger as they descended. Tietao was unceremoniously thrown into a grove upon landing, and in that instant, he spotted a blood-red trident soaring toward the dragon-like beast. With a thunderous crash, black armor enveloped Tietao, and he landed heavily. Following this, another sound echoed, a heavy object crashing to the ground. It seemed the dragon-like beast had also been struck down, and the octopus-like creature was likely not far behind. As Tietao surmised, he stood up and began to walk away, having memorized a rough map of the area from the air, while not detailed. It provided a general sense of direction. After a brief orientation, he made his way toward the periphery of the forest etched in his memory. This place still bore signs of civilization. During his geography lessons, he had learned about this region. He deduced it could be the land of cherry blossoms, though he was not entirely certain. Only upon encountering the locals would he ascertain its true identity. Before he could venture far, the dragon-like beast lunged at him. Trees in the surrounding grove toppled as it charged. Even with a trident embedded in its body, it continued its assault on Tietao. At this juncture, he needed to tend to his wounds. How could it attack him while still injured? Did it find something on him that piqued its interest? He pondered, his body moving without pause, the dark armor reappearing as he entered a semi-beastly state. With great effort, he braced against the impending attack, and in the dragon-like beast's eyes, he saw greed, a primal desire to consume. The mystery was unraveled. This dragon creature's target was none other than Tietao himself. Just as he prepared to counterattack, the dragon-like beast hesitated, collapsing at Tietao's feet. If this was indeed the same savage beast he had encountered earlier, the changes over these few days had been drastic. It had once exuded a palpable threat. During their previous encounter in the volcano, he had sensed a fear stemming from their bloodlines, yet now that feeling had dissipated. This could only indicate that its strength had diminished to the point where it no longer posed a threat. Its trident continued to enlarge, and this was no trivial matter. Tietao approached and grasped the trident, unleashing a surge of black energy. He slowly withdrew the trident, causing the fallen dragon-like beast to tremble as if struggling to regain its breath, though only slightly. Black energy continually flowed from Tietao's body, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Nearly half of his energy had been expelled, barely sufficient to consume the residual energy. This was entirely different from before. Tietao increased his energy output, gradually devouring the crimson-blue trident. He retained a quarter of his energy, just enough to keep the barely mobile beast at bay. The process of absorption was slow, yet the blue hue within the trident diminished incrementally. He prepared to track the aura of the believers who had vanished here, conveniently passing through the vicinity of the safe zone. As the situation turned decidedly one-sided, the connection between the tridents weakened further, and he disregarded any minor incursions, hastening toward the trident's location. Preventing the loss of a single trident was far more critical than the fate of several believers, which prompted his immediate rush to the trident's position. After the blue creature departed, they slowly emerged. The condition of their summoned beasts was dire. Even within the brief skirmish of merely over 10 minutes, more than half of their beasts had perished under bizarre circumstances. The remnants of flesh and blood in the bodies of the summoned beasts were reduced to mere fragments. These savage beasts were undoubtedly doomed. The safe zone was eerily silent. Not a soul uttered a word, a stark contrast to the tumultuous arrival of the savage beasts, even during the last recorded occurrence of their arrival. Such silence had not prevailed. Zhao Mingming stood in a daze, gazing at the gruesome battlefield, contemplating that if the savage beasts from the volcano were to strike again, they would be powerless to defend themselves. The number of remaining beasts capable of waging war has dwindled further, prompting yet another retreat of the safe zone, a desperate measure indeed, to be reclaimed when strength permits. In the ocean, the form of the blue Quetzal swiftly mends and expands, racing across the waves towards the trident's location. As it draws ever closer, the presence of the trident abruptly vanishes. A portion of its being has completely dissipated. This sensation is one it remembers all too well, having experienced it recently through its avatar, a memory etched vividly in its mind. Now, that individual is in the company of the trident, suggesting that the once feeble entity has significantly grown in power, while its own strength has waned considerably. The accumulated energy from the summoning has also vanished, and should it all disappear, it would once again succumb to slumber, the timing of its awakening uncertain. Preserving its consciousness, it continues toward the spot where the trident's aura once lingered, a portion of its blue light merging with the seawater. As the currents flow, This blue luminescence penetrates the bodies of oceanic beasts, taking root and initiating the dissemination of abyssal faith throughout the sea. The blue Quetzal has now made landfall. Chapter 202, The Heart. The blue light within the trident fades in the hands of Tietao, stripped of this luminescent support. The blood contained within the trident loses all potency, reverting to mere blood. Streams of sanguine fluid flow from his grasp, quickly absorbed by the ground. He gazes at the dragon-shaped beast, which has staggered to its feet but remains motionless, its weakened form sparing it from further actions as it gradually regains its strength. Tietao, in his semi-bestial form, regards the dragon beast without a trace of fear. The instinctive pulse of his bloodline does not stir. Their eyes meet, and Tietao is left unimpressed, seemingly awaiting a provocation from the dragon beast. The heightened senses afforded by his semi-bestial transformation allow him to turn simultaneously with the dragon beast toward a specific direction, the location where the blue Quetzal has landed. This moment serves as the catalyst for their imminent clash, the contest of power poised to commence. The dragon's claws collide with Tietao's, who had expected to dominate but finds himself pushed back a step or two under the force of the white dragon's grip. All remaining energy within him surges forth, igniting the beastly sigils inscribed within. His form rapidly expands, swiftly surpassing the dragon beast's size and approaching the proportions of its primal state. The intensity of his aura thickens, explosive power coursing through him. Gradually, Tietao begins to levitate, buoyed by the ability granted by the celestial whale. The air seems to bend to his will, propelling him forward. Time is of the essence. There is little opportunity for him to acclimate to his current physique. Resolutely, he resorts to the most familiar combat style he knows. Touching down, he engages the dragon beast in close-quarters combat. Typically, Tietao would hold an advantage in combat of this caliber, strength being one aspect. Yet, more crucially, the martial arts techniques imparted by Tang Shuang prove invaluable. Although he has seldom employed such techniques since awakening his abilities, raw strength alone suffices to dominate lesser beasts, and now, against such a formidable foe, he must not hold back. He prepares his opening move, the initiation of the Eight Extremities Fist. This bout demands a greater degree of brutality. He must afford himself ample time to counter the Quetzal that has already landed. Time waits for no one. Every minute must be conserved. The battle erupts. The sounds of flesh colliding echoing through the forest, sending the surrounding beasts fleeing from the area. The oppressive aura enveloping the vicinity deters any creature from approaching. Even the slightest ripple of energy could spell death for them. Black scales and shattered claws manifest upon their bodies. Under the influence of Tietao's dark energy, the broken claws slowly begin to mend, while the dragon beast's wounds heal at a glacial pace. It appears that the energy stored within the dragon beast has reached its limit, severely compromising its regenerative capabilities. The dragon beast of the Longxing Kingdom closes its eyes, its form shrinking as it concentrates its remaining energy, this being the final reduction. Its muscles cling tightly to its bones, the last vestiges of strength dwindling. Upon reopening its eyes, a layer of crimson-black energy envelopes its body. Tietao perceives the instability of this energy, aware that it could explode at any moment. His instincts prove accurate as the energy hurtles toward him. Defensive sigils within Tietao ignite, layering upon one another as his black energy surges outward, enveloping him. He raises his hands before him, bracing for the impending explosion. The crimson-black energy collides with his dark energy, the latter's inherent devouring nature beginning to consume some of the former, albeit at a slower rate than the blue light. As the black energy accumulates, an explosion ensues, erupting from within and propelling Tietao backward, shattering the trees behind him. Cracks mar the surface of his ebony armor as he trembles and struggles to rise. The armor on his arms has completely fallen away, and his bloodied hands tremble uncontrollably. The energy he has accumulated begins to mend his body, the bleeding from his arms ceasing, and the armor gradually restoring itself, though at a significantly slower pace. Bit by bit, the crimson-black energy oozes from the crevices of his armor, only to be reabsorbed, consumed incrementally. Step by step, Tietao approaches the dragon beast, which appears to struggle to keep its eyes open, its energy utterly depleted. It is no longer feasible for the dragon beast to devour Tietao. Gathering its last vestiges of will, it slashes across its own chest. Almost no blood spills forth, save for a heart that still beats, though its rhythm is faltering, occasionally pausing altogether. It seems poised to cease at any moment. The dragon beast slowly closes its eyes, seemingly awaiting Tietao to deliver the final blow. Without hesitation, Tietao acts. He cannot afford to linger with a pursuer on his tail. He extracts the heart from the dragon beast's body. As the heart is liberated, an indescribable aroma wafts from it, a scent that holds a deadly allure for him. Tietao inhales deeply, suppressing the urge to indulge, and casually tosses it into his spatial pocket. The enticing fragrance vanishes from his nostrils. The dragon beast, bereft of its heart, sees its flesh wither away, leaving behind nothing but a mere skeleton. The instant Tietao emerges from the skeletal remains, they begin to fracture, rendering them devoid of value. He rises and sprints toward the direction that his memory recalls as the path out of the forest. The energy within him rapidly retracts, and the affliction of the beast gradually recedes, allowing him to revert to his human form. However, the energy within his body had been depleted by more than half. To replenish this energy would undoubtedly require at least a month's time. The most prudent course of action was to first extricate himself from this place, and thereafter seek a secure location. An hour and a half later, Tietao emerged from the forest, at the site where the trident had vanished. Lan Seiku had also arrived, only to find a scene of utter devastation, devoid of anything of value. Chapter 203. How do you possess such new yet old-fashioned attire? As Tietao stepped out, he began to gradually familiarize himself with the manipulation of air, and in a relatively short span, he discovered the application of the floating ability akin to the sky whale. His body ascended higher, and soon the ground beneath him was no longer discernible. In the distance, he could make out some human settlements, although they bore no resemblance to modernity, presenting an exceedingly primitive aspect. The air propelled Tietao swiftly towards the town, his velocity increasing. Before long, he reached the upper reaches of the city and began to descend gently nearby. Tietao approached the town with measured steps. From a distance, he observed individuals entering the town, accompanied by their spirit beasts, while those without were halted by guards, permitted entry only upon the payment of a fee. He discerned this arrangement, noting particularly that the attire of these individuals starkly contrasted with his own. It was akin to a modern individual stepping into a society centuries past, rendering his current garb somewhat out of place. Though Tietao was not in want of sustenance, he aimed to find a bustling locale to conceal himself, thereby avoiding detection via scent. As he walked into the town, his unusual attire and lack of a spirit beast drew immediate suspicion from the guards, who confronted him with wary expressions. "Who are you?" "I am a great benefactor." This phrase he had picked up while watching television at Old Gua's restaurant years ago, where the film was said to be one of Old Gua's treasures. The scene where they tore apart the enemy was utterly unrealistic. Had it been Tietao, he could have accomplished it. This further confirmed that he was indeed in the land of cherry blossoms. Tietao pointed towards the distant sky, indicating that his spirit beast was above. The guards gazed in the direction he pointed, but all they could see was a small black dot far from their position. "You scoundrel, are you trying to deceive us? Arrest him. By the heavens, you are doomed." Tietao continued to point at the distant dot. Gradually, that black speck began to enlarge, revealing a fish-like creature that rapidly approached their vicinity. "Release your spirit beast, and you may enter." The guards were taken aback by the size of the creature. If it were to crash down here, it would likely destroy half the city walls. Tietao, however, did not comprehend the command. Another guard gestured for him to proceed. "Go ahead." Only then did Tietao realize they were permitting him entry. He waved at the sky, prompting the great whale to soar higher. Once Tietao had entered the town, the guards watched as he moved further away. "Go report to the captain immediately. This individual poses a significant threat." "I understand. I shall find the captain at once." One guard, referred to as my grandson, hurried off with his spirit beast towards the captain's location. Unfazed by the guard's whispered conversation, whether or not he understood their words, he felt no fear. The guard's spirit beasts were merely of the 6th rank, and he was certain the captain would not be significantly stronger. Even now, a 3rd-rank spirit beast might not pose a challenge to Tietao, despite his energy being less than abundant. The town was bustling with street vendors, yet many establishments resembled brothels. Numerous women stood outside, eagerly eyeing the men passing by. Tietao glanced at them briefly before dismissing them. Having encountered beauties akin to Luo Shan in his homeland, these women held no allure for him. As he walked, he noted the primitive nature of trade here. The best currency was the meat of savage beasts. Even 9th-rank savage beast meat commanded considerable value, alongside various agricultural products like rice. It appeared this place was relatively safe, though civilization had been obliterated during the first wave of savage beasts. Many technologies had been lost over the years, resulting in rapid regression. It seemed that many aspects of culture had not survived the passage of time. Tietao shook his head at the sight. Once prosperous nations had devolved into such a state. Had he known the fate of the free nation, he might have deemed the land of cherry blossoms fortunate in comparison. "Stop right there, you peculiar individual." Tietao, unable to comprehend, continued to stroll along the commercial street. The crowd parted, and he became aware of the rustling behind him. A sound that seemed to call out to him, a gift of the sky whale's mark. He turned to see 3 figures racing toward him. 2 were familiar faces, the guards from the town's entrance, while the third was unknown to him. As the three approached, panting heavily, their swords seemed barely manageable, utilized more for support than combat. Given their physical condition, he questioned their capabilities as guards. "Captain, it's him." The recognition of captain became clear to Tietao. The individual before him was indeed the captain, but what else was said remained a mystery. "Where do you hail from? I have never seen you before." The guard captain, hand resting on his sword, studied Tietao as he caught his breath. Tietao remained silent. "By the heavens, speak. Where do you come from?" The captain's hand now gripped the hilt of his sword, prepared to draw it at a moment's notice. "How dare you insult me?" Tietao's expression darkened. "Get lost, you imbecile. How dare you?" The guard captain's long sword was swiftly drawn, aimed directly at Tietao. With a crack, the guard captain's blade shattered. Tietao remained unaffected. Grasping the captain by the throat, he lifted him off the ground, the captain's struggles gradually consuming the scant oxygen within his lungs. "Release the captain." The other two guards lunged at Tietao with their long blades. Tietao merely shifted his hold on the captain, positioning him in front of the incoming attacks. The guards hastily redirected their strikes, yet the inertia of their movements led to one of them inadvertently stabbing the captain in the rear. Struggling to breathe, the captain gasped for air, a rush of fresh oxygen allowing him to regain some semblance of composure. The commotion on the street would inevitably attract attention. From his elevated vantage point, Tietao had surveyed the town and noted its considerable size. It was only referred to as a small town because it surpassed the remote villages of his homeland. A figure adorned with a horned helmet, mounted on horseback and flanked by guards, approached swiftly from the bustling marketplace. Tietao sensed their arrival and turned to face them. These guards appeared to be somewhat more formidable. "How do you possess such new yet archaic garments?" inquired the horseman. Chapter 204, A Fallen Nation. In this era, the people of Huaxia no longer spoke foreign languages. Whatever the mounted individual uttered was incomprehensible to Tietao. Fortunately, this is in the land of cherry blossoms, where the majority of the script bears a striking resemblance to that of Huaxia, allowing for a semblance of comprehension. However, the cacophony of sounds that follows is akin to the chirping of birds, leaving Tietao utterly bewildered and disinclined to grasp the meaning. The mounted individual, noticing Tao's apparent confusion, repeated his words, yet Tietao remained equally perplexed. "What you say is beyond my understanding." He could only communicate in fragmented cherry blossom language. "You are not a citizen of the cherry blossom nation. You hail from Huaxia." He understood this statement, realizing there were indeed individuals here who spoke his tongue. "I am a Huaxia person," he affirmed. "How rare it is. My name is Sanada Ohachi, and in Huaxia, I am known as Zhu Laoba. Come with me." These people lacked the basic courtesy of hospitality. Dismounting, the horseman cast a wary glance at the guards and their captain. "Where to?" Tao's inquiry once again captured the man's attention. "Naturally, to the Lord's mansion, where you shall be treated with the utmost hospitality." The land of cherry blossoms would never neglect a friend from afar. Tietao suspected they sought to extract something from him, yet deemed such matters inconsequential. Sanada Ohachi led Tietao toward the Lord's mansion, not forgetting to reprimand the guards and their captain as they departed. Inside the Lord's mansion, Tietao was accorded a grand reception. At the banquet, he surveyed the meager offerings and was left speechless. Each person received but a rice ball, a small dish of pickled vegetables, and a sliver of roasted meat. Was this truly what they deemed lavish hospitality? Tai sang, "This is the highest standard of cuisine in our cherry blossom nation. Do taste it," they urged. With a heavy sigh, Tietao consumed the paltry fare before him. For one in need of substantial energy restoration, such meager portions were utterly inadequate. The roasted meat was at best of the fourth grade, a category of wild beast he possessed in abundance. It could not suffice for his energy replenishment. The third-grade wild beasts were the optimal choice. Yet he had no knowledge of their availability here. Once he had fully restored his energy, he would depart. There were those awaiting his return, and that was an inevitability. After conversing with Sanada Ohachi at the banquet for a while, he gleaned a fair amount of information about the surroundings. This locale could be considered a treasure trove, its current tranquility owing much to the nuclear wastewater discharged into the ocean over 2 centuries ago. This act rendered the area a forbidden zone for oceanic wild beasts. None dared to approach. However, the wild beasts that did venture onto land contributed to the regression of civilization, leading to a significant population decline. Presently, the land of cherry blossoms is dominated by 2 factions, one centered around the Free Nation and the other around Huaxia. The majority of the populace resides under the Cherry Blossom Freedom Organization, while a minority chooses to coexist with the Huaxia individuals, forming the Great Cherry Blossom Co-Prosperity Sphere. Comparatively, the living conditions for Huaxia individuals are somewhat superior, albeit frequently besieged by raids from the Free Nation organization, which typically results in the plundering of but a fraction of agricultural produce. The losses are not substantial, The Great Cherry Blossom Co-Prosperity Sphere primarily focuses on meat, and they were the first to contract beast taming, thus acquiring the most wild beast meat. They regard the minor losses of crops with indifference, avoiding conflict with the Freedom Organization. It appears that within the land of cherry blossoms, the native citizens hold the least status, which is quite ironic. Sanada Ohachi's ascendance to the position of Lord is attributed both to his paternal lineage as a Huaxia individual and to the formidable strength of his tamed beasts, which have reached the 4th grade. Without either of these factors, he would never have attained such a position, having gathered sufficient understanding. Tietao concluded that the land of cherry blossoms was ill-suited for his survival. Attempting to restore energy in such an environment would indeed be exceedingly difficult. The sole area abundant in wild beasts was in Ryukyu, now entirely overrun by them, severing all contact with this side. As for the current happenings on the island, Sanada Ohachi was equally in the dark. It seemed inevitable that he would need to journey to Ryukyu after a period of waiting here. Upon exiting the banquet, he was accompanied by a maid to a traditional Japanese-style room. To his surprise, he found himself confronted with modern maid attire, a sight he had last seen worn by Ling Piaomiao. The costume evoked a sense of nostalgia, as if he had returned to Huaxia. He pondered whether Huaxia was on the verge of restoring its former order. As he mused, he retrieved his phone, only to find it devoid of a signal. He composed a message for Tang Shuang and Luo Mi, which would send automatically once a signal was established. Tietao reclined on the tatami mat and soon fell into a deep slumber. After approximately a day and a half devoted entirely to combat preparations, his mental exhaustion was considerable. Not long after he drifted off, his door was flung open. The sound of rustling garments signaled the maid's approach. As her clothing gradually diminished in number, even such subtle sounds heightened Tao's alertness, a habit cultivated over nearly a year. During that time in Huaxia, such awareness was necessary, for wild beasts could attack at any moment. A chilling blue flame ignited in his palm, casting an ethereal glow throughout the room. Before him stood a nearly naked woman, unabashedly advancing toward him. As she approached, she was devoid of any clothing. If such matters were to transpire, how could he possibly rest? Rest was of the utmost importance, and engaging with this blue-tinged enchantress would undoubtedly drain his energy. Resolutely rejecting the advances of the cherry blossom woman, Tietao exited the room and proceeded to the adjacent courtyard, where he took out a large piece of wild beast meat to roast. The sound of swallowing echoed from behind him as the cherry blossom woman uttered something. Her gaze filled with longing for the wild beast meat. Tietao sliced off a small portion and extended it to her. His reluctance was not born of stinginess. The wild beast grade had reached the 3rd level, and consumption could prove problematic for an unaccustomed individual, especially one unaccustomed to the rich flavors of meat. The woman accepted the piece of meat, bowing her head repeatedly in silent gratitude. Chapter 205. Departing alone, Tietao paid no further heed to the woman and continued to consume the wild beast meat. Unbeknownst to him, the steady rhythm of her breathing indicated that she had fallen asleep, lulled by the fragrant aroma of the meat and the sizzling sound of roasting. As the night deepened into darkness, then gradually lightened, the ground accumulated a thick layer of grease. The woman awoke, startled by the brightness above. Her gaze fixed on the wild beast meat in Tao's hands, as if she had not slept a wink. She could not ascertain how much wild beast meat he possessed, but it was evident that such indulgence was the privilege of the nobility. Droplets of golden grease continued to fall, and her eyes followed the trail, marveling at the thick layers of white fat accumulating on the ground. The woman hurried back into the house, retrieving a small porcelain bowl to collect all the grease from the ground, cradling it in her arms with a beaming smile. Oil, similarly, is a highly coveted resource, governed by a quota system reminiscent of ancient China, allowing each person a meager monthly allocation, obtainable only through tickets. However, the animal fat was an entirely different matter. It could be harvested by hunting wild beasts, thereby exempting it from the quota. Even the dirty oil on the ground was deemed precious. She ensured that every drop of oil dripping from the iron tower was captured in her small bowl, resolutely refusing to let any of it go to waste. It appeared that the situation here was quite dire, a reality that Iron Tower had not anticipated. The once great metropolis had now fallen into disrepair. After consuming the meat in his hand, he found that the energy restoration was still minimal. It seemed that the energy reserves within his body had increased, but filling them to capacity still felt like a distant goal. As flames danced from his hands, the grease that clung to him vanished in an instant, much to the woman's dismay, lamenting the waste of such a valuable resource. In the campus, Zhen Tian Laoba entered. Tai sang, "You will stay here for the time being. If you wish to go elsewhere, this woman will accompany you." He spoke in the Chinese language. "What is the current situation in the southeastern woods?" he inquired. Following a series of tremendous noises from a couple of days prior, the area had since fallen silent, with numerous wild beasts having fled, it was not particularly perilous terrain. Iron Tower observed that Zhentian Laoba seemed rather indifferent to the local conditions. If he had anything to share, it was best for Iron Tower to investigate for himself to ascertain the safety of the area. He certainly did not want to return only to be pursued again by the blue-skinned general, preferring to resolve the matter once and for all. After bidding farewell to Zhentian Laoba, Iron Tower made his way toward the previously mentioned dense forest, moving with extraordinary speed that few could match. Within a mere 10 minutes, he reached the edge of the woods, his pace significantly quicker than before. The elimination of the need to orient himself allowed for a remarkable acceleration. After approximately 3 hours of searching, he had thoroughly scoured the entire forest without finding a trace of the blue-skinned general. Moreover, he encountered no signs of wild beasts. The woods were eerily silent. Devoid of life, Iron Tower felt a sense of relief in leaving this place behind. There was no reason to linger. Prioritizing his recovery was of utmost importance. As the great whale swiftly descended from the sky, Iron Tower's figure ascended rapidly, soon landing upon the creature's back and continuing westward to distance himself from the area. The society here held little allure for him. The moment he boarded the great whale, the ground beneath him began to tremble, fissures appearing as the surrounding seawater surged violently, gradually submerging the land. He could even witness panicked individuals fleeing in a frenzy. This was no ordinary tremor. The magnitude of this earthquake far surpassed all historical records. Iron Tower continued to rise, spotting a whirlpool in the nearby sea, relentlessly pulling water and gradually engulfing patches of land, drawing them beneath the waves. The land was slowly disappearing, triggering Iron Tower's alarm. The collapse of the continent had commenced, an inevitable process that could not be halted. Atop the whirlpool stood a blue creature wielding a trident, gazing at the crumbling land from a distance. Wild beasts and individuals alike were being drawn into the whirlpool, yet it did not drown them. Iron Tower could even see countless blue lights swirling within the dark vortex. Despite his elevation, a chill ran down his spine. The blue lights flickered incessantly, while the creature's form expanded rapidly, its power continuously regenerating. Iron Tower took a deep breath. Incurring the wrath of such a being was far from ideal. He chose not to linger, recognizing that, with his current capabilities, he could not stave off such destruction. Nor could he confront this blue entity. Water combat was not his forte. Time was not on his side, compelling Iron Tower to act swiftly. Across the vast ocean, he began searching for the location of Ryukyu Island, following the directions provided by Zhentian Laoba. However, it seemed that the island had already succumbed to destruction. This was far from good news. Iron Tower redirected his course toward the distant site of the National Wild Beast Competition. The great whale remembered that location, but reaching it would take some time. To genuinely resolve the issues at hand, he would ultimately require the ocean's resources, and that locale was relatively familiar to him. 5 days later, Iron Tower finally glimpsed the outline of the island. He descended upon it like a bomb, and the number of survivors on the island was significant, thanks to the presence of oceanic beasts, making it a relatively safe haven. However, resources were scarce, communication with the mainland had been severed for some time, and the island's signal tower had been destroyed. Order teetered on the brink of collapse, and holding on for this long was commendable. Iron Tower's arrival brought a glimmer of hope. Although news from the outside world was limited, they had gained considerable insight into the overall situation in China, which provided them some encouragement to persevere. Hope was indeed a powerful motivator. Thus began the slaughter of the oceanic wild beasts, the distant seas stained red with blood, as the half-beast Iron Tower mercilessly reaped the lives of the wild creatures. Upon his return, the island's inhabitants treated him with great hospitality. Their food supply had been replenished, a situation that had persisted for some time. Chapter 206, Consciousness Transcendence, the Void Dweller. During this period, the energy stored within Iron Tower's body rapidly recovered, aided by the assistance of others grilling meat, significantly improving his efficiency. In fact, many individuals had been vying to prepare meat for him, often resorting to scuffles. Iron Tower was quite generous to those who grilled for him, as long as they could sustain his needs. Each day, this position was fiercely contested, akin to a free meal in the wake of the wild beast invasion. For those with the ability to control beasts, acquiring substantial quantities of wild meat was not impossible. However, for ordinary citizens like Iron Tower, this was a considerable temptation. The island's resources were limited, and the ability to trade a bit of labor for ample food was the greatest blessing. After nearly 3 months, the energy within Iron Tower's body finally approached saturation. It had truly been a long time. He had unwittingly remained here for 3 months, during which much of the interior regions of China had gradually restored order. Aside from some cities still harboring small hidden wild beasts, all large beasts had been eradicated. The cities were developing positively, and the signal tower on the island had finally been rebuilt. Mobile phones resumed communication signals. though most of the island's inhabitants had long since abandoned the habit of using them. The message Iron Tower had once sent finally reached its destination. Lying in his villa in the capital, Tang Shuang finally received a message, originating from the information sent by Tietao 3 months prior from a southern island. This revelation dispelled all the worries that had haunted them for so long. Meanwhile, on the island, Tietao had finally extracted the heart of the dragon-shaped beast. Within the hierarchy of beasts, a third-tier beast is considered formidable, a second-tier beast is at its pinnacle. While a dragon-shaped beast that surpasses these classifications can undoubtedly be deemed a first-tier beast, perhaps even a divine-tier beast. In the span of over 2 centuries, only third-tier beasts had emerged, with the occasional appearance of second-tier beasts, most of which were aged and had short lifespans. Their destructive potential to cities was negligible, as most third-tier beasts were vigorous and caused considerable damage instead. When Tietao retrieved the heart once more, an overwhelming temptation surged within him. He ceased to resist. The heart began to dissolve rapidly in his mouth, transforming into a stream of energy that surged into his body. The areas within him that stored energy expanded continuously, and his form began to involuntarily morph into that of a beast. Gradually, the heart vanished, completely transmuted into energy flowing into him, while dark scales enveloped Tietao completely, blurring his consciousness. In this haze, it felt as though his awareness had entered a black void, transporting him to another realm. In this void, a space he yearned to explore, unexpectedly, it was his own consciousness that first ventured there. After the darkness, the void remained shrouded in an impenetrable gloom, where light seemed almost non-existent. Gradually, illumination began to permeate, and the sound of lights flickering echoed throughout the space. The surroundings brightened, revealing an array of large cultivation dishes, reminiscent of a biochemical factory. Various beasts emerged here, and Tietao recognized them all, pressing deeper into this realm. Before him appeared a figure clad in a white lab coat, someone he found exceedingly familiar. Indeed, he encountered this person daily. It was himself. To discover another version of himself within this space sparked a profound curiosity within him. "You've arrived," the Tietao in the void spoke without turning to look at him. "Who are you?" he questioned. "I am you, and you are me. We merely exist in different temporal frames," came the reply. "What do you mean? Are you not also striving to transcend time?" Tietao immediately grasped the implication. "You refer to that heart. Indeed, that heart shall enable you to become an entity that transcends time, and it is the final means I have crafted for you." "A means?" he inquired. "Do you still remember that blue creature?" A virtual image of the blue being materialized before him, one he recognized all too well. Tietao remained silent, awaiting further explanation. If not for that creature, neither of us would exist, nor would the current relationship between humans and beasts. "So, you created all of this?" "Certainly. I orchestrated the emergence of the beasts as well. Humanity has evolved too slowly and remains excessively fragile. I attempted to cultivate numerous individuals, but none were capable of substantial growth. Thus, I had no choice but to cultivate myself, and you are the culmination of that endeavor." "Is it solely to eliminate that blue creature?" "Precisely. The malevolent god is futile to slay, for as long as its source remains, it will endure. To extinguish it, one must annihilate this city." Before Tietao, a city glowing with blue light appeared, surrounded by an abyss of darkness, where beasts could be seen moving under the blue hue. This city is its source. Only by transcending to first-tier strength can it be destroyed, obliterated from the very inception of time. First tier is still rather premature for me, let alone surpassing that level. It is not too late. First tier is within your grasp. That heart is the finest stepping stone for you to ascend to first tier. The level of a beast correlates directly with the limits and quality of its stored energy. Both aspects must rise simultaneously to elevate one's tier. You are aware of this. Yet time waits for no one. The malevolent god's power has exceeded my expectations, and the world is unraveling. Before Tietao, a projection of Earth materialized, with small islands sinking into the sea and countless beings being consumed. The world was in the throes of destruction, continents vanishing, and habitable lands rapidly diminishing. Originally, these events were meant to unfold 40 years hence, yet they had arrived far too soon. This was unforeseen, as was your astonishing growth, compelling me to accelerate my interventions. Can you truly instigate the death of so many? Tietao shouted at the version of himself in the void. The other Tietao retorted, "Are you prepared to merely watch as everyone perishes? Do you not value the existence of those around you? Will you allow the very ground beneath your feet to be lost?" The figure in the white coat finally turned his head. Chapter 207, The Appetizer. Tietao gazed at his counterpart in the void, half of his face cloaked in dark scales, while the other half bore fleshy tendrils. He was not only stunned by this visage, but also deafened by the weight of the words exchanged. "If I do not integrate with the beasts, nor merge with that blue creature, How could there be an opportunity to alter the past? I hope you can eliminate the blue creature and forge a new world, even if it means the destruction of this void. What must I do? There is nothing you need to do. After the integration, I will remain by your side, continuing to unleash beasts until they are all consumed. I require you to surpass the first tier and acquire greater power. The Tietao in the void's eyes gleamed with a blue light. Returning to consciousness, Tietao found himself back in his body. His mind remained heavy, as the information gleaned from the void was overwhelmingly profound. However, the energy reserves within him expanded once more, the heart having completely vanished, replaced by a red-black mark upon his body. This mark pulsed with destructive energy, as if it were alive, distinctly different from any other mark he had encountered. He had never witnessed such a symbol before, yet he understood he could transform his energy into this red-black essence at will. The void in the sky opened, and beasts descended from above, none of them weak, all being second tier. A white figure emerged from the void, casting its gaze upon Tietao below. The island trembled as a battle between the second-tier beasts and Tietao was imminent. The cacophony of voices drew numerous onlookers, but after a fleeting glance, they all retreated. This was undeniably a danger zone, where beasts had seldom appeared. Their sudden influx was alarming. Particularly imposing was a black beast, standing 5 or 6 meters tall, emanating a pressure that immobilized nearby creatures, instilling a palpable sense of dread. The black beast seemed indifferent to the presence of the spectators, even if it noticed them. It showed no inclination to attack. The onlookers, sensing the overwhelming energy fluctuations from the beasts, quickly vacated the area, though some in the distance still peered through telescopes to observe the unfolding chaos. Iron Tide found himself besieged by a horde of second-tier savage beasts, yet his body remained unscathed amidst the onslaught. The sounds of impacts against his scales reverberated like a metallic symphony. His defenses had reached an insurmountable level, rendering the second-tier beasts mere trifles in comparison. As he began to move, he gradually adapted to the formidable power coursing through his form, continuously familiarizing himself with the intricacies of his body. This fully beastified physique possessed strength far beyond his expectations, and acclimatizing to it required a considerable amount of time. The savage beasts that descended upon him seemed to serve the purpose of aiding him in this adaptation. Before long, he had gained adept control over the burgeoning power within him. Marks within his body ignited, each representing different abilities that he began to test and explore. However, the mark left by the dragon-shaped savage beast remained dormant, its conveyed power too overwhelming for him to harness. As he contemplated this, the testing from the second-tier beast ceased. The true assault commenced, and Iron Tide felt himself engulfed by an overwhelming tide of energy, the searing heat emanating from every scale of his body. Yet, this energy did not penetrate, it merely enveloped him. Under the relentless barrage of energy, Iron Tide found himself unable to approach the savage beasts. This was merely the first wave. As the second and third waves of energy surged toward him, his scales began to crack under the immense pressure, causing a painful sensation to ripple through him, obscuring the comfort he sought. A deep crimson and obsidian glow erupted from his form as he activated the dormant mark of the dragon-shaped beast. With its activation, the energy within him began to deplete rapidly, while the red-black energy continued to swell, counteracting the energy assaults from the second-tier beasts. The foreign energy dissipated swiftly under the might of his newfound power, allowing Iron Tide to regain his mobility. However, maintaining this red-black energy came at a cost, as the energy within him was swiftly consumed. The rate of depletion was not rapid when gathered, yet upon contact with the hostile energy, it vanished at an alarming pace. In his perception, this energy possessed the capacity to obliterate all things, akin to antimatter. The surrounding second-tier beasts began to retreat. As this energy took on an aura of taboo, none remained to confront him. They fled toward the island in a panicked exodus. Iron Tide, however, grew increasingly agile, his massive form flickering in and out of sight as he pursued and dispatched the retreating beasts. The red-black energy dissipated, and now his physical prowess was beyond the beast's capacity to withstand. Iron Tide's strength continued to amplify, causing the ground of the island to fracture. Reminiscent of aftershocks following a cataclysm, the number of onlookers surged, yet none dared approach. As the distant spectators increased, the second-tier beasts dwindled. Corpses of the fallen beasts lay at his feet like trophies, serving as both spoils and a deterrent to the remaining savage creatures. Half an hour later, all second-tier beasts lay dead. Iron Tide commenced his feast, devouring the fallen beasts bite by bite. The energy within him swelled once more, having expended little. The influx from his meal significantly raised his energy reserves. The insatiable growth of this voracious entity seemed limitless. As long as he continued to consume, breakthroughs were inevitable. With no concern for the fleeting lifespan post-second tier. As dusk descended, Iron Tide gazed skyward, sensing the imminent descent of another wave of savage beasts. It appeared the void above had been his feeding ground. As night enveloped the land, it did not hinder Iron Tide, who retained clear vision. The carcasses of the beasts accumulated around him, yet the delivery of more was far from over. As dawn approached, the void above appeared increasingly unstable, threatening imminent collapse. However, this instability was fleeting, as the sky stabilized and expanded, heralding the arrival of even more formidable savage beasts. It seemed that the appetizers had concluded, and the main course was just beginning. Chapter 208, the main course. Chaos swiftly descended upon Iron Tide, compelling him to remain in motion. For the strength of these savage beasts was closely matched to his own, indicating their entry into the first-tier realm. Even in the wilds, they were harbingers of devastation. Thanks to the completed signal tower, audacious souls nearby had initiated live broadcasts. The imposing figure of Iron Tide in his beastly form rapidly spread across the internet, capturing the battles with the savage beasts for posterity. The collection of data on these creatures had persisted since their inception, and individuals continued to document their encounters. Multiple live streams were underway, each varying in clarity depending on the dedication of the broadcasters. The clearer the feed, the more perilous the endeavor. A significant audience tuned into these broadcasts, including Luo Mi and Tang Shuang, who projected the video onto their television to witness the clash of beasts. No matter how they viewed the dark savage beast, it bore a striking resemblance to Iron Tide, though uncertainty lingered until Tang Shuang recognized his familiar stance, confirming their suspicions. Yet, upon observing that he was pitted against what had been classified as first-tier beasts, concern washed over them. As Tang Shuang watched intently, muttering encouragements like left hook, yes, another punch, he was swept up in the excitement of Iron Tide's relentless assault. He seemed eager to join the fray. Luo Mi rolled her eyes at Tang Shuang, her focus unwavering on the screen. In the distance, the sea displayed a vast expanse of devastation, created by the unleashed power, the ground having sunk deeper. Viewers instinctively held their breath as the live feed began to shake violently, intensifying with each passing moment. Suddenly, all broadcasts ceased. It was an implausible notion that all the broadcasters had perished, the only logical explanation being that the signal tower had been compromised. Repairs were swift, and within approximately 2 hours, normalcy was restored. The live stream resumed. Upon viewing, it was clear that Iron Tide had gained the upper hand, though his scales were considerably damaged. However, the savage beasts beneath him fared far worse, blood oozing from their features. Nevertheless, their counterattacks remained ferocious, and Iron Tide, amidst the chaos of battling first-tier beasts, furrowed his brow in frustration. How long must he conceal his true strength? Another savage beast descended from the sky. Yet another first-tier creature. All who watched from their screens held their breath, united in their hope for Iron Tide's victory. They also yearned for a beast that could be subdued and left for recovery. For a fully energized savage beast was not a sight they wished to witness. The arrival of the second first-tier beast finally compelled Iron Tide to unleash the full potential of the marks within him. The crimson and ebony energy began to pulsate, occasionally making contact with the robust body of the savage beast. Not all first-tier savage beasts possess such a potent aura. The majority merely amalgamate their inherent strength, albeit magnified countless times. The tremors on the island intensified, causing the live broadcast to falter. No soul dared linger upon this island, as the relentless waves on the other side relentlessly battered the shore, with seawater already permeating the ground near Iron Tide. Should this battle prolong, even this vast island would face annihilation. With a swift motion, Iron Tide was the first to employ teleportation before the two savage beasts, his crimson and ebony claws plunging directly into the heart of the recently fallen beast. An explosion of energy erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar from the beast's body. With a final wail, the creature collapsed, unable to rise again. The other savage beast, in a frantic bid for survival, fled towards the ocean, aware that though the sea was not a sanctuary for it, it posed a safer alternative than remaining on the island. However, its hopes were dashed as Iron Tide descended upon it, forcefully submerging it beneath the waves. Countless bubbles erupted in the water as the energy within the beast churned, resulting in continuous explosions, striving to breach the surface and draw in air. A blue sigil flickered within Iron Tide, a power acquired from a dragon-like savage beast in the capital, enabling him to control water. Yet, despite the explosions, the ocean maintained its oppressive grip. After more than an hour, the beast finally ceased to breathe. Iron Tide dragged the creature ashore, commencing his feast on the two savage beasts, refusing to revert to his original form. Who could predict whether the void would unleash more savage beasts? As he completed his meal, the void appeared to expand infinitely. A voice resonated, proclaiming, "This is the final chance. If you consume all, I shall reveal how to transcend the first tier." This was still a product of his own trials, a claim so extraordinary that none would believe it. The brief tranquility allowed all individuals on the island to evacuate, leaving behind only this solitary landmass, which would likely require artificial reconstruction for restoration. Iron Tide was indifferent to this, as more savage beasts were imminent. Survival was the only reality. He unleashed his full might, swiftly dispatching these beasts, growing increasingly adept at wielding the energy coursing through him, which remained at a consistently high standard. Compared to before, he had become significantly more efficient. The pile of fallen savage beasts grew larger, and dealing with these first-tier creatures became increasingly effortless. It seemed far easier than hunting the third or fourth-tier beasts, which had been considerably more strenuous. Little remained of the island, now scarcely large enough to accommodate a dozen individuals, as the rest had succumbed to the cataclysm. This island would soon be lost to history, a vivid stroke in the annals of time. Iron Tide sat upon the ground, ravenously consuming the fallen beasts, converting them into stored energy. The marks upon his body multiplied, and the abilities he possessed became unfathomable even to him. The skeletal remains of numerous savage beasts littered the site, and Iron Tide gazed skyward at the lingering void. A figure gradually descended, resembling him with striking similarity. You have performed admirably. Now, I shall teach you how to transcend the first tier, how to vanquish that azure creature and obliterate that city. Iron Tide's form swiftly shrank, reverting to his original appearance. He regarded himself in beastly form, feeling somewhat odd. Speak your mind, but know you have but one chance. Chapter 209, Dessert. Transcending the first tier is rather simple. Consume me, and you shall achieve it. Iron Tide furrowed his brow, perplexed by the implications of the figure in the void. The reason I can create you is that I have already surpassed the first tier. I can forge bloodlines, even alter time. The only being I cannot eliminate is that blue creature, nor can I destroy that city. I possess its essence, yet cannot annihilate the city. This is why I traverse time to create you. Are you saying my current circumstances are all you're doing? Indeed. The experiments involving the hybridization of humans and savage beasts have been conducted numerous times. There exists an organization called Operations, where most individuals are my creations. Didn't they encounter beings in the void, even abducting them? How do you explain that? Altering time and implanting memories is hardly a challenge. What they know is merely what I wish them to know. What I do not wish them to know remains a mystery to them. The figure in the void remarked disdainfully. Then what was the purpose of unleashing so many savage beasts in the city? Of course, it was for you, to grant you time to grow comfortable. Allowing the blue creature time to regain strength would render your situation even more hopeless. Thus, I cleared the obstacles and created an opportunity for you to obliterate it. That dragon-like savage beast was summoned by me. The convergence of extreme ice and extreme fire will summon unparalleled destruction. It embodies obliteration. A portion of your gluttonous bloodline derives from it. You are of the same essence. Both embodiments of annihilation, albeit you can control it. Iron Tide held his breath, listening intently, though he felt discomfort regarding the notion of unleashing such calamity. Calamity equated to death, and the toll of any disaster is immeasurable, particularly one of such magnitude. Do not regard me with that expression. Had you been in my position, you would have acted similarly. Once you devour me, manipulate time, and gaze upon the countless futures, you will realize I am correct. Do you have any further inquiries? The figure in the void regarded him with calm detachment. Where do that blue creature and the city originate? Dimensions, entities of a higher dimension. As for why they descended here, do not inquire of me. Should you have no further questions, consume me, and you shall learn more. The figure in the void ceased responding, transforming into a black-blue light that merged into Iron Tide's being. The limits of energy within him rapidly expanded, and the energy surged without restraint. Countless fragments of knowledge began converging in his mind, as if he were akin to Lucy from Lucy, with a multitude of scenes flashing before him. However, unlike her, he no longer needed to incessantly gather energy, for an incalculable amount was already coalescing within him. At this moment, his physical state surpassed any he had ever experienced, his form gradually vanishing upon the island, obscured by the skeletal remains of savage beasts, as though he were a specter of this world. In Iron Tide's perception, all knowledge became readily accessible. As long as he sought to know, that knowledge would manifest in his mind. Even the slightest thought could set time into motion, conjuring countless possibilities and worlds before his eyes. In this realization, he finally comprehended the essence of altering the past. He glimpsed the future, an array of potential outcomes, each intricately linked to him. A single misstep could lead to annihilation. The azure planet could transform into a lifeless husk, barren of all life, with only desiccated earth remaining. His mind stirred, navigating through the ripples of the past. The events unfolding in the world stand vividly before us, even as the masses seek refuge from the iron waves conjured from the void. A semblance of survival was bestowed upon them until he manipulated the flow of time back to the very genesis of life on the planet. The city descended into the ocean, entering a deep slumber until a fragment of consciousness awoke, heralding the birth of life. This existence, unrestrained and unfettered by the governance of the city, proliferated wildly. Gradually, the city faded into obscurity, submerged in the depths of the sea, forgotten by all creatures. Yet, it remembered these beings, the descendants born from its essence. Life burgeoned rapidly, surpassing his expectations, and since the inception of faith, these people no longer venerated the city. For no one recalled it, and he yearned for remembrance. Thus, he began to manifest miracles. The legend of the sea god originated from him, yet in time, even the sea god was forgotten. Malice seeped forth from the city, staining the waters black, transforming them into an abyss from which azure beings emerged. This abyss became synonymous with destruction, poised to supplant the city, rekindling faith and establishing a new life system. The onset of destruction began to infiltrate gradually. The iron waves from the void thus diminished the pace of annihilation. Faith was not widely disseminated, and destruction had only just commenced. The body gradually regained its mobility, and consciousness returned to the flesh. Countless truths had been comprehended and understood. He had seen through it all. His dimension had ascended, rendering him unlike any creature inhabiting this world. In the villa, the braised pork suddenly leaped from the sofa. The soul bond between it and the iron wave had vanished. The same fate befell Lu Xiaoyu and De Jingjing. They were entirely severed from the iron wave, yet no harm was inflicted. Tang Shuang and Luo Mi remained oblivious to the unfolding events, only hearing the braised pork incessantly gesticulating with its tiny paws, murmuring indistinctly. They could not grasp its meaning. In exasperation, the braised pork dashed to Luo Mi's room, grabbing a pen and scrawling a few words on paper. The soul bond has disappeared. The two gasped in shock. Did this suggest that the iron wave had perished? Are you implying that the soul bond between you and the iron wave has vanished? That the iron wave is dead? Tang Shuang asked uncertainly. The braised pork shook its head, then nodded, its eyes filled with confusion, a far cry from the typical signs of a severed soul bond. Is it or isn't it? Clarify, braised pork, Luo Mi implored anxiously. The braised pork, clutching the pen, scribbled incomprehensible words. It truly did not know. There was no need to press it further. The voice of the iron wave emanated from the villa, yet they could not perceive its presence. Chapter 210, Paying the Price for a New Era. Hey, don't frighten us, all right? If it's you, come out. This is rather unsettling. Tang Shuang's gaze darted around the villa. The figure of the iron wave never manifested. There's no need to search. You cannot see me. I can indeed see you. Our dimensions differ. You are unable to perceive me. Stop being cryptic and show yourself. The pen held by the braised pork seemed to move as if guided by unseen hands, inscribing words on the paper. The handwriting was familiar. There was no doubt it belonged to the iron wave. Yet, when they reached out to touch it, their hands grasped only emptiness. The pen clattered onto the table, emitting a sharp sound. It seemed as though the iron wave had departed this place, harboring no lingering attachment. The original scrawl of the braised pork had vanished, leaving behind a flowing passage from the iron wave. The number of wild beasts shall dwindle, marking the end of the age of divine beasts. All will revert to the primordial era. I hope you may become the pioneers of the future. Perhaps one day, you shall transcend dimensions. And that moment shall be when we reunite. Should you find my 3 contracted beasts commendable, you may also forge a bond with them. They may well be the last and strongest beasts of this age. When the volcano extinguishes, the dense forest vanishes, streams run dry, deserts emerge, and the number of wild beasts sharply decreases, the era of the wild beasts will conclude, as the contracted beasts gradually devolve into mere wild animals. The age of divine pets and contracted beasts shall also come to an end. The new era shall be entrusted to you, my roommates. The two gazed at the words on the paper, rendered speechless. If this era were to transform, what could their current roles as beast tamers and nurturers possibly entail? What shape would the world take? They dared not imagine, nor articulate. Yet, this did not imply that what the iron wave spoke was erroneous. For he had never been wrong. In the deep sea, unending waves surged forth, gradually sweeping toward the shore. No device could detect the occurrences here, save for a blue luminescence emanating from a city concealed in darkness, illuminating half the city. The only observable phenomenon was the city, continually crumbling. The blue light within the city was steadily diminishing. The waves began to surge, centered upon this location. Such waves engulfed all wild territories, pulling many who had failed to evacuate into their depths. The volcano bore the brunt of the devastation, its magma swiftly cooling, and no new magma emerged. The volcano lapsed into a dormant state, its ecosystem once again ravaged. Sounds of conflict echoed relentlessly as creatures vied for the scant surviving space. All wild beasts had succumbed to madness, frantically contending for territory. Yet the volcano delivered a final, crushing blow. The last vestiges of magma no longer graced their vision, all flowing into the depths of the earth. The sudden emergence of torrents in the dense forest obliterated the tightly packed flora, swept away by the waves, their fate unknown. Streams near the sea were mercilessly ravaged by the waves. Mountains crumbled, relentlessly squeezing the living space of the wild beasts. Such calamities were not confined to Huaxia. Similar upheavals transpired wherever wild beasts roamed. Chaos ensued. The newly established order unraveled, and the societal structure began to shift imperceptibly. Watching the incessant news reports about the wasteland on television, Tang Xuan and Luo Mi silently observed the unfolding situation, unconsciously glancing back at the words left by the iron wave. It all seemed to unfold according to the script on the paper. The waves gradually subsided. The underwater city had ceased to exist, and within the same dimension, only a breath remained of the iron wave. All transpired in accordance with his vision of the best possible outcome among countless futures. He was the sole variable. And he could not perish within the city. This was the only prerequisite. Time passed uncounted, and the iron wave found itself gradually regaining the ability to move with difficulty. The city, once familiar, had transformed entirely. The lights within gleamed brighter than ever, yet everything remained unchanged from what he had seen in the future. In a laboratory, an elderly woman, having crossed the threshold of 50, presided over an experiment. The lights in the city began to flicker incessantly, energy converging upon the laboratory, marking a significant experiment by the Huaxia Research Department. She focused intently on the experimental data, flanked by a young man and woman. The two individuals incessantly communicated with the elderly woman, relaying the rapidly fluctuating numerical values surrounding them. The energy had reached its zenith. The dimensional ascension experiment was about to commence. However, as the experiment began, a concern arose about insufficient energy supply. "What shall we do?" inquired the young woman. "Fear not." The elderly woman's voice quelled her anxiety. A small pig's trotter rested upon the energy supply device, its flames roaring within the apparatus. The young woman's eyes sparkled with delight. "Splendid. We have enough energy." "Enough." She nearly leaped with joy. Gradually, a portal to another dimension began to materialize in the laboratory, and a silhouette emerged behind the door, shrouded in obscurity. The elderly woman gazed at the familiar figure before her, her voice trembling with emotion. "Is it truly you, Tietao?" The figure behind the door nodded. Yet not a sound escaped its lips. A diminutive figure scampered forward, its hind legs retreating while one front hoof pointed incessantly at Tietao's silhouette, emitting a series of incessant grunts. Eventually, fatigued, it buried its head in tears. Tietao's form could not enter, nor could they traverse into this dimensional realm. The shadow waved its hand toward the elderly woman, as if gliding gently over the surface of water. Gradually, her age began to reverse, restoring her appearance to that of a 17 or 18-year-old. The silhouette behind the door nodded in apparent satisfaction. "Lo-E, your face," exclaimed the young woman, her mouth covered in astonishment. "What is it? You look younger, as if you've stepped out from a photograph of your school days." Lomi touched her face, her eyes fixed on Tietao. "This is how I looked when we first met. It's wonderful that you still remember after all these years." With that, Lomi resolutely stepped into the dimensional portal. The young couple attempted to grasp her, but were instead held back by another individual behind them. "Let her go. Tietao will not harm her," said a man in a suit, his hair graying and age evident. "Father, is Lo-E truly safe?" the young woman asked, to which the young man nodded in affirmation. "Tang Xian sure, Tang Xian Dai. This is a tale from our bygone era, one I shall recount to you later." The man waved his hand toward Tietao's silhouette. "Your energy in the city has been depleted." The dimensional portal slowly began to close. Several figures swiftly traversed into the portal, and faintly, one could see two silhouettes holding hands as they walked into the distance, accompanied by small creatures. While a massive fish rolled above, thrashing in the air, the dimensional portal was indeed traversable. Perhaps they would have the chance to meet again. The end of the tale. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.